The story begins at a company where an employee named Leon worked who was extremely unhappy. He approached the manager and expressed his disappointment, saying that everyone there was getting on his nerves. At that moment, manager Lily threw a box at him, which shocked Leon. Lily then told the protagonist to leave, stating that she did not want him to stay in the company and that he could go wherever he wanted. Leon felt a deep sense of injustice. He always took his work seriously and gave it his all, and yet he felt he was being punished simply for not giving his boss a gift. Leon then took out his phone, thinking that he would feel better if he talked to Laura, his girlfriend. He wanted to tell her that he was fired from the company and he was actually glad to leave such a negative environment. However, Laura interrupted him and suddenly announced that they should break up. Leon was stunned and did not understand why she was saying this. Then Laura told him not to come to her birthday party anymore and not to contact her. When he asked if she had found anyone else, Laura replied that she had been with him for a long time, but he remained the same loser, and she did not want to waste her time on him anymore. Feeling crushed, Leon entered the elevator, thinking about how terrible this day had been. He had lost both his job and his most beloved girlfriend. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him and introduced herself as part of the profession system, and his servant, calling herself Lena. She explained that he had entered this system. Leon was confused, as he had never heard of such a system. Then Lena told him that every week he would have the opportunity to try himself in a new profession at random, with the possibility of receiving the highest awards. She assured him that she would help him become famous all over the world. Leon was excited and felt that fortune was on his side again. He was thrilled by the thought that he had come across a legendary system. The system then offered the protagonist a reward for choosing the driver's profession, the sum of $100,000 and 100% ownership of the Bandau hotel. Leon was amazed, thinking that the offer was worth it, even if he remained a driver for the rest of his life, and he agreed to the terms. Then Lena explained that this profession was only for a week and not for life, which calmed him down even more. He could earn money by doing different things every week. Lena informed him that the Bandau hotel required his presence, as he had to complete a task assigned by the system. She also mentioned that a Pagani Zonda was waiting for him in the corporation's parking lot, and he could pick up the keys there. Then the protagonist took out his phone and saw a message congratulating him on becoming the owner of the car. Then he went down to the second floor of the underground parking lot, feeling that everything that was happening was surreal. Leon realized that the parking lot he was in was reserved for influential people, a place he had never visited before. At the same time, Elizabeth, the CEO, was there, struggling with her car, which had broken down. Leon approached her and asked if she was having problems with the car. She confirmed that she tried everything, but the car would not start. Then the main character offered to give her a ride, noticing that she was already late for a meeting at a construction company. She gratefully accepted his offer, but at that moment a man approached the girl and began to mock him, implying that a man like him simply could not have a decent car. He offered Elizabeth to go in his luxury car instead. However, Elizabeth told the man, Lewis, not to interfere. Lewis promised to keep his distance but insisted on giving her a ride in his $20 million car. The protagonist then calmly told Luis not to worry and repeated his offer to give Elizabeth a ride, mentioning that his car was parked in the 22nd spot. Luis ridiculed him, suggesting that Leon's car was old and not suitable for someone like Elizabeth. Elizabeth rejected Lewis no matter what, saying that the age of the car didn't matter as long as it worked. However, as she spoke, Elizabeth froze in amazement. She just realized that Leon's car is a $30 million Pagani, a prestigious and rare car. Leon confirmed that the car was indeed his, and wondered why everyone doubted that he could have such a car. But Luis did not believe him, asking how Leon could afford a car of such value. Without saying a word, Leon took out his keys and opened the Pagani, proving that it was his car. Then he invited Elizabeth to get into the car, remarking that it would be presumptuous to judge someone's worth by the appearance of their car. A stunned Luis asked Leon for forgiveness and begged him to let him drive the Pagani. But Leon brushed him off, saying he was unworthy of sitting in such a car and should remain envious on the sidelines. With that, Leon quickly sped up with Elizabeth, eager to leave the annoying guy behind, and on the way, Elizabeth asked Leon if the Pagani really belonged to him and if he was really just a sales employee. Then the protagonist confessed that he was actually from a wealthy family, but chose to lead a modest lifestyle, which is why she never knew about his origins. He told the girl that he had decided to take on the role of a driver as his first assignment, and that she was his first passenger. Which made him very happy. Elizabeth found it fascinating and told him that it was a great honor. Leon turned on the navigation app on his phone, which informed him that the order had been placed and instructed him to follow a specific route. Within minutes, they arrived at the construction company. After getting out of the car, Elizabeth showed the protagonist her phone, indicating that she had completed the payment and expressed her gratitude for his help. She then said goodbye, mentioning that she hoped they would meet again to discuss interesting topics. At that moment, Lena appeared in front of the protagonist, congratulating him on completing his first order. She told him that he had earned 50,000 skill points. Lena also informed him that he had only completed 5% of his career, but the final reward for completing his career would be 50 million. Overjoyed, Leon wondered if it was really possible to earn 50 million just for completing an order and found the idea exciting. Meanwhile, at the Bandau hotel, Leon's ex-girlfriend Laura was talking to her current boyfriend Monahan. She mentioned that Bandau was a 5-star hotel, one of the best in Shanghai, and suggested that they celebrate her birthday there. Monahan agreed, adding that a private room in the hotel cost only 70 or 80,000, which he considered affordable. Then Laura hugged Monahan, expressing regret that she had not met him earlier because he was such a good person. Suddenly, Monahan noticed something out of the corner of his eye and asked Laura if her ex-boyfriend Leon had arrived at the hotel. Laura confronted the protagonist, insulting him, calling him a beggar and suggesting that he couldn't hope to win her back by showing up there. Leon replied that she shouldn't flatter herself. He was just there to spend money in what he considered an ordinary hotel. Monahan then ridiculed Leon by asking if Leon really thought the Bandau hotel was ordinary, emphasizing that it was a top hotel and not suitable for a man of his status. Laura ordered the guards to remove Leon, accusing him of interfering with the work and suggesting that he intended to harm her. The guards immediately rushed to carry out her orders, and Laura expected Leon to be thrown out. However, to everyone's shock, the guards bowed and greeted Leon respectfully, expressing their pleasure at his presence at the hotel. Monahan and Laura stood there in bewilderment, unable to understand why the guards valued Leon so highly. Laura couldn't believe that a finance employee could hold a management position in such a prestigious hotel. The security guard then invited Leon into the conference room to discuss current business matters, and Leon agreed, telling them that they would continue as planned to review the latest updates. Laura was amazed, wondering if she had missed out on someone truly rich because she had not known about Leon's influence. In the conference room, an employee handed the protagonist a stack of documents and asked him to review the financial statements of the Bandau hotel. The protagonist then told the employee that he did not need to see them and instructed them to continue working as usual, assuring them of his trust. Just then, someone knocked on the door and Leon asked them to come in quickly. A woman burst into the room and informed the manager that the client wanted to file a complaint and that they could not stop the client from doing so. The employee inquired about the reason for the complaint and explained that the client had asked to rent a Mercedes, but the car had been taken by another client who preferred this particular vehicle. Leon stood up, handed over the paperwork to his team, and said he would personally handle the situation to reassure the client. He quickly went up to the designated floor and found the client's room. Knocked, Leon introduced himself as the hotel manager and assured the client, Gabrielle, that they would take measures to ensure her comfort. Gabrielle was surprised by Leon's pleasant appearance and attentiveness. She told him that the car was not a serious problem and that she would not mind if they found another vehicle. Leon, however, offered her his Pagani, saying that he didn't mind lending her his car. Gabrielle was surprised, admitting that she never thought she could afford such an elite car. However, Leon smiled and insisted, even offering to take her where she needed to go, which made her very happy. Gabrielle, feeling a little embarrassed, asked Leon to wait while she quickly changed her clothes. While she changed, Leon reflected on how lucky the hotel was to have such attractive and respectful clients. A few minutes later, Gabrielle returned wearing stylish shoes, clearly prepared for an important meeting. Meanwhile, Laura told Monahan that it would be better for him to leave because Leon could leave the hotel any minute and she didn't want him to misinterpret the situation. Monahan, however, ridiculed Laura, doubting that Leon would ever consider forgiving her, suggesting that her efforts were futile. Laura's friend asked her if she seriously believed that Leon would take her back after she dumped him, and Laura admitted that she had spent years with the protagonist and believed that their shared history and emotions could make him feel sorry for her, causing him to forgive her. The friend expressed envy, saying that she would never be able to find someone like Leon and thought Laura was lucky. but Laura brushed off her friend's words, saying that if they made up, she would let her friend take the Pagani for a spin. But at that moment, Laura turned around and saw Leon standing nearby with another woman, and was stunned to see him with someone else. She ran up to the couple and asked if the woman was his secretary. She offered to help him if he needed it. However, Leon asked his ex-girlfriend what she was even talking about, pretending that he didn't even know her. Hurt, Laura asked if he loved her anymore after all the years they had been together. Then Laura asked if he had forgotten about their past love, implying that even if this other woman had a better body, her skills were still inferior. Gabrielle, confused by the comparison, asked Laura how she could judge her skills without knowing her. Noting that Laura was making assumptions, Gabrielle mentioned that Leon had complimented her by saying that she was better than his ex-girlfriend. At this moment, Leon hugged Gabrielle around the waist and confirmed that everything she said was true, wholeheartedly agreeing with her. Then he added that Gabrielle was not only talented but also very gentle, leaving Laura stunned and speechless. Leon told Laura that if she had nothing more to say, they would leave, but Laura begged him not to leave, reminding him of their years together and insisting that he still loved her. Leon coldly asked why he should love her, noting her vanity, deceit, unattractive appearance, and mediocre figure. He then turned to leave, telling Laura that she would never be his again and demanding that she get out of his sight. After this, Leon got into the car with Gabrielle and asked where she needed to go. Gabrielle informed him that she was heading to the Qingsu Hotel where her classmate's wedding celebration was taking place. She apologized for causing him any trouble, but Leon reassured her by mentioning that she had helped him before. They quickly arrived at the Qingsu Hotel, where the wedding guests, including the friends of the bride and groom, had already gathered. Some of the women in the group began to discuss Gabrielle, wondering where she had been. They recalled that she had bragged about her rich boyfriend who supposedly gave her a luxury car. One friend noticed that Gabrielle had recently mentioned that her boyfriend had given her a Mercedes, and she was curious about what he looked like. The group was skeptical, doubting that Gabrielle could have met rich people in her social circle. They noted that although they all had rich boyfriends, Gabrielle was usually excluded from such circles. At that moment, Leon drove up in a luxury car and stopped right in front of them. The girls wondered who it was, but their surprise turned to disbelief when Gabrielle stepped out of the car. Her friends were stunned, unable to believe that she had arrived in such a car. One friend said it was incredible, noting that Gabrielle's new boyfriend must be the owner. Gabrielle, feeling proud in front of her friends, asked Leon for help, hinting that she had recently helped him solve a problem in his relationship and now needed his support in this situation. Leon, still sitting in the car, looked at Gabrielle and wished her a good time at the wedding, promising to wait for her. Meanwhile, in the protagonist's rented apartment, the landlady, Winona, and her daughter were chatting. Jeanne, the daughter, tried to calm her worried mother, asking her to be patient for a few more days and not to worry, as Leon would take care of everything. However, a skeptical Winona warned Jeanne that Leon could be untrustworthy and could deceive her, doubting his ability to solve their problems. Winona lamented that Jeanne was on track to become a civil servant, but instead ended up with someone like Leon. At that moment, the front door opened and an excited Jean announced that her brother Leon had returned home. Suddenly, Leon told Winona that he was moving out and came to collect his things and say goodbye. Winona, in disbelief, accused him of planning to leave without paying the rent, implying that he was dishonest. However, Leon assured her that she had misunderstood. He had promised to pay the rent and simply wanted to let her know of his plans to move. At this moment, Winona checked her phone and saw a notification about a deposit of 4,000 yuan. Surprised, she asked Leon why he transferred so much money when the rent was only 2,000 yuan. Leon apologized, explaining that he often paid the rent late. Then Winona curiously asked if he had any new career plans since he suddenly decided to move. Leon assured her that nothing serious had happened and that he would be fine. Jean willingly offered to help him carry his things. Winona, however, remained on guard, deciding to follow them to make sure Leon hadn't taken anything from the apartment. When they went outside, she was taken aback to see a luxury car parked there and asked whose it was. Winona, surprised, asked Leon about his previous car, a modest Chinese model. Leon explained that his old car broke down, so he bought this new one. He told Jeanne to put her things in the trunk. A shocked Winona asked how Leon, who was just an ordinary employee, suddenly became so rich. Then the protagonist admitted with a smile that since the truth had come out, he would say that he came from a wealthy family and was quite successful. When the hero had left, Jeanne turned to her mother and asked why she had not liked Leon before when he was poor. But now that he was rich, she seemed so approving. An agitated Winona told her daughter to stop talking nonsense, claiming that Leon was not good enough for her before and is not good enough now. Scolding her daughter, she reminded Jean that she still needs to finish her homework. After this, Leon arrived at the Bandau Hotel. An employee approached him and informed him that the presidential suite and all the luxurious amenities had been prepared for his stay. Leon asked his assistant to take his things to the room and prepare him something to eat, as it had been a long and difficult day. He sat down and ate with gusto, expressing his satisfaction with the food, noting that the cuisine of the five-star hotel was delicious. Then Elizabeth told the protagonist that she would be free soon and asked him to meet him at the main entrance of the construction company. Leon told her that he would be there in 30 minutes and quickly headed to the company where she was already waiting. Upon arrival, Leon asked Elizabeth to make an order because the taxi driver had arrived and was waiting for his appointment. Elizabeth, surprised, asked him what order he was talking about. Then the protagonist explained with a smile that he meant to order his personal driver and joked that if she didn't do it, he might die of hunger. Elizabeth, surprised, agreed to fulfill the request, not wanting to offend him. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking about the situation. She thought about how Leon, who once had a car worth 30 million, was the best salesman, but was now left without a job. She was puzzled that such a serious person could be fired, and she suspected that something unusual had happened, and soon she informed the main character that she had taken care of the order. Suddenly, Lena appeared in front of the main character, taking him by surprise. Lena complimented Elizabeth, giving her a B+, suggesting that she would be a perfect fit for the protagonist. She also congratulated Leon on receiving the second task and announced that he had successfully completed the mission of transporting 2 beautiful girls. Leon also mentioned that he had earned 10,000 skill points, with the task being 50% complete. Leon, intrigued, asked Lena which girls deserved a B+ and inquired about her criteria for judging. Lena replied that women like Elizabeth were so exceptional that they could deserve an even higher grade. Elizabeth then asked Leon when they would be leaving for their destination, noting that he seemed to have more serious problems than her. Leon responded by asking what her problems were and whether they were personal or work-related. Elizabeth explained that the company urgently needed a place for the presentation, but she could not find any available hotels, which caused difficulties. The protagonist then suggested that she could hold the presentation at the Bandau Hotel, which met all the necessary conditions. Elizabeth, skeptical, advised him not to joke, since the Bandau Hotel was a luxurious 5-star establishment, the best in the city. She added that money was not an issue, but it was almost impossible to book a room there since it was most likely fully booked. However, Leon noted that life was unpredictable and hinted that since they had met by chance, another surprise might await them. Intrigued by his confidence, Elizabeth agreed to change route and go to the Bandau Hotel. Leon enthusiastically supported this decision, promising that she would be surprised by what awaited her ahead. He immediately turned the car around and drove towards the Bandau Hotel, hinting that their meeting was not accidental. Elizabeth carefully stated that if they couldn't book the room, she wouldn't pay for the trip and didn't want him to feel insulted later. She also asked Leon what he would want if he managed to win the bet. Leon responded by saying that if he succeeded, she would have to do 10 deep squats to make him happy. Elizabeth, shocked, asked what the condition was, clearly reluctantly. Leon advised her to look up the exercise online, which made her even more hesitant as she found it a strange request. However, she remembered that she had called the hotel earlier and the manager had told her that there were no vacancies. Feeling confident that she would not lose, Elizabeth agreed to his condition, promising to fulfill it if there were any vacancies at the hotel. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Bandau Hotel. Elizabeth introduced herself to the hotel staff, stating that she would like to speak directly with the hotel manager. The secretary asked her to wait in the lobby while she informed Manager Wang, assuming that Elizabeth was Leon's new love interest. Manager Wang appeared shortly after and apologized to Elizabeth for not greeting such a distinguished guest earlier. Elizabeth greeted Manager Wang and introduced herself as a representative of the Chaoyang Company. She explained that her company would like to hold a presentation at the hotel. Elizabeth then inquired about the availability of the ballroom in Bandau, although she doubted that she was important enough to take a seat in such a popular establishment. Manager Wang assured her that he could reserve a table for any date of her choice. Surprised, Elizabeth confirmed that he was serious, thanked him, and scheduled the presentation for 10 days later. Manager Wang agreed without hesitation, promising his full support for her company. The girl then turned to the protagonist, admitting that he seemed to have brought her good luck. Thanks to his trust, she had solved her biggest problem and everything had turned out in her favor. Leon reminded her that he had predicted that something unexpected would happen and said that it was time for her to fulfill her promise. Elizabeth, slightly embarrassed, asked why he was still talking about this. As the president of Chaoyang Company, she assured him that she would keep her word. She told the protagonist that they were currently in the car, but promised to fulfill her part of the deal at home. Away from prying eyes, Leon suggested that she could complete the task in the car if she wanted. However, Elizabeth, feeling that it was too public, preferred to keep her promise in private. A few minutes later, they quickly reached Leon's cottage. The girl then asked Leon if he wanted her to complete the task immediately, and perhaps he changed his mind. Leon replied that she should do it quickly, as he had other things to do. Elizabeth, feeling unsure, explained to the protagonist that she had never done this particular exercise before and warned him not to complain if she couldn't do it correctly. However, Leon reassured her by promising that he would be pleased with her efforts, regardless of the outcome. The girl then began the exercise, struggling but determined to keep her promise as a leader. Leon watched her efforts, thinking he was lucky to have met her that morning in the parking lot, remarking on her beauty. When Elizabeth had almost finished and was looking forward to going home and resting, a man suddenly entered the room and angrily demanded to know what they were doing. Leon immediately realized that he had forgotten to lock the door and that the man had misunderstood the situation. It turned out to be Elizabeth's father, Zachary, who was asking why his daughter was there. Feeling awkward, Elizabeth asked her father why he was there, but he only looked at his daughter in silence. Leon felt that he should not interfere in their family conversation. Elizabeth quickly explained that he had misunderstood the situation. Leon was her new yoga instructor, and they were in the middle of class. However, Zachary seemed skeptical and asked if his daughter really thought he didn't understand anything, implying that yoga instructors usually just watch from the sidelines. Elizabeth insisted that Leon was a highly qualified yoga instructor who only gave verbal instructions. Her father, still doubtful, asked his daughter to step aside as he needed to say something to the instructor. At that moment, Leon was thinking that becoming a yoga instructor could be a great career move. Suddenly, Zachary sat down next to the protagonist, who was taken by surprise and unsure of the older man's intentions. Zachary demanded to know Leon's name and profession. Wanting to know all the details about him, Leon introduced himself as a taxi driver. Upon hearing this, Zachary expressed disbelief, suggesting that the protagonist would need to drive a luxury car to attract Elizabeth's attention. Leon confirmed that he drove his clients in a luxury car, which he found strange and unexpected. Zachary then remembered the Pagani parked in the entrance, noting that Leon seemed taller than the typical rich people he encountered. He hinted that Leon might be a good fit for his daughter, Leon, feeling like he was on a reality show, wondered what was going on. Elizabeth quickly intervened, explaining to her father that he had completely misunderstood their relationship, clarifying that she and the protagonist had no romantic relationship. Then Zachary admitted that he no longer understood the young people and their unusual relationship. He invited them both to Elizabeth's grandfather's 85th birthday party, suggesting that everyone could get to know Leon better. And as he left, he told them to go on and act as if he wasn't there. After this, Elizabeth sat down and expressed her disappointment to the protagonist, feeling that her father had mistakenly assumed they were in a romantic relationship. Leon, however, said that it might be for the best, as they no longer had to worry about her father opposing her training. He suggested continuing the exercise since she had not completed her task. Elizabeth hesitated, pointing out that her father had misunderstood and that there was nothing romantic between them. Leon acknowledged this, but noted that when she squatted, her muscles were tense and needed adjustment. At this, Elizabeth pushed him away, demanding that he not touch her. However, Leon calmly stated that the exercise was targeting specific muscle groups, emphasizing that the pressure was placed directly on her legs. Elizabeth was surprised, wondering if Leon actually meant what he said, or if she had misinterpreted his intentions. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. It was a message from his former colleagues who were saddened by his departure and invited him to dinner in a pinza. Then the protagonist told Elizabeth that it was time for him to leave and promised to meet her another time, reminding her that she still had 9 more squats to do. Later, Leon arrived at Ipinsu's restaurant, thinking that he would see the people he had worked with for many years again. Inside, his former colleagues were waiting for him, and a woman, Hannah, invited him to sit down, mentioning that she had reserved a seat especially for him. Hannah expressed surprise that he quit, suggesting that with his skills he could easily have become a sales director. Then Vance asked her if she understood what he was talking about, claiming that in sales he was no worse than others and even a little better. He asked why she thought the position of sales director should go to the main character. The girl replied that Leon had more accomplishments than Vance and deserved the director's position, which she thought was fair. He then asked what the point of discussing this was, as Leon had been fired and promotion was no longer possible. He mentioned that he had heard that all the paperwork regarding Liam's appointment would arrive soon, and suggested that they drink to his friend Liam. Liam, admitting that he would soon become the director of sales, commented that Leon remained the key figure in their group. However, Leon expressed his suspicion that the group was not there to see him off, and hinted that they were there to prove that they were more successful. Liam corrected him, stating that they were actually celebrating Leon's dismissal and wondering what he would do next since he was now unemployed. Vance added that Leon couldn't return to his village because, being an orphan, he had no home to return to. Liam raised his glass and toasted Leon, acknowledging his genius for doing a great job and then getting fired. Leon explained that he currently works as a driver and may have clients, so he cannot drink with them. At that point, a man from the restaurant interrupted the group, asking if the Pagani parked outside belonged to anyone. Leon pretended not to know what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Liam, looking out the window, noticed that there was indeed a beautiful and elite Pagani Zonda parked in the parking lot. Vance exclaimed that the car was worth more than 20 million euros, adding that only the rich could afford such a luxurious vehicle. Then the man from the restaurant asked the owner of the car to move it because it was blocking the exit. Vance laughed, teasing Leon for being a redneck since the request was for a luxury Pagani and not his usual modest car. The protagonist then told his former colleagues that the Pagani belonged to him, insisting that they might not believe him, but it was the truth. Liam, not believing his ears, asked Leon if it was true and where he got the money to afford such an expensive car. Leon countered that just because he was an orphan didn't mean he couldn't have wealth, calling the man's logic stupid. Soon the protagonist got bored with the situation and offered to take Hannah home. She agreed, and they quickly got ready to leave. As they were about to leave, Liam stopped them, asking Leon to wait because he needed to discuss something important. He begged Leon not to rush, admitting that he had not recognized his talent before. Leon, however, quickly pulled his hand back, telling Liam that it was too late to apologize. Soon, Leon and Hannah left, driving down the road, Leon thinking that going to the restaurant had been a mistake. As they sped away in his luxury car, Hannah realized how lucky she had been that day and thought about how much she admired the protagonist. She was amazed to find herself inside such a prestigious car, since she had previously seen such cars only in movies. Hannah confessed to the main character that she had worked with him for many years, not suspecting that he was rich. Leon told her that his wealth was inherited and that he usually did not flaunt it, but that day he made an exception. Leon then suggested that Hannah place an order and they would head back to her house. A grateful Hannah agreed, noting that she could not refuse the man who had always helped her in difficult times. However, the car's system reported that the passenger's overall score was 84 points, which did not meet the requirements for Leon's task. The protagonist found this strange, since he considered Hannah a beautiful girl and was perplexed why the system could not give her an extra point. Confused, he asked Hannah if she knew any way to increase a woman's charm. Explaining that he wanted to understand the concept, Hannah replied that increasing charm meant making yourself attractive. But it was not an easy task. Leon continued to ask, curious about how to do it. Hannah, wanting to help her friend, reached into her bag and began to pull something out, explaining that she had a solution to his problem. She began to put on stockings, promising that he would be surprised by the result and see the changes himself. When she finished, she asked Leon to evaluate her appearance and determine if it had improved. Leon watched Hannah and noted that she had truly transformed, becoming exceptionally beautiful. Leon felt it necessary to scan her again, hoping to see an increase in her overall score. After scanning, her score was 85 points, which met the requirements of the task. He felt relieved knowing that he was now closer to achieving his goal, with 15% of his career path remaining. Shortly after, they pulled up to Hannah's house, where the woman mentioned that she was home alone and asked if he would like to come in for tea, adding that her husband was away on a business trip. However, Leon explained that he had other things to do and promised to come for tea another time, and Hannah, although disappointed, said she understood. The protagonist then dropped Hannah off near her house. She warned him to drive safely and thanked him for his help. After that, Leon went to Joe Gay's sales department because he needed to solve several problems. When he entered the building, he found it intriguing and decided to gather more information. Soon after, he met his former colleague Josie, who was surprised to see him and asked what he wanted. Leon told her that he had come to see the manager about the title deed, which he urgently needed. Josie, clearly agitated, tried to push Leon away, insisting that he shouldn't cause any trouble as the property was worth $800 million. She asked how he could afford it, but before she could continue, someone interrupted her, asking her to stop. She was interrupted by her manager, Valerie, who told Josie to step aside, saying that she would deal with the protagonist herself. She introduced herself to the protagonist and offered to take him to the hotel so that he could better understand the situation. Meanwhile, Josie insisted that Valerie was wasting her time because Leon, being an orphan, could not afford such a villa. Her comments angered Valerie, who scolded Josie for talking nonsense and told her to contact HR. Despite Valerie's orders, Josie stubbornly maintained that she was telling the truth. However, Valerie dismissed Josie's objections, explaining that Leon had bought 9 villas from them. A shocked Josie collapsed to the floor, wondering how Leon could have bought these villas. Meanwhile, Leon was thinking that if it weren't for the system, he wouldn't have experienced such happiness. Valerie, realizing the situation, apologized to the protagonist for Josie's behavior, explaining that she had been under a lot of stress lately, but Leon assured her that it did not bother him. He then asked Valerie if the registration of his house was complete and requested documents. Valerie confirmed that everything was ready and handed him the property documents and keys to 9 villas. Leon took the documents and loaded them into his luxury car and thought about all the tasks he still had to complete. Shortly after, he received a message from Hannah, who mentioned that Lily and Liam had been fired from the company. Surprised, Leon wondered how their firings happened so quickly after his departure. He began to suspect that something was wrong. Out of curiosity, Leon asked Elizabeth if she had anything to do with Lily and Liam's firings. Elizabeth, surprised that the news had spread so quickly, inquired about the reasons for their firings, hinting that this might allay his concerns. Leon, changing the subject, asked about her plans for the vacant sales manager position. Elizabeth mentioned that she had considered offering him the position because she believed he could handle it fairly, but Leon declined the offer, saying he was already doing well financially and instead recommended Hannah from the sales department for the position, citing her competence. Elizabeth then informed the protagonist that her car was being repaired and asked if he could take it to the company. Offering a significant bonus for doing so, Leon agreed, knowing that he could earn a 5-star rating and extra points for his services. A few minutes later, they arrived at the company. Leon reminded Elizabeth not to forget to give him a 5-star rating. Elizabeth asked if he really wanted to get a grade, to which Leon readily replied in the affirmative. She joked that if she gave him a good grade, she might get her punishment of doing squats overturned. Leon, however, insisted that she do 9 squats, not 1 less. Elizabeth, slightly annoyed but amused, unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car, deciding to hurry to the office. Just at that moment, Hannah appeared and noticed Elizabeth with the protagonist. Leon, taken aback, tried to explain that he had just seen Elizabeth calling a taxi and offered to drive her to work as a favor. Hannah, sensing his nervousness, began to suspect that he was not telling the whole truth. However, Elizabeth, sensing the tension, urged Hannah to stop slacking and get to work, adding that they both had a whole day ahead of them. Hannah, after some hesitation, agreed, and she and Elizabeth headed towards the company. While Leon was sitting in the car, a notification appeared on his phone. He thought that maybe it was a client who needed a ride, but instead he saw that Elizabeth had given him a 5-star rating. Thinking about it, he thought that Elizabeth had a sharp tongue but a gentle heart. He then noticed that his next task was to go to Tiani's house with the promised reward. Pleased with the opportunity he had presented himself, he prepared to continue his day. He called the client to find out details about her needs and the route he should take. But the client, a young woman, surprised him by asking if he was the driver and how old he was. He replied that he was 24 years old. She then made an unusual request, asking if he could pretend to be her boyfriend in exchange for giving him a 5-star review. Leon agreed to the offer and quickly drove to the house. Upon arrival, he found the apartment and knocked on the door, and soon the girl opened the door. He told her that he was there and ready to follow her instructions. Popular blogger Catherine, who answered the door, thought Leon was even more attractive than their intern, which pleased her. A woman then came out of the room and asked if Leon was really Catherine's boyfriend, to which he confirmed by introducing himself to her. The man standing next to her complimented Leon's appearance and asked about his occupation. The protagonist then replied that he was a driver, which surprised them, as they had assumed that he was in a more prestigious profession. Sensing the tension, Catherine intervened, telling her parents that being a driver had now become quite a lucrative job and that many in the industry were earning millions. She added that Leon had bought her expensive jewelry and was saving up money to start his own business, suggesting that he was quite wealthy. Out of curiosity, the man asked about the business Leon was considering, noting that 9 out of 10 business ventures failed. Catherine then reminded her parents that they had plans to meet friends, hinting that it was time to leave. Her parents agreed, and Catherine told them that she had arranged for the protagonist to take them to the mall. Leon, however, apologized, explaining that his car was only a 2-seater and that he would need to call another car to accommodate everyone. News that shocked Catherine's parents, who wondered if Leon had a moped. The whole family went outside with the main character, but they clearly didn't like him. Catherine's father called his daughter a silly girl and asked how she could date a man who drove a moped. Her mother agreed, saying they would be a laughing stock if others found out. At that moment, Leon took out the keys to an expensive car. The girl's parents were stunned. Catherine's father, surprised, asked how Leon could afford such a luxurious car and whether it was really his. Catherine, also surprised, questioned Leon, doubting that the car belonged to him. Leon confirmed that it was indeed his car and urged her to get inside so they could continue their plans. Suddenly, Catherine's family began to urge her to get into the car quickly, not wanting to keep such a generous man waiting. In the car, Leon asked Catherine about their destination, wanting to know which mall to go to. She replied that they were going to the Times Square Mall, adding that his car was impressive. She then asked if she could make another request, explaining that as a blogger, she wanted to live stream during the trip. Leon agreed on the condition that she give him a 5-star rating for the trip. Catherine promised that she would do it without any problems. Then she started a live stream asking her followers to guess where she was, stating that it was the best place in the world. Her followers were left guessing. Some suggested that she lived in a luxurious place and had a handsome driver, while others believed that she simply rented a high-end car. She explained to them that she had ordered a driver through an app and that he had been excellent, thinking to herself that Leon was indeed quite handsome. After some time, they arrived at the Times Square shopping center. Catherine informed the protagonist that she had already given him a 5-star rating, thanked him for his kindness, and expressed her desire to meet him again. Just then, Lena appeared and congratulated Leon on achieving 200,000 points and hinted that he would soon advance his career. Lena mentioned that the next step for him would be to participate in the China International Circuit Driving Skills Competition. Leon then asked Catherine if she could wait, explaining that he wanted to upgrade his phone and wondered how much she knew about it. Catherine happily offered her help. They entered a store renowned for selling the best phones in the country and even the world. Catherine carefully examined the selection of phones, showing great interest. When the protagonist pointed to a specific model, noting that it had enough memory, which was exactly what he needed, Catherine suggested that he could find a better deal online, as it might be cheaper there. However, Leon gently smoothed her hair and insisted that since they had come all this way, they should go shopping. Soon, the salesman packed the selected phone and confirmed that it was the model Leon had chosen. Asking if he needed a case, he noted that the phone was quite expensive, costing over 10,000 yuan, and suggested that a case would prevent scratches. However, Leon refused, saying that he did not like using covers as they caused him discomfort. The salesman agreed, but then asked Leon what color case he preferred and showed him the best options. Leon was surprised when he noticed that the seller had ignored his previous request. He reminded the seller that he had already said that he did not need the case. Leon also mentioned that if something happened to his phone, he would simply buy a new one, rejecting the need for additional protection. Then he asked the seller to take 5 boxes of each color and pack them. The salesman was equally surprised, asking Leon if he was sure about the quantity as it seemed excessive to him. Then Leon pointed to the computer and instructed the salesman to pack that as well. Catherine stood with her mouth open, stunned by Leon's obvious wealth, and wondered where he got so much money. She noticed that her live stream had reached over 5 million viewers, 5 times her usual number, and thought that flaunting her wealth was the best way to get attention. After leaving the store, Catherine asked Leon if he was going to buy anything else and continued broadcasting. Leon started to think about what else he would like. He mentioned that he would like to buy a stylish watch. Meanwhile, the sales assistant informed the manager, Lola, that they had a new customer. Lola hesitated, wondering about the purpose and hinting that it might be a waste of their time. She noticed that Catherine was live streaming her shopping trip. However, the sales consultant noted that blogging has become a profitable business. But Lola was still skeptical, but eventually agreed, noting that their company only catered to the wealthiest clients, and not everyone could afford to buy their watches. At that moment, Leon and Catherine were looking at expensive watches in the store, but they couldn't decide on the right model. Catherine, stunned by the prices, admitted that she could not understand the world of the rich. Then the main character asked the saleswoman if she could show him a specific watch. Lola, however, informed him that he would only be able to see the watch after payment, which greatly surprised Leon. Catherine was shocked, finding it absurd that they couldn't see the watch before buying it. Just at that moment, a wealthy-looking man and a young woman entered the store. The man called over the staff, asking them to bring him his best watch without delay. Then Lola approached the couple, greeted them politely, and expressed surprise that she had not seen them for a long time. She offered her help, and the woman noticed a beautiful gold watch and expressed a desire to give it to her for her upcoming birthday. Her husband agreed to buy them for her. Lola complimented the woman's taste, saying that the gold watch was a new model and an excellent choice. Catherine, watching the proceedings, felt confused as her live broadcast became increasingly popular. Leon, irritated by the situation, approached Lola and asked why they were being treated differently from other customers, and emphasized that all customers should receive equal service. Lola replied that their store's policy was to prioritize customers based on their social status and wealth, and she hoped Leon would understand. Leon, however, criticized the practice, noting that it was shameful to give preference to those with more money. However, Catherine advised the protagonist not to let the rude treatment bother him, suggesting that they leave. Lola sarcastically thanked them for their visit, implying that other stores might not have let them in at all. Then Catherine pulled Leon along with her, saying they would explore other options. They soon entered another upscale store, where the saleswoman greeted them warmly and asked how she could help them. Leon, not knowing what to buy, asked Catherine for recommendations, but she admitted that she knew nothing about watches. She decided to consult with her viewers, who suggested buying a Model 175 watch. A saleswoman who noticed the live stream seemed surprised, wondering if viewers were mocking the store or actually making suggestions. Leon checked Catherine's live stream and noticed negative comments from some viewers, so Catherine consoled him by offering to block the rude commenters. But Leon insisted that they stay and witness his upcoming purchase. He asked the seller to show him the 175 model. The sales staff and other customers in the store were stunned by his request, unable to believe that he actually intended to make such a luxurious purchase. Then the main character took out his business card, saying that he would buy the watch and would be very happy with it. The sellers replied that, unfortunately, the watch was out of stock, and explained that it would need to be transported from Europe and delivered to his home. When Catherine also asked if the watch was available in a larger store nearby, the woman explained that there were only 6 such watches in the world, and only one was sent to China. At that moment, the girl from the store where the main character had previously been turned away informed everyone that someone had just bought a watch worth over $10 million. Lola asked her friend if that watch was the 175 model from the nearest store. A man from the store approached the saleswoman, asking her to take him to the person who bought such an expensive watch. When Lola saw him, she froze in shock, unable to understand whether the man in front of her was really the same person from their store. Leon remained in the store while Catherine continued her live broadcast. Then Lola came up to him and said that they also had a lot of good watches in their store and invited him to take a look. Leon replied that he would not visit their store because his status was not high enough for that. After this, Lola chased after him, apologizing for her behavior and admitting her mistake. She cried, realizing that she had lost a lot of commissions due to her actions. A few minutes later, Leon and Catherine walked outside, where Leon handed her one of the phones and apologized for making her spend the entire day with him at the mall. However, Catherine thanked him, saying that she enjoyed it and was eager to visit all the elite places. She thought to herself that Leon was not only rich, but also a gentleman. If he really was her boyfriend, it would be amazing. Leon then arrived at the China International Circuit, where he would receive his reward by following the system's instructions. The girls at the racetrack told him that there was a VIP reception today, so the area was closed and they wouldn't be able to help him. Leon explained that he didn't come there as a client, but to find their manager. He asked them to tell the manager that he was there. The girl understood and told him to wait while she called the manager. At that moment, the door opened and a man, Charlie, walked in, surprised to see Leon. The man asked his staff why the area was not locked down as he ordered and why Leon was there. Then the girl explained to him that Leon had come to meet John, assuring him that Leon would soon leave the racetrack. Another girl told the protagonist that they needed to go up to the second floor, and they would do it quickly so as not to anger their director. Leon asked who the man was, finding it insolent that the entire circuit was closed to him. The girl was surprised and explained that the man was Charlie, a very influential figure in Shanghai, adding that few in the country would dare to contradict him. Then they went to meet with John, who asked why Leon hadn't contacted him earlier, because he would have arranged a meeting with his team. Then John asked the girl to bring the main character some water. The girl, surprised by the request, asked why she was asked to bring water, especially since the director was addressing the main character. John explained that the circuit had been bought by their director, and from that moment on, Leon was their boss. He asked Leon to handle it and mentioned that it was now a company matter. Leon replied that he trusted Gia and asked John to continue working as usual. He also asked to be driven to the track. John assumed that Leon had bought the racetrack because he loved driving and offered to take him for a few laps. Leon declined, but asked John to call one of the drivers. He watched as the impressive cars sped around the track, admiring the skill of the drivers. However, just at that moment, one of the drivers stopped his car, got out and walked towards the protagonist and John. Everyone was confused as to why he stopped. The man approached them and asked how John could dare to book the entire racetrack for himself and bring people with him. However, John quickly explained that there had been a misunderstanding and assured Charlie that he would explain everything. Then he told Charlie that Leon was now the owner of the racetrack and had come to check it out. Charlie and his friends were shocked, struggling to believe what John had just said and wondering if he was lying. Leon then told John that he had come to do a few laps and instructed him to clear all strangers from the track and return their money. John was stunned. He had never seen anyone talk to Charlie like that before. Charlie, intrigued, replied that no one in Shanghai had ever treated him like that. He then invited Leon to go for a ride with him, suggesting that the winner stay on the track. Charlie started looking around and asked Leon where his car was, suggesting that he could swap it for a better car if Leon's car was good enough. At that moment, someone started driving Leon's Pagani onto the track. Charlie was shocked when he saw the Pagani and asked Leon if it was really his car. Leon replied that it was not the most expensive car, but probably better than Charlie's. He added that the Pagani might seem too posh to him. Charlie replied that he had already spent over $3 million tuning his car, which he believed was as good as Leon's Pagani. The racers studied the track map and realized that it was a challenging course. And standing at the starting line, both Leon and Charlie were confident of their victory and did not want to give in. The girl at the starting line counted to 3 and said they could start. Everyone was eager to see who would win the race. The riders raced down the track, both determined not to give way, and the race was tense. John watched the race and wondered what was going on, especially why Leon was taking such a risk. He soon noticed that Charlie had slowed down and Leon was preparing to enter the corner at high speed. A bystander remarked that even professional racers didn't dare enter the corners at such speed. One mistake, and they could be out of the race. As the riders approached the turn, Leon refused to slow down, and Leon ended up crossing the finish line first, with Charlie just a few meters behind. The girl was delighted and declared that Leon had won the race, praising him as a cool racer. Leon lit a cigarette as Charlie approached him, expressing his admiration for Leon's skill and calling him his idol. Charlie admitted defeat and commented that his Pagani was not set up but still started faster than his own car. Leon told him that he had started it incorrectly, suggesting that he should have immediately depressed the clutch and reduced the engine power. Then Charlie, impressed, asked if Leon had WeChat, not wanting to lose contact with such a master. Leon confirmed that he had the app and was happy to chat with Charlie. He added Charlie as a friend, thinking that they could meet up later and have dinner together. Leon then told John that he would come back another time and asked him to provide all the necessary information later. Then he invited John and Charlie to have some fun today at his expense. Hearing this, Charlie thanked Leon, but asked him why he was in such a hurry, wondering what important things he needed to do. Leon explained that he was a driver with an order and he needed to meet a client. He asked them to continue having fun. Leon soon arrived at the Yunshui villa, where he intended to meet Elizabeth. He opened the door and informed Elizabeth that her car was there. Realizing that she had not yet left the hotel, Elizabeth was glad to see him and explained that she had not had time to get ready to leave. Then the protagonist asked her to stop apologizing, assuring her that he understood her. Elizabeth then said that since Leon insisted he would have to wait for her inside while she finished getting ready, she asked him to watch a movie while she went to the bathroom to dry her hair. Leon sat down in the chair, thinking that he would find something to do while the girl was tidying herself up. He then told the girl that he noticed she had received a letter. She explained that it was from work and asked him to ignore it. However, Leon noted that the letter did not look businesslike. It was about sending her black lace underwear. He then mentioned that she had received another letter and was about to explain its contents when suddenly Elizabeth ran out of the bathroom, not wanting Leon to read her letters. She tried to cover the laptop with her body, claiming that the emails were fake and should not be taken seriously. At that moment, Elizabeth slipped and almost fell, and in horror, Leon quickly stood up and rushed to help her prevent the fall. Somehow Elizabeth managed to stay on her feet and thanked Leon, saying that she was lucky. However, as it turned out, while Leon was trying to grab the girl, he accidentally pulled off her robe. Elizabeth pulled on her robe and ran back to the bathroom, feeling incredibly ashamed. Leon calmed her down, intending to say that the letters were spam, but she had already run out of the bathroom. Elizabeth quickly ran into the bathroom and told the protagonist that she didn't want to hear anything from him. After a while, Elizabeth came out of the bathroom and asked Leon how she looked, explaining that she had been preparing for the class reunion and had been trying very hard. Leon smiled and told the girl that the dress could be used for both a beauty pageant and squats, calling it an excellent choice. Elizabeth then began petting Leon, saying that if he closed the curtains, she would do squats. Leon agreed with Elizabeth, getting up to go and close the curtains. Then the girl stood up, thinking that she had to do this so that Leon would leave her alone and so that she could fulfill her promise in their bet. She winked at the protagonist. Elizabeth began to do squats with difficulty, holding up her dress. A couple of minutes later, Elizabeth told the protagonist that she had fulfilled her promise and that they should quickly go to Shanghai. Leon asked Elizabeth to wait, explaining that he needed to go to the toilet first, but then they would go straight to the meeting together. Half an hour later, Leon came out to Elizabeth, telling her that they could go right now. Suddenly, Elizabeth asked why he stopped. Leon explained that he saw a familiar face. Elizabeth was surprised and asked Leon if he knew anyone here. Curious how he could recognize them, Leon replied that he had met the man just a day ago, but perhaps Elizabeth knew him better. Just at that moment, Elizabeth's parents appeared in front of the main character, and she was surprised to see them. Elizabeth asked her mom and dad what they were doing there. There was an awkward tension in the room, and Elizabeth felt uneasy about her family seeing her with the protagonist again. Elizabeth's father smiled and asked if they had finished all their chores. Elizabeth, surprised, asked her father what he meant by this and why they had not informed her of their arrival. Her father explained that they had arrived not long ago and had seen them drawing the curtains, so they did not want to disturb them at that moment. Elizabeth's mother laughed when she asked why she was so shy. She assured her that it was normal for any adult, that they understood everything and did not mind her actions. Elizabeth, embarrassed, explained to her mother that it was not what she thought and that she was simply changing in her room. Elizabeth's father then told his wife that there was no need for this argument and suggested that they leave, allowing the young people to be alone. The woman also invited Leon to their family's grandfather's birthday party, which would take place the day after tomorrow. Leon agreed to attend the birthday party and assured Elizabeth's mother that he would not let them down. He then asked Elizabeth if she would go with him, reminding her that they needed to hurry. Elizabeth, very embarrassed by her family's words, agreed to go. After a while, Leon and Elizabeth arrived in Zhongtang. Leon also reminded Elizabeth not to forget to leave a 5-star review, and when she finished her business, to place an order, and he would come for her again. Elizabeth joked that all Leon seemed to care about was chatting with her and getting a good review, calling it weird. Then the protagonist explained that it was his job and it was important for him to receive feedback after each trip. He assured her that he would explain everything later. He added that if any problems arose, she could call him and he would immediately come to her aid, discussing everything that required attention. At that moment, Lena appeared and informed the protagonist that he had reached the 100-kilometer mark and earned 200,000 mastery points. Lena also told the protagonist that the completion rate was 55% and that the reward was 21% of the Baba Company shares. Leon, considering these promotions, asked Lena if the increase in mileage could allow him to become the boss of the company he worked for. Lena explained that the company's headquarters are in Yangcheng and its market value exceeds $50 billion. She added that if Leon sells his shares, he can earn $10 billion, emphasizing that this is not a joke. Leon, putting his arm around Lena's shoulder, replied that with his current income he had no need to do this, and there was no need for it at all. Then he asked whether it would not be better to leave the company and receive hundreds of billions in annual dividends. Lena told him that his career level was 55%, and with a little more effort he could start a new career in the system. She added that when his career reaches 100%, the rewards will be more generous. Leon was excited about this, and told Lena that he would continue to complete orders to earn a prize at the end. At this point, Leon noticed that he had received an order from Starbucks and had to fulfill it for his purpose. He thought that this journey had tired him out, and once he delivered the order, he would go home and take a rest from all the work. At this time, a girl named Cheryl was filming herself on her phone as she waited for a taxi to arrive. Just at that moment, Leon's luxury car stopped in front of her. He took off his glasses and asked the girl if she was Miss Cheryl. Cheryl confirmed that this was indeed her name, thinking to herself that she had done her best to dress up today and that she was lucky to have met such a man. Leon then asked Cheryl to get into the car and she agreed. She quickly got into the car and fastened her seatbelt. Cheryl greeted Leon and introduced herself, asking where they were going. She told him that he could call her whatever he wanted. Leon was confused by her words and asked if she had ordered a driver to take her to Juge himself. Cheryl was very surprised and asked if Leon was really the driver, wondering what kind of scam this was, especially with such a sports car. Leon explained that it was a new service. Then Cheryl, a little annoyed, told him that she was glad that she managed to pick up a rich guy, only to find out that he was just an ordinary driver, which was insulting. Leon thought to himself that Cheryl changed her personality so quickly, revealing her true nature. Cheryl then asked him to slow down, saying that she couldn't take a proper photo because he was driving, and added that he didn't know how to drive at all. She also threatened that if anything happened to Pagani, he would never pay for it in his life. Then the main character told her that it was his car, but Cheryl did not believe him and accused him of lying, saying that he was just trying to deceive her and attract her in this way. Cheryl then told the protagonist that he was working as a driver and pretended to be someone important. Leon, angered by her behavior, asked what kind of person she was and what right she had to behave like that. Cheryl replied that she was clearly nobler than him and that he was not even worthy of being her driver, calling him a loser in life. At that moment, Leon suddenly pressed the gas pedal. The car moved forward sharply, and Cheryl, not expecting such a sudden action, almost fell. Then Cheryl, almost falling over, thought that the driver would get what he deserved for this act. The enraged girl asked what he thought he was doing, saying that he should be ashamed. The protagonist then replied that if she was so smart, she could buy her own car and drive around the area, and he would not take her anywhere else. Then he opened the door of the Pagani, telling her to get out before he took action. Cheryl, furious, asked him how dare he do that, threatening not only to leave a bad review but to call and complain. The protagonist then told her that there was a dash cam in the car, so she couldn't make false statements. Leon then quickly left the scene and Cheryl called out to him, telling him that he would soon realize he had attacked the wrong person. Later, Leon arrived in Joge and thought that the unpleasant encounter with Cheryl had spoiled his mood. The system then notified Leon that the owner had left a new review, and he realized that she had indeed left a bad review about him. Just at that moment, the main character received a call from the company manager Baba, and he realized that he was about to receive a fine and a reprimand from his boss. Leon resigned, told the manager that she could do whatever she wanted, and asked her what exactly she thought he was doing. He then pointed out that she hadn't even thought about the consequences of her actions, so the company manager suspended him from work and hung up on him. At that moment, Leon thought about how unfair life seemed. Later, Leon met with the people at the villas to see how things were going. They greeted him warmly. The person in charge of real estate affairs told the protagonist that he had returned home and was now looking after everything. The manager informed Leon of the situation, explaining that while he was away, all the furniture had been purchased from top companies. Leon sat down on the sofa, planning to evaluate the furniture himself before sharing his thoughts with the manager. After evaluating the furniture, Leon told the manager that the manager then informed the protagonist that they had selected personal servants for him, and all those who had passed the first stage of interviews were now in the office. Leon then entered the office where all the people who wanted to become his personal servants were sitting, and Cheryl was among them. Cheryl was shocked to see Leon there. She pointed at him incredulously, not expecting to see a scoundrel in such a respectable place. The manager, noticing her rude behavior, asked her what she thought she was doing. Cheryl replied that it was the driver she had met earlier on the road who was rude to her. Leon, confused, asked the manager why Cheryl was there and if she was applying for a job at the hotel. Cheryl then questioned the manager, asking why this driver was there and if this idiot knew what this place was. Suddenly, the manager slapped Cheryl in the face, telling her that Leon was the boss of this establishment and all the companies they worked with. Cheryl, surprised and angry, asked why the manager had hit her and insisted that there was no way Leon was the boss. She claimed he was just the driver and that there was an order on her phone. Then the protagonist, still confused, asked the manager how this could be, wondering if there was a rule that prevented the driver from being the head of Zhuje. The manager quickly apologized, saying that there was no such rule. The manager then ordered Cheryl to immediately apologize to the protagonist for her behavior and ask him for forgiveness. Cheryl then reluctantly admitted her mistake, telling the protagonist that she had made a mistake and asking him to give her another chance, promising that she would not make such a mistake again. However, Leon, still upset, ordered the manager to throw the impudent girl out. The guard began to drag Cheryl out of the office, but she begged Leon to listen to her words, claiming that from now on she would behave well. The manager then informed the protagonist that there were 4 people left who were still interested in the job, and he had to choose from them. Leon, however, said he was not satisfied with any of them and instructed the manager to pay each of them 5,000 yuan to leave. At this moment, Leon received a message from Elizabeth asking him to come to Zhongtang. The hero told the manager that he had some business and asked him to choose the servants himself, to which the manager agreed. Meanwhile, in Zhongtang, Elizabeth's friend asked her not to leave yet, as they were having a good time together. A friend mentioned that they hadn't sat together for many years and wanted to know about various things in Elizabeth's life. However, just at that moment, Donald came in and told the girl that he had not seen her for many years and that they should sit for a while before he took her home. Elizabeth said that she still had some work to finish and she had already ordered a car. She mentioned that the taxi driver was a good friend of hers. However, her friend warned her that taking a taxi was no longer safe and offered to take Donald home in his car. At that very moment, Leon entered the establishment. Elizabeth was glad to see him and told the protagonist that she had really been looking forward to his arrival. Her friend, noticing their closeness, asked Elizabeth if Leon was her friend. Then she commented that Leon was so handsome that he could become a world star. Donald, somewhat irritated, asked Elizabeth what the point of being handsome was, noting that Leon was still just a driver and would never be a boss. Leon, overhearing Donald's words, asked him what he said about being a driver, but Donald said that he just misheard. But Leon, still puzzled, asked what was so cool about it and expressed that he didn't quite understand Donald's strange comments. Donald then told the girl that he could see that her friend was not very smart, mentioning that he worked as a taxi driver but had incredible self-esteem. However, Elizabeth did not react to Donald's remark and simply began to approach the protagonist. She assured Donald that there really was no problem with Leon's self-esteem and praised him for it, finding it commendable. Her friend, however, countered that self-esteem alone would not get a person very far, and she also mentioned that Donald had just bought a new Mercedes, while the taxi driver could only dream of such luxury. Elizabeth looked at her friend silently, thinking that she should be above such people, but chose not to respond to her rudeness. Then she told the protagonist that they would not stoop to their level now, since these people drank a lot before his arrival. Donald, irritated, thought that Elizabeth was protecting Leon and that he would show them what real wealth looked like. A couple of minutes later, they all walked out into the parking lot and Donald pressed the remote control to open his car. The Mercedes made a sound, and Donald proudly thought that now everyone would envy him. His girlfriend praised the Mercedes, saying that it was cool and expensive. Donald replied that the Mercedes was not that expensive. It cost a little over $2 million, and that he planned to buy a Lamborghini when he became very rich. Then the girl, remembering that Donald had once said that his favorite car was a Pagani when he was still at university, mentioned that it now cost $28 million, and even if he worked all his life, he could not afford it. Just then, the girl noticed that it looked like there was a Pagani parked next to Donald's car, the very car he had dreamed of his whole life. Donald walked up to the car and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a luxury Pagani parked there. Leon walked up to Donald and asked if he was done admiring the Pagani, then told him to step aside. Donald asked Leon if he wanted to look at the car too, mentioning how expensive it was, almost blinding people with its luxury. At that moment, Leon took out the keys to the Pagani and told the girl to get into the car. Donald, shocked, froze and asked Leon if the car really belonged to him. The protagonist then asked who told them that the driver could not own such a car and urged them not to limit their thinking based on poverty. Having said this, Leon immediately left, and Donald and his girlfriend continued to stand there. As they drove away, Elizabeth apologized to the protagonist, admitting that she didn't expect her friends to be such snobs and she felt ashamed of them. Leon assured her that it didn't matter to him and asked if she wanted him to take her home or if she needed to go somewhere else. The girl then explained that she had drunk wine and wanted to go to the beach to sober up and suggested changing the destination. Leon thought it was a good idea and agreed that some fresh air would help her. Soon after, he received a task from the system that required him to get 10 five-star ratings with a reward of 100,000 points. He realized that after sunset he would have 7 marks and he was close to completing the task. Soon they arrived at the beach, and Leon told the girl that she could go look at the beautiful waves. He stopped the car, and Elizabeth asked him to turn away. Leon, confused, asked why she didn't want him to look, wondering if she planned to change into her bathing suit. Elizabeth explained that she just wanted to take off her stockings so she could walk on the sand without being disturbed. The protagonist then asked why he should turn away, suggesting that he was not ashamed to watch her take off her stockings. Suddenly, Elizabeth pinched Leon. She explained that he could remain turned towards her, but he should not look. Elizabeth then quickly took off her stockings so that they would not get wet while walking on the beach. Then she told him that they should walk on the sand because it was a nice place and it would help her come to her senses. Suddenly, Elizabeth mentioned that her family kept pestering her to take Leon to her grandfather's birthday party since they were all waiting for him. Leon asked if she really wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend at the party. He said he would agree, but only because he liked the way she kept her promises. Elizabeth responded by saying that he had no conscience since she had already fulfilled their bet. Suddenly, Elizabeth asked why the lights were on in Juje. Leon asked her what was wrong with that, and Elizabeth explained that the real estate in Juje was very expensive and no one could sell it. She noted that it was rare to see that area lit up. Then the main character offered to take her there so they could take a closer look and even spend the night if necessary. Elizabeth, surprised, asked if Leon was serious about spending the night there, stating that it was just like his dreams. Leon took Elizabeth's hand and asked what she was talking about. He assured her that they were going there because he wanted her to see something. They soon arrived at the site, and Elizabeth told him that she had participated in the auction for this plot of land. But due to lack of funds, she dropped out of the first round. Then the protagonist told her that, despite everything, she was not an ordinary person in the city, and her admiration was evident from the way she entered the gate. Surprised, Elizabeth asked what other admiration Leon had in mind. She told him it was just curiosity, and she had heard that the pools there were filled with mineral water. At that moment, Leon immediately took her hand. He told her that they would go together to check if her information was correct. Elizabeth replied that they could look from where they were, but they couldn't just go in. She warned that if anyone saw them, it could cause problems. Leon then asked what if he took her there and she could relax while admiring the water in the pool. Elizabeth replied that she would put on her swimsuit and go swimming in the healthy and clean water as it was the best in the city. Leon agreed, saying they should definitely try it. But Elizabeth asked if he was completely crazy. They immediately went to Joge together, and Leon thought that Elizabeth seemed unaware of the current situation. When they arrived, people greeted them with a bow. They and Elizabeth entered Juge, and no one tried to stop them, which Elizabeth found strange. She wondered why there wasn't a higher level of security here. Elizabeth asked Leon if they were really let in that easily. Considering no one else seemed to be let in, Leon noted that getting in wasn't as difficult as she thought. After they entered, Leon stopped his Pagani probe and Elizabeth got out of the car. She asked him to look at the fruit on all the trees, noting how beautiful and impressive everything looked. Leon asked if she would just like to try the fruit, but Elizabeth quickly declined, saying that he didn't need to bother for her sake. However, at that moment, Elizabeth's attention turned to the pool she had mentioned earlier, filled with mineral water. Then the protagonist said that he had already seen the pool and asked if it was time for her to fulfill the promise she had made back in Pagani. Elizabeth, however, replied that she did not have a bathing suit and could not swim, and that she should have mentioned this earlier. Leon looked at her, realizing that she had cleverly deceived him. He resigned himself to the situation but warned her that next time she would not be able to escape so easily. Elizabeth assured him that he should not worry and promised to keep her word, asking if they could go back now. Leon then asked if they were going to look inside the house, as she didn't seem interested in what might be inside or what secrets it might hold. Elizabeth thought about it and explained that although they were lucky to get into the yard, going inside would be trespassing. Leon disagreed, saying that there was no one in the house, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He suggested that they quickly go in, take a look, and leave. However, Elizabeth held his hand, urging him not to go in and leave before they were caught and punished. But suddenly Leon came to the door, unlocked it, and told the girl that she could now enter the house. Elizabeth was stunned, speechless, as she didn't expect him to open the door to such a luxury home so easily. She asked if it was really his house, and Leon confirmed it by telling her that he bought it yesterday and offered to give her a tour. Elizabeth, now feeling betrayed, slapped Leon and accused him of lying. She asked how much he spent on the villa, considering how beautiful it was, and Leon explained that he didn't know the exact amount, but estimated it to be several billion yuan. Elizabeth, still skeptical, told him that he was lying again, since the most expensive villa in the area was only worth a little over 1 billion yuan. She asked how it was possible that one villa could be worth several billion if he hadn't bought all the villas in the area. Leon, sitting on the sofa, admitted that she was right. He had bought all the villas in the area. Elizabeth was amazed and asked where he was able to get the money so easily. Leon replied that everything turned out to be simpler than she thought, and she simply didn't know one of his secrets. Then the girl, surprised, remarked that he seemed to find money so easily and jokingly added that he must work at Baba for the soul. She also thought that the sofa was very comfortable. The hero told the girl that he would not take her into the house with him at night, but she could stay there and choose any room she wanted to sleep in. Elizabeth agreed, but mentioned that she did not want to cause unnecessary trouble and that he would take her to work on time in the morning. She then asked if there were any women's pajamas in the villa. Leon told her that he lived alone and did not have pajamas, adding that sleeping naked could be beneficial. Elizabeth was shocked by his bold statement and asked how one could sleep naked in someone else's house. Finding it very strange, Leon reassured her by saying that he would find her pajamas and that he most likely had a new pair. After this, Elizabeth decided to take a shower while Leon looked for pajamas for her. Meanwhile, Leon was sitting in the room reading a book. Suddenly, he heard a crash from the bathroom. He immediately asked if everything was okay with her. Then the girl called him into the room, explaining that she had just fallen in the bathroom. Leon rushed into the bathroom and asked how she was feeling, worried that she might have been seriously injured. Upon entering, he saw Elizabeth sitting on the floor, unable to get up. It turned out that she had injured her leg. Elizabeth told him that she had sprained her ankle and asked if he could help her take a shower since she couldn't do it herself. The protagonist, who was having a hard time just being her friend, told her that he would help her stand up carefully so as not to strain her leg. The protagonist felt the blood rush to his face and he approached Elizabeth. After this, the girl hugged him and they kissed. They decided that now would be a great chance to have some privacy in the shower. The morning was wonderful, and Elizabeth, opening the curtains, realized how beautiful it was. She decided to go outside to breathe some fresh air. Elizabeth abruptly unfolded Leon's blanket and told him in a reproachful tone that he should get up. She mentioned that they would be late for work because of his laziness. The girl insisted that Leon take her quickly, promising that she would give him 5 stars for his efforts. Later, after finishing his business, Leon arrived at the Bandau hotel. He needed to carefully think over the tasks for the day. As Leon walked through the hotel, he realized he hadn't had breakfast yet and decided to eat before taking any orders. Manager Xavier greeted him at the entrance and expressed his pleasure at seeing him. Leon, however, explained that he was only there for breakfast. Xavier told him that he would prepare a special seat for him in the restaurant, but Leon refused, saying that he did not want to stand out from the crowd and preferred to sit quietly. Upon entering the restaurant, Leon informed the waiter that he was ready to order and made his choice. Suddenly, Lily came up to him. Leon was surprised and greeted her, noting that it was a real coincidence to see her here. Lily sarcastically remarked that she didn't expect to encounter another jerk after being fired from the company. She said that as soon as he was fired, he immediately went to complain. Then the protagonist, turning to Lily, asked how she treated clients, pointing out that she was unprofessional. However, Lily, not at all embarrassed, asked who told him that a man like him belonged in Bandau, claiming that it was not a place for poor people. Then she hinted that just because he was dating a rich woman did not mean that he could consider himself part of high society. At that moment, a girl approached Lily and asked her not to talk to the main character in such a manner. She explained that he was not an ordinary guest. Lily, surprised, replied that Leon worked under her leadership until he met the director of the company and found happiness there. She continued by saying that if it weren't for the rich woman's money, Leon wouldn't have been able to afford to have breakfast here. In response, Leon asked the girl to call manager Van, as he had something interesting to tell him as a friend. Lily, questioning Leon, asked how he knew their manager and why he was wasting his time on someone like him. Leon, unabashed, explained that since they were former colleagues, he intended to teach her a lesson about not being rude to other hotel guests in the future. As it turned out, Manager Wang quickly arrived at the restaurant to resolve the situation and understand the cause of the conflict. Lily informed him that Leon had made a scene by offering to call security to take him away. Manager Wang, confused, asked if she really wanted to kick Leon out. He explained that Leon was actually the boss of Bandau Hotel. Lily was stunned by this revelation. Unable to believe that Leon was the boss, she insisted that he was her colleague and that it could not be true. The manager, becoming irritated, asked how she had even gotten through the job interview, adding that he would blacklist her and see which company would still want to hire her. He ordered the guards to escort her out, and Lily, now realizing her mistake, apologized to the protagonist, asking for his forgiveness. The manager then apologized to the protagonist for Lily ruining his dinner and said a lot of nasty things. Leon assured him that everything was fine, but asked that in the future the hotel not hire people with such bad character. He also asked Manager Wang to bring him food quickly, explaining that he was the manager assured him that the most delicious dishes in the restaurant would be brought to him soon. Just at that moment, someone called the main character and informed him that it was the vice president of the well-known company Baba. Tanya introduced herself, expressing a desire to meet with the main character and asking when it would be convenient for him in the near future. Leon replied that he still had some business to take care of that morning, but he would contact her after lunch to arrange a meeting. Tanya agreed, saying that she would wait until he did. Tanya's assistant curiously asked if she had arranged a meeting with the protagonist, and the vice president confirmed that Leon had agreed to contact her after lunch and instructed her assistant to take her to Jilishi for a while. The assistant said she would call a taxi for her. Meanwhile, Leon finished breakfast and got to work. He received an order from Bandau Hotel to the Jilishi company and realized that it was very close, so he made a wise decision to accept the order. As he was about to leave, Tanya and her assistant went out in search of the taxi they had called. Leon, noticing them, asked if this was her order number to pick her up and take her to Jilishi. Tanya confirmed that it was her, noting how handsome the taxi driver was. She didn't expect to see such a handsome man. Leon then invited Tanya to get into the car, telling her that her taxi had arrived. Tanya was very surprised and asked Leon if he was really from the Baba company. She found it strange. The assistant also expressed curiosity, asking Leon when their company became so prestigious, noting that his Pagani car was an elite sports car. Leon explained to Tanya that he was indeed a driver for the Baba company, and added that if she didn't get into the car soon, the doors would close. Tanya, delighted, immediately told the main character that she would get into his car so that they could leave. Getting into Leon's Pagani, she was amazed by the luxury of the car. Tanya commented that it was impressive that the company had such drivers, and noted that she also noted that the girls must be delighted with such an elite, cool car. Leon responded by saying that she was just the kind of girl who thought that way, and he asked if a taxi driver couldn't drive a Pagani. Tanya warned Leon to watch his words and actions so as not to ruin Baba's reputation. Then she said that otherwise he would be fired. Leon, surprised, asked her if she had the right to fire people. Tanya confidently told him that she was the vice president of the company. However, Leon, not at all embarrassed, replied that they all knew how to talk, adding that he had shares in the Baba company. In response, Tanya took out her business card and showed it to the protagonist, assuring him that she was not lying and that this was the absolute truth. Leon, not surprised, mentioned that it was a coincidence that he had bought shares in that company and asked if it was the one who had recently contacted him. Shocked, Tanya asked the driver if he really was Leon. The hero confirmed it, which shocked her even more. She admitted that she had acted unwisely and expressed confusion about how events had unfolded. She asked if Leon could give her another chance to correct her mistake. Leon replied that he would think about it, adding that he still had a lot of work to do that day. After some time, Leon took her to the right place, and Tanya thanked him for the ride and said that she would contact him after he finished his business. However, she suddenly became surprised and informed the protagonist that she could not pay for the trip. Leon reassured her, saying that this could not be, since the program usually worked fine. At that moment, a notification appeared on Leon's phone informing him that he had violated company rules and had been suspended. He was stunned, wondering if he was really suspended from work because of that complaint. Leon, overcome with curiosity, asked Tanya about Baba's relationship with Jilishi. Tanya said that they worked in the Coastal Communications Department. She was also worried that if Jilishi caused the wrath of a major shareholder, the company would be ruined. Leon suspected that the girl had filed a complaint against him again, which probably led to the company deciding to suspend him from work. However, Tanya reassured him not to worry, promising to sort out the situation. She said that lawlessness was unacceptable and that she would immediately go and find out what happened and fire the culprit. However, Leon unexpectedly asked Tanya to wait for him and offered to go with her. They walked into an office together where a lot of people were sitting, and one man asked Leon who they were and how they dared to explode so brazenly. The man introduced himself as the main character and asked if he had removed him from the case, saying that he had come to talk about his own affairs. Communications manager Levi told the protagonist that this was his department's responsibility and instructed him to look into the problem and resolve it quickly. Lucas then asked Leon where he got the courage from, mentioning that a complaint had been filed against him and that was why he was suspended from work. Lucas demanded that Leon leave immediately, warning him that otherwise he would call security. Leon, however, remained seated and told Lucas that he could wait and asked Tanya to handle the situation. Tanya then informed the group that they had removed Leon from his position without looking into the situation as a whole. She announced that she was firing them all from their positions. Manager Levi was shocked by Tanya's words and asked if she was really the president of the company. Then Tanya immediately threw her business card on the table, and both Manager Levi and Lucas were stunned, frozen in surprise. Manager Levi then asked Lucas what was going on, wondering how he could have disturbed the vice president. Lucas, still stunned, told Manager Levi that Leon had been caught insulting a passenger, explaining that it was damaging the company's reputation. Tanya, not surprised, asked Lucas if he had questioned the passenger about the incident. She reminded him that Leon had bought the woman's shares and was effectively the second most important head of the company. Both Manager Levi and Lucas were caught off guard as they thought he was just an ordinary company driver. Then Tanya told them both that they were fired. Manager Levi asked Lucas how he could work for so long without fulfilling his duties and told him to apologize. Lucas sat on the floor, begging Leon to forgive them and not fire him. He promised that they would correct all the mistakes made by the company. But suddenly Leon kicked Lucas in the face and told him that he was not so brave now. He became pathetic after the reprimand. Leon said that with this attitude, probably many people suffered because of him. Leon added that as a shareholder of the Baba company, he agrees with Tanya's decision. At this moment, Elizabeth called the main character. Then the main character asked Tanya to sort everything out and explained that he needed to answer the call. As it turns out, Elizabeth told the protagonist that tomorrow was her grandfather's birthday, and she would like to buy herself some new clothes tonight. Leon agreed, saying that he would pick up Elizabeth in the evening. Suddenly, Leon thought to himself that he couldn't go to a birthday party empty-handed. He was thinking about buying the old man a painting or something else. Tanya then told the protagonist that she had taken care of everything. His account was unblocked and he was given the highest powers. Leon was surprised and wondered if the driver could really have such powers. Tanya explained that this was an additional feature and that Leon could decide for himself whether to accept or reject a client. Leon was very pleased with this, telling Tanya that this feature was very practical and that he liked the system. He then mentioned that one of his grandfather's friends was celebrating his birthday and asked where he could buy the best antiques and paintings. Tanya suggested paying attention to Chan Datsun, a famous artist in China. Leon was shocked by this and asked Tanya if she could buy a painting by the great Chan Datsun. Tanya informed him that they had previously purchased his painting Peach Spring and that she would send an assistant to pick it up. Leon thanked her and said he would pay for everything. He asked if she could send the painting to the Bandau hotel and give it to the manager if it wouldn't be too much trouble. However, he also told Tanya that he didn't like being in debt, so he would exchange the painting for 1% of his company shares. Tanya thought about it and realized that 1% of the shares were worth at least $500 million. and she thought Leon was being too generous. Leon told her that he would leave and let them continue working as they were without bothering them anymore. Tanya then told the protagonist that their director wanted to invite him to Yangchen as a guest and treat him. Leon agreed with Tanya, saying that he would contact her later to discuss everything and that they would meet in the evening. He thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had last been to the Yangchen orphanage, and that he needed to find time to visit the place. The system then told him that he had received 5 stars, and that if he completed one more order, the task would be completed. Leon saw in the program that he could take the client from Wanda to the Bandau hotel and realized that he was lucky to have received this order. Yasmin, a customer, told her boyfriend not to worry and assured him that she would be at the hotel soon, mentioning that she had bought a lot of beautiful things that he would appreciate once they arrived. A few moments later, the Pagani pulled up and Leon asked the girl if she was Miss Yasmin. She asked him who he was, and Leon told her that he was her driver from Baba's company and he invited her to get into the car. Yasmin got into the Pagani and commented that their company was not bad. Praising the marketing ploy, Leon explained that it was not about the company at all, and that the Pagani was his personal car. However, Yasmin, skeptical, told the protagonist that a man with his enormous fortune would never work as a taxi driver and asked if he was lying. Leon thought to himself that Yasmin was a very unpleasant woman, but he decided to focus on the task at hand. As soon as they drove away, Yasmin got angry and asked Leon what he was doing and where he was taking her. She accused him of trying to steal her money. Leon assured her that he knew a shortcut and had often visited the Bandau hotel, so he knew the way well. Yasmin laughed at him, saying it was nonsense and that she would be late because of him. At that moment, Leon suddenly noticed that the girl was carrying a set of underwear with her and suggested that she might work as a call girl. A few minutes later, Leon pulled up to the entrance of the Bandau hotel. Yasmin silently got out of the car and headed towards the hotel. Leon thought to himself that something was wrong as the girl was coming through the side entrance. Moments later, he received a notification on his phone informing him that he had received a 1-star review. Leon thought that this was too much and that such an action could not possibly lead to receiving 5 stars. But he soon decided that it was okay if he received a bad review from and that he would rather focus on Elizabeth. Leon quickly arrived at the parking lot near Times Square to meet Elizabeth. He approached her and mentioned that she forgot to give him 5 stars. Elizabeth replied that they would evaluate his behavior before doing so. Leon agreed with her thoughts and said that if she wanted, she could let him carry her bags. Elizabeth noticed a store nearby and suggested that they stop there so they could buy a swimsuit. Leon agreed, saying that she could fulfill her promise. Elizabeth noted that his cunning was impressive. She said that if she had known about it earlier, she would have treated him differently. Leon replied that he had not asked her to make a promise and that she had done so of her own free will. Then a woman came up and asked if they needed any help, offering to show them the store's selection. Leon stood at the checkout while Elizabeth was looking for a gift for her grandfather. After a while, Elizabeth approached the main character, and he was surprised why she returned so quickly. Elizabeth told him that they were leaving. She explained that she didn't want to buy anything. She wasn't interested in anything, and she didn't find anything suitable. Leon asked her why she made that decision, and she said that there was nothing suitable for her. She suggested that he buy something for himself instead. However, Leon replied that if she did not buy any clothes, he would buy something for her, although she might not like the style. Elizabeth explained that it was a sizing issue and that she couldn't find anything in her size. Suddenly, a woman from the store intervened, saying that they had all sizes in stock and that she could help Elizabeth find the right one. Leon asked if they had a maximum size. Elizabeth, feeling embarrassed, told the protagonist that she would kill him. Leon assured her that he did not consider it such a big deal and suggested that they go to the nearest store that sold a famous clothing brand. A couple of minutes later, they went into the nearest store, and upon entering, he froze in surprise, noting that it was the best swimsuit he had ever seen. Elizabeth began to pull him away, saying that it was not a swimsuit at all. Just at that moment, a saleswoman approached Elizabeth and offered to help her choose the best option. Elizabeth asked where their swimsuits were sold. The saleswoman pointed out a number of new collections and suggested Elizabeth choose the most comfortable option. Elizabeth looked through all the options and realized that all the swimsuits were very revealing, especially for her body type. She finally picked up one swimsuit and asked Leon what he thought of it, saying that she thought it was very cute. Leon, however, told her that he didn't think it suited her. He felt that in that swimsuit he wouldn't be able to see the full beauty of her figure. Leon took another swimsuit and told the girl that, in his opinion, this option would suit her much better, Elizabeth began to hit Leon, calling him a pervert. She then asked the saleswoman to finish choosing a swimsuit. However, Leon chose another option and asked the seller to supplement this one as well. Elizabeth questioned Leon's judgment, asking why he insisted on buying that particular swimsuit. Leon told her that what he liked could only be worn with him. He also mentioned that the clothes she liked could be worn without him. Elizabeth then asked Leon to go up to the fourth floor, where several exclusive clothing brands were presented. When Elizabeth went up to the fourth floor, she noticed a beautiful dress and told the saleswoman that she wanted to try it on. The saleswoman complimented Elizabeth's excellent taste and explained that it was part of their new collection. Leon sat down, waiting for Elizabeth to try on the dress. Just at that moment, Elizabeth looked back and asked him to come to her. Leon told her that he was already comfortably settled, but asked her to come out to him. Elizabeth explained that she needed him to help her zip up her dress because she couldn't do it herself. Then Leon finally approached her. He was shocked by the dress and asked if she thought it was too revealing. Elizabeth reassured him by saying that there was a shawl that covered the back of the dress so that it would not be so revealing. The protagonist then asked her why she left her bra on the chair, to which the girl replied that this dress cannot be worn with a bra. Then the main character helped her zip up the back of her dress. Elizabeth asked Leon if she looked beautiful in that dress. He replied that it was not just beautiful, but stunning. Elizabeth said that if he thought so, she would take it and put it on. The saleswoman remarked that the dress seemed to have been made especially for her, fit her perfectly, and that it was the perfect choice. A girl standing nearby noticed the dress and asked Adrian, her man, if she could try it on too. Adrian asked the salesperson to bring an identical dress for his lady, but the saleswoman informed Adrian that they only had one style of that dress, but she could help them find other options. Adrian then told the salesperson to have Elizabeth take off the dress, as it was clear they couldn't afford it. Elizabeth, overhearing this, told Adrian that he was wrong. The girl then told Elizabeth that the dress cost more than 80,000 yuan, asking if she was really sure about buying it. At this point, Elizabeth replied that the price was insignificant and that she could buy the dress herself. Unlike the girl, the angry girl asked if Elizabeth considered her a kept woman. Then Adrian approached the seller and offered to add 20,000 yuan to her price, asking her to sell the dress to them, but the seller replied that such a deal was prohibited. However, Adrian insisted that he decides what is allowed, setting his own personal rules. Then the protagonist approached Adrian and said that it was good and that he would add another 20,000 yuan. He also noted that the dress clearly would not suit his lady. The saleswoman then approached Adrian and told him that if he liked the dress so much, she could order another similar one for them. But Adrian changed his mind, saying that there was no need to order another dress. Elizabeth thanked Leon and said that she would express her gratitude later. Then Elizabeth told the protagonist that they would now pick out a suit for him and asked him to try on two options. The saleswoman, observing Leon's physique, thought that he had a great figure. Leon then asked Elizabeth what she thought of the suits, and she said they were a great choice. Although she was worried that the other girls would go crazy for them, Leon decided that they would buy one of the suits and said that he couldn't wait to go home. A couple of hours later, Leon returned home, sat in the yard, then his gaze fell on Elizabeth, and he thought that she was simply beautiful. Elizabeth stood in front of him in a new swimsuit and asked him what he thought of her appearance. Leon, shocked by how she looked, replied that his nose was about to bleed because she was incredibly beautiful. Elizabeth then noted that Leon has a great body, mentioning his abs and his commitment to staying in shape. After this, Leon told the girl that he thought they were both ready for their grandfather's birthday party and that he would be happy to attend with her. Elizabeth agreed, saying that they had a very good time together today. Then Elizabeth told the protagonist that she had kept her promise and tried on the swimsuit. She asked if he was happy with her choice. Leon approached Elizabeth and said that he really appreciated honest people like her, those who kept their promises. He extended his hand to her and said that they would sail together. Elizabeth immediately jumped into the water, thinking that Leon was right. The water was wonderful and refreshing. She then asked him not to let her go, admitting that she could not swim and was afraid of drowning. But Leon reassured her not to worry, promising that he would not let her go. He said that he would teach her to swim. Elizabeth agreed, but was still very afraid of drowning. She asked him not to throw her into the water. The hero told her that he would carefully lead her into the water and that they would begin to learn to swim together. Then the girl pressed herself tightly against him, clearly doubting her own strength. After this, Leon lowered Elizabeth into the water. She lay on her stomach and thought that it was not as scary as she imagined. But suddenly Elizabeth panicked and began flapping her arms frantically, fearing that she would drown. Then the main character quickly dived into the water and saved Elizabeth, asking if she was very scared. She told him that with him she was not afraid of anything. Then they decided to kiss right in the middle of the pool. The main character noted that the girl was incredibly beautiful. Then he moved lower and began kissing her body. After this, Leon picked up the girl and they became intimate. After swimming, they went into the house, and Leon was glad that Elizabeth had already started swimming. Elizabeth was taking a shower when Leon asked if he could borrow her phone for some business. He wanted to open her phone, but just at that moment, Lena appeared in front of him and said that the task was completed. She said that he received 100,000 points. Lena told the main character that his career was already 75% complete, and the reward was the port of Wangjiang. Leon asked Lena if he had heard correctly, expressing his disbelief that this was the second largest cruise ship port in China. Lena confirmed that he understood correctly and reiterated that Wangjiang Port was a major cruise ship port in China, and reminded him that he was 75% complete in his career and was close to learning a new profession. At that moment, Leon thought that at the current pace, it would be easy to find a new profession, and he was interested in learning something new. Just at that moment, Elizabeth came out of the bathroom and apologized to the protagonist, explaining that she still hadn't learned to swim. Leon reassured her by saying that he was always ready to teach her. Suddenly, Elizabeth noticed an old blanket in Leon's house and became interested in it. Leon explained that the blanket and pillows were brought from an orphanage. He got used to them and did not want to throw them away. Elizabeth was surprised and asked if he was an orphan. Leon told her that Willow's mother said he was abandoned at an orphanage when he was born, and that's where he grew up. Suddenly, Elizabeth immediately apologized for bringing up that past, feeling that Leon might not want to remember it. However, Leon reassured her by saying that there was no need to apologize. He was not upset about it at all, and was actually happy to remember his childhood years at the orphanage. He added that Willow took care of him like her own son, and he had many friends there. The girl then told the protagonist that she was going to bed, reminding him to take her to work the next morning and not oversleep. Elizabeth also mentioned that after work they would go to her grandfather's birthday party. Leon agreed and thought that at least he could take a sweet and beautiful lady to work every day. Later, when Elizabeth fell asleep, the protagonist received a call from Willow. She told him that she finally found his phone number. Willow told him that Laura called and she really wanted to talk to him. She mentioned that she was sad that he broke up with her. Leon responded to Willow by asking if she had seen him grow up and if she knew what his personality was like. He pointed out his stubbornness. Then Willow said that she had a friend whose daughter was about his age and asked if he could find time to meet her tomorrow. Leon agreed, telling her he'd visit her in the next few days. Willow filled him in on the details, saying they'd meet at 9 a.m. the next morning at Tian Yue's house. Her name was Sally, and he was supposed to meet her there. Leon thought this woman, Laura, was asking for trouble. The next day, Leon arrived at Tian Yue's house, curious about what would happen during this meeting. He told the woman at the entrance that he had come to meet someone and asked if there was a table reserved in Sally's name. The woman confirmed that Sally had mentioned it and directed him to the third floor. Having reached the third floor, Leon noticed that all the people waiting for him had already sat down at the table. The woman introduced herself as Sally's mother and said that she was very glad to meet a gentleman like him. She introduced him to her son and Aunt Sally, who was sitting next to her. Leon greeted them, but thought to himself that he had not expected to see so many familiar faces at this meeting. Sally's mother mentioned that she had heard that he worked for a real estate company and could help them find a cheaper house. But Leon explained that he no longer worked there and now ran his own business. The woman, confused, asked what Leon was doing now, implying that he was perhaps unemployed. Leon replied that he was currently working as a driver in a place called Baba, barely making a living. Sally's mother was furious. She asked if he really wanted to deceive them. Suddenly, Sally calmly assured her that he had no reason to worry. Then he mentioned that Leon looked good, and it would be better if they told him that the orphanage was going to be demolished. The conversation changed when Sally's mother told the protagonist that her daughter worked in a bank and had a good working environment. She hoped that Leon could buy a house in Junhai. She explained that the house was not very big, just over 100 square meters, but she believed that he could handle it. Leon was stunned. He asked if she really told him that the house required full payment. Sally then suggested that if the protagonist really liked her, he shouldn't have a problem paying her. However, Leon, pretending to be interested, asked if there were any other conditions. The woman replied that they were an ordinary family and would not bother him much, but that the bride price would be almost 9 million yuan. Shocked by the amount, Leon asked if the terms were too high. Then Sally's mother explained that Sally's colleague had recently received almost 17 million from a wedding. Leon asked the woman if what she was proposing was tantamount to selling her daughter. He expressed bewilderment as to how her family could agree to such a thing. The woman was surprised by his question, and Leon asked his aunt not to be angry, but to continue explaining what she wanted from the future groom. Her son mentioned that they needed a car, and that the protagonist should buy an imported car that cost more than 500,000 yuan, implying that he should not drive a cheap car. Leon replied that, according to their demands, he owed them at least 10 million. Then he asked if they really thought he had that much money. His mother responded by asking why he couldn't ask his family for help. Leon, angry, asked if he really had to ask his late parents for help. The woman quickly explained that Leon had misunderstood her. Then her son told the protagonist that they heard that all the people were being evicted from the shelter because the land was being sold, and that Leon didn't even have the money to help them. At this point, Leon angrily told the boy not to even mention the orphanage. He told the boy that he wanted to forgive him, but how dare he bring up the subject of where he grew up? Addressing the entire family, Leon asked if they really wanted a house and a new car. Calling their demands disgusting, he accused them of having no conscience. Then Miss Sally's mother asked her son if everything was okay. As Leon was about to leave, his son grabbed a vase of flowers and stood by the window, intending to drop it on Leon when he came out into the street. As Leon walked towards his Pagani, his son, overcome with rage, threw a flower pot at him with all his might. At the last moment, a flower pot fell next to the protagonist, who managed to dodge it just in time. He turned around and stared at the guy. The son shouted at the main character to get out of sight, warning that if he didn't, he would finish him off. Leon then asked him if he understood that the consequences of his actions could be very serious. He told them that although the flower pot had missed him, it had hit his car. Leon asked them how they planned to pay for the repairs. Then the guy came down and asked if the car really belonged to the main character. When the hero confirmed that this was true, he asked how he could afford such a luxury car when he was just an ordinary taxi driver. Leon asked Sally whose car she thought it was, and again asked how they intended to pay for the repairs. Sally, trying to smooth things over, hugged Leon and begged him not to be angry. She explained that her brother was impulsive and apologized for his actions. She added that she thought Leon was a good person, and even if he didn't have a normal job, she would still give him a chance. Leon, however, told her to get out of his way. He firmly stated that if he didn't get the 2 million within a week, he would sue them. He then got into his Pagani and drove away, thinking that Sally had quickly become friendly with him after learning about his wealth. Meanwhile, her mother scolded her, calling her useless for not being able to keep a man. Her brother also scolded her, saying that she should have realized right away that Leon had money, and now she had to figure out how to pay him for the repairs. Later, Leon arrived at Wangjiang port, eager to see what kind of place the system had provided him. Upon arrival, he was shocked by the number of people driving luxury cars. Suddenly, a girl approached an adult man, Jesse, explaining that when she was going out on the yacht, she accidentally broke one of the seats. She apologized for the damage, saying that it was not intentional, and asked him to help solve the problem. Jesse, the port operations manager, told her it wouldn't be easy because all the seats were leather and very expensive. The girl explained that she was a small internet star and did not have the money to pay for the space. But Jesse reassured her, saying that nothing serious had happened. He told her to come to his office later, and they would figure everything out together. At that moment, Leon approached them and asked Jesse how he planned to solve the problem. The girl then told the protagonist that the situation was none of his business, and Jesse, irritated, told the protagonist that he was the manager of the establishment and had the right to decide who would pay for what. Then the protagonist told Jesse that if the girl did not pay, he would solve the problem himself. Jesse, starting to get angry, asked Leon if he was really out of his mind and insisted that he would not let the girl pay. However, Leon, unperturbed, came to the office some time later. He thought that he needed to fill out some paperwork before proceeding with his plans. The woman in the office asked Leon what the reason for his visit was and how she could help him. Leon introduced himself to the woman, explaining that he needed to meet Brody to discuss some details of the case. The woman asked if he was really that Leon, and realizing that he was, she asked him to follow her. She told him that Brody was waiting for him in the conference room. When they entered the room, Brody approached the protagonist and mentioned that their managers had been waiting for his arrival for a long time. Leon immediately noticed that it didn't seem like the whole team was present and noted that the operations manager wasn't there yet. Brody explained that he thought Jesse was busy at work and would be a little late. The protagonist then assured Brody that he was not worried, saying that he would wait for the best manager to arrive. Then Brody asked the secretary to remind Jesse to hurry up and join the meeting. 5 minutes later, Jesse arrived in the office and apologized for the delay, explaining that he had many plans. Leon suddenly spoke up and remarked that Jesse must have been very busy, and that was probably why he hadn't arrived on time. Jesse was shocked, and then asked if Leon was the new chairman of the board. Leon slammed his fist on the table and asked if Jesse now knew who he was. Reminding him to remember his face, Jesse fell to his knees in panic. Admitting that he had made a mistake and promising to correct his behavior, he begged Leon to give him another chance. However, Leon told Jesse that it was quite late and instructed Brody to have security escort him out. Brody immediately called security and ordered them to take Jesse away. The guards grabbed Jesse, but he did not want to leave. Leon then addressed the group, telling them that he had just inspected the area around the pier and realized that there was still a lot of room for development. He explained that he wanted to modernize the port and hoped that they would have a full action plan in place soon. One of the men present told the protagonist that the Wangjiang port was already one of the best in the country and did not need any modernization. However, Leon responded that the port should be the best, and he planned to turn Wangjiang port into the largest marina in the world. He further announced that he would provide funding for the renovation and that the salaries of all employees, including management, would increase by 20%. Everyone in the company was shocked and delighted by this news, expressing their gratitude to the main character for his generosity. Sometime after the meeting, Leon went outside. Just at that moment, he received a message on his phone. The manager told him that someone had sent him a painting and asked if he wanted it delivered. He was also informed that the watch he ordered 3 days ago had arrived and was ready for dispatch. Leon thought about taking the painting, but then he realized he wouldn't have time to come to the villa for Elizabeth's grandfather's birthday. Leon asked the manager to send the watch to Joe Gay, but he was told that it was expensive and needed to be delivered in person. Then he told the man his location. In the evening, Leon arrived at the Donghu villa for Elizabeth's grandfather's birthday. Leon stopped his Pagani at the entrance and thought that it seemed like all of Elizabeth's relatives were already gathered there. When he entered the villa, Elizabeth greeted him. Leon looked at Elizabeth and noticed that she was wearing a beautiful necklace that perfectly complemented her evening dress. Noticing his gaze, Elizabeth asked him not to stare at her like that. He replied that she was so beautiful that it was hard not to look at her. After that, they went inside together, and those present began to whisper, wondering who this stranger was next to her. Then Elizabeth approached Grandpa Zane and apologized for their slight delay. However, Zane assured her that everything was fine and mentioned that it was the first time she had brought a man home to introduce him. The girl standing next to her, Yasmin, recognized Leon and said that he was a driver from the company and remarked on how low Elizabeth must have fallen to meet a poor man. The girl then approached Zane and added that Leon was just an ordinary taxi driver. She claimed that he was driving a luxury company car and was passing it off as his own. Zane was stunned by her words and asked the girl what she was talking about. He demanded an explanation from Elizabeth and asked her to clarify the whole situation. Elizabeth explained that the luxurious Pagani belonged to the protagonist and that he only worked at Baba to gain experience. However, Yasmin mocked Elizabeth for being so naive and foolish, accusing her of being easily deceived by Leon, who she now realized was simply a liar, and criticized Elizabeth for trusting the taxi driver. Then Sister Elizabeth demanded that she prove to everyone that it was true. Yasmin said that her boyfriend, Philip, is a commission agent for Baba Company. The man said that last month the company introduced a service to call high-class cars, and if this Leon is an ordinary driver and also cheats on the girl, then he will notify the head office about it to immediately investigate the matter. Yasmin chuckled at Elizabeth, saying she didn't think she could be fooled so easily. Then the girl asked her father to let her explain everything. She told him that Leon was not a liar, and she knew it for sure. However, Zane interrupted her, insisting that this was enough. Then he told the protagonist to leave as he was not welcome there. At that moment, a car with people who were supposed to deliver Leon's watch drove up. Hearing his name, the protagonist went out to the girl to pick up the package. The woman handed the main character his 175 model watch and asked him to sign for it. She opened the box and the hero discovered a gold watch that ordinary people could not afford. The guests were amazed, and one of them noted that this was a commemorative watch model released for the 75th anniversary of the Patek Phil Company. When Philip noticed that the watch cost over 17 million and asked how Leon could afford such a thing if he was really a poor man, the girl began to wonder if she had made a mistake. Meanwhile, Leon put on his watch and thanked the company representatives, telling them they were free to go. The men then approached Zane, noting that his granddaughter Elizabeth had found herself a real handsome husband. Zane smiled, thanked the guests for their praise, and expressed pride in his granddaughter. Then he turned to Yasmin, telling her that she was wrong and that she should now apologize to the protagonist for her impudent words towards him. The girl, however, refused to apologize, claiming that it was all just a misunderstanding. Her mother also insisted that she had nothing to apologize for, claiming that the protagonist liked to brag. She said that she was sure that Leon was only bragging about his wealth and that he would soon leave Elizabeth. Elizabeth, becoming angry, asked her aunt what was going on and noticed that her aunt seemed unable to admit her mistakes. In response to this, the woman asked Elizabeth to open her eyes, saying that she thought the watch was a gift for her grandfather, but it turned out that Leon put the watch on himself. The aunt pointed out that it was clear that the protagonist did not care about her. Yasmin added that her mother was right and that their family had started preparing gifts for her grandfather a month ago, and then asked Philip to show everyone the gift their family had prepared. The man explained that knowing his grandfather loved antiques, they bought a set of copper coins from the Qing dynasty. He said the current value of the set was more than 2 million yuan, but it would be worth much more in the future. The girl hugged Zane and asked if he could see the care and soul of Elizabeth's family in this gift. The aunt agreed with Yasmin, saying that despite the fact that Elizabeth had found a rich man, he did not want to spend a cent on her. Then suddenly Elizabeth started taking something out of her bag, telling Zane that it was a gift from Leon. Zane examined the ring and noted that it was not bad, expressing his appreciation and thanking Leon for the thoughtful gift. Yasmin then noticed that Leon drove a luxury car worth over $20 million and owned a watch worth $10 million. Yet he gave his grandfather such a cheap gift. However, Zane replied that it didn't matter, and the most important thing was that Leon had tried, and he really appreciated the gesture. At this moment, Leon took Elizabeth by the shoulder and remarked that it was a gift she had prepared and that he should not help her now. Elizabeth was surprised and asked Leon what he meant. Then the protagonist pulled Elizabeth closer and asked why she was arguing with them when he had already prepared a gift for Zane. Leon explained that it would be impolite to come empty-handed, so he brought a small gift. Then Zane began to unwrap the gift, wondering what it could be. When he opened the painting, he was stunned and asked if it was the peach spring of the great Zhang Datsang. He was amazed. Elizabeth's father also jumped up from his seat, declaring that the painting was worth no less than 200 million. Yasmin then asked Zane if he was sure the painting was worth 200 million, as she didn't think there was anything special about it. Zane replied that it was indeed an authentic work of Zhang Datsang, and that ordinary people would not understand the hidden meaning and value behind it. Philip, however, disagreed, telling his grandfather that he was mistaken and that the painting actually belonged to their CEO who was unable to sell it. He added that someone had once offered 230 million for it, but the offer was rejected, suggesting that the painting was most likely a fake. Yasmin told Elizabeth that she didn't expect her boyfriend Leon to deceive people so easily. Elizabeth, however, stood up for Leon, saying that she did not believe that he was capable of such a deception and that he was not the person they all took him for. Leon, reflecting on the situation, thought that although he and Elizabeth had only known each other for a short time, she was indeed a good girl. At this moment, Philip suddenly grabbed the painting and tore it into small pieces, intending to throw it in the trash. He then claimed that the painting was a fake, claiming that he had once seen the painting in the manager's house and could prove that it was not genuine. The protagonist found this interesting and wanted to know how he planned to prove that the painting was fake. The man then addressed everyone, saying that if they noticed a fake, they should destroy it immediately. At that moment, Leon began to stroke Elizabeth's head, asking her not to be angry. He assured her that he could handle the situation himself. Leon then kicked the floor and accused Philip of lying. Leon said that he heard that he worked for Baba Company, but now he was fired. Philip laughed and asked if Leon really had the authority to fire him. Then the protagonist replied that he owned 20% of the Baba Company and asked the man if he still doubted whether he had the right to fire people, at which point Philip questioned Leon's sanity. At this point, Elizabeth interrupted Leon, saying that now was not the time for jokes. Leon, however, told the girl that if what she said was true, she should do what he asked that night. Elizabeth was surprised that Leon had time to tease her about the situation. Leon then turned to Philip, asking him to call the director and ask him who he was. The man agreed, saying that he would call him and put him on speakerphone. When Philip spoke to the director, he introduced himself and asked if he knew Leon. The man replied that he knew Leon's boss and reminded Philip that he had to respect him or he would be fired for disrespect. He also explained that the painting Peach Spring was given to the protagonist in exchange for 1% of the company's shares. Hearing this, the man dropped the phone in shock, realizing that he had made a huge mistake. He fell to his knees, realizing that he would certainly be fired from Baba. Then Leon told him that they had settled everything and Philip was fired. Yasmin, visibly upset, told the protagonist that his actions were too harsh and asked him not to be so cruel at her grandfather's birthday party. Aunt also scolded Leon, saying that as Elizabeth's boyfriend, he should take family ties into account and respect them. Leon, however, replied that he would do anything if Elizabeth asked him, but he would do nothing. However, he had no intention of doing anything for pathetic people like them. Zane, holding the torn painting in his hands, lamented that it was a pity that such a valuable painting was lost. Leon, turning to Philip, pointed out that he had just torn up a painting worth 200 million yuan and asked how he planned to pay for such an act. The man begged Leon to give him a second chance, insisting that he did not want to destroy the original painting. The protagonist then accepted Philip's apology, but told him that while apologies were great, they were not enough, and he asked why he needed the police to intervene. Philip then approached Yasmin, asking her to help him, but Yasmin refused, telling him to get lost, saying that it was over between them. In desperation, Philip grabbed Yasmin's leg, begging her not to leave him, reminding her of all the years he had been kind to her. However, Yasmin, disgusted, pushed him away, telling him to stay away from her as he was getting her dress dirty and she was ashamed of him. Leon then told Philip that if he was truly a man, he should stand up and face the truth. He added that Yasmin was not worth his attention. Yasmin, shocked, asked Leon what he meant. Then the protagonist, without hesitation, asked Elizabeth's father to tell the family to leave the room, as he needed to discuss something with him. The man, understanding, nodded and said that he would inform his family members. Zane then asked Leon what he wanted to talk to them about, and the protagonist told Zane that it was about his granddaughter Yasmin. Yasmin, now angry, told the protagonist to stop messing with them and to quickly tell her family everything he wanted to say about her. Leon then turned to Yasmin, reminding her that the previous day she had taken a taxi and gone to the Bandau hotel for her secret meeting. Yasmin explained that she had simply gone to meet a friend at the hotel to play cards. Leon, however, told Yasmin that her explanation didn't make sense, asking if she had bought adult toys for her card game with two black guys. Yasmin was shocked by this accusation and denied it. However, Leon responded by saying that he had videos on his phone that he intended to send to Elizabeth. He suggested that they would enjoy watching the videos together. He then made it clear that if Yasmin had just been having fun at the hotel, he would not have said anything. But since she had gone out in a public place, he felt obliged to act. Leon showed everyone a video of Yasmin with two naked men. Zane told Yasmin that she was behaving inappropriately, accusing her of bringing shame on the entire family. The girl responded by asking her grandfather to allow her to explain herself. She explained that she had come there to discuss business matters. Then Zane asked her about the card game story. He asked if she really believed that he was completely out of his mind, since he would never tolerate his granddaughter's shameful behavior. Her mother then told her father that Yasmin might have been set up. Elizabeth's father then responded that the video they saw did not look like a setup, noting that he could clearly see Yasmin's face in the video. At this point, Leon told Zane that he didn't want to interfere in his family affairs and was going to leave. As they walked outside, Elizabeth thanked Leon for the expensive gift, noting its rarity and considerable value. Leon replied that it was a pity the gift had been destroyed, but she could make more orders to cover the costs. Having said this, Leon drove away in his Pagani, and Elizabeth watched him silently. She thought about how Leon asked her to make more orders. She felt like he expected more from her. Meanwhile, Leon considered the banquet a failure, but at least he could get more orders by completing his task faster. While he was driving, the program announced a new order and reminded him to pay attention to it. At that moment, a girl came out of the hotel. She was standing on the street when someone approached her and said hello. The man introduced himself as Ian. Marisa, a girl, asked him what he wanted and why he was there. Then Ian told Marisa that she should let him drive her to school in his luxury car, which his father bought for him. However, Marissa told Ian that she was not interested and suggested that he leave. She mentioned that her taxi would be arriving soon to take her to school, but Ian insisted that she, as the most beautiful girl at the university, deserved more than a taxi. Marissa pulled her hand out of Ian's grip and asked him to leave her alone. At that moment, a sports car pulled up and Ian stopped, surprised. Leon rolled down the window and asked Marissa whose order it was. Marissa replied that it was her order and that she was waiting for a taxi. Then the main character told her to get in the car. Ian was shocked and asked Marissa if she really ordered the Pagani herself, but Marissa asked Ian to leave her alone. After that, Leon quickly drove away. Marissa felt happy that such a wonderful driver arrived in a luxury car to take her to school. She then asked Leon why he worked at Baba Company if he drove a sports car. Leon replied that it didn't matter what kind of car someone drove. What mattered was making an honest living. Soon after, they arrived at Sai University. Marissa then asked if Leon could add her on WeChat. However, Leon asked why she needed his WeChat. Marissa asked if he believed in love at first sight. Leon replied that Marissa was too naive and suggested that she think about it, wondering how she could know that he was not a bad person. In Leon's eyes, she was a carefree girl. He wondered what would happen if he turned out to be a maniac or a murderer. Just then, Sally called him and asked if he could drive her to work. Leon was shocked and asked her if she was crazy or if she had found $2 million to repair his car. He said that if she had done so, he would have come. Sally explained that her brother had not made the mistake intentionally and that there was no need for jokes. Then Sally informed the protagonist that her family had tested him and he had passed the test. Now they were a couple. Leon replied that this was only possible in her dreams and told her that if they did not pay compensation, he would take everyone to court. At this moment, Leon drove up to Tiany's house, intending to discuss some matters with Catherine. When Catherine came out, she was surprised to see Leon there. She told the protagonist that it was such a coincidence that she met him today right outside her house. Then she got into the Pagani, and Leon asked if she wanted to go to the racetrack. Sally explained that there was an event at the racetrack, and she was lucky enough to film a live broadcast for her channel. Catherine told the protagonist that it was hot outside, and she bought some fruit. She asked him to concentrate on the road while she fed him. They quickly arrived at the China International Circuit. Then the protagonist told Catherine that he would also like to see the event and would go with her to the racetrack to check out the situation. At the racetrack, they saw a man and a woman standing and looking at each other. Catherine also noticed them and wondered why they were arguing. Leon asked Catherine if she knew the two and why they were fighting. Catherine explained that the girl's name was Raleigh and the guy's name was Russell. They were both popular bloggers. Then Catherine came up to them and asked why Russell and Raleigh were fighting. Russell responded by saying that Riley wanted to kick him out. Then Raleigh told Russell that it wasn't her decision to kick him out, but rather the boss of the circuit. She said that the boss didn't want there to be more than one blogger there. Then Catherine told the bloggers that there was enough space at the racetrack and that if there were more bloggers there, it would be better for everyone. However, Russell dismissed the idea as nonsense. He asked which boss Raleigh was talking about, accusing her of dating a rich man and pretending to be someone she is not. Raleigh replied that even if that was the case, she would not allow those jerks to film her live. At that moment, a girl approached Raleigh and handed her a pass, saying that Charlie was waiting for her inside and would be glad to see her there. Then Raleigh told Russell that she would continue the live stream and they could leave. Catherine told Russell that they should leave as there were a lot of people connected to Charlie there. At this point, Russell replied that they would leave because there was nothing more they could do. Suddenly, Leon entered the room and told them both to stay. He told the bloggers that they came there for a reason. Then Raleigh asked if Leon was taking on too much, suggesting that arguing with Charlie could lead to trouble. Then the protagonist asked Raleigh to call Charlie, as he wanted to know what would happen in the end. Catherine asked Leon not to be angry. She assured him that they would not be broadcasting live there and there was no reason to make a scene. However, Leon said that he was not going to leave things like that and would lead them straight to the racetrack. Russell then asked Catherine who her friend was and where he was from. Catherine replied that she was not sure. She added that she trusts the main character and would go through fire and water with him. Then Russell said that he agreed with her and also trusted the protagonist. He followed them, believing that Leon would help them with their problem. At this point, Raleigh smiled evilly, thinking that she was going to teach them a lesson. They walked out into the parking lot at the racetrack and were surprised to see only luxury cars. Catherine couldn't believe her eyes and remarked that all the cars there were amazing. Russell told Catherine that if they could broadcast live there, they would become very popular. He then asked Leon if he was sure that they would be able to broadcast without anyone objecting. Leon assured them. He promised that no one would kick them out in his presence, and he was responsible for the blogger's safety. Just then, Russell pointed at Charlie approaching. Raleigh immediately told Charlie and John that they were planning to do an exclusive live broadcast that day, but noticed that there were bloggers there. She told Charlie and John that these people came without permission and should leave the circuit. Rayleigh pointed at Leon, calling him an idiot who acted like he was in charge and needed to be kicked out, at which point John bowed to the protagonist and expressed his pleasure at seeing him at the racetrack. Charlie greeted Leon, asking how he found time to visit the racetrack. At this point, Raleigh asked Charlie and John if they knew this man. Charlie started yelling at Raleigh, reminding her that Leon was the racetrack director. Leon then asked Charlie if Raleigh was his friend, pointing out that she had just been rude to him. Then Charlie pushed Raleigh aside and told the protagonist that she was not his friend. He added that he invited her to have fun, but now he would kick her out. Raleigh begged Charlie not to throw her out, claiming that if she couldn't live stream, her career would be over. But Charlie instructed security to throw her out. The guards grabbed Riley and headed for the exit. Charlie then asked Leon if Catherine was with him, noting that she looked good, although her figure was so-so. He also suggested that if the protagonist was interested, he could introduce him to some beautiful ladies who knew their business. Leon ran his hand over Charlie's car and thought to himself that his friend hadn't changed a bit. He also thought that Charlie needed to reconsider his approach to life. At this point, Russell wondered who Leon was and what family he came from, as it seemed incredible that he could contradict Charlie at all. Charlie then told the protagonist that this was a new racetrack and he was eager to take him for a few laps and see who was better. Leon agreed and said that Charlie's skills, especially cornering, had improved, but it would still be difficult for him. A few minutes later, Leon and Charlie were standing at the starting line of their cars. Russell asked Catherine not just to stand there, but to start a live broadcast. Charlie then asked Leon if he wanted to make a bet. He suggested that 1 second would cost 100,000 yuan, and whoever lost by a large margin would have to pay. Then the protagonist told Charlie that he was ready to make a bet. The woman then started the countdown and told the riders to get ready. Leon and Charlie immediately put the gas pedal to the floor and raced towards the finish line without braking. A few seconds later, Leon crossed the finish line first, winning the bet. Charlie realized that he had miscalculated his strength. Leon had won against him by almost a whole minute. He told the main character that he was terrible. He said that he had been training for several days, but still could not catch up with him, falling far behind. Then he told the protagonist that a bet is a bet and gave him all the promised money. Leon then told John that there was a scratch on his Pagani and asked him to take it to a repair shop to fix it. Charlie replied that he would contact their company and arrange for a mechanical engineer to come from another country. Leon then told Catherine and Russell that they could film their live stream there and that if they needed help, the manager was always there to help. He said that he had to leave soon because he had a lot of things to do. The girl thanked him for his help. At that moment, Charlie approached the protagonist and hugged him, asking if he really wanted to trade his blogger for Baba's company. But Leon replied that he found harmony in the situation and asked Charlie if he wanted to try too. However, Charlie replied that he would not go and asked Leon if he heard the girls screaming at his beauty. He added that he would stay with them instead. In response, Leon told Charlie that he was just a money bag for all these girls. Then he left. As Leon started to leave the circuit, he thought he needed to check the system to see what stage his professional development was at. He glanced at his phone and saw that there was very little time left before he would receive his reward and change professions. He then realized he had 3 orders left and decided to continue after eating. Leon walked into the noodle shop and wondered why Auntie Leah closed so early that day. He mentioned that it had been a long time since he had eaten her fried rice and he was looking forward to enjoying it. Aunt Leah explained that Lucretia had no more classes and she wanted to take her home, but she would cook him whatever he wanted. Then the main character replied that he should pick her up and that she would prepare very tasty and healthy food for everyone. He quickly arrived at the place indicated by Aunt Leah. He came to Shanghai Middle School to meet the girl and take her home. 20 minutes later, classes at the high school ended and the students went out into the courtyard. He approached the girl and asked if she had finished her classes. She answered in the affirmative. After this, Leon entered the school and found a group of students who remained in the classroom. Suddenly, he saw his friend with other girls who were much older than her, which surprised him. Among them was also Gabrielle, who apparently worked as a teacher. At that moment, a woman asked Gabrielle to look at her son's face and the scratches on him. The woman claimed that her son wanted to start a career in the top show business industry, which put his future at risk. Then Lucretia said that if her son had not approached her first, she would not have touched him and did not want to hurt him in class. At that moment, Leon entered the office and told the boy that wanting something was one thing, but achieving it was very difficult. Lucretia was glad to see her brother, and the teacher was also glad to see him here. Then the main character told his sister that he had come for her and asked if it was true that she had beaten up a boy from her class. The sister asked Leon to look at her clothes, saying that the guy had torn them and was to blame for the conflict. The protagonist then told the boy's mother that it was perfectly clear her son was at fault and that she shouldn't blame his sister. The boy's enraged mother demanded to know how Leon dared to blame her son. She said he should pay compensation. Lucretia replied that it was her son who started to bully her. The boy's mother was furious and told Lucretia that poor children like her were destined to endure bullying and humiliation. Then, unexpectedly, Leon slapped the boy's mother. The woman, now furious, asked how Leon dared to hit her. Then the protagonist told his sister that the boy's mother was the same as her son. The boy's mother then yelled at Gabrielle, asking why she wasn't standing up for her. Then she told the protagonist that her husband was the HR manager and that she would take the matter to the legal department. Gabrielle responded to the boy's mother, saying that she herself was to blame for what happened and that there was no need to go to court, since she would lose the case anyway. The mother, not at all embarrassed, declared that the court would make the decision and she would destroy both Lucretia and the school along with the teachers. Gabrielle then told the protagonist and his sister that they could leave as she would report the situation to the school principal. Lucretia thanked Gabrielle for always helping her in difficult situations. Leon told Lucretia's sister to go home, noting that their mother was already waiting for her. Just then, the door opened and a man entered the room. The man approached Gabrielle and asked why his son was being bullied at school. Then, seeing Leon and his sister Lucretia standing in the classroom, the man asked who they were and demanded that they leave. The boy told his father that Leon had just hit his mother. The father ordered the protagonist to stand still, demanding that he immediately kneel down and apologize to his wife. He asked Leon if he knew who his boss was, mentioning that his name was Charlie, and if Leon contacted him, he would be kicked out of Shanghai immediately. Leon, thinking that this was an unexpected coincidence, took out his phone and decided to call Charlie. He asked him why the HR manager from his company was threatening him. Charlie replied that it couldn't be true. Charlie told the protagonist that he knew who the idiot was and would quickly clear everything up. He assured Leon that the man would be punished for his insolence. The boy's father, shocked, asked Leon who he had just called, thinking he heard a familiar name. Leon told the man that it was Charlie he had called. The father, not believing his ears, told the protagonist that this was nonsense. He insisted that young people like Leon only knew how to lie. At that moment, his phone rang and he realized it was Charlie. He asked the man who he was threatening. Charlie then told him to pack his things and leave the company. The man, now on his knees in shock, begged Charlie not to fire him. He explained that he had recently taken out a loan to buy a house and a car. Charlie told him that if he didn't want to get fired, he should go to work for their African branch. The man froze, speechless, realizing that his life was over. His wife asked him what happened and if Charlie's boss had really called him. The man told his wife and son that Leon actually knew Charlie's boss and that he had just been fired. Then he suddenly admitted that he had been rude to him and had been punished for it, but begged Leon to forgive him and give him a second chance. Suddenly, Leon kicked Oliver and told him that he was lucky to be there. Otherwise, he didn't know what they would have done to Lucretia. After some time, Leon and Lucretia went outside. Lucretia said that she wanted to share with her mother what happened that day. However, Leon approached Lucretia and asked her not to tell her mother about what happened at school. Lucretia agreed, saying that she understood that it would be their little secret. Later that evening, Leon visited the Chaoyang company, intending to pick up Elizabeth. He thought that she should have finished work by now, but when he arrived, he realized that it was already quite late and she was still working. Then the main character decided to surprise Elizabeth, thinking that she would be happy to meet him in the office. He looked into the office and saw her sitting there eating cookies, surrounded by a mountain of work. Leon smiled, thinking that she didn't know he was there, and decided to play a little joke on her. He kicked a chair in the office, planning to start a prank and see her reaction. Elizabeth was startled, wondering what caused the noise and who could have moved the chair. She opened the door, thinking she needed to check and make sure no one was there. Stepping out into the hallway, Elizabeth shouted, asking the evil spirits to leave the company. At that moment, Leon slammed the door behind her, intending to frighten her even more. The sound of the door slamming sent Elizabeth into a panic. She quickly called the protagonist and asked him to pick her up from the company. But Leon replied that he had things to do and did not have time to pick her up. Elizabeth pleaded with him, saying she had heard a noise in the office and was too scared to stay there alone. She insisted that he come for her immediately. Then the main character told her to wait a little. But just at that moment, someone started knocking on the door. Elizabeth was horrified, thinking that a maniac had entered the office. She screamed to ask who was there and told the man that her boyfriend would be arriving soon. The man at the door replied that since her boyfriend would be arriving soon, he would leave. Elizabeth immediately recognized the familiar voice. At that moment, Leon opened the door and Elizabeth rushed to him, saying that there was someone in the office. She explained that it was impressive how quickly he got to the company. Leon explained that he was outside when she called. Elizabeth, still in shock, began hitting Leon, telling him that she hated him and that she almost died in the office. The protagonist then explained that he did it to help her understand that working late at the company was dangerous. However, Elizabeth, still frightened, asked him not to frighten her anymore and asked what he had in his hands. Leon replied that it was fried rice with egg, which had no equal in China, adding that it had come from a small noodle shop where he had been eating for several years. Elizabeth opened the dish and commented on how delicious it smelled, saying she couldn't wait to try the rice. She asked Leon if it was Aunt Leah's fried rice. Leon was surprised and asked how Elizabeth knew Leah. She explained that she knew Leah's cafe because she had never eaten anywhere else, and it had the best food in town. Elizabeth, still a little flustered, commented on how strange it was that Leon had scared her so much and was now feeding her, saying that he was a strange guy. Leon shrugged and said it didn't matter, adding that no one could have imagined that the director of the Chaoyang company would act so childishly. Then Elizabeth asked for some ham. Soon, Leon told her that it was late and she should finish the dish before he took her home. At that moment, Elizabeth thought to herself that the men who had courted her before Leon would probably already be at the nightclub while she was here with him, eating delicious food and being picked up from work. Just at that moment, Leon's phone rang. It was his friend Charlie. He told him that he had dealt with the arrogant manager and found some beautiful ladies who were waiting for him with them. However, Leon told Charlie that he didn't want to go and that the girl next to him was better than any of his friends. Then Charlie asked him not to say stupid things and convinced Leon to take a photo of the girl and send it to him. He took out his phone, intending to take a picture of her in the office. Elizabeth became confused and asked why he wanted to take a picture of her. Leon explained that his friend invited him to a bar where there were beautiful women, and he planned to send Charlie her picture to show him what real beauty is in the world. Elizabeth became embarrassed and asked if she could put on makeup, wondering how her dress looked, as she wanted to look perfect. However, Leon hugged Elizabeth and told her not to worry about the photograph. He asked her to sit closer to him so that they could take a photo together. Elizabeth admitted that she had never been photographed with a man before and did not know how to pose. Leon consoled her by telling her not to worry and that she was thinking too much. He hugged her and told her that she was great. Then he sat her on his lap, telling Elizabeth not to move and to sit still. He told the girl that all the stars he had seen could not compare to her, as she was better than all the women he knew. Charlie, having received the photo, asked Leon where he found such a beauty. Soon after, they went outside and Leon asked Elizabeth not to order today, saying that he would just take her home. But Elizabeth replied that she wanted to support everything he did. Leon pulled her closer and asked how he could refuse a princess like her. Elizabeth replied that these were tender words, but she was not that tender. Leon then told her that he wanted to ask her something. He wondered how he could start a charity and what steps he should take. Elizabeth informed him that such an organization was difficult to create even for a very influential person, and that there were nuances to it. She explained that it would be difficult for him to handle it alone. Leon nodded, acknowledging her concerns. He assured Elizabeth that he still needed to do it and he wanted to do everything he could to make it happen. Elizabeth praised him. Leon, smiling, replied that she was a good person too, and remembered how she rented out 2 buildings to people at a low price. He then told her that he wanted her to help with the fund as she would understand the matter better than he did. Elizabeth agreed to find out everything, and they came to her house. After dropping her off, the hero remembered something he wanted to tell her and asked her to wait a second. He told the girl that he was going to Yangchen the next day, and if she had time, she could join him. Elizabeth replied that she would check her schedule and asked him to be careful on the road. At that moment, Leon received a notification on his phone informing him that he had received 5 stars from a client. Just at that moment, Lena appeared and congratulated Leon, saying that his career was over and a new one was about to begin. Lena showed him the system and asked if he, as the owner, wanted to start a new career. Leon was intrigued and agreed to start a new career. Lena then invited him to a seminar on the professional experience of a physical education teacher, explaining that this was his new job. Leon was surprised, asking if he was now working as a physical education teacher. Lena advised him to drink an enhancing potion, saying that it would teach him not only sports, but also higher mathematics. Leon laughed and asked why a physical education teacher would study higher mathematics if he didn't do calculations or equations. So Lena explained that the potion contained the wisdom of the best students in the world and would help the protagonist quickly master his new profession. Leon was surprised why a physical education teacher needed such wisdom, but he believed Lena's words and drank the potion. Lena assured him that his career as a physical education teacher was just beginning. As the potion took effect, Leon began to experience strange sensations in his head, as if more and more knowledge was being added to his mind. Closing his eyes, he realized that this newfound knowledge could be useful in the future. Lena told him that his body had also changed, which was a result of the attribute enhancement from the potion. Leon lifted his shirt and saw that the sage's mind had indeed made his body stronger. He was amazed and hugged Lena, expressing his gratitude for her help in achieving his success. She smiled, happy for him and his success. Later, lying on his bed, Leon reflected that he had finally completed his mission and could now rest. At that moment, Leon's phone rang. His partner, the manager, informed the main character that they had contacted the Pagani engineers. Leon replied that he would ask the staff to send them a Pagani. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that she would not be able to accompany him tomorrow as she had already booked him a plane ticket for around 10 a.m. She asked him what the name of his shelter was, and Leon replied that it was called Blue Sky. When he asked why it was so important, Elizabeth explained that she was just asking and advised him to be careful and not cheat on her with other women. Arriving at the airport, Leon was surprised to see that Elizabeth had bought him a first-class ticket. As people began filling the seats on the plane, Leon played on his phone. A girl named Freya pointed out to her friend Lucy that the man sitting opposite her was handsome, and they both became very interested in him. Lucy remarked that she had flown first class many times, but had never seen handsome men. Their friend Farrell asked his friends to stop drooling, noting that while many people in the first class were good-looking, none of them were rich. The guy sitting next to the main character decided to speak out and told the main character that money is much more important than appearance. Leon told him to keep his opinion to himself, so Farrell suggested testing it by asking the flight attendants for their WeChat and seeing who they would give their account to. Farrell noticed the approaching flight attendant and decided to take action. He turned to the flight attendant, asking her to come over for a minute. When the flight attendant approached, she asked Mr. Farrell how she could help him. Farrell explained the situation, and both he and his friend were interested in asking her WeChat, but she could only choose one of them. The flight attendant, hearing that wealthy men often flew first class, thought she might have luck with these two, but she politely told Farrell that she couldn't add passengers to her WeChat due to company rules. However, Farrell insisted that this was not a problem and said that according to airline rules, a passenger's request could not be denied. The flight attendant glanced at Leon, who was still absorbed in his phone and had ignored their conversation. She then noticed the watch on Leon's wrist and thought it looked like a luxury item worth over $10 million. Suddenly, she approached the protagonist, asking him for WeChat information and saying that she would now add him as a friend. At that moment, Farrell couldn't understand what had happened and was puzzled as to why the flight attendant had approached the protagonist and not him. However, Leon, not at all embarrassed, asked him if he would admit defeat. Farrell refused and vowed to get even. He started yelling at the flight attendant, criticizing her for her inexperience. He claimed that if there had been someone more experienced there, he would have won the bet against Leon. Then the protagonist asked him why he was putting himself in an awkward position by refusing to admit defeat. However, before he could answer, Freya suddenly told her friend to look back. There, in the aisle, stood Elizabeth. Farrell was struck by her beauty and asked her who this goddess was. Leon, seizing the opportunity, asked him if he would like to try using this beauty's WeChat. Farrell reluctantly agreed, saying that if he lost this bet again, he would admit that Leon was the best. At this moment, Elizabeth approached the protagonist, asking if she could pass. She explained that the seat by the window was hers. Farrell immediately stood up and told the girl that both he and his friend wanted to add her on WeChat. However, before she could answer, Leon suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her towards him. He hugged Elizabeth and told Farrell that he had no chance with such a beautiful girl. He asked him to leave her alone. Farrell was furious, calling Leon an idiot and demanding to know what he was doing. Then the main character confidently told Farrell that he had superpowers and could make a beauty fall in love with him in a second. Farrell was furious and told the protagonist not to be arrogant. He said that Elizabeth could call the police and they would help her. The girl then asked Leon what he was doing, mentioning that there were a lot of people around. Leon replied that he was not doing anything, that it was too stuffy on the plane and he wanted to get some fresh air. Elizabeth told him that she was too awkward with so many people around and quickly pulled away from his embrace. Then the protagonist asked Farrell who was better in the end. The guy was shocked and froze in place and reluctantly admitted that Leon was better. After this, Leon fastened his seatbelt, thinking that now that the idiot was left behind, he could chat with Elizabeth in peace. He asked her how she ended up on the plane and if she had any business. She told him that she would not fly there with him. She explained that she had seen him off earlier and was free that day, so she decided to go with him to the orphanage. Farrell, still upset, thought that if it weren't for Leon, he would be sitting next to this beauty. Suddenly, Freya told her brother that she wanted to ask Leon to give her his WeChat. An angry Farrell asked his sister why she needed a loser's WeChat. Leon overheard and became furious. He immediately asked Farrell who he was calling a loser. Farrell then told the protagonist that he didn't know him, but that he was clearly an ordinary gigolo. Then the protagonist hugged Elizabeth tightly and thought to himself that he would show Farrell who the real loser was. He told Farrell that he would marry her soon. Elizabeth asked Leon to stop squeezing her so hard, explaining that she was uncomfortable. Then the main character calmed her down, saying that it would be softer for her and that she would fall asleep faster. But at that moment, Elizabeth pinched him. She told the main character that she was going to the toilet to tidy herself up as her clothes were wrinkled. Leon, wanting to joke with her, said that he would go with her. After some time, they arrived at the shelter. Leon looked at the building and thought that it was huge. Elizabeth mentioned that although housing prices in Yancheng were low, land values in the area were in the tens of millions. Leon replied that he understood her, which is why he thought Vanessa was rather stupid. He said that she could live in abundance, but she values her principles so much that even her clothes do not cost more than 100 yuan. They both decided to go to the orphanage to see the conditions in which the children lived. The children ran and played, enjoying their time. Then one of the children turned around and shouted to all his friends that their brother Leon was back. Elizabeth told the children that they had brought many different delicious sweets for them and they should share them with all the children. The children thanked her, and Elizabeth felt embarrassed, thinking how cute the children were. At this moment, a woman approached the main character and asked why he hadn't told them about his visit earlier. She said that she would have prepared his favorite dishes. Leon explained that he didn't want to disturb them, so he didn't tell anyone about this visit in advance. The woman replied that it was a pleasant surprise, especially since he brought a girl with him. She said that Elizabeth was very beautiful. Elizabeth greeted the woman, said hello to her, and introduced herself. In response, the woman told Elizabeth that she was beautiful and asked her not to bring anything, as she was now a future member of their family. Then she asked the man to divide all the gifts between the children and told him to take them into the house. But suddenly the man froze in place and asked the old woman to come over. He said that Ninel had brought a guy. The happy woman asked if it was true and that it was a huge coincidence that two people brought their soulmates on the same day. Elizabeth, overcome with curiosity, asked Leon who Ninel was. Leon explained that Ninel also grew up in an orphanage, but her university was in Yangcheng, and his university was in Zhanghai. He told the girl that they would go see who Ninel had brought. There was a luxury car parked at the entrance to the orphanage, and a man and a girl were standing next to it. Ninel smiled, happy to see the children. She called them over and wanted to please each of them with a treat. Ninel told the children that she brought many different treats. Children from the orphanage began to gather around, looking at the luxury car. Then the man who was with Ninel angrily ordered the children to slow down and not touch his BMW, threatening that otherwise they would have to wash it. At that moment, Ninel, seeing Leon in the shelter, was excited to see him. Ninel asked Leon if Elizabeth was his girlfriend and expressed her desire for him to introduce her to her. Elizabeth replied that Leon had mentioned her many times and that she was happy to meet her in person today. Then Ninel squeezed Elizabeth's hand. telling her that she was beautiful and that she and her brother, the protagonist, were perfect for each other. At that moment, a man approached them and extended his hand to Elizabeth. He introduced himself as Ninel's boyfriend, Wesley, and said that he was glad to meet her. However, Leon immediately stopped him. He explained that Elizabeth now knew Wesley and that there was no need for them to shake hands. Wesley wondered to himself how someone without a family could be so lucky to find such a wonderful girl. Wesley then told his aunt that he wanted to donate thousands of yuan to the orphanage so that they could spend it on clothes and food for the children. His aunt replied that he didn't need to do that as he had already bought them many gifts and thanked him for his generosity. Then the protagonist approached his aunt and told her that if they decided to accept the donation, she should accept it immediately, without hesitation. Wesley then turned to the protagonist, mentioning that he heard Leon had made a good living in Shanghai and asked if he would like to donate some money to the orphanage. Leon agreed, telling Wesley that he would donate 100 million yuan to the foundation. Wesley was shocked to hear this, thinking that Leon had made a mistake with the amount. He asked if Leon was joking, as it seemed impossible that someone like him would donate 100 million yuan to the shelter. The aunt asked the hero not to say such things, realizing that he would not be able to give her that kind of money. Wesley then said that if Leon could donate that amount, he would donate 10 times that amount himself. Then the hero called his manager and told him to transfer 100 million to the shelter's account. Wesley's distrust grew when he noticed that Vanessa had received a message stating that Leon had indeed transferred 100 million yuan into her account. The woman was shocked to see such a sum. Wesley was outraged. He snatched the phone from his aunt, and when he looked at the screen, he saw that she had indeed received 100 million. Leon explained that he had kept his promise and asked when the donation would be made. Elizabeth thought that the protagonist enjoyed deceiving others. Wesley still couldn't utter a word. At first, he thought that Leon didn't have that kind of money and was just deceiving him. Leon then asked Wesley why he was silent, noting that he had a lot of money. Wesley, now even more agitated, told the protagonist that he had urgent business. He quickly got into the car and left the shelter. Ninel, confused and upset, called out to him, asking him to stay. The protagonist then told her not to worry and explained that Wesley was a bad person. He assured her that her life would be much better without him. At this point, Aunt Vanessa asked Leon to explain where he got such a large sum of money and whether he had done anything bad. Leon reassured her by explaining that he had opened a small business and that everything was legal. Elizabeth, overhearing, told Vanessa that Leon was being modest and that he actually had several major projects. Vanessa, still skeptical, said that 100 million yuan was a very large amount. She asked Leon to give her his account number so that she could return the money to him and he could use it for his business. However, Leon told the woman to keep all the money for herself, as he had enough. Vanessa, now more relaxed, told the protagonist that she had cooked beef and that he would like it. As they sat down at the table, they thought they were eager to find out what had happened to the children during their stay in the city. Elizabeth then asked Leon about her business in the city. She said that she wanted to go to the Yangcheni branch to collect information about the company there. Elizabeth added that there seemed to be a problem with the accounts and asked if Leon could go with her. Then the protagonist assured her that they already knew about her arrival and everything was prepared for her visit. He told her that everything would be settled before she arrived. Elizabeth told Leon not to worry, as no one knew she was there, and she took it calmly. Leon thought Elizabeth was still naive. A few minutes later, Leon told Vanessa that they had eaten and it was time to do their own thing. Suddenly, Elizabeth stood up suddenly because her clothes were torn. She said that she needed to change her clothes. Meanwhile, Leon stood by the girls' restroom, waiting for Elizabeth to change. The girl asked Leon for help, explaining that she could not zip up her dress because it seemed to be stuck. The protagonist then asked if she could wear the dress as is without worrying and just walk down the street. Elizabeth responded by joking that men like to help women with difficult outfits. Leon responded by admitting that he preferred taking off the dress rather than putting it on. He tried to zip up Elizabeth's dress but couldn't. He then told her that he couldn't zip up the dress and offered to get some scissors to fix the problem. Elizabeth asked why he did that, fearing that if he ruined the dress, she wouldn't be able to wear it again. However, Leon explained that the problem arose because the seams on her underwear had come apart, and a thread had gotten stuck in the zipper and could not be pulled out without cutting it. Elizabeth understood him and told him to get the scissors, hoping that he could solve the problem. Leon took out the scissors and assured her, promising to fix the zipper quickly. Elizabeth asked if everything was ready, and Leon asked her to wait a little longer. After some time, Leon and Elizabeth arrived at the Chaoyang branch of the company. They got out of the Pagani, and Leon hoped that his beloved would quickly solve the problems. At the entrance to the company, they were greeted by a man who wished the main character and Elizabeth a good day. Soon they entered the meeting room, where many company employees were already present, working on various matters. Chao Yang's vice president William was there and was shocked. He asked Elizabeth why she did not notify them of her arrival. Elizabeth told Vice President William that this was not necessary and asked him to bring this year's reports to the boardroom. A few minutes later, William quickly brought the reports and all the related information into the room. Elizabeth opened the reports and was shocked to realize that she was lucky to have arrived at the Chaoyang branch on time. She told William that Chaoyang's company owed $30 million and had violated many rules. She also mentioned that there were problems with other accounts and she had called the police. But just as she was about to continue, someone suddenly opened the door and a man entered the room with a bat in his hands. Elizabeth was confused and asked who he was. The man said that they came for money and that William owed them 1 million yuan. He demanded that Elizabeth give them the money, otherwise they would not leave alive. Elizabeth was shocked by the man's words and asked if Vice President William had borrowed money from them. The man said that Elizabeth was very beautiful and that he liked girls like her, and he suggested that if she agreed to spend one night with him, he would forgive the debt. Elizabeth was stunned and didn't know how to react. At that moment, Leon stood in front of her. He told the man that something told him that William should not give them anything. Then Leon asked if William had sent them here so that they would not call the police. The man became angry and asked Leon if he really wanted to die for what he said. The protagonist then asked the man how much he had offered them, suggesting that 2 million yuan might be enough to hand William over to the police. The man froze in surprise, looking at his friends. They did not seem to object to the deal. The man then agreed, saying that 2 million yuan would indeed be enough, and they would deliver William to the police, alive or half dead. At that moment, Leon yelled at them, ordering them to quickly leave and follow the boss's orders. Elizabeth, frightened, asked Leon what they should do next. Leon told her to sort out the financial reports while he went to the police station to file a report. After this, Leon quickly arrived at the police station and told the girl that they needed to act quietly so as not to attract attention. He added that if the incident had been reported in the newspapers, the company's market value would have plummeted. Elizabeth thanked Leon, expressing that she did not know what she would do without him. However, Leon asked her to leave for now, saying that while he would deal with the matter with Vice President William and his affairs, Elizabeth, however, refused to let him go alone. Then the protagonist handed Elizabeth a folder of documents, assuring her that he had everything under control and knew what he was doing. Before Elizabeth left, Leon asked her to go to the police station first. Leon quickly left for Chaoyang's office, and Elizabeth asked him to be careful. 3 hours later, Leon returned with a lot of news for Elizabeth, walking into the building followed by a man in handcuffs. Elizabeth sat there the whole time, waiting for Leon to return and worrying that something bad might have happened to him. But when she saw him enter the room, she felt a great relief. She stood up from her seat, ran to hug him, and asked if he was okay. Leon told the girl that he had caught the man, and now all that was left was to hand him over to the police in the court. The vice president apologized, offering his house and car if she would let him go. However, Elizabeth told the vice president not to say another word, as the court would now decide what would happen to him. Elizabeth then pulled Leon close to her, expressing her gratitude for his help. She told him that they would now go say goodbye to his mother before returning to Zhanghai. After some time, they arrived at the Yunshui Hotel. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that she wanted to throw him dinner that evening as a token of gratitude for all his help. Leon was surprised and asked Elizabeth if she could cook. However, Elizabeth assured him that he had no reason to doubt her abilities. She was an excellent cook. After some time, Elizabeth came out to the main character, saying that everything was ready and it was time for him to try her delicious dishes. They sat down at the table and Leon tried one of the dishes and told the girl that it was very tasty. Elizabeth then placed a plate of steak in front of him and asked him to eat without being distracted by anything else. Leon noticed that he had seen her talking on the phone earlier and asked how the situation with the vice president was progressing. Elizabeth explained that unless something unexpected happened, all the documents would be submitted to the court tomorrow. Leon was surprised and asked if they had really managed to sort things out so quickly, and the girl assured him that she was not just the director of the company. Leon quickly finished his steak and commented that he didn't expect her to be such a skilled cook. He told the girl that he should now treat her like a princess and somehow reward her. Elizabeth replied that he had already helped her with the company. Then the protagonist stood up from his seat. He told the girl that it didn't matter and she should wait for her reward. The girl asked him what kind of surprise he had in mind, urging him not to be so mysterious. Instead of answering, the hero leaned towards her and kissed her on the lips. Then he picked up the girl with his arms and lifted her off the floor, pressing her to himself. Elizabeth asked him who this encouragement was more suitable for, him or her. Leon replied that it didn't matter. The main thing was that she was happy. Then he unbuttoned her dress and they spent the whole night together. The next morning, Leon woke up thinking that it was a wonderful day. He yawned, wondering if he really had to go to work so early, but just then his phone rang. On the other end of the line, he was told that they were calling him about his position at Zhonghai University and asked if he could start work the next day. The next day, Leon arrived at the university. The girls at the university saw him and smiled, surprised that such a handsome guy had come to visit. Leon arrived at the university in a nice suit, feeling out of place among so many young people. As he entered campus, Elizabeth called him, explaining that she needed to run some errands and asking if he could give her a ride. However, Leon told her he couldn't because he was currently working as a professor at the university and it was his first day. Elizabeth was surprised and asked how he became a teacher. Leon joked that if she saw his physique, she would understand that he could easily become a physical education teacher. Shortly after, Leon entered the office, greeted the people there, and introduced himself as the new gym teacher. A man named Lincoln introduced himself as the person who would help him sort out the affairs of the university. Lincoln told the protagonist that the woman sitting next to him was their dean, Mrs. Samantha. Samantha told the protagonist that she didn't care who brought him here, but he would work hard. She also told him that she had a task for him, and once he completed it, he could start teaching immediately. She said that she had prepared a list of senior students and asked him to arrange internships for them in various hotels. She mentioned that the salary of the interns should be at least $3,000, including food and accommodation. Leon told Samantha that he would try his best, but he found it a bit of a challenge as he knew she was deliberately making it difficult for him. Lincoln then told the protagonist that his workplace was nearby. He also mentioned that Samantha hated people who got jobs through connections the most, and this person would not stay there for long. Lincoln said that he couldn't help with this directly, but he could give the protagonist a few ideas. Leon told him that he was listening carefully to his advice. Then the man suggested that he focus on 3-star hotels. Leon thanked Lincoln for the advice and said he would go and contact someone about a student internship. Leon then called manager Wang and said that he would send the location and asked him to come over. Half an hour later, manager Wang arrived and asked Leon what tasks he needed to complete, and he promised to finish them quickly. Leon hugged Winston tightly, asking him to listen and not get distracted. Afterwards, Leon arrived at Samantha's office with Van, ready to talk to her about the upcoming task. Samantha became furious when she saw manager Wang and told the protagonist that bringing a stranger into her office was against the rules. However, Leon explained that she had asked him to organize an internship for the students, and now the training had passed to her. Samantha was shocked and stood up from her seat, asking Leon what he'd just said. Then the protagonist told the dean that it was Wang from Bandau Hotel, and although he didn't know all the details, they could talk to him directly. Samantha was surprised and asked Leon if this man was really the manager of Bandau Hotel. Wang confirmed that the intern's salary would be $3,500, including food and accommodation, and Samantha replied that everything was fine and that she would ask her colleagues to send him a work contract. Just at that moment, Leon received an unexpected notification congratulating him on achieving 20% of his career goals and being awarded 200,000 points. Lena explained that the award was from the Lunsen Science Institute, and Leon was surprised, thinking that this was an unusual recognition. Lincoln then asked Leon why he seemed frozen. He told the protagonist that he and Samantha had already discussed everything and that he was leaving, thanking Leon for his help. After this, Leon approached Samantha and told her that he had completed the task. He asked if he could start working as a physical education teacher the next day. Samantha told him he could start. Leon was happy and told Samantha that he was leaving, but they would meet the next morning. The girl then asked Lincoln's teacher to make a schedule for Leon's physical education classes. However, Lincoln mentioned that physical education class attendance was already below 30% and salaries could be cut in half. However, Samantha explained that Lincoln was originally the gym teacher, but now made the schedule. Meanwhile, Leon visited the port of Wangjiang to learn more about the events taking place there. However, he accidentally kicked the car in the parking lot, and the driver in the car immediately scolded him for his inattention and for almost scratching the car. Suddenly, Leon asked what kind of car it was, since he had not noticed it before. The woman in the car, Sonia, told him that her car was worth over $1 million, and if it got scratched, it would be the end of the world for him. However, Leon replied that it was a very ordinary car, and when he drove a Pagani, he didn't show off like that. Sonia skeptically commented that such an elite car was something only in his dreams, at which point Leon felt disappointed, thinking that people were always so evil. At that moment, a meeting was about to start in the conference room. All the people had already gathered, but they were waiting for one employee. Sonia walked into the room and the man asked her why she was late, mentioning that she was lucky that Leon hadn't arrived yet. Sonia apologized to the manager, explaining that she wouldn't have been late if it weren't for the jerk in the parking lot. She then asked if Georgia had left the area yet and if Sonia was ready to lose. Georgia responded by saying that foreigners would never understand the Chinese market and what people really want. Sonia countered, telling Georgia that they would see who was right. Just at that moment, the door to the conference room opened and Leon walked inside. Sonia was shocked and asked if the man in the parking lot was really the director of the company. Leon saw Sonia in the office and asked if she was an employee of their company. The manager informed the protagonist that Sonia was the chief designer of the company, well known in the wider community. Then the main character told Sonia that since she was such a celebrity, she would easily find another job, and she would no longer be welcome there. At that moment, Sonia apologized and admitted that she had made a mistake. She asked for forgiveness and hoped for another chance. Then the protagonist asked Sonia if she was really talking about a chance. Given her attitude towards others, he noted that there was no place for people like her here. Leon then kicked Sonia and the others out of the meeting room. Leon told Georgia that they should get straight to the point, and Georgia agreed with him. She then explained that if Leon wanted to make Wangjiang the largest port in the world, they would first need to do a few things, and she shared their design concept, emphasizing the need to consider the specific location. Leon told her that the idea sounded good and asked if a $200 million investment would determine the scale of the port project. Georgia was caught off guard, wondering if Leon had really just said $200 million. Georgia then told him that if they had $200 million, they would secure 5th place in the world and would be able to implement all their development plans. The protagonist then asked whether $800 million would guarantee that the port would become a leader in business. Georgia and her team were shocked by his willingness to commit such a large sum. Georgia said that with $800 million, she is confident that the Wangjiang port will lead the industry within the next decade. Then the protagonist told Georgia that they had reached an agreement. He asked her to prepare a plan and promised to pay them $200 million in advance to start the project. As Leon walked down the hallway, someone called him. The man introduced himself as Samuel, the deputy director of the Lunsen Institute, and said he had come to inform the protagonist, as he was now the director. Leon told Samuel he would arrive at 1:30 the next day. The next morning, Leon arrived at the university to meet Samantha. He greeted her, but she replied that she was having a bad day and told him to get ready for class. Leon assured Samantha that he was already prepared and showed her the book. Samantha informed him that according to school rules, if his attendance in his subject was below 95%, he would not receive any bonuses. Leon admitted this, and Samantha, surprised, asked why he was not upset about the bonuses. Leon told her that he didn't particularly care about the salary and that attendance didn't matter to him. Samantha, still puzzled, told him that regardless of his views, he needed to teach well and follow all the rules. Leon assured her that he understood and would follow the rules, and asked where his classes would be held that day. Teacher Lincoln informed the protagonist that the class would be held in the lecture hall on the 3rd floor. When Leon arrived, the female students greeted him and asked how he was doing. Leon greeted them in return. Then the students asked if he really had a textbook in his hands. Leon explained that he taught physical education and was heading to class. The students asked him where the class would be held, and he confirmed that it would be in the lecture hall on the 3rd floor. The students immediately took out their phones to text their friends about the new teacher. When Leon arrived at the lecture hall on the 3rd floor, he greeted the students. Samantha walked into the room and watched Leon conduct his lesson and see if the students were engaged. Samantha noted that there were only 30 students in the room and doubted that he would be able to attract 50. However, suddenly both Samantha and Teacher Lincoln heard loud screams from students behind them. At that moment, more students began to enter the room. Lincoln was surprised and asked where so many students were coming from. Samantha, confused, couldn't understand why so many students chose to attend Leon's classes. Teacher Lincoln told Samantha that Leon apparently attracted the students with his looks. Samantha replied that she could understand why the girls were drawn to him, but she wondered why the boys were rushing into the hall too. Teacher Lincoln explained that the boys entered the hall after the girls, which is why there were so many students in the class. After a few minutes, Leon decided to start the lesson as the hall was completely full. Teacher Lincoln suggested to Samantha that they could leave right now since the classroom was full and there was no need to count all the students. However, Samantha became furious and told Teacher Lincoln that they would not leave. She insisted on personally supervising Leon's lesson. Then the main character announced to the students that he would call out their names, and if anyone could not hear their own, they should come up and write them down. Half an hour later, he informed the class that they had reached student number 124 and continued the roll call. Samantha then asked Leon to begin the lesson, expressing her desire to personally observe how he conducted the class. One student, upset, told Samantha that she should write her name in case Leon forgot it. Later, another student assured Samantha that Leon knew how to teach and that they should not interfere with his lessons. Samantha looked around and noticed several angry students standing nearby. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and she began to feel uneasy. Teacher Lincoln realized that they had better leave quickly. Samantha agreed and said that they should follow Leon's advice and leave the hall. After the students had signed their names, Leon said they could now begin the lesson. One student mentioned that she had not yet registered. Leon agreed and told the students that he would finish the roll call. After a while, Leon announced that they had finished the roll call and said that they would continue the topic in the next lesson. Teacher Lincoln remarked to Samantha that this was the first time he had seen such a well-behaved group, and it was amazing. Leon approached Samantha and asked her if his attendance at his classes today was up to par. Samantha tried her best not to admit that everything was fine, but she had no choice but to say that everything was up to par. Leon then told Samantha that he was leaving as he had no more classes for the day. Teacher Lincoln told Samantha that he thought he had figured out the secret to Leon's success. If he maintained the same relaxed attitude towards women, they would come to his classes themselves. At that moment, Lena suddenly started tugging Leon's hand. She congratulated him on the start of his teaching career and presented him with the Expert Memorial Award for his achievements. Leon asked her what an expert's memory was and how it differed from a sage's memory. Lena explained that sages have a broad but imprecise memory, while experts have specialized knowledge, and she told the protagonist that he could use an expert's memory to become a professional in any field of the world. Leon hugged Lena, eager to know more, then asked if she knew anyone who knew about microchips. Lena replied that she knew a man named Jack Kilby, the father of microchips. Then the main character decided to choose Kilby to implement his plans. He then decided to use the expert's memory to improve his own understanding of the subject. When the system confirmed that the expert's knowledge had been successfully uploaded, Leon was pleased. Knowing that he would now be able to learn at an advanced level, Leon noted that with Kilby's knowledge, he could now make significant breakthroughs in the field of microchips. Meanwhile, at the Lunsen Scientific Institute, scientists were working tirelessly. In the director's office, employee Lizzie and Deputy Director Lucian were discussing the news that someone had bought the institute. Director Samuel confirmed that the institute was indeed purchased by a wealthy man. He added that they had agreed to meet soon and believed that the new director would arrive soon. Lizzie asked Director Samuel why a rich man needed the institute. Director Samuel assured her that they should not worry and should remain calm. He suggested that the new owner might be a good person. Lucian responded skeptically, saying it would be hard to remain optimistic if the new director was an amateur. Principal Samuel lowered his head, realizing they were right. Just at that moment, Leon called him and told him that he had already arrived. Director Samuel said that he would come out to meet him. Leon arrived at the Lunsen Institute to meet with their staff. A man approached him and introduced himself as Samuel, the director of the institute. Samuel said that he wanted to show the protagonist the building. Leon noted that the equipment at the institute was a bit outdated. Samuel explained that only a few people knew about their industry and that replacing equipment was expensive. He added that they had plans to upgrade the equipment, but they didn't have enough funds to do so yet. Samuel then explained the situation at the institute, sharing his thoughts and plans for its development. Leon told Samuel that he could not make a decision immediately and would need some time to think things over. He promised to contact them in a few days. Samuel said he understood and assured Leon that they would take care of everything before he arrived. At this moment, Lucian approached the protagonist and said that he wanted to talk to him before leaving. Lucian informed the protagonist that the Lunsen Institute was conducting its own scientific research and did not want him to interfere with their work. He expressed hope that Leon would allow them to continue their work without interference. Leon asked Lucian what his education was. Lucian replied that he graduated from Fudan University, received a doctorate in computer communications, and is a highly qualified specialist in his field. Leon, upon hearing this, told Lucian that if he hadn't mentioned it, he would have assumed he had a kindergarten diploma. Lucian, somewhat offended, replied that although they knew Leon was rich and the most talented graduate of Fudan University, he told the protagonist that he had no right to insult him. Leon replied that he had not insulted Lucian, but that he despised such brainless people. Leon replied that he had acquired the entire Lunsen Institute. So how dare Lucian tell him to leave? He added that Lucian was no longer needed at the institute. Samuel intervened in their argument, explaining that Lucian was simply concerned about the institute's future and did not mean to offend Leon with his words. Lucian then told the protagonist that once he solved the project's problem, they would be able to make a breakthrough in microchip manufacturing technology, which would be a significant scientific achievement. He put his hand on Samuel's shoulder and said that if he left the institute, the losses would be irreversible. Leon asked Lucian if he thought the Earth would stop spinning without him. In response, Lucian began shouting, insisting that he had spoken the truth, that without him the project could not have been completed. Leon turned to Samuel and asked what project Lucian was referring to. Samuel explained that the project being developed included a control unit program that they were having trouble installing into the system. He told the protagonist that the program they wrote did not match the control unit, which was causing the problems. Leon asked how complex their project was and whether it could be adapted for a control unit. Samuel replied that the level of complexity was high and that this was the most important stage in microchip research. Leon sat down at the table and told Samuel that he would now assess the scale of the problem and try to find a solution. Samuel asked about Leon's education, assuming that he had degrees in engineering and science. Leon corrected him, stating that he had a bachelor's degree in marketing from Zhonghai University. Samuel froze in surprise, then suggested that Leon might try to fix their work. Lucian added that Leon was simply a genius. Deputy Director Lucian said that it was impressive that Leon, with a marketing degree, was able to figure out programming. Leon told everyone that the code needed to fix the bugs in their source code was crucial. He explained that there were many bugs on their server and network that he intended to fix. Leon assured them that he would help correct the program so that there would be no more bugs. A few minutes later, Leon announced that the code was ready and that they could check the program themselves. Deputy Director Lucian asked if Leon would like to check his code again, but Leon replied that everything was already done. Samuel told the others that the program was perfect, and now they knew what would happen next. Leon told Vice Director Lucian that the problem was solved and he was no longer needed at the Lunsen Institute. He then instructed Samuel to replace all the old equipment with new and assured him that the funds would be provided for this. Samuel, concerned about the cost, informed the protagonist that replacing all the equipment would cost at least 20 million. Leon patted Samuel on the shoulder and told him not to be nervous. He assured him that as director, he would handle the matter. Leon promised to transfer 50 million. Leon also told Samuel that they would each receive a bonus of 500,000 yuan if they completed the task. Samuel thanked Leon on behalf of the institute, expressing his gratitude for his trust. At this moment, a student named Lizzie approached the protagonist, bowed, and told him that before he left, she would like to apologize for her previous behavior and ask him a few questions. Leon gave Lizzie his contact information, saying they could ask any questions at any time. He then told Samuel that he was leaving but could be contacted if needed. Samuel replied that he was seeing the director off. As Leon and Samuel walked outside, Leon thought to himself that the Lunsen Institute was impressive and had great prospects for the future. However, at that moment, a man caught his attention. The man introduced himself to Samuel, explaining that he was Christopher, the director of Zhonghai Normal University, and he was pleased to meet the protagonist, with Christopher's chief secretary and friend Jay standing next to him. Samuel informed Christopher that he had called him a few days earlier asking to borrow the Lunsen Institute lab, but Samuel explained that the institute had recently been purchased by new owners, so he no longer had the authority to make such decisions. He added that Leon was now the new director and that any discussions regarding lab rental should be directed to him. Leon extended his hand to Christopher and expressed his pleasure at meeting him. Christopher mentioned that he intended to pay the rent, but Leon told him that there was no need for payment. He explained that they were planning to get rid of the old equipment and offer it to a friend in need. Leon told Christopher that the equipment was used for the development of microchips and was in good condition in the lab. Christopher thanked Leon for his generosity. Jay noticed that Leon looked familiar and asked if they had met before. Leon replied that Jay had a good memory, mentioning that their paths had crossed a few days ago at the university's Human Resources Department. Christopher was surprised and asked if Leon was a teacher at their university and if he had recently acquired the Lunsen Institute. Leon explained that he was working for them to gain experience. Christopher, recognizing Leon's contributions to technology and academic affairs, mentioned that he was considering offering him the position of vice chancellor. Leon thanked Christopher for the kind offer, but explained that he preferred not to draw too much attention to himself. Christopher assured him that they would sign the contract privately, without anyone being present. Then Christopher instructed Jay to prepare all the necessary documents for signing. The next day, Leon went to his new workplace. He was sitting at the office computer with Lincoln, working on homework and preparing presentations, when suddenly someone kicked open the office door. Felix entered the room, clearly upset, and everyone was eager to understand what had caused the teacher's anger. Lincoln informed Felix that Samantha had not yet arrived, and that he would inform her of his visit. However, Felix explained that he was not there because of the dean, but because he wanted to talk to the protagonist. Leon was surprised and asked Felix what his purpose was. Felix explained that he had heard that the new guy had given Samantha a lot of trouble on his first day on the job. Leon was confused because he couldn't understand what he had done wrong. Felix insisted that Leon had caused trouble and demanded that he leave the university. Leon asked if Felix really thought he was better than him and offered to have a short talk and make him leave immediately. Lincoln warned Leon not to escalate the situation, explaining that Felix's uncle was the vice principal and that he wielded considerable power. Just then, the door opened and Samantha walked in. She was shocked to see Felix and asked why he was there, reminding him that she had told him not to come to her office. Felix assured her not to worry, stating that if Leon had offended her, he could easily deal with it. But Samantha assured him that she and the protagonist had a good working relationship. She told him that it was none of his business, and even if problems arose between her and the protagonist, they would solve them themselves. Despite this, Felix remained furious and told Samantha that Leon would ruin the university's reputation. As Felix was about to leave, Samantha told the protagonist that she just wanted to be left alone, and for Felix not to bother him. Leon smiled and told Samantha that he was happy to serve such a wonderful person. Samantha thought Leon didn't seem so annoying anymore. They were chatting when Samantha received a call that Mr. Lee had called Leon into the vice principal's office. Samantha then told the protagonist that he needed to go to Mr. Lee's office urgently. Lincoln advised the protagonist to go immediately and apologize, warning that otherwise he might not be able to stay at school for long. When Leon entered the office, he saw Teacher Felix standing there. Teacher Felix told him that they were going to fire him. Leon asked the vice rector about the reason for his dismissal. The vice rector explained that, in his opinion, Leon, with his qualifications, was not suitable for work at the university and should resign. Leon responded by apologizing, mentioning that he had just received a message from the rector that he needed to respond to immediately. Calvin then walked into the office, having received the message. He was furious and demanded to know why the vice principal was reprimanding and firing Leon. The vice-chancellor told Calvin that Leon was not fit for the university and should resign. Calvin rebuked Vice-Chancellor Lee for firing the man he had tried to promote to the vice-chancellor position. Calvin criticized Lee, suggesting that his personal qualities were not suitable for the position, and suggested that Lee resign, and both Provost Lee and Professor Felix were stunned to realize that they had made a significant mistake. Vice Principal Lee apologized and asked for a second chance, promising to correct his actions. But Calvin told him that he had already given him enough opportunities to improve. In a sudden outburst of anger, Vice Principal Lee slapped Teacher Felix in the face, blaming him for the dismissal. Calvin then turned to the protagonist and assured him that the vice rector's treatment of him was unfair. He told the protagonist that he could take over the vice rector position in the future, but Leon politely declined, stating that he was content with his role as a teacher. While Vice Principal Lee continued to scold Teacher Felix, blaming him for his own dismissal, Calvin told the protagonist that he could still be promoted if he wanted to. Leon agreed, but only on the condition that the promotion would be carried out secretly. Meanwhile, Samantha and Teacher Lincoln were thinking about what happened and didn't want Leon to get fired. Just then, Calvin walked into the room, surprising Samantha, who asked how and why he had suddenly appeared. Calvin explained that he was on his way and decided to stop by. Samantha, although surprised by his visit, expressed pleasure in seeing him and said that they did not expect him to stop by. Calvin informed them that he had news for them. Vice Principal Lee and Professor Felix were both resigning. Samantha was shocked, trying to understand how everything had changed so quickly. Calvin continued by saying that in addition to these changes, Leon was appointed as vice principal and he asked if they could work together as a team. Samantha assured him that they would have no problem working together. Calvin was pleased with their response and expressed his excitement that they could all start working together. Later, Teacher Lincoln asked Leon what happened that caused him to be fired so suddenly and then promoted. Leon explained that it was simple. Calvin cleared the air and publicly exonerated him. Just then, Lena appeared and congratulated Leon on completing a hidden mission that resulted in a reward, the Twin Towers in the center. Lena explained that the Twin Towers were part of a financial center worth almost $15 billion. At that moment, the protagonist received a call from someone who wanted to discuss the details of purchasing the Twin Towers. They agreed to meet at 9 a.m. the next day. Leon thought that the appearance of the Twin Towers at such a crucial moment was a great event. He reflected that he now had too many businesses to manage, and he would need to create a corporation to control them all. Entering his office, he was surprised to find a girl there. The girl, startled, asked why Leon entered without knocking and did not warn her in advance. Leon smiled and explained that this was his office too. The girl, agitated and embarrassed, insisted that he leave and not look at her. Leon left the office and the girl slammed the door behind him. Leon later attended the banquet, hoping to enjoy the event with his beloved Elizabeth. As he entered the restaurant, he noticed that all the girls seemed to be fascinated by him. Leon saw Elizabeth talking to the girls and, not wanting to disturb them, decided to do his other business in the restaurant. He thought that Elizabeth should wait for him a little. He began choosing dishes, deciding that it was best to eat first. At that moment, a girl approached the main character and asked if she could find out his WeChat, but he immediately refused. The girl quickly left, muttering that he was a beggar. Leon thought about the situation, realizing that he had unknowingly hurt the girl's pride. Embarrassed, she ran away. Then another girl approached Elizabeth, mentioning that Yahello Shezi's company had recently secured a very large project worth $800 million. Elizabeth recognized the project as the reconstruction of Wangjiang Port, but she was not familiar with the director or his future plans. Leon, overhearing this conversation, realized that Yahello Shezi was the design company he had chosen for the port project. Meanwhile, the general manager of Zhonghai Engineering Company, Qingfeng Warner, asked Elizabeth if she was interested in the Wangjiang Port reconstruction project. Elizabeth replied that of course she was interested in such a large-scale project, but without connections in the field, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. Warner then suggested that if Elizabeth wanted to join the project, he could help her find a way out. Elizabeth, however, asked him not to laugh at her and asked why he did not take on the project himself if he had the necessary connections. Leon watched them and didn't like their approach. Warner explained that his sister held a management position in the company and he could not manage the project on his own. Elizabeth replied that if he wanted, he could come to her company in a few days to discuss it further. However, Warner extended his hand to her and suggested they discuss the project over dinner at a restaurant. At this point, Leon walked over and stopped Warner's hand. Feeling that he had already crossed the line, he told Warner to forget about it, explaining that Elizabeth did not have time to have lunch with him. He warned him not to even think about it. Warner, furious, asked if Elizabeth had time for him, but found time for Leon. Elizabeth explained that she had promised to meet the protagonist and, unfortunately, would have to decline Warner's offer. Warner, clearly upset, remarked that it was arrogant of her to turn down such a lucrative project for someone like Leon. Leon, without any embarrassment, asked Warner, who told him that they would be working on the Yahello Shezi project, pointing out that the Chao Yang company was also a suitable candidate for the project. Warner, not believing him, asked if he was joking. Leon, not at all embarrassed, told Warner that if he did not believe him, he could call his sister and find out the truth. Warner agreed and called his sister, asking about the port renovation project and if she had a suitable candidate in mind. His sister, somewhat confused, asked why he was asking such a question, since he always helped her with projects. Leon then spoke to Warner's sister, introducing himself by his name, and she asked if it was really Leon. Warner, now even more confused, asked his sister if she knew Leon and how he was connected to Wangjiang Port. Warner's sister explained that she knew Leon and that the Wangjiang port project belonged to him. Warner was shocked by this discovery and realized that he had made a huge mistake. Leon, observing Warner's shock, asked him if he now understood the power of decisions. Warner, now deeply apologetic, expressed regret and admitted that a man like him should ask for forgiveness and not stoop to the level of insult. Leon, in a condescending tone, told him to leave and never show his face again. Warner, now full of regret, walked away, regretting his actions and feeling embarrassed. Leon turned to Elizabeth and informed her that he had eaten his fill and would go to the break room where he would wait for her. As he walked into the room, the girls, impressed by his charisma, commented that Leon was a unique and remarkable person. In the break room, Leon lay down, feeling exhausted from all the work he had done that day. Soon, Elizabeth entered the room and opened the bedroom door, intending to talk to the protagonist. However, upon entering, she found that he had already gone to bed and was sleeping. Intrigued, Elizabeth knelt down next to him, wondering when he would wake up. At that moment, Leon suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Elizabeth, still in shock, commented on how Leon bought the port without telling her. She asked why he didn't share this information earlier. Leon replied that his job was something he loved, and despite the difficulties, he never got tired of it. Elizabeth told the protagonist that work was work and she would do her job perfectly, especially with the Wangjiang port project. Then the protagonist asked Elizabeth to wait and asked if she heard him say that he would give her the Wangjiang port project. Elizabeth playfully pinched him and warned that if he did not give her the project, he would sleep alone on the sofa that night. Leon, amused, told her that it was too cruel. Then the girl finally replied that she gave up. At that moment, Leon leaned towards her and kissed her on the lips. He asked Elizabeth to find some time to talk to Georgia from Yahello Shies, and he would greet her in the office a little later. Elizabeth thanked Leon for the opportunity he had given her, saying that he would receive a reward. The next day, Leon arrived at Yuandong Company. He felt contented thinking about how he managed several companies. At that moment, suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. He turned around to see Melissa, the prettiest girl in the group who was in the same university group as him. She was happy to see him and mentioned that it had been a year since they last saw each other. Leon explained that he was now teaching physical education at the university and was happy with everything in his life. Melissa was surprised and noted that she didn't think that a physical education teacher would earn a lot of money. She added that although she was the worst in their group, she now received an annual salary of $200,000 in Yuandong, and life was indeed cruel. She then asked Leon what he was doing standing outside the Yuandong building. Leon asked her if she would believe him if he said that he had business inside the building. He also asked about the people standing outside and what they wanted. Melissa explained that the secret rich man who bought the Twin Towers would be arriving that same day to finalize the details of his purchase. She mentioned that their vice president and other company employees were already at the door, ready to greet him. At that moment, the marketing manager Renly came up and asked Melissa why she was still standing there. He told her to hurry up. Melissa explained that she had just met someone she knew and they hadn't seen each other for a year. She introduced Renly to the protagonist, telling him that he was her boyfriend and the manager of the marketing department in Yuandong, and that he was glad to meet him. Melissa invited the protagonist to have dinner together that evening to discuss how to find him a job. Renly, however, replied that he only dined with people who had business or fortune, and that dining with someone like Leon would be a waste of his time. He told the protagonist that he must leave, as the secret rich man was about to arrive. Leon watched the man leave. Melissa, feeling embarrassed, apologized to the protagonist and said that they would meet again soon. Leon thought to himself why people always jump to conclusions. Looking around, Leon noticed that everyone was standing near the Twin Towers, waiting for the rich man to arrive. He approached the building and noticed that the crowd seemed to treat him with great respect, as if they were meeting a national leader, which he found strange since buying a building was not that big of a deal. Renly, noticing his words, was surprised and thought that this guy was acting like a millionaire. Meanwhile, Leon continued walking towards the building, and everyone stood quietly, as if they were waiting for the president. A shocked Renly asked Melissa what her friend Leon was planning and urged her to send him away quickly. Melissa pushed Leon and made him leave, saying that the secret rich man would be arriving soon. She explained that it was not the right place for him, at which point a man, Lawrence, approached them, angrily asking Melissa what she was doing there. Melissa apologized and explained that her friend Leon was a little out of sorts and that she would pick him up now. Renly, arriving at the scene, ordered the guards to take Leon away. Suddenly, Mr. Lawrence struck Renly with all his might. Renly was shocked, not understanding why he had been hit. Lawrence explained that it was Leon who bought the Twin Towers, and he was angry that Renly called him an idiot. He ordered Renly to leave immediately. Renly, not believing his ears, asked how it was possible. Melissa, still shocked, turned to the protagonist and asked if he really bought the Twin Towers. Leon replied that he told her why he was there, and she didn't believe him. Renly, smiling, noted that it had been too noisy and said that they would dine together later that day, promising that Leon would not be bored. Leon asked Renly if he truly thought he was worthy of dining with him. Lawrence then asked Leon to ignore them and suggested that they first go to the conference room to sign the business contract. When they arrived at the conference room, Leon was thinking about quickly resolving the company's affairs. But Lawrence suddenly threw several stacks of documents on the table and told the protagonist that he needed to sign each of them. Half an hour later, Leon had signed numerous contracts and was exhausted by the process. He stood up, announcing that he was finally finished and all the paperwork was ready. Lawrence congratulated him on completing the task and mentioned that now that Leon owned the Twin Towers, he would need to work even harder. Then Lawrence asked who would represent the Twin Towers, and Leon asked if he had any recommendations. Lawrence suggested that the protagonist consider his wife's brother, who owned a private company and was one of the top 3 leaders in the industry. Leon said that if Lawrence recommended him, he could ask to contact him, and if no other questions arose, he would continue to handle other matters. Meanwhile, Melissa and Renly were packing their things from the company. Renly tried to calm Melissa down, telling her not to be nervous as she could still earn money and provide for herself by joining another company. Melissa, however, told him that he was overthinking it and that they were not right for each other. She said that they should break up. Renly was taken by surprise and asked Melissa if she had just told him that she wanted to marry him quickly. Melissa replied that Leon had once written her a love letter when they were at university, and she was sure that he had not forgotten it. She believed that they would be together soon. Renly, feeling offended, said he didn't know she was such a person. Melissa then threw her things in the trash, thinking that she would be happy with the protagonist. She noticed Leon and Lawrence leaving the building and decided she had to talk to him before it was too late. Melissa ran up to the protagonist, and when he saw her, he was surprised, asking why she hadn't left yet. Melissa told him that she had just broken up with Renly and was now very happy to be single again. Leon asked her what this had to do with him. Melissa explained that she had once received a love letter from him, and now she was giving him a chance to be together. Leon explained that the letter was meant for another girl, not her, and told her to wake up and stop talking nonsense. At this point, the crowd began to gossip, claiming that Melissa was too fond of herself, which they thought was typical of some women. They complained that when a man has no money, women ignore him, but when he has money, they flock to him like flies. Leon, tired of the conversation, told Melissa that he was leaving and did not want to listen to her words anymore. He then headed towards his Pagani, thinking he needed to leave quickly. However, Melissa suddenly got into his car, thinking that he wouldn't mind helping her. Melissa told the protagonist that since she had just been fired, at least he could drive her home. Leon asked her why he had to take her there. However, Melissa insisted that they were old friends and he could take her home, to which he agreed. Then she asked him if he would book a room for her. Then the main character called someone, explaining that he had a girl in his Pagani who didn't want to get out. Leon confirmed that he called the police because she did not want to leave. Melissa begged him not to go that far, assuring him that she was already leaving. Then Leon dropped her off and quickly drove away, glad to be rid of her company. Meanwhile, something interesting was happening near the neighboring building. A crowd had gathered to watch a heated conversation between a man and a girl. The man yelled at the girl, accusing her of scratching his car, insisting that she take responsibility and warning her that if she tried to leave, she would face serious consequences. A girl named Hannah asked why he was yelling at her so loudly. She assured him that she would make up for the damage. The man, however, did not believe that she could afford to pay such a sum and suggested that they could solve it another way. He grabbed Hannah's hand and told her that he needed a personal secretary to carry out his errands. He informed her that he would calmly deduct the money from her salary. Hannah was furious and demanded that he let go of her hand. The man asked her how she dared to speak to him like that and, taking a handkerchief from his pocket, warned her that she would regret her decision. He started trying to cover Hannah's mouth with a rag. She thought that this man would not let her go and she needed to figure out how to escape. The man, pleased with himself, planned to humiliate Hannah in front of everyone, making her regret speaking to him that way. The crowd was shocked by the man's behavior and wanted to help Hannah, but they were afraid that he might harm them too. At that moment, Leon drove up in his Pagani. Leon got out of the car and walked over to the man to help Hannah. At that moment, Hannah broke free from the man's grip. Then she ran to the protagonist, hoping that he would help her and save her. She asked him how he got there. Leon explained that he was just passing by and saw her. He asked what happened to her hand, noticing that it was red. Hannah told him that the man had been harassing her. Leon then asked Hannah to explain what happened. Hannah told him that she had left her motorcycle there, and the man claimed that the wind had blown it away and scratched his car. Leon pointed out that the day was hot and windless, and her motorcycle could not have fallen on its own. He suggested that they go into the building where the camera was so they could review the footage to find out what really happened. At that moment, the man realized that he was Hannah's boyfriend and said that they could resolve the issue without involving the police. He offered to find a service for quick repairs to his car. Leon, however, told the man to stop rushing and insisted that they find out the truth. He suggested that perhaps a crime had been committed. Suddenly, the man fell to his knees and admitted that he had made a mistake. He mentioned that he had children and a family to take care of, begging Leon not to call the police. Leon said that this time he would let the man go, but he warned him that if something like this happened again, he would take him to the police station. Hannah then told the protagonist that she was feeling dizzy and could hardly stand on her feet. Worried, Leon hugged her and said he would take her home. When they got into the car, Leon asked Hannah where she lived, but she couldn't remember the address right away. She started thinking about it. Leon told her that as a manager in his sales department, she should buy a car and drive it wherever she wanted. Hannah replied that buying a car right after a promotion was not a very good idea. Leon assured her that if she was worried about what others thought, she should stop and focus on her own comfort. He told her that when he had time, he would take her to the car dealership. Hannah thanked him for everything, but then mentioned that she didn't have money for a new car and wasn't sure how she would pay for it. Leon jokingly told her that she could think about it while in prison. Hannah looked at him and thought about how kind he was. Suddenly, she told the protagonist that she could pay him back for his help with her body. Leon asked her to control herself, explaining that they were almost at her house. When they arrived at Hannah's house, Leon turned on the light and noticed that no one was home. He looked around Hannah's room and noticed that it was in disarray. Hannah confessed to the protagonist that she was ashamed of the state of her house. She was worried that he would think that she was sloppy, but Leon assured her that everything was fine, that everything was the same at his house. Hannah told the protagonist that she was very hot and needed to take a bath, and that she would treat him to dinner later. Leon agreed and sat on the sofa while she went to the bathroom. Leon was sitting on the couch playing games on his phone to pass the time when Hannah told the protagonist that she wanted him to touch her. She couldn't tell if she had a fever or was just feeling dizzy. Leon was surprised by her request and wondered why Hannah asked him about it. He didn't want to interfere but felt obliged to agree. He gently held Hannah's head and confirmed that she was right. She had a high fever. He then asked if she lived alone, Hannah confirmed, explaining that she was divorced and now lived alone. She then looked at him and asked him not to leave, saying that she felt calm when he was next to her. She asked him to kiss her because she could no longer contain her feelings. However, the hero doubted that this was a good idea. He was sure that Hannah would regret it in the morning. But Hannah didn't listen to him. She said that she was confident in her decision. Then she leaned towards the main character and passionately kissed him on the lips. She took off her towel, showing the guy her intentions. For a moment, Leon froze at her beauty, realizing that he could not resist desire next to such a girl. He leaned towards her and kissed her, agreeing to spend the night with her. The next morning, Leon asked Hannah how it happened that she got divorced. Hannah replied that her ex-husband ruined their relationship by cheating on her. Leon was shocked, asking how someone could cheat on such a good man. Hannah sighed and told the protagonist that not all men appreciate good women. Soon Leon stood up, thinking that it was time for him to leave. As he had a lot to do that day, he told Hannah that it would be better to leave now than to hurt the person he loved. Hannah then said that Leon looked tired and invited him to stay the night. However, Leon explained that he had to go to the university the next morning, and it was far from there. The next morning, Leon arrived at the university, surprised by the changes. He became curious about what had happened and where his desk had gone. At that moment, Teacher Lincoln told him that he was now the vice principal and would be sharing an office with Samantha. Leon, not wanting to share a room with this panther, asked Lincoln to help him move the table. At that moment, Samantha entered the office. She was standing at the door and overheard their conversation. She angrily asked Leon if he had just called her a panther or if she had misheard. A tense silence fell over the office, and Leon quickly explained that she had simply misheard. The teachers were busy with their work, and the students attended their classes, while Leon settled in and even became friends with Lincoln. However, the peaceful atmosphere was broken when Samantha's phone rang. She answered and was told that student Claire was on the roof threatening to jump off and commit suicide. They urgently asked her to come. Samantha was shocked. She couldn't understand what led her to such a radical decision. She asked for the address and told the caller that they were on their way. Concerned, Teacher Lincoln asked Samantha what happened. Samantha then asked Leon to go with her. He agreed to give her a ride. They quickly got into the car, determined to get to Claire as quickly as possible. On the way, Leon asked what was going on and who was threatening to jump off the building. Samantha explained that Claire was a brilliant student and had recently completed an internship and rented an apartment. Teacher Lincoln asked where she worked. Samantha revealed that Claire worked for Zhang Han, a well-known investment firm. He realized that it could be a company owned by his friend. When they arrived at the scene, they saw that many people had gathered, all concerned about Claire's fate. Samantha quickly got out of the car and ran to the roof. Leon followed her, looking up at the roof, shocked to see Claire standing on the edge. Claire closed her eyes, thinking that this was the end. Samantha and Leon approached the building but were stopped by an officer who said they could not enter. Samantha explained that they were Claire's teachers and asked for permission to speak with her. The officer agreed with Samantha and told them to follow him. A minute later, the doors to the roof opened, and a teacher stood on the roof, asking Samantha and the others to talk to Claire, believing that they could talk her out of her decision. Samantha asked Claire what happened. Considering she had found a good job, she wanted to know why Claire was considering suicide. Samantha gently asked Claire to calm down and explain the situation, promising that she would listen and help solve the problem. Claire explained that she was being harassed and her boyfriend didn't believe her. She told them that she didn't want to live in this world anymore. Both Samantha and Mr. Lincoln were shocked. Leon also asked Claire to explain who had harassed her. Claire told them it was the company's vice president, a man she never imagined would stalk her. Meanwhile, Samantha was urging Claire to calm down. She also told Claire that she was still young and had her whole life ahead of her. Then Claire suddenly demanded that everyone remain silent, warning that if they took another step, she would jump immediately. Samantha was shocked by Claire's words, realizing that her attempt to calm her down had not worked. Teacher Lincoln was also at a loss, not knowing how to comfort her. He didn't know what to do, but at that moment Leon turned to Claire, asking what she was waiting for. He told her to jump if she really wanted to, as it would save them all time. He reminded her that the police had other important work to do. Leon added that if she died, her death would be in vain and would not solve anything. Samantha was horrified by Leon's harsh words, but he asked Claire if the man who harassed her would really go to jail then. Samantha added that she agreed with the protagonist and that they would help Claire punish the man for what he did to her. However, Claire replied that they couldn't help her even if they wanted to, since her stalker was Vice President Zhang Han. Leon assured Claire that he would make sure the man went to jail, but he added that if Claire still wanted to die, he wouldn't stop her, but he didn't have time to waste. Claire paused, thinking about it, and after hearing his words, she decided she didn't want to jump anymore. But suddenly, as Claire turned around, her legs gave way and she began to fall. Leon saw this and immediately ran to help, managing to grab her just in time. After this, Leon and Claire fell to the ground. Samantha rushed to them, wanting to help them up. The officer told the protagonist that he was their savior, but Leon dismissed the praise, stating that he simply did what needed to be done, telling the officer to file a harassment report against Claire as soon as possible. The officer assured Leon that they would look into the matter and ensure that the criminal was punished. Leon agreed with the officer and apologized for disturbing him. The teacher then asked Samantha if they had a chance against all the lawyers from Zhang Han, given the company's power and money. At this point, Leon was about to leave. Samantha asked where he was going, but Leon firmly stated that he was heading to Zhang Han and would personally deal with the harassers. Samantha asked who Leon was referring to, telling him that the police should handle the situation and catch the criminals themselves. But Leon replied that Claire was a student at their university, and it was his duty to help her restore her honor. He would find evidence against the criminals. Teacher Lincoln was shocked when he asked if Leon was planning to go to Zhang Han alone. Suddenly, Samantha ran after the protagonist, telling him to stop. She asked Lincoln to look after the students. Leon quickly ran downstairs and got into the car, But just at that moment, Samantha caught up with him. She grabbed the car handle, telling him that he was being reckless. She opened the door and told him to calm down and come up with a plan of action first. Samantha explained that she also wanted to help Claire find the truth, but the protagonist needed to think carefully about his actions. Leon replied that it was none of her business and ordered her to get out of the car. But Samantha ignored him, fastened her seatbelt, and clearly had no intention of leaving. She told the protagonist that she would not let him go on this mission alone. Leon realized that Samantha wasn't going to get out of the car, so he immediately shifted gears, hit the gas, and drove off to their mission. A few minutes later, Leon and Samantha arrived at the company and decided to enter through the main entrance. Upon entering the building, Leon informed the receptionist that he was looking for Caleb and would like to meet him immediately. The woman at the front desk asked if the protagonist had an appointment with Mr. Caleb. Leon replied that he did not have an appointment, but the woman informed him that he would not be able to see Caleb without an appointment. Leon immediately took out his phone and called a friend for help. His friend asked what he needed, and Leon asked him which office Caleb was in, explaining that he had business with him. A friend told the protagonist that Caleb was in room 1809 and offered to help settle the matter. Leon assured him it was nothing serious, but joked that he could offer Caleb some nice prison clothes. Leon and Samantha took the elevator to the office, but the woman at the entrance told them they were not allowed to enter. Meanwhile, in Caleb's office, a man was telling another that he should take control of the company's overseas investments. Caleb responded that it was a great honor for him. He spoke with enthusiasm, stating that the results of the alliance would be incredible. At that moment, Leon kicked open the door and entered the office, telling Caleb that their meeting would be even more wonderful. Caleb, surprised, asked who Leon was and how he dared to barge into his office. Then Leon asked Caleb how he could dare harass a student. Surprised, Caleb asked Leon if he was really Claire's teacher. Leon replied that Caleb was not that stupid. He asked if Caleb knew why he had come. Caleb said that he had actually planned to find Leon and was glad that he had come straight to his office that day. Then he stated that Claire had tried to seduce him, which he had not wanted, and asked what Leon intended to do about it. An angry Samantha called Caleb shameless and wanted to slap him. However, Caleb grabbed Samantha's arm, telling her that she had no right to talk to him like that, and that he would take the matter to the legal department. Then he pushed her aside, telling them both to leave and not interfere with his business negotiations. Leon rolled up his sleeves in anger, thinking that Caleb deserved the hit. Caleb, mocking him, asked what Leon was going to do, warning that if he laid a finger on him, he would ruin his life. But Leon paid no attention to his threats. He walked up to Caleb and kicked him hard in the stomach, silencing him. A powerful blow sent Caleb flying. He didn't expect Leon to have the courage to hit him, and he lay on the floor, asking how Leon dared to hit him. He ordered his assistant to call security. Caleb swore to the protagonist that he would finish him off and that no one would be able to help him. But just at that moment, Leon punched Caleb in the face again, the force of the blow breaking a couple of his teeth. Caleb fell to the floor, and Leon thought to himself how hard it was to shut that bastard up. Samantha was surprised by Leon's strength, noting how thin he looked, and yet he was able to hit Caleb with such force. At that moment, security guards burst into the office, arriving to save their boss from attack. Among them was Adam, the head of the legal department, who warned Leon that he would definitely put him in jail for intentional harm. However, Leon told Adam to shut up and stop talking nonsense, warning that if he didn't, he would get punched in the face. Adam countered that Jong Han was Charlie's company and that Leon was not fit to challenge him. In response, Leon grabbed a bucket, threw it at Adam, and asked him who he thought he was. Just then, the people from the company informed them that Charlie's boss had just arrived. Caleb, sitting on the floor, told the protagonist that his best days were past and that he would regret ever getting involved with the company. Caleb bragged that Charlie's father was his cousin and that he thought he would help him because of their family connections. Leon, unimpressed, replied that it didn't matter who Caleb's relatives were. At that moment, Charlie entered the office and greeted Leon. Caleb informed Charlie that Leon had not only caused trouble for the company, but had also physically attacked him. Suddenly, Charlie slapped Caleb in the face and said that he would deal with him personally. Then he asked how Caleb could ruin their company's reputation. Charlie then turned to the protagonist, asking him not to be angry and assuring him that he would explain everything. Samantha and Adam were both surprised and wondered who Leon was, as they were curious why such an influential figure like Charlie respected him so much. Leon looked at Caleb and then told Charlie that the fat bastard had harassed and humiliated a student from his university. He explained that the student was so shocked by Caleb's actions that she was considering jumping off the building. Leon asked Charlie if Caleb deserved to get away with his actions. Charlie then approached Vice President Caleb and asked Leon if the accusations were true. Leon confirmed that Caleb not only harassed the student, but also accused her of seducing him. At that moment, Charlie kicked Caleb in the face and asked him if he really thought he could do anything without consequences. Caleb, now humiliated, told Charlie that they were not strangers and that it was unfair of him to treat him like that. Charlie grabbed Caleb by the throat and told the protagonist that he should now leave this matter to him. Since it was time for him to go to work, Charlie promised that he would deal with the situation. He added that he would contact the protagonist later. Leon agreed to leave, but told Charlie that he would make sure Caleb ended up behind bars. Charlie assured him that he would do as Leon wished. Leon then approached Samantha, informing her that it was time for them to return to their studies. Samantha, still in awe of the situation, thought about how influential Leon must be to solve the problem so easily. She expressed her admiration, saying that she now understood why he was not afraid to come to the company. Leon explained to Samantha that when students are humiliated, they cannot simply do nothing because they are expected to be role models for everyone. He continued by stating that he believed the incident highlighted a serious problem in the education system, which had become too corrupt. Leon explained that students, once they enter the real world, often have difficulty adjusting to the rhythms of life in society. Samantha completely agreed with him and said that she would report the situation to the rector. At this moment, Lena suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist and congratulated him on saving the student. Lena informed the protagonist that he had advanced educational reforms and received a reward of 1 billion yuan for all his efforts. Leon was surprised and asked Lena why he received such a large reward for what seemed like a small thing. Lena replied that the reward had already been transferred to his account. Leon expressed his joy upon hearing this news. Samantha, noticing Leon's reaction, asked why he hadn't started the car yet. She also noted that she could see that he was tired and that he could leave work early today. Samantha thanked Leon for everything he had just done for them and mentioned that she would be going with him to meet Claire's boyfriend tomorrow. Leon told Samantha that there was no need to thank him since he was a teacher and that was his job. Later, Leon arrived at his large house in Jogye and realized that he could use some rest after so much work. He lay down on the bed, gathering his strength, but just at that moment someone called him on the phone. The man on the other end of the line introduced himself as Spencer, the general manager of Dinghui Real Estate Management. He said he was glad to meet the protagonist and asked when he could meet and discuss the completed plan for the Twin Towers. Leon replied that he was a little tired that day, but suggested that they meet the next day at the Bandau Hotel at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Charlie arrived at Villa Triumph. He asked his father why he had called him there because he had business, but he had put it aside to meet him. Charlie's father, Connor, asked his son if it was true that he fired Caleb and questioned whether he was willing to go to jail for his actions. Charlie told his father that Caleb had crossed his friend and committed a crime, and therefore deserved punishment. Connor was surprised and asked his son who in Junhai could deserve such attention. Charlie replied that he meant Leon, a good friend who had helped him many times in business and other matters. Connor, not familiar with Leon's last name, asked if he was from Bona Corporation. Charlie replied that Bona was not even close to Leon's status. Charlie went on to explain that the Zhangai circuit was his business and that all the villas in Jogye belonged to him. Connor, still surprised, asked his son if Leon was really that important. However, he also advised his son not to act rashly and to maintain a dignified demeanor befitting his status. However, Charlie assured his father that he was already behaving honorably, as evidenced by the results of his work with Jung Han, where the company's value reached 10 billion yuan. Connor told his son that he had recently found the right woman for him, who met all his criteria. However, Charlie responded to his father by telling him that he had never been interested in prenuptial agreements. Despite this, Connor smiled and said that his son had not yet seen what the woman looked like. He then showed Charlie her photograph, saying it was Elizabeth. Charlie remarked that she was indeed beautiful. Connor seemed pleased with his son's reaction, telling him not to underestimate the woman as she was the director of the Chaoyang company. Charlie admitted that she was beautiful, but for some reason the photo seemed familiar to him. Charlie then found a similar photo on his phone and asked his father to compare the two pictures, asking if they were really the same woman. Connor asked if the woman was already taken, suggesting they could return to the topic later. Charlie told his father that they could leave the matter for now. The next day, Leon arrived at the Government Services Center. The girls at the center noticed him and commented on what a handsome man he was. Leon collected his documents and approached the female worker. At that moment, Fiona, the woman at the reception desk, greeted him and asked how she could help him. Leon explained that he wanted to register his company. Then she asked him to fill out 2 forms. Fiona assured Leon that once he finished, she would pass everything on to the staff and suggested that he add her on WeChat if he had any questions. However, Leon refused, saying that he would not add her to WeChat and would simply find her if he needed any help. Fiona, slightly disappointed, lost all hope, and just at that moment a man from the neighboring group looked at them. Leon filled out the paperwork, decided to name the company Ling Yun, and signed the papers. Leon then approached a company employee and told him that he wanted to register a company. The man told him that the form was filled out incorrectly and asked Leon to take it back and correct it. Surprised, Leon asked the man to show him where the mistake was made. The man indicated his registered capital in the application form as 500 million yuan. He wondered if Leon was trying to make fun of him. A nearby girl remarked to her friend that the man had made a fool of Leon, and her friend became angry with him. Leon thought about the reaction to 500 million yuan, wondering what would have happened if he had written 1 billion instead. He then told the man that there was no mistake in the form. The man from the company replied that if everything was correct, then Leon should bring the money since he had never seen such a large amount. At that moment, Fiona approached the man, slammed her palm on his desk and intervened, stating that it was just a form and that they would now fill out a new one. Leon told the girl that he did not need her help and that he did not want to change anything, since everything was filled out correctly. Leon then told the man from the company that the document was from the bank indicating a transfer of money into the account and asked him to take a look. The man looked at the document and saw that it confirmed an invoice for 500 million yuan. The girls, impressed by the amount of money, were surprised why Leon was handling this matter personally and not through a secretary. Fiona thought that Leon was not only handsome but also rich, and she wanted to get to know him better. The man from the company, seeing the document, began to think about what excuse he could come up with to not accept the form. Suddenly, he told the protagonist that the document was still unusable because it did not indicate the legal address. Leon, angry, told the man that the address was correct. The man responded by dismissing the reference to the Twin Towers as nonsense, saying the legal address referred to a specific floor of the company, not the entire building. Leon explained that his company occupied not just a floor, but rather the entire Twin Towers building. And he told the man that he had purchased the building for 18 billion yuan just a few days ago. Leon asked if there was a problem with the form and if he needed to fill it out again. The man replied that everything was fine and that the protagonist should wait a little while he solved the problem. A few minutes later, Leon received his business license and felt one step closer to achieving his goal. After completing the paperwork, Samantha called him to say that she had arranged a meeting with Simon. Leon thanked her and said that he would meet them at the cafe in 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, he arrived at the cafe. Leon walked into the cafe and all the girls there were captivated by his appearance, wondering who this handsome man was. Samantha waved to the protagonist and called him over. Leon asked Samantha if Simon had arrived yet. Samantha replied that they would graduate in a month, and because of that, they would no longer be taken seriously. While they were talking, a guy with a disinterested look came into the cafe. The guy's name was Simon. Simon arrived and he sat down next to the teachers. He told Samantha that he had other things to do and that next time they should meet at a decent restaurant. Samantha told Simon that they had come to discuss Claire, who had almost committed suicide. Simon, uninterested, said that it was none of his business since he and Claire had already broken up. Leon then told Simon that they were not trying to interfere in his personal life, but hoped that he could comfort Claire. Simon, surprised, asked the teachers if they were laughing at him, repeating that he had broken up with Claire and had no plans to build a future with her. Samantha stood up angrily, asking Simon what he was talking about, but Leon held her back, advising her not to attack him. Simon called the situation a circus and said he was leaving, not wanting to hear any more nonsense. Samantha, upset, asked Leon why he stopped her as she was supposed to hit him. Leon explained that it was a bad idea, reminding her that if someone filmed her, her reputation would be ruined. He added that he still had things to do later that day. Samantha then apologized for her behavior, telling the protagonist that she was simply consumed by anger at people like Simon. At that moment, a car pulled up to the Bandau hotel, where the man had an appointment with the protagonist. The man asked his son where he had been, reminding him that they had an appointment with an important person. Simon explained that Samantha had invited them to a cafe, and then the man asked his father if he and his uncle would really be working with such a large figure, to which Simon's father convinced him to also take part. He asked his son to be careful and not let him down. Later, Simon's father called the protagonist to see if he had arrived and said he would find him. Leon replied that he had already seen them. He hung up and walked towards the man with whom he had discussed their plans the day before. Suddenly, Simon pointed at Leon and told him to stop following him and to ignore Claire. The man was shocked by Simon's behavior and asked him what he meant. Simon explained that Leon was a teacher at his university, and they had an argument that morning, so he came for him again. Leon smiled and told Simon's father that he had a wonderful son. At that moment, Spencer hit his son in the face with all his might, saying that he would kill him. Simon, stunned, asked his father why he hit him and said that Leon was wrong. Spencer then told his son that it was Leon who bought the Twin Towers building. He warned Simon that if he was rude to him, he would beat him to death. Shocked, Simon asked if this was the secret rich man who bought the Twin Towers, but he found it hard to believe since Leon was just the teacher of his group. Leon, hearing this, told Spencer that he was gaining experience at the university. Spencer then told his son that he would be better off following Leon's example and teaching in his spare time, adding that because of his son's actions, their business would fall apart. At this moment, the manager of the Bandau hotel approached the main character and asked what had happened. The manager asked if Leon wanted him to accompany them. Leon replied that he could handle the situation himself and did not need help. Suddenly, Leon's words caught Spencer off guard. Leon confirmed that he understood everything correctly and explained that this hotel was also his property. Leon then asked if Spencer had any other questions. They sat down at the table, and Spencer told the protagonist that he had spoiled his son. He hoped that Leon would forgive him for his mistakes. Leon replied that it was not up to him to forgive his son for his licentiousness. Spencer was surprised by Leon's words and began to think about how promiscuous his son was. Simon asked Leon to forgive him, admitting that he had made a mistake. Then he said that he would find Claire and marry her. Leon, however, advised Simon to forget about her, stating that Claire was not a bad girl and that he should leave her alone and not interfere. Mr. Spencer bowed to the protagonist, apologizing for his son's behavior and expressing shame for what had happened. But he also emphasized that the level of management of their company's buildings was one of the highest in the country, hoping that Leon would recognize their capabilities. Simon, realizing his mistake, told the protagonist that his father was innocent and that he would make amends for his impudent behavior. Leon replied that it was a separate matter and that it did not concern his business. He told Simon to leave, saying that there was nothing more to discuss. Simon agreed, promising that he would not bother Leon anymore. As he was about to leave, Leon remarked to Mr. Spencer that he had heard about the quality of his work and was aware of it. He also advised Austin to spend more time raising his son, since Simon's behavior could ruin his business. Half an hour later, Mr. Spencer thanked Leon for his trust, assuring him that he would not let him down. The next morning at the university, the teachers asked Samantha if Simon really had no hope and if she would help Claire. Samantha replied that Simon thought he could do anything because he was from a rich family. Teacher Lincoln asked if Leon could find a solution. Samantha said Leon took the situation calmly and wasn't as upset as she was. Then Teacher Lincoln smiled and commented that Leon and Samantha seemed to be perfect for each other. Just then, Samantha's phone rang and she was informed that Simon from the Faculty of Management and Economics was urgently looking for her. A surprised Samantha asked if it was true and told them to tell Simon to come to her office immediately. Teacher Lincoln was confused and asked why Simon was looking for her and what he wanted. Samantha replied that she didn't know either, but she was curious to know. The girl hurried to her office. When she arrived, she saw that Simon was already sitting there. She asked him what happened. Simon, looking ashamed, asked Samantha to forgive him. He expressed deep regret for what he had said to her the day before and began to bow, stating that he knew little about life and wanted to correct his mistakes. Samantha and Teacher Lincoln were both surprised at how well-mannered Simon was, noticing a noticeable change in his demeanor. He even cried as he told them that thanks to the protagonist, he realized his mistake and would do everything he could to make amends. Then Simon told Samantha that he wanted to visit Claire after dinner and asked if she could take him to her. Samantha was clearly shocked, but agreed to help him, thinking that Leon was incredible at being able to handle Simon. Meanwhile, Leon was thinking about visiting Hannah to check on her. He knocked on Hannah's door, hoping that she was home. Hannah, who was cooking in the kitchen, was pleasantly surprised and happy to see Leon and told him that she missed him. Leon smiled. He was also pleased to see her. He then told Hannah that he would take her car shopping today, remembering what he had promised her last time. Hannah agreed, but suggested they eat first, and Leon, who was hungry, agreed. The girl asked him to try her dish, saying that he would like it. They continued to have breakfast at Hannah's house, and after Leon had eaten his fill, he asked if it was too much food just for breakfast. Noting the ginseng soup, Hannah explained that a man's stomach should always be full. She even offered to feed him. Leon complimented her, admitting that she knew how to make men happy, and asked what kind of car she wanted. Hannah told him that she wanted a white, beautiful car. Leon then offered to buy her a Maserati, a white and beautiful model, and assured her that she would be delighted. Hannah, however, told him that her budget was only $200,000 and she could not afford a car like his. However, Leon replied that she did not need to worry about the price and promised to fulfill his promise to her. Later, Leon took Hannah to a car dealership to find the best car for her. Leon and Hannah were looking at different models of cars, impressed by the wide selection of luxury cars. The salesman greeted them, asking if they had come to choose a car and if he could help them in any way. He also asked about their specific requirements and who would be the main driver. Hannah explained that she didn't have any particular preferences, but she was looking for a car within a budget of $200,000. The salesman seemed surprised by their budget and decided not to serve them. He then assigned another salesman to help them. A woman approached them, greeted them politely, and offered to answer any questions they might have. Leon expressed concern that their budget was too small, and that was why the first salesperson refused to help them. The salesman turned around, saying he had understood correctly. However, just at that moment, another salesman approached and asked about the sports car parked outside, wondering who it belonged to. Hearing this conversation, the first seller looked outside and was amazed to see that it was a Pagani car worth over $30 million. The salesman then asked the manager what was wrong with the car. Manager Liu replied that the car was blocking his driveway and he wanted to know whose it was so he could move it. Leon apologized, assuring Manager Lei that he would take care of the car and move it to the parking lot. The salesman was shocked and asked if Leon owned a Pagani Zonda. Leon asked if there was a problem, suggesting that if they weren't welcome, they could just go to another dealership. Manager Liu quickly asked them to stay, promising to answer all their questions. The salesman then pleaded with Leon to give him a chance, admitting his mistake and assuring him that he would serve them properly from now on. However, Leon, skeptical, asked if the seller had changed his mind just because of the Pagani. The salesman then knelt down and begged for forgiveness, while Manager Liu immediately fired him. A few minutes later, Leon and Hannah arrived at another car dealership. Hannah, feeling guilty, apologized for causing so much trouble. However, Leon reassured her by reminding her that when he started working for the company, it was she who supported him. He pointed to a BMW model, one of the most elite cars in the showroom, and mentioned that it cost over $1 million. Hannah expressed concern that if she drove such a car to work, her colleagues would gossip, thinking that she had found a rich man. Leon dismissed her concerns, saying that it did not matter what others thought. Hannah, clearly touched, said she liked the car. Then the main character told her that if she liked the car, then it was hers. He then told the salesman that he would pay for the car with a credit card. Hannah expressed her gratitude at how lucky she was to have a friend like Leon. The hero also said that he would teach her to drive in his free time, since she had not driven for a long time. Leon assured her that it was just a machine and that she deserved much more. He encouraged her to believe in herself because she would be successful in the future. Later, at the Nanchang Hotel, Georgia met Leon at the entrance, wanting to discuss important matters. Georgia expressed her joy that Leon had taken the time to visit her as they had been waiting for him. Leon suggested that they go inside where they could discuss business over dinner. He asked the girl when the first stage of their modification project would be ready. Georgia explained that according to the current schedule, it would take at least 2 months. Leon, dissatisfied with the time frame, offered an additional $400 million to speed up the process by suggesting hiring another company. At this point, Georgia understood his disappointment and assured him that they would work faster to meet his expectations. She was pleased to work with such a charismatic client. Leon then told Georgia that he had started a company called Ling Yun and asked if she could help him design a logo. Georgia, wanting to help, asked where the company was located. Leon proudly told her that he had bought the Twin Towers. Georgia was impressed. Noting that Leon was young and promising, she noted that the towers were recently built and had already become iconic in China. Then she asked if Leon had any other wishes for the logo design. Leon asked if they could add the name of Lingyun Tower to the logo. Georgia informed him that he could change the name inside the tower, but the name of the Twin Towers itself could not be changed. Suddenly, Leon told the girl that he could do anything and that he had bought the Twin Towers. He added that it was only 2 buildings and asked her not to fuss. Georgia then apologized to the protagonist, admitting that she had been too emotional. She then asked if he had anything else to do or if he would like her to make coffee for him, as she was known for her coffee-making skills. Leon told Georgia that he was busy that day but would try her coffee next time. Georgia assured him that she would send all the information about the project to his email. Once outside, Leon began to think about where he should go. At that moment, Samantha suddenly appeared behind him, barely able to stand on her feet. She told her friend that she wanted another drink. Leon, shocked, asked what she was doing there, why she was in such a state. Samantha explained that she was surprised to meet him at the hotel and asked what he was doing there. Then her friend told her that Samantha's boyfriend had cheated on her. She explained that Samantha was drunk and needed a ride home and asked Leon to help her. Leon, shocked by the situation, was momentarily speechless. He then decided to help her, believing that if no one else would solve her problems, he would. Leon asked Samantha where she lived. Samantha asked why so many men act like animals. Leon calmed her down, telling her not to say such things. She explained that she didn't mean him. However, Samantha then grabbed him by the neck and noticed that he was much more handsome than her ex-boyfriend. Ignoring her, Leon asked again where she lived, but she said she didn't want to go home. Instead, she wanted to have another drink at the hotel and relax. He suggested they go to the Bandau hotel instead. A few minutes later, Leon took her to the Bandau hotel. At the hotel, Manager Wang greeted Leon at the entrance and expressed his joy that he decided to visit us. Then the main character asked Manager Wang to prepare the room better and bring a couple of bottles of wine. Samantha asked Manager Wang to bring more wine. Later, Samantha settled into her room and started drinking wine. But Leon stopped her and asked her to stop drinking, saying that that was enough for today. Samantha playfully asked if he was worried she would start hitting on him if she drank any more wine. Leon replied that he didn't think it would upset him. At that moment, Samantha said she had a surprise for him. She led him into the bedroom, and Leon, although surprised, thought he should get some rest. Samantha, however, asked him to lie down on the bed, which shocked him, and he realized that she was acting strangely. Samantha assured him that she would not do anything inappropriate and that he had nothing to fear. Samantha then pulled out a blindfold, and Leon, surprised, asked why she needed it. Samantha, offended by his words, thought that the protagonist did not like her company and he wanted her to leave the hotel. She cried and told him that it was her ex-boyfriend who called her boring and forced her to watch different videos. She explained that when she bought a blindfold, he no longer wanted to be with her. After that, she took advantage of the situation and chained Leon to the bed. Then she put a blindfold on him. After this, Samantha fell against his body and put her hands under his t-shirt. The hero realized that he no longer wanted to resist and decided to kiss the girl back. Thus, they spent the whole night together. The next morning, the sun rose, and it was a beautiful day. Leon was still sleeping, enjoying a pleasant dream. However, Samantha woke up confused about what happened last night. She quickly gathered her clothes, getting ready to leave. Leon was still sleeping when he heard the phone ring. He didn't want to get up on such a beautiful morning, but he finally pulled himself together. Leon was surprised and asked where Samantha had gone. However, at that very moment, Lena suddenly appeared next to him. It seemed she didn't want to look at him, especially since he was not fully dressed. Leon asked Lena why she was shy, pointing out that this was not the most interesting thing. Lena replied that Master Leon was shameless. She then mentioned that his career was already 70% complete and asked if he wanted to start a new career. Leon was pleased and said that 70% was already impressive and that he was ready to start a new career. Then Lena began to transform, telling him that he could try himself in a new profession as a courier. She informed the main character that he would receive $10 million and a limited edition sports motorcycle, as well as motorcycle driving skills. He then asked if it was a fast delivery service that would give him more freedom to run his business. Lena hugged Leon and told him that the new sports bike was parked in the hotel parking lot. When Leon walked outside, he saw a new motorcycle parked next to the luxury cars. He looked at the bike and thought how lucky he was to have received such a generous reward. After examining the motorcycle, Leon realized that it was indeed a limited edition, just as Leon had said. He also realized that the price of such an elite motorcycle was $6.5 million, which seemed unbelievable. Leon got on his motorcycle and noticed a nice helmet. He thought it was discontinued. Leon got on the motorcycle, started it, and felt the powerful engine. At that very moment, he quickly drove off on business. He soon arrived at the university, amazed by the speed of the motorcycle. Samantha stood there wondering who could ride a luxury motorcycle. Suddenly, Leon took off his helmet, and Samantha was even more surprised to see that it was him. Samantha thanked Leon for all his help the day before. Leon told her that next time she shouldn't drink too much. Samantha asked Leon why he hadn't ridden such a nice motorcycle before, noting that all the female students couldn't take their eyes off him. Leon replied that it was an educational institution, and he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. Hearing this, Samantha was surprised and asked why Leon decided to ride a motorcycle today. Then the main character told her that he came here to pack his things and quit, and that it didn't matter what car he came in. Samantha was shocked and asked why he wanted to quit. She wondered if it was because of yesterday, but he assured her that it wasn't. Samantha then asked Leon what he planned to do after leaving university. Leon asked her not to worry about him and explained that from that very day on he would work as a courier. Intrigued, Samantha asked why a rich man like him would want to work as a courier. The girl said that in that case she'd like to place a personal order with him. However, Leon asked Samantha not to trivialize everything, clarifying that he would be working as a courier, not a callboy. Samantha wished him luck in his new job and said she was heading to HR. At that moment, Leon received a notification on his phone about a new order. He was surprised since he had just downloaded the app, and he already had an order to buy a music stand. Leon quickly arrived at the hotel with the order in hand. Leon told a woman named Giselle that he had brought her order for a music stand, which cost her 128 yuan. Everything was fine, and the woman, who was a music teacher at the conservatory, thanked him for his work. She assured him that she would bring the money. However, Gavin, who was also present, was furious and demanded to know why Leon had brought the order so quickly, since because of him she hadn't even had time to play the game. Leon explained that playing the piano was a noble pursuit that required a lot of practice to achieve success. Gavin, mocking him, suggested that if Leon truly believed that, perhaps he could teach her how to play. He laughed and added that if he really was a master, he would not work as a courier. Leon, surprised, asked the impudent Gavin how he could know this. Gavin told the protagonist that he said that playing the piano was a noble occupation, but how could he learn it considering that he was just a courier? Leon was very angry at Gavin, considering this impudent guy a fool. Giselle, upset with her son, began yelling at him. She then apologized to the protagonist, explaining that she had spoiled her son and asking him not to take his words to heart. Leon assured Giselle that everything was fine, but mentioned that he actually knew how to play the piano and asked if he could show them how. Giselle replied that of course he could demonstrate and they would be happy to watch, but she also warned Leon that her son's skill level was much higher than that of his peers. Leon told her that although he was self-taught, he was also a good player for his age and would try to play better than Gavin. At this point, Gavin interrupted, asking his mother not to stop Leon, insisting that they should look at his skills and see if he could beat someone as skilled as him. Leon told Gavin that if he was better than him, he would listen to his mother. Gavin confidently responded by saying that there was no problem. He claimed that he had nothing to fear anymore. Soon, Leon began playing the piano under Gavin's close supervision. The protagonist, however, was curious to see how well he could play, especially since he had not touched the piano since he received the sage's knowledge. When he played, his skill was undeniable and he seemed to be a master of his craft. Giselle thought to herself that the piece he was playing, Will-o'-the-Wisp, was a difficult piece for any performer. Gavin, infuriated by Leon's performance, clearly did not expect the courier to play such a complex melody so well. The impressed woman told the protagonist that even she, as a music teacher, could not play this piece as perfectly as he did. Leon humbly replied that such praise was not necessary. He then asked Gavin if he had heard his mother's words correctly, and if he remembered what he had said before the performance. Gavin, unable to answer, said that Leon must be his mother's student pretending to be a courier to fool him in his own home. However, Leon replied that he didn't know his mother and asked if Gavin really was a bad loser. Gavin realized that he had made a mistake and could not refute Leon's words. He realized that he had lost and, feeling embarrassed, said that he would work even harder. He was determined not to let himself fail to surpass the courier. After this, Giselle expressed her deep gratitude to the main character. She mentioned that she worked at a higher educational institution in the theater department and was surprised by the courier's talent. saying that, in her opinion, he would be an excellent candidate to work for them. However, Leon politely told her that he was not currently looking for a job. He assured her that he would not bother her anymore and would go take new orders. But the woman mentioned that she would add him on WeChat and contact him if she needed his help. It was then that the system congratulated Leon on his first order in his new career and informed him that he had won the award for the best beach in Moon Harbor. Leon was surprised by this and thought it was great. Now he had the opportunity to connect Zhou Ge and Wang Jiang. At that moment, his phone rang, and the woman on the other end of the line introduced herself as an employee of the Moon Harbor Beach Management and asked when it would be convenient for him to discuss the documents. Leon told the woman that he was free and could come immediately. Once at the office, Leon quickly met a girl who contacted him about the beach. She extended her hand to him and informed him that she was the one he had contacted about Moonhaven. Leon shook her hand and greeted her, expressing his pleasure in meeting her. The girl handed the main character some documents, explaining that these were all the contracts for the area. She told him that he could look through them to check if there were any problems. Leon glanced through the documents and asked the girl why Moon Harbor Beach, which was a public beach, was being put up for auction. The girl explained that there were no costs for maintaining the beach, so they entrusted it to other people who decided to sell it. She explained that although Leon would be the owner, the beach still belonged to the state. He could use it for 70 years and then would need to continue the lease. Leon then asked if he needed to discuss the management of the beach with others. The girl informed him that they were now on Bin High Street. Leon thought for a moment and realized that he needed to consult with the manager. Leon asked the man what he knew about Moon Harbor Beach. Ben replied that the place had a lot of problems and that buying it was a bad idea. He told the protagonist that they owed $200,000 and that he would pick up the bill and come for it right away. Soon, Leon and Ben arrived at Bin High Street and saw people sitting on the street smoking cigarettes. Leon noticed this and told Ben that although it looked formal, it was still company. The people sitting outside were clearly not in a good mood. One of them stood up and walked up to him, asking what the boss was doing there. Ben was angry. He told them that they should call their boss. One of the men apologized but explained that their brother was not there. Ben, furious, asked the man who he thought he was fooling. He pointed out that their brother's car was already parked there. Ben informed them that Leon was the owner of both Moon Harbor Beach and Wangjiang Port, and he was only absent because of a debt. The man was shocked and asked Ben if it was true that the beach had been purchased. Then he invited Leon to come with him, saying that their brother was in the office at that moment. Suddenly, Leon grabbed all of Ben's documents related to Moonhaven. He told the group that he was not going anywhere and that they could tell their boss to leave the haven forever. Leon then told them that he was waiting for his money and they would not be able to live in peace unless they paid. He told Ben to leave, stating that they had nothing more to discuss. One of the men rushed to the office and told Brother Oakley and Brother Lou that the same man who bought Moon Harbor Beach was there. The man told them that Leon ordered them all to leave Moon Harbor and pay back the debt to the port. Oakley asked if Leon really asked for the debt to be repaid and what relation he had to Wangjiang Port. The man replied that Ben said that Moon Harbor Beach belonged to the same person. Oakley then told the man that Leon was a very impressive man, with influence even in his own territory. The man agreed, saying that it looked like Leon was trying to show off. He mentioned that Leon said a few words and then left immediately. Lou expressed his disappointment, saying he had been disrespected and that the man needed to know who he was dealing with. Oakley, putting out his cigarette, replied that he would personally find this scoundrel. He added that he would make sure that the main character did not get away with this and that he would destroy his business. Later, Leon arrived at the Bandau Hotel. He decided to visit the hotel to check on his people. Manager Wang stood up when he saw Leon, welcoming him to the hotel. Leon told the manager he needed to review the accounts. Manager Wang asked if Leon really wanted to look at the documents now and said that he would prepare them right away. Leon sat on the sofa and waited for Wang to bring the reports. Then he asked Manager Wang if the Bandau Hotel had any outstanding debts. Manager Wang reluctantly confirmed that the hotel's debt was $3 million. Leon asked why he was not informed about this and instructed Manager Wang to provide a list of debtors. Manager Wang explained that they were unusual people and he did not know how to raise the issue. Leon opened the reports and wondered if Charlie's name appeared on the list. The manager nervously replied that they could not afford to offend the Chin family because they were very influential. He explained that last night Charlie, a man, brought a couple of ladies to the hotel but did not pay and still did not leave. Then Leon called him and Charlie asked who was calling him so early. Leon explained that it was him and mentioned that he owed the hotel 118,000. Charlie, somewhat dismissively, asked what difference it made if the hotel did not belong to the protagonist. The hero asked him why he assumed the hotel wasn't his, and then added that he would let him live there for free if he returned the money. Charlie started getting dressed and asked Leon if he was really at the hotel. He said he would go downstairs. Meanwhile, a worker informed manager Wang that a man named Oakley wanted to meet the protagonist. Leon told the manager that they could come in. The door to the manager's office opened and a group, including Oakley and his friend, walked in. They were sure the scoundrel would regret crossing paths with such a boss. Manager Wang realized he had to act quickly, so he ordered the security guard to go down to the head of security and instructed all the hotel security guards to gather on the first floor and await his orders. Oakley then threw something on the table and told the protagonist that it was a gift for him, specially brought for the hotel boss. He added that he hoped Leon would appreciate this gift, as they would do great things together in the future. Leon, somewhat surprised, asked Oakley what he meant by working together. Oakley expressed his resentment at this attitude, lighting a cigarette. Oakley remarked that today he would forgive Leon for these words, but if they did not come to an agreement, his business was over. He went on to say that Leon was already hopeless and had nothing to fear, but the hotel boss was soon in for a painful fall. Leon then picked up a glass and suddenly smashed it on Oakley's head, asking if he was threatening him. Oakley's friend, shocked by such audacity, demanded to know how Leon dared to hit his boss so brazenly. He rushed at Leon with his men, but at that moment Leon kicked his friend Oakley in the stomach with all his might. The powerful blow knocked him off his feet and sent him crashing into the wall. His men, shocked by Leon's strength, froze in place. Oakley warned Leon not to do anything stupid. Leon told Oakley that he knew how he usually handled things, but this time he wouldn't succeed. Then he explained that he not only owned the beach and Wangjiang port, but also the Bandau hotel and all the security. At that moment, Oakley looked out the window and was surprised to see hundreds of guards there. Leon continued by telling Oakley that he knew more about the criminal underworld than he did. He warned Oakley that if he put a price on his head, he would know. Just then, Charlie walked into the office and asked why Oakley was there. Oakley replied that they were discussing business issues with the protagonist, offering to help Charlie. Then Charlie walked up to the protagonist and asked what the hell was going on, asking if these idiots had anything to do with his business. Leon explained that the others had only expressed interest in collaborating. Charlie, surprised, asked how anyone could be so stupid as to come up with such an idea. Lou, feeling embarrassed, told his friend Oakley not that stupid. But Charlie, angry, told them that even his position did not allow him to do business with the protagonist. He then asked them who they thought they were, ordering them to get out of his sight and telling them that he never wanted to see them again. Oakley, still shocked, wondered who this Leon really was. Charlie then kicked Oakley and demanded to know what he was staring at. He told him to get up and leave the Bandau hotel before he killed them. But Leon told Charlie to wait and asked when these people would pay him the money he owed. Oakley, quickly realizing the seriousness of the situation, assured Leon that they would bring him the money immediately and began running out of the hotel. Charlie then asked Leon if he wanted his men to look after them. Leon refused, telling him that all those men were losers and there was no need to waste his time on them. Charlie then told the protagonist that since he helped solve the problem, they no longer had to pay the debt. Leon, angry, asked where Charlie got such impudence. Charlie replied that in business you have to be a little cheeky, otherwise they will go bankrupt and get thrown out. Leon reluctantly agreed. Just at that moment, Leon's phone rang. It was Elizabeth who asked the teacher what he was doing. He asked her not to call him that since he had recently quit. Elizabeth, surprised, asked if Leon had been kicked out for seducing students. Leon asked her if she really thought he was that kind of person, explaining that he had gained experience and left and was now working as a courier. Elizabeth replied that she would place the order right away, and then the hero left the office. A stunned Charlie pondered the nature of man. Sometime later, Leon arrived at the Chaoyang Hotel, smiling. He told the girl that the package she ordered had arrived. Elizabeth, happy to see him, praised his speed. Leon replied that this was the only thing he was fast at. Elizabeth smiled and agreed, noting that Leon hadn't changed at all. Leon asked Elizabeth why she ordered greens and meat. Elizabeth explained that there was a small kitchen where she sometimes liked to cook. She then asked Leon if he would like to test her culinary talents personally. Leon replied that he would be happy to do so, but next time, and right now he would like to try a steak. He said that his culinary talents were given to him by the wisdom of a sage and invited her to try. After 20 minutes, the dishes were ready. Elizabeth was happy and noted that the presentation of the food was better than what their cooks could do. She told the protagonist that all the dishes smelled so delicious. Leon playfully advised her to eat more, calling her a glutton, and said that he would bring her a glass of juice. He walked over to the refrigerator, but then he suddenly noticed that Elizabeth had already eaten all the food. Elizabeth continued eating, thinking that she had never imagined how deliciously her beloved could cook. She told the protagonist that all his dishes were better than any five-star restaurant and she would not stop until everything was ready. She asked where he learned to cook so well. Leon told her that he was simply talented. Elizabeth replied that with such talent he could ask for anything as a reward. Without further ado, the hero leaned towards the girl and kissed her. He said he would like to receive his reward right there. However, Elizabeth doubted that they should do this right in the office. However, he sat her down on the table and told her that it would be an incredible experience for both of them. After this, Leon asked Elizabeth why she called him. She explained that there was nothing urgent about it, but she needed to go to Wangjiang port and she wanted him to accompany her that day. Leon, having pulled out some French fries, agreed to go with her, saying that he would check on the progress of the project. Elizabeth ate the French fries and thought Leon's food was magical. As soon as they arrived at the port, Elizabeth told the protagonist that she had spoken with Georgia yesterday, and the price of the project was $350 million. She suggested that they could save $150 million on the project. Leon asked why they were saving so much money, pointing out that he had no shortage of funds. Elizabeth explained that the Wangjiang port construction project was too large-scale, and they would put it aside for now and return to it again if necessary. Leon told her that he understood her concerns, but assured her that he would not have taken on the project if he had not been confident of its success. Elizabeth mentioned that she had spoken to the project manager who said that they should include the nearby Moon Harbor. She suggested that if they included Moon Harbor Beach in the redevelopment plan, it would be a great move. Then the main character replied that he would buy the beach. Surprised, Elizabeth asked if he was sure he could buy the place, as it was very expensive and difficult to acquire. She reminded him that the rights to Moon Harbor Beach were in the hands of ZF. Leon put on his helmet and confidently told her that he was sure of success. Elizabeth then told him that wearing a bikini in a private pool was boring and it would be better to sunbathe on a nice beach. She added that if someone gave her a chance, she would do it, but she would not overestimate anyone. While observing the reconstruction plan, a man approached them and greeted them, saying that he was glad to see them there. He was waiting for them and wanted to personally inform the protagonist of the latest news. He told the protagonist that Oakley had returned and paid all the money they owed, and that Moon Harbor Beach was now theirs. Leon thanked the man, admitting that it was great news. Elizabeth froze in place, wondering if Leon had really bought the beach. Leon assured her that Moon Harbor Beach was already his, and now he wanted to sunbathe there. Elizabeth asked how he managed to surprise her every time and said that he knew how to irritate her, but in a good way. Soon after, Elizabeth took off her shoes, deciding that she could relax on the beach that day. She praised Leon, calling him a genius. Then she told him that he already owned the entire Wangjiang port and offered to take her to the sea. Leon agreed, saying that they would need diving equipment and that he would teach her how to dive. Elizabeth was happy and asked Leon if he could dive too. Then she remembered that Leon had mentioned setting up a foundation, and she contacted 2 people about his case. Elizabeth explained that these people were capable of handling it and asked if Leon had any special requirements for the address. If not, she would find him an office building. Leon told her that he would leave all the formalities to her discretion and that the foundation would be located in Lingyun. Then Elizabeth asked if this company also belonged to him. Leon confirmed that she was right, explaining that it was indeed his building. Before leaving, Leon reminded Elizabeth to be careful on the way home. She replied that the weather was unpredictable and advised him to be careful too. After saying goodbye, she drove away in her car. At this moment, Leon received a new order for 2 swimming rings for girls at a price of 200 yuan each. He quickly headed to the store where the rings were sold. Once there, Leon told the seller that he needed 2 swimming rings, priced at about 200 yuan each. Then the salesman came back saying that the 2 swim rings were of excellent quality and were offered at a discount of 209 yuan each. Satisfied, Leon agreed to take the swim rings but asked for the receipt. The salesman complimented him by saying that he was such a handsome man and asked why he worked as a courier. He offered to introduce Leon to some rich women he knew. Leon, a little surprised, asked the salesman if he worked part-time as a pimp. The salesman, feeling a little embarrassed, asked Leon not to say anything stupid. Leon quickly left the store, eager to deliver the order. He arrived at an address near the beach and thought he needed to quickly find a buyer so he could start working on another order. Leon called Lenny to let him know he was standing near the beach. However, Lenny told him he didn't have time to meet and instructed him to find a place himself. Lenny mentioned that he had a red umbrella and blue shorts. The protagonist then replied that there were a lot of red umbrellas on the beach and he wasn't sure how to find the right one. He expressed difficulty in finding Lenya. The client responded sarcastically, implying that it was no wonder Leon worked as a courier. At that moment, a girl appeared behind Leon and asked if he was the courier. She waved at him and introduced herself as Una, and next to her stood her boyfriend, Lenya, looking displeased. Una, noticing Leon, thought it was incredible that such a handsome courier had arrived. She then asked her friend Christy, who was lying under an umbrella, to look at them and remarked that the courier who brought the swimming rings was very handsome. Christy agreed, asking why such a handsome man worked as a courier. Lenny replied that it was obvious that Leon's brain wasn't working properly, and she assumed based on his inability to find them. Una, however, complimented Leon's looks and figure, explaining that she was looking for an employee and he seemed suitable to her. Then the main character approached them, greeted Lenya and introduced himself. He handed them the order, telling them that each ring cost 209 yuan, making the total for the 2 rings 418 yuan, and asked them to pay. Una asked Leon if he had ever thought about changing jobs. She mentioned that she owned a clothing store and needed an employee, but Leon told her that he was not interested in the position. Then he asked who would pay for the order. Suddenly, Lenny stood up and told the protagonist that he would not get any money from them. Lenny complained that he asked to buy the circles for 200 yuan each, but Leon bought them for 209 yuan each. He also claimed that Leon had forged the receipt and intended to defraud them. Leon, surprised by this accusation, asked Lenny if he really thought he needed their change that badly. Lenny, starting to get angry, asked if Leon really thought he was richer than him. Una, sensing the tension, intervened and told Lenny that she had had enough. She believed that Leon was not capable of such behavior and would pay for the delivery herself. However, Lenny disagreed, saying that he had invited Una there, so he had to pay, and he didn't want to argue anymore. At this moment, Lenny took out money from his wallet and thrust it into the protagonist's hands. Leon calmly informed Lenny that the 2 swimming rings he bought cost 418 yuan, but he only gave him 400 yuan. Lenny asked Leon what was the matter, explaining that he had initially agreed to pay 200 yuan but had not mentioned his intention to add more. Christy remarked that Lenny was very smart, while the courier needed to improve his memory. In response, Leon told Una that her friends seemed to be very poor and suggested that she think carefully about getting involved with such people. Then he handed Una some money and said that he was giving her 2 swimming rings, urging her to have a good time. As Leon started to leave the beach, Lenny suddenly told him to stop, insisting that he would not let him go unpunished for his words. An enraged Lenny clarified that his company makes about 2 million a year. Leon asked why Lenny was so petty about such a small amount if he had a successful business. Lenny, without backing down, asked Leon if he would risk making another order. Then he took out his phone to place the order. Leon, not at all embarrassed, agreed to accept the order, and a shocked Una advised the protagonist not to argue with Lenin, as he could not be defeated. Christy, noticing the tension, asked Una to mind her own business and hinted that Una had decided to take the courier's side. At that moment, Leon received a notification about a new order. He then asked Lenny if he was serious about asking him to buy a Ferrari. Lenny replied that he was just a courier and assured Leon that as soon as he delivered the order, he would be paid. The girl, laughing, noted that Lenny was very smart, adding that Leon would never be able to afford a Ferrari. Then the main character confidently told them that he would buy a Ferrari. Lenny, now irritated, called Leon a show-off and warned him that if he tried to run away or didn't bring the order, he would regret it. Meanwhile, the friends continued to relax on the beach, drinking wine. Lenny told Una that the wine was from 1664 and not very strong, and offered her to try it. But Una was upset and told Lenny that she did not want to drink. Then Christy asked Una why she had such a sour expression on her face. Una explained that she thought they had done something wrong and that she should not have been so rude to the delivery man. Shocked, Lenny asked if Una was serious, and he asked her not to tell him that she was still thinking about the courier. At that moment, Leon approached them with a briefcase in his hands. At that very moment, Lenny asked if he really had the nerve to come back. Lenny told him that he already had enough problems, and now he would not be able to live in peace. Una asked Lenny if he was threatening the protagonist, stating that it was too much and going too far. At this point, Christy intervened in the argument and grabbed Una by the shoulder, advising her not to interfere in the argument. Una, standing her ground, told her friend that she could not just watch Lenny mock the courier. Lenny, now angry, told the protagonist that he had disobeyed his orders and stated that he had known from the start that Leon was a fool who could not stand by his words. At that moment, Leon threw a stack of documents in front of Lenny. Shocked, Lenny wondered if the documents in the sand were really for registering a car. Then the protagonist, remaining calm, told the van driver that he could come to the beach. The van driver opened the trunk and Lenny was speechless. Leon confirmed that this was indeed the Ferrari he wanted. Leon asked Lenny if he still considered himself very rich, noting that he clearly couldn't afford a luxury Ferrari. Lenny, now embarrassed, apologized to the protagonist, admitting that he had lied and did not have enough money. Leon took the opportunity to tell Lenny that if he was ready to admit defeat, he should kneel before him on the beach. Lenny, furious, called Leon a freak. He swore revenge on the courier. Then he asked if Leon knew who he was and if the name Oakley meant anything to him. Leon, not at all embarrassed, said that he had never heard of this name or this man. Then Lenny called Oakley and mentioned that he would pay $10,000 if he brought a couple of people to fix the problem. He told the protagonist to wait and that Oakley would be there soon. Una, alarmed, approached the protagonist and urged him to leave quickly, warning him that he would not be able to cope with Oakley and his bandits. But Leon reassured her, saying that everything was fine. A few minutes later, Boss Oakley arrived at the beach, bringing all his fighters with him. Lenny immediately told Oakley that Leon was trying to trick him, and he thanked him for getting to the beach so quickly. Then Lenny asked Leon where his insolence had gone. Leon calmly asked Lenny in response if he was sure that the person who came to his aid would really help him. When Oakley saw Leon on the beach, he was shocked and could no longer move. Realizing that they were in serious trouble, Boss Oakley and his men bowed to the protagonist, expressing that they were glad to see him. Leon, in turn, told Oakley that he had let them go in peace this time, but they caused trouble again. Oakley, looking remorseful, apologized to the protagonist. Lenny was shocked and asked what was going on. Suddenly, Oakley punched Lenny in the stomach, asking if he was crazy and how dare he threaten their director. Oakley said that the entire beach and Wangjiang port belonged to the protagonist. Both Una and Christy were stunned. Oakley then asked Leon what should be done with Lenny. Leon told Oakley that he wanted Lenny to get down on his knees and ask for forgiveness. Oakley turned to Lenny and asked if he could do it himself or if he needed help. Lenny, now realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately fell to her knees and began begging Leon for forgiveness. Leon exhaled and told Lenny he'd spare him this time, then turned to Lou and Oakley, telling them he had a favor to ask. He told them that if they ever needed a little extra cash, they could turn to his friend who would help them. Boss Lou and Oakley thanked Leon, calling him a very good person. Una then told the protagonist that she didn't want to stay on the beach anymore. She mentioned that she didn't have a car and asked if he could take her home. Leon agreed, but first asked her to change, suggesting that riding in a bathing suit would be uncomfortable. Una, however, replied that she had decided to wear a bathing suit today because it was hot and she would be cooler in it. Christy then asked if Leon would give her a ride too, since she didn't have a car either. However, Leon told her that there was only room for one person, but she could go home in the truck if she wanted. Una climbed onto Leon's motorcycle, hugged Leon, and felt joy from the experience. At this moment, Lena suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist and praised him for being incredible. She said that he earned 5 stars for completing 3 orders. Lena also told him that his career was 40% complete, and he received a reward of 1 billion along with a new task. Leon kissed Lena as a sign of gratitude and expressed how glad he was. He then received a notification on his phone that his account had been topped up by 1 billion, bringing his total to 1.2 billion. Una saw the notification and was stunned. She told the protagonist that his bank account was huge. While they were driving, Una, noticing the notification, told the protagonist that she accidentally saw the message and noticed that his balance had exceeded 15 million. Leon explained that she had misunderstood and that his account actually had 15 billion, not just 15 million. Una was shocked and began to wonder who Leon really was. After some time, Leon and Una came to her clothing store. Una went to buy a beautiful and elite dress. Leon asked her if it was really her shop. Una confirmed it, mentioning that she graduated from Donghua University where she majored in fashion design. Then Una asked if he wanted a drink. However, Leon, taking her business card, said that he still had some business to attend to. He assured her that he would contact her through her business card. Una curiously asked why the protagonist needed her business card, since he could have simply added her to WeChat. However, Leon told Una that he needed her help on another matter, specifically to get his company to order uniforms from her, as she was apparently an experienced designer. Una replied that it was no problem, expressing her joy that they would be working together in the future. As Leon stepped outside, he received a call from Joshua, his friend and roommate from university. Joshua, who was now working as a salesman for a technology and innovation company, informed Leon that he would likely arrive in Shanghai in a couple of days. He mentioned that they hadn't seen each other for 6 months and that he missed him very much. Leon smiled and replied to Joshua, saying that, on the contrary, he did not miss him at all and was not particularly happy about his visit to Shanghai. Joshua then asked if Leon had heard of Cisco. He explained that they had recently solved the problem with the control program and improved their chips. Joshua told the protagonist that he intended to negotiate a partnership with Cisco, to which Leon replied that they would discuss the matter when he arrived. Leon then reflected on the past few days and noted that he had just finished writing source code that would improve the performance of hardware and microchips, and he couldn't understand how Cisco had managed to move forward so quickly. As Leon approached the Lunsen Science Institute on his motorcycle, he noticed student Lizzie standing at the entrance with documents. Lizzie greeted him warmly. She mentioned that they had been waiting for him. Leon replied that he had decided to see how they worked, and Lizzie informed him that the control unit program had been written successfully. She added that the third test had begun, but they had encountered a problem with the frequency hop range and were working on a solution. Upon entering the Lunsen Institute, Leon saw Vice President Samuel inside. Samuel expressed surprise upon seeing him. Then the protagonist sat down on the sofa and told his scientist friends that he had heard that Cisco had developed a program for the control unit and was planning to bring it to market. Both Lizzie and Samuel were shocked and denied that Cisco could have made such a breakthrough in innovation. Leon explained that as far as he knew, Cisco had made rapid progress thanks to a professional in the field of technology and science. He went on to say that if he understood correctly, this scientist must be Lucian, the same one he fired. Lizzie and Samuel froze, not believing their ears. Lizzie then assured Leon that she guaranteed that Lucian's technology and results were full of flaws, and that his program was not as perfect as theirs. However, Leon slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He told Lizzie that if he had said that her mind was empty, he would certainly have been right. He urged his friends to think carefully about who the market would ultimately believe, and pointed out that not filing a patent application was a mistake. Lizzie asked Leon if they should file for a patent as soon as possible before Cisco announced its technology. Leon responded that they were wrong to think that Cisco had not filed a patent long ago, and warned that they would become a laughingstock in the industry. Lizzie was speechless, wondering how this could have happened. Then Vice President Samuel admitted that it was entirely his fault and asked if Leon would fire him. Samuel was already prepared for such a punishment. Leon, however, asked what the point of firing him was. He told Samuel to come up with a plan to fix the whole situation. Samuel said it was their duty to fix the problem and that other companies had already taken the lead while they had lost control. Then the protagonist stood up and realized that if he didn't take responsibility for the company's strategy and development, they would fail in the industry. Leon reminded them that Cisco had merely stolen their technology, but that it was only the first version of their idea. He emphasized that they needed to beat Cisco and make the company regret stealing their idea. And Lizzie and Samuel assured Leon that they would do everything in their power to help him. Leon then activated the sage's mind, thinking that with this trump card he could quickly find a solution. Lizzie and Samuel saw new, perfect codes appearing on the laptop and were amazed, as they had never seen such flawless coding before. 12 hours later, Leon was still at the Lunsen Institute, working tirelessly to identify all the problems in their program. He told his friends that he was tired, noting that programming was no joke and required a lot of intelligence and effort. A surprised Samuel asked if Leon had really completed everything so quickly. Leon explained that the procedures were complete, but the multiplier technology wasn't very good, and that was the main problem. Lizzie had already fallen asleep on the table, and Leon asked Samuel to quickly buy 2 Dutch multipliers. He said it would do them good. Samuel promised to order Dutch spare parts immediately. Leon then turned to Lizzie, who had just woken up. He told her that there was also one personal assignment for her. Leon asked Lizzie to organize the development of a new mobile operating system, which should be at least as good as Cisco's. Lizzie assured Leon that everything would be taken care of in the best possible way. Leon, putting his arm around the boy's shoulders, expressed confidence that they would soon become leaders. Leon told his friends that they were making history and that they would soon be developing chips that would open a new chapter in the future. He hoped that from now on they would be able to handle everything on their own. But he also had a lot of plans and he needed to leave soon. Samuel noted that the country had produced such talents and he was confident that they would have a bright future. Soon, Leon went outside and was glad that the servants had brought him a car. While checking his phone, he noticed that he had a new order for delivery. It was an original Yahello brand charger. Leon got into his Pagani and drove to the location to deliver the charger. An hour later, Leon had already delivered the order to the client. He handed Jack an original charger from the Yahello store and reminded him that he owed 612 yuan. However, the customer, Jack, asked why the charger was so expensive, especially since the store had a 50% discount that day. Leon looked at his phone and informed Jack that the promotion ended yesterday and that he had not mentioned any discount when ordering the product. Jack, furious, accused Leon of trying to cheat him out of more money. However, Leon responded by telling Jack that he had provided a receipt from the Yahello store and that he had no reason to lie. Jack complained that the charger was too expensive, and if he had known, he would have bought a copy instead of the original. At this point, a woman came out to intervene, telling Jack that there was no need to argue since it was only a couple of hundred yuan. She asked Jack to be less strict with the courier, who was simply doing his job. Jack then told his wife to get the charger, explaining that he had the night shift and that he and the baby should go to bed early without waiting for him. When Leon was about to leave, Jack asked him to wait and take 2 bags of garbage with him. Leon, surprised, asked if Jack was really asking him to take out the trash, explaining that it was none of his business. Jack then replied that if Leon wanted to get 5 stars, he had to take out the trash, otherwise he would file a complaint. However, Leon told Jack that he would not do this and that he could file a complaint if he wanted, but he would still have to pay for the charger. Jack angrily told the protagonist to stand still and threatened to report him to the company. However, Leon responded calmly, telling Jack that he could do whatever he wanted. Leon soon walked outside, thinking about how lucky he always was to have rude and ungrateful customers. Just then, he noticed a delivery man taking out someone else's trash and thought that this was too much. After the courier finished taking out the trash, he began to lift the huge table, barely holding it up as his legs shook from the weight. Leon, seeing the courier's difficulties, told him not to rush and offered to help him. Together they moved the table to the right place. The courier thanked Leon, saying that he was tired and sometimes did not know who he was working for, whether it was taking out the trash or delivering food. Leon asked why he agreed to do all this. The courier replied that if he got a bad grade, he would regret coming to work, but very few people wanted to help as much as he did. Then the protagonist told the courier that they both did the same job. At this point, Jack came out again and asked Leon if he had left yet, seeing him standing in front of the house. Jack got angry and told the protagonist that he could forget about getting 5 stars and would file a complaint about the bad service. Leon told Jack that it didn't matter to him and that there was no point in continuing the conversation with an idiot like him. Just at this moment, in a fit of anger, Jack threw his bag of garbage on the ground and asked the courier who he was calling an idiot. Then Jack introduced himself, stating that he was the sales manager of Zhonghai Zhuijia Chemical Industrial Company. He demanded to know where the junk Leon was driving was, and said that he would take a picture of it and file a complaint. Leon calmly responded and told Jack that his junk was an Audi A6. Then Leon opened the door of his new luxury Audi. He smiled, knowing that Jack would be very surprised. Jack was speechless, not believing his ears, and asked Leon why, if he was so rich, he worked as a delivery man. Leon explained that he was working in the delivery department to gain life experience and asked Jack if he really worked for Zhuijia. Leon told him that because of his bad attitude towards others, he would soon lose his job at the company. He pointed to the trash on the ground and warned Jack that he should prepare to become a courier soon. Then Jack fell to his knees, realizing he had made a huge mistake. Trying to make amends, Jack began collecting trash and promised the protagonist that he would never behave like that again. At that moment, Leon received a notification on his phone about a new order. Looking at the new order, Leon realized that it was urgent. It was about emergency contraceptives. A bad feeling about the order made him rush to the place. Soon, he took the medicine and arrived at the residential building. He went up to the right floor, but when the door opened, he was shocked to see an old acquaintance. He asked the girl if it was really her, and Melissa, recognizing him, asked if he really worked as a courier. Leon asked Melissa what was wrong with being a courier. He explained that he had brought her some medicine and he needed her to pay 38 yuan. Then Melissa crossed her arms over her chest and thought that Leon must have had a miserable life, and that was why he worked as a courier. Leon replied that it was none of her business. He told her to just pay him for the order. Melissa noticed that he was so eager to get the money, implying that he was poor, and asked if he was even capable of handling the job of a courier. Suddenly, she threw the medicine on the floor. She told the protagonist that she no longer needed the medicine and that he should take it back and cancel the order. Leon was stunned by her behavior and thought that this spoiled girl would regret her actions. He picked up the medicine from the floor and said that he understood her, and then headed for the exit. Melissa, however, asked him to take his time, saying that she wanted to take some photos of him as a keepsake. Leon, surprised, asked why she wanted to take his picture. Melissa explained that she wanted to share the photos with her classmates so they would know who he had become. At that moment, a guy came out and asked Melissa what was going on, whether she had bought the pills. Then, suddenly, the guy recognized Leon and was in complete shock. Melissa explained that this guy was her classmate who started his own business and lost all his money, so now he is a courier. The guy, clearly angry, hit Melissa in the face and demanded to know how she dared to speak about the main character like that. Melissa fell to the floor and asked why he pushed her. She mocked the guy, saying that Leon was just bankrupt and could never compare to him. However, the guy responded that Leon was clearly there to gain experience in different areas of life, urging Melissa not to do anything stupid. The guy bowed to the protagonist and apologized for his girlfriend's behavior, expressing deep shame. Melissa, still in shock, could not understand why her boyfriend showed respect to someone like Leon. The protagonist then told the guy that he would accept the apology, but asked him to keep Melissa away from him and give him 5 stars for service. The guy assured him that he would give him 5 stars as he promised. After this, Leon went outside to his car, and at that moment he received a notification on his phone confirming that he had received 5 stars for the order. The guy then turned to Melissa and scolded her, saying that she was crazy. He warned her never to embarrass him like that again. Meanwhile, Leon, checking the system, thought it was impressive how quickly things were moving. He felt that if he worked there for another day, he would complete the task. At that moment, Elizabeth called him. She asked if Leon was busy as she had invited him to dinner at her home. She told him to meet her at the Times Square supermarket as she didn't have the ingredients for their dish. Leon quickly arrived at Times Square, and upon entering the building, he saw Elizabeth already waiting for him. Elizabeth threw up her hands and told the protagonist that she missed him. She also mentioned that she had heard about a new big supermarket where they could buy all the groceries they needed. Then she told him that she was a diamond-level customer and they could get a discount together. Leon and Elizabeth then went to the supermarket where they picked up a basket. Leon was surprised when he saw Elizabeth collecting a lot of food. He asked her if they came here just for food, to which she agreed. Leon then asked her why she bought so many cakes and desserts. Elizabeth asked him if he knew that sweets put a girl in a good mood. Leon agreed with her, saying that now that they had chosen the sweets, they could move on to buying other necessary things. Then he asked if it wasn't enough that he could lift her spirits himself. Leon hugged the girl, who in response called him a pervert. After finishing his shopping, Leon told the girl that he thought they already had enough food and that it would be difficult to carry it all home. Elizabeth, however, said that she still wanted some beef. As the steak he cooked seemed so delicious to her, she told him that she wanted him to cook steak for her again that day. At that moment, a strange man approached Elizabeth and greeted her. Elizabeth was surprised and asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Patrick, a talent scout from Boyuan Media, and asked if she was interested in a career in show business. He told her that with her looks, she could become famous and handed her his business card. Before she could answer, Leon interrupted them, telling Patrick that Elizabeth was not interested and suggesting that he ask the girl selling fish at the market, who was much more suitable for him. Patrick looked at the fishmonger and realized that Leon had lied to him. Patrick then told the protagonist that he was not talking to him and assured Elizabeth that if she entered the entertainment industry, it would be a great success. He asked if she knew about the famous man he made famous who now makes $100 million annually. Elizabeth told the protagonist that $100 million a year was impressive. Patrick then told the protagonist that if his girlfriend wanted to go into show business, he should let her pursue fame out of love for her. Leon listened to Patrick's words, then took out his phone and told him that he agreed to the terms, but only after 15 years. Patrick was stunned and asked what Leon had just said, surprised by the 15-year sentence. Leon calmly told him that he had billions and could still take care of Elizabeth for at least another 15 years. He showed Patrick his bank account on his phone and asked if he could wait that long. Patrick was stunned by the amount in Leon's account, so the protagonist asked Patrick to contact Elizabeth in 15 years and hoped that he would not change his mind. Patrick apologized, saying he made a mistake. He immediately started running away, telling the protagonist that he was no match for him and asking him to forgive him. Elizabeth started laughing, thinking that Leon was so unhappy with Patrick's words, and quickly made it clear that he would not allow her to go into show business. Then she asked if she could get an advance for the 100 million that Patrick mentioned earlier. Leon replied that she could get an advance from him, but they would discuss it in the evening. She pinched Leon and said that she would still take revenge on him at home, but Leon asked if she was strong enough to compete with him. Elizabeth replied that they would see which of them had to be afraid. After shopping at the supermarket, they arrived at Yunshui Villa together. When they entered the villa, Leon asked Elizabeth if she was sure that her parents were not at home. Elizabeth assured him that her parents were indeed not at home and jokingly called him a coward. However, Leon replied that he was not afraid of her family. He had only met them a couple of times, and this made her boyfriend feel a little awkward. Elizabeth asked why Leon was already starting to blush, because he had not yet seen her surprise. Leon, wanting to get closer to her, asked her to come to him and said that they would settle the score. But as soon as he tried to hug her, she grabbed his hand tightly. Elizabeth said that now they would see who was stronger in the fight. However, Leon threw the girl off himself with one deft movement. He pushed her onto the sofa in front of him and grabbed her legs tightly. Leon then took the grapes that were standing near them on the tabletop, intending to feed them to Elizabeth. However, then he suddenly dropped a berry into her t-shirt and reached in to get it with his lips. Elizabeth blushed with shame, saying that he should not have eaten that berry because it was dirty. However, Leon assured her that everything was fine. Later, the girl remembered that the organization of the fund was completed and that the contribution was about 10 million. Leon was very surprised by her words and said that it was very good. Although he completely forgot about his request, Elizabeth also told him that he would still meet with the people responsible for the establishment of the fund and the organization. While Leon was studying the documents, Elizabeth asked if he could come to her office at 12 o'clock the next day. He finished looking through the paperwork and told her she had done a good job. Then he asked if she was willing to work a little more. The next day, Leon quickly drove Elizabeth to the company. Elizabeth got out of the car and reminded him not to forget about the meeting. Leon assured her that he would not forget and would definitely come. Elizabeth said goodbye to him, feeling very lucky to have such a guy. As Leon was driving down the road, he received a notification on his phone about a new order, and later arrived at the location the client had instructed him to visit, sensing that something was wrong. He saw a car stuck on the side of the road, surrounded by people, and the protagonist became curious whether the client had really called so many people to help pull the car out. The customer, who filmed the scene live, told his followers that his car had fallen into a ditch and that they were figuring out how to fix the problem. He added that he had asked many couriers for help, explaining that he thought like a rich person. At this point, Leon came over and asked the client if he really thought like a rich person, pointing out that the whole situation was disgusting. The client got angry and told the protagonist to hurry up as they were waiting for him. He then promised the couriers that if they helped him get his car out, he would immediately give them 5 stars. The protagonist then told the client that he needed more people, as 6 couriers would not be enough to lift his heavy vehicle. The customer, surprised, asked why 6 was not enough, insisting that couriers worked hard all their lives. Then he told the protagonist not to be lazy and to help everyone. However, Leon turned away, declaring that he had had enough and that the client should handle it on his own, as he had his own business. An angry customer asked the couriers to look at Leon's attitude, claiming it was unprofessional. He filmed the conversation on his phone, telling his followers that with that attitude, Leon would still be a courier in 10 years. However, Leon, who was not pleased with the customer's behavior, got into his luxury car, pressed the gas pedal, and sped away. The couriers were surprised by the powerful sound of the car's engine and assumed that it looked like a sports car. The customer turned around, realizing that the car behind him was indeed a Ferrari, then commented that it belonged to someone with a rich mind, which he would soon become like. As the luxury car pulled closer, the client recognized Leon in the driver's seat. He was shocked and at a loss for words. He asked Leon if it was really him and how he could afford such an elite Ferrari. Leon stopped and asked him what was wrong. He told the client that with his current way of thinking he would never become rich. Then he asked if people had unsubscribed from him. The client begged Leon not to say it. Then he checked his phone in shock. Leon quickly left the scene, and the client shouted that he was right about everything. Later, Leon arrived in Chaoyang and decided to head to Elizabeth's office. Upon entering the office, he was surprised to find that there was no one there except Elizabeth, who was sitting and checking reports. Leon told her that it was already 12 noon and asked why the others had not arrived yet. At that moment, Elizabeth suddenly asked Leon to look back. When he looked, he was shocked to see that Elizabeth had already cleaned and prepared all the ingredients for cooking. Leon told her that he had just cooked for her yesterday, so he wondered why she needed him to cook again today. Elizabeth rose from her seat and snuggled close to him, explaining that once she learned to cook, she would cook every day for her lover. After a while, Leon informed Elizabeth that he was finished. He placed the plates on the table, and Elizabeth commented that it was excellent. Just at that moment, someone knocked on the door and Elizabeth invited people in. At that moment, Helga and Sean entered the office. Elizabeth asked Helga why they had come to the office so early when they had agreed to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Helga explained that she could not be late for a meeting with her new boss. She then told Elizabeth that she had found such a beautiful cook, which meant that she had a lot to learn from her. Elizabeth became curious and asked Helga if Leon really looked like a chef. Helga replied that he didn't really look like a chef, but he was very handsome and asked if he was her new secretary. Elizabeth was surprised and asked Helga what nonsense she was talking about. At that moment, Leon winked at Elizabeth, silently asking her not to tell Helga about this. Helga then told Elizabeth that there was no need for explanations and introduced the man next to her, Sean. Helga mentioned that she met Sean when she went to the US as an exchange student. He was a professional in his field. Sean shook Elizabeth's hand and expressed his pleasure at meeting her. The girl asked if they were hungry. Helga replied that, of course, they were hungry and would be happy to have lunch with them. Everyone sat down at the table, and an excited Helga told him how delicious the lunch was and how glad she was that she decided to try the food. An impressed Sean mentioned that, besides cooking, he didn't expect Leon to understand economic situations and microchips, which he thought were great. Helga glanced at her watch and noted that it was almost 3 p.m., but the new boss still hadn't arrived. Then Elizabeth said that in fact their new boss had already arrived. Helga was very surprised and asked Elizabeth where the new director was. Then the girl pointed to Leon and explained that he was the founder of the Lingyun Foundation. Both Helga and Sean were stunned, frozen in place in surprise when they realized that the chef was actually their new boss. Helga apologized to the protagonist, explaining that she didn't want to reveal that he was a chef and didn't know that he was the boss of the company. Leon assured her that nothing was wrong. He mentioned that he wanted to make sure of their professionalism and that they could ask him any questions. Helga and Sean exchanged glances. Helga then asked Leon if his future business would definitely focus on foundations and what his business plan for the foundation was. Leon replied that funds were not his main goal. He asked if they would believe him if he said that he wanted to dominate the business world. Helga stood up without answering Leon's question, and he realized that they might not believe that he was truly a powerful and successful person. Leon asked Helga and Sean if they really thought he was joking. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that every businessman and ambitious person deserves respect. Sean added that although he had many questions at first, Leon's answers made everything clear and he now understood his goals. Helga told the protagonist that in addition to being ambitious, he was also handsome and there was nothing he couldn't do. At that moment, Elizabeth playfully pinched Helga on the cheek, telling her friend that she hadn't changed at all. Then Leon said that he would get down to business. They would get 5 million as bonuses for the company, and the company would be listed on the market. Helga and Sean realized that with the protagonist, they could achieve everything they dreamed of in a short time. They raised their glasses, and Helga thanked Leon for his generosity, eager to get to work and begin a new project. Sean thanked Leon for his kindness, although he felt awkward about his high salary. Leon assured them that money was not important to him. He valued their talent and professionalism. He emphasized that they agreed to follow him, and together they would conquer the world. Leon and Elizabeth drank together. Helga and Sean, also sipping wine, thought about how lucky they were to have met a boss like Leon. Leon then invited them all to come with him to see the new company so they could get started. Helga replied that she was looking forward to it. Elizabeth playfully asked if Helga and Sean were afraid that Leon might take them to some basement. Helga told the protagonist that the basement would be fine for her, but asked if it would be possible to order air conditioning because she was afraid that it would be hot there and her makeup might get ruined. Leon then took Helga and Sean to the Lingyun Twin Towers. Helga asked Leon if he had rented an office for them in the Twin Towers, considering it was an expensive building with complicated lease terms. Leon explained that it wasn't a rental, and when Helga asked if it was really in the neighborhood, Leon then revealed that he bought the Twin Towers building, not rented it. Helga and Sean were both shocked and couldn't figure it out. Helga then told the protagonist that she no longer wanted to be the financial director and was ready to work as his secretary. Elizabeth asked Helga what she did and questioned whether such wealth was worth sacrificing her dream job. Helga playfully hugged Elizabeth and asked if she was jealous. Leon reassured Helga and Sean by telling them that he was counting on them and that they had $500 million for the entire strategic plan. He added that he still had another job, and Helga asked if it was true that he would be cooking for another female director. At that moment, Leon approached Elizabeth, immediately hugged her and said that he worked as a courier. Helga and Sean were very surprised and asked Leon what he meant. Elizabeth told them not to ask about it. Since Leon was different from ordinary rich people, she suggested that they go inside the building. Helga then asked Sean to inspect the premises, saying that there would be a finance department there. Sean disagreed, saying that finances should be kept in a more private place. Elizabeth also inspected the premises and thought that there was enough space in the building. Leon then approached her and asked if she would like to move the Chaoyang company to this location. Elizabeth replied that it would depend on whether he had enough funds to accommodate her and her company. Then the protagonist pressed himself against her and jokingly said that it looked like Elizabeth needed to be bribed first. However, Elizabeth pushed him away and reminded him that Helga and Sean had not left yet. Then she asked Leon if he had a direction for his future business and whether it would be home economics or the service industry. Leon told her it was neither, but he believed in big data. Elizabeth asked if his company's growth strategy was based on big data and cloud computing, and he confirmed it. Leon told the girl that what he wanted to do was not easy. Then Elizabeth had an idea and suggested that he could go directly to the market as an investor in the company. Then the main character hugged her, noticing that she was so smart that his heart couldn't stand it. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that although Helga had become his employee, she was still the CFO and they needed to make a profit. Leon assured her that she could be sure that such a good resource would be used. He then asked if she was planning to change jobs, mentioning that he didn't have a secretary. Elizabeth tidied up Leon's clothes and he thought she would agree to his request. But at that moment, Elizabeth grabbed Leon by the collar and told him that he could only dream of this. She asked him to take her to Chaoyang Company as she had a lot of work. After that, Leon arrived at Shanghai Airport. He noted that the Bentley that his manager bought was very good. Leon mentioned that he finally got 10 five-star reviews. At that moment, a blue notification lit up on Leon's phone, which surprised him. At that moment, Lena appeared, informing the protagonist that his main mission had been completed, with 60% of the task completed. Lena explained that the reward was a lucky card, the validity of which was limited to 5 minutes, and Leon asked her what kind of card it was. Lena explained that, in a worst-case scenario, the card could bring him luck. As Leon entered the airport and approached the terminal, he thought that Joshua should have arrived by now. At that moment, Joshua appeared with Karen, his girlfriend, and greeted his friend with a wave. Leon was also glad to see him, and they expressed how glad they were to meet after such a long break. Suddenly, Joshua hugged Leon tightly, telling him that he missed him so much. Karen commented that they were at the airport, noticing that everyone present was looking at them. Joshua then told his friend protagonist that he hadn't seen him since graduation, and said he wanted to kiss his old friend. Leon told Joshua that he should get off him, or his girlfriend would start questioning his sexuality. Then Joshua introduced Karen to the protagonist, explaining that she was also from Shanghai and had come with him to visit her family. Leon suggested that they all go together as he thought they might be hungry. Karen, however, said they had agreed not to eat at street stalls because they were unsanitary. Joshua was surprised and asked Karen why she didn't want to eat there, remembering that they often ate at such stalls during their university days. Karen then told the protagonist that she heard that a new Long Fu cafe had opened in Shanghai and suggested that they go there instead. Joshua asked if Karen was joking, wondering how they could afford to eat at such an expensive place. Karen, however, insisted that given the circumstances, Leon take them to a good establishment. She mentioned that Leon was a realtor. However, Leon explained that he no longer works as a real estate agent and now works as a courier, but added that this does not mean he cannot afford Long Fu Cafe. Both Karen and Joshua were shocked to hear about Leon's new job, and Joshua asked his friend what he meant by that. Since Leon was the best in the university, Joshua then suggested that they go to Yanjing after dinner and that he would take care of his best friend there. However, Karen became furious and asked Joshua if he was crazy. She stated that she did not have any extra money to shelter his friend, and if he dared to take Leon to Yanjing, they would separate. The protagonist then intervened, asking Karen and Joshua to stop arguing, assuring them that he was happy in Zhanghai and had no intention of going to Yanjing. Afterwards, Leon, Joshua, and Karen headed to the parking lot, planning to go to the cafeteria together. However, as they walked, a man appeared in the parking lot and greeted Karen. Karen was delighted and told her brother that she missed him. The guy explained that he had just seen the new Bentley and taken a couple of photos, which is why he was a little late. He also mentioned that he thought she had already left, but was happy to meet her in the parking lot. Leon watched the interaction between them and thought that they deserved each other. Then her brother asked if Leon was her boyfriend and invited her home for dinner. He also asked Joshua if he bought a car in Yanjing. Joshua explained that he had not bought a car and that he did not have a job, so he was struggling to provide for both himself and Karen. Karen's brother sighed, thinking her boyfriend was just making excuses. Then he boasted that after 2 years of work, he was able to buy a first-class Magatan, but Joshua was not. Joshua couldn't answer why he couldn't do it, feeling that Karen's brother was just looking for conflict. And then the protagonist, sensing the tension, told Karen's brother that although Joshua didn't have a car, he himself did, and that it was just a car. He even offered to give it to him. At that moment, Leon opened the door of his car, which was a new luxury Bentley. Karen and her brother were shocked and speechless. Joshua was equally stunned. Unable to understand where his friend got the Bentley from, he asked Leon if the car was really his. Then the main character confidently confirmed that it was indeed his car. Karen then asked Joshua if the car belonged to his former roommate, pointing out that if Leon wasn't a courier, then how did he end up with such a high-end Bentley? Joshua, still shocked, admitted that he didn't know his friend was so successful. Then Karen realized that this could be her chance. She told the protagonist that she and her brother would not be going home and suggested that they have lunch together to get to know each other better. Leon was amused by her change in mood. He was surprised how quickly she changed her mind. Then Karen's brother offered to buy them something to eat, suggesting that they sit together in a cafe to get to know each other better. Everyone was happy with the plan, and Leon told them all to get into his car. Aaron and her brother were thrilled that their new friend had agreed to invite them to lunch. Karen's brother suddenly started pushing Joshua, insisting that he sit in the back today. While he took the front seat, Leon watched their behavior and thought that the family had no conscience. Despite this, they all went to the establishment together in Leon's new Bentley, and Karen realized that they were lucky to have such a good friend like Leon. She was overjoyed and admired the car, remarking that she couldn't believe she was driving a Bentley and remarking on how beautiful the interior was. Joshua, however, asked Karen not to act like that. Karen's brother pointed out that Bentley is the most luxurious car in the world, and many people cannot afford such a car. He then asked Leon to add him on WeChat, mentioning that his friend was getting married soon and that he'd like to borrow his car for the occasion. Karen's brother told the protagonist that his WeChat only included people he considered close. Leon responded by asking what kind of people he meant. Karen's brother froze in surprise, realizing that he had probably angered Leon, at which point Karen told her brother that he should just take the car, as Leon had already said that he would give the Bentley to Joshua. Joshua, however, told Karen that the car was too expensive and that he could not accept it. Karen then whispered to Joshua that if he didn't accept the gift, their relationship would end. A few minutes later, they arrived at Zhanghai Delicatessen Street. Leon thought it was the perfect place. He mentioned to Joshua that they used to come here often during their university days and asked if he remembered those times. Joshua smiled and told the protagonist that he would never forget it. When they entered the establishment, Joshua offered to help Karen choose a dish, but Karen was unhappy and told him that she does not eat fatty foods. Then the main character chose a dish and told the waitress that he wanted to try it. She asked him to wait a minute. A few minutes later, the waitress returned with the ordered dishes. Joshua thanked Leon for the treat and mentioned that he had something to talk about. Leon told him to wait and offered to stay at his house for the night, where they could chat about everything. However, Joshua declined, saying that he was on a business trip and the company would cover his hotel expenses. Karen, however, told Joshua that Leon's offer was the best and that he could stay the night while she and her brother went home. She assured him that they would later find the bills to recoup the expenses. Joshua, still feeling awkward, told Karen that it was wrong. He reminded her that Leon had a girlfriend and that he didn't want to interfere with them. Leon reassured Joshua that he had nothing to worry about as he and Laura had separated a long time ago and were now living separately, adding that they could have a drink together. Just at that moment, a driver pulled up and asked if Leon had called a sober driver. Then the protagonist told the driver to take them to the Joge Hotel. Karen and her brother were shocked to learn that the hotel was located in an upscale area. When they arrived at the place indicated by the protagonist, Leon was chatting with Joshua while Karen and her brother walked behind. Karen's brother told her that she had to find a way to get into the villa. However, Karen convinced her brother to remain calm, saying that she could handle it. At that moment, Karen and her brother opened the car door and got inside, thinking they were going home with the main character. Leon noticed how quickly they took all the seats. Without even offering to give up his seat to the one who was treating them all, he asked Karen's brother where he should sit, and the man quickly got out of the car, asking for forgiveness. Leon then turned to Karen, asking why she didn't tell him she was going home. Karen explained that she didn't want to go as Joshua was very drunk and she was a little worried about him. Karen then asked Joshua if he wanted her to go with him, but Joshua was too drunk to answer. Then the protagonist agreed to take them, telling Karen to behave quietly. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Joge district, and everyone immediately noticed the huge villa that was shining even at night. Karen was shocked and speechless, as she did not expect Leon to live in such a luxurious villa. Joshua, admiring the villa, told the protagonist that it must have cost a lot of money. Leon replied that the villa was not very expensive, just over $1 billion. At that moment, the manager came out to greet them. The manager told the protagonist that he was glad to see him home. He also mentioned that fried meat had been delivered. Leon thanked the manager by confirming the table reservation and then hugged his friend. He said that his friend seemed to have sobered up and they could start the second round of drinks. Joshua, who was eager to continue, mentioned that he was also eager to continue having fun. Leon told Karen and her brother that he would bring more drinks. Karen asked Joshua about his university friend, wondering why he hid his wealth. Joshua explained that it was only that day that he found out that Leon was so rich, as during his university days, Leon was the most ordinary student in their class. Karen then suggested that Joshua should take advantage of the situation, since his friend had so much money that he didn't even know what to do with it. She believed that he was obliged to accept the car from Leon. However, Joshua was unhappy with Karen's words. He pushed her hand away, saying that the gift was too expensive and that he could not accept it from a friend. Leon was his friend, not his father, and he was not obliged to take care of him. Having said this, Joshua turned to leave, and Karen stood there, realizing that nothing could be expected from a man like him. Then she decided she would take matters into her own hands. Meanwhile, Joshua was at the villa cooking steaks. Karen told Joshua to wait for her there while she went to the bathroom. At that moment, Leon was in another room, choosing wine. At that moment, Karen appeared behind Leon and told him that she wanted to talk to him alone in the office. She mentioned that she just remembered that he said that he was alone now. Leon immediately realized that Karen had bad intentions. He took out his phone, went to his photo gallery, and showed Karen a picture of himself with Elizabeth. He explained that he had a girlfriend. He told Karen that she was the director of a company worth over $1 billion, and therefore no other girl could offer him anything better. However, Karen insisted that Leon still did not have a mistress and that she liked him at first sight. Leon, however, did not want to communicate with her. Leon looked at her and thought about what she meant. He told Karen that he didn't see anything special about her or her figure, so she should give up the idea. Karen, shocked by his reaction, felt insulted. Then the protagonist told her that she was not worthy of his friend Joshua and pointed to the door, telling her to leave. However, Karen asked him not to go too far and warned that he would regret it. Leon calmly said that he had nothing to regret. He ordered her to leave his house. However, suddenly Karen started screaming, calling Leon a pervert. Leon froze in surprise. Joshua immediately burst into the office and asked Karen what happened. Karen clung to him, saying that when she entered the bathroom, she noticed that there was no one around, and then the main character began to pester her. She told Joshua that if she had not resisted his attempts, he would have done something bad. Joshua, however, told Karen that this was impossible, as Leon was not that kind of person. He asked if she was mistaken. Karen then asked Joshua why he was so eager to protect Leon. She asked whose side he was on now. Karen then told the protagonist not to dare do anything like that to her, and if he didn't have an extra $1 billion for her, she would expose him. Joshua apparently still didn't fully believe his girlfriend. Leon replied that he had not touched her and hinted that her plan had been well thought out, except for one detail. At that moment, Karen started threatening him, saying that she would tell everything on the internet, and then his reputation would be ruined. He then asked Karen if she really thought there wouldn't be security cameras in his huge house. Karen, still in despair, asked Joshua to at least say something. Then Joshua pulled her hand away in disgust and thought that he didn't want to have any relationship with her anymore. He turned away from Karen, who asked him what it meant. She asked if he really didn't love her anymore. Joshua said that she had done something shameless and disgusting, and still dared to tell him all this. Finally, Leon told Karen that she should leave immediately while he was still in a good mood. Karen glared at Leon, thinking that the scoundrel had outsmarted her, and quickly ran out of the office. The protagonist then apologized to his friend Joshua, asking how he was feeling. Joshua said that he was the one who should apologize. He expressed his gratitude, saying that if it weren't for his friend, he wouldn't have known Karen's true nature. Leon put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that he was glad that Joshua realized this in time. Then he invited his friend to continue discussing the company's affairs. He then told the protagonist that if he had any questions, he could ask them now. Leon inquired about Cisco, wanting to know more about her. Joshua explained that Cisco had recently made a huge breakthrough in chip programming, a major development, and he went on to say that his boss had insisted that they win the project. When Leon asked who they were negotiating with, Joshua replied that there was a man in charge of the manager and his deputy was in charge of sales. He then asked why Leon was asking about this. Leon explained that he was just asking about them. He then handed Joshua the keys to his car, telling him that it was inconvenient to get around without a car and that his friend should take his car. Joshua, however, said that the Bentley was too expensive and he could not accept such a gift. However, Leon told him that when someone gives him something, he should take it without asking questions. Joshua explained that while he knew his friend wanted to help, he wanted to earn money for the car through hard work, and he still had a chance to do so. Leon realized that Joshua was a good man. He insisted that they have a drink together. He assured Joshua that he would definitely not stay sober tonight. The next morning, Joshua left a note for his friend saying that he had ordered breakfast for him. He also mentioned that he still had some business to attend to, so he had to leave the villa. Leon, thinking that he would also have to work hard that day, received a notification on his phone. It was a new order, and the main character had to write a dissertation for a student. Surprised, Leon wondered if this was really an assignment for a courier. He called the client, asking if she was sure that this was a suitable task for a courier. He also reminded her that it would affect her grades. Miss Carla replied that the courier had misunderstood and that she simply needed to rewrite the work on the computer. But she was in a hurry and asked him to come quickly. Leon told her that he would come to her now. Meanwhile, at the Engineering Institute, all the students were busy with exams and writing dissertations. However, one student was standing near the car with flowers in his hand. The student's name was Stefan. He told Gina that he had been waiting for her for a long time and was very happy to see her this morning. Gina was embarrassed, especially when her friends thought it was cute that Stefan was waiting for her. Stefan told her that graduation was approaching and he hoped that she would agree to be his girlfriend. He told her that from now on, the second pilot's seat in his life would belong only to her. At that moment, Stefan opened the box with the ring and asked Gina if she was ready to become his wife. Gina was overjoyed and could not find the words. She was about to tell him that she agreed to marry him when she was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a car engine. Leon's car stopped in front of them, and he asked Gina if she knew how to get to the main academic building. The genie, delighted to talk with the protagonist, replied that he should go through the main gate to get to the upper building. Leon thanked her for showing him the right route and left immediately. Stefan, still holding the flowers, asked her again if she wanted to be his girlfriend. However, Gina told him that she did not want to marry him. Stefan was shocked and asked why she changed her mind so suddenly. Gina replied that she wanted to be in Leon's car because she thought it was much better than Stefan's car. Meanwhile, in the office of the Engineering Institute, a student named Lexi was lying on the table, exhausted. She complained that she could no longer write her dissertation. She told her friend that she was dying of exhaustion and felt like her fingers were about to break. Her friend Carla told her that there was nothing they could do and they only had enough money for a paper version of the dissertation. Carla advised Lexi to hold on for a little while longer, saying that a courier would arrive soon to help solve all their problems. Just at that moment, the office door opened and Leon arrived on time. He entered the office and asked who Carla was. Carla quickly asked Leon to sit next to them and assured him that they would get to work. She explained that all the work was done in the notebook and that he had 4 hours left to work. Carla also mentioned that she would pay him overtime for his efforts. However, Leon was shocked when he saw the work and asked why there were so many mistakes in it. He warned that if they submitted such a dissertation, they would not graduate from the institute. Carla, somewhat surprised, insisted that this was impossible. She explained that her classmate had given her the assignment, and this student had very good grades. Leon asked if Carla had really bought the work. He told her that due to errors, all the tasks in the dissertation were incorrect. Horrified, Carla asked what they could do, given that they had very little time. The protagonist then suggested that she could replace the thesis with a new one using Maxwell's equations and the second law of thermodynamics. He then asked if they were listening to his instructions. Carla admitted that she was a little behind the group. She told him that while trying to follow him, she did not understand everything. Leon, feeling a headache coming on, thought to himself that he would definitely have to work a lot. Lexi thought it was amazing that the courier knew so much about thermodynamics and was impressed by his intelligence. She asked if he could repeat his explanation more slowly. Leon, somewhat disappointed, noted that even if it happened again, it probably wouldn't change anything. He started typing on the computer. Leon told Carla that he would fix everything himself. At that moment, Carla felt relieved and thought to herself that this is what a genius looks like. 2 hours later, Leon returned the notebook to Carla. He told her that everything was ready and she would be able to present it to the teacher without any problem. However, at that moment, Stefan burst into the office exclaiming that this was complete nonsense. Carla, confused, asked Stefan why he was yelling. She pointed out that he should have been confessing his love to the girl, not standing in the office. Stefan objected that the courier's job was nonsense and that if she handed over the dissertation to teacher Peter, she would be disgraced. Lexi also warned Carla that since Leon was just a courier, she couldn't be sure if she could trust him. Then the main character suggested showing the dissertation to his supervisor first, since the time for defending the dissertation had not yet come. Carla agreed that it was a good idea, especially since the teacher was still in his office. She decided to go and show it to him. She quickly made her way to the teacher's office. Upon entering, she noticed that all the teachers were sitting at their computers, busy with work. Carla informed Peter that she had finished her dissertation and would like to show it to him for review. The teacher looked at her skeptically, saying that she was in no hurry to hand over her work to him. The girl explained that she wanted to do the job perfectly, and that's why she was late. Peter looked at the dissertation and froze in surprise. He asked Carla if she had written this dissertation herself. He told her that she couldn't have written it on her own. Carla was horrified, wondering what teacher Peter meant. At this point, Stefan began to put pressure on Leon, telling the teacher that the work was written by him. He noticed that Peter's teacher's face changed when he read the dissertation, which must mean that there were a lot of mistakes in it, and that it was a disgrace. Teacher Peter asked Leon if Leon really wrote this paper and asked which group of the institute he was from. Stefan explained that Leon was not a student at their institute, but simply an errand boy who had deceived Carla to earn money. Teacher Peter slammed his hand on the table, and everyone in the class thought he was going to yell at them. Carla started bowing, apologizing to the teacher. However, Teacher Peter interrupted her and asked what she was talking about, as the work was excellent and there were no mistakes in it. Carla froze in surprise, unable to believe the words of Teacher Peter. Stefan was also confused. The teacher explained that this work was worth its weight in gold, and that few teachers at the university could write something of such magnitude. One teacher still couldn't believe it and asked if it was really top-notch work. Teacher Peter handed her the thesis, asking her to look at it for herself. He called the work a masterpiece, and all the teachers admired it. At that moment, Stefan couldn't accept this fact and felt insulted. The teacher added that this work was so good that it could even be submitted to a magazine. Then Peter approached the student protagonist and complimented him, saying that he was a genius. Leon thanked Professor Peter for the compliment and explained that he had written it in a hurry, so it hadn't turned out very well. Stefan, hearing this, thought that any student from their university could have written such a paper and that Leon was simply an imposter. The teacher handed the protagonist a business card, saying that it contained his contact information and that he could contact him at any time. He expressed hope that they would have another opportunity to communicate. Leon thanked the professor and said that if anything came up, he could also contact him. The girl asked Leon if she could also add him to her contacts so she could ask him questions about her dissertation. Leon replied that she could indeed add him as a friend, and then began to leave. Stefan, still angry, asked Carla what was wrong with her. He noted that Leon was just an ordinary courier. Then Carla asked Stefan what was wrong with the protagonist, and noted that he was not only more talented, but also more handsome than Stefan. Then Leon drove away in his luxury car, and Stefan clenched his fists, thinking that he would soon take revenge on this scoundrel. At that moment, Leon's phone rang, and it was Joshua. He told the protagonist that there was a problem with the lithography machine. Although the contracts had been agreed upon, the person responsible for the machine claimed the institute had problems with their credit and had rejected their order. Leon didn't understand the problem and asked how such a problem could arise with an international loan. Joshua told him that it seemed like someone was secretly trying to ruin their plan. Leon replied that no one could do this except Cisco, and he would go to them to sort it out. But for now, he had to cooperate only with Lu Ying. The protagonist felt like he had learned not only about the role of chips, but also about something more, and that he would soon figure everything out in order. Leon later arrived in Juga and began considering his next steps. But just then, a notification about a new order arrived on his phone. He glanced at the message and saw that the shipment was due for pickup, although no details were provided. Leon called about the order, claiming to be their courier, and was told it was a bookshelf. He told the client that the bookshelves were too big and suggested that they hire a van as it was not part of their normal scope of work, the client insisted, saying that she was underweight and that she would complain to him. Leon replied that she could complain as much as she wanted and he didn't care. He then checked his phone and saw that the number of negative reviews about him had increased significantly, and he was informed that he was being suspended from his position and that he needed to come to the company the next day for training to reinstate his position after recertification. Leon couldn't understand what was happening and why he received such a message. Just at that moment, Joshua came up to him and said that he was glad to see him. Leon replied that he was also glad to see his friend and asked what happened in the negotiations. Joshua said that after reviewing the sales plan, the other side said that they first needed to sign a contract before doing anything. Leon thought to himself that it looked like Cisco had already accepted the patent and was preparing to file a counter-patent if he made his program public. Leon then asked Joshua how big the indent amount was, and when the second order would be placed to supply all the necessary supplies. Joshua told him that the amount was $30 million, and it would take about 3 months for the batch of orders to arrive. Leon listened attentively, realizing that even 3 months would be enough for him. He asked Joshua if he was hungry and offered to order something to eat, but Joshua said he was not hungry but wanted to ask Leon for a favor. Leon guessed what his friend might want and said that the keys were in the desk drawer and the car was in the garage. However, Joshua said that he saw a PlayStation in Leon's office and wanted to borrow it to play games. Leon told him he could take the game console and asked if he needed a car. However, Joshua assured him that he didn't need anything else. He just wanted to play games. Leon said that if it made him happy, he could get a game console. After this conversation, Leon went to the Lingyun building. There he saw Helga, who ordered the people to move the vase and arrange everything in the room. She greeted the protagonist and asked if he had come to check their work and if he had brought a lot of different food with him. Leon asked the woman where Sean was, as they had something very important to discuss. The woman told him that the man he was asking about was in the office and invited him to come upstairs with her to meet him. Later, Sean asked Leon what the tasks would be. Leon explained that he needed them to pretend to be customers and approach Cisco for help in closing the deal. He told them they urgently needed 1 billion terminal chips. The woman asked the boss to wait and said she understood what he was talking about, but she was curious why they had to pretend. Leon told them that they didn't need to buy anything, just pretend. Helga asked Leon if Cisco had harmed him in any way. Leon explained that Cisco had not only harmed him but had deeply offended him. Hearing these words, the woman immediately slammed her fist on the table with all her might, stood up and told the protagonist that they would not let this go so easily. Sean, sensing that it might not be that simple, noted that they would look into their information and check their reputation. He added that even if they used another company as a cover, they would eventually be exposed. Leon replied that they would use Baba's company as a cover. Sean questioned the scale, asking why they should partner with them. Leon informed him that he owned 20% of Baba's company shares and that there should be no more questions about it. Both Sean and Helga were stunned, frozen in surprise. The woman then expressed her willingness to become his slave. Leon asked her not to talk nonsense and handed her a business card, saying that he would explain everything to them soon. Then he told his people that the card contained a spare key to his house and they could look into his garage to choose the best car. He emphasized that they needed to be well prepared for the deal to go smoothly. Helga took the map and asked Leon where his house was. Leon smiled and replied that his home was in Joge. Then Helga told the protagonist that he could leave for now and that they would try to get out of the stupor after his words. After that, Leon arrived at the shopping mall. He checked his phone to make sure he was at the right place. As Leon entered the building, he noticed that there seemed to be a lot of people there who needed training. Then Daria, the administrative assistant for the operations department, came out and told everyone that they had come for training and told them to come upstairs with her. Everyone present followed Daria upstairs and sat down in their seats in the hall, while she stood on the stage next to the man. Daria introduced the man as Leighton, a respected manager from their operations department who would be training everyone in the room. However, while Daria was explaining the rules, Leighton's attention was drawn to one person sitting with the others. He pointed at Leon and asked why he was out of shape, suggesting that Leon thought it was a beauty contest. Leon told Leighton that if it really were a beauty contest, he would have won even in uniform. Daria interrupted him, asking Leon to watch his language, stating that he did not come here to speak rudely. Leighton got angry and told everyone that he would not waste time on unnecessary talk and would get straight to the point. He informed them that each person had to make a deposit of 3,000 yuan, and then he would give them time to think about it. Everyone in the room was surprised by this news and began asking what deposit Leighton was referring to. Leighton urged everyone to make their deposit quickly and not delay, adding that anyone who doesn't want to pay can leave immediately. Leon was furious at such impudent words. He immediately stood up from his seat and said that he had gone too far. Leighton then asked Leon what nonsense he was talking about, insisting that everything was legal and if the protagonist ran out of patience, he could just leave. Leon stood up and told Daria and Leighton that he was leaving right now. He didn't want to stay with them in this snake pit anymore. He showed them his phone and said that he had recorded everything they had just said and would publish it all on the internet. Daria and Leighton couldn't believe what they were hearing, and they asked when the protagonist managed to record their conversation. Leighton told the protagonist that he would not leave the room until he handed over the recording. However, Leon smiled and asked Leighton if he was threatening him, explaining that he had also recorded his words and would not delete anything. Leighton angrily said that he had given the protagonist a chance to retreat, but he had missed it. Then he instructed Daria to call security. At that moment, all the guards rushed towards the main character. They surrounded him, and Leighton ordered them to take the phone away from him. As the guards moved towards him, Leon knew he had to be ready to defend himself. Just then, a woman named Helga appeared in the office. What was that noise? Leon turned around and saw a woman standing behind him. Helga recognized Leon and wondered why he was there. Leighton explained to the woman that they were conducting training for the courier service, and Leon secretly recorded their conference. He said that they would delete everything. However, the woman told Leighton that she didn't want to listen to such nonsense and said that it was time for them to pack up and leave. Then Daria approached Helga and told her that the guy had been fired. She mentioned that such people were not worthy of being couriers. However, Helga told them both that she had actually instructed them to pack their things and leave. Helga was furious and asked why they had forbidden these people from recording the training. Since there was no such rule written anywhere, he suggested that they must be afraid that someone would listen to the recordings. Helga then ordered the guards to take Leighton and Daria to the HR department, where a very serious conversation awaited them. All the people in the room were excited and started discussing how someone finally dared to speak out against the company. Helga then turned to the protagonist and asked about the purpose of his presence here. Leon explained that he had been suspended from work and needed training to return, so he came. Helga replied that she still worked there and he just needed to let her know. She then asked what Leon would have done if she hadn't passed by and if he really wanted to fight them. Leon assured Helga that he could take care of himself. He felt awkward that she had to ask him to take care of his personal issues. Then Leon asked Helga to continue with her own affairs, as he did not want to delay her or put pressure on her with his problems. After that, Helga went to the HR department. By the time she arrived, Leighton and Daria were standing in the HR office. Helga walked into the room and looked at them. Then Leighton asked Helga if she had come to personally observe the dismissal process. In response, Helga smiled and asked the manager if they had completed the process. The woman from the company informed Helga that she had done what she was asked to do, and those people no longer worked for the company. Helga thought that everything seemed to be going according to plan. She told the woman that it was good and handed her a resignation letter. Leighton and Daria couldn't understand why Helga did this. Then Helga replied that this is exactly what she does, and at the same time she drives them out too. Manager Daria became angry and asked Helga if she had simply taken their jobs before quitting herself. In response, Helga waved at them both. After that, she went outside and told the protagonist that she had done everything as he asked. She walked up to the car and Leon told her that the dismissal procedure was complete. The girl then asked Leon about the recording and whether he could still delete it. In response, he smiled and told her that he hadn't written anything down. He had deceived the others and they had fallen for it. After saying goodbye to the girl, Leon said that it was time for him to take care of the order. Leon was driving at high speed, but suddenly Lena appeared in front of him, congratulating him on changing the living conditions of the lower ranks. She told him that the reward for this would be his early retirement along with the sum of 2 billion yuan. Hearing this, Leon immediately slammed on the brakes, wondering if the girl was telling the truth. The system asked him if he wanted to start a career as a doctor, and he replied that it was a cool profession and he wanted to master it as soon as possible. Then Leon said that the order was canceled and he would go to Aunt Lou's for some egg-fried rice to celebrate. A couple of minutes later, Leon came to the noodle shop to try the most delicious rice. The shop owner's daughter, Lucretia, was delighted to meet him. Aunt Lou urged Leon to sit down quickly and enjoy a delicious lunch. Leon told Aunt Lou that he was really craving some egg-fried rice. Leon then asked Lucretia about her future plans, asking if she had chosen a university to study at. The girl smiled and replied that she wanted to go to Fudan University. Leon listened and asked if she had already decided on a specialty. The girl explained that she always wanted to study medicine. At that moment, a visitor remarked that she looked so good and perhaps she should think about going to art school to become a world star. Lucretia replied that Leon had said that the entertainment industry was completely rotten and that was why she wouldn't go there. A few minutes later, Aunt Lou brought the protagonist some fried rice with egg and wished him a good appetite. She told the protagonist that their girl might not take the exams, which was not such a big deal. Then Aunt Lou mentioned to the girl that she also did not finish her studies, but nothing bad happened. Leon agreed, saying that it was necessary and the girl could call him any time if she needed help. Lucretia was happy and thanked brother Leon for his help. Leon told the girl that when she entered university, he would immediately buy her a phone and a computer so that she could study like everyone else. The girl, however, insisted that this was impossible because it was too expensive. At this point, someone asked Leon how he got there. It was Sarah, and her friend asked her if she knew this handsome man. Sarah explained to her friend that Leon was his ex-boyfriend and they had recently had a fight and broken up. Sarah immediately sat down next to the main character. Suddenly, she pressed herself against him. Sarah asked Leon if he thought it was fate that brought them together today. Leon, however, told Sarah that it was not fate, but rather some kind of evil destiny. Despite this, Sarah pressed herself even closer to the main character. She told the hero that she had made a mistake and suggested that they get back together. She assured him that she was not doing this for his money, but because she really liked him. As soon as Sarah finished speaking, Leon pushed her away. He told Sarah not to lie to him, stating that she was acting like this because of his money. Then he told Sarah to leave and let him finish his food in peace. However, Sarah swore to him that everything was not so. Leon was very surprised, thinking about where Sarah learned to lie so convincingly. Then the protagonist pointed to the table and told Sarah to collect all the leftovers if she had really changed. Sarah immediately stood up and ran to where Leon pointed. She quickly grabbed a rag and asked Aunt Lou to let her clean up. Sarah's friend was shocked and asked her if she was crazy. At that very moment, Leon put his chopsticks on the table. Then he told Sarah that she could continue cleaning, but he would leave as he still had a lot of unfinished business. Sarah then asked him if he was leaving and said she would go with him, mentioning that she had not yet driven his new car. However, Leon replied that she had to clear the table and asked what they had in common. Sarah was angry at his words and felt humiliated. She immediately threw the rag on the ground and asked Leon why he was talking to her in such a tone. At that moment, Leon noticed his motorcycle and Spencer, who told him that the repairs were complete and that they had made modifications to improve its speed and safety. Leon replied that that was great and immediately asked the man to drive his car home as he had to attend a meeting. Later, Leon arrived at the Chaoyang company, at which moment Elizabeth appeared in front of him, dressed in a bright outfit. Leon complimented her, saying that she looked great and asked who she was wearing such a daring outfit for. The girl replied that she wanted her image to match his motorcycle. Leon smiled and told her that he liked everything about her, but she looked even better with him. Afterwards, they rode off together on a motorcycle, Elizabeth sitting behind the guy, holding his back. Sometime later, they arrived at Yahello's company, where they had a scheduled meeting. Leon stopped in front of the building and waited for his girlfriend to talk to the company representatives. The woman told Elizabeth that next to her was a man from the city of Delphi in the Asia-Pacific region named Carl. Elizabeth said that after a long wait, Delphi has quickly become a world-class cruise ship manufacturer, which is impressive. She told them that she was honored to meet someone like Carl. Carl responded to Elizabeth by saying that he didn't expect Director Leon's representative to be such a nice girl. Carl extended his hand to her, and Elizabeth thought that he was not at all embarrassed by such behavior. However, Elizabeth did not shake Carl's hand and simply nodded, deciding that this should be enough. Carl pulled his hand back and told the girl that it was rather impolite not to shake someone's hand when meeting in person. Elizabeth replied that it was just a regular business meeting and they were only discussing money, so all these formalities were not necessary. Carl replied that Elizabeth was good with her words, but even though she was from Leon's company, she still needed to show him respect. At that moment, Leon appeared in front of them and asked what was going on and who he should show respect to. Carl became angry and asked what the driver was doing, wondering if he knew who he was talking to. Leon started to take off his motorcycle helmet, intending to show Carl who he was talking to. Leon told Carl that he hadn't even introduced himself yet and that he should be shown respect. Carl was shocked to realize that it was Leon, and not just some driver, and he had made a serious mistake. Elizabeth looked at Leon and realized that he was lucky that he came to them himself. The woman standing next to Carl, Georgia, was also surprised and realized that it was indeed Leon himself. Carl turned to the woman and asked if she agreed that it was indeed Leon. She confirmed, and said that he was right. Then Carl turned to the protagonist and apologized, saying that he had misunderstood everything. If he had known about his relationship with Elizabeth, he would not have done so. To this, Leon replied that they no longer needed their services and would find another distribution company. Carl froze in surprise when he heard Director Leon's words. He begged for another chance, explaining that his company was eager to cooperate. However, Leon came closer to Carl and told him to leave immediately. Carl quickly ran away, hoping not to catch the protagonist's eye again. Elizabeth could hardly contain her laughter as she thought about how quickly Carl changed after Leon appeared next to him. She smiled and told the protagonist not to pay attention to such people, asking if they were leaving now. Leon told her that she could move on, but he still needed to take care of some things. He turned to leave, and the women looked at him. Georgia turned to Elizabeth and told her that she was jealous that she had managed to snag such a rich, handsome man for herself. Elizabeth agreed, saying she was lucky to have met him. At that moment, Leon was riding his motorcycle on business when his phone rang. Joshua informed him that his mission was coming to an end and immediately asked where he was. Leon replied that he was currently outside. The guy then asked him to meet him at Cisco for lunch, and Leon immediately agreed to go to him. After hanging up, Leon quickly rode his motorcycle to the place where he had agreed to meet. When he arrived at the place, he was surprised at how luxurious it was. He noticed that a man had told Joshua that he hoped for a successful partnership and would be glad to have such a person as a friend. Albert, a Cisco marketing manager, assured the man that he didn't need to worry and that he would get everything sorted out as soon as possible. Noticing Leon, Joshua asked why he had changed his vehicle and commented that the motorcycle was very. Then the main character asked his friend what they had discussed with this man. His friend explained that Cisco had changed the plan again, saying the second shipment would be ready in 6 months. Leon replied that they had only discussed it yesterday and asked how they had managed to change their minds so suddenly. Joshua added that Baba's company appears to be interested in making an acquisition, but Cisco has no hope of competing with such companies. Then the protagonist apologized to his friend. He threw his motorcycle helmet to him, saying that they would leave. Joshua reminded the protagonist that both Lunson and Cisco were industry leaders, and if they waited too long, they would lose their leadership. Then the friend told the protagonist that, after all, they said they would easily crush Lunson. Leon listened to his friend's words very carefully. He then suggested going to the seaside, asking if Joshua would mind. The guy thought about it and asked if there was Wi-Fi at sea. Leon sighed, thinking that his friend was always focused on games no matter where they were. Meanwhile, people entered the office led by Sean. Cisco's vice chairman introduced Sean to the head of the Cisco Institute and a multidisciplinary expert, Asher, who greeted Sean and said he was looking forward to meeting him in person. Sean listened to them, quietly greeting them in return. Helga then said that they were eager to get down to business. She told Asher that they were flying abroad today and asked him to start the discussion immediately. Asher asked Larry to introduce Sean to this patent. He then began to explain to Sean that they had planned everything carefully. Sean replied that he had heard that their company owned more than 20 patented technologies. Asher confirmed this and told Sean that he could provide them with a patent report for review. However, Sean replied that there was no need for that as he just wanted to confirm whether Asher's chip technology was truly the best in China. Larry assured him that their company was #1 in the industry and that no one would surpass them in the next 5 years. However, Sean responded that if Asher was so confident, they should include a warranty agreement in the contract. Sean emphasized that no one should surpass their technology within a year. Asher questioned whether it was really necessary to add such a condition. Helga then confirmed that it was necessary, stating that they were there with pure intentions and wanted to respond accordingly. Sean immediately stood up, deciding that he had made his decision and did not want to stay in the room any longer. He told his assistant Helga that they were leaving and that he had no more business to discuss with these people. Asher was horrified by this and begged Sean not to be angry, assuring him that they would fulfill his request. However, Sean responded that it was too late and Asher's erratic behavior made him doubt his honesty. Asher then told Sean that they would make concessions, and if they couldn't guarantee the product's progress within a year, they would immediately pay him a penalty of 3 times the amount. Sean asked about the triple penalty, wondering if Asher thought he could be bribed so easily. Asher insisted that Sean wait and promised that they would pay 5 times the fine. Then Helga looked at the boss, making it clear that Sean had to agree to such terms. Then Sean turned around, walked up to Asher, shook his hand and agreed to the terms, admitting that they were favorable. He told Asher that he was happy to cooperate and asked him to prepare a contract. The contract amount was $3 billion. Asher then instructed his team to print out the agreement, saying they would sign it that same day. Soon after, Asher and Sean sat down at the table and both signed agreements. Asher was very pleased with the deal and shook Sean's hand, saying it was the right decision. Then everyone said goodbye to Sean, and he left with his partner. At the same time, Leon and his team were in the Twin Towers. Sean entered the room, sat down on the sofa, and thought that it seemed like everything was done as it should be. Helga came up to the main character and told him that everything was ready. She added that a contract worth $3 billion was signed, and if they do not fulfill the terms, they will have to pay a penalty. Leon congratulated his team, saying they had done a great job, and advised them to feel free to order something delicious on the company's dime. The woman then asked Leon if they had any more orders coming in. Leon was talking to her when Sean got a call. After the conversation, Sean seemed shocked and told the protagonist that Cisco had called and wanted them to pay the money immediately. The woman was stunned by this news, and Leon began to think about what he should do. Sean explained that Asher had asked for a $500 million advance to begin production, which sounded unreasonable. Leon thought about it and realized that Cisco was not letting his guard down. Helga said Cisco still seemed to have doubts about the project. Then the hero said that in that case they should pay them. However, Helga was surprised by this proposal and asked if it was really that serious. Leon explained that given Cisco's current size, it would be impossible to produce goods worth that much without an initial advance. Then told his people that their promotion would give Cisco complete confidence in the project's credibility. Leon said they would use their own funds to purchase the remaining $25 billion worth of goods. The woman agreed, saying that Leon had thought of everything and they had no other choice. The protagonist then instructed his team to carefully monitor their finances in order to successfully complete the task. He told them that their bonuses depended on it and that he had a meeting scheduled, so he would have to leave. He quickly got into his car and drove to the meeting place. As he was riding his motorcycle, an old woman on a moped drove into the oncoming lane, heading towards him. She deliberately crashed her moped into the wheel of Director Leon's motorcycle, after which the old woman fell to the ground and began screaming, accusing Leon of hitting her. Leon told her that he hadn't moved an inch towards her and asked her what nonsense she had just said. The woman responded that Leon did not know how to drive and hit her, insisting that Leon should answer for it and demanding compensation. Leon responded by saying that it was a daytime robbery. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, and the woman was already demanding money. At that moment, the police quickly arrived and asked what had happened. The woman told the officer that Leon had hit her and that she needed to go to the hospital for a checkup, expecting Leon to pay his medical bills. The officer looked at the model of Leon's motorcycle and was shocked because it was a very high-end model. The officer reassured the woman, telling her there was nothing to worry about as he had a surveillance camera. The officer then said the video clearly showed Leon's motorcycle was not moving at the time of the accident, so the woman should not expect any compensation. Hearing this, the old woman was speechless and began to think about what he could say to the policeman to avoid paying the fine. She immediately fell to the ground and blamed the officer, claiming that Leon had hit her and that they were making her the one to blame, and she threatened to file a complaint. The officer then told her that she should focus on compensation because Leon's motorcycle was worth more than 6 million yuan. He also mentioned that repairing such a motorcycle would cost about 300,000 yuan, and she should think about how she would pay that amount. The woman asked the officer if he was really trying to trick her into giving him money. She said she would call her son, who was very rich. 20 minutes later, a car arrived, and it was the same son the woman had mentioned. He quickly got out of the car and ran to his mother to ask what had happened. The woman told her son that she was very glad to see him and asked him to deal with the people trying to deceive her. However, the son's attention switched to Leon, and he froze in surprise, not believing his eyes. The son asked if it was really Leon, and the hero asked him to introduce himself. The man introduced himself as Dennis, a lab technician from the Lunsen Science Institute, and expressed how pleased he was to meet him. Then Dennis apologized to the protagonist on behalf of his mother, explaining that she was not very familiar with safety regulations. The woman was shocked and asked her son if this guy was really his boss. Dennis confirmed that Leon was indeed the head of the institute and a very influential and successful man. The officer, seeing that they knew each other well, asked whether they would like to resolve this issue themselves or go to court according to the law. Leon thanked the officer, saying that they would sort this issue out themselves. Leon then told Dennis that he still had some business to attend to and needed to leave. He told Dennis that he would ask his men to pay them 100,000 yuan for the incident. Leon asked Dennis to take his mother to the hospital, and Dennis agreed, telling the director to be careful and take care of himself. Watching them, Leon felt curious. Dennis, the lab technician, drove a car worth 1 million or more, and his mother was not afraid to suffer just to demand compensation. It seems this lab technician recently became quite rich. After this, Leon went to a restaurant where he intended to discuss business matters with his acquaintances. The man and woman invited him to sit at the table. Leon sat down and asked if they were still negotiating regarding the unique topographic machine. Samuel confirmed that they were ongoing, but mentioned that they had refused to cooperate with them, which was problematic. Leon listened attentively while enjoying the crab. Then he said that since that was the case, they would build their own personal lithography machine and no longer rely on others. Leon noticed their reaction and asked why they were looking at him like that. Lizzie then asked if Leon was joking when he asked if he really wanted to build his own lithography machine, as it was a big deal. Leon told her that sooner or later they would have to do it. Despite the difficulties, he was sure that they would cope. The woman, inspired by his words, said it was a great idea. Leon then informed them that he wanted to change the broker and believed that the new broker would shorten the process. Samuel smiled and assured Leon that they would do whatever was necessary. Then the protagonist asked them to hire the best scientists. He promised to give them 1 billion yuan. Leon then decided to ask about Dennis. Samuel explained that Dennis was a lab technician and a good person, although he liked to play cards. Lizzie mentioned that after receiving the bonus, Dennis immediately went to play cards, where he seemed to win a lot, and offered to buy her coffee. Leon thought about it and decided it was time to visit Dennis. He then told his friends that their conversation was over and he needed to attend to other matters, promising to contact them again soon. Afterwards, Leon returned to the Twin Towers, intending to talk to his team. When he entered his office, he saw Elizabeth sitting with Helga, which surprised him. Leon was both surprised and pleased by her arrival and asked what she was doing there. Elizabeth smiled and asked if Leon was glad to see her, suggesting that perhaps he wanted her to leave. Helga teased him by asking if he wanted his girlfriend to stop visiting him. Elizabeth playfully slapped the girl on the shoulder, telling her to stop talking nonsense. She assured them that she had not come for him, but to help with the company's management system. Leon acknowledged that Elizabeth had worked hard that day and said that he would cook a delicious dinner for her that evening. Feeling embarrassed, Elizabeth chased after the protagonist, playfully hitting him. After this, Leon sat down and asked Helga what happened to the fund. Helga explained that they are currently hiring more people and preparing to register an investment company. Elizabeth then mentioned that they needed to keep Leon's core information a secret until the license was obtained. Helga asked Elizabeth if she wanted anyone to know about the protagonist. Elizabeth responded that the more they revealed about themselves before establishing themselves in the market, the more harm they would do to their business. Leon agreed with Elizabeth, thinking that he would certainly attract immediate attention. He realized that she was right, and hiding his identity was the best option for now. While they were discussing business, Leon's phone rang, and it turned out to be Giselle, who had previously bought him a music stand and played the piano with his son. Leon asked what Giselle wanted. The woman explained that they had a performance that day, but one of his students was sick and he asked if he could ask for a favor. The event took place at the Shanghai Drama Academy, and the most beautiful girl from the academy, Wanda, asked Giselle what to do if Joy couldn't come. Giselle assured her that there was no need to worry as she had already found someone to pretend to be a student at their academy. Wanda expressed her concern, saying that it was a big risk as that person could ruin everything. However, Giselle told him that he shouldn't underestimate others, as there are many talented people in the world. Then Wanda said that he would go to the theater to get ready and asked Giselle to bring the man there quickly. At that moment, a girl appeared in front of Giselle and said that she was not surprised that she became a professor before her, noting that she had her own methods. The girl claimed that she had her own very strange methods, and who would have thought that she would bring a courier from the street? Giselle didn't pay much attention to the girl's words and simply asked why it mattered to her. The girl introduced herself as Stella, saying she was just passing by and mentioned that her husband had bought a new Land Rover and that she could give Giselle a ride. But then Stella heard a car pull up behind her, and when she turned around, she saw that a very elite car had stopped behind her. Suddenly, Leon rolled down the window and asked Giselle to get into his car. Then Giselle told Stella that she was not interested in her husband's Land Rover. Stella, seeing Leon in such a luxurious car, could not help but think that Leon's car was faster than hers. Giselle quickly got into the car and thanked him for helping her in such a difficult moment. She smiled and asked Leon how he came to work in the delivery department and if he really had another job considering his luxury car. Leon told Giselle that he no longer worked there and asked how her son was doing, in particular, if he was serious about playing the piano. Giselle explained that her son had started studying harder and that there would be students from other countries here today, so there would be a lot of them. Leon stressed that her son needed to take this very seriously, as a mistake would bring shame on their country. At this point, all the competition participants were practicing their instruments. Giselle asked Leon to tune the piano for now, as she needed to solve some other issues. Meanwhile, a man named Jordan asked Wanda what was going on and if Joy was coming today. Wanda explained that Joy was sick and in the hospital, so Giselle called a delivery guy she knew. She stated that if Leon couldn't keep up with the rhythm, she would lose her own rhythm, which could ruin her entire performance. Jordan then wondered out loud if Giselle was trying to ruin the performance and suggested that Wanda might be better off performing alone. Jordan then approached the protagonist and told him that he should leave before it was too late. Leon, confused, asked why he had to leave. Jordan then asked Leon if he really believed he was worthy of performing there, considering he wasn't even as experienced as Wanda and could screw it up. Leon noticed Wanda standing behind Jordan and immediately replied that he didn't know what level she was at, but he was confident in his skills, suggesting that Jordan should worry about the girl instead. Wanda, furious, asked Leon if he had just insulted her, and if he thought he could match her in skill. She challenged him to a competition to settle the matter. Leon, however, responded that the competition would be a waste of time. Then Wanda became even more angry and asked Leon if he was really afraid. Hearing these words, Leon immediately stood up from his seat and told Wanda that he was actually worried that he might ruin her creative path. But if she didn't appreciate it, they could start a competition. However, he warned her not to blame him if she lost. Jordan then told the protagonist that Wanda started playing the piano at the age of 5, while Leon didn't even know what a piano was. After this, Wanda walked up to the piano, sat down, and thought to herself that she was confident in her abilities and would not lose to the main character. She then asked Leon if he was ready for their competition. A few moments later, Leon and Wanda began playing their pianos. The melody they played sounded beautiful and both performed superbly. Leon kept following Wanda's tempo and the audience, especially Jordan, was shocked. Leon closed his eyes and just listened to the sounds of his melody. Suddenly his phone rang, and everyone thought that he was distracted and would not be able to finish the piece. But Leon, holding the phone in one hand, continued his conversation, and with the other hand continued to play the melody. Jordan and Wanda were stunned and couldn't understand how the protagonist was able to continue playing so easily while talking on the phone. Wanda thought it would be difficult for her to play this melody even with 4 hands, but Leon continued talking on the phone and playing with his other hand. The audience watched this fantastic performance in amazement. Once Leon finished the melody, he looked at Wanda and told her that he was finished. A shocked Wanda asked Leon if he was really the courier. Jordan then rushed towards the protagonist, thinking that a man with such skill deserved praise. He bowed to the protagonist and apologized for his recent behavior. At that moment, Professor Giselle approached them and said that the competition was about to begin. She asked Leon how the preparations were going. The students were excited to see Professor Gabrielle as she looked beautiful and her new dress suited her perfectly. Wanda told Giselle that Leon was already a very experienced player, and she admitted that she was afraid that she would not be able to keep up with him if they played together. Giselle, noticing Wanda's anxiety, asked what was going on with her since she was always fine before competitions. Wanda then explained that she had just had a piano duel with the protagonist and lost, adding that Leon had played an incredible melody. Giselle then asked Wanda if she now understood that for every talent there is another talent. At that moment, Stella, having overheard their conversation, thought that this guy had some serious skills and that she needed to come up with something else. Stella then appeared in front of them and instructed all the students to get ready to go out. She called out to Leon, asking if she could talk to him. Stella quickly ran up to him, introducing herself as Giselle's colleague, and expressed her pleasure at meeting him. She told the protagonist that something had happened to one of the cellists and asked if she could take his place. Leon wondered if he should play the cello instead, and asked what would happen to the piano if he did. However, Stella assured him that Wanda could play the piano alone, but the cellist played a decisive role. Then Stella got ready to leave, thinking that although Leon played the piano well, it did not mean that he was a skilled player of the cello. She also thought that she should make Giselle embarrass herself. After a while, the competition began. Everyone took their places, eager to see what the students had prepared. Wanda came on stage, sat down at the piano and started playing a melody. Giselle, who was the conductor, wanted to start the competition, but suddenly noticed something unusual. She saw Leon sitting next to Jordan and couldn't understand why he wasn't on stage. She wondered why the best artist didn't play his instrument. Jordan couldn't explain it either and asked Leon why he was sitting at the cello instead of being next to Wanda. Then the protagonist explained that someone named Stella told him that one of the cellists could not come, and he had to replace him on stage. Jordan told the protagonist that there were many cellists and they were all present, but they really only needed one pianist. He mentioned that adding another would lead to disharmony. Then the main character asked if everything was in place now and wondered if this girl had set him up right before the competition. Meanwhile, Giselle thought that she needed to quickly move Leon to another position before the orchestra started playing the melody, at which point the announcer informed the audience that they could enjoy the melody performed by the academic orchestra. Giselle didn't know how to fix the situation, but then Leon started playing the cello, giving a superb performance. The whole audience in the hall was enjoying it. Leon closed his eyes and started playing the melody. Everything turned out perfectly. He smiled, thinking that everyone expected him to fail, but he came out victorious again. Jordan was pleased with the situation and thought Leon hadn't cracked under the pressure. Wanda also closed her eyes and skillfully played the piano. Giselle conducted the orchestra proudly, pleased with how well her students performed. The audience sat quietly, absorbed in the music, appreciating the skill on display. Boyuan Media CEO. Alice asked her assistant Patrick to record the performance because she was impressed by Leon's skills. However, when Patrick looked at Leon, he thought that the man seemed familiar. Everyone performed superbly that evening. Stella watched Leon play and wondered where Giselle had found him, as he seemed to be able to play any instrument. A few minutes later, the orchestra finished, and Giselle thanked everyone for listening to their beautiful melody. After the performance, Jordan approached the main character and praised his performance, saying that Leon played well not only the piano but also the cello. He hugged Leon, expressing that he had made an incredible impression on the audience. Leon then approached Giselle and mentioned that he wanted to tell her something. He explained that it was Stella who put him in the cellist's place and he disappeared. Giselle was surprised to hear this and promised to sort out the situation. After that, Leon was walking down the academy corridor when he heard someone calling him. It turned out to be Alice, who told him that if he followed her, she would pay him $200,000 a month. Leon was stunned and asked if the girl was really hitting on him so openly. Then Alice asked Leon not to overestimate the situation and explained that she was in charge of all the interns in their company. However, Leon replied that $200,000 would not even cover the cost of maintaining the car and asked her to leave, urging her not to embarrass herself. Alice was very angry at Leon's words and demanded to know how he dared to talk to her like that. At that moment, Patrick, who had overheard the conversation, recognized Leon's voice. He warned Alice to calm down and advised her not to provoke Leon. Alice did not understand why Patrick was so afraid of an ordinary student. Patrick then explained that the last time he saw the man, Leon had 1.5 billion in his account, and he advised Alice to leave him alone, as his provocation could harm their company. At that moment, I realized that Patrick was right and decided to stop conflicting with the main character. Leon told the girl that she shouldn't bother every handsome man she met, and that she needed to think carefully before acting. Finally, Alice apologized, admitting that she had acted thoughtlessly. Later, Leon went to a restaurant to discuss things with his colleagues. Helga informed him that Cisco had already started funding and everything was going smoothly, so there was nothing to worry about, however. Sean mentioned that he found that Cisco was actively contacting other research centers and looking for new manufacturers. Leon informed his team that he would handle the situation himself and suggested that he play with them a little. He called Elizabeth, who asked why he called her. Leon explained that he had a business idea and he wanted to know if she was interested. He asked Elizabeth how much working capital Chaoyang Company had, and she replied that it was about 50 million. Then the main character told her that he would give her 100 million and invest in Cisco. Elizabeth was surprised by Leon's proposal and asked why he wanted to invest so much money in the company. Leon told her not to ask any more questions and instructed her to wait for him at home to collect the money. Elizabeth agreed to follow Leon's instructions, saying that she trusted him completely. Afterwards, Helga asked Leon why, if he wanted to secure Cisco's future, he didn't invest more money. Leon explained that he simply wanted to give them the false impression that other industries were interested in their products. Sean also explained that Leon's intention was to make Cisco believe that they had a good reputation despite their limited investment. In response to this, Helga laughed, realizing that the greater the success, the harder the fall. At that moment, someone started calling the main character. He answered the call and found out that it was Lucretia. She told him that something had happened to her parents. Leon couldn't believe his ears. He told the girl to calm down and not to panic, assuring her that he would be at the cafe immediately. The hero quickly got into the car and rushed to the cafe, very worried that something bad had happened to her parents. Arriving at the noodle shop, Leon noticed that all the tables were scattered. Lucretia was sitting on a chair and crying. Then the main character asked Lucretia to stop crying and asked what happened. He asked where everyone was. Lucretia explained that her parents had been taken away by ambulance and that she was waiting for the police to arrive and file a report. Leon, fearing that there had been some misunderstanding, asked her to explain everything in detail. Then Lucretia told that a bar had opened across the street, and it seemed that their family's counter was hurting their business, which is why they were attacked. She told the protagonist that they sent bandits who mercilessly beat her parents. Leon was furious when he heard this. He didn't understand how these people dared to do such a thing. He swore that they would all pay for what they did. Then he noticed some establishments near the cafe and asked Lucretia if this was it. She confirmed that this was the place where the people came from. Leon saw that a new bar called Hurricane had opened next to the noodle shop and realized that they were behind the attack on his friends. So he called Charlie and asked him to do him a favor by finding information about Hurricane Bar. A few minutes later, the police arrived and informed them that they had opened a case and that they should expect news soon. Leon then asked Lucretia to go to the hospital to check on Lou and the others while he went to the bar. She could call him whenever she needed. Just as Leon was about to head to the bar, Lucretia stopped him, taking him by the hand and begging him not to leave. She begged Leon to let the police deal with the scoundrels. However, Leon told Lucretia that while the police might eventually figure it out, it was unclear when that would be. He assured her not to worry and explained that he would just go and have a look. He then went to the bar, determined to find out who was really responsible for the attack. When Leon approached the bar, he saw a man standing in front of the entrance. Leon noted that he had not seen him for a long time. The man introduced himself as Jonathan and explained that Charlie personally asked him to look into the situation in the bar and report back. However, the protagonist was not interested in listening to him and said that he didn't care, pushing him aside. Just as Leon was about to enter the bar, Jonathan ran after him. At the bar, a man named Sebastian was sitting with several girls and drinking. He told his men that the student from the noodle shop looked good and instructed them to bring her to him later. One of Sebastian's men assured him that there would be no problem with this. Suddenly, Leon threw the door open and walked into the bar. Sebastian was amazed and asked who Leon was. The protagonist then told him that if he ever touched anyone from the noodle shop again, he would personally close that dirty bar. Sebastian, now angry, asked Leon if he was the noodle shop girl's boyfriend. He said he didn't know she was dating someone like him. Then the main character, without hesitation, grabbed a glass bottle from the table and hit Sebastian on the head with all his might. One of Song's men, enraged by Leon's action, asked how he dared to hit the boss, and immediately pulled out a knife. At this point, Jonathan intervened and asked the bandit to stop, explaining that Leon was Charlie's friend and that he might not forgive them if they hurt him. The bandit, not at all embarrassed, asked the man if he really thought they could be afraid of him. The bandit rushed at Leon with a knife, but Leon quickly grabbed his hand. The bandit screamed in pain and begged Leon to let him go. Still holding him down, Leon kicked the guy in the stomach with all his might, sending him flying across the room. Immediately after this, Sebastian's men rushed towards the protagonist, seeking revenge for their boss. Sebastian ordered them to forget about him and instead focus on catching the perpetrator who caused all the chaos in the bar. Just at that moment, a man came in and ordered everyone to stop. He demanded to know who had the courage to touch his friend. Sebastian was shocked and realized that the person who just walked in was Charlie himself. He nervously wondered how Leon knew him. Charlie asked with a cold gaze why Sebastian was looking at him like that and warned that for his actions he would now cut off his hands. Sebastian, frightened by Charlie's threat, was horrified, knowing that Charlie was a very serious and dangerous person. He fell to his knees and apologized to the protagonist, promising that not a single hair would fall from the heads of those involved in this. Then the main character approached Sebastian and told him to remember these words. Leon then told Charlie that everyone should leave. Charlie told the protagonist that these people got off too easy. However, Leon asked Charlie to forget about it, saying that he would rather treat his friend to a drink. Charlie replied that the choice was entirely his. They both went outside, and Charlie told his friend, the protagonist, that it was time for him to leave and that they would meet again. Leon slowly got ready to leave when at that very moment a message came on his phone. It was from Elizabeth, who told him that she was very hungry and asked if he could come to the office tomorrow at noon to discuss something. The next day, the hero went to meet Elizabeth. Elizabeth was glad to see him and commented on his punctuality, mentioning that she liked that he was never late, not even for a second. Leon told her that he was afraid that she would die of hunger, which is why he was in a hurry. Elizabeth, in turn, said that she was nothing but trouble. Then she asked Leon not to stand there like a pillar and to go to the kitchen to start cooking immediately. 20 minutes later, Leon had prepared several delicious dishes and placed them on the table. Elizabeth noted that each dish looked delicious, but she seemed to have gained weight. Then the protagonist told her that he knew how to avoid weight gain and stay in shape, and that his method always worked. Elizabeth, intrigued, asked him what this method was, and Leon explained that in order to never get fat, you need to move a lot. Leon moved very close to Elizabeth, wanting to kiss her, but she hesitated. Just then, Helga entered the room, saying she needed to talk to her boss. Seeing Elizabeth and Leon in the room, she apologized, realizing that she had come at the wrong time. Elizabeth quickly explained that it was not what Helga thought. However, Helga, not convinced, noted that in such a position one could only do one thing. Leon asked Helga if no one had taught her to knock before entering. He told her to leave and come back in 2 hours. Helga agreed, thinking that 2 hours was quite a long time. Then Elizabeth began to insist that Leon stop saying such things. Helga asked Elizabeth what she should do, stay or go. Elizabeth replied that they should discuss the investment together and they should start quickly without wasting time. Helga then informed them that the registration process for Ling Yun's company had been completed and work could begin in the near future. Then she asked Leon if he would like to attend some interesting interviews tomorrow. However, Leon told her that they could manage without him and that he would soon donate 1 billion to orphanages and poor areas. Elizabeth said she believed the focus should be on the company and that the fund should operate within its resources. Leon reassured her by explaining that he would not rush things. Helga then proposed a plan to promote the foundation as a calling card, which could greatly benefit the brand's culture. Elizabeth agreed that it was a good idea, adding that the company was still in its early stages, so they should take more decisive action. Helga thought about it and realized that Elizabeth was right. They needed to take extra steps to go public. Then she asked Leon what he thought about the idea. Leon told Helga that if Elizabeth said it was a good idea, then he couldn't help but listen to her. Helga noted that she hadn't realized before that Leon was such a henpecked husband. The hero then asked Helga if there was any other news from Cisco. Helga informed him that Cisco had expanded its manufacturing facilities and installed 5 more sets of equipment. Their order will be delivered shortly. Leon expressed concern that 3 or 4 months was too long to wait and asked who was responsible for this. Helga told him that she would answer his question now and took out a document with information about the person in charge. She explained that his name was Jason, who had just returned from England, where his sister was also studying. Leon praised Helga's talent, suggesting that she could work in intelligence. Helga, proud of her work, replied that she acted on the principle that knowledge of both the enemy and oneself makes a man invincible. Then the girl remembered that she still needed to tell the main character something else. She told him that experts had said Cisco's chip technology was already at the highest level in China. Helga also mentioned that their compensation clause might not be fulfilled as a result. Elizabeth agreed with Helga, asking why they needed Cisco if they were doing scientific research and what their connection was to the protagonist. Leon smiled and assured her that she would find out more later. Helga then asked Leon what direction he wanted to go in now that Ling Yun had entered the market. Leon replied that at this stage their goal was to study big data and they would need an angel round of investment. Then Helga told him that she understood and promised to go and prepare everything necessary. After she finished talking to the protagonist and was about to leave, Elizabeth slowly walked up to him. She said that she had ordered a dress and that they should go get it right now. When the hero asked her why she needed the dress and whether she planned to wear it to the event, Elizabeth explained that the next day there would be a dinner in honor of the orphanage, which would be attended by influential people from the city of Zhanghai. She added that his foundation would also be on the guest list and they should go together. They then went to the store to pick up the dress. The saleswoman told Elizabeth that she could try on the dress first and they would alter it if it was uncomfortable. Elizabeth asked Leon to wait for her while she tried it on, and then they would choose a suit for him together. A few minutes later, Elizabeth appeared before him in a beautiful dress and asked if he liked it. The saleswoman commented that the dress looked incredible on her, and Leon also thought it suited her very well. He told the girl that it was incredibly beautiful. While the couple were discussing the dress, a woman approached them and greeted Elizabeth. She complimented the dress, agreeing that it was beautiful, and then asked if Elizabeth would agree to sell it to her. The woman offered to pay 20% more than the price, but Elizabeth was confused by this offer. Leon asked the woman what nonsense she was talking about and where she got the courage to approach someone with such a proposal. Then he told the saleswoman to pack the dress. Unable to buy a dress, the woman left the store and headed to the car, where another girl was waiting for her. The woman got into the van and the girl asked her what happened. The woman explained that she had seen a dress in a store that would have fit her perfectly, but they refused to sell it to her. The girl, who turned out to be the superstar Lorelei, assured her not to worry, claiming that she had never needed a dress to impress anyone. After shopping, Elizabeth and Leon went to his house to prepare for the evening event. Elizabeth put on the new earrings and was delighted with how they looked. She told the protagonist that the earrings matched the dress perfectly. Then the protagonist came up to Elizabeth from behind, hugged her and said that he was the best match for this dress. Elizabeth, confused by his actions, asked him what he was doing. Ignoring her displeasure, the hero began kissing the girl on the shoulders. Elizabeth realized that she couldn't resist and decided to kiss the guy back. They decided that a little fun wouldn't interfere with their plans. The next day, many guests arrived at the Yunlang Hotel. People noticed that Lorelei had arrived and remarked that she looked even more beautiful in person than on TV. Everyone was shocked by her beauty and started taking pictures of her. Lorelei posed in front of their cameras, thinking to herself how pathetic these people were. Then a woman, her assistant, came up to Lorelei and told her to hurry up, mentioning that Charlie had already arrived and was early. Lorelei knew she had to act quickly and there was no way she could let anything go wrong. At this moment, Leon arrived at the hotel with Elizabeth. He noticed that many guests had already gathered and parked his luxury car. When they got out of the car, Leon asked Elizabeth why there was a red carpet for the charity dinner, as it looked like a catwalk. Elizabeth explained that the format of charity events has changed. She then asked if he wanted to walk the red carpet with her, but Leon told her that she should go first and he would come through the parking lot and meet her inside. Elizabeth smiled and agreed to his proposal. A few seconds later, Elizabeth got out of the car and appeared before the people in her new dress. The photographers were stunned and speechless when they saw her. Elizabeth started walking slowly down the red carpet and everyone immediately started taking pictures of her, not wanting to miss the opportunity to capture her beauty. Lorelei was very angry about this and asked who the woman was and why the reporters were taking pictures of her. The woman explained that the girl was an internet celebrity and that she wanted to buy the dress that Elizabeth was wearing. Then Lorelei smiled coldly and remarked that, in her opinion, Elizabeth did not belong on the red carpet. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continued walking down the path, feeling very awkward as all the press attention was focused on her. The woman told Lorelei that she walked strangely, and Lorelei couldn't believe that Elizabeth wasn't the brightest star at the dinner. She said the dress would look much better on her and decided to embarrass her when she was around. The woman then told Lorelai that she would go and stop Elizabeth. But the star asked her to wait and said that they would go there together. Just as Elizabeth was about to enter the hotel, Lorelai appeared behind her and demanded that she stop. Lorelai asked the security guards what they were looking at and who allowed such a minor internet celebrity to walk the red carpet. The security guard approached her and explained that the girl had an invitation letter. Lorelai then asked what letter he meant and objected that Elizabeth was ruining the footage and lowering the level of the event. She insisted that she would leave if she was not thrown out. The guards, hearing this, were not sure how to handle the situation. They agreed with Lorelai and asked her to come with them. Lorelai was surprised by the guard's answer and demanded to know what it meant. The guard explained that since Lorelai had said she would leave if Elizabeth stayed, they were asking her to leave. The girl could hardly believe it. She was furious, asking the guard what they meant. Lorelai then began screaming, asking the guard if he knew who she was. She stated that they couldn't kick her out considering she was a superstar. The guard then calmly told her that the woman was the director of Chaoyang Company and that she was an invited guest. Lorelai was shocked by this discovery and asked the guard to repeat what he had just said. The woman then approached Elizabeth and apologized, saying that they had made a huge mistake. Lorelai, realizing that Leon was there too, quickly decided that she could not pass up the opportunity to meet him. She told the security guard that there had been a misunderstanding and asked him to forget about it and not pay attention to it. By this time, Leon had already entered the hotel atrium. At that very moment, Charlie approached the main character and complimented him, saying that he looked like a real Casanova in his best suit. Leon replied that only he could be called Casanova here. Charlie then mentioned that he had just picked up a beautiful young married woman who had both a beautiful body and face, and he told the protagonist that he could give him her room number if he wanted. However, Leon firmly told him that he was not interested at all and that Charlie could leave. He added that although these short-lived infatuations might bring short-lived pleasure, they would never compare to true love. Charlie, intrigued, said that sounded interesting. He mentioned that Joshua was present and he planned to go say hello to the other guests. Leon was about to leave when a female voice stopped him. The hero turned around and was delighted to see Professor Giselle standing behind him. He told Giselle that he didn't expect to meet her there. Giselle explained that she was a professor at the academy and also the vice president of the Shanghai Culture and Sports Association. She then informed him that her husband was also there and therefore she could not talk to him anymore. After these words, Giselle walked away. At that moment, Charlie approached the main character again and said that he was not surprised that he did not want to take the girl's address. He told him that he knew the vice president of sports and culture. Leon, irritated by Charlie's comments, asked him what nonsense he was talking about and ordered him to leave. Just then, a message from Elizabeth appeared on Leon's phone, telling him that she had met her friends upstairs and would be down to him soon. Putting his phone away, he thought that he needed to wait for Elizabeth, not wanting to stand out. Meanwhile, he overheard Lorelai's conversation with a man, and their conversation aroused his interest. The general manager of G8 Industrial and Trade Enterprise, Pedro, told Lorelai that her acting skills were already exceptional, and he said that in the next few years she would dominate the entire film industry. Lorelai told Mr. Pedro that he was very polite, but she was still new to the industry. Meanwhile, her assistant noticed a familiar face in the crowd and asked how the driver, whom she recognized, managed to get there. The woman explained that it was the same man who yelled at her in the store about her dress. Lorelai told her that she was going to approach him. She thought she couldn't take revenge on that girl, but she could definitely vent her anger. At that moment, Lorelai pretended to trip and deliberately fell on Leon, spilling her wine on him. Leon watched Lorelai's actions and thought that she was doing it on purpose. At that very moment, he managed to dodge, and Lorelai began to fall to the floor, realizing that her plan had failed. She fell hard, feeling disappointed. Pedro quickly ran up to Lorelai and asked how she felt after such a fall. He then asked Leon what was wrong with him because he saw her falling but did not help her. Then the main character told Pedro that he didn't owe her anything. However, Lorelai was furious that she could not take revenge, and she pointed her finger at Leon and accused him of tripping her up. However, Leon dismissed her accusations, telling her that she could go and ask for help from everyone she slept with. Lorelai was furious at his insolent words and asked how he had the nerve to say such things to her face. At this point, Pedro ordered him to apologize to Lady Lorelai or else he would pay for such impudent actions. Then he said that his father was a respected man in Shanghai and that he could make sure that Leon paid for his actions. Just then, Charlie appeared in the hall and asked what was going on. Lorelei was overjoyed to see him and asked if he remembered her. Pedro then quickly informed Charlie that this man, Leon, had tripped Miss Lorelei and insulted her in front of everyone. However, Lorelei stated that she was not harmed, but thanked Charlie for his concern. Then Charlie walked up to her and asked her if she really believed that someone like Leon would pay attention to her. He said that he hadn't tripped her up on purpose. He said that Leon was his friend, and if she dared to slander him, she would not have a peaceful life in the city. Lorelei and Pedro were stunned by Charlie's words. Then they ran up to the protagonist, apologized, and admitted their mistake. They quickly ran away from him, saying that they were ashamed. Charlie then approached him and offered him some fresh air. He said that they could come back as soon as dinner with the guests began. Leon agreed, saying that he could really use some peace and quiet. There was a group of girls chatting outside, and Elizabeth was standing there with her friends. She smiled, happy to meet her old friend. Charlie and Leon went outside, and Charlie asked Leon to have some fun. Leon was about to approach Elizabeth when a strange man got ahead of him. The man asked if the servant had prepared a gift for Elizabeth. The man then took out a ring and flowers, thinking that everything would go perfectly as he planned for her. This man, Carson, was the founder of the Hong Foundation. Carson instructed his man to get rid of the people around them without using extreme methods and offered them money to leave. He also told his man not to inform Elizabeth about his violent tendencies. The man then approached the assembled people and offered them money to leave. He approached the protagonist and said that Carson wanted to confess to the girl and asked if they could leave for money. Then the protagonist smiled and asked how much they were offering for him to leave. The man handed the protagonist some money and said that he hoped this amount would be enough for him to leave. Then the protagonist asked the man if he was joking. He was wondering if the people who came here only needed 5,000 yuan to leave. The man quickly understood the meaning and asked if 20,000 would be enough. He said that the main character would only need to leave for 10 minutes. However, Leon told him that he needed to give him 100,000 and then he could consider the request. Then Carson approached the protagonist and told him that he should know his worth. Leon replied that 100,000 yuan was a small amount and asked if he really felt sorry for paying that amount for a girl. Then Carson nodded and agreed. He said that he understood the situation and would give the main character 100,000, after which he would leave. Leon took a check for 100,000 from Carson, after which he went to Elizabeth and wished Carson luck in his love affairs. He put his arm around her waist and pulled her towards him. He said that he didn't see her come down here. Elizabeth explained to the protagonist that she and her friends had not seen each other for a long time. They chatted for a while and did not pay attention to the time. Then her friends said that a handsome man had arrived with her, and dinner would begin soon. They suggested continuing the conversation at another time. Elizabeth agreed with her friends and said that she and her boyfriend should go. Leon left with Elizabeth and many people were still surprised. Carson stood in shock with his mouth open. His friend asked if this guy had just taken Elizabeth away. Now Carson understood what had happened and explained to his friend that the man had deceived them and brazenly deceived them. The assistant asked Carson what they should do now, and Carson responded by saying that Leon was clearly a gigolo with a pretty face, and next time he would find a way to deal with him. After some time, dinner was supposed to begin. All the guests entered the building and began to wait. Then the host came out and thanked all the guests for coming. He announced that their charity banquet had officially begun. Immediately after this, the music started playing and everyone started dancing on the stage. Leon was surprised and asked Elizabeth why they started dancing. Elizabeth told him that the banquet was just a name, according to the program. An auction would follow this dance. She explained that the proceeds from the auction would be donated to the Hope Project. She invited them to join the dance, and soon they began dancing. Leon was a very good dancer and began to perform complex movements, and Elizabeth watched him closely. She asked him where he learned to dance so well. Meanwhile, Carson watched them from afar, feeling angry. He muttered under his breath that Leon was just a gigolo. At that very second, Leon's phone rang. It was Lincoln. The hero picked up the phone and asked Lincoln where he found the time to call. Lincoln explained that he had been hospitalized due to appendicitis and asked Leon to help him with his class the next day or the dean would kick him out. Then the protagonist assured Lincoln that he would help him and asked him to tell him the time, place, and tasks in advance. The next day, Leon went to the school pool to help his friend. The students at the pool thanked him for coming as a substitute. Leon told the girls that he could see they were all in a good mood, but asked them to calm down a bit and get ready for the lesson. Soon, everyone started swimming and the lesson began. They swam and chatted, and everyone thought about their future plans. Suddenly, a man in the pool approached his friend George and asked if he would go to a Chinese lesson. George began to stroke his hair and replied that he would not go since his beauty was soon to come to class, and he was waiting for her. His friend was surprised and asked if George really had a new girlfriend again. At that very second, someone opened the door and entered the pool to conduct the lesson. It was Leon, and he was surprised to see that there were already other people swimming in the pool. The hero was confused about what was going on, since the rules stated that people were not allowed to wear regular swimsuits. Leon got angry and asked the students what they were doing there. The girl who was behind him explained to him that they were foreign students and had the right to enter and leave the pool whenever they wanted. George greeted Leon and said that he and his friends were glad to see him. George then introduced himself to a girl named Veronica and mentioned that he was a student from another country studying Chinese language and literature and asked if she would like to become friends. The girl, frightened by George's words and behavior, grabbed Leon by the hand and hid behind his back. The protagonist then told the students that according to university rules, they were not allowed to enter the pool without permission, and they had violated it. In response, George laughed and asked Leon if he was new, pointing out that they were foreign students who couldn't live without water. George then told Veronica that he knew she was shy, but that once she got to know him better, she would want to be with him. However, the girl started crying and told George that she didn't like foreigners and asked him to stay away from her. George was proud of himself and told everyone that he was born in a country full of romance, but that the people in this country were rather callous. Then the guys from Leon's group got angry at George's behavior and told him to stop being so rude. George then laughed and provocatively suggested hitting him, saying they would definitely be expelled for it. George's friend called Leon's group a bunch of cowards and asked him if he needed to learn some kung fu. George and his friends were laughing, feeling that no one could do anything to them. But at that very moment, Leon kicked George in the stomach and asked him how dare he act so arrogantly. The student did not expect this from Leon at all. He began to fall into the pool. George fell into the pool and the students around him praised Leon for protecting them from that scoundrel. As George started to climb out of the pool, his friend ran up to him to ask if he was okay. George, furious, warned Leon that he should not even hope that he would be allowed to teach the lesson after this. Everyone was confused by George's next actions when he peed in the pool. Leon had difficulty finding words to describe the behavior of the impudent student. George smirked at the protagonist and told him that although he could now continue his studies. George then called his friends and advised them to do the same. One of his friends remarked that he just needed to go to the toilet. The students were furious at George's actions, saying he had gone too far. Having finished his business, George told his friends to leave, stating that they would no longer interfere with swimming lessons. Then the main character told them that they could leave after they drank the water from the pool. George laughed and told the protagonist that he would never do that. He promised to complain to the director about being fired and said that Leon should be fired. However, Leon quickly ran up to him and slapped George, causing him to fall to the ground and fall silent. Leon told him that he would add another strike since he would be fired anyway for his behavior. George lay on the ground, unable to move as his friend lunged at Leon. Leon, however, remained extremely calm, grabbed George's friend by the arm and in one swift movement threw him over his shoulder. The student fell to the ground, no longer able to attack Leon. All the students, especially Veronica, were happy and said that Leon was so strong. A few minutes later, all the foreign students were lying on the ground in pain, regretting their attack on the teacher. The foreign girls were afraid to approach the main character and quickly ran away, saying that they were being killed. George, still lying on the ground, told the protagonist not to come near him, warning that if he touched him, George would immediately have him fired. However, Leon ignored him. He walked up to George, grabbed him by the hair and started pulling him. George begged the teacher to let him go and stop. However, Leon continued to drag George towards the pool. Surprised, George asked what the teacher was doing, at which point Leon dunked George's head in the water, saying that no one would dare fire him from that establishment. Leon looked George in the face with a smile and asked if he had been drunk. George, embarrassed, admitted that he was very sorry about everything. Leon then looked at George's friends and asked if they needed to be given a drink too, or if they would drink the water themselves. All the foreign students gathered around the pool and started drinking water, crying and regretting their behavior. At that moment, a man entered and expressed his indignation. It was the university's vice-chancellor, Finn, who asked everyone what they had done and demanded an explanation. George, upon seeing Finn, told him that the teacher had beaten them and forced them to drink water from the pool, and he planned to sue him. Finn then asked Leon what all this meant. He wanted to know if these were all foreign students, and if Leon really wanted to provoke an international conflict. The protagonist then asked Finn what they had done to deserve such special treatment. Finn replied that they were simply being hospitable and asked what special treatment Leon had in mind. Finn told him that he took the matter very seriously and that the protagonist would have to answer for it before the law. Leon replied that he didn't seem to fully understand what was going on. Finn, enraged, asked Leon how he dared to speak to him in such a tone and insisted that they immediately go to the rector's office before he killed him. Leon told Finn that he agreed to go to the rector since he also needed to discuss some issues with him. Finn then told the principal that Leon had beaten up all of their foreign students at the pool and should be punished for it. He added that this matter should be taken seriously and that the protagonist should not be allowed to get away with it so easily. In response, Leon told Finn that he should have reported to the principal that student George had sexually assaulted a student at the university and urinated in the pool. Finn became furious with Leon's words and said that he was currently talking to the principal and warned Leon to be careful. The principal then told Finn that Leon was the honorary vice-chancellor of their university and asked if he really thought he had the right to interfere. Finn was shocked, and the principal informed him that due to his unprofessional behavior, he was suspending him from his job. He said that he would report the incident to the Department of Public Education and that Finn should wait to hear from them. After the conversation, Finn left the director's room. At this moment, a student named Veronica approached the main character and asked if everything was okay with him. Leon told her that he was fine and that Finn had been suspended. He mentioned that the university would punish all the foreign students involved. The student then handed over a first aid kit and said that she had brought it especially for him. When she opened it, it contained all the necessary means for disinfection and skin treatment. Veronica told the protagonist that she saw him hurt his hand when he hit a student, so she took the first aid kit with her. Leon assured Veronica that it was nothing serious and that he didn't even feel like he had hurt his hand. However, Veronica insisted that his hand still needed treatment, and after providing the necessary care, she put a plaster on his hand. She thanked Leon for what he did and said that they would never forget his actions on their behalf. Leon was surprised and did not understand why Veronica was thanking him. She then asked if his arm still hurt. Leon shook his head and told her that she was worrying for nothing. At that moment, a friend called him. The friend asked where Leon had gone so quickly because he had already called him, but did not pick up the phone. He suggested that they have a drink later. Leon said that he would be free in the evening, and they agreed to meet in Megapolis. After quickly finishing his other business, Leon arrived at the place where he needed to do something that day, which was Hua King Chi, a massage center. Leon thought about it and remembered that it was Charlie's property. He had promised to issue him a card, but had completely forgotten about it. Leon was met by a woman who asked if he had come alone. He confirmed that he had and mentioned that he needed to get a card. She then asked which card he wanted, offering options for $100 or $1,000. After some thought, Leon said that he needed the Imperial Comprehensive Service card. The woman told him that the Imperial card was the best in their assortment and its price was almost $19,000. However, Leon did not hesitate to ask her to immediately issue 2 such cards. The woman froze in surprise, wondering if Leon was Charlie's friend since he was such a generous and friendly person. Just at that moment, an acquaintance of Leon's appeared, who was very glad to see him and invited him to his place for a conversation. Charlie was already sitting in a private room with his friends, discussing business and other important issues. While they were talking, a girl ran up to the main character and said that they were waiting for him to come. Charlie then approached the protagonist, saying that they were his friends and that they were glad to meet him. Charlie pointed to one friend and said it was Luke, whose family owned Xinhua Airlines. He then pointed to another friend and said it was Harold, whose family owned Lunton Machinery and they also made slings. Leon shook everyone's hands and said he was glad to meet them, inviting them to sit together and have a drink. Then Charlie called his friend Leon to sit with him on the couch and asked about what new things happened in Leon's life. Leon took the cards out of his pocket and told Charlie that he had designed them as he asked. Charlie told his friend that he was the best. At that moment, a girl entered the room and told the guests that she had brought wine and a plate of fruit. Suddenly, the girl saw Leon and recognized him. She was shocked and asked him what he was doing here. Charlie asked Leon if the girl was really his student. Leon told Charlie that she was a student at the Pedagogical University and that she had just had classes. When Leon looked at the girl, his gaze became tense. The girl lowered her head and told the protagonist that she would explain everything to him. However, Charlie told the student that since she was with them, she could sit and drink with them. He reassured her by saying that they would not hurt her and she could drink as much as she wanted. The student apologized and told Charlie that she didn't know how to drink. At that moment, Leon kicked the table hard. He told her that she couldn't even drink, but she worked in such a place, if she didn't drink, she should leave. The frightened student asked Leon not to tell anyone about her work there. She then asked for 1,000 yuan for a drink. Charlie didn't hesitate. He immediately put the money on the table in front of the student, telling her that he kept his word and that she could drink as much as she wanted. The student sat down on the floor. Realizing that she could make money just by drinking alcohol, she looked at the strong drinks. Taking one glass, she began to drink, Leon silently watching her. The student finished the glass after a few seconds, finding it difficult because her body was not used to alcohol. Then she took a second glass, despite not wanting to drink more. Charlie looked at his friend Leon, who was also just silently watching as the student did something she didn't like. After drinking the second glass, the student immediately felt nauseous and suddenly vomited. Charlie stood up and walked towards the student, handing her the money he promised. He told her that he was giving her 20,000 yuan for 2 drinks, and said that she could leave now, however. The student told Charlie that she could drink more and asked him not to kick her out. However, Charlie told her that since she had vomited, she should leave quickly. The student looked at Leon, but he remained sitting, silently watching her. She took the money from Charlie and was about to leave. Leon continued to silently watch the student, disapproving of her actions. He then asked Charlie to send someone to follow the student and make sure everything was okay. Then Charlie agreed, instructing Jonathan to go and follow the student. Charlie then asked Leon why he was worried about the girl, especially when he was so angry about what she did in the room. A girl standing nearby commented that she thought Leon thought female students shouldn't be in places like that. Charlie said that the student is not a little girl anymore and she can make her own choices. He told the protagonist to stop frowning and start drinking. Then the main character, listening to his friend, took a glass and began to drink. However, at that moment, Jonathan called the protagonist and told him that there was a problem on the street. Leon immediately realized that something was wrong. Charlie quickly called his men and told everyone to follow him. He wanted to go outside and see what was going on, but Leon stopped him. He said that he would go out and deal with the situation himself. Soon, Leon ran out into the street and saw that a large crowd had gathered. Everyone was looking at someone. Jonathan was holding a student, and people were looking at them. Leon approached them and asked Jonathan what happened. Jonathan explained that when he was leaving the establishment, he encountered a group of people who were trying to take Vivian away. Leon looked away and asked the group of people if they were really hitting on the girl. One of the men responded by asking if Leon had really intended to stand up for the girl by saying that she was unworthy of such attention. Then the protagonist asked him why they needed the girl, to which the man replied that she was the main attraction of the city, very popular and should keep them company. He also asked if Leon knew that Sam, the owner of the Hurricane Bar, was in their room. Leon nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the case. The man froze in surprise, and Leon asked him to introduce Sam to him. If Sam agreed, he would let them take the girl. The man smiled and asked Leon if he really considered him an errand boy. Leon paused, considering his options, but Jonathan didn't want to wait any longer. He quickly ran up to the impudent man, pulled out a knife and stabbed the man in the leg. The man did not expect Jonathan to hit him, and his men expressed their outrage, calling it cruel. They said Jonathan would have to answer for hitting their boss and threatened to kill him. Jonathan, clearly angry, declared that he would kill anyone who came near him. The man ordered his subordinates to call their boss, Sam, saying that he should come and finish off Jonathan for his actions. The boss quickly arrived on the scene, and the injured man, thinking that they would now be punished for their insolence, was surprised when Sam apologized to the protagonist. Sam admitted that his subordinates were fools and asked how he could correct their behavior. Leon told Sam to hold his men accountable for their actions and said he didn't want them there anymore. After that, he approached the student and helped her, making sure that nothing had happened to her. He then asked Jonathan to tell Charlie that they were leaving. Soon, Vivian came to her senses and apologized to the protagonist, asking him for forgiveness. Leon assured her that nothing had happened and helped her into his car, as she could barely stand on her feet. As he was about to leave, he noticed that the student was covering her mouth with her hand. Vivian replied that she was afraid to remove her hand because she was afraid she would vomit. Leon smiled, thinking that this student was a good girl, but this lifestyle did not suit her. He took the student to some place and she asked what place it was. He explained that it was the Bandau Hotel. The surprised student asked why Leon had brought her to such a place. As they entered the elevator, the student realized she needed to be on her guard. They went up to the right floor, where Leon took out his card and opened the door to his room, inviting her to come in and rest. The student asked him what he wanted from her, stating that she just wanted to go home. The protagonist then asked her how she planned to return home in such a state, suggesting that her family would be worried if they saw her in such a state. Then Vivian started crying and explained that no one was home. Her mother had had a heart attack and was in the hospital, and she needed money. Leon handed her a handkerchief, understanding why she had come to work in Megapolis. The student explained that the manager had told her that she was good at her job and that selling drinks was not as dangerous as she thought. Leon listened to her and then asked how much her mother's operation would cost. Vivian replied that it would be a large sum and that she and her grandmother had decided to sell their house and borrow some more to cover the costs. Leon then asked how much her house cost. The student told him that she planned to get several jobs and that, frankly, she didn't need anything for herself. She just needed to earn money. After that, Leon asked the manager to bring him 500,000 yuan in cash. A few minutes later, the manager brought a suitcase filled with money. Leon checked the money, made sure everything was okay. Then he asked the student to take the money, telling her that the most important thing now was to cure her mother, and she should focus only on that. The student, unable to believe her luck, thanked Leon for helping her so quickly. She told him that she did not know how to repay him for his kindness. She began to lift her skirt, saying that this was the only way she could repay him. However, Leon didn't want to listen to her and told her not to worry about how to repay him. He just wanted her to focus on her mother's recovery. However, Vivian insisted that she would not remain in his debt. Then she told the protagonist that she really liked him and she would like him to be her first man. However, Leon replied that he did not need any gratitude and told her to go home. But the student did not want to leave and said that for the first time she did not know what to do. Leon got angry and didn't want to listen to his student's words anymore. He pushed the student away and told her that he didn't want to see her anymore. The protagonist was eager to leave, but suddenly Vivian grabbed his leg, not knowing what to do. The student asked Leon not to leave. Leon didn't know what to say. The student's behavior irritated him, but he couldn't yell at her. Luckily, at that moment the student's phone rang. Leon realized that this was a good way to distract himself and decided to let her answer the call. Vivian picked up the phone and the person on the other end told her to come quickly as her aunts and uncles were already there and waiting for her to arrive. The student was surprised and asked why they all came. She told her grandmother not to worry and assured her that she would be there soon. Then the main character told the student not to worry. He would take her there himself. Soon we arrived at the Zarya residential complex. Leon told her not to worry about her mother and to see what was going on inside first. He assured her that he had already contacted the best hospital and would take her mother there later. The student thanked Leon, saying that she would never forget his kindness. She promised that once her family matters were resolved, she would continue to thank him. When Vivian entered the house, her grandmother was overjoyed to see her granddaughter. The student's aunts and uncles greeted her, saying that she could have arrived earlier. Leon glared at the student's relatives. In the next room, he saw the student's mother in bad condition. At this point, Aunt Vivian asked her if Leon was her boyfriend, commenting on her indecent appearance. Vivian was embarrassed and explained that he was her teacher. She introduced him to her aunt and uncle. Suddenly, her aunt came up to her and asked the student, demanding that she return the 5,000 yuan she owed her. The uncle also began to speak, telling her that she owed him 4,000 yuan. Student Vivian was confused, remembering how her mother was hospitalized and she borrowed 3,000 yuan. She didn't understand how the amount had now become 4,000. All her relatives were angry and accused her of taking their money and daring to think that she could return it without interest. The student screamed back, explaining that it was too much. She said that her father gave them so much money when he was alive, but now they were putting pressure on her like this. Vivian then saw her uncle and asked him why he had come, stating that she had not borrowed money from him. The uncle explained that although she had not borrowed money from him directly, he had taken care of her mother when she was in the hospital, and she owed him 1,000 yuan for it. Vivian was shocked by the behavior of her relatives. She told them that she would return all the money, but only after her mother received treatment. At this point, Leon intervened, advising her to simply give them the money so they would leave her alone forever. Vivian agreed, saying that she would pay off all these debts. She then took out a briefcase filled with money and opened it, revealing wads of large bills. Nobody expected that she would have so much money. All her relatives were shocked and asked where she got such a large sum. Vivian threw 10,000 yuan at them and told them they could now leave. Her relatives, trying to calm her down, told her that there was no need for her to be angry and that they didn't really need the money. They told her to keep it for herself, but student Vivian wouldn't hear of it. She walked up to the front door and told them to leave her house immediately. Her relatives reluctantly took the money and left. Although they wanted more, they did not succeed. Then the girl's grandmother approached her and asked where she got so much money, suspecting that she might have done something bad. However, Leon quickly reassured his grandmother by telling her that he had lent the money to the student to help save her mother from illness. Leon told his grandmother that when the girl started working for his company in the future, she would gradually pay off her debts. The grandmother was happy and expressed her gratitude, thanking Leon for his generosity and kindness. Leon's assistant informed him that the ambulance had already arrived. Leon then told Vivian that the ambulance was ready and asked her to get ready. He assured her that they would take her mother to the hospital. After some time, they quickly arrived at the best hospital. Vivian walked over to her mother's bed and pulled a sheet over her to keep her warm. She thanked Leon for his great help, saying that she did not know how she could have solved the problem on her own. Vivian said that he could leave now, but they would definitely meet later. Leon advised Vivian to take care of her mother, adding that he would arrange for her to take time off from school and they would discuss his help later. Then he turned to leave, feeling that his help was no longer needed. After this, Leon arrived at the massage and relaxation center, where he was supposed to meet his friends. Upon arrival, he saw that Lizzie and Samuel were already waiting for him. Leon greeted them with a good afternoon, complimenting them on how stylish they looked. Samuel explained that all their clothes were bought at the duty-free shop at the airport and were from famous brands. Leon asked the man if programmers were supposed to wear plaid shirts. The man replied that it was the largest massage center in Shanghai, adding that if he had known earlier, he would not have brought Lizzie to such a place. Leon asked what he meant, suggesting that they had both just gotten off the plane and needed to rest. At that moment, a center employee approached the main character and asked if he liked their girls and if he had brought his girlfriend. Lizzie, confused by the strange question, did not understand what the employee was hinting at. 10 minutes later, Lizzie informed the protagonist that they had hired 32 chip and lithography specialists, and she handed him a document containing all the information about these people. However, Leon immediately threw the document on the floor and said that these 5 people had been working in this field for many years, and he wondered what skills they had and why so much money had been spent on a consultant. Leon asked who these people were. The scientists were shocked by his reaction. Lizzie explained that they all wanted to rely on their connections rather than their skills. She said that they had to collaborate with craftsmen from other fields to get parts for the lithographic machine. Leon nodded. Then he asked when they would be able to launch the lithography machine project and achieve results. Lizzie told him there was one more key figure they hadn't been able to meet. Leon smiled and jokingly asked if even the seduction had worked. Lizzie, slightly embarrassed, called him a pervert. At this point, the protagonist was handed a plate of fruit. He told them that he was just joking and asked who this person was. Lizzie handed him the document and explained that the man was Vice President Santiago, a world-class computer genius. Leon commented that it seemed like they needed to find a way to bring Santiago in. Samuel added that he believed Santiago was the most important part of their car development project, mentioning that without his help, he and Lizzie would likely have had to fly abroad again. Then the protagonist told them that they would put this issue aside for now, and when he had some free time, he would fly to meet this master himself. Lizzie was pleased, saying that if Leon took matters into his own hands. Just as they were talking, someone called the protagonist. The protagonist picked up the phone, and the man told him that there was a problem in the company and he needed to come urgently. Leon replied that he understood and would be there soon. He told his friends that he had some business to run and asked them to send information about Santiago to his phone. Lizzie assured him, promising that they would send everything. Soon after, Leon quickly arrived at his company's office, and people were already waiting for him inside the office. Leon asked what happened and why there was such a rush. At that moment, Sean held a document in his hand and asked Leon to take a look. Leon picked up the document and realized it was a subpoena. The hero was very surprised and asked who could have sent him a summons. Helga explained that this was what he deserved, mentioning that just a few days ago, Hua Qingche had sent her a bill for 370,000 yuan. Sean admitted it was a significant amount, but Helga said he was worried about the wrong thing. Leon then told Helga to stop arguing. He sat in his chair and asked his team if they had filed a lawsuit against the Ling Yun Foundation for fraud. Helga responded that they had not yet publicly announced the assistance program and were being sued for violating agency rules. Sean added that the person filing the lawsuit was from a well-known Chinese Hong fund, and the trial was scheduled for the next day. The employee noted that they seemed to be planning something and did not have time to prepare. Leon thought about the Hong Foundation, and at that moment he realized what was happening. He remembered that the Hong Foundation had organized a dinner for poor children a few days ago, which he had attended, and Leon wondered if Carson was behind it. He told his people that the trial would take place tomorrow at 9. Helga then asked Leon if they needed to hire a lawyer immediately. Leon declined the offer, stating that they didn't need additional people. He smiled and told Helga to wear a miniskirt and accompany him the next day. Helga was surprised and asked if it was really acceptable to wear such clothes in court, but Leon assured her that she would have his support. Helga agreed, mentioning that she had just bought a pair of new skirts. Leon then asked Helga to go see Santiago, the vice president, and said that the sooner she did it, the better. The girl told him that this guy was impressive and a big player. She asked what specific information was needed. Leon thought for a moment and said that he needed to know every detail about Santiago's life. The girl agreed, assuring Leon that she would find all the information he needed. Sean then asked if Leon would like to see how the rest of the team worked. Then the protagonist stood up and said that he didn't see the point and that they could continue working. He said that he would prefer to go to Chaoyang. Later, Leon arrived at the company. The girl at the entrance recognized him and said that she would quickly inform him of his visit. However, Leon asked her to remain silent, saying that he wanted to surprise them. Entering the office, Leon saw Elizabeth lying on the floor, doing stretching exercises. He walked up to her and asked her what she was doing, and she was shocked to see him there at that time. She quickly stood up and asked where he came from. Leon asked if it was really so hot in the office that she had to take her clothes off. Elizabeth explained that she has problems with her cervical vertebrae, so she does yoga. Elizabeth sat down, and Leon told her that he knew a good massage therapist. He offered to take her to him. He explained that people like her who sit for a long time are prone to muscle strain, but Elizabeth refused, saying that she could handle it herself and did not want anyone to touch her. Leon agreed, saying that she was right and that he was at her service. Leon then asked Elizabeth to lie down on the sofa so he could give her a massage. He opened a box filled with various massage oils and chose one. Leon smelled the oil and thought it was lavender. Elizabeth asked if he was going to start the massage. Then the main character poured oil on her back. Elizabeth was very surprised because she did not expect that her boyfriend was so skilled in giving massages. Leon told her to relax and assured her that in a few minutes all her pain would go away. After that, he leaned towards her and kissed her on the lips. He then mentioned that he had some free time and would like her to go somewhere with him. He asked if she would like to go with him to the largest amusement park in the world. An excited Elizabeth asked if this was true, as she had always wanted to go but never had the time. Leon told her that in front of others she seemed like a strong woman, but in front of him she was like a little girl. Elizabeth really liked the compliment and kissed Leon. Then she said that she would finish her work and book the tickets right away. After that, Leon stood up and said that something had happened to his student, so he would go to the hospital to visit her. Before he left, Elizabeth added that Leon had gentle hands, and next time, if she got tired, he could give her another massage. Leon was happy and replied that of course he would give her a massage if she liked it so much. After that, he quickly drove to the hospital to visit Vivian's mother. He entered the room and was surprised by what he saw. Vivian's mother was conscious and her closest family members were standing nearby and smiling. Vivian turned around, saw that Leon had arrived, and was very glad to see him again. Vivian's mother also greeted him. Leon noted that there were many people present, and if he had known, he would have come later. The man standing next to the bed introduced himself to the protagonist and then introduced his daughter Rebecca, saying that she was also very glad to meet him. He mentioned that Rebecca had entered the civil service straight after university and that she had never been in love before. Rebecca, embarrassed, asked her father to stop saying such things. Leon, trying to defuse the situation, said that Rebecca was so perfect that it was impossible to keep up with her, but she was not worth even a drop of attention. Rebecca was furious at Leon's words. However, her aunt knocked her down, hitting her in the face with her shoulder, and then walked towards the main character. The woman grabbed his hand and asked him to say hello to her son. The man told the protagonist that if he ever had any problems, he could call him and he would do everything to help. Leon smiled and an idea quickly came to his mind. Suddenly, he grabbed the guy by the hand and asked if he was really that cool. A couple of days ago, he helped Vivian borrow $500,000 from a loan shark, and now he was asking if this man could help him with it. Seeing his indecision, Leon reminded him that he himself had said that he would do whatever it took, and a few $100,000 did not mean much to him. The man managed to pull his hand away with difficulty and asked Leon why he was acting like this. Leon replied that the man had started it all. Then the woman approached her son and told the protagonist that they had had enough. Leon then turned to Vivian and asked how her aunt was doing and if they had enough money. Vivian replied that the operation was a success, but her mother still had to stay in the hospital for a week before going home. She said that they still needed more than $200,000, but as soon as her mother was discharged, she would give him the money. The woman, however, interrupted, saying that she still needed the money as she was studying at university, and asked why Vivian should pay it back. The man then explained that Vivian's cousin had come second in the civil service exam and they needed to buy her a gift. He asked Vivian if she could spare some money for it. Vivian was shocked by her family's behavior. The uncle and aunt began to argue, and the woman said that she did not have time to finish the argument and asked for money because her son needed funds for repairs. The student asked them both to calm down. She reminded them that they were in the hospital. Vivian then told them that she would return all the money to the protagonist and asked them to stop yelling at each other. The man told the protagonist that if he had that kind of money, he wouldn't need $200,000. However, Leon said that they should not disturb Vivian's mother's peace and that they should go outside to discuss everything. He took them out into the hospital corridor and said that he didn't need the money, but whoever got it should decide for themselves. Having said these words, Leon left them. Immediately after Leon's words, the relatives exchanged angry glances. The woman pointed at the man and told him that he would not receive a penny of this money. Her son walked up to Rebecca and slapped her, telling her that she should get out of there quickly. The man then ran up to the boy and asked if he had hit his daughter, and he raised his hand to hit the man back. At that moment, Vivian's mother was lying in bed eating soup, but suddenly they heard very loud screams from the hallway. Then Leon entered the room. Vivian quickly ran up to him and asked if her relatives had been fighting in the hallway as the noise was deafening. Leon asked her what difference it made to her what they were doing and said that he would not go there to separate them. Soon after, the door to the room opened. A woman entered and told the main character that the uncle had left and no longer wanted $200,000. Leon asked the woman if she had paper and a pen and offered to write him an IOU for the money. The woman and her son were shocked and froze in surprise. The son then told the woman that they would write an IOU in his uncle's name to see how he would react. The woman approached the main character and took the document from him. Leon handed them the document and told them that as soon as they returned home, they should register the title deed to the house as collateral. He assured them that he would not deceive them and that they would be charged interest at the bank rate. The woman and her son were stunned and asked Leon if they really needed to mortgage their house. The son told the protagonist that this was too much and he had crossed the line. Then the protagonist calmed the boy down, saying that they had nothing to worry about, and he reminded them that he still had their promissory note. The woman and her son were horrified and realized that they had made a huge mistake and were now in serious trouble. The man told the protagonist to just wait, as he would soon find out that he had gotten involved with the wrong people. Vivian breathed a sigh of relief and said that they were finally leaving. Then Leon stood up and told Vivian that it was time for him to go too. Vivian told the protagonist that she didn't know what she would do without him. Before leaving, Leon told Vivian to take very good care of her real family and not to worry about other people. Vivian thought to herself how lucky she was to have met such a man. The next day, Leon arrived at the second court of Zhanghai. He arrived stylishly dressed in a gray suit. At this point, Helga ran up to the protagonist and said that the scale of the trial was a little bigger than they expected, which was quite unexpected. Reporters quickly surrounded Leon, wanting exclusive comments on the trial. One of the reporters asked him his opinion about the trial and what he thought about it all. Another reporter asked if he admitted his guilt. In response, Leon smiled and told reporters that, of course, he personally admitted his guilt. Then a reporter asked if the sports car he was driving was also bought with donations. Leon confirmed that the car was bought with donations as he did not have enough money. The reporters were completely shocked by his answers and did not know what else to ask him, but they continued to ask uncomfortable questions. Shocked by the situation, Sean asked Helga if the company would go bankrupt if the boss continued to talk such nonsense. Helga simply smiled and asked the man to remain calm. Meanwhile, the influential people gathered in the break room, discussing the best course of action during the trial. One person told the group not to be nervous, advising them to simply do what they were assigned. Zhonghai Hope Orphanage Director Grant said that the current actions were not entirely correct. Susan, director of Yanchang Orphanage, was also sitting next to him. At that moment, Carson snapped his fingers and said that if they worked hard, all the money would go to them and they would both be rich immediately. Grant and Susan were pleased with the situation and told Carson they agreed. The man told everyone that a man named Leon did something very nasty. He stole their director's girlfriend and money. He told them that they would ruin him today. Then a man entered the room and told Mr. Carson that the trial was about to begin and they could take their seats in the courtroom. A few minutes later, Carson entered the conference room where Leon was already sitting. Carson told him that he had not expected to meet him again in such a place, and this saddened him. However, Leon assured him not to worry, stating that he was fine. Carson responded by telling the protagonist that he would not remain so calm because he had won all of his lawsuits and intended to put him in jail. At this point, the judge announced that the hearing had begun and the prosecutor could begin presenting his case. Carson's man said that during the investigation they found that the Ling Yun Foundation had not published the aid materials. He said this was a serious violation of the rules and demanded that Leon be punished by law for this. The judge asked the accused Leon whether he admitted these statements. Leon told the judge that he did not admit to the charges. Then Carson's man stood up and told the judge that they could allow the witnesses to testify. Leon responded by telling them that they could start their show. At this moment, people entered who could testify to Leon's actions. Helga immediately recognized them and asked how they could take such a step. Leon then asked her if she knew those two people. Helga explained that they were both directors of orphanages that received aid from the fund in the amount of 800,000, and later more than 1 million. Grant asked Mrs. Helga not to talk nonsense. Grant and Susan explained that they had only given them $50,000. Helga became very angry and slammed her hand on the table, declaring that she could no longer tolerate such blatant lies, since they had been allocated almost 2 million. Helga said she had all the receipts to prove she was telling the truth. The judge banged his gavel and asked the defendant to control her emotions and show respect for the court. Leon also urged her to calm down, warning that her impulsiveness could have bad consequences. Then Helga sat down and muttered that those two were the most terrible people. The judge then asked the accused if he had anything to say in response to all the charges. Leon explained that the rules required the funds to be publicly available, but the money he sent was from his personal funds. He added that he spent his own money on all the orphanages and asked why he should advertise it. Carson's man was shocked and asked Leon if the money given to the shelter really belonged to him. After Leon's statement, there was complete silence in the hall. The judge then asked Leon if he could confirm his testimony, to which Leon replied that he could. He assured the judge and everyone else that they could check and confirm. Reporters noted that Leon was digging a hole for Carson. Carson, angry and frustrated, wanted to finish off Leon. At that moment, the hero looked at Carson and thought to himself that he clearly didn't expect them to be so well prepared. The judge announced that the court had ruled that Leon had not violated the rules and should be released, with the charges dropped. Afterwards, Leon told Carson that his plan had failed, but thanked him for the money he had provided. Carson was shocked and couldn't believe that his brilliant plan had failed. Leon then said that with his 50,000, they rented the presidential suite and had a candlelit dinner. Finally, he told Carson that it was time for him to go and that they would meet sometime to discuss everything. At this point, one man told Mr. Carson that this scoundrel protagonist needed to be taught a lesson. The man agreed, saying that they would intercept Leon in the parking lot so that Jack could teach him some manners. After the trial, Leon went out to the parking lot, but at that moment, Carson appeared behind him and asked Leon to stop. Carson asked his man named Jack to bring Leon to him. He mentioned that he would find a place where no one would be around, where they could talk in peace. Jack approached the protagonist and informed him that Mr. Carson wanted to talk to him and hoped that he would not refuse to join. Then Helga blocked the main character's path and asked if he really wanted to start a fight because of the loss. At this point, Sean started to pull her away, asking what she was doing and pointing out that the director didn't even have a chance to say anything. Carson then told Jack to drag Leon to the car. Jack moved closer to the protagonist, intending to grab him and take him to his boss. He reached out to put his hand on the hero's shoulder, but Leon immediately grabbed his hand and began squeezing it with all his strength. Jack screamed in pain and demanded that Leon immediately let him go. Leon said that he would let go of his hand if he behaved well. At that moment, Jack began to cry, realizing that he had underestimated Leon. Without thinking, Leon hit him between the legs, saying that now Jack would understand how bad it was to threaten people. The blow caused him to fall to the ground, in agony from the powerful blow. Carson watched in shock, realizing that poor Jack was truly suffering. Jack remained on the ground, unable to get up, while Carson couldn't believe his ears. He was surprised and wondered where Leon learned to fight like that, because he knocked Jack out with one move. Leon then motioned to Carson and remarked that Jack seemed to have failed in his job. He suggested that Carson go himself, but Carson replied that he had a cold and he didn't want to infect Leon. He said that they would discuss it another time. Carson quickly ran away, and Helga approached the protagonist and told him that all this time she did not know that he was such an experienced fighter. Then the main character told his people that he would take them home, but the girl refused, saying that she had come in her own car. Then Leon got into his car and was about to leave. Just at that moment, Lena appeared in front of him and said that for all the disclosure of the Foundation's secrets and the incident with the shelters, he would receive an electronics factory. Leon was excited and asked if he would really get the electronics factory. He asked if the company was on the verge of bankruptcy and if it was a chip factory, noting that this was exactly what he needed. Leon kissed the girl and expressed his gratitude, saying that she was the best. At that moment, someone called him. The caller introduced himself as Jason, the CEO of Quechuang Electronics. Jason said that he had just acquired Quechuang Electronics and asked if he had time to complete the paperwork. Leon was delighted and asked Jason to send him the address. He promised to send someone to complete the paperwork. Later, Leon arrived at the Sunak Electronics Industrial Park and met Lizzie there. Lizzie asked him why he needed her there. Leon announced that he had bought the company and asked her to handle all the paperwork, and the girl responded by saying that the boss was incredibly cool. He looked at her intently and asked if she really thought so. Lizzie took the envelope from him and confirmed that it was true, but Leon did not fully understand her reaction. After about half an hour, Leon looked through all the information about the company. He then asked Lizzie if she had really done everything so quickly. Lizzie said that the documents were almost ready and all she had to do was sign them. Leon commented that under these circumstances, there was no need for a separate laboratory to study lithographic machines, since they already had an entire building dedicated to developing electronic devices and technologies. Lizzie then asked if this was true, but expressed concern that using such a large space for her business might be wasteful. Then the main character suggested that they go and look at the Quechuang and Cisco factories, mentioning that he had been there too. When they arrived at the Cisco plant, they saw many vans and workers busy loading boxes. The employees were so focused on their tasks that they didn't notice other people around them. Lizzie noticed this and said that Cisco had stolen their technical advancements, which is why they were no longer getting orders. Leon observed the situation and realized that Lizzie was right. Cisco people loaded the goods into vans, which then drove away. Leon and Lizzie headed towards the building of this company. A security guard was sitting next to them. When he saw Leon, he asked what they were doing there. Lizzie smiled and showed the guard their passes. The guard replied that they could go inside. Then Lizzie informed the protagonist that Quechuang had declared bankruptcy and there were workers on duty in every department, which was normal. Leon agreed with her remark and suggested that they go inside and look around. They entered the building and Leon asked Lizzie if she knew what the equipment was. Lizzie replied that some of the equipment was new, while the rest was old but still functional. She said that it could be useful to them, although the production capacity was different. Leon said that if that was the case, then they should continue searching. They walked around the area, but suddenly something unexpected caught his attention. He immediately grabbed Lizzie by the shoulder and asked her to wait. Leon and Lizzie hid behind the van, watching as a man and a woman stood near the car, discussing something. The man didn't notice them because they hid just in time, but he heard a sound behind him and turned around. Lizzie then curiously asked Leon if he knew these people and why they were hiding from them. Leon explained that they were hiding because he had seen the car at the entrance to Cisco earlier, and now it was there again. As they watched the people disperse, Leon noticed that it was indeed very strange. Lizzie asked curiously if Leon really thought these people were from Cisco. The hero immediately took out his phone, took a photo of the car's license plate, and called his friend to ask him to help find out who owned the car with that number. He then told Lizzie that the plan to build an office building in Quechuang was up to her and Samuel, and they needed to start working on it quickly. Lizzie replied that she understood, but then asked about Santiago. Leon assured her that he would resolve the situation, after which he got ready to leave and told Lizzie that he would visit Santiago soon. Later, he returned to his home in Joga. To his surprise, he noticed a familiar person in his house. Elizabeth stood in his kitchen and explained that she had been making ginseng soup for him. Leon stroked her chin and jokingly asked if she was really that worried about him. Elizabeth explained that she had noticed that he had been very busy lately. Just as they were talking, Leon's phone rang. He answered the call and learned that the man on the line was the car's owner, Jason. Elizabeth, noticing his reaction, asked what the call was about. Leon told her that earlier that day he had been in Quechuang and had met Jason, the son of the Cisco director, in Quechuang Park. The girl then asked how many children the Cisco CEO had and suggested that perhaps they were trying to make a name for themselves in some way. Leon explained that Helga had mentioned that he had 2 children, Jason and his sister, Cassandra. Elizabeth suggested that if Leon could find out what position Cassandra held at Cisco, they would know if her guess was correct. And she also suggested that the protagonist go to Quechuang that same day to strengthen his position in the company. Leon agreed, praising Elizabeth for her clever suggestion. She then said that the delicious soup was ready and that he should take a break and try it. She said that if he did this, he would have a trump card during the negotiations and he would be able to bargain effectively. At that moment, Helga called the protagonist with great and unexpected news. She said that Jason had just called her and offered them cooperation. Elizabeth smiled, realizing that her guess had been correct. She placed the pot of food on the table while Elizabeth was setting the table. Leon was busy with his work. Elizabeth asked Leon if he had anything else important to do, and she reminded him that their flight was scheduled for the next morning. Leon assured her that he had no other commitments and that he was looking forward to spending time with her. Elizabeth hugged him and said that he was just a flatterer. After that, they flew to their destination. Upon arrival, Elizabeth expressed her joy, saying that she could not even express in words how happy she was. As they were about to leave the airport, someone appeared behind them. It was Carson who mentioned that it was a coincidence that they met here. Leon responded by saying that he was also glad to see Carson and that it was thanks to his money that they were able to meet in this place. He explained that he and Elizabeth had strengthened their relationship, otherwise she would not have agreed to fly to this country. Carson, clearly angry, retorted that $50,000 was an insignificant sum and noted that he did not understand how Elizabeth liked his rotten character. Leon calmly replied that he had defeated him in court and was now superior to him in other matters as well. Carson then said he had to get on the plane and wished the couple well, although he was clearly angry with them. Carson's assistant informed him that Leon and Elizabeth were also planning to fly to the same country. He suggested that Carson could contact someone in that country to teach the protagonist a lesson. However, Carson said that this was not necessary and that meeting the other person was more important to him. He then told him to call the airport manager because he didn't want to see Leon and Elizabeth on the plane. Meanwhile, Leon and Elizabeth approached the ticket counter to check in and board the plane. Leon thought they would have no problem, but the receptionist told them that there was a problem with their tickets and that she could not allow them on board. Elizabeth was surprised and asked the administrator if there was a mistake with the tickets, since she purchased them on the official website. At that moment, Carson approached them and asked Elizabeth if they were really trying to deceive the staff. He said goodbye to the protagonist and Elizabeth, stating that he was going to board a plane. Leon told the girl that they should leave and not hold up the line. Carson tried to climb on board, but Elizabeth stopped him. Then she started yelling at him, accusing him of setting it all up. Carson, smirking, admitted that he might have done it and offered to let Elizabeth sleep with him, in which case he would take her on the plane with him. Then the girl asked him how he could say such things. Carson then replied that it was time for him to leave and they couldn't change the flight either since he had already taken care of it. He added that they could reach the country by sea, but it would take them a month, and wished them both a pleasant flight. Elizabeth, unimpressed, told Carson that he had become too vain. Leon, trying to keep the peace, asked Elizabeth to ignore him, joking that Carson might have rabies and that it might be contagious. In response, Elizabeth expressed her disappointment, saying that she was very angry with him, but Leon hugged her, assuring her that she had no reason to be angry. He said that if he was not there, the plane would not take off. Carson, laughing, questioned Leon, asking why the plane wouldn't take off without him and if he was in his right mind. Then the protagonist replied that if Carson didn't believe him, then he should just wait and see for himself. A few moments later, the announcer informed passengers that the flight was delayed and that they should be ready to board in 20 minutes. Elizabeth turned to the protagonist, saying that it was very cool. Then he asked Carson if he was convinced now and if there were any more questions. Carson, still skeptical, asked Leon if he had ever flown on an airplane in his life, claiming that the flight delay had nothing to do with him. Then the protagonist sat down on the sofa and told Carson that they could wait here for a while since he was in no hurry. 20 minutes later, Carson waved his ticket and said it was just a coincidence and that they would be boarding the plane soon. However, the announcer apologized again and informed everyone that the flight could not take off yet and they would all have to wait until further notice. Carson looked at Leon, realizing that he might be telling the truth. Leon stood up and walked towards him, asking what was wrong. He wondered if he had changed his mind. Carson, extremely angry, was about to yell at Leon, but he stopped himself when the woman accompanying him told him that they were already on edge and she hoped he wouldn't make a scene. At this point, a man told Carson that it was because of him that everyone was upset, and they all hoped that he would apologize to the protagonist, since they really needed the flight. An enraged Carson asked the man if he knew who he was. He made it clear that he would not apologize to the protagonist. However, he noticed that everyone around him was unhappy with his words, and they stood behind Leon, who simply smiled at him. The assistant approached Carson and suggested that he calm down and quickly change airlines. Despite the tension, everyone at the airport urged Carson to apologize to the protagonist. At that moment, Loris appeared at the airport. Everyone present respected him very much, since he was an authoritative figure in the country. Leon greeted him and explained that this issue needed to be resolved. Loris then turned to Carson, telling him that as the CEO of the airline, the plane should have taken off and Carson needed to apologize. The crowd continued to demand that he apologize to the protagonist so that the problem could be resolved. Knowing he had no choice, Carson stood still, aware of the pressure mounting. Despite this, he ordered his assistant to take their suitcases, and they quickly fled the airport. Loris then told the protagonist that he wasn't bad at all and successfully put Carson in his place. Leon thanked him and asked him to have his staff check the tickets for their flight. Loris agreed without hesitation, glad to have the opportunity to help his friend. Later, Leon turned to Elizabeth, bowed slightly, and asked if she was no longer upset with him given the flight delay. Elizabeth assured him that she was not at all angry and that they would not have been able to fly to another country if it were not for his help. Upon arrival in the country, they immediately checked into the Chenbao Hotel. An incredibly beautiful presidential suite with luxurious furniture awaited them. At that moment, Elizabeth noticed a beautiful gold hairpin on the table and decided to try it on, asking Leon how it looked. The hero replied that his girlfriend, as always, was the most beautiful. Elizabeth kissed him on the cheek and told him again that he was a flatterer. Soon evening came and she felt it was time to go to bed. Before going to bed, she decided to brush her teeth, but Leon was stopping her, standing at the mirror. Then Elizabeth asked him if he wanted to try her special toothpaste. Leon picked it up and asked what was so special about this paste, as it looked ordinary. Seeing Elizabeth's offended face, he pulled her towards him by the waist. After this, the couple kissed and went to bed together. The next day, Leon and Elizabeth went to the amusement park. While they were there, Elizabeth mentioned hearing a roar. Leon suggested that they go and see what was going on. There was a sign in the park announcing that the North American gray wolf was on display. The girl, Viola, turned to her boyfriend and mentioned that the coyote looked a little skinny and she wanted to feed it something, so her boyfriend Carter suggested that they quietly open the door and feed the animal some jerky. At that moment, Elizabeth approached them and explained that according to park rules, feeding the animals was prohibited. Viola responded defiantly, telling Elizabeth that it was not her home and that she could do whatever she wanted. Then the protagonist intervened, explaining that all gray wolves were protected by law and if someone fed them and the animals died, they could be sent to prison. Viola and her boyfriend were horrified by this news. The girl asked Leon to mind his own business, and she and her boyfriend quickly left the area to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Leon and Elizabeth continued to explore the park, enjoying the swings and other rides, not wanting to leave. Elizabeth mentioned that she wanted to go on the carousel but wasn't sure how to get in line. Then the protagonist suggested that she take a rest while he went to buy VIP tickets so that they wouldn't have to stand in line. At the ticket counter, Leon asked the woman if he could buy VIP tickets, wondering if they were unlimited. The woman told him that each ticket cost almost $2,000 and they had a limit. They could only be used once. This caused laughter from those around him, who asked why Leon was asking such stupid questions. However, to everyone's surprise, Leon asked the woman to give him all the tickets she had. The woman, shocked, did not know what to answer. She told the main character that there were 105 tickets left and asked if he really needed them all. Leon assured her that it was true. He needed every single ticket. Having bought all the tickets, Leon was about to leave, but the people at the box office were still perplexed. He stood behind Elizabeth and told her that he was back. Then he invited her to ride on the carousel. Elizabeth was delighted and thanked Leon. While they were riding, she screamed with joy, feeling like a little child. Elizabeth looked at Leon and realized how lucky she was to have met a man who could always make her so happy. She then asked if VIP tickets allowed unlimited rides, and Leon explained that unfortunately they did not. After the ride was over, Elizabeth said she didn't want to ride anymore because she didn't want to stand in line. However, Leon told her that he had already bought 105 tickets and there were still more than 100 left, so they were more than enough. Elizabeth was surprised and asked if he really bought so many tickets. She kissed him on the cheek and called him the best. They continued riding on another carousel and enjoyed their time together. After riding the rides, Elizabeth told the protagonist that she was hungry and suggested that they go get something to eat. A few minutes later, they arrived at a cafe in the park. They sat down at a table, ordered a dish, and Elizabeth mentioned that the vanilla ice cream was delicious and asked if he could bring her another one. Leon assured her that he would bring her another right away. He quickly walked up to the counter and asked the chef for 2 vanilla soufflés. The chef quickly prepared the order, but a girl named Viola, who was standing next to the main character, told him that vanilla ice cream was VIP class and he could not take as much as he wanted, explaining that the cafe was not a canteen. She was with her boyfriend Carter, who asked Leon if he really thought he could behave like that while abroad. Then the main character replied that he had bought 105 VIP tickets, so he could take as many as he wanted. Viola and Carter were shocked and asked if he really bought 105 VIP tickets. Leon then took the vanilla ice cream and returned to Elizabeth. Elizabeth remarked that the ice cream looked so delicious and she wanted to eat it as soon as possible. At that moment, Leon looked at Viola and Carter. Viola remarked that Leon seemed to have just become rich and had not yet seen the world, calling him an upstart. Elizabeth was angered by Viola's words and advised her to watch her language. Carter replied that they had already been too polite. Viola then boasted that her boyfriend's company had just raised a round of investment and that the market outlook was good. Then she insulted Elizabeth by saying that her boyfriend looked more like a miner than a rich man. Leon didn't interrupt Viola and asked them if they were still confident after just 2 rounds of funding. Carter mentioned that Zhanghai's company had invested in his company and that he probably didn't even understand such matters. Leon was stunned by Carter's bold words and spat out his drink in surprise. Then he asked Carter how confident he was in Zhanghai and what his relationship was with Charlie, the owner of the company. Carter replied that besides Zhanghai, Ling Yun also wanted to invest in him, which he considered a great opportunity, implying that Leon did not understand anything about such matters. Viola then asked why they were wasting their time talking to someone like him. She suggested that Leon didn't even understand what investing was. Then the protagonist smiled and asked Carter who had invested in him, naming several names. Carter was surprised and asked how Leon knew these people. Leon asked the man on the phone if he knew this Carter, and the man mentioned that he was from Zhangqiu Science and Technology Company. Then the protagonist looked at him and realized that Carter had finally realized that he had made a mistake. At that very moment, Leon suddenly asked his friend Charlie to cancel all investments. Charlie was shocked, but immediately agreed, telling the protagonist that he would inform the person concerned about the cancellation the next morning. Carter, at a loss for words, asked Leon who he was. Leon explained that he was the director of Lin Yun Company. Then Carter apologized to the protagonist, claiming he was just joking, and he began begging for another chance, saying that if the funds were withdrawn, it would mean the end of his business. Viola told him that he didn't need to apologize, and that with his connections he could find other companies that would invest in him. However, Carter angrily slapped Viola, asking who would want to invest in his company after her words, blaming her for everything. Leon watched this scene calmly and began to wipe his mouth. He then stood up, telling Elizabeth that they would leave and continue enjoying the rest of the day together. As night fell, they walked down the street together. Elizabeth wanted to thank Leon for such a wonderful day. But just at that moment, a message from Helga arrived on his phone. Helga informed the protagonist that this was all she could find about Jasper. Leon thought that she had done an excellent job. However, he felt that Elizabeth should not know that he was working during their walks. The next day, Leon lay in bed, finally able to rest after a full day of walking. He noticed Elizabeth sitting next to him, getting ready to leave. Leon hugged her and asked why she got up so early, especially since the circus performance would only start at 10. Elizabeth apologized, saying that she couldn't stay with him, but that he could rest at the hotel for now. She explained that a friend of hers had arranged a meeting with several designers and she would like to meet them. Leon showed offense by telling Elizabeth that she would be working all day. Then the girl promised him that she would apologize to him that evening. Leon smiled and said he would think about how she would make amends. Then Elizabeth told him that it was time for her to leave and asked him not to be bored. 20 minutes later, Leon was ready to go about his business and quickly reached the head office building. Leon saw that many people had gathered near the building, waiting their turn to enter. He walked into the building, greeted the receptionist at the front desk, and asked if they had any forms to fill out. The woman asked him to fill out the form and wait for notification, assuring him that it would not take long. Leon took the form and started filling it out. The woman was shocked when she saw the form and asked if he was really applying for the position of deputy director and asking for a salary of $3.5 million. Leon confirmed this, saying that this was exactly what he wanted. The woman apologized, saying that she would not send the form to the company's management for review. She told the main character that many liars like him come there every day. While they were talking, other girls came out and asked the administrator, Kelly, what was going on with the man. One of these girls, named Jessica, was the director's secretary and was inquiring about the situation while she was away. The other girl, Carmen, was a mid-level engineer in the technical department. Kelly explained to Jessica that Leon was there to apply for the vice principal position and she was trying to get rid of him. Jessica was surprised by this and asked if the man really wanted to work as a deputy director. She looked at the profile and told the protagonist that, given his age, it was difficult to take him seriously. Leon, surprised, asked Jessica if such a big company really cared about age. Then Jessica, surprised by Leon's answer, realized that it would be difficult to argue with him. She told him that due to his special situation, she needed to pass a simple test before accepting him into the company. After the test, she would help him put forward his candidacy for the position. Leon smiled and told Jessica that he would pass the test. Then Carmen opened the laptop in front of the protagonist. Jessica then told the protagonist that he could begin testing. Leon replied that he thought they needed someone more experienced, as he was afraid they might not understand his code. Carmen responded that Leon was talking too much and mentioned that many of the people present were senior engineers who would understand the code. Leon agreed, saying that he had warned them, but he would begin testing. He started typing quickly on his laptop. He entered many lines of code and thought that everyone present would not understand it. A guard approached the protagonist and asked what this hidden code was, since he had never seen anything like it before. Another guard suggested that the code might just be wrong. Carmen then took the laptop from Leon to see what he had achieved so far. She told him that she hoped it wasn't just a cheap trick. Carmen mentioned that her colleague had already informed the protagonist that all the code he had entered was incorrect and suggested that he leave the company. However, Leon crossed his legs. He reminded them that he had already told them that they would not understand the code. Jessica then said that she recognized the code. She remembered seeing similar code written by Mr. Santiago, although it was not as good as Leon's. Carmen then called her secretary, Kelly, and offered to inform Mr. Santiago about it. Kelly nodded, and about 10 minutes later, Santiago walked into the room, surprising everyone with his appearance. He asked what they were doing in the office and demanded to know why they had called him there. Jessica explained that the person working with them was Leon, who wanted to apply for the position of deputy director. The man asked if they were joking when they asked about Leon's age and if they all believed his story. Carmen told the protagonist that Santiago had spoken and that he needed to leave, stating that his code was just a meaningless string of characters. However, Leon stood up and showed the laptop to Director Santiago, asking him to look at his results first. Santiago looked closely at what Leon had done and was truly impressed. He asked Leon if he really wrote this code, stating that he himself had been trying to figure out the program for a long time. Then he praised Leon, calling him a genius. Carmen and Jessica were surprised because the protagonist was only about 20 years old, and they couldn't figure out where he acquired such skills. Then the protagonist shook Director Santiago's hand, asking if he was now suitable for the position of deputy director in his company. Santiago was happy and invited Leon to his office to continue discussing the matter. Once in the office, Santiago mentioned that he had just finished work and that the office was a mess. Then he asked Leon what he would like to drink, at which point Leon noticed a picture of his family on Santiago's desk. Then the main character suddenly asked if Santiago had any blueberry juice. Santiago was delighted, asked Leon if he liked blueberry juice, and said that they tasted the same. He added that they could get along well and offered the protagonist a place in his company. However, the hero asked Santiago not to jump to conclusions, and he also asked if he had the authority to hire him as deputy director. Santiago started thinking, realizing that he couldn't make this decision alone, and eventually he told the protagonist that he would appoint him as the deputy marketing director, and later he could become the CEO. Leon said he has hot blood and is willing to work hard, but he feels there is no place for him there. Santiago, however, said he understood, explaining that he was not a very sociable person and spent most of his time focusing only on business. Leon mentioned that if there was a position without financial restrictions and with enough freedom, he would like to return to China. Santiago agreed with him. At that moment, the hero thought that although Santiago was not one to cling to a foreign country, he should first get to know it better. Santiago then asked if Leon would like to see his current research project. He showed the protagonist his computer, explaining that they were working on a new security system, which was a major project for the company. He also mentioned that the program Leon had recently written was exactly what they needed. Leon realized at that moment that they seemed to have a project they wanted to take on. Santiago went on to explain that his direction is related to computer perception and steppers. They shook hands, and Leon said that they should work together to achieve the best result. Then Leon told Santiago that he needed to cook dinner for his wife and he would be back the next day. Director Santiago believed that he was a truly good person and an exemplary family man. After that, Leon went outside, enjoying the beautiful day. He quickly arrived at the hotel. By this time, Elizabeth also arrived at the hotel and asked Leon if he was bored of sitting there for so long. Leon replied that he wasn't really bored, but he needed some compensation. Elizabeth, in good spirits, assured him that she would do the task well. She also told the protagonist that after the meeting, Georgia took her to buy a gift for him and hoped that he would like it. She then started taking something out of her bag. When Leon saw the gift, he commented that Georgia had good taste and that he really liked it. However, the girl opened her eyes and discovered that Leon was holding women's underwear in his hand. Elizabeth, angry, called him a fool. After that, they ended up in bed. Leon told the girl that it was unexpected. She then informed him that she had to leave, but that she would try to finish her work a little earlier that day. Leon told her that everything was fine and that he could wait for her on the condition that she compensated him for everything that same evening. Elizabeth responded by calling him impudent and asking. An hour later, she told the protagonist that she was leaving. If he was bored, she offered him to go for a walk. Leon replied that he would be lonely without her. Then the girl asked him not to say such things. After Elizabeth left the hotel, Leon quickly began to prepare to go out. Dressed like a gentleman, Leon felt cheerful and ready to carry out his tasks. He left the hotel and headed to the parking lot where his car was waiting for him. At that moment, someone called out to him from behind. Leon turned around and saw Carson standing behind him. Leon told him that he was sorry that he had made him late and asked himself what that idiot was doing there. Carson, clearly upset, asked Leon to stay away from him. However, Leon, not at all embarrassed, told Carson that he knew someone in the building and could help him. However, he replied that he had made his own decisions and had come there to sign the contract, so he no longer needed any help from Leon. The hero replied that he would not interfere with Carson's business, and with these words he turned around and went about his business. Carson muttered that once he finished his business, he would take revenge on the protagonist. He was wondering what Leon was doing in this place. His assistant suggested that perhaps Leon was accompanying Elizabeth to a business meeting. Leon soon entered the building and headed to Director Santiago's office. To his surprise, there were other people in the room, and Director Santiago asked to be allowed to introduce these people to him. Their names were Sona and Roy, and they were both happy to meet him. Sona introduced Roy as the general manager of the marketing department and the head of the marketing department in their company, Roy. In turn, expressed his pleasure in meeting the protagonist, saying that if Leon joined their company, they would become colleagues. Then the main character shook Roy's hand. Just then, Jessica entered the room and told Roy that a client was waiting for him. Sona told Jessica that she would go to the client herself. Then the main character asked the girl if a man named Carson was waiting for her and if she knew him. Sona confirmed that it was indeed his name and asked if Leon had any tasks for her. Leon replied that he simply wanted to go with her and talk to him, and then he would take over the position. The director was very happy to hear this and asked if Leon would really stay in his company. The hero replied that he was touched by Santiago's sincerity, which made him decide to stay. Sona was happy that they would have a new employee and offered to register him right away. But Leon told her that there was no need to rush. He also mentioned that he wanted to prove himself on his first day on the job. At this time, Carson was sitting in the conference room waiting for the person who was supposed to come and resolve the issue. The woman asked Carson if they could wait as their new assistant director would be arriving later to sign the contract. Carson was shocked and asked the woman if the new deputy director would really come to sign the contract with him. His assistant smiled and told Carson that he was becoming more influential every day. Carson was proud of himself and told his assistant that of course he knew it. The man then asked the girl what the new deputy director in their department was like. The secretary replied that she had heard little, but she knew that the man had been promoted to deputy director and held a high status. The men were delighted that such an important person would come in person to sign the contract. At that moment, the door to the room began to open, and everyone stood up, waiting for the new person to enter. But suddenly Leon entered the room. Carson was surprised to see Leon and asked what he was doing there. Then Sona said that Leon was the new deputy director of their marketing department. Carson was shocked by this discovery, asking the woman what she had just told him. Leon then smirked and asked him if he was really that surprised to see him here. Then Carson, furious, pointed his finger at Leon, asking what the scoundrel had done to become the deputy director of the department. Leon said it was none of his business and they wanted to sign a contract. He added that he assumed there would be a lot of questions for someone like Carson. Carson was terrified and thought about attacking Leon, but when he tried to take a step, he felt severe pain. At that moment, Carson collapsed on the floor. His assistant rushed to him asking what happened, but despite his assistant's words, Carson did not answer and lay motionless, which alarmed his assistant. He quickly started calling someone, telling the protagonist that Carson's family wouldn't let this go so easily. However, Leon remained calm and said that they did not have the strength to do anything to him. The company employees watched Leon interact with these people and were impressed with their new colleague. Sona noted that Leon was so cool and that although she had seen contracts rejected before, this reaction was unlike anything she had ever seen. She then took Leon to her office and told him that this was his private office. If he needed anything, he could let her know. Leon replied that everything was fine and that he only needed a computer before he could start his new job. 7 hours later, Leon sat in his office, working non-stop on his computer. Director Santiago came into the room and told him that it was the first time he had seen someone as talented as him who worked so hard. Leon yawned and told the director that he had finished the project. Santiago noted that it would have taken his team at least 3 months to complete what Leon had accomplished in a few hours. He said he would go and report his success so they could promote him. However, Leon said that there was no need to ask anyone for a promotion and that, frankly, he was thinking about leaving. Santiago was shocked by Leon's words. Leon replied that he had decided to return to China. The director was surprised by Leon's statement and asked if he had received a better offer. However, Leon told the director that if someone was willing to lose all his money to provide him with the necessary funds and everything he needed, he would have the freedom to develop without restrictions. He asked if Santiago would consider returning in such a situation. Santiago then asked if Leon was laughing at him, saying that the capitalists were not fools and would not simply return to that order. At this moment, the director shook the protagonist's hand, and Leon said that he had something to tell him that might even interest him. He said that on behalf of the Lunsen Institute, he invited him to join them. The director was shocked. Leon explained that he was the director of the best scientific institute in Lunsen. Santiago, still digesting the information, asked if he had gotten the job there to be closer to him. Leon confirmed this and explained that 2 of his colleagues had already come to him earlier. Then he handed the director the source code of the chip, explaining that it could fully comply with foreign technologies. He added that since they cannot buy the necessary steppers, they will make them themselves. Then Santiago asked Leon if he was really not joking. Leon explained that their country was being questioned due to its lagging technology, and that their technology needed to be world-class. The director was very surprised by Leon's words. The hero understood Santiago's doubts and reassured him, saying that he had already deposited 3 billion and another billion was in his account. He assured Santiago that there would be no problems with finances and that freedom would be guaranteed. The director was amazed at how young Leon was and how he had accumulated so much wealth. Santiago studied the documents that Leon gave him and wondered whether he should agree to such an offer. He asked to give him some time to think about it. Leon agreed and asked Santiago not to forget about his team. He said he would take care of his team the way they deserved under socialism. Santiago expressed his joy that Leon had not forgotten about his team. Leon said that he would wait for Santiago's decision and as soon as he made it, he would send his plane for him. Santiago stood in front of the computer, thinking about Leon's words. He thought that he had his own moral and ethical standards of the criminal world. Santiago then turned on the computer and his program started working immediately. Later, he returned home and planned to rest, however. When he entered his house, he froze in shock. To his surprise, Leon was sitting in his house drinking coffee with his wife. Leon greeted Santiago with pleasure. Santiago was stunned and asked Leon how he found his house and what he was doing there. Leon explained that he was going to leave and that he and his family had already discussed their move. He said that Santiago's wife had agreed and he should prepare. Santiago was speechless, too stunned by the suddenness of it all. After that, Leon returned to his hotel. Elizabeth entered the room and said that she was free and they could return. She remarked that he must have been very bored sitting alone in the hotel for 2 days. Then the main character told the girl that he had been waiting for her, and now that she had finally arrived, they could spend time together. He asked her to go get dressed as he wanted to take her to a place he was sure she would like. A couple of hours later, Leon took the girl to an attraction with a large and beautiful Ferris wheel. Elizabeth was delighted and thanked Leon for remembering this, amazed at how thoughtful he had been. They rode the Ferris wheel, enjoying the moment and not wanting to part for a second. Elizabeth asked Leon to take a photo because the view was beautiful. He took a picture and they were both happy. Elizabeth thanked Leon for everything he did for her, saying it was the best vacation of her life. The next day, Leon returned to his country and immediately went to his company's office to check on his employees. Upon entering, he greeted his employees, telling them that he personally brought them chocolates. Lizzie was very happy to see Leon again and said it was great that he was back. Leon replied that it was a lot of fun, and by the way, he managed to get Santiago. Lizzie and Samuel were surprised and asked how the protagonist managed to do this. The girl was impressed and asked if Leon had really bribed Santiago, as he was known for his integrity. The protagonist then told them not to underestimate him, saying that he had used similar methods to save many girls. Then he asked how things were with Quechuang. The man replied that almost everything was ready. Some of the equipment had already been delivered, and asked if the old name of Lunson had changed. Leon said that he would not change the name until he personally dealt with Cisco, so as not to create unnecessary problems for himself. Then he informed them that, in addition to Santiago, his team would also be joining them. The students were shocked and praised him, saying he was incredible. Then the main character said that Santiago would be appointed director of the Scientific Institute because he was much more experienced than the others. Then he asked if his friends would agree to become deputy directors. Lizzie said she didn't mind and could even work as a secretary. Samuel also agreed, saying that it suited him. Leon told them that the deal was done. However, at that moment, someone called him. The man told the protagonist that it was Jason, the director of the Cisco factory, and that he heard that Leon was responsible for what happened at the factory. The man asked if they could meet, but Leon said he had no reason to meet. Jason then told the protagonist that he was at a grand hotel called the Dynasty, where drinks were waiting for him. Upon hearing about the Dynasty Hotel, Leon said he would come right away. The hero arrived at the hotel a few minutes later. Upon entering the hotel, he saw Jason sitting at a table and waiting for him. No one had ordered anything yet. Jason, seeing the guy, expressed his pleasure that his friend accepted the invitation and came to the hotel. Then the main character said that he was also glad to see him. Then Jason invited Leon to sit with them and assured him that he could order whatever he wanted. Leon sat down at the table. Then he told the waitress that for his first course he would like to order 4 Australian lobsters, abalone and bluefin tuna sashimi, as well as Ika. Jason was shocked by Leon's appetite and commented that there was too much food for just 3 people. He mentioned that they wouldn't be able to handle that many dishes. The protagonist then agreed with Jason, saying that he would not order any other dishes. At the end, Leon added that they needed the best wine. 1 bottle would be enough. A couple of minutes later, they were served wine. Then Jason told the protagonist that he was now in charge of a scientific and technical plant, and in the future they would be neighbors, which he thought was great. He mentioned that he would like to bring him up to speed. Leon was surprised and asked what business he would like to tell him about. Jason explained that the production line at his factory had stopped and that there was a lot of work going on there. And he told the protagonist that he wanted to donate 20% of his factory's output to his research and development plant. Leon was pleased with this and replied that it sounded great. He asked how much he would earn on this deal. Jason, noticing Leon's zeal, smirked. He mentioned that they pay 80 yuan for making chips. Hearing this, Leon became angry and asked how he could deal with people who offered such paltry sums. Jason explained that the foundryman's fee for the chip was 80 yuan, but he would have paid 100,000 for all the foundry work. Leon then told Jason that 80 times 100,000 was a lot of money and he would work it out on his calculator. A moment later, Leon was shocked to realize that it would amount to 8 million. Jason confirmed that the $8 million foundry fee was already high and he was willing to accept those terms. The protagonist then suggested rounding the amount up to 100 yen per unit, so that the total would be exactly 10 million. Jason began to think about the offer because it was a big decision. He knew it wasn't easy, but he thought it through carefully. Then Leon said that he could help him in this way. Jason agreed that 100 yen was a fair price and said he would delay collecting for a couple of months. Then the protagonist expressed his dissatisfaction with this agreement. He told Jason that they had nothing more to discuss. At that moment, the girl sitting next to Jason nodded her head, letting him know that she seemed to have a plan. Jason then took out a bag of money, saying that he would give it to the protagonist. He said that there was 500,000 in it, which was more than his annual salary. Leon said that he could start with that amount and he could start using the factory's equipment and warehouses. Then Jason raised his glass, declaring the deal complete. Leon replied that he agreed. Leon stood up and said that he had some business to attend to and was leaving, but they could arrange to meet another day. At this point, Jason, excited, asked Leon not to leave. He reminded him that they had verbally agreed on everything, but the contract had not yet been signed. Leon asked Jason if they really needed to sign the contract. However, Jason told the protagonist that there was no need to contact his company and that they could sign the contract at the restaurant instead. The girl said that she had the contract in her hands and that he only needed to sign in the specified place. Then the protagonist assured her that he would sign it. He then started to walk away, satisfied that they had completed the deal. Jason told the girl that he didn't expect Leon to sell for only 500,000 and that he had greatly overpriced him. The girl started massaging Jason's shoulders, telling him that he was absolutely amazing. She mentioned that they had added a hold to the contract, and even if there were conflicts, they could suffer from this decision. However, Jason explained that not only had they solved the capacity problem, but they also had enough storage space, making them more powerful than others. He told the girl that he wanted his father to see that this little bastard could never compare to him. Just then, a woman approached Jason and told him that his account was 426,000, which shocked him. Jason was stunned and asked the waitress to repeat what she had just said. The waitress explained that Gentleman Leon had bought 2 more bottles of red wine before leaving, which explained the high bill. Jason was furious and asked how an idiot like Leon had the nerve to cheat him in a restaurant. He added that he would pay for his insolence. Meanwhile, Leon brought 2 bottles of wine to his company's office. Helga picked up one of the bottles and noted that the quantity of this series was very limited. Leon said that thanks to that idiot, he didn't spend a cent. He mentioned that he had been out of the office for quite a while and asked what had changed in the company during his absence. Helga informed him that she and Sean were interested in a couple more projects and were currently considering how much money to invest in them. Leon advised his team to be more careful about who they invest in to avoid similar situations. He asked Helga if she really wanted to invest in this Fenglan culture and whether she should invest in technology instead. Sean then responded that if their company had a good PR campaign, they would be able to cope with any future problems. Helga then poured herself some wine and said that a couple of days after opening their company, they were sued. She expressed her belief that it was necessary to invest in a PR company. The protagonist then asked his team if they had seen that Charlie was the legal entity of the company. Helga mentioned that the name sounded familiar to her. Then the protagonist took out a document and told his people that he would personally handle these investments. Helga started drinking wine and told the protagonist that the folder was there for a reason and that they should pay attention to it too. Leon reassured her, telling her not to worry. He said he knew exactly what to do with this information. Just at that moment, someone called the main character. The person told him that she had problems and she needed his help. Then the main character stood up and asked the caller what happened. He asked her to speak more slowly. The woman explained that when she went out to buy medicine for her mother, she accidentally spilled the healing wine on someone else's clothes and bag, and now they were asking for money. Then the main character said goodbye to his team and asked his friend where she was. A few minutes later, Leon arrived at a pharmacy called Health and Medicine. Vivian apologized to people, saying that she regretted what happened. The woman yelled at the student, accusing her of ruining the clothes and bag she had just bought. The man told Vivian that the bag was worth 20,000 and demanded that she pay for it. Vivian explained that she had just over 500 euros on her. She offered to give them all the money she had. Suddenly, the woman grabbed Vivian by the hair and started pulling her with all her strength. The woman threatened to kill her if she did not give her the entire amount. Vivian was in pain and couldn't run away. But just at that moment, a car drove up and stopped right in front of the scene. Leon opened the door, got out, and quickly walked towards the fighting people. He asked what was going on. The student quickly ran up to the main character and expressed her joy at seeing him there. The woman then asked Vivian if he was her boyfriend and demanded that he return her 20,000 for the bag. Leon asked the woman to calm down. He took out his phone and asked her where he should send the money. The woman replied that the payment had gone through and told Vivian that she had such a great boyfriend. She also wondered why Vivian hadn't called him earlier. The student told the protagonist that she now needed to give him another 20,000, but he asked her not to rush. He then told her that he had one task for her and asked her to come to his car first. Vivian was surprised and asked if Leon would like to offer her a job since she had just passed all her exams. Leon explained that he was short of workers and needed a secretary. He said her job would be to connect the business with Cisco, and she would need to quickly learn everything about a man named Jason. Vivian agreed to the job, telling him she would do her best. Leon expressed his approval and said that he would take her with him. He added that Jason was a pervert and that she should deal with him if necessary. Vivian assured Leon that she understood and would be careful. Soon he took Vivian home. Leon realized that it was already 11 and that Elizabeth had asked him to come at 11:30. He needed to hurry. Leon quickly reached the building where everyone was waiting for his arrival. Elizabeth stood next to a girl named Leah and asked Leon where he had been. She noted that everyone had been waiting for him for a long time. Leon apologized for being late and promised to make amends. The blonde noticed that Leon was still very busy, but he came to accompany Elizabeth to the class reunion, which she appreciated. She said that they had to go as she was very hungry. After that, they went inside together. Josie met them there and said that she was glad to see Elizabeth and Leah and that they were all finally together. Elizabeth introduced Josie as her mentor and teacher. Then she pointed to the man and said that he was her husband, Paul. Elizabeth told the protagonist that they were all her classmates. One was named Landon, another was Julian, and the girl's name was Victoria. Leon nodded and told all the former students that he was very glad to meet them in person. Josie told Elizabeth that Leah said she had such a handsome boyfriend and now she could see it for herself. Josie commented that Leon was much better than the brat from Yan'an. Then Paul invited Leon to come inside the house since the food was ready. There were already various fruits and sweets on the table. Elizabeth told Mrs. Josie that without her they would not have gathered as a group today. She expressed a desire to drink with everyone to her health and, of course, to the health of her husband. Josie asked Elizabeth what she was talking about because they were all like children to her. She came there as if it was her own home. Paul said it would be much nicer to hear such toasts at their wedding. Suddenly, the students asked Elizabeth and Leon to hurry up and set a wedding date, promising that they would wait for the wedding toast. Elizabeth was very surprised by this. Landon then said that he didn't think there was any need to rush into marriage, as there were many unreliable men in the world who couldn't offer anything more than a couple of thousand yuan. Elizabeth was angry at his words and told him not to talk such nonsense again. She defended Leon, saying that he was a very good man. She whispered to the main character that the student could only talk and play the accordion. She thought that he was already drunk, which is why he was talking such nonsense. Landon then asked Elizabeth if she had mentioned the accordion, saying it was his passion and that he could play a piece for them. Elizabeth was surprised and puzzled as to how he could hear what she was saying to the protagonist. Then Josie told Landon that she wanted him to play something for them because she had heard he was talented. The teacher started clapping her hands and told Landon that she hadn't heard him play the accordion in a long time. The student agreed to play, saying that he would do it because Miss Josie wanted him to. Proud of himself, he asked the band what kind of music they would like him to play. Paul told Landon that he could play Lake Baikal and that he had never played the song very well, although he could learn it. Landon agreed. Then he began to play a melody on the accordion. Josie was pleased and told Landon that he was doing very well. Josie then asked Leon if he liked the song, to which he replied that it was really cool. Landon then asked Leon if he was familiar with an instrument called the accordion, and if he would like to give him some tips on how to play it. Leon thought that, besides the piano, the system had gifted him with talent for other instruments, and he wondered if the guy was really trying to humiliate him now. Elizabeth became furious and said that this was impossible. She pointed out that Leon had never studied music. Landon then said that everything was okay and that he still wanted to hear it, adding that everyone present was like family. Paul agreed with Landon and told the protagonist not to be shy. Leon soon finished his food and told Landon that he had made too many mistakes and that there was no point in giving him advice. Josie and Paul were shocked by Leon's words. The other students also thought that Leon must be good at music. Landon then got angry and asked Leon if he really made so many mistakes. He also asked if Leon thought he was too smart. However, Josie asked Landon not to jump to conclusions. She suggested that they listen to what Leon had to say and see what he played for them now. Soon, Leon finished eating and told Landon that he didn't have enough time in the second part and that he was in too much of a hurry. He pointed out many other problems in the guy's game. Elizabeth was delighted and thought that there was nothing that Leon did not understand. The teacher and Paul were shocked, not believing that Leon could notice all the mistakes in the game. Landon then told the protagonist that he had played in front of professionals and wanted to hear Leon play for himself, noting that there was a big difference between their playing styles. Josie was pleased with the idea and told the protagonist that her student was right. Then the main character said that if the teacher wanted to hear him play now, he didn't mind. He stood up and asked the guest to let him show them how to play the melody of Lake Baikal correctly. Leon began to play the melody, confident that the students had never heard it performed like this. Josie and Paul were surprised because they never expected that Leon would be able to back up his words and play even better than they expected. Everyone at the table sat silently, listening to the melody, and it seemed to them as if it was taking them somewhere far away. After that, Paul said that Leon was really very good, almost a professional. Josie replied that when she listened to the song, it seemed to her that she saw a beautiful landscape. She added that it was all so incredible. Then the protagonist told Josie's teacher that she was too kind to him. He explained that it was not that difficult. However, Landon was unhappy with this and told the teacher that such a talent was not very useful now. He then thanked his teacher for what she made him into, and mentioned that his company was growing steadily and would soon reach the billion-yuan mark. Josie was very happy to hear this. Landon said Josie might not understand it, but he assured her that he was currently dealing with serious business with his company. He explained that the person they were negotiating the investment with was their classmate Helga, and their company was really cool. Leon and Elizabeth were stunned as they did not expect Landon to cooperate with Helga. Then Josie told Landon that she could only wish him success. Then Landon asked Leon where he works. He said that if Leon wants, he can invest in his company and give him money. Landon added that Elizabeth has a family business and she could help with investments, but the main character will need to work a lot for this. In response, Leon said that he did not need any investments. Landon put his glass of wine on the table and immediately asked Leon what kind of fool he would be to refuse such an offer. He said that Elizabeth would not save him from bankruptcy. In response, Leon said that he was taking too much liberty. At that very moment, someone knocked on the door. Then Leah opened the door and greeted the girl, telling her that she had come just in time. She added that they had just been talking about her. It was Helga who apologized to Josie's teacher for being late. She explained that she had a lot of work. Landon immediately stood up and asked Helga if she wanted to sit next to him. However, Helga smiled and replied that Landon shouldn't have said such things. Josie asked Helga to sit down, saying that she would go and get her some cutlery. Helga thanked the teacher, but suddenly froze in place, surprised. She approached the main character and asked what he was doing here. Leon explained that Elizabeth had invited him there. Landon was surprised to hear this and asked Helga what she called Leon. Helga told Landon that she called Leon boss and immediately asked if they knew each other. Then the main character looked at the guy and thought that the student had just realized his. Landon was shocked and asked Leon if he was really the head of the famous Linian company. Helga asked Landon if Leon seemed like a boss. She mentioned that he had a lot of money and owned the Twin Towers. She added that Leon's cars were worth more than 60 million yuan and that he still had time to make more investments. Helga then asked why Leon didn't tell her that he would be there himself. After the meeting, they went outside and Elizabeth asked the teacher to take care of her health, hoping that they would meet again soon. Landon then approached the protagonist and asked if he was busy and wanted to play golf after lunch. The protagonist then immediately hugged Helga and Elizabeth and asked Landon what was interesting about golf, stating that he had more interesting things to do. Then he left, still hugging the girls. Leon then asked Helga what was going on with Fenglin Company and what she had learned about the company. Helga told the protagonist that Cassandra had contacted her that day and made an offer, and she said that when she was asked if she intended to invest there, she said yes. Then the protagonist asked to arrange a meeting with Cassandra for the next day at the Bandau Hotel, where they could discuss all the issues. However, Elizabeth asked how much longer they could talk about work and suggested they have some fun instead. Then Helga said that she didn't want to be the third wheel and that this was too much. Instead, she suggested that they go have some fun together. Elizabeth asked what she was talking about, asking if she wanted to invite her to go swimming. Helga was surprised, thinking that it would have been better not to go with them, and she didn't want to interfere with their romance. She told the protagonist and Elizabeth that they would be fine without her and quickly ran away. After Helga left, Leon and Elizabeth came to the pool, and the girl immediately dived into the water. After a while, Elizabeth swam and began to climb out of the pool. Meanwhile, Leon continued to watch Elizabeth. She was surprised and asked Leon why he was looking at her like that. Then the protagonist pulled Elizabeth towards him. He invited her to become his CEO, saying that he wanted to quickly integrate all available resources by the end of the year. Leon told the girl that if she joined him, he would be very happy. Elizabeth replied that Chaoyang's company had not lived up to expectations, and she was afraid that no one would like her sudden change of company. However, Leon reassured her, saying that if she got tired, he would help her and do whatever she asked. Then the girl said that she would think about it. The next day, Leon took Elizabeth to his Chaoyang company. He said goodbye to the girl, thinking that he would wait for the day when she could work with him. At that very moment, Hannah appeared behind Leon. He was surprised and asked where she was going. Hannah then asked Leon if he remembered the Qingfeng project, mentioning that the company owed them more than 10 million yuan. She added that that witch, Lily, had been troubling them. Leon asked Hannah if they hadn't paid back the debt for all this time, and also expressed his intention to go with her to deal with the hyenas. Hannah thanked Leon, mentioning that she would definitely feel much calmer next to him. The protagonist then called the man and instructed him to send someone to the gate of the Chaoyang company. Half an hour later, Leon and Hannah arrived at the company, and Leon thought to himself that he would quickly teach the debtor a lesson for being late. Soon after, another car pulled up. Cole greeted Leon and asked what the orders were. Leon told his men that they would enter the building and demand the debt be repaid, and he told them to wait outside for further instructions. Leon and Hannah entered the building, where the secretary asked who they were looking for and if they had an appointment that day. Hannah introduced herself and Leon, mentioning that the company owed them millions 4 months ago. Hannah told the administrator that she wanted to discuss this with Director Lee, as he owed them 11 million yuan. The receptionist apologized, explaining that Director Lee was meeting guests and would not have time to receive them, and she said that they both had to leave. The protagonist then responded by saying that if they didn't want to solve it the easy way, they would do it the hard way, and he would go look for Director Lee himself. The administrator was furious and threatened to call security if Leon tried to break into the office. At that time, in the CEO's office, Leroy told Miss Cassandra that the final payment of 600,000 yuan had been made. Fenglin Culture's manager, Cassandra, took the check Leroy gave her and thought he was doing a good job. Cassandra said she hoped he would keep up the good work, mentioning that it was hot. Leroy said he would put his full trust in the company. Just at that moment, the door to the CEO's office opened. Leon entered the office, greeted Leroy, and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The administrator ran after the main character and told Leroy that she couldn't stop them. Then the protagonist asked Leroy if it was time to pay off the debt for their project, which was 11 million. Leroy said that at the moment he was in a bad financial situation and offered to come back later. However, Leon sat down next to him and asked who Leroy was trying to deceive. He gave him 10 minutes to collect the money and pay off the debt. Leon warned that if the debt was not paid, Lee would lose the company. Hannah also told Leroy that they wouldn't cause trouble without a reason. She also mentioned that your firm's PR and legal departments would not have tolerated such treatment, but they did not want to damage their reputation. Leroy told Hannah that Cassandra's company was now working for him, and he no longer had to worry about his reputation. Leon turned around thinking that this couldn't be true. He was shocked, not expecting to meet her there. Leon looked at Cassandra and thought that the world was small since they met by chance, without an appointment. Leroy became angry and asked the manager why she was still standing there, demanding that she call a security guard to sort out the situation. Leroy then told the protagonist that even if he broke both his legs in the office, it wouldn't matter to him. At that moment, Leon's men dealt with Leroy's guards, knocking them to the ground. Cole and his men entered the room, armed and ready to carry out whatever orders Leon gave them. Leroy looked at Cole with confusion and asked why he came here with his men and why he attacked his men by offering him a cigarette. Suddenly, Cole grabbed Leroy by the shoulder and told him that anyone who crossed the protagonist would pay immediately. Leroy was shocked to realize that Leon was the boss. Then the protagonist said that no one would help him now and that they would round up the amount to 15 million yuan with interest. Leroy was stunned and asked Leon why the percentage was so high. Then the protagonist, furious, asked Leroy if they could exchange the interest for one of his legs. Leroy was horrified and begged Leon not to be angry, assuring him that he would pay the full amount. Leon took the check and told Hannah that they could leave since they had finished all their business. Leroy exhaled and told Cassandra that he hoped she would now put pressure on the Caoyang company, adding that he wanted them all to feel the full extent of his indignation. Cassandra then told Leroy that she understood his words and assured him that as long as he paid her, she would do everything in her power to solve the problem. She also mentioned that she had a meeting with her new investor soon. After Cassandra arrived at the Bandau hotel, she began to look around for her investor. Cassandra noticed a man sitting there and asked Leon if he had arrived. However, at that moment she froze in surprise, shocked by the person sitting in front of her. Cassandra asked Leon if he was the head of the Ling Yun company and if he was the one who came to see Director Leroy about Hannah's debt. Then the main character pulled out a chair for the girl and thought that he had managed to surprise her. Cassandra admitted that Leon caught her off guard. She told the protagonist that their funding plan was already at 14 million and asked if he had looked at their work plan. Leon replied that he had not yet become familiar with their plan, but he would give them 20 million to implement it. Cassandra asked if Leon really wanted to invest an extra 6 million for no reason, assuming that he was trying to get her attention. However, Leon replied that she was thinking too much and explained that he wanted 36% of the shares, which was his condition. Then Cassandra said that with a normal shareholder, 20 million would provide 32%. Leon assured her that other companies cannot offer so much money, and buying shares would not be a loss for him. Cassandra agreed with the main character and said that if he was so generous, she would forget about the incident with Leroy. Just at that moment, someone called the girl. She told the caller that she had already asked him not to call her, asking if her brother was home and where he was. She said that she was negotiating and could not talk on the phone, promising to call back later. Leon overheard the conversation and immediately asked her what happened. Cassandra assured him that nothing special, just that her father had not coped with something and he needed her help. She said that she would go to him. Leon watched her and felt that something was wrong. He knew something was wrong. At that moment, Vivian called him, and he thought that he should find out more about the conversation with the investor. Vivian confirmed that she heard the news about Cisco yesterday. She said that it seemed that Cisco had plans to expand the foundry, but she did not know when it would be implemented. Then the protagonist asked Vivian to wait for him at the factory and find 2 excavators, instructing her to take them to the factory grounds as quickly as possible. Within a couple of minutes, the excavators were already installed on the plant's premises. Vivian informed the protagonist that the excavators had arrived. Then the main character said to inform all the drivers to demolish a couple of internal warehouses and do it quickly. Vivian was surprised and asked Leon why he decided to do this. Leon told her to do everything as he instructed, assuring her that they would be stopped. Vivian then approached the drivers and informed them that the boss had ordered them to demolish 4 warehouses and dig a hole 2 meters deep. The drivers were very surprised and said that these were very good warehouses and it would be a shame to demolish them. However, Leon told the drivers not to talk and promised that if they worked quickly, he would give them an extra 500 yuan for every day they worked. The drivers were delighted with the offer and assured Leon that they would quickly demolish all the warehouses. At this time, Leon was sitting at the table and eating sweets, watching the drivers work. At that very moment, his phone rang. Leon realized that his plan worked. Then Vivian said that Jason was calling him and asked if he wanted to answer. However, Leon told her to remain calm as he was sure there was an informant there, which he believed was why Jason knew about their every move. Meanwhile, the drivers were about to start work, but at that moment Jason arrived and ordered the drivers to stop demolishing the warehouses. Leon greeted Jason enthusiastically, saying he was glad to see him. Jason became angry and asked Leon why there were 2 excavators on the construction site and what he intended to do with them. Leon explained that he planned to demolish all the warehouses and dig a large pond there to raise koi carp for transport. He also mentioned that he had been unlucky lately as he spent the money he was given in just 2 days. Jason told the protagonist that he would give him another 200,000, but insisted that Leon hand over control of the warehouse to him. However, Leon responded that this was too much. He said that if he handed over the management of the warehouse to Jason, then he would effectively become the director of the factory. Then Jason signaled to his secretary. He told the protagonist that he would rent his warehouses and store Cisco products in them, which would be beneficial to everyone. Leon replied that if he took control of the warehouses at the factory, any problems that arose would be his responsibility, not theirs. Jason smiled evilly in response. thinking that Leon had been stupid in giving away 4 warehouses for only 200,000. Soon, the assistant handed the main character a contract and said, Jason told the protagonist to sign the contract now so they could continue their business. However, Leon showed him his phone and explained that he needed to receive payment first before signing the contract. Jason realized he had no choice. At that moment, Leon received a notification on his phone that the transfer of 200,000 was successfully completed. Then he signed the contract and told Jason that they would hand over the production line and warehouse to him. Assuring him that he would be satisfied, Leon wished him success in business and wealth, but reminded him not to forget his help. Jason replied that he would never forget Leon's help and that he still had a lot to do that day. Just at that moment, Vivian approached the protagonist and asked why he was giving away all the warehouses. Leon said he did it for 200,000. Later, Jason returned home and told his father that he had news for him. However, when Jason saw Cassandra in the house, he asked why she didn't tell him she was coming to visit. Cassandra explained that she didn't want to disturb him since he was so busy with things every day. His father invited Jason to have tea with them, telling him to tell him all about their affairs. Jason told his father that the Quechuan conveyors were now completely under his control. Then his father stood up and asked if it was true. Jason said that it wasn't just that. Besides, he was now managing the warehouse. Jason pulled out the document and showed it to his father, saying that under the contract, their people could do whatever they wanted with the warehouse. His father told him that he was doing well and that he should keep it up. Jason responded that he not only completed all of his assignments well, but also exceeded expectations, promising that he would never let his family down. Jason's father praised him for a job well done and mentioned that once the project was completed, he could return to the family company. Then Jason thought about Cassandra. He believed that she would never succeed because she lacked his intelligence. Suddenly, Cassandra asked Jason who was responsible for Kwang and how he could do such a stupid thing, being so brazenly deceived. Jason asked what stupid thing she meant and explained that she had no idea how much effort he had put into the matter, reminding her that she had only recently graduated from college. The father told the girl that she was thinking about it too much. He assured her that the contract had already been signed. At that very moment, Cassandra took her wallet and told her father that she would not disturb them and that they could solve their problems on their own. As Cassandra drove, wondering why all her relatives were so stupid and didn't understand the obvious, she realized that she should check out the Quechuan company, thinking that there might be a hidden catch. Meanwhile, Leon had already arrived in Zhuzhe. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, Santiago called him. Leon looked at Elizabeth, who was still fast asleep, and thought that it was good that no one had disturbed her. He asked why Santiago was calling so late and if he knew any etiquette. Santiago then explained that he wanted to return to China and discussed it with the team. They booked tickets and would arrive in Zhonghai the next day. Leon told Santiago that he would pick him up tomorrow and learned that 22 people and their families would be arriving with the scientist. After that, he still decided to rest a little. The next morning, Leon looked at the hotel and thought that since Santiago was arriving in the afternoon, he needed to quickly sort out the issue of their accommodation. Then Leon entered the hotel and began to look around. At the entrance, he met Felicia, who asked if he needed an apartment and how she could help him. Felicia explained that their company, Longjin Home, is well known for selling residential apartments of all classes, adding that although their prices were a little higher than others, they were worth the investment. Leon thought that maybe he had come to the wrong place and apologized for wasting her time. A man nearby explained that after learning the prices, the poor man changed his mind. It was clear to him that he could not afford such expensive houses. Felicia then asked Leon to ignore these people and assured him that if they couldn't find a suitable apartment, they would continue searching together. However, Leon explained that the problem was not about money. He still remembered seeing their villas, but now they seemed like simple houses. The workers overheard this conversation and assumed that Leon was worried about losing his dignity, adding that if they were in his place, they would simply leave quietly. Felicia assured Leon that the Long Company also had villas and she could show them to him. The workers, knowing that the cheapest villas there cost over 200 million yuan, noted that Leon gave the impression of being poor, and they urged him to stop wasting his time, as it was a shame for him to continue this farce. Despite their ridicule, Felicia began showing the protagonist the layouts of their villas, mentioning that their villas had incredible views, and that the most luxurious one cost 360 million yuan. The protagonist then told Felicia that he understood her explanation and that she did not need to continue. One of the workers asked why Leon had suspended work, noting that 360 million yuan was too much. However, Leon assured the worker that he was mistaken in his assumptions. He said that he was buying the most expensive villa and would even pay the entire amount in advance. Felicia froze in surprise. The workers were also puzzled and realized that they had made a mistake. Felicia asked if it was true that he wanted to buy villa number 1, the most luxurious villa among them, and realizing that he had serious intentions, the girl said that she would go and use his card to pay and then draw up the contract. The worker asked Leon how much money he had on his card to buy a villa worth more than 300 million yuan. At that moment, the workers ran to the protagonist, saying that everything was ready, his card was ready, the contract was sealed, and he only needed to sign it to complete the purchase. The worker could not believe his ears and realized that Leon was not lying. The woman then looked at the worker angrily and informed him that he would be fined 10,000 yuan for being rude to customers. Later, Leon arrived at the airport to meet Santiago. As he entered the airport, he noticed a girl standing nearby. He couldn't take his eyes off her. He thought she was exceptionally beautiful, and there seemed to be an unusual aura around her. The girl's name was Rosalind, and she continued to wait for someone at the airport, lost in her thoughts. She was very beautiful, but after a few seconds she noticed that Leon was staring at her, which made her feel uneasy. Rosalind began to distance herself from him and said the exit was over there. Just at that moment, Santiago appeared and headed towards the protagonist. Leon noticed the man and saw that Rosalind was also glad to see them. She had also been waiting for these people. They all went towards Santiago to greet him. Then the girl asked Leon why he kept following her. Leon explained that he was not following her and was also there to meet people. Rosalind was surprised, thinking that she had no idea that this man knew Santiago. She then shook the man's hand, and he told her it was an honor to meet the mayor in person. Leon overheard their conversation and was surprised, wondering if this girl was the mayor. Rosalind told Santiago that his return to China would have a profound impact on the high-tech industry, and she explained that she simply had to come to the airport herself to meet such a respected person like him. Santiago replied that as long as he could be of use to his country, he would be happy to help in the development of technology. The woman said she had thrown a banquet for him and his team to celebrate his arrival and suggested they go together, adding that the airport was too crowded and not the right place to talk. However, Santiago said that he would not be able to attend the banquet because he already had an appointment with the man who was behind her. Rosalind turned around, saw Leon, and wondered if it was really him. The hero apologized, saying that Santiago should have gone with him. Leon asked the man if he was hungry. Rosalind replied that all she had to do was agree with him. They all went out to the parking lot, got into the car, and Santiago immediately asked Rosalind and Leon if they had met before. Rosalind greeted Leon, mentioning that she was in charge of the city's economy and politics. Leon also introduced himself, saying that he was the director of the Lunsen Institute. Rosalind was surprised and asked Leon if he was really the head of Lunsen. She told him that she had not expected the director of the Lunsen Institute to be so young and to know Mr. Santiago. Then the main character replied that he, too, did not expect such a young woman to become the mayor of the city. He explained that he and Santiago had been planning to secretly develop a design for a lithography machine, and that was why he had come back. Rosalind asked if they really wanted to develop their own steppers with Santiago, and if they were afraid of being left with nothing. However, Leon replied that he was good at thinking and managing his money and energy, and that he had thought everything through carefully from the very beginning. He said that perhaps in the future he could become an example for the new generation. At this moment, Rosalind thought about Leon's words. Santiago told the mayor that Leon was actually also an expert in computer chips, and that he was as skilled as Santiago himself. Then the girl smiled and told Santiago that she finally understood why he decided to return to China. She added that Santiago returned to China because she and the main character shared mutual sympathy. A few minutes later, they all arrived at the Bandau hotel. Rosalind told the protagonist that she had no opportunity to invite him to the airport, but she would arrange another place. Suddenly, he said that she shouldn't do this. She was surprised and asked why he didn't want to rent a room. Then the protagonist smiled and explained that it was his hotel and he did not need to book a room in his own hotel. Mayor Rosalind was surprised and asked Leon how this hotel could belong to him too. Then she said that if that was all, she would invite them all to come to the restaurant. Manager Wang met them there and informed the protagonist that the banquet hall and guest rooms were ready. They all entered the restaurant and were met by Lizzie and Samuel, who told Mr. Santiago that they were very glad to see him there. Santiago bowed and asked everyone not to be nervous. adding that soon they would all become colleagues and work together. Then Santiago told everyone that he believed that with their joint efforts, the world would soon adopt a new generation of lithography technology. The protagonist then asked Rosalind if she could say a few words, but Rosalind said that she didn't think it was the right time to speak. Despite her hesitation, Leon handed her the microphone and insisted that she was wrong and that her authority would help steer everyone in the right direction. Rosalind said it embarrassed her, but she assured him she would help everyone in the tech industry. However, Leon continued to pass the microphone to the girl, urging her to speak so that everyone knew her position. A couple of hours later, Leon told the girl that he would take her home himself, but the girl replied that there was no need for him to do so. She told him that if she drove a luxury car tomorrow, the whole town would know about it, after which she said goodbye to him. Later, Rosalind returned home and thought she should talk to her father. Her father, who was sitting on the sofa reading the news, asked how her meeting with Santiago went. Rosalind said that Santiago would stay and explained that he had been invited by a very good person to work on development projects. Her father found out about the lithographic machine and told the girl that she was right. This man had great ambitions, and all this was very important. She then assured her father that he did not need to be nervous as she already had a plan. She said that there was nothing she could not handle. At that moment, Leon entered the room and sat down on the sofa. He realized that now this issue was resolved. He had time to start his new career. At that moment, Lena appeared before the main character and asked him to open a new career in the system, saying that she missed him. Leon told Lena that he was also very happy to see her there. He had started a new profession. He learned that this was a new career for a clinician and that he could get 80% of Baba's shares as a reward. Leon said the reward was great and that Baba's shares would make things much easier. After that, he went out to the parking lot. He opened the trunk of his car and noticed a box there. When he opened the box, he saw that it contained all the tools needed for a career as a clinician. Leon was glad of this, but also thought that although he had the mind of a sage, it was still not enough. Then someone called the protagonist and introduced himself as the head of the HR department of Huashan Hospital. The man said that they had news to share. The head of the hospital congratulated Leon, informing him that he had passed the selection and certification, and they were expecting him at the hospital the day after tomorrow. He then arrived at the Linyun Corporation. When Helga saw Leon in the office, she asked him what he was doing there. Leon explained that he had bought the remaining 80% of Baba's shares, making it his subsidiary. Helga was surprised by his words, and Leon told her that they needed to go there to fill out the paperwork. Helga and Sean couldn't believe their boss's words, so they asked Leon if he had really bought all of Baba's shares. Then the protagonist sat on the sofa and told them that he needed important data from the company. He instructed everyone to quickly prepare everything, as he wanted to move their head office to Zhanghai. Then Sean told him that he would take care of everything. Helga commented that Leon first made the two of them play spy and then suddenly bought Baba's company. She told a colleague that she was probably going to have a heart attack soon. Leon then told Helga that he really enjoyed giving someone a job and asked if she thought he was a nice guy. The girl, highly appreciating Leon's self-esteem, told him that he really was the best boss in the world. Later, Leon went to visit Elizabeth. The girl replied that she was also at home and had been waiting for her beloved for a long time. She came closer to the main character and asked why he returned home so late. She told him she smelled wine and asked if he had really been out all night. Then the protagonist smiled and explained that today was a good day and there was something to celebrate. He shared that he bought out Baba's company, which, in his opinion, was very cool. Then Leon explained to Elizabeth that in terms of clothing, housing, food, and transportation, everything was settled. Only food and housing remained to be taken care of, but they would be resolved soon. The girl then advised the protagonist not to rush into his business plan and mentioned that it was time to see how other companies would react. Leon thought about it and agreed, telling Elizabeth that she was right. He believed that his sudden appearance could make all the people unite. Leon added that competitors would try to immediately push him out of the market and take a defensive position, which he thought was a wise move. Then Elizabeth kissed Leon, approving of all his actions. She said that now they needed to go to Yangcheng and arrange everything. Then the protagonist suggested that they talk about it closer to their departure, since he had a lot to do and perhaps did not have time to go himself. Elizabeth asked if Leon left everything regarding the company to the rest of the team. She was curious about what kind of business he was in. Then the protagonist ran his finger across Elizabeth's face and told her that he had changed his profession and would now be a doctor at Huashan Hospital. Elizabeth was shocked and asked him if he really wanted to be a doctor. She said she couldn't imagine him as a doctor and suggested he just quickly buy some equipment for the hospital. Then the protagonist asked her why she thought so, explaining that he was a versatile person and was confident that he could even work as a doctor. Then he asked her if she had any faith in his abilities. Elizabeth told the protagonist that she wanted him to convince her of his strength. She pushed the guy away from her and asked him to stop acting like a fool. Elizabeth then told the protagonist that she had recently set her sights on a piece of government land and wanted to participate in the tender. Then she learned that Carson from Hong Kong was also participating and insisted that he go with her. Leon agreed with her and asked if she had any information about the other applications, as this was all very important. Elizabeth explained that the Qin family's Hanhai and Yuandong companies would also be bidding alongside her. Leon listened carefully as Elizabeth said that with these three giants participating, their chances of winning the tender were slim. But Leon assured her that it didn't matter because they had something their competitors didn't have: a price advantage. The next morning, Leon and Elizabeth arrived at the tender center early. Carson stood in front of them, not happy to see Leon. Leon smiled at him, and then Carson noticed that Elizabeth was no longer of interest to him, suggesting that there was no longer any need to provoke him. He then advised the protagonist not to participate in the tender, stating that they had no chance of winning. Leon, however, remained unperturbed and said that in the end they would find out who could win the auction. As Leon was about to leave, Carson's assistant asked him to wait, assuring him that after the competition they would give the protagonist a sweet life. But Carson said that they had to go, as he had to meet with Mayor Rosalind. The aide told Carson that he had heard that Mayor Rosalind was very beautiful and accomplished, and that her family's power was terrifying. Carson responded by saying that it was logical and understandable, especially since Mayor Rosalind was so young, but already held such a high position with power behind her, and everyone in Zhanghai treated her with great respect. Meanwhile, Leon and Elizabeth went to the waiting room. The hero noticed that a lot of people had arrived. Suddenly, Charlie entered the room and, noticing Leon, was glad to see him. He offered to take them to the VIP room so they could rest a bit. Leon was surprised when he asked if there were VIP rooms. Charlie explained that people like them usually waited there for the competition to open, and they could sit together. But Leon told Charlie that they were no different from everyone else. Then Charlie jokingly told the main character that he was just jealous because he didn't know about the VIP room. At this moment, Leon was noticed by Harvey, the deputy director of Yuandong Company, who was very happy to see him. Harvey shook the protagonist's hand and remarked that he thought there would be no competition that day, but upon seeing him, he changed his mind. Leon explained that he himself did not participate in the tender. It was his girlfriend from the Chaoyang Company. Harvey noted that Elizabeth was a very famous beauty among her friends and a real talent, and he was glad to see her. Elizabeth, in turn, asked Harvey, as a friend, to show mercy so that she could win the tender. At that moment, Leon put his hand on Harvey's shoulder, explaining that sometimes they needed to give way to the younger generation. Just at that moment, a man entered the waiting room and announced that the tender would soon begin. Leon and Elizabeth sat down in their seats. When Leon looked at his beloved, he noticed that she was talking excitedly on the phone. He asked her what happened, and she explained that the person in charge of this deal was Mayor Rosalind. Elizabeth said that she wanted to greet her, but the mayor did not answer her call. Leon stood up and thought about how to quickly solve this problem. He told the girl that he would talk to Mayor Rosalind. He then went out into the hallway and texted Mayor Rosalind, telling her that he was also in the waiting room and wanted to talk to her. Mayor Rosalind responded by asking how Leon knew she was there and telling him that she would be out in 5 minutes, but she was not alone. At this point, Charlie asked Leon what he was doing, implying that he was trying to get through the back door. Charlie informed the protagonist that Mayor Rosalind was not just an ordinary person. However, Leon started to climb the stairs and told Charlie to just follow him, adding that he talked too much. Suddenly, Leon noticed Carson standing at the door of Mayor Rosalind's room with flowers in his hands. Charlie asked Leon if it was Carson, assuming he had come in through the back door. Then he wondered out loud why he was holding a bouquet of roses. Leon replied that perhaps Carson was waiting for someone and suggested that a pesky man like him was only there to cause trouble. Suddenly, Carson looked at Leon and Charlie, saying that they were both late. Charlie jokingly asked if Carson had asked Mayor Rosalind out on a date, but Carson denied it, although he mentioned that it would happen soon. He then told Charlie that he was first in line and that he and his friend would have to wait. At that moment, the door to Rosalind's room opened, however, when she saw who was there. She froze in surprise. She was amazed at how many people had gathered outside. Carson then handed her flowers, saying that he brought them especially for her, and the protagonist immediately told him to get out of the way. Then he suddenly hugged Mayor Rosalind. Leon told Carson that Mayor Rosalind came out of her room to see him. Carson froze in surprise. Leon then started walking with Mayor Rosalind, and Charlie, shocked, wondered what he was doing. The boy quickly called his father, explaining that the tender was a waste of their time, as Leon seemed to have received the plot of land under the mayor's influence. His father told him not to say such nonsense, reminding him that she had a heart of steel, but Charlie claimed to have seen Leon flirting with her. Meanwhile, Mayor Rosalind was furious. She demanded to know what Leon was doing and ordered him to let her go. Leon explained that the man with the flowers was trying to harass her. He told Mayor Rosalind that he was simply pointing out the offender's intentions. Rosalind then asked Leon why he was looking for her and if he really wanted to get a loan for the project. Leon explained that he attended the tender and asked her to give Chao Yang Company a chance. He stressed that Chao Yang had no problems with qualifications or reputation, and that they had used all available resources wisely. Rosalind asked if Leon really believed that was how things worked, suggesting that he expected her to abuse her official position. Then the protagonist asked her not to be so categorical, reminding her that they all knew why she came to Zhanghai, and that it was no longer a secret. Mayor Rosalind was shocked by his words, but Leon assured her that if she gave him a little time, he would reveal the truth. He then commented on her soft waist, but noted that she had a strong character. When Leon was about to leave, Rosalind became furious and wanted to yell at him, but he no longer listened to her. At this point, Carson approached Elizabeth and said that Leon was amazing because he could sleep with the mayor to win the affection of his beloved. Elizabeth, angry, asked Carson what he was talking about. However, Carson continued to stand next to her and insisted that he was not lying when he claimed to have seen it all with his own eyes. He said Leon was recently seen hugging Mayor Rosalind. In response, the girl told him to stop talking nonsense. She explained that Leon didn't even know the mayor. Just at that moment, Leon approached them and asked what they were talking about. Elizabeth then pulled Leon towards her, explaining that it was now their turn to submit documents for the tender and that they needed to go. Charlie silently told the protagonist that it was cool. A few minutes later, Elizabeth took the stage. Everyone listened attentively to her words, and then the host introduced the Hanhai Company. Afterwards, Elizabeth and Leon went outside, and she expressed relief that they were finally finished. She suggested celebrating their successful deal. Leon, however, told the girl that tomorrow was his first day at work and that celebrating was not the best idea yet. The girl then suggested that he go home and rest, while she would go to the spa with Helga to relax. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital. People were standing outside the hospital asking for help. One man explained that his grandfather suddenly had a stomach ache and couldn't get up. The man ran up to the girl and asked her not to move. He introduced himself as a good doctor. The doctor said that her grandfather had acute appendicitis and needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. He explained that if they didn't act quickly, her grandfather could die. The girl was shocked and asked the doctor if her grandfather really had acute appendicitis. At this point, Leon came up and asked the doctor why he was so sure of the diagnosis. The furious doctor replied that he could not be mistaken, since the symptoms were clearly those of acute appendicitis. However, Leon calmed the girl down, telling her not to be nervous and not to listen to everything the doctor said. He explained that her grandfather was not in any danger and he would recover. Leon suggested that the grandfather probably ate something bad that morning, which caused his stomach to swell, but it was not acute appendicitis. The doctor yelled at Leon, asking if he really doubted his competence, considering he was a doctor at Huashan Hospital. In response, Leon told the doctor to go to the nearest pharmacy and buy lactobacilli and galactosidace for his grandfather. The girl took the piece of paper from Leon where he had written down the medications and said that she would go get them immediately. A few minutes later, the girl returned and told the main character that she had bought everything he asked for. The granddaughter asked Leon what would happen to her grandfather next. Leon began to examine his grandfather's stomach. At that moment, he woke up, coughing heavily, and came to his senses. The granddaughter was very shocked and asked her grandfather how he was feeling. Grandpa said that he felt much better now thanks to the protagonist. Then Leon explained that it was clear from the very beginning that Grandpa did not have acute appendicitis, as some thought. The doctor from Huashan Hospital, still puzzled, asked Grandpa if he was really no longer sick. The grandfather, angry, asked the doctor if he really wanted him to get sick. He wondered what kind of doctor he was. considering that he could not distinguish bloating from other symptoms. Then the main character told them that he had to leave because he was late. He asked the girl to take care of her grandfather's health. Finally, the girl asked Leon to wait and asked his name, mentioning that she hadn't even paid him. However, Leon assured her that he did not need any payment. The girl was surprised and realized that he was a noble man. Soon, Leon came to the hospital. He approached the office and knocked on the door. He was told he could go in, and when he did, he noticed the doctor who had misdiagnosed his grandfather with acute appendicitis was standing there. The doctor's name was Jasper, and he was standing next to a girl named Sasha. The doctor asked Leon if it was really him again. Leon replied that he was also a doctor, so there was no need to be surprised. At this point, Dr. Shelley asked the people if they were newcomers. Jasper introduced himself as a cardiac surgeon and mentioned that they had met before. Shelley then explained that initially they would all be emergency room physicians, and that after a month they would be able to return to their respective specialties. Leon told Dr. Shelley that he had no objections and would accept any job. Shelley was glad to hear such words from the new doctor. Jasper, however, was angry and thought that Leon was a pretender. He didn't know that his uncle was the head of the cardiac surgery department. At that moment, a girl appeared behind them and silently watched them. Dr. Shelley then introduced the new arrivals to the head of the department, Leanna. She instructed the interns to follow her into the room. Leanna took all the new arrivals to the cardiac surgery department, then asked the deputy to handle the distribution of tasks for the new recruits. At that moment, the deputy saw Jasper and thought that he would finally be able to communicate with his nephew. He then said that he had carried out many operations and was exhausted, and asked Leanna to take over, suggesting that she was better suited to work with newcomers. Leanna nodded and said she would take care of the newcomers. She told the new arrivals that 2 of them would have to work night duty together that evening and asked who would like to volunteer. Jasper asked Leanne if he could stay with her, suggesting that they both go to the emergency room to work a shift together. He thought it would be a good idea to stay close to Leanna. He couldn't stay on duty alone. The girl then told Jasper that he could stay in the room while she took the other 2 to the emergency room. Jasper was very surprised and asked if Leanna would go with them. The girl explained that newcomers need at least a week to get acquainted with the work process. Leanna said that when it was his turn to stay on duty, Dr. Liu would be his mentor. The guy was very surprised by Leanna's words and asked if he could join them. The woman frowned and asked if it was too much to ask, that they go with her to the ward first, and then go to the emergency room together. Meanwhile, Leon put on his robe and he and the other newcomers entered the office. The woman inside asked Leanna if that handsome guy behind her was her new doctor. Leanna informed her that these were their new interns. Jasper then introduced himself, giving his name and saying that he had recently joined the cardiac surgery department. However, the woman explained that she did not mean him. Then the main character introduced himself as an intern in the cardiac surgery department. The woman suddenly complained of pain in her heart and asked the doctor to examine her immediately. Leon froze in surprise, thinking that he did not expect his first day in his new profession to be so eventful. The girl then told the future doctors to finish their rounds and head straight to the emergency room. At that moment, she turned around and asked Leon not to go on rounds with them anymore. Leon was very surprised and asked why he should not participate in rounds, since he believed that it was his duty. Leanna explained that she was worried that the patients' hearts might fail, and Leon was taken aback and asked her for forgiveness. At that moment, a gurney with a man lying on it appeared behind them, and the woman shouted to all the doctors to step aside and let them through. The woman shouted at the doctors, saying that they were all doctors and had an obligation to help her son. Leanna asked the woman to step aside and explained that doctors would examine her son. Leon noticed that the man had been shot in the stomach. He was shocked and asked if her son had been in a fight with anyone. The enraged woman asked Leon why he was interrogating her. She demanded that he call the head doctor to perform surgery on her son. Then the protagonist pointed to his son and said that it was a puncture wound, a minor injury, and that they would stitch it up themselves. The woman angrily pushed Leon and demanded to know his age, questioning his qualifications, saying he had no experience treating her son. In response, Jasper told the woman that he had a medical background and graduated from Fudan University, and he assured her that he had the necessary skills to treat her son. The woman asked Jasper about his qualifications, saying that she was the head of the ministry and that if anything happened to her son, he would be held accountable. Then Jasper became horrified and began to retreat, doubting himself. Leanne, surprised, asked Jasper if he really believed he couldn't handle the surgery, and he admitted that he didn't feel competent enough to stitch up such a wound. Then Liana asked Leon and Sasha if they could handle the operation. Leon confidently told the girl that he could do it. The woman then shouted, declaring that she would not allow anyone other than the head doctor to operate on her son. Leon agreed to her terms, but pointed out that if they waited for the head doctor, her son might die. Liana and Sasha were stunned by Leon's words. The woman, in a rage, demanded to know how Leon dared to say such things to her, and she warned that she would sue him. The girl then reminded the woman that she was the main duty officer for the day and offered to stitch up her son's wound if she didn't mind. Otherwise, they would have to leave. The woman agreed with Liana's proposal, but added that if she did not do it properly, there would be consequences. The doctors prepared the operating room. Jasper approached the girl and expressed a desire to help her during the operation. He hoped to become her favorite student. However, Liana told Jasper that if he was afraid to do such a simple stitch, he would never be her favorite. Then she told Jasper to step aside. The doctor froze in surprise, realizing that he had made a big mistake. Liana instructed Leon that he would assist her. So far, everything was going well. Liana mentioned that the muscles and fat tissue had been stitched up and only skin was left. She asked Leon to try to put in stitches. Leon agreed and began to stitch up the entire wound. He did everything perfectly and did not make a single mistake. Liana watched him and was very surprised by his skill. A few minutes later, Leon had completely stitched up the wound. Liana thought that it would take at least 10 years of experience to stitch up a wound like that. Jasper, however, was outraged, saying that there was nothing impressive about it. After they left the operating room, a woman ran up to them and asked how the operation went. The woman then noticed that the doctors had successfully stitched up her son's wound. She started screaming, asking what kind of stitches they had used and whether they would leave a huge scar on her son's body. Liana and Leon were very surprised by her reaction, realizing that she didn't understand anything at all. Liana told the woman that this was normal and that such a large wound could not help but leave scars. The woman asked the girl who she thought she was, and she threatened that with just one phone call they would both lose their jobs. At that very moment, Leon shielded the girl with his body and told the woman that they would see who would end up getting fired. The woman then asked her sister to look after her son and said that she would call his father to sort this matter out. She told her sister that serious measures needed to be taken. At this point, Sasha got scared and asked the girl and Leon what to do. Leon looked at Sasha and asked if she was filming all of this. The girl doctor told the main character that the woman was behaving very inappropriately and that it would be useful to have a video recording as an alibi. She suggested that it could help them. Leon agreed and asked her to send him the video. Leon then sent the video to Mayor Rosalind, telling her that it looked like the woman was the director of the Ministry of Construction. He explained that she was causing them huge problems and asked her to help resolve the situation. Meanwhile, Jasper called his uncle and told him that Leon was currently getting his wound stitched up. He said that the family was unhappy and wanted to complain. His uncle replied that he knew about it and that he and the chief were already on their way. He seemed pleased, thinking that Leon would soon be thrown out. At this time, Liana, Leon, and Sasha were sitting in the office and drinking tea when they noticed someone entering the room. It turned out that the vice president of Huashan Jiraiya Hospital had arrived with Jasper's uncle, and now they were all looking at the girl. Jasper's uncle became angry and asked the girl how she could trust a newbie to carry out such an operation. Liana replied that she had done nothing wrong. She explained that the patient's family was creating problems for no reason. Jasper's uncle, however, insisted that it didn't matter. He thought it would be better to fire the newcomer. Jiraiya then asked Leon to show him the patient's file, as he wanted to look into the matter personally. Jasper's uncle told Principal Jiraiya that everything was clear at first glance. He said that Leon was new and still didn't understand a lot of things. Just at that moment, a sobbing woman suddenly appeared in the corridor. She approached the doctors and apologized, saying that she had made a mistake. Jasper's uncle and everyone else were very surprised and could not understand why the woman was running towards them. The woman grabbed Liana's hand and begged for another chance, declaring that if she was fired, she would be finished. At that moment, the doctor remembered how Leon approached the girl and said that he wanted to see who would end up getting fired. Liana turned around, thinking about Leon's words. She was puzzled because she couldn't understand how he knew that the woman was going to be fired. Meanwhile, Leon sat silently to the side. The woman cried, asking the girl to forgive her. She explained that her husband had also been fired, and her family had nothing to live on. The director said he thought it was just a misunderstanding and hoped the woman would leave them alone. He informed all the doctors that this incident should not be told to anyone. He emphasized that the patient had undergone the correct operation. Then Lena appeared in front of the protagonist and told the protagonist that he would receive 100,000 points for saving the patient. Lena also mentioned that the professional degree was now 10% complete, and Leon could perform sutures at a professional level. Leon asked if the suturing technique was really that good. Lena explained that what Leon had learned before were just basic techniques. He added that this was the best clinical skill. At this moment, Leanna approached the main character and asked what he was doing. Leon asked the girl if she needed him. Leanna then told the protagonist to get ready, as he would soon have to undergo a test. Sasha then asked the girl if she was really going to test Leon on suturing nerves and blood vessels. As it was a very difficult task, she mentioned that such suturing usually requires at least 5 years of experience. Leanna told her to go to the control room and bring an electron microscope. A couple of minutes later, she returned, telling the girl that the control room had informed her that the electron microscope was broken. Sasha informed the girl that if she intended to check Leon for suturing of nerves and blood vessels, then it was unlikely to happen today. Leanna listened attentively and suggested that they wait for a new microscope. However, Leon intervened, saying that they did not need an electron microscope. He said that he could manage without it. He asked Sasha to bring a regular microscope. Leanna asked Leon if he thought they could suture nerves and vessels using a regular microscope. Leon nodded and told the girl that it was almost the same. He assured her that since it was just a test, no one would get hurt. Jasper, listening from the sidelines, asked Leon if he was becoming too self-confident. Leon replied that it was normal for Jasper not to understand, but Leon was already far beyond his level. Leanna thought about it and realized that it might be worth trying, so she asked Sasha to bring a regular microscope. A couple of minutes later, Leon appeared and was ready to begin testing, and all the doctors were ready to observe the results. Leon made precise movements, quickly performing the operation on the vessels and tissues, and after a few minutes, he announced that he had completed the test. Sasha, Jasper, and Leanna were very surprised. Leanna looked at the wound and realized that Leon had stitched it up very carefully, with even threads, and the job had been done quickly. Leanna was amazed and asked Leon how he managed to do it so skillfully and neatly. Leon told the girl that it wasn't that hard. Then he asked if he passed the test. The woman looked at Leon silently, impressed by his skill. Then Leanna said that from now on he would be her right hand. She said that she would take him with her to operations at the hospital. Sasha congratulated him, saying that he had done a great job. Jasper, however, was angry. He thought that it was just stitches and did not understand what there was to be proud of. Later, Leon and Leanna were sitting in the office. He then asked his assistant to bring lunch to the office. Leanna then asked Leon to listen carefully as she had an important surgery scheduled the next day. She explained that she had simulated the whole process many times but wanted to get his opinion. Then the main character asked the girl if, with all her skills and experience, she really needed his opinion about the operation. Leanna replied that the risks are related to 2 factors: the patient's condition and the person's personality. Leon was surprised by Leanna's words and asked her who she meant. Leanna explained that he would soon learn about their patient. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and the deputy head of the Huashan Hospital's material department, Donovan, entered the office. He wanted to talk to the girl. Leanna was surprised and asked what happened. Donovan told the girl that it was almost noon and she had not eaten yet. He said that he had brought her something to eat. However, Leanna responded by telling him that there was no need for that. She mentioned that Leon had already ordered food and they would have dinner together. Donovan looked at the hero angrily, wondering where this young doctor had come from. He then asked how food from a delivery service could be nutritious. He explained that he had bought roast duck legs and beef bone soup, which he thought were healthy. At that moment, the office door opened and Leon realized that his assistant had arrived. Donovan looked at the dishes Leon had ordered and realized that his food was no match. Leon, however, said that he just wanted a snack, but Van misunderstood his request. Leanna, looking at the abundance of food, thanked Donovan for his concern and noted that they had enough food. Donovan, realizing that he was not needed, decided to leave the room. As he left, he thought to himself that he had no chance of winning Leanna's favor. Leon then told the girl that they were not finished with their conversation. He asked her who would have the operation. Suddenly, Leanna told the protagonist that the boss would be involved in the operation. Leon asked if it was true. He said it was great. Leanna explained that tomorrow she would be an assistant, and the surgery would be performed by 2 head doctors. She mentioned that she would only be responsible for suturing and was a little nervous about it. Then Leanna said that where the heart is, there was an aneurysm and a thick cut, which was the problem. Leon admitted that it was a very complex surgery, and one wrong move could have caused the patient's blood pressure to rise, potentially leading to death. He also noted that the patient weighed 180 kilograms, which made the procedure even more difficult. Liana asked if he had any recommendations. She wanted to know what he thought. Liana also mentioned that due to the patient's specific condition, it was impossible to find a foreign doctor for this operation, so she wanted to provide the protagonist with such an opportunity. Leon agreed with the girl and said that he would develop a plan for the operation. He told her that she could use it if she thought it would be useful. Liana, not understanding anything, asked Leon if he was going to have lunch. However, Leon replied that he needed to finish writing the report first. 6 hours later, after finishing his report, Leon felt very tired. At that moment, Liana entered the room and noticed that Leon was still sitting at his desk. She admired his dedication and told him that he didn't have to work the night shift that night and that he should finish work as it was getting late. However, Leon told the girl that he had already finished the report. Liana froze in surprise, but then suddenly she became angry. She accused Leon of lying, saying that there was no way he could have finished writing the operation report so quickly. Liana cuddled up to the protagonist and decided to take a look at what he had written. She was surprised when she asked Leon if he had filled out the report himself. Leon confirmed that he had indeed filled out the report himself, noting that there was no one else in the office. Then the girl checked the report and praised him, saying that it was excellent. She told him that he could go home and rest. Leon stood up, feeling proud of his work, and thanked the girl for her kind words. When he left Huashan Hospital, Helga called him. She greeted the protagonist and mentioned that if it weren't for her habit of searching for information, she wouldn't have known that he was working with her brother. Leon said that he decided to take a short break from the factory to take up other work and was now working as a doctor at the hospital. He informed Helga that he worked at Huashan Hospital, and if she ever got sick, he would always see her without an appointment. Leon then asked Helga to find a website that collected all the necessary information about corporations and hack it with a hacker to gather some information. He also asked her to change the name of their company's legal entity from his name to Charlie's name. At the same time, Jason was sitting in his office, busy with romantic affairs with his secretary Chloe. At that moment, he was not expecting any guests. Suddenly, at that very moment, the door opened and a guest entered the room. It was Cassandra. She told him that she needed to talk to him about something important. Jason was shocked and asked what she was doing in his office and why she didn't tell him about her visit earlier. Cassandra explained that he must immediately cease cooperation with Quechuang. Jason, confused, asked what nonsense she was talking about. He wanted to know if she realized how much effort he had put into this collaboration with Quechuang. Cassandra admitted that it was indeed difficult, but insisted that to avoid unnecessary losses, they had to stop before it was too late. Jason, however, disagreed, stating that it would be a loss if he ended his business relationship. Then Cassandra revealed that she had discovered the person Jason had been working with, a man named Leon, who was certainly unusual. Then Jason sat up and admitted that she was right. Leon was indeed an extraordinary man, and he explained that he would not have gone to such lengths to acquire the factory if it weren't for his desire for more power. However, Cassandra continued to insist, asking if he knew about Leon's real status. She mentioned that Leon owned a corporation to Chief Ling Yun, which indicated that he was far from a simpleton. Jason, confused, replied that this couldn't be true. He thought Leon was just a money-grubbing rich kid. He then asked his assistant Chloe to quickly gather as much information as possible about the corporation and its CEO. Chloe immediately started searching for information on the internet. Jason, looking at the computer, was very surprised by what he saw. At that moment, he told Cassandra that he was deeply disappointed in her. He turned the computer towards her and Cassandra, confused, didn't understand what he meant. But when she looked at the screen, she noticed that the Ling Yun Corporation was registered under Charlie's legal entity. She asked how that was possible, insisting that she had seen Leon's name on the website earlier that day. Jason then pointed his finger at his sister and demanded to know her true motives. It seemed to Cassandra that less than an hour had passed, and she couldn't understand how the corporation's name had changed so quickly. She began to wonder what kind of person Leon was. The girl angrily yelled at Jason, saying she wanted nothing to do with the business anymore. She reminded him that in case he had forgotten, she would soon be leaving to start her own business. Then she explained that she was just trying to protect their family. Jason, upset, accused his sister of feigning concern, suggesting that she simply wanted to turn their father against him in an attempt to improve the family's situation. Cassandra, now furious, told her brother that she no longer wanted to communicate with him. She turned away, choosing to ignore his stupid accusations. She thought to herself that soon enough her brother would realize that she had been right all along. She believed that Leon would eventually destroy Jason. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital, and as he walked down the corridor, he noticed that all the doctors were in a hurry. Liana noticed Leon and said that he had finally arrived. She mentioned that she needed to go to the operating room and asked him not to leave and to stay in touch. Meanwhile, all the doctors entered the meeting room. The doctors explained that they had discussed 8 types of risks that could arise during surgery, and all of them were very important. They added that one of the biggest risks was suturing the artificial vessels, which was a particularly difficult task. Dr. Mateo, the chief physician of Huashan Hospital, asked the doctors if there was a solution to this problem. Dwayne, the chief of surgery, replied that it wasn't that big of a problem. He assured Mateo that he had minimized all risks and was confident in his skills, so they could all relax. The head doctor, Mateo, said that if there were no more questions, they should prepare for surgery. However, Liana stood up and asked the head doctor to wait. She explained that there were problems with the suturing plan. The other doctors were confused by Liana's comments. Dwayne asked the girl what problems she found with his plan, implying that she was questioning his experience and competence. Liana explained that the suturing plan had been personally designed by their main character surgeon, and that it could reduce the risks by 20%. Dwayne was shocked, asking if Leanne was joking. He noted that Leon had only started working the day before, and his plan was of no value at all. Mateo looked at the plan the girl presented and asked if it was really written by their intern. Then Liana turned on the projector, confident that she would now convince them all to consider Leon's plan. She explained that the report described 14 stitches and pointed out risks that they hadn't even considered. She told all the doctors that she thought her new assistant, Leon, was worthy of assisting her in the operating room. However, Dr. Dwayne slammed his palm on the table in disbelief, arguing that just because the rookie protagonist had gotten a couple of good stitches in the emergency room the day before didn't mean he was ready for surgery. The head doctor, Mateo, asked the group for their opinions. The man replied that since he was an expert in this field, it was not for him to decide or give orders to doctors. Mateo thought for a moment. He knew it was a difficult choice. In the end, he agreed to Liana's request, saying that Leon could be her assistant and the operation would begin in half an hour. After the meeting, all the doctors began to leave the ward. As they were leaving, a woman approached them and asked why they had been sitting there for so long. The man explained that they had a minor argument at the final stage, but Liana assured him that the risks would be kept to a minimum. The woman, Rosalind, agreed, saying they would hope for the best. Meanwhile, Leon was sitting in the emergency room when a woman suddenly burst into the room, calling out to Leon and demanding that he listen to her immediately. The woman told the protagonist that she was dying from stomach pain and urgently needed help. Leon, surprised, asked the woman what she was doing. He explained that he would examine her as soon as he finished working with another patient, but the woman began pushing the patient aside, insisting that he did not need their treatment, claiming that he did not look sick and was simply holding up the line. Leon frowned, thinking that this woman was extremely impudent. The patient told the protagonist that he remembered the measures the protagonist had suggested earlier and asked him to examine the woman for him. Leon agreed, telling the woman to give him her medical records. The woman was puzzled as she was not aware of this requirement. She told the protagonist that there was such a long line there, so she had not registered yet, and asked to go for the examination without an appointment. Leon got angry and pointed his finger at her and told her to leave. After that, Leon looked into the reception room and called the next patient. A beautiful woman came in, looking embarrassed. Leon asked the woman to describe her symptoms, explaining where it hurt. The woman apologized, explaining that she had hoped to be examined by a female doctor. Then the main character asked if she really needed a gynecologist. The woman, still confused, admitted that he was right. Sasha told the woman that for the doctor, all patients were ordinary patients. Regardless of their gender, she added that Leon's level of knowledge was much higher than hers, and assured the woman that he would be able to help her with her problem. Then the woman whispered that there was pain in a certain area of her body. However, both Leon and Sasha did not hear her properly and asked her to repeat what she said. The woman, very embarrassed, did not dare tell them about her problem. Then Sasha noticed that the woman had increased sensitivity. The woman nodded, saying that everything was indeed like that. At that moment, Leon didn't even know what to do. Soon, he put on gloves and asked the woman to put her feet on a footstool. As soon as he touched the patient, she began to make loud sounds. Leon asked her to be a little quieter, as she could be heard outside the office. When the examination was completed, the woman was practically unconscious. Sasha approached the main character and asked him what to write in the order. Leon said the girl had a special physique. Sasha was shocked by Leon's words. She suggested that perhaps he had encountered similar situations before and asked if he would like to cooperate. Leon agreed, saying it was a great idea, adding that they would make good partners and if there was a race, he would choose her as his co-driver. At this moment, the main character received a call from Dr. Liana, who asked Leon to go up to the 13th floor to help her in the operating room. Leon wasn't sure, wondering if he was even allowed to work on the operation. He told Sasha that the girl needed him and mentioned that she would be in charge. He then entered the elevator and started going up to the 13th floor. Once he reached the right floor, Leon headed to the operating room and was surprised to see Rosalind there. Rosalind was no less surprised and asked Leon what he was doing at the hospital. Leon introduced himself by saying that he was a cardiac surgeon who was currently working as Leanna's assistant. Rosalind was puzzled by Leon's words. The man then asked Rosalind if she knew the doctor, and she confirmed that she did know him. The man then told the protagonist that he had heard of him and was glad to meet him. He extended his hand and introduced himself as Glenn. Glenn then explained that Leanna had just convinced Chief Mateo to go along with his plan to get stitches, and everyone agreed. Rosalind was shocked and asked Glenn if the hardest part of the surgery was the stitches and if it was based on Leon's plan. Glenn told her that he had sent the plan to another doctor who had responded very positively, and he assured Rosalind that Leon's skills were truly impressive. Rosalind wondered if Leon had any limits to his knowledge. Just at this time, doctors began to arrive. Leanna approached the protagonist and told him that it was time to go and begin the operation. At that moment, Rosalind grabbed his hand tightly. She told the protagonist that she was counting on him. Leon reassured her, asking her not to be nervous. He promised that he would do his best. The doctors began to put on their gowns. Leanna told the protagonist that although he had come as an assistant, he would only be allowed to observe. Leanna explained that it would be a valuable experience for him and that he could learn a lot by attending surgeries with her. Dwayne warned him not to get in the way or faint when the surgery began. Leon looked at Dwayne and thought that he was a very difficult person, constantly trying to get on his nerves. Leon approached the girl and asked if the man they had met the day before was Dr. Donovan's father, and Leanna confirmed it. The doctors turned on the floodlights, and everything seemed ready to begin. Mateo told the doctors that they would begin the surgery right away. Leon watched the operation. Mateo explained that they would begin replacing blood vessels and asked to start the cycler. He then handed over the responsibility of assessing the patient's condition to Dwayne. Dwayne was shocked and stated that the patient's blood vessels were compressed by other organs, making it extremely difficult to suture. Mateo asked him for more details, and Dwayne said that no one could successfully perform this operation. He explained that the vessels had grown together with the axillary artery, and if they tried to stitch them, bleeding would start. Chief Medical Officer Mateo nervously asked Dwayne if there really was no way to solve the problem. Dwayne confirmed that this was the case. He said that no one in China could sew these vessels. The doctors stood silently in front of the patient while Chief Mateo considered what could be done. A few moments later, he told everyone that they were ending the operation as there was no way to save him. He told them that Austin had lived a good life and they would always remember him as a kind man. Dwayne thought Mateo was right and decided to follow the doctor's orders. When the doctors left, Rosalind asked them how the operation went. Mateo explained that the patient's condition was very serious and the vessels could not be sutured, so they stopped the operation. Glenn was furious and asked the head doctor if this was true. He started shouting, accusing them of saying the risks were minimal and asking how such a situation could have happened. The head doctor apologized, saying that they had all tried their best, but with the current level of medical technology, no one would have been able to stitch the vessels. Glenn, realizing the situation, pushed past him and headed to the operating room. Rosalind ran after him, urging him not to do anything rash. Glenn tried to open the operating room door, but Leon, who was inside, told him that no one should enter. Leon assured the doctors that there was still a chance to save the patient. Glenn froze in place, thinking about Director Leon's words. Rosalind told her brother that they could only wait and trust the protagonist. However, Dr. Dwayne told the protagonist that the patient could not be saved and asked to let them in. At this point, Glenn locked the door and informed the doctors that they would remain outside and not disturb Leon while he worked. Dwayne became angry, claiming that they were the hospital's chief surgeons. Glenn, not at all embarrassed by their titles, declared that when Leon gave them permission to enter, he would let everyone in. Leon then told the girl that he wasn't sure if his method would work, but he had to try. Liana replied that if there was a chance of survival, she would help him throughout the operation. But she also warned that if something went wrong, she would leave the hospital with him. Leon winked at her, saying that he didn't expect such trust from her. Realizing that the fortune card was their only hope, Leon activated it. The system confirmed that the card was activated. Then the protagonist instructed the doctors to begin artificial circulation and started the process of artificial circulation. He said the patient was overweight and needed double circulation. Leon continued the operation. Realizing that he had little time, Liana, noticing his intense concentration, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Leon felt that the hardest part was done. 3 hours later, he completed the final stitch, pleased with the results, and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the operation had been a success. Liana looked at Leon with an impressed expression and commented on how incredible his work was. The operating room sign lit up, indicating that the operation was complete, and a few minutes later, Leon came out and headed towards Rosalind. Rosalind, very nervous, immediately asked about the outcome of the operation. Leon reassured her, saying that the operation was successful and the patient would live for several more decades. Glenn and Rosalind were overjoyed, grateful for having trusted the protagonist. Rosalind ran up to Liana, thanking her for everything she had done. Liana replied that Rosalind should thank Leon, since he was the chief surgeon and she was just an assistant. Rosalind and everyone else were shocked to realize that they had not expected Leon to succeed in such a difficult case. Dwayne, still in disbelief, said that couldn't be true, pointing out that the walls of the blood vessels were too thin to be sutured. Then the girl sighed in disappointment, pointed at Leon and stated that if it weren't for him, the patient would have died. Dwayne froze in surprise, wondering who it was. Rosalind realized that they had to leave because the patient needed rest. Meanwhile, Leon entered his office, and the system informed him that he had earned master points for successfully completing a very complex operation, with a task completion rate of 25%, and he had received the Emperor's Pharmacopoeia Award for internal medicine from the system. As a result, Leon began to receive a huge amount of knowledge that he could barely process. At that moment, Lena appeared and massaged Leon, telling him that the ancient book contained a lot of valuable knowledge and was necessary. The system gave the main character a task. He needed to cure several patients, Leon agreed, thinking that there were not so many patients. Exhausted from the operation, he lay down on the table and thought that he should at least rest a little. 5 hours later, he woke up in his office, and when he came to, he noticed that there was someone else in the room. He saw Rosalind sitting next to him. Rosalind mentioned that Leon must be very tired since he slept for 5 hours. Leon waved his hand in response, replying that he hadn't been this tired since he was a child. Rosalind then asked if he could at least pretend to be polite and cover his mouth when he yawned. Leon smiled and replied that everyone here was like family and he could be himself. He opened her gift and asked if she had brought him food. Rosalind explained that she had come to thank him for the operation. Leon told her that if she wanted to help, she could sign the document for him and he would print it out right away. He handed her the document, asking her to sign it. Rosalind looked at the document and realized it was a contract. She asked Leon if this contract was the result of all his research and whether signing it would allow her to manage the business. Leon reminded her that when she had given away the Chaoyang suburb project in the past, he had promised not to deprive her of anything, and that promise was still valid. Then the girl signed the contract. She told him that if he needed anything, he could call her and she would take care of the Chaoyang project. Leaving the office, Leon froze in place, not understanding why Liana was standing outside. Liana stood near the car and asked Leon if he wanted to join her. She smiled and mentioned that she would treat him to dinner that day. Leon replied that he would be very glad and agreed to her proposal. At that moment, Donovan appeared in the parking lot, calling out to the girl. Donovan told the girl that he had finally met her and shared that he had recently joined a racing club and that there would be racing that evening, and he invited her to go with him. However, Liana apologized, explaining that she had already planned to have dinner with the protagonist. Donovan was furious, wondering why Liana wanted to go with him. He thought he had to somehow get rid of Leon since he was interfering with his plans. Donovan then told the girl that today's race was a duel between 4 Zhonghai masters, which was a rare event. Leon, having overheard, asked who they were, being curious. Donovan told him that it was quite obvious that a simple man like Leon would not recognize them, since they were the offspring of wealthy families. He listed their names, and among them were 2 familiar to the main character, Charlie and Carson. Leon told the girl that if she wanted, They could both watch the race and have dinner later. Donovan froze, realizing that Leon had completely ignored him. The girl then asked Leon if he wanted to decide for himself and they could have dinner somewhere else. Leon replied that he wanted to go to the race as he was very interested in seeing what would happen there. Donovan told the protagonist that he could go with them as it would be a good opportunity for him to see how normal people relax. A few minutes later, they arrived at the international circuit. Leanna informed the protagonist that there were free seats. Leon replied that the seats were too far from the scene. He suggested that they go to the repair area where they could get a closer look at the racers and what was going on. Leon led the girl to the VIP area where luxury cars were parked, a section that was closed to regular spectators. Leanna was surprised and asked if they could enter. Leon assured her that they could indeed enter. At that moment, Donovan called the girl and asked where she was. He had already arrived and was waiting at the entrance to meet her. Leanna replied that she and Leon had already entered the repair area. Donovan, hearing this, asked how they had gotten into the VIP area. He warned the girl that they might be kicked out and suggested that she wait for him. The girl then relayed Donovan's message to the protagonist, saying that he insisted that they leave the VIP area and return to the stands. However, Leon continued pouring wine into the glass and told the girl not to listen to Donovan. He assured her that nothing would happen to them and that she should trust him. Just then, Donovan entered the room looking worried. He told the girl that he was looking for her. He insisted that they leave immediately, as being in the VIP area could lead to punishment or fines. However, Leanna replied that Leon had given her permission, assuring her that nothing would happen. Donovan was furious, asking who Leanna was listening to. He explained that only people with accounts worth over $1 billion were allowed into such areas. He further added that once the 4 Shanghai masters arrived, they would all be thrown out. Then the main character assured everyone that there was nothing to worry about. At this point, the race began, and all the riders showed off their skills, impressing the crowd. Carson asked if the man standing there was the main character and commented that he had brought another woman with him. Leon walked out onto the track and noticed all the elite racing cars lined up ready to race, and he wondered if one of them was his. Then Charlie came out of one of the cars and greeted Leon, saying that he was glad to see his friend. Leon explained that Leanne was interested in racing and he took her with him. Donovan was shocked and asked how Leon knew Charlie. Carson commented that Charlie was in a race today, and since he and the main character were friends, they would go for a few laps and the loser would be eliminated. Leon, confident, said that if they had to change the rules, the loser would have to burn his car. Charlie, shocked by director Leon's bold words, realized that Leon was so confident of his victory that he was not afraid of any consequences. Leanne and Donovan were equally confused, not understanding what Leon was doing. Carson, intrigued by Leon's bet, said he would feel sorry for Leon's car, but whoever won would take the other's car. He added that director Leon's car was a limited edition, and he was confident that he would win and take it for himself. He said that there will still be 4 people participating in the race. Charlie and Leon were quite happy with these terms. After this, Carson asked his men to get out of the cars as the race was about to begin. Charlie noted that the 3 looked familiar to him. He recognized the guys as champions and prize winners of world championships. Leanna also told the hero that these people were professionals in their field. Then the main character asked the girl if she really knew all these racers so well. Leanna confirmed that in order to defeat these racers, one had to be well-versed in the racetrack. A frustrated Charlie told Carson that the bet was unfair and that he knew he couldn't beat these professionals, which is why he invited his own drivers to compete. Carson told Charlie that if he was afraid, he should return the car and not waste time. At that moment, Carson noticed Leon standing behind him, listening intently to their conversation. He turned to the protagonist and told him not to just stand there. However, Leon started laughing and asked Carson if his brain had completely melted. Leon told him the entire track was his, yet Carson still dared to tell him where he could stand. A shocked Carson asked if the racetrack was really his. Meanwhile, Donovan was wondering what kind of person Leon was. Charlie then hugged Leon, asking him to ignore Carson, and suggested that they come up with a strategy to defeat him. Leon approached his friend and asked him for forgiveness. He explained that he would have to give in. He suddenly said that he would have to give up his seat to the girl who would now be driving the car. A surprised Leanna couldn't believe her ears. She asked Leon if he really wanted her to drive. Leon reassured her by saying that she was a good driver and knew how to handle it. He added that she only had to drive 2 laps and her car was great. Surprised, Leanna asked if he trusted her that much. Then the protagonist stared at the girl, not taking his eyes off her, and told the girl that he believed in her. Charlie interrupted Leon, telling him to stop flirting as they needed to focus on the race. He mentioned that he didn't care if they lost the car. He told him that he couldn't afford to lose his reputation and credibility over it. Leon, however, said there was nothing to discuss. He had assigned positions for the race. Carson would go first, Charlie second, Leanna third, and he would be last. 10 minutes later, all the riders were ready and standing at the starting line, waiting for the signal. The girl counted to 3 and gave the signal to start the race. All the drivers were pushing the gas pedals as hard as they could, trying to beat their rivals. Meanwhile, Leanna was sitting in the car in the waiting area. At that moment, a man, Carson's driver, approached the girl and asked for her WeChat information and offered to teach her how to drive. However, Leanna replied that she was the head of the surgical department at the hospital and could make hundreds of cuts on his body that would be considered only a minor wound. She assured him that she could handle the machine just fine. The man was stunned by her answer and sat silently, overcome with horror. At that moment, the traffic light turned green and the racers were finally able to take off, all of them pushing the gas to the limit. Charlie turned to the protagonist, telling him that his new girlfriend was better than her opponent, and she had clearly trained hard enough to compete at this level. Carson, however, told them not to worry about Harris yet. He said that when Harris got serious, he would finish the race easily. Leon and Charlie were unhappy with Carson's comments, and Leon reminded him that they only had 11 cars and he was willing to bet on seconds in the race. Leon said every second was worth 1 car, and then Carson asked if he really thought there would be an 11-second gap. Soon the race began and Leon remained calm. He pressed the button on his car to increase the speed, preparing it especially for this race. His car began to accelerate quickly, and he expected his opponent to be surprised by his sudden speed. The crowd was shocked when Leon's car pulled ahead. After the race, Harris told Carson that he was almost ashamed to admit it, but the gap was only 3 seconds, and this woman was really talented. Carson asked him not to be nervous. He believed that with all his skills, it would not be difficult for him to overtake him by a few more seconds. He told Harris that none of the 12 cars they drove that day were left behind. At this point, Leon overtook his rival on the turn. Charlie noted that his friend Leon was impressive, closing the 8-second gap in just 1 lap. Leanna commented that Leon had inhuman speed, and by the second lap, he was already leading by 9 seconds. Then Carson thought to himself that Leon would not be able to beat his best riders and finish first. Charlie urged Leon to keep up the pace and continue to quickly approach the finish line. Carson, however, said that it was unrealistic to think that Leon's car would not break down under that kind of stress, and he believed that the car's cylinder would explode from the pressure. But at that very moment, Leon crossed the finish line and won the race, leaving his rival far behind. Carson was horrified, unable to understand how the protagonist had managed to win. Then Charlie smiled and said that Leon had done well, taking first place by 11 seconds. Carson was humiliated, and the crowd began to shout for him to give the car to the protagonist. An assistant approached Carson and asked if he was okay. The man, still reeling from his defeat, told the protagonist to give him the car keys. The assistant approached the protagonist and handed him the keys to Carson's car. Leon said that from now on, the title of 4th Master of Zhanghai would no longer be associated with Carson. Then Carson, furious, told his men that they should leave. Leon responded by saying that they had all had a good time today. He said they could have a nice farewell party later. Donovan, who was standing nearby, froze in place, wondering what kind of person Leon was and why he was working at the hospital. He wondered if it was because of Leanne. Leon then called Rosalind, asking her not to go to work tomorrow and be ready to receive him at 10. He told her to prepare accordingly. Rosalind replied that a batch of imported drugs was ready to be sent to Zhanghai, and she needed his help to inspect them. Leon told her that asking him to do so was not a good idea, as he had just completed a major operation. But Rosalind insisted that he was the only one she trusted in such matters. At that time, a woman named Jenny checked into the hotel. She was discussing business, thinking about how to take advantage of the current situation. Jenny was the director of the marketing department of a pharmaceutical company. Her assistant Mike told her that the price of the boxes was almost 300 yuan, as they had already discussed it with 13 experts. Mike also said that the expenses of communicating with people had already cost 100 million yuan, and that Mr. Hayes was unhappy. Jenny asked Mike to calm the bald man down so that he would not be nervous, since in the end, she would earn 10 times more. Mike understood her words and asked if he should notify the Fan family. Jenny smeared her body with cream, deciding that she would contact them herself. Meanwhile, a man arrived at the Yanshan courtyard. He asked his father why it was so urgent and why he needed him now. Felix, the head of Dongcheng Pharmaceuticals, told his son that he was a fool because the price of the drug had already been set. The son replied that ibuprofen is a common medicine and one box of 60 milligrams only lasts a week. He asked who could afford it. Felix suddenly grabbed him by the ear and pulled with all his might. He scolded him for not understanding anything about their business. He told him that the higher the price, the more money they will make. Felix then instructed his son to study the new head of marketing, as she was a complex woman. The next morning, Leon went out into the courtyard of his house, waiting for Mayor Rosalind to arrive. At that moment, a car pulled up to his house, and Rosalind asked Leon to get into the car. Rosalind then opened a box of delicious food that she had brought especially for Leon to have for breakfast on the road. She told him that she needed his strength for the upcoming discussion and that he needed to eat. She added that if he could negotiate a good price, she would be very happy. As Leon began to eat, he asked Rosalind what price she would be happy with. Rosalind replied that she would be satisfied with the price of 60 milligrams of the medicine at 138 yuan per box, and Leon assured her that he would try to fulfill her request. After some time, Leon and Rosalind arrived at the place where they agreed to meet. Leon looked around the room and immediately recognized one of the men. He thought to himself that he did not expect to see a familiar face there today. Frank, who was also present, was shocked to see Leon. Mayor Rosalind welcomed everyone and said that now that everyone was here, they could begin. Warren, a member of the negotiating team, was surprised to see Leon and asked who he was and why he was there with the mayor. He then turned to Miss Jenny, asking if she was ready to begin, and expressed the hope that she would be able to offer them a reasonable price. Jenny replied that their company had conducted another study on drug prices, and then she announced that the price would be 459 yuan per box. Both Mayor Rosalind and Leon were surprised by this figure. Rosalind was about to react angrily to Jenny's proposal, but Leon immediately squeezed her hand, urging her to remain calm. At that moment, Rosalind realized that Leon was right and pulled herself together. Warren then noted that Jenny should be familiar with the market situation in China, as ibuprofen is a very popular drug. Jenny replied that this was already the lowest price they could offer, and although she knew the quality of the medicine was the best, she could not lower the price any further. Then she left the office and called the people from her company. A few minutes later, she came back and told everyone that she had just spoken with the experts and she had news. She stated that they could lower the price to 398 yuan per box, which would be the lowest price they could offer. In response, Warren became angry and told Jenny that unless the price was lower than 300 yuan, there was nothing more to discuss. He looked at Rosalind and suggested that they conclude their negotiations for today. Leon watched Warren and thought he was holding up well. Jenny then asked if everyone was really more concerned about money than their client's health. She stressed that the focus should be on treatment. At that very moment, Rosalind slammed her palm on the table, telling everyone that if they did not agree to her terms, they could end the negotiations right then and there. Jenny then told Rosalind that she had contacted her company's employees. She then stated that 299 yuan per box was their latest price. Frank, observing the situation, thought that Jenny was in her element. Rosalind replied that she wanted the price to be below 300 yuan, but they only dropped it by 1 yuan, implying that Jenny definitely knew how to negotiate. Warren asked Rosalind why they hadn't discussed the terms earlier, to which she admitted he was right. Mike then told Jenny that she had added a little pressure, and he wondered how she thought she was winning with that approach. Jenny replied that she would be willing to give up 10 yuan of profit if it meant maintaining a good relationship with Rosalind, emphasizing that they needed to be friends in China. Mike said she was impressive and knew how to run a business. At that moment, the manager came out into the corridor and informed Jenny that negotiations could continue. Then Jenny returned to the office. Warren informed her that Mayor Rosalind was unhappy with her price and was still expecting a lower one. Jenny, however, told the mayor that they had acted completely fairly and asked if she could offer a price that would suit everyone. Warren then said that the price Mayor Rosalind wanted was 279 yuan per box. Jenny replied that they couldn't agree to such a low price, but out of respect for Rosalind, they could give up 10 yuan of profit. Rosalind then asked Leon for his opinion on the matter. However, to her surprise, she noticed that Leon had fallen asleep on the spot. Rosalind gently nudged him and he woke up, asking if they had finished the negotiations. Leon apologized to everyone, explaining that he was a little tired due to the operation yesterday. Jenny and the others stood in shock, not understanding Leon's words. Then Rosalind informed the protagonist that all negotiations had been completed and the price had been set at 289 yuan per box. Leon was shocked by her words and asked if she had really agreed to such a price. Rosalind explained that she wanted to lower the price, but they insisted that it was the lowest price they could offer. Leon immediately stood up from his seat. He asked Jenny why the price had become so high. It seemed to him that they were only interested in money. Jenny then told the protagonist that she hoped he could understand them as the cost of raw materials and other expenses had increased significantly. Then the protagonist approached the board, intending to explain all the details in detail. He informed the group that the main ingredients of the drug ibuprofen were isopropylamine, methoxyethyl, and phenoxyl. He further explained that the price could not exceed 6 yuan per box and emphasized that the drugs were not delivered by rockets. Mike and Jenny were shocked by Leon's words, unable to understand where he got all this information. Leon explained that he worked in the medical field and knew prices better than they did, which made their price seem almost 10 times higher than it should have been. In response, Jenny called the price absurd and expressed hope that she and Mayor Rosalind could come to a fair decision without Leon's interference. Leon then asked Jenny if they were really taking them for fools, implying that they were putting on a show and only expected them to agree to such a price. The man, who was a sales agent, coughed and told Mayor Rosalind that he had no right to say anything as he was only a sales agent. He pointed out that her counselor clearly did not understand the situation and had no place in the discussion, suggesting that he leave. At that moment, Rosalind realized that Leon had actually helped her expose their scam. She claimed that he was the best heart surgeon, and for anyone to claim that he knew nothing was a lie. Everyone in the office froze in shock, not expecting to find out that Leon was a doctor. Jenny told Mayor Rosalind that even if Leon was indeed a cardiologist, he was illiterate when it came to pharmaceuticals. Then the mayor suddenly announced that their final price was 9 yuan per box and the negotiations were over. Jenny then asked Rosalind if she really trusted this man to set the price, considering. Rosalind replied that although Leon had no right to make the decision, she agreed with him on some points. However, she admitted that she had doubts about the price, considering it unreasonable for the drug. The protagonist then told Jenny that she was also from China and understood the situation well, especially considering how many sick people were currently in Shanghai. He assured her that the price he offered would still bring her a significant profit, making it a profitable entry into their market. Jenny countered that no pharmaceutical company would agree to that price. However, Leon responded that if they did not agree to their terms, they should leave the market. Jenny turned to the mayor and expressed hope that they would meet again to resolve the issues that had arisen. However, Rosalind said that they could arrange another meeting in 3 days. After saying this, Rosalind began to leave the room. Jenny, seething with anger, thought that everything almost worked out, and what if it weren't for Leon? After leaving the room, Rosalind asked Leon if the medicine really cost 6 yuan and how he knew it. Leon told her that the price was almost right, and even if he made a little mistake, the error would be so small. Rosalind then asked what would happen if they still didn't agree to their terms. Leon thought about the situation and thought that an alternative could be found to this medicine. He suggested studying the pharmacopoeia in his system. Then Leon assured the girl that he could handle everything himself and she should be ready to fulfill the deal. Rosalind told the protagonist that he needed to be more serious. She then informed him that Austin wanted to see him and that she would take him to the hospital to meet him. A few minutes later, Rosalind and Leon arrived at the hospital. At the hospital, he met Glenn, who greeted him. Leon then opened the door to Austin's room. He thought to himself that he hadn't spoken to him since the day of the surgery and hoped he was okay. Leon asked the man if he was looking for him. Austin smiled and asked Leon to sit down. Leon then asked Austin what his future plans were for Huashan. Austin, smiling, suggested that Leon might be interested in a promotion at Huashan Hospital. However, Leon declined, explaining that he was very comfortable in his current position. Austin then asked the guy his name, where he was from, and if he was really from Shanghai. Leon explained that, in truth, he didn't even know where he was born because he grew up in an orphanage. The man's assistant was surprised by this discovery and wondered if Leon really was an orphan. Rosalind, however, was puzzled. She thought to herself that if Leon was an orphan, then how did he get so much money and influence? Austin, meanwhile, noted that this was quite a rare occurrence, as today's youth were not as smart as they used to be, and he saw this as their problem. He told the protagonist that as soon as he got back on his feet, they should go out for a drink. Leon smiled and agreed, saying that he would be happy to join him. He also advised Austin to rest and recuperate. After these words, Leon left the hospital. Then Austin turned to his assistant, asking if Leon was similar to that man. The assistant confirmed that although Leon was similar in appearance, his character was less ruthless. Austin remembered that in the Northeast, this man had once killed a black bear with his own hands, and people still admired him for it. The assistant noted that although they had different personalities, both men were very intelligent, and he called someone in Yangcheng to immediately check on the shelter. Austin then instructed his assistant to find out everything about the main character. However, he warned that no one should know about this matter and that the information should remain confidential. The assistant assured Austin that he understood and would follow the instructions. Meanwhile, Leon was waiting for Elizabeth on the street. He looked at his watch, wondering where she was and why she hadn't arrived yet. At that moment, Elizabeth appeared behind him and asked if he was waiting for her. Leon looked at her and noticed how beautiful she looked that day. He then grabbed her hand, asked her to stop showing off, and suggested that they leave. He remembered that Josie's teacher's husband was a professor and supervised doctoral dissertations in the department. He noted that the professor must have many connections in the pharmaceutical field. Elizabeth then threw her bag at him, saying they couldn't come empty-handed. However, when they arrived, Josie's teacher told Elizabeth and the protagonist that she had asked them not to bring anything as they should not waste money. Then Josie invited them into the house. She asked Elizabeth if there were any problems with their business and whether Ling Yun's company was facing investment problems. Teacher Josie assured Elizabeth that the situation was quite good, so she became curious about what happened to them. Leon thanked Josie for her concern, but explained that he had come to ask Mr. Paul a few questions. The teacher became nervous and asked if Leon had any health problems. He assured her that this was not entirely true. Then Paul put the glass of water on the table and suddenly asked Leon to come with him for an examination, suggesting that the treatment could not be delayed even for a day. Leon, shocked by Paul's words, told him that he did not need to be examined and that they seemed to have misunderstood his intentions. He explained that he had come to ask a few questions and would like to apply for a Chinese patent for the medicine to check everything. However, Paul told him that they were ordinary people and could not operate without a license as it would be a violation. Leon assured Paul that it was not that serious and that the drug could be destroyed if necessary. He just needed a report on the experiment. In response, Paul smiled, agreeing to help, and said that they would go to the hospital. Paul mentioned that they would take his deputy with them since they were old friends. After some time, Leon and Paul arrived at Zhonghai Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Inside the room, Vice President Selina sat and greeted Paul warmly, expressing her joy at seeing him. Paul then introduced Elizabeth and her boyfriend to Selina. Leon greeted her politely, saying and expressing his pleasure at meeting her in person. Leon explained to the woman that he had a prescription for a medicine and he wanted to turn it into a finished product. He asked her to help with this matter. Selina was intrigued by the recipe and asked where it came from, noting that it seemed strange to her since she had never heard of it before. Leon told her that the recipe was recorded in the Yellow Emperor's Pharmacopoeia. Selina was surprised and noted that this was the most difficult classical procedure in traditional Chinese medicine, and that 10 sets had already been burned. The protagonist then explained that the book had been passed down to him by his family, and that, in order to fulfill the last wishes of his ancestors, he had brought her the recipe. Elizabeth was very surprised and perplexed as to how Leon, whom she considered an orphan, could have a family. Then Selina told the protagonist that, despite the existence of the factory, the medicine must undergo numerous tests, and it will take at least a year to prepare. Leon responded by saying that after preparing the medicine, finding a lab rat would not be difficult and it would be easy. He also mentioned that his grandfather's birthday was in 3 days, and he wanted to congratulate him on the 30th anniversary of his death, which made Selina freeze in surprise. Leon then added that he intended to donate $3 million to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Selina listened to him and assured him that there would be no problem with quickly producing the medicine. Then the protagonist smiled and shook her hand, thanking her for her help and assuring her that he would not forget her kindness. While they were talking, Elizabeth watched them and, confused, she looked at Leon and realized that he was very cunning. Later, they arrived in Zhuji. Elizabeth lay down on the sofa and told him that she couldn't believe he had managed to fool everyone. Leon told her that he had done nothing wrong, and since they had been on their feet all day, they should take a bath. Elizabeth replied that she was very tired, did not want to move, and could not get up from the sofa. Suddenly, Leon grabbed her and lifted her in his arms. He told her that if she did not want to get up, then she did not have to do it. He also said that he would help her take a bath. When they went into the bathroom, Leon asked Elizabeth how her project was going and what was going on with the move. Elizabeth explained that some people refuse to move and that they can't rush. Leon then asked her if she liked the temperature of the water. However, Elizabeth thanked him for his help, but said that from now on she would wash herself. But at that moment, Leon accidentally fell into the water. A few minutes later, Elizabeth came out of the bathroom. She thought they were just going to take a bath, but things turned out differently. Suddenly, Leon's adoptive mother, Vanessa, called Elizabeth on the phone and immediately asked if she was sleeping. As she wanted to tell her something, Vanessa asked Elizabeth to keep what she was going to say a secret. She then told Elizabeth that two people had come to the shelter during the day and asked about the main character and whether she had met his biological parents. Then the girl asked Vanessa not to tell anyone else about this and that it would remain between them. Vanessa agreed, saying that it would be their secret. After that, Elizabeth thought about it and wondered what happened to Leon's parents. At that moment, Vanessa was rummaging through the closet, intending to look through documents and information about Leon's family. She found the box and opened it. Inside, she found a letter and remembered the time when he was a baby brought by a young girl. However, she quickly closed the box. Vanessa believed that some things should remain a secret forever. Elizabeth, meanwhile, was still wondering why anyone would want to know about Leon's parents. The next day, Leon arrived at Huashan Hospital and stood next to Sasha when he heard someone asking him to hurry up and get some medicine. The grandmother told the young man that they would have to pay more than $2,000 for the medicine, and her grandson also needed money for his studies. The young man fell to his knees and begged his mother to come with him, insisting that she really needed medicine to live. The woman, however, told her son that her grandson needed money for school, and that being old, she no longer needed anything. At that moment, Sasha approached them and asked what was going on. The young man explained that he needed a doctor's help to convince his mother. He told Sasha that his mother had a heart condition and that the doctor had prescribed medication, but his mother considered it too expensive and refused to buy it. Leon asked the man if the doctors had performed an electrocardiogram on his mother and what medication had been prescribed for her. Looking at the diagnosis from Huashan Hospital, he froze in surprise. Sasha noted that it looked like it was an extrasystole. Leon, seeing the diagnosis, became furious and asked them what idiot had prescribed this treatment. The man explained that Dr. Duane had prescribed it, adding that he believed the doctor was the head physician of their hospital and asked what was wrong with the medicine. Leon explained that his mother's illness was not serious, but the prescribed medication, on the contrary, put a lot of pressure on her heart. The man was stunned by Leon's words and asked if it was true. Then the main character suggested that they change doctors next time and visit Liana, who was an experienced doctor. The son and mother bowed to the protagonist, thanking him. The man told his mother that they no longer needed the prescribed medication and asked her to go with him to buy the pills recommended by the protagonist. The mother asked if the new pills were expensive. Sasha assured her that the pills cost only 5 yuan per bottle. The woman was relieved and told her son that they could buy the pills. As the woman and her son were about to leave, people began approaching the protagonist, asking him to check if everything was okay with the medication he had prescribed. Then the protagonist asked everyone to wait, since there were too many of them. He suggested that if they had any doubts about the recommendations, they could contact Liana. People thanked Leon for his kindness. Later, Leon entered his office, feeling dissatisfied with the many dissatisfied patients leaving Huashan Hospital. He told Sasha that there were already too many problems with Duane. Sasha tried to calm him down, reminding him that this was an unspoken rule at Huashan Hospital. She explained that the doctors received commissions from the sale of goods and advised the protagonist not to interfere with this. Frustrated, Leon kicked the chair with all his might and asked Sasha what was wrong with the hospital. At that moment, Liana entered the room and asked Leon why he was so angry. Liana suggested that they go to the head doctor's office immediately. Sasha asked the girl if Leon had been called to the office because of what had recently happened near the reception area, to which Liana replied that they would find out about it now. Then Sasha advised the main character to behave very calmly. A couple of minutes later, Leon entered the chief physician's office and asked about the man. Then the man told the protagonist that he was too impulsive. He asked Leon if he understood how this could affect their hospital and its reputation. The protagonist then asked what he had done wrong, explaining that he had simply looked at the patient's medical record and prescribed medication. The man told the protagonist that he had caused a rift in his team, but hoped that he would reconsider his behavior. Angered, Leon told Mr. Him that he had promised to reconsider his actions. The man was horrified to realize that he had made Leon very angry. He pointed his finger at her and told the girl that Leon had gone too far. However, Leanna disagreed, arguing that in this situation it was the doctor who took the right side. The man, however, became angry and told the protagonist and the girl that they would regret their behavior. Later, Leon returned to his office and Sasha asked him what happened at the meeting and whether he would face any problems because of it. However, Leon assured her that it was nothing serious and asked the next patient to come in for an examination. When the next patient arrived, Leon asked her to provide her medical records. However, to his surprise, the patient turned out to be Helga. She could not believe her eyes. She asked him if he still worked at Baba Company and asked him why he needed so much money. Leon asked the girl what money she meant, explaining that he worked there for free. Sasha explained that Leon had undergone a major operation a couple of days ago and was now very popular at their hospital. Soon, Leon began to look through Helga's medical records and learned about her condition. He noticed that she had several red spots, which she explained were from her trip to Yangcheng. However, Leon assured her that it was nothing serious and suggested that she buy some ointment for 14 yuan and apply it to the spots. Helga was shocked and asked why it was so inexpensive. Then the protagonist looked at Helga and admitted that the ointment might not be enough, since her buttocks were quite large. An angry Helga started yelling at Leon, saying that such jokes were typical of him and she would not tolerate such behavior anymore. Just at that moment, Lena appeared and congratulated Leon on completing the task. She mentioned that the percentage of this profession was 35%. Lena went on to explain that the reward for completing the task is 20% of the shares of any company, but only if the company is valued at less than $200 billion. Leon thought about it and decided that he needed to think the situation through carefully. At that moment, Rosalind called the protagonist and informed him that all 6 major international pharmaceutical companies had announced price increases. She said prices for all 25 drugs exported to China had been raised. She then asked Leon to meet her at a cafe near the hospital in 10 minutes to discuss the matter. Leon told Sasha that he needed to leave immediately. He left the patients in her care. 10 minutes later, Leon entered the cafe and saw that Mayor Rosalind was already sitting inside. He gently stroked her hair and told her to never make hasty decisions, especially if it could ruin her beautiful hairstyle. Rosalind told him that now was not the time for teasing and that they should focus on solving the problems. She explained that she had done some research and found that one of these pharmaceutical companies had stakes in 3 other companies, all of which had some kind of partnership with them. Leon commented that the situation was very dangerous, noting that the 25 drugs in question were critical and that if their prices were raised, it would make the situation worse. Rosalind agreed with him and asked if he had any ideas. Then the protagonist asked her if she really trusted him. Rosalind confidently replied that she really trusted him. The protagonist then suggested that she should cut off all contact with the companies involved. The girl explained that it was more difficult than it seemed, explaining that the department is responsible for importing drugs, and local departments no longer have the right to interfere. The protagonist then said that he would inform all third-level hospitals to increase their import purchases. In response, Rosalind said she could arrange it, and Leon mentioned that he wanted to stock up on supplies before prices went up. However, Leon explained that this would not be entirely effective because all of their goods would be detained by the transportation department. But he had a plan. He told the girl that at least 80% of their cargo was at the Zhanghai port and asked if it would be of interest to them. Rosalind was confused and asked how this would affect them. The protagonist then explained that they would be violating the contract regarding delivery times, and in response, he would release certain information. He said that he would inform them that their stocks would be cut in half, which would cause panic and shake the entire world market. At some point, the girl thought that this was too much. Leon then asked Rosalind to gather the necessary information and provide him with the names of 6 companies and their drugs. Rosaline agreed, telling him that she would do everything when she returned. After that, they left the cafe. Mayor Rosalind opened the car door and said that hundreds of thousands of people depended on her, and she relied on him. Leon, thinking she was nervous for no reason, assured her that they would do everything right. After these words, Rosalind left on business. Then Leon called Cassandra and asked if she was in the company and could help him with something important. He quickly went to Feng Lang's office. However, Cassandra became wary and asked why Leon was looking for her. Leon said he had emailed her a document and needed her to find the Sofa army and spread the word. Cassandra responded that using their country's servers was too risky and that the situation was very serious. Then the protagonist moved closer to her. He assured her that he would help her by spoofing the addresses of several foreign servers that could work for her, and explained that they would transmit information to the internet at specific addresses, ensuring that they would remain anonymous. The girl was very surprised and asked Leon if he really had hacking skills. Leon grabbed a chair and asked Cassandra if it was really that hard to forge an address, and Cassandra asked him how she could know that. Leon suddenly revealed that he was a cardiac surgeon at Huashan Hospital and invited her to come see him if she wanted. Cassandra was shocked and stood frozen in place, wondering how this could even be possible. 2 hours later, Leon told Cassandra that the addresses were ready and mentioned that it would be best to post the information in a place where there would be more men. Cassandra replied that she was already aware of this and would discuss it with the marketing department later to achieve better results. Then the protagonist waved his hand, telling Cassandra that the rest was up to her. The girl realized that there was no joking around with a person with such a brilliant and extraordinary intellect. At that time, Mike told Miss Jenny that the headquarters had already deleted everything, and as soon as the price went up, they would immediately understand everything. Jenny noted that Rosalind thought she was smart, but she was wrong, and that their department was not weak either. She added that tomorrow there would be a second round of negotiations with her. At that moment, Jenny's phone rang, and seeing that it was Director Roy calling, she put out her cigarette and attached her phone to the selfie stick. Jenny asked Principal Roy if there were any instructions for them. Roy told them that 6 major companies had contacted him and said that Zhonghai had purchased 25 drugs before the price increase. Jenny replied that she understood, noting that they all wanted to stock up before prices went up, and she would make a deal with them tomorrow. Director Roy agreed with her and said that the reports for this quarter would be good, praising her for her excellent work. He also mentioned that he had a new position for her and that she would get a promotion upon her return. Jenny was glad to hear this. She stood up from her seat, thanked Director Roy for his trust in her. The next morning, Leon went to the urgent care center, and as he approached the building, he noticed Selena. Selena handed the main character a folder with documents, stating that everything important was there, she added, asking him not to create problems for her. The protagonist then assured her not to be nervous, saying that he had a sense of caution. Selena then told the protagonist that they had an internal meeting to study a very good drug, and it impressed her. She asked what he thought about continuing to test the drug. Leon told her that it was no problem and that he would write her a power of attorney allowing her to handle the paperwork herself later. Selena then assured him that if that had happened, they would not have taken all the credit for it, and thanked him for his kindness. Leon then said that he had to get to work, assuring her that he would not keep her. Selena said goodbye to him, asking him to take care of himself. Then the protagonist headed to the tender center. Rosalind, who was standing there, noticed Leon. When she saw him with the documents in his hands, she immediately asked if he was really prepared. Leon showed her the documents and told her that she would witness a miracle. Meanwhile, Jenny and her team were already sitting in the conference room, waiting for Mayor Rosalind to arrive. At that moment, the door to the conference room opened and Leon and the mayor entered. Jenny told Rosalind that after their reinvestigation, they concluded that there was no room for price reduction, and the price was 289 yuan. Then the protagonist asked Mayor Rosalind not to sit down, saying that they would not talk much. Warren then asked Leon what he meant. Leon told everyone in the company that if they didn't lower the price now, they would have nothing more to discuss. Jenny thought that 6 companies had already raised their prices on everything, and wondered if Mayor Rosalind understood what was going on with this business. She was furious, and told Rosalind that the production of raw materials for pharmaceuticals was growing worldwide, and that was a fact. Jenny asked what they would negotiate about if not price. At this point, Leon threw a folder on the table, explaining that it contained a new Chinese patented drug that was more effective than ibuprofen and that it was better. He added that the document in the folder was a certificate issued by a professional organization, and he believed that was sufficient. Jenny and Mike were stunned, wondering if their competitors had developed a new drug. The entire group stood up from their seats. Rosalind did not expect such a reaction from her competitors. The group took Leon's document and examined it carefully, trying to figure out if there was a catch or if they had been deceived. Felix was puzzled, noting that the composition was identical to that of ibulopine. Mike, deeply concerned, asked Miss Jenny what they would do now. Jenny then told everyone that the documents were just lab data, not clinical results, and asked if they really thought they would believe that. Leon replied that clinical trials had already begun and that there was sufficient evidence for negotiations. Suddenly, he put his medicine on the table, saying that they had developed it and they could all take it to the lab, He further stated that once they realized that the best pills had no flaws, they would continue to discuss the price. Jenny studied the medicine, at a loss for words, and realized that it looked like they had lost. Leon explained that they hadn't studied the drug at all, but had quickly developed their own brilliant product. Rosalind listened, and Leon told everyone that if they raised the price of 25 drugs, his team would quickly create a better replacement. Jenny and her assistant Mike were at a loss for words, realizing that they had underestimated Rosalind's friend. Later, Leon and Rosalind went outside and she admitted that she was scared. Rosalind asked the hero if he was really researching the cure and if it was a trick to fool the others. Leon asked how she could think of him as a deceiver. The girl then asked if his drug could replace ibuprofen. Leon told her that he hoped she would give it the green light to move into the clinical stage as soon as possible. Rosalind looked at Leon silently, and he asked why she was looking at him like that. The girl explained that she was simply amazed at how quickly he solved the problem. Leon smiled and told her that perhaps he was chosen for this task, and that he had a talent for solving problems in their world. He added that he had already told her that he would help her rise as quickly as possible, and perhaps 2 months would be enough. Then he said goodbye to Rosalind. Leon was in a great mood as he walked home. Although Rosalind thought Leon was a bit of a scoundrel, she admitted that he was an incredible person. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Jenny continued to stand looking at Leon's documents about the drug, still unable to believe it. Mike told her that they needed to report everything to the head office, otherwise they would get into trouble. At this point, Jenny called Mr. Roy, knowing that he would be angry with her, but she had to inform him of the results of their negotiations. Mr. Roy was very pleased and asked how the negotiations went. He added that when she returned, he would throw a party for her. Then Jenny told Roy that she was asking for his forgiveness because something unexpected had happened. Mr. Roy was shocked by her words and asked what she meant. Jenny explained that their competitors had developed a drug with an effect similar to ibuprofen, and this was not science fiction. She added that they had a finished product with all the lab reports, and, simply put, their drugs had been replaced. A shocked Roy asked how a drug like ibuprofen could be developed in such a short time, something he thought was impossible. However, Jenny confirmed that they had taken the drug to the lab and that it had indeed worked, adding that China would manufacture all the pills itself. Mr. Roy was astonished, saying that was unthinkable, then asked why top-tier hospitals had been placing such large orders recently. He told Jenny that the transport had to be by air, not by water, and that she would immediately oversee the entire operation. After the conversation, Jenny felt very ill and almost fainted. Mike, horrified, asked her what was wrong with her and if he could take her to the hospital. But Jenny told Mike that there was no need for help and that he should just do what his boss told him. Jenny said that by raising prices, they could all make a lot of money. The next morning, Felix threw the papers on the table and screamed. His son told him that problems couldn't be solved with anger and that they needed to come up with a plan to fight back. Frank also mentioned that he had seen their new medicine and that it would be difficult for him to enter the market again if they didn't agree to the 9 yuan price. Felix said that for such a price there was no point in cooperating with them, and asked his son to find out all the information about Rosalind's friend. However, Frank stood up and said that they didn't need to do that because he already knew enough about the man. He said that the man was Charlie's friend and that he would deal with him soon. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital and was surprised when he entered. Sasha greeted Leon, asking if he had breakfast. She brought 2 bananas with her and offered them to him. However, Leon thanked her but refused the bananas, saying that he bought a pancake with fruit. People in the hospital kept staring at Leon, and he didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. He asked the girl what had happened to these people and whether he had done anything that could have offended them. Sasha explained that he had asked the woman to buy cheaper pills, and now all the patients went only to the girl. She added that the doctors no longer had patience, and naturally, they would see him as their enemy. Leon yawned and said that it was only their problem. A couple of hours later, the doctors were complaining that they had finished their work early, leaving them with very few patients, and that soon they would be looked at as clowns. The doctors, along with Jasper, went to Valerio and said that the newcomer Leon was to blame for all this. Valerio asked 2 doctors to go with him, explaining that they would go straight to the authorities. At that moment, all the dissatisfied doctors entered the chief physician's office. The doctor asked Valerio and the others what they were doing there. The doctor asked if the head physician knew intern Leon. The doctor told the doctors that he was aware of the complaints against Leon. Since many people had called him to complain about the newcomer, He suggested transferring Leon to the emergency room and then gradually isolating him from the team. Valerio screamed that he couldn't stand Leon for another minute. Just at that moment, Dr. Valerio's phone rang. He realized that an important contact had called and knew he had to answer immediately. The caller asked the doctor what was going on and whether the drug would sell, as he had spent millions funding the project. Valerio explained that they had a new doctor in the department and that he had no patience, leaving them with only one option: to drag him into it. The doctor promised to give Leon's number so he could talk to him. At that very moment, Jasper suddenly came up to him and asked his uncle why he did it. Jasper told his uncle that if they dragged newbie Leon into this, it would be their business and they would have nothing left. Then Uncle told him that after they agreed to cooperate, he would report everything to Mr. Zhao and Leon would be fired. Jasper praised his uncle, saying it was very smart. At this moment, guests arrived at Huashan Hospital to visit the patient. Celia said that they didn't need to stay any longer and that they could go home and prepare for the funeral. Layla, surprised, asked her how she could say that, since their father was now in a stable condition, and she seemed to want to divide his property. At that moment, doctors entered the room. Celia told Liana that she was glad to see her. Liana reported that it had been 2 weeks since her father left the intensive care unit, and he had recovered well but still needed constant rest. Celia then asked the girl if it would be better for her father to have surgery now, wondering how it would affect him. Liana explained that her father was too old, which increased the risks, and with a success rate of less than 10%, she advised that it would be better to avoid the surgery. However, Celia clenched her fist tightly and stated that she did not agree. She insisted that they needed to perform the operation. Leon, observing the situation, thought that Celia might have some mental problems. Layla then told Celia that the risk was too great and she strongly disagreed with the operation. An enraged Celia asked her if she was worried about her father's recovery. Wondering why she didn't want to cure him of such a terrible disease, she reminded Layla that he raised and educated her. The girl then replied that Liana had said that the operation was extremely risky and that her father might not survive it. Then Celia started yelling at her husband, calling him an idiot for not speaking up, and asked why he, as the head of the family, wasn't taking responsibility. Her husband replied that he also thought it would be better not to have the operation. Celia became furious and asked her husband what he meant and why he did not agree with her. She told her husband that he was an unworthy son of his father and stated that she would soon file for divorce. Her husband asked Celia not to leave and suggested that they discuss everything. He said that perhaps the operation was necessary. Then Celia's husband told the girl that they had decided to have surgery. Liana said she explained the risks, but since it was their choice, there was nothing more she could do. She instructed Dr. Sasha to examine the patient in the operating room after lunch and prepare the documents for signature. Meanwhile, Leon arrived at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, where Rosalind was waiting for him. She apologized for the suddenness, saying that she wanted to discuss a couple of things with him. She asked Leon if he had eaten, and he replied that he had not yet had breakfast, but would go with her after work. Rosalind told the protagonist that after the meeting they would have a delicious dinner. They entered the office where there were already many people sitting waiting for them. Selena noticed Leon and nodded to him, making it clear that he should pretend that there was no business between them. The girl then stated that she hoped that at the meeting everyone would be able to express their opinions and give recommendations on their recipes. One man asked Leon where the recipe came from. Leon explained that he took the recipe from the ancient pharmacopoeia of the Yellow Emperor. The man then asked where he got it. Since the book had been lost long ago, he suggested that the main character should be more serious, since this was not a joke. The protagonist then stood up and told the guests that they shouldn't even discuss it, adding that he hoped that Chinese patent medicine would enter the clinical stage as soon as possible. At that moment, he stood up and headed for the door, no longer wanting to answer any questions. Rosalind caught up with him and asked him to be serious, reminding him that the people in the conference room were important figures in the medical field. Just at that moment, a man appeared behind Leon and asked him to wait a couple of minutes. It was Damien, the director of the Chinese medicine hospital, who wanted to talk to him in person and get to know him better. He shook the protagonist's hand, saying that he had just broken through the solid ice that held back Chinese medicine, and he was delighted with this breakthrough. Both Leon and Rosalind were surprised by this. Damien then invited Leon to come to dinner when he had time. After the meeting, Rosalind told the protagonist that 6 major pharmaceutical companies had already sent the goods, and she had only recently learned about this. She mentioned that the first batch of drugs would arrive in Shanghai that night, which she found quite interesting. Leon replied that when the time came, she could inform them that the goods would also be confiscated, but he suggested that for now they should focus on dinner. At this moment, the protagonist received a call from the owner of the pharmacy at the entrance to the hospital, who invited him to dinner and wanted to ask him a few questions. Rosalind asked Leon who had called, and if he had finished his work yet. Leon explained that the drugstore owner wanted to chat with him over dinner. He added that he was not used to dining with a man, so Rosalind should keep him company. In response, Rosalind called him a fool and asked him not to say such things. After some time, Leon and Rosalind arrived at the restaurant. Upon entering the restaurant, they met a man named Wallace. The man was sitting at a table, clearly surprised that Leon was not alone. He asked Leon who the woman accompanying him was. Leon introduced Rosalind as his friend from the hospital, mentioning that she didn't know much about business. Wallace told the protagonist that he was a serious man and would speak directly. He explained that they had a batch of drugs in their pharmacy and he needed help to figure out how to sell them quickly. Wallace offered the protagonist 20% of the profit if he helped him. Leon asked if Wallace was serious about offering him 20% and if he thought that amount would be enough. Wallace then asked how much Leon wanted to get. Leon said he agreed to 30%. Wallace, however, insisted that 20% was the maximum he could offer, but added that if Leon was able to participate, he would increase the offer to 23%. The hero then warned Wallace that they had reached an agreement, but he would only believe it when they signed the contract. Wallace assured Leon that he could trust him as he had been in the business for many years. At that moment, he threw a wad of money on the table, pleased that they had reached an agreement. Then he took out a contract and handed it to the protagonist, who immediately signed it, formalizing their alliance. Wallace smiled, stating that they were now partners and he was very happy to cooperate. Leon then waved the document in front of Wallace's nose, noting that the agreement ensured that they were fully protected by the law. At this point, Wallace tensed up and told the protagonist that the contract was questionable and it was better not to involve their lawyers in this matter. Then the main character lightly nudged Rosalind with his elbow and asked her to stop eating. The girl introduced herself by saying that she was an economist from Shanghai and her name was Rosalind. Wallace froze in surprise, wondering if she was being serious or mocking him. Meanwhile, Leon continued eating. Suddenly, he asked Wallace where he got his phone number. Wallace began to think about his answer, realizing that he might not be able to fool Leon. Then Rosalind began yelling at the man, telling him not to bother trying to lie. Wallace, realizing he had been caught, admitted that his number had been given to him by their branch manager, Valerio, and they all signed an agreement with him. Leon asked Wallace if any doctors from other branches had worked with him, besides his own, expressing interest. The man replied that, in addition to the doctors he mentioned, there were 2 more doctors. They were greedy and very cunning people. Then the main character told the girl to ask people from their management department to look into it. He winked at her, letting her know that they needed to outsmart Wallace. Rosalind understood his plan and nodded. Before leaving, she told the protagonist not to worry, as everything would be sorted out soon. Suddenly, Lena appeared in front of Leon and congratulated the young man on having survived all the hospital's trials. Afterwards, the girl reported that the hero received a professional gift, a bag containing 10 million yuan and a luxury rickshaw. However, the protagonist made it clear that he genuinely enjoyed working at the hospital, and then added that he intended to stay there a little longer. At the same time, in Huashan Hospital, everyone who hated Leon began to secretly gather together, intending to achieve his expulsion. Valerio told Jiraiya that he had good news. Wallace had signed the agreement with Leon and their plan had worked perfectly. Jiraiya said that spreading such news only among the security guards was too boring. He was going to call the police. 15 minutes later, Leon opened the door to Mr. Jiraiya's office and wondered in surprise why he had been called and why he was being distracted from his work. Then Jiraiya informed him that he had learned of the signing of a contract between Leon and Wallace, the owner of the Tianjie pharmacy. He then pointed at him and said that he had violated the hospital's rules, and according to Jiraiya, such a person was not worthy of the title of doctor at Huashan Hospital. Leon calmly replied that without evidence, all these accusations were empty words that could not be confirmed, even with the greatest desire. Then Jiraiya showed the phone with the documents and asked if this was enough evidence. Valerio, in turn, noted with feigned regret that they were no longer destined to be colleagues. However, at that very moment the door swung open and police officers entered the office, and the officer asked if Jiraiya was really the head doctor. Valerio and Jiraiya found this incredible and were both amazed at how quickly the police arrived. Jiraiya immediately told the officer that Leon had colluded with the pharmacy owner, receiving kickbacks for the drugs, and demanded that the doctor be severely punished. However, unexpectedly, the officer informed him that they had not come for Leon at all, but for himself, after which he announced his arrest. Jiraiya froze in shock, not understanding why they were going to detain him. Valerio also couldn't understand why the police weren't taking Leon away and why they were the suspects. In response, the officer told the doctor that he had expected such words, after which he showed the arrest warrant and asked if there were any objections. Jiraiya was horrified and asked if this was all really happening for real. The officer then noted that the doctors themselves knew better than he did about their own violations, and then added that Leon had provided them with a complete dossier. Jiraiya couldn't believe what he heard and accused Leon of insolence, not understanding how he dared to accuse them of something they had not done. Leon calmly noted that he had been in the hospital for a little over a week and had long wanted to say goodbye to them and leave. He then pretended to be upset and stated that he did not want to leave this place at all, since he had become attached to his colleagues. Meanwhile, Sasha was looking for Leon, wondering where he had disappeared to. Then Jasper told her that she could no longer wait for Leon since he would definitely not return, and added, he stated that Leon had scheduled a meeting with pharmacy owners the day before and had most likely already been arrested there. Hearing this, Liana objected that Leon was not that kind of person and would never chase money and power. Sasha supported her, noting that she also did not understand how one could blame such a kind person. However, Jasper recalled the well-known saying that still waters run deep. Suddenly, Sasha exclaimed joyfully. Noticing Leon, who appeared next to the guy, the young man stopped without saying a word. Jasper asked him what he was doing there, whether he had finished all his business and dealt with the police. At that moment, he noticed that Jiraiya, Valerio, and the officers were standing behind Leon. But Jasper was glad to see the police present and said that he had warned everyone, but they didn't believe him, and now the officers had actually come to make an arrest. However, the police officers suddenly turned to the other two doctors, informing them that they both should go with him to the station to give statements. All the doctors watched as the police took away the criminals' accomplices. In conclusion, Leon pointed out to the officer that there was another person involved in everything that was happening, Valerio's nephew. The policeman thanked Leon and then ordered his men to immediately check on Valerio's nephew, Jasper. Hearing this, Jasper was horrified and began to assure the officers that he had done nothing illegal. After this, Liana approached Sasha and said that she had just spoken with Mr. Mao and already knew all the news. She then stated that, as of today, management had appointed her head of the cardiac surgery department. Liana then said that Sasha would no longer have to be transferred to the emergency department and could stay where she was. Sasha was delighted with what she heard, thanked Liana, and promised to make every effort. After this, the main character hurried his colleagues, reminding them that the operation on the patient from room 84 would soon begin, and they needed to prepare for it urgently. Liana supported Leon and asked the doctors not to be nervous, noting that they would prepare for the operation together. At the same moment, a signal indicator lit up, indicating the start of the surgical intervention. Soon, Celia noticed an incoming call. The girl felt that the conversation would be important. Looking around, she realized that the others were focused solely on her father's condition and were not paying attention to her, after which she decided to move away. Descending the stairs, Celia approached her lover and cautiously asked why he had come. The man explained that he had learned about today's operation and could not help but come, as he wanted to see everything in person. In response, the girl reported that doctors assessed the chances of success as extremely low, and there was a possibility that the old man might not survive. Celia calmly advised him to simply wait for news, adding that in the event of his death, all the family's property would go to her. Then the girl tidied herself up and explained that she had to go back, otherwise that idiot might suspect something and start grumbling. 3 hours later, the operation was completed and doctors began to leave the operating room, preparing to share the results with relatives. The doctor reassured them, explaining that the intervention had been extremely successful and the patient would undoubtedly live for at least another 10 years. Hearing this, Layla and Celia's husband, Jim, felt a huge sense of relief and sincerely thanked the doctor for saving their father. When Celia learned of the outcome of the operation, she froze in place, unable to understand how this could have happened given the low probability of success. Meanwhile, Leon informed the patient's relatives that they would soon be able to visit his father. He himself really wants to see his family after the operation. Jim thanked his wife, Celia, for her persistence, noting that if it weren't for her decision, The surgery might not have been performed and his father might have died. He kissed his wife on the cheek, while Celia herself realized with bitterness that, wanting to get rid of the old man, she, on the contrary, prolonged his life. Later, Liana ordered Sasha and Leon to stay in the hospital overnight, emphasizing that the first night after surgery was crucial. As night fell, most of the doctors went home, but Sasha and Leon remained on duty, closely monitoring the patients. Leon sat in the room with a book, and Sasha, exhausted after the operation, quietly fell asleep. In her dream, she saw herself eating a huge amount of food. However, Jim suddenly burst into the room and announced in a panic that something terrible had happened. His father had lost his heartbeat. Then Sasha and Leon immediately rushed to the ward to find out what had happened and why the patient had suddenly become ill. Rushing into the room, the doctors noticed that Layla and Celia were already there. At that moment, Celia pointed at Leon and declared that it was all his fault. The operation had been done poorly, and otherwise the old man would not have died. These words angered Sasha, who demanded that he stop talking nonsense, reminding him that the operation had been successful. However, Celia continued to insist that a problem might have arisen during the operation, which Leon had kept silent about out of fear of responsibility. While Leon was examining the patient, Celia sarcastically declared that she had exposed him, and now the old man's death lay on his conscience. The next moment, the hero could not stand it any longer and hit Celia in the face, ordering her to leave the room immediately and reminding her that this was not a zoo. Celia fell silent, unable to believe that the doctor had dared to hit her. Leon coldly stated that the doctors were examining a patient and demanded that she behave normally and not interfere. Jim rolled up his sleeves and, looking at Leon, asked him angrily how he dared to hit his wife, making it clear that he would have to answer for it. However, at that very second, the protagonist sharply kicked him in the stomach, no longer wanting to listen to threats from this scoundrel. Leon stated that this was no place for such scenes. Then he added that with such behavior, they would soon follow in the footsteps of their father. All the nurses who witnessed what was happening looked at Leon with admiration, calling him a real man. At this point, the hero cautiously asked about the patient's condition, and in response, Liana said that unfortunately nothing could be done. However, the hero's attention was drawn to a device next to the patient that displayed the heart rhythm. The device showed a complete absence of a heartbeat. At that moment, Sasha entered the room and noticed that the patient's face had acquired a bluish-purple tint. Leon replied that the cause was clearly not related to the operation, and even if there had been a medical error, the death would not have appeared this way. After this, Liana ordered that the police be called immediately. Sasha, in turn, asked Celia and the others not to touch anything at the scene and to wait for the police to arrive. About half an hour later, the police arrived at the hospital. According to preliminary information, the problem was with the ventilator. Celia stood in the room and listened attentively to the words of the police officers. She was overcome with anxiety, and she realized that the case could be solved quickly. Suddenly, she jumped up and ran out of the office. The officer called out to her sharply, demanding that she stop, and immediately set off in pursuit, ordering her men to block all exits. The next moment, she grabbed Celia and announced that the suspect had been detained and would now answer for everything. Layla immediately rushed towards Celia, unable to contain her emotions. The girl hit her in the face. Through tears, she demanded an explanation, not understanding why she had done this, since her father had always treated her with kindness and care. After this, Unity approached Liana and informed her that the body of the deceased would remain in the hospital for now, and that she would take the suspect and family members home. Liana then told Sasha and Leon that they should rest, as they had a serious conversation tomorrow and needed to prepare for it mentally. The next morning, Sasha invited patient number 25 to come in for an examination, at which moment Jenny unexpectedly entered the office. She told Leon some important news that he didn't know yet. All the major hospitals in China had already signed contracts with them. She clarified that the agreements were concluded after the price increase, and the company still remained in the black. Hearing this, Leon felt proud. However, at that moment, Jenny received a call from her assistant Mike, who said that there were problems in the supply department and the goods were delayed. Leon reminded her that, according to the terms of the contract, non-delivery of goods is considered a breach of contract, and all costs will be fully covered by them. After these words, Jenny felt a sharp deterioration in her health and grabbed her chest. The next moment she lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Sasha immediately noticed that Jenny should have been examined first. Several minutes passed, but the girl still did not come to her senses. And then Leon realized that it was time to move on to the next stage of the plan. Rumors soon began to spread online that the pharmaceutical product had serious problems and that the entire batch had been detained. Leon read the news carefully and noted with satisfaction that Cassandra had done her job well. Then Leon asked Sasha about Jenny's condition, and the girl responded that Jenny looked depressed. Hearing this, the protagonist made it clear that he understood the situation and promised to personally examine her and prescribe medication. Sasha expressed a desire to go with him, explaining that she wanted to learn a lot from such an experienced doctor. Then Leon headed to room 804 while the girl herself was sitting in the room. Seeing her condition, Leon noted to himself that if events developed in this way, she could begin to have serious psychological problems. Jenny sharply asked if he had really come to her just to demonstrate his superiority as a winner. In response, Leon unexpectedly announced that her company's shares had already fallen by 3% and would most likely hit rock bottom in the near future. This news made the girl furious. She demanded an explanation, not understanding how something like this could happen. Jenny tried to snatch the phone from Leon's hands, but he didn't let her do it. He then added that the company was rapidly gaining popularity on Weibo, reaching 1 billion mentions in just one day. Hearing all this, Jenny suddenly began to cough up blood. Deciding that this was the end and she was dying, Leon immediately called the nurse. Soon, Sasha came up to him and admitted that she sincerely admired him. Leon checked on Jenny's condition, and Sasha reported that the patient had regained consciousness and was feeling stable. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital. He entered the room and asked how she was feeling. However, the girl coldly replied that she felt fine before he appeared. Then she asked if he had any cigarettes. But Leon reminded him that smoking was prohibited in the hospital and refused to give him cigarettes. Jenny said irritably that she was tired of waiting and suggested getting straight to the point. Leon noted that it was clear from her tone that the head office had already given her instructions, and she had come to negotiate. In response, the girl reported that management had agreed to reduce the price to 138 and guaranteed that the cost of all drugs would not increase further. However, Leon objected, saying that the price of ibuprofen should be 9 yuan and the price of the other 25 drugs should be significantly reduced. Then Jenny stood up abruptly and said that this was impossible, because in that case, the company would go bankrupt and lose its business completely. She added that the price of 23.4 is final, and if the conditions are not accepted, entering the Chinese market will lose all meaning. Leon agreed with these words, noting that this option suited him, but made it clear that he would need something else from her. Hearing this, Jenny became very nervous, not understanding what exactly he might demand. About half an hour later, Leon left the room, where he ran into Sasha, who asked why he had been in the room for so long. In response, Leon calmly reported that Jenny was alive, feeling well, and would be discharged home tomorrow. As he left, Leon confirmed his decision, explaining that she was healthy. The nurses, hearing this, did not hide their delight, calling Leon incredible and joking that they were ready to get sick on purpose just so he could treat them. After this, the hero went outside and called Rosalind, asking about her plans for the evening and inviting her to come to his place for dinner. After some time, Leon was already at home, waiting for the guest. Rosalind arrived and asked him ironically if he was ashamed to force a girl to buy groceries for his dinner. Then Leon invited her in, noting that he had been waiting for her for a long time. He added that he would take care of the grill and the pool, and the meat was her area of responsibility. Rosalind sat down at the table and asked why the meeting was scheduled at his home, and if there was any news on their previous case. Leon sat down next to her. He said that she had guessed correctly, and admitted that he had information that would surely interest her. Leon smiled and invited her to check out the size of his pool, adding that anyone would want to swim in that kind of water. Rosalind said that she was tired of his secrecy and was no longer going to guess what he meant. She said that she would go change. A few minutes later, the girl left the house and went out into the yard, where she stopped in front of him in an elegant swimsuit. Leon, frankly pleased, admitted that he would never have thought that the mayor had such a slender figure and such an impressive physique. Rosalind walked up to the pool and sat down at the edge of the pool. Leon watched her and thought that there was nothing more beautiful than natural beauty. When Rosalind finished swimming and came out of the water, Leon immediately took out an envelope and handed it to her, offering to look at the contents. Leon explained that the shares of 6 companies were about to fall sharply, so they were willing to do anything to avoid losses. He added that the price of ibuprofen has already dropped to 23, and the cost of other goods will be reduced by approximately 70%. He then clarified that the documents contain a list of people who received bribes, but it is still incomplete and will be supplemented. Rosalind replied that she needed to think things over and first discuss the matter with her grandfather to hear his opinion. Leon then noted that it was too late to go home and invited her to stay, reminding her that he had plenty of free rooms. The girl agreed, but noted that she first needed to take a shower after the pool. In the evening, the hero wished her good night and suggested postponing all other discussions until tomorrow. However, at that moment, Rosalind unexpectedly pulled him towards her and asked him to stay with her. Leon became wary and asked if she had had too much to drink. Then he noticed a bottle of wine next to the mayor and realized that she was indeed drunk. Rosalind didn't answer. She tried to pull him towards her again. At first, the hero did not resist the temptation. However, Leon quickly pulled away and stated that she was too drunk now. In response, the girl insisted that she was fully aware of her actions and that it was not about his help at all, since she had had feelings for him for a long time. After some time, Leon was already lying in bed. Rosalind suddenly remembered the documents and asked to send her a copy. Leon replied that he would immediately send the file to her phone. After this, Rosaline got up, deciding that it was time for her to go home since she had to get up early tomorrow. At that moment, her grandfather called her and asked where she got these documents and whether she could guarantee their authenticity. He agreed with her arguments and insisted that she take up the matter as soon as possible, emphasizing that there was no time to waste. Leon noticed that she couldn't zip up her zipper and offered to help, and her grandfather, hearing this, immediately became wary, asking whose voice it was. The girl quickly replied that her phone battery was running low and then ended the conversation. At this moment in Yanjing are Rosalind's grandfather and father, Samvel and Gregory. They looked at their watches and noticed that it was already 1 o'clock in the morning, not understanding where the girl was now, which caused them great concern. Gregory, horrified, asked what all this was and whether his daughter was really with someone before the wedding. In response, Rosalind's mother, Charlize, tried to calm them down, saying that she and her grandfather were overreacting. She assumed that their daughter was simply spending time with friends and that nothing untoward was happening. Gregory leafed through the list of evidence Leon had managed to obtain and declared that such a document was an extremely dangerous thing. However, Charlize, on the contrary, noted that all this could become a rare chance for the Liang family. Samvel agreed with her words, emphasizing that this list can really help the family avoid many obstacles. After this, he ordered that they no longer drink wine, adding that he intended to meet an old friend the next day. He then told his son that he wanted to find out where Rosalind got this information and whether she was dating someone more powerful. Charlize asked her father if he knew Leon's origins, reminding him that he had recently successfully performed a complex operation on Mr. Yan. In response, Samvel asked a counter-question. Did she remember the man who once defeated a black bear with his bare hands in the Northeast? Hearing this, Gregory was shocked, stood up abruptly and asked again if his father was really talking about that very man. Meanwhile, Rosalind adjusted her hair and informed Leon. She added that her grandfather knew perfectly well how to dispose of this material. After this, the girl kissed Leon on the cheek, confessing that others would never know how much he had helped her, but she herself would remember it forever. The hero calmly replied that it didn't matter to him, since she already understood what he was trying to achieve and understood him better than anyone else. Rosalind then gently advised him to rest, adding that she herself needed to go to work and finally settle the issue with the medications. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital, but upon entering the building, he met strangers there. One of the men presented Leanna with a gift and introduced himself as a new colleague, expressing hope for a friendly relationship in the future. The girl responded by noting that Leon had finally arrived, and that the two standing nearby were the new deputy heads of the department. He then explained that one of them was named Valentine and the other was named Bennett. At this point, Valentine noticed that he had heard about Leon's high status and that he had previously carried out an extremely complex operation. The main character clearly didn't like this. He gave the newcomer a cold look and didn't understand why it was necessary to bring up the topic at all. Sasha stepped between them in time, immediately sensing the tension and realizing that a conflict was brewing between the doctors. To ease the tension, she told Leon that the patient in room 804 was being discharged today and asked if he would like to visit her. The hero thought for a moment and realized that he had indeed completely forgotten about Jenny, and therefore decided that it was worth checking on her condition. By that time, Jenny was already packing her things. Noticing Leon, she asked why he came and whether he was going to humiliate her again. Leon noted ironically that it was strange to hear such words, considering how much money she had spent here. In response, the girl admitted that she perfectly understands her inequality with him, but she cannot understand for what purpose he continues to come to her. The protagonist took the results of her examinations and noted to himself that she openly hated him, but he was rather amused by this. After these words, Jenny felt bad again. Then Leon more calmly advised her to rest and not to be nervous, emphasizing that in this case her heart would quickly return to normal. In response, the girl flared up, declaring that she was being discharged today and that she no longer wanted to see this scoundrel. Then Leon asked Sasha to give the patient the bill for the treatment. She handed over the documents and clarified that the total amount was 12,480 yuan. 10,000 had been paid previously, so another 2,480 remained to be paid. The girl looked at the bill with disbelief and asked the doctor if the treatment really was that expensive. In response, Sasha explained that Leon had ordered the use of exclusively imported drugs, citing her high status. This completely infuriated Jenny. She mentally called Leon a real thorn. After this, the doctors returned to the office, and Leon informed Sasha that all the formalities were completed and it was time to get to work. The girl noted that she had involved several people so that he would not have any problems. At that moment, Liana entered the office and immediately ordered all the doctors to pay attention to the information in the folder. She then turned to Leon, explaining that this was the medical history of a man who was going to have surgery the next day. However, at that moment, Valentine suddenly entered the office and announced that they had decided to celebrate their first day of work. The man suggested that his colleagues not order lunch today, explaining that he was treating everyone himself. Sasha was genuinely happy and thanked both Valentine and Bennett. In response, the new doctor modestly stated that gratitude was unnecessary and clarified that, if he was not mistaken, there were only 28 people working in their department. Meanwhile, Sasha asked if he really intended to treat absolutely everyone, noting that the sum would be quite impressive. Half an hour later, the couriers arrived and announced that the order had been delivered. Valentine praised the couriers for their efficiency and ordered them to leave all the dishes on the table at the entrance, after which the couriers left. When the food was served, he announced to his colleagues that he invited everyone to dinner. Then Valentine walked up to Liana's table and demonstratively placed a box in front of her. He announced that it was a caramel latte especially for her. Sasha immediately sensed something was wrong and asked in bewilderment why Leon got the last portion and where the food was for Dr. Leon. Valentine feigned regret and said that he had completely forgotten about him, so he would have to order delivery himself. Liana looked at him coldly, immediately realizing that this was done intentionally. Moreover, Sasha realized it too. Then Sasha approached Leon and offered to give him her lunch. She said that she was on a diet and that fruit was enough for her. However, at that moment, the door suddenly swung open and Elizabeth entered the office, politely asking if Leon was there. The nurses were stunned and looked at the guest with curiosity. Leon was genuinely surprised by her appearance and mentally wondered why she had come to the hospital. Elizabeth explained that she had some free time, so she decided to visit him and bring him some food. After this, Leon informed Valentine that they could dine peacefully without him, as he would be away for a short while. Valentine was left seething with anger, not understanding how such a beauty could be interested in his opinion, such an unpleasant person. Soon, Leon, along with Elizabeth, went into the break room where he opened the food containers. Then the hero asked her to tell him honestly why she came. Elizabeth admitted that they hadn't spent time together for a long time. She was bored, and she decided to take care of him today. They sat in the break room for a long time, telling each other about everything that had happened during their separation. After some time, Leon walked the girl to the elevator, promised to pick her up after work, and wished her good luck. Elizabeth blew him a kiss goodbye and made it clear that she would be waiting for him in the evening. When Leon returned, Sasha approached him with a smile and asked him directly if the beauty was his girlfriend. But Leon jokingly replied that this girl was stalking him, and he was too popular among women and could not do anything about it. Valentine, hearing these words, only chuckled discontentedly. Meanwhile, Sasha added that they discussed the guest's outfit and noticed that her skirt was from the new Ba brand collection and was very expensive. Leon calmly explained that the girl had her own company, so such things were quite normal for her. Hearing this, Sasha couldn't believe her ears and asked in amazement if he really had such rich fans. At this point, Liana interrupted their conversation, reminding them that an operation was planned for the next day and everyone needed to begin preparations. Later, Hannah hurried down the street to get to where she planned to go. Suddenly, Leon appeared in front of her and asked where she was going in such a hurry. The girl was delighted to see a familiar face and admitted that she hadn't seen him for a long time, asking what he had been doing all this time. Leon replied that he had become a doctor and was gaining experience in medicine, after which he again asked where she was in such a hurry. The girl then reminded the protagonist about a tender for a project in the suburbs and mentioned that there was a group of people there who refused to move out. Leon calmly replied that it was always difficult to do business and negotiate with such people, after which he said that he was now completely free. However, Hannah cautioned him, noting that he might cause too much of a stir, and this matter required delicacy. After this, the hero and his girlfriend got into her car. Leon called Charlie and asked him to urgently send 10 trucks to the slums on Huihai. Leon explained that there were people there who didn't want to leave and needed a little help to make a decision. About an hour later, Leon and Hannah arrived in the Zhanghai slums. After looking around, the protagonist realized that he would have to act carefully, since the local residents would clearly not be happy about their appearance. One of the men approached Leon and respectfully asked if he was their boss's boss. The man explained that his boss had sent him a photo in advance and instructed him to wait for him here. Leon then instructed him to ensure that no one left the place, but strictly ordered him to act carefully and not to harm anyone. Soon the workers blocked the road with trucks, fully complying with the instructions. Almost immediately, a crowd of locals began to gather around Leon. One of them put forward a condition, 100,000 yuan for the apartment. Otherwise, they would not move anywhere. Hannah was amazed by the influx of people and quietly asked Leon where so many of them came from. The protagonist, in turn, noticed that there were indeed more residents here than usual. Hannah admitted that he was right and suggested that something unusual had happened, after which she offered to find out the reason. At that moment, the Chaoyang Company's negotiator, Ivan, approached them and was delighted to see them. Hannah demanded an explanation, asking why such a crowd had gathered there and what they were trying to achieve. Ivan explained that there are usually far fewer people, but today a rumor had spread that people were willing to pay 100,000 yuan for apartments. Leon concluded that all these people were just trying to create a scandal and said that he would deal with it personally. He walked out to the crowd and loudly asked what all the noise was about and who was in charge. Then he demanded that the person in charge come forward. One of the men stated that they had no conditions other than money, and that they would not move without payment. Leon calmly replied that these were empty threats and advised not to try to intimidate him. He had seen a lot in life and words would not break him. The angry man said that then they would not waste time talking, but Leon only grinned and then declared that no one would leave here without his permission. The man with a cigarette in his mouth grinned and asked if he was being threatened. In response, Leon calmly said that he could test it in practice and then understand what he was capable of. The man then ordered his bald friend to hit Leon, promising to pay him 5 times the damages. The bald, big guy confidently walked towards the hero, deciding that this would be the easiest money of his life. However, when he tried to get to the house, a truck blocked his path. Enraged, he tried to move it at full speed, crashed into a truck at full speed, and immediately realized that he had greatly overestimated his strength. The man fell to the ground from the powerful blow, unable to get up, and his friend, instead of helping, began laughing and filming the incident on his phone. The guys quickly lifted the bald man and took him aside. When he came to, they told Leon that they were leaving, but emphasized that this was not the end. Leon, watching them, noted gloomily that these people clearly would not give them a moment of peace. He immediately warned Ivan that he could not allow Elizabeth to find out what was happening. When they arrived at the parking lot, Leon told Hannah that he was going to go get Elizabeth now and asked her to be careful and not attract attention. Entering the office, Leon froze, amazed to see Elizabeth standing before him in a stunning dress. Elizabeth, noticing his surprise, smiled softly and said that she had been looking for a dress for a long time and had finally found the perfect one. Then Leon, slightly mockingly assessing her outfit, said that it was not as perfect as she thought. However, he then said that she would look even more beautiful without him. Elizabeth lightly accused Leon of acting like a pervert, and he, in turn, kissed her. The next day, Elizabeth arrived at Chaoyang Company early in the morning. She immediately contacted the secretary, asking him to notify the deputies and the project department that the meeting would begin at 10 in the morning. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called her. At first, the girl did not understand who it was and what the caller could want. And then a photo of Leon appeared on the screen, in which he allegedly beats a person. Elizabeth picked up the phone, and the man said that yesterday her subordinate was injured and was in the hospital after a conflict caused by Leon. Elizabeth immediately realized that Leon could be in serious danger, so she agreed to come to the scene to sort out the situation and protect him. Meanwhile, Ivan burst into Hannah's office, shouting that Elizabeth had found out that Leon had helped solve the problem with the slum project. Ivan explained to Hannah that Elizabeth had quickly taken the contract and left, which shocked Hannah, who immediately dialed Leon's number. The girl screamed in panic that Elizabeth had already left. The hero froze in place, instantly realizing that the situation was extremely serious. He quickly took off his medical gown, threw it to the nurses, and ran to the elevator, intending to catch up with Elizabeth and explain everything in person. And then Rosalind suddenly appeared in the elevator. She asked Leon what happened and where he was running. But Leon gently but firmly asked her to get out of the elevator, explaining that he would explain everything in detail later. The elevator closed, but Rosalind didn't insist. She knew that Leon never lost his composure, which meant something serious had happened. Meanwhile, Carson and his accomplices discussed the consequences of Leon's actions, the failure of negotiations, and the possible financial losses for their families. They decided that when Leon's woman showed up, they would take revenge and try to restore their reputation, as well as blackmail Elizabeth. Just as their discussions were reaching a fever pitch, Elizabeth entered the office with a folder of documents in her hands. One of the men greeted the girl with a smile and invited her to sit with them. Then she threw the documents on the table, declaring that everyone must sign them, thereby ending the horror. The man noticed that with Elizabeth's adamant position, it was difficult for them to discuss anything, but the girl remained adamant. Elizabeth exploded with rage, declaring that even if someone died and Leon ended up in prison, her business would remain under her control. She emphasized that she did not think that the problem could not be solved with 1,000,000,000 yuan, and that it was entirely possible. The men sitting at the table froze in amazement, realizing that they would have to work hard to get her money. The man tried to calm Elizabeth down, saying that they hadn't even started discussing the terms yet, and she was already so angry. However, Elizabeth replied that the contract had already been drawn up, all the formalities had been completed as they wanted, and that there was nothing more to discuss. The man said that he could not lead such a project alone, and he needed a smart partner. He directly asked Elizabeth if she was ready to cooperate, but the girl sternly replied that if he was not capable of handling the project on his own, then he should not accept it. The man became angry and commanded the security guards to stop this impudent girl. At that moment, the guards quickly blocked Elizabeth's path. The man poured himself some wine and emphasized that he was interested not so much in the project as in revenge against Leon, and invited Elizabeth to sit with them and have a drink. At that moment, Carson suddenly came up behind her and grabbed her arm tightly so that she couldn't run away. The man said they had a special wine that Elizabeth absolutely had to try and that she would be delighted. At the same time, Carson told his friends that he was filming everything so that Leon would see his girlfriend drinking with them and get angry. The man ordered Elizabeth not to make a displeased face, but to take a sip and relax with them. Elizabeth continued to shout that Leon would deal with them if anything went wrong. But suddenly the man grabbed her by the face and threatened that if she did not obey, the consequences would be dire, trying to pour wine directly into her mouth. At that moment, the door swung open with a bang and everyone in the room froze. Elizabeth turned her head and saw Leon. Leon, in a rage and with cold determination, shouted to all the men that none of them would leave here safe and sound. Carson, trying to protect his territory, asked if Leon knew whose zone it was and how he dared to trespass without permission. But the hero, without hesitation, kicked him in the face with such force that he flew towards the room. The man shouted, ordering his men to stop Leon and promising that he would answer for everything. But Leon just walked up to him and, grabbing him by the stomach, struck him. The man writhed in pain and tried to beg for mercy, offering all his territory. However, the hero did not listen, continuing to strike, depriving him of the ability to resist until he was completely immobilized. Leon then walked up to the man and pinned his hand with his foot, asking if he had used that hand to touch Elizabeth. The man, in horror, begged for forgiveness and promised to give everything if only Leon would show mercy. But the hero did not listen to him, continuing to squeeze his hand and making him scream in pain. After this, Leon turned to Carson, asking why he was bothering him and whether he was sure he could handle a man like him. Carson, horrified, asked not to jump to conclusions, realizing that resistance would only lead to even more painful consequences. Then Leon grabbed him and threw him to the floor, making it clear that any intervention would have a painful and final result. At that moment, Rosalind and Charlie burst into the office. They were amazed that Leon was able to deal with these people alone and were furious. Charlie tried to calm his friend down, assuring him that they would quickly solve the problem and that he shouldn't worry. But Leon calmly said that he just wanted to rip Carson's arm off. Nothing more was required. At that moment, Leon squeezed the scoundrel's hand with such force that he couldn't even move. All the protagonist's friends were stunned and could not utter a word watching such a scene. The man who was watching what was happening looked at the main character and suddenly realized that he was an exact copy of his father. Another man, noticing the tension, timidly told Leon that it was not his fault. Leon wanted to deal with him, but Rosalind stopped him, asking him to leave this place and promising that she would deal with him herself. At that moment, Elizabeth, noticing the main character, ran to him, begging him to leave here with her. Leon nodded in agreement with her and said that if she wanted, they would leave. He took Elizabeth's arm and they began to leave the room. On the street, she asked the protagonist if he had been hurt during the fight. But Leon abruptly interrupted her, asking what she thought and why she came alone to such a dangerous place. Elizabeth explained that she had received information from a stranger that his subordinate had been wounded, and she was afraid that Leon would end up in prison. Leon then sternly asked her why she believed all the words of strangers, and also pointed out the danger she had put herself in by not calling him in advance. Elizabeth apologized, admitting she had been foolish and promising that it would not happen again. Then the hero hugged her and asked her to be sure to call him next time, after which he quickly led her to the Chaoyang Company office. Elizabeth said that she understood that Leon had saved her, but asked him not to create such terrible scenes again. In Chaoyang's company, Leon wondered who could have called Elizabeth and why, and immediately called Rosalind. She explained that Charlie had asked her to send a demand to the families, and Wang Yang had entrusted her with this, and soon this man would disappear from Zhonghai forever. Elizabeth then suggested that Leon visit the port the next day to complete one stage of the reconstruction. The next day, Leon came to the hospital. Sasha was happy. She ran to him with news that should make him happy. She said that in a few days they would perform a coronary stent surgery, with Leon in charge and her as an assistant. Valentine overheard the conversation and suggested that all the doctors take a rest as a team, mentioning that the port of Wangjiang had been significantly expanded. After his words, the nurses turned to Liana and asked her to give them a day off. The woman agreed to give them half a day off. Sasha was surprised and asked if this was true and if it was really possible to leave. Liana explained that she could take the patients on her shift while the rest could rest. Valentin was surprised, but invited Elizabeth to join the walk and paid all expenses. Hearing this, Sasha joked that Valentine had only planned the main character, and his plan with her participation had failed. Dr. Bennett said he would remain on duty as he was no longer interested in entertaining young people. Valentin thanked him for his help and agreed to give up fun for the sake of work. Liana, noticing Leon, continued to stare at him, without taking her eyes off him and not wanting to listen to Valentine. And then the girl told the doctors that they could rest today. Valentin was angry. He was determined to show them that beauty does not play any role, only money rules the world. Soon everyone headed to Wangjiang port and was delighted with the weather. Sasha was amazed to see how much the port had changed, as she hadn't been there for a long time. Valentin explained that the new owner has invested 800 million to improve the port, and the second and third phases of reconstruction have already begun. Sasha was delighted and asked Dr. Valentin in surprise how he knew so many details. Valentin proudly replied that his friend was a member of a yacht club, so he knew about a lot of things, and suggested that everyone have a bite to eat and head to the port. Valentin assured the nurses that he kept his word and that their visit would not be in vain if they went with him. They would really see everything with their own eyes. He was confident that Leon would not be able to stop him, considering him incapable of resisting him. But Valentin was amazed when he noticed the main character and Sasha with Liana walking together to the port. He was puzzled as to where they were going. Sasha, smiling, asked the protagonist if he knew where they could buy a nice swimsuit, since they needed to choose a new one for Liana. The girl asked with a slight smile why she was so happy, because Leon did not expect to see her in a swimsuit. Sasha soon found a great option, but Liana sheepishly declared that such a swimsuit was too revealing. Then Sasha suggested another option with lacing, which would perfectly emphasize the figure and look very cute. Liana made sure that no one saw Sasha choosing a swimsuit for her. She didn't want Leon to see the fitting. She agreed to try on the chosen swimsuit, but asked to be given a cover-up. And then Sasha ran to Leon with the bags and cheerfully said that now he had to pay for everything. The hero nodded and agreed to pay for the purchases, and also asked the seller to give him a t-shirt and shorts. Soon, Leon left the store with his friends, while Liana put on a beautiful swimsuit and a coat, hiding from prying eyes. Valentin was amazed when he watched Leon and thought that he had an incredible figure. But Liana noticed that Valentine was not taking his eyes off her and immediately wrapped herself in her cloak. She got angry and sternly asked Valentine not to look at him but to concentrate on his food. At that moment, one of the nurses approached Leon and asked in surprise why he was hiding his figure under a t-shirt. Then Valentine laughed and said that Leon was just shy, but the nurses insisted that they knew Leon was in great shape. One of them suggested that everyone look at the main character's beautiful and toned torso. The girls ran up to him, intending to pull his clothes off, and then Leon realized that it was impossible to escape. A few seconds later, they skillfully removed his t-shirt, and Leon asked in surprise why this was necessary. The girls froze in amazement when they noticed how beautiful the main character's body was, and said that he could work as a model or an actor. Leon simply replied that he was not an exhibitionist and did not need to be. After the fitting, everyone headed to the beach, where the nurses played volleyball and Liana sat on the sand, enjoying the beautiful day. After lunch, the hero decided to take a walk. Sasha noticed him and asked where he was going, but Leon replied that he wanted to explore the surroundings. He went into the port operations center, where the manager asked if he was on vacation with friends and offered him a yacht for a ride. Leon thanked him, but said that he would choose the yacht himself. Sitting down on the sofa, he thought that he was finally free from work at the hospital and could calmly discuss his affairs. The manager said that the first phase of the port expansion is almost complete, and it is the largest port in the country, and the second phase will be no less impressive. The manager also said that when receiving other drawings, they will definitely ask the main character's opinion. Then Leon mentioned with a smile the construction of an artificial island in the sea. The man was shocked. He thought that the main character was just joking. Then he admitted that it was a joke. Leon explained to manager Benjamin that once the design was ready, they would contact him and discuss all the plans. Sasha asked where Leon was, and Valentin said that he had already contacted his friend with whom they could go out to sea. In response, Leon smiled and said that this meant that he would be able to join them in time. But then Valentin himself appeared nearby and warned the protagonist that their things could be stolen during the yacht ride. Leon said that he should thank Valentin because he himself organized the yacht and wants to take care of things. The man was a little embarrassed and explained that his words had been misunderstood. He had not intended to stay with them while the others were resting. At that moment, a man appeared on the beach, and Valentin's gaze immediately fell on him. The man stood with his friend, not taking his eyes off the doctor. Valentin said that he would go to him himself, but he was glad to meet him and was happy to see him today. The man's attention switched to Liana, and to everyone's surprise, he called her his daughter-in-law. Valentin pretended to be surprised and asked why the man said that about the doctor. The man exclaimed that if his mind was clouded by money, he was deeply mistaken, because this peer belonged only to his brother. Valentin couldn't believe his ears and hastened to clarify whether the port really belonged to him. The man asked angrily if he looked like a joker. Sasha was also amazed and thought that Leon was hiding much more than she thought and that he was really very successful. Then Leon approached the man and asked him not to say anything more unnecessary and asked if they wanted to take his colleagues for a walk. The man agreed that it was a great idea and was happy to invite guests. Leon then said that it would be better if they all went together and asked the man to call manager Benjamin to prepare the yacht. A few minutes later, a huge and beautiful yacht appeared in front of them. And then Sasha noticed that Valentin was sitting to the side and asked if he wanted to join them. But the man replied that he would stay and look after things. Then everyone boarded the yacht and immediately noticed how magnificent everything was. Liana stood on the edge of the deck, admiring the beauty of the seascape. She could not take her eyes off the view. Leon approached her and suggested diving into the water, adding that there was diving equipment on board, but Liana admitted that she had never dived. However, Leon assured her that he would be there and that everything would be safe and interesting. He put on a diving mask and invited Liana to put hers on too. Then the hero hugged her tightly before diving. Then they dived into the water together. Liana was afraid at first, but she trusted Leon, and soon they were enjoying exploring the underwater world. Below, they saw corals and colorful fish swimming right below them. And then suddenly Liana pressed her body against the main character. She gestured to him at her swimsuit, and Leon saw that her bra was unbuttoned. Without further ado, he helped the girl and fastened her swimsuit so that she wouldn't worry. At that moment, Liana felt real joy. Her whole face turned red, but she tried not to show it. After a while, they surfaced. Sasha approached the girl and asked why Liana's face was so red. Liana explained that it was her first time trying diving, so she was a little nervous, but everything went well. Leon then reminded them that some still had to go back to work, so it was time to return to the beach. A few minutes later, they returned, and Valentine was glad to see them. Sasha admitted that it was really cool to watch Leon and Liana dive together. It was incredibly interesting. Leon was surprised and wondered if Sasha was saying all this to irritate Valentine. Then Liana gently suggested that the boys get back to work, reminding them that many needed to go home and that tomorrow was a long day of work. Soon they returned to the hospital together, and then suddenly they heard a voice. Liana saw that it was her Uncle Wei in front of her. She asked him what he was doing here. Wei explained that he came with relatives and decided to wait for her to get help. Lorena, who was standing next to Dasan, told Liana that she had heard of her reputation and knew that she could help. The woman was surprised by Lorena's words and said that she could recommend a good doctor to them. But Lorena told him that her uncle was suffering from heart problems, and her father asked Liana to help. She carefully clarified whether she was currently the head of the department or the deputy. Wei and Lorena expressed relief that she was indeed the leader and asked to go inside. Leon listened attentively to what her relatives were saying, and irritation began to boil within him. Liana said that today she is in the inpatient department, not the hospital, and they will need to see the deputy. But her relatives were clearly unhappy with this and began to reproach Liana for the fact that it was only thanks to them that she was alive, and she was so grateful to them. Then Liana decided to help them faster so that they would stop bothering her. She smiled and told the family that they could go to the waiting room and she would help. Leon added that he would go with her since the shift was not over yet and he needed to help the boss. The girl then told the relatives to line up at the reception desk under the name of Dr. Bennett and go to room 306. Wei went to the registration window and told the receptionist that they needed Dr. Bennett and was told that the appointment cost 84 yuan. Wei was shocked by the amount. He only had 800. Dasan explained to him that 60 yuan of the amount was Liana's commission, and otherwise she would not be able to earn money. Then Wei, with his hands trembling from greed, finally agreed. Meanwhile, Liana apologized to Leon for having to watch this scene. But he consoled her, saying that everything was fine, but such people should not be indulged. Otherwise, they would only become more impudent. However, Liana decided that all their demands needed to be met quickly so that they would leave and not interfere with the work. Soon, her family entered room 306. Wei reported that he felt pain in his heart. Sometimes his arms and neck hurt, which caused discomfort. Liana then suggested it might be angina and ordered an electrocardiogram to help develop a treatment plan. A few minutes later, Wei and Lorena returned to the office noisily, expressing dissatisfaction with the cost of the procedure. Leon and Liana froze, not realizing how shameless people could be. The hero sternly said that the equipment in the best hospital was not free, but Wei said that an ECG cost more than 500 yuan. He wished that Liana would simply give him the medicine, but the woman was surprised by his impudence and asked why she should do it for free. Lorena added that the hospital has its own pharmacy, and the doctor should distribute medications for free. Liana was stunned by how unceremoniously they demanded everything at her expense. Then Leon intervened and suggested that all the medications could be obtained at the hospital. But then he added that if the relatives wanted, she could give them sleeping pills right now so they would leave faster. Dasan immediately rolled up his sleeves and asked what he meant by demanding an explanation. Then Leon clearly said that they could either undergo an examination or leave and not interfere with their work. Then Wei said that Liana could forget about her relatives. Now they were no longer her family. Finally, Dasan once again threatened Leon that he would not forget them and would soon regret his behavior. All the relatives finally left the office and Liana exhaled deeply, feeling relieved. Tota Leon turned to her, came closer and quietly said that now she could not be afraid. He was always there and would protect her. In response, the girl smiled gratefully. The next day, Valentine was quietly walking down the hallway with a box in his hands. But suddenly Sasha saw him and asked in surprise what had happened. Valentine explained that he himself made the decision to go to the United States to study and gain experience. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. It was the police. The police officer reported that Valentine's father had recently been suspected of bribery and was about to be taken to the station for questioning. Leon watched as the police led him away and realized that Rosalind had already begun to act. Then Sasha whispered to him that only a little time had passed since the previous arrests of the doctors in their department, and now the arrests were starting again. But Liana quickly intervened, asking them to stop discussing and focus on work. All the nurses began to disperse as soon as they heard the doctor's order. Then Liana quietly approached the hero and asked what he wanted to eat. She offered to order lunch directly to the office. But Leon replied that she would have things to do in the afternoon. Liana sighed with displeasure, but did not insist, and soon after that, the hero headed back to his company. Entering the office, Leon was glad to get back to business. Helga and Sean greeted him with joy. They missed their boss, and then Leon asked about the situation with Baba's company. Helga reported that the data center had been moved to their premises and also spoke about problems with personnel changes. Leon emphasized that these issues need to be resolved immediately and that he will take care of this immediately after the end of the fight with Cisco. Helga added that their order for 3 billion has already been processed and will be delivered in about a week. Leon was pleased with the results and said that the plan should be included in the agenda, as it was extremely important. Then Helga asked if Leon wanted to know how things were going with the fund. The hero took the documents and said that he would look at them. He had nothing urgent. Helga said that they had already funded 74 orphanages, but the results were not very effective. She proposed investing in several poor areas and building primary schools. Helga pointed to 2 cities, Beiqiao and Furong, that need such projects. Leon thought about Beiqiao City. He had recently heard about it and remembered Liana's stories about growing up in this place. His assistant noted that the town's GDP was less than her boss spent on food. Then Leon handed Helga the documents and said that they would start with the school in Beiqiao. But Helga noted that the road to the school was bad, about 30 kilometers of dirt road, and she also expressed doubts about whether they would be able to find teachers there. But Leon said those 30 kilometers of road were nothing compared to childhood dreams destroyed by the lack of infrastructure. He asked Helga to draw up the calculations for the project, including the construction of the road and bridge. The women were shocked, as these were huge expenses, even more than the cost of the school itself, and they did not understand where they would get such money. Leon then offered to invest some of his funds and promised to personally contact the school administration to organize the new project. Helga was amazed by her boss's determination and noted with delight that he surprised them more and more every day. Immediately after this, the girl ran to carry out the order. After that, Leon headed to Zhonghai Normal University to resolve another important issue. He entered the office and immediately addressed Finn, emphasizing that he wanted to discuss urgent matters. The man was glad that Leon had come. He invited him to a daytime reception where many people were expected to gather, but Leon politely declined. He had more serious matters to discuss. He wanted to help Nadezhda school, but he was faced with the problem of finding teachers and infrastructure. Finn, understanding the scale of the plan, reassured the protagonist that the difficulties could be resolved and that it would be an honor for the teachers to work at his school. Leon agreed, noting that they would discuss the details later, but for now he needed to move on with other projects. As he stepped outside, he noticed Rosalind standing on the sidewalk talking to someone. He was surprised and decided to come over to find out what she was doing. However, he suddenly decided to scare her a little. The hero quietly approached from behind, trying not to make a sound. Leon almost touched her to close her eyes and scare her, but at that very second, Rosalind reacted with lightning speed. She crouched down and instantly pulled out her weapon, pointing it straight at him. Leon froze. The speed of her actions was stunning. When Rosalind saw who it was, she asked why he came up behind her. Leon exhaled and said with a smile that she scared him to death and that carrying a gun was extremely dangerous. He explained that he had come to talk to her and that she had previously helped him as his assistant in the company. Then Rosalind said that she was going to a reception invited by university officials and invited Leon to join her. He agreed, and soon they headed to the right place. Together they came to the hall where the event was to take place. Finn noticed the protagonist and expressed his joy that the vice-rector found time to visit them. Rosalind was surprised to learn that Leon also held the position of deputy. She realized that her friend knew how to surprise even more, hiding many talents. Soon, all the guests took their seats, and the host announced the beginning of the show. Then Rosalind quietly told Leon that if he had anything to say, she was ready to listen. He told about the poor town of Beiqiao and his plan to build a school there, as well as a road, and asked if Rosalind could help him. Rosalind was shocked by what she heard. She didn't expect Leon to personally take on such a large-scale project. She noted that she had only recently arrived in Zhonghai, had previously worked elsewhere, and was not yet familiar with the people of Yangcheng, but was willing to help. Leon then thanked her for her willingness to participate in this project. She replied that if he conducted the meeting successfully, she would immediately contact the foundation and begin to resolve all issues. Leon looked at Rosalind and asked with a slight grin if she really wanted to embarrass him. In response, Rosalind reminded the hero that money was needed to implement her plans, and money doesn't grow on trees. At that moment, he stood up from his seat. The event's host approached the hero, asking if their deputy rector was really willing to organize a small concert for the students. Rosalind watched in amazement as Leon calmly walked up to the stage, walked up to the piano, and told the students that he wanted to perform a song for them. He began to play, the melody softly filling the hall. When it was time to sing, Leon took a deep breath and began to perform his favorite song. The students listened to him with bated breath. Rosalind was also amazed. She thought to herself how this man could hide so many talents. After the performance, she asked him how much talent was still hidden within him, and also promised to take care of finding funds for him. Leon simply thanked Rosalind for her trust and support, and thought that he should find a way to express his gratitude to her. Leon then said that she could stay, that he still had things to do, and that they would discuss all the details later. The next morning, he went to the university where the chip project was being worked on. He walked into the office and the doctor greeted him warmly. Then Leon inquired about the progress of the work, and the doctor said that they had almost reached a new technical process. However, we are still far from creating top-end chips. The main problem is the light source, without which it is impossible to improve production. Leon asked how much time and money it would take, and the man explained that a lot of money would have to be invested and that it would take at least 3 years. Even if you're lucky with your light source, your competitors will still be one step ahead. Leon, lost in thought, remembered that Satsuma was a world leader in optics and promised that they would find a solution. At that moment, Lizzie entered with Samuel and asked the protagonist if he was looking for them and what exactly he needed. Leon said that their developments could have been presented to the world earlier, but all the patents were stolen by Cisco. 20 patents in total. Lizzie was surprised why they were releasing the first version when the second one was already ready. But Leon just smiled, noting that after the morning conference they would probably be called to court. But for now, he wanted to make it a surprise. After that, Leon headed to the Quechuang Company's production park. The manager greeted him, expressing his joy at his visit. Leon noticed that in his formal suit he looked like a high-ranking official who could confuse anyone. The manager just laughed and said that Charlie ordered to obey all the main characters' instructions. Then Leon came closer and laid out his ideas, surprising the manager with his bold plans. The manager was amazed and at first doubted that they would succeed. But Leon simply asked them to do everything according to his instructions. At this time, Vivian was sitting in the office and doing her tasks. Suddenly, Leon entered her office and she was incredibly happy to see him after a long absence. He asked about the state of the factory. Then Vivian explained that the Quechuang factory no longer belonged to them. The workshop and warehouse had long been controlled by people from Cisco. She tried to check the fire safety, but she was forbidden to do so. Vivienne then noted sadly that she could have taken on another project and done it well if Leon had given her something else to do. Vivian timidly admitted that she felt awkward. She was doing nothing, but receiving a salary. However, Leon reassured her, saying that she was doing a great job, that Cisco and Kang would soon stop cooperating, and that she had already helped him. Then Vivian smiled sheepishly again, saying again that she did nothing and yet she still got paid. Then she suddenly kissed the protagonist, which took him by surprise. Then he pushed her down on the table and told her that she didn't need to rush to repay the debt. She could do whatever she wanted. Vivian was very embarrassed, but at the same time happy that she had achieved her goal. About an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Leon opened it and saw James, who said that he had been standing in front of the door for a whole hour listening to the groans. But Leon explained that he was checking the employee's work. James expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that he placed an important person next to the toilet, and for money too, noting that this was not the way to work. But Leon said that there was nothing to be done, because he had lost hundreds of thousands. There was no money, and it was impossible to change the situation. James said he understood the hero's desire to make money, but noted that such a method was unacceptable and payment must be made according to the rules. Leon then explained that he had given James the entire assembly line and warehouse of Quechuang, and she had the right to inspect the fire safety. James was surprised that the secretary had already managed to convey the information to the boss. Then he confirmed that the secretary could go into the warehouse and check everything. After some time, Leon and Vivian visited the Quechuang Company warehouse. James's secretary thought the man was an idiot and was irritated by his attention. The man replied that such people like to demonstrate power, that Leon wants to show his best side in front of the secretary, nothing more. The girl noted with a smile that James was very insightful. Soon, Leon and Vivian inspected the entire work of the company, and the employees greeted him, promising to fulfill any wishes. Leon noted that they are excellent workers and can be proud of their work. James, along with his secretary, watched the scene and thought it was too ostentatious. Then he approached the hero and offered to show him the entire work process if he wanted. Leon agreed and asked the manager to follow him. He explained to him all the details and shortcomings of Cisco. As things progressed, the hero noted that the warehouses were filling up, but with the current approach, profits would be low. James expressed irritation and said that it was a small business, not comparable to the protagonist's empire. Leon replied that James was a smart man, but he still had a lot to learn before becoming a successful boss. The man was shocked that Leon was speaking so brazenly. Once the warehouse tour was over, Leon instructed manager Liu to return to work. He nodded, getting ready to leave, but James stopped him, demanding an explanation. In response, Liu firmly said that he should stand near the toilet and collect the fee. James was furious at what was happening and immediately demanded an explanation from the protagonist. Leon explained that he was not interfering, but Liu was his distant relative and his family was poor. Leon then suggested going to the dining room to discuss the details calmly and asked manager Liu and James to follow him. The man was surprised why they couldn't discuss everything on the spot. However, Leon explained that running such a large plant requires concentration, and he wants to think about how to increase revenue. James then began taking notes, planning to sort things out so that everyone would be happy. He stated that the warehouse, canteen, and toilets were now under his control, and Leon then remarked that James was a wonderful person and could rest easy. James then instructed his assistant to prepare a contract for the transfer of the warehouse and canteen so that he would no longer see Leon. Leon then informed James that he was leaving as he still had a lot to do and that they would contact each other later. Soon the hero asked the manager if he had carefully examined the layout and location of the CCTV cameras, to which the manager nodded. Liu said that he would wait for the protagonist's personal order, after which they would immediately get down to business. Meanwhile, Cassandra discussed pressing issues with her father. The man was shocked that Lunson was going to present the first series of chips. The girl confirmed that the information was reliable and that Fengland Culture would indeed introduce a new product. The man noted that despite being a leader in chip development, Lunson should not be underestimated and they must be prepared. But Cassandra, taking the bag, told her father that she had given him all the information, and now he had to decide what to do next. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital and noticed Liana sitting in the office, writing down data. Leon asked her if he remembered correctly that she was from Beiqiao, and also inquired when she planned to return home. Liana didn't understand why Leon was asking about her city, so she replied that she was going to visit her family the following Wednesday. The hero then gently took her by the shoulders and said that he also needed to go to Beiqiao. Liana was surprised and asked why he needed to go there, but Leon explained that it was a secret. At that moment, someone called the hero. It turned out to be Rosalind, who asked what his plans were for the evening. Leon agreed, specifying that he would pick her up after work. Soon, he drove up to the right building. Rosalind was surprised to see that Leon drove up in a sports car and was worried that colleagues might notice him. Leon then asked what the problem was and suggested that perhaps Rosalind had never dealt with such wealthy people. She then got into the protagonist's sports car, at which point Rosalind's phone started ringing. It was her mother who wanted to know how she was and what she was doing. Rosalind picked up the phone and asked the protagonist to be quiet so that her mother would not notice anything unnecessary. She explained that she was studying the materials after the meeting. At this time, someone suddenly started honking at them. Rosalind was confused, not understanding who it was. She realized that it was her mother, who had apparently been watching her from the very beginning and now knew about Leon. The hero asked what was going on and why the girl wasn't coming out to the man who was clearly signaling her. And then Rosalind confirmed that it was her mother. Then Leon decided to be the first to greet the woman. He noted that she looked like his daughter, but her character was different, and his daughter was still far from her. He explained that Charlize had come to visit her daughter and suggested that he come over to them. Rosalind, surprised by her mother's sudden visit, asked why she had come unannounced. Charlize explained that she was at a meeting and wanted to invite her daughter to dinner, but did not expect to meet her there. Rosalind tried to explain to her mother that she had misunderstood the situation. He had come to pick her up for work. Charlize, stroking her daughter's hair, noticed that she hadn't asked anything yet. She added that they could have dinner another time. Then Leon asked what could be more important than his mother, and explained that they would keep her company. Charlize agreed that dinner with the hero would be a good opportunity to learn more about him. Rosalind informed the hero that they would postpone work until tomorrow. Soon, all three arrived at the restaurant and sat down at the table. Charlize noted that she did not expect that there would be three of them, now that the hero would have to spend a lot of money. But Leon just smiled and found it strange that he had to pay in his own restaurant. Rosalind admired the way her friend impressed her mother. Charlize reflected on the fact that Leon had only arrived in Shanghai 2 months ago and had already achieved so many results that it seemed incredible. She said she had heard about his development of a lithographic machine and wanted to know more about it. Charlize also explained that if there were difficulties in finding investments, she could help. Leon thanked her and said that at the moment he had enough funds. But Charlize added that developing a lithography machine is a bottomless pit, and she is ready to help even with tens of billions. Leon then honestly told the woman that he needed a 4-meter-long light source, which only the Satsuma company could produce. Charlize noted that Satsuma is a foreign company with complicated relations, and obtaining such a source would not be easy. Leon added that he had contacted Satsuma representatives in China, but this did not resolve the problem. The woman clarified that in order to negotiate, it was necessary to offer them an equivalent purchase. Leon then stated that he understood her words and would definitely follow her advice, hoping that it would help. He thanked her and noted that he would only seek her advice when necessary. Charlize raised her glass of wine and said that she would be happy to help, and Leon could ask her any questions. Leon, in turn, thought that Rosalind had an interesting mother who, apparently, was up to something. Soon, the hero stood up and told the ladies that he would call a driver and that it was time for them to leave, as he still had a lot of things to do. As soon as Leon left the restaurant, Rosalind hugged her mother and admitted that she missed her very much. Charlize noted that her daughter was still a child at heart. Rosalind asked her mother what she thought of the hero, but Charlize advised her to focus on work and return to Yangjing as soon as possible. Charlize added that a man like Leon was not meant for ordinary life, explaining that either he would consume this world or the world would consume him. Rosalind responded with a frown that she understood her. Later, Leon arrived at the place where Rosalind had called him to meet important people. He was surprised to see how many influential people had gathered for the meeting. Rosalind informed the guests that Leon had finally arrived. In the room were an official from the city of Yangcheng and the mayor of the town of Beiqiao. On the other side was also a reporter from Zhanghai TV station Vicky. The official shook the hero's hand and thanked him for his financial support of Beiqiao and Yancheng, noting that it was a great honor for them. Leon, in turn, said that he was too kind, that he had not done anything special, and he was always happy to help. Then Vicky informed the hero that if he was ready to start the interview, he could sit down and they could begin, since all the cameras were already set up. As Vicky sat down next to the hero, the cameraman asked his colleague if they were ready for him to start filming. Vicky informed the operator that they were ready. The reporter wanted to know Leon's purpose in building a school for children in a place like Beiqiao. Leon explained that he wanted to give children the opportunity to realize their dreams, and that it would only take him 6 months to change their destiny. Rosalind watched from the sidelines as the protagonist interviewed Vicky. She nodded and agreed with everything her friend said. An hour later, Rosalind thanked Mr. Vicky and his colleagues for their help, emphasizing that without them, it would have been difficult to resolve all the issues. Then Rosalind asked the protagonist to wait and left for a while. A few minutes later, she returned and handed him the documents, which turned out to be a check for 10 million. Leon was amazed and asked where such money came from. Rosalind explained that it was a gift from her mother, who heard about the school and road project and immediately donated funds. Leon explained that the government covered 40%, and his future mother-in-law gave him 10 million, and now he did not have to spend his own money. He hid the check and asked Rosalind to thank her mother for everything, including the money she received. The girl then clarified the protagonist's plans, noting that the officials were ready to meet with him at any time. Leon said that he had a colleague from Beiqiao and he would go there with her tomorrow to meet. Rosaline then sat down and said that she would let Vicky know later that she was ready to meet in the morning. However, the girl thought to herself that Leon definitely had a good sense of humor. The next morning, Leon came to his company. He told his employees that he had a check. Suddenly, he froze in surprise. Helga was standing in the office, changing her clothes, and was shocked by his appearance. Helga started yelling at the protagonist, asking why he came at that particular moment and why the door wasn't closed. She added that if she had known about his visit, she could have worn more appropriate underwear. Leon then showed Helga a check for 10 million, explaining that it was a donation for the school's Hope Project. The girl immediately noted that the financing was provided by the Chongqing company, worth 8 trillion. Leon was surprised and asked if this was really true. He then asked Helga not to deposit any money into the account for now and to carefully consider her next steps. Leon then went outside to think alone, wondering if he had missed any information. He thought about Rosalind's mother, how she owned a huge company, and how he was nothing compared to her. In the evening, Leon arrived at the meeting place with reporters. Vicky was already waiting for him at the airport. She added that Rosalind said they could meet here. Vicky also noted that the main character had a beautiful girlfriend, which made her feel embarrassed. Liana explained that she was just his friend, not his girlfriend. Then Vicky apologized and said that she had already booked a hotel and they could have dinner together. But Leon said that they were not hungry. He said that the road to Baekhyao will be difficult. Almost 3 kilometers of dirt roads. There is no rain these days, but it will be difficult to get there. Leon then suggested stopping by the nearest car dealership and buying a car to make the trip more comfortable. A few minutes later, they arrived at the car dealership. Vicky sat down to rest, and Leon began to inspect the cars with Liana. A young man approached a luxury car and asked the seller if it was in stock, adding that he would like to buy it. The saleswoman explained that the price of the red car had been increased by 100,000 and that insurance and taxes totaled 3 million. Nevertheless, Leon calmly made it clear that he understood and agreed with everything, after which he asked to accept the card. Then Vicky informed the hero that she would go to the restroom and would return in a few minutes. At the same time, she told her boss that she had news. The hero had already bought a car for 3 million using sponsorship money. The man was shocked by what he heard and decided that it was a bad joke. He recalled that the 5 million were still in his possession and had not been transferred to Leon's account, so in his opinion, the purchase was impossible. Meanwhile, the cashier informed the young man that the payment had been successfully completed and that she had the document in her hands, a sales contract. At that moment, Leon unexpectedly extended a pen to Liana, and the girl did not immediately understand why she was being asked to sign the papers. Then Leon looked at her and made it clear that she should sign the contract right now. The protagonist explained that he bought the car specifically for her, and that if she wanted, she could change the style a little. At that moment, Vicky froze in confusion, wondering if the young man was really so generous towards his passion. The girl silently studied the contract, but after thinking it over carefully, she still signed the documents. After this, the seller invited them to go to the car, informing them that they could now pick it up. They approached an elite red car, which was completely ready and shining, and Liana was offered to try the car out. Leon asked her if she wanted to drive right away, and Liana was delighted, nodded, and made it clear that she wanted to try. They got into the car, and at that moment the hero hoped that she really liked the car. When Vicky tried to open the back door, the door wouldn't budge, so Leon politely indicated that her escort was no longer required. Vicky couldn't find the words to object and agreed. They left the salon, while Vicky remained standing. On the way, Liana happily asked where they were heading next. Leon said that they would go together to a social institution, an orphanage in Baekhyao, and she should follow that route. The girl was surprised and carefully asked if he was an orphan. The hero calmly made it clear that there was nothing unusual about this and that there were many such people. Liana thought about it and realized that Leon really had started from scratch, and she couldn't understand how he had managed to achieve success so quickly. After some time, they arrived at the shelter. The children immediately recognized Leon, were happy about his arrival, and surrounded him. They said they missed him and were happy to see their older brother again. One girl told her brother Leon that she wanted to hug him. The hero responded with a smile, noting that she had become so plump that soon he would no longer be able to lift her, and asked where Vanessa was now. The girl said that Vanessa was in the yard and would definitely be happy to see him. Vanessa was nervous at this time, not understanding what was happening, but a minute later she saw Leon and was immediately happy. Leon introduced Liana to her, explaining that this girl was the director of their department at the hospital. Vanessa then invited Liana and Leon to come with her, asking them not to be shy and to make themselves at home. Arriving at the shelter, Vanessa asked Leon why he hadn't warned her about his visit in advance. Since then, she would have been able to prepare. Then Vanessa reminded the protagonist that everyone needed to eat, and Liana immediately offered to help her. A little later, Vanessa told her son that if he had come for work, he might stay for a few days. But Leon responded by making it clear to Vanessa that he still had a lot of things to do in Zhanghai, but he would definitely return later. The woman then put another dish on his plate, after which she asked the hero not to overload himself, reminding him that money is not the most important thing. The young man agreed with her words, mentally acknowledging that she was right. Sometime later, already in the evening, he began to say goodbye to Vanessa, promising to definitely come again. Arriving at the hotel, Leon handed the card to the administrator, specifying that they needed 2 rooms. However, unexpectedly, Liana said that there was no need to take 2 numbers. There was no point in spending extra money, 1 number would be enough. The protagonist was genuinely surprised by her words, so he carefully asked if she was sure of her decision. Liana calmly explained that they work together and see nothing strange in it. Leon eventually agreed and informed the administrator that 1 number for colleagues would be enough. Soon a free room was found for them, and they went inside. Later, Liana asked the young man if he wanted to take a bath, adding that she would draw water. Leon agreed and began to unpack his suitcase. Then he headed to the bathroom, intending to freshen up and calmly think about his business. However, he froze in surprise. He noticed that Liana's clothes were hanging in the bathroom, and he thought that women sometimes have no conscience at all. Suddenly, Liana ran up to him, grabbed him around the waist, and pressed herself against him, clearly not wanting to let go. Leon tried to insist that she use the bathroom first, reminding her that they still had a trip to Baikiao ahead of them. He tried to convince her to go first, after which he would use the bathroom himself, since they could not be late for the meeting. Then Liana suggested going together, and the main character couldn't refuse. Leon approached the bathtub and noted that the water was already excellent and there was no need to rush. The next second, the girl came up to him from behind, and Leon was about to suggest that she go first. But then she pushed him sharply, and he fell with force into the filled bathtub, completely unprepared for this. Once in the water, Leon felt pain and bewilderment, outraged that he was not even allowed to take off his clothes. Hearing this, the girl said that she would be happy to help him with this. But Leon didn't play along with her. He got up from the bath and told Liana to start washing herself. But the girl didn't let him get out. She pulled Leon by the belt of his pants, and he fell into the water again. Then Liana climbed on top of him and asked him to sit still and not move. Soon she took off all his clothes, and then Leon realized that he no longer wanted to resist. Liana said she couldn't take it anymore, and the hero was of the same opinion. In the morning, Liana gave him a jacket and said that this time she intended not only to tidy up her mother's grave, but also, perhaps, to move it. Leon immediately made it clear that he would go with her, as such things could not be postponed, and they would go there together the next morning. However, Vicky soon called him and said that she had been drinking heavily and would like him to keep her company. However, Leon looked at Liana and decided that it was better to refuse. He told Vicky that he would not come, and then ended the conversation. Early the next morning, Liana took the wheel, and thanks to the high speed, they quickly reached the city of Baikiao. On the way, they passed a house in terrible condition. Liana asked the hero if such a sight frightened him. Leon admitted that working in a hospital had long ago made him realize how many people had to exist in difficult conditions. He then thanked Liana for her support and reminded her that his goal was to build a school in Baikiao. Liana was genuinely happy and asked the protagonist if he really came to Baikiao City to build a school. Leon shook his head slightly and made it clear that he didn't understand her surprise, since they were only talking about school. Then the girl admitted that this meant a lot to her, thanks to which the children would be able to receive a normal education. However, Leon reminded her that she had already thanked him the previous evening and suggested that they look around, as there were quite a lot of people gathered ahead. He pointed to this place with his hand, and indeed it became clear that a crowd was standing near the barrels, waiting for something. It turned out that they were selling fish in these barrels. The protagonist asked people to let them through, explaining that they were in a hurry. However, the sellers immediately began to persuade him to buy the fish, assuring him that it was very fresh and that he would not find anything like it in this city. The young man frowned, asked what exactly made her so fresh, and noted to himself that the smell was downright unpleasant. The woman began to claim that the characteristic smell only attracts flies, but the product is completely edible. Leon immediately realized that they were trying to deceive him, since it was obvious that the fish had spoiled several days ago. He became angry and sharply made it clear to the sellers that they did not have time, demanding that they not interfere with them and clear the way. In response, the women only laughed maliciously and said that if he didn't buy the fish, he wouldn't be able to pass. Liana felt a strong sense of shame, thinking that these merchants were bringing shame on her, and at the same time, on the entire city of Baiqiao. Leon became furious, ordered the girl to get out of the car and change places with him, asking her to simply trust him. The hero took the wheel and warned them that he was giving them 3 seconds to clear the road, after which everyone would act at their own risk. However, the seller said that they would only agree to talk if he bought 10 baskets of fish, and until then, the road was closed to him. Hearing this, Leon pressed the gas pedal without hesitation, causing the sellers to abandon their merchandise and run away in different directions. After this, Leon noticed that very strange people lived here. The girl explained that in Baiqiao, the water and soil were bad. People were afraid of poverty. On the way, she noticed an auto parts store and thought that besides Baiqiao, there were many villages nearby where the situation was even worse. But Leon asked her not to worry and not to get worked up, assuring her that after the school was built, many problems would begin to disappear. They soon arrived at the place they had talked about the day before, and Leon immediately stopped the car. Liana went with him to the grave of her mother, Unina. The girl lit candles at the grave and started a fire, feeling that she immediately felt better and calmer next to her mother. Liana asked Leon to leave her alone, hoping that he would not be offended. The hero nodded silently. He decided to step away and give her the opportunity to be alone with thoughts about her family. 10 minutes later, the girl approached Leon and admitted that she was grateful to her mother because she had endured the beatings so that her daughter could study. Liana added that after her mother's death, the doctor said she was simply too tired. At that very moment, the girl suddenly pressed herself against him and hugged him tightly because now more than ever she needed support. She admitted that she misses her mother madly and does not understand how to live on without her. Then Leon approached Liana and thought that he understood perfectly well how hard it was for her now. At this point, the protagonist turned to Liana's mother, promising that she should not worry about her daughter because he would take care of her. Liana thought that she was really lucky to have met a man like Leon. Then the hero said that it was time for them to leave, adding that they would definitely rebury her mother in Shanghai, and then she would be able to visit her more often. However, at that very moment, someone called out to the girl and said that he did not expect to see her in Baiqiao at all. It turned out to be Liana's younger brother, Lukai. Leon asked Liana if it was really her brother, assuming that he had also come to visit his mother's grave. The girl confirmed this, adding that she was not sure of his intentions, but would now find out everything herself. Soon, Lukai ran up to them and told his sister that he knew about her return. But Liana reacted sharply and asked with irritation why he came to the grave empty-handed. In response, the brother stated that he had come for her sake, and then asked her to lend him money to cultivate the land near the house. He even grabbed his sister by the hand. However, the girl abruptly pulled her hand away, reminding her brother that this was his house and that she was no longer going to give him money. And then Lukai flared up and began to assert that she was obliged to help him as a brother, at least until he got married and bought himself a house. Liana responded by reminding them that she had already given them a lot of money this year, but it had never been used for fertilizer, and he had simply squandered it all and was now lying. The brother began to justify himself, assuring that he no longer gambled and that he really needed all the money for the land. Otherwise, it would dry up. The girl coldly replied that no matter how much money she gave them, it was never enough, and asked how much more she had to pay for their expenses. Lukai became angry and began to accuse his sister of heartlessness, reminding her that he had always been there for her as a child. However, the next second, Liana slapped her brother and firmly stated that her mother had always been the only person close to her. The girl then added that she had long ago severed all ties with her family, and he had no right to speak to her so brazenly and aggressively. Lukai froze in surprise and shouted that he was going to go with his father to the hospital, find the head doctor, and discredit her there. At that moment, Leon approached Liana and asked her to calm down. The hero noted that some problems need to be solved immediately, without delay. Hearing this, Lukai said that his sister should listen to her friend and give him what he demands. Otherwise, he will ruin her reputation in the hospital. Lukai added that he didn't care where they talked. The main thing was to get the money, after which he ordered them to follow him. Soon, Leon and Liana arrived at her family's house, and people immediately gathered around their car, admiring the car and discussing how much it cost. Leon asked Liana if this was really her house, and after receiving confirmation, he went forward. The next moment, the hero kicked the front door with all his might and went inside, deciding to personally speak with the head of the family. Lukai was shocked and did not understand how this man dared to break into their house. Inside was Liana's father, Dudley, who was sitting at a table with alcohol and asked who Leon was and why he had come. The hero noticed strong drinks on the table and asked if he thought it was normal to beg his own daughter for money every year. Dudley stood up and declared that she was his daughter and that she was obliged to support him, without seeing anything wrong with that. At that moment, Leon took out a knife and threw it sharply, breaking the table and everything that was on it. His father screamed in horror, demanding to know what was happening. Then Leon coldly said that from that moment on, Leanna no longer had anything to do with them, and they did not dare demand money from her. Father and son were in complete shock. Dudley asked in a trembling voice who this man was and why he was interfering in his daughter's affairs. Then Leon hugged Leanna and calmly declared that he was her man. He warned that if they disturbed her, the consequences would be more serious. However, suddenly the fishmongers appeared in front of Leon again. They blocked his way and made it clear that he was not going anywhere. The sellers surrounded the main character from all sides, not allowing him to pass. Then Leon calmly asked why they had come and whether they were going to offer him fish again. One of the traders declared that because of him they would no longer be able to sell their catch, after which he began to roll up his sleeves, preparing for an attack. After this, the seller threatened that if the hero did not pay, he would not be able to leave. Leanna became noticeably nervous and quietly asked Leon what they should do now. At that moment, another man approached the crowd and demanded that they make way for him. The sellers were delighted to see him and said that another one of their people had arrived who would help them sort out the situation. It turned out to be Dean. He told Leanna that he had just learned of her return and was pleasantly surprised, adding that she was very nice. Lukai confirmed that he was indeed her brother, but Dean soon told him not to interfere, stating that he would deal with the guests himself. The man then sharply demanded that the sellers explain what kind of noise they were making. They immediately complained that these two had allegedly ruined their fish, and the father of one of them had a heart attack, so they wanted to come to an agreement. After this, Dean informed Leon that he received a cut from the sale of fish and asked if his guest intended to interfere with his business. The hero became furious and coldly noted that highway robbery could not be called a business. In response, Dean became angry and demanded to know who Leon was and how he dared to look down on the locals. He then offered to settle the matter peacefully, stating that if Leon paid $200,000 and Leanna spent the night with him, the conflict would be resolved. The girl flushed with rage and was about to scream. However, the next second Leon hit Dean hard in the face. The protagonist coldly said that he thought too much of himself. Dean was stunned and couldn't believe he had actually been hit. He shouted that he would immediately call his father and send Leon to prison for assault. About 10 minutes later, a car pulled up to the scene. Rowan got out of the car with a police officer, and they headed towards the crowd. At that moment, Rowan politely greeted Leon and noted that he really wanted to meet him. Leon then stated outright that he no longer wanted to be in that city. He told Rowan that his son had tried to put him in jail. The man froze in shock and then slapped Dean in the face, saying that Leon had come to build a road and a school and that their behavior was disgracing Baikiao. At that moment, Lukai looked at Leon and realized that he had no idea what kind of person his sister had met. Rowan began to bow to Leon and personally ask for forgiveness for not keeping an eye on his son's behavior. Leon replied that he hoped that his friend would restore order, eliminate the chaos in Baikiao, and deal with such people. Rowan assured that he would definitely sort things out with everyone, have a serious conversation, and prevent something like this from happening again. They soon arrived at a Sichuan restaurant, and Rowan suggested bringing in journalists, believing that such projects were best discussed publicly. However, Leon immediately said that he did not need reporters. He added that his corporation should not be mentioned in the official announcement. Rowan confirmed that he understood everything and assured that the investment would be made in the name of the Chongqing Corporation. Leon then informed him that he would later send his people to them to discuss construction issues and further partnership. In response, the man thanked the protagonist and expressed hope that in the future they would run the entire business together. Soon, Leon and Leanna continued their journey by car. The girl looked in the side mirror and saw her old house. However, at that moment, Leon asked the girl not to look in that direction anymore, reminding her that all of this was already in the past. Leanna agreed with him and added that after moving her mother's grave, she would never return here again. Sometime later, Leon arrived at the company. He entered the office with gifts and told the employees that he had brought souvenirs especially for them. Helga thanked him and asked how the trip to Baikiao had gone. Leon settled down on the sofa and explained that the situation in Baikiao was extremely dire. The city was poor and decades behind in development. But Sean reassured him, saying that everything had already been organized. and the Baiqiao project had become a priority, with all work planned to be completed within 3 months. Then Leon remembered the payment and asked Helga if Cisco had mentioned a final payment date. She explained that the goods were currently being planned for shipment from the warehouse, and a verbal agreement had already been reached with partners. Leon told Cisco that he would soon be on the verge of collapse, after which he announced that Sean and Helga should arrive at the hotel tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, inside the Cisco building, James and his father were discussing the day ahead in detail. The young man informed his father that the Lunson company was planning to hold a press conference, asking whether he should invite reporters. His father, also pleased with what was happening, told him not to worry, assuring him that everything was already prepared and no problems would arise. James laughed and noted that Lunson had only recently developed the first series of chips, but they had already been outplayed. In response, the father sternly reminded him that his son must be fully prepared tomorrow and not make a single mistake. The young man confidently declared that he had been preparing for this day for a long time, and that tomorrow he would completely destroy his opponents, leaving them no chance. Meanwhile, in the city of Yanjing, Gregory realized that he and his wife needed to visit the house of his father, Samvel. Soon they arrived at the house where his father lived with his wife. All the guests had already gathered there and had been waiting for them for a long time. When they entered the house, they saw that many guests had indeed stayed to wait for them. Annette, Rosalind's grandmother and an important participant in the projects, approached her daughter-in-law with questions about things in Zhanghai and Rosalind's boyfriend. Rosalind said that she met him completely by chance, that they even had dinner together, and noted that Leon is very smart. Hearing this, the grandmother breathed a sigh of relief and said that she was now calm. However, Charlize then unexpectedly declared that she considered this union wrong. Annette asked in surprise what exactly had happened and what had displeased Leon. Then Charlize bluntly told everyone present that Leon was too ambitious and not suitable for their daughter Rosalind. The girl's mother added that she would prefer a simpler man for her, since life would be difficult with such a character. In addition, she mentioned that she considered him to be the possible son of that very woman. Samvel was amazed and asked if the young man really looked like his supposed father. Charlize told Samvel that Leon's eyes were very similar to that woman's eyes, so he could really be their child. She then added, addressing the entire family, that she had already invested some funds in Leon's company and believed that he should have guessed who she was. Samvel said that he heard and understood everything that was said, after which he suggested that everyone start eating. Then he asked his daughter-in-law to turn on the TV. Charlize agreed with her father, turned on the TV and immediately switched it to the news channel as he asked. However, suddenly the news reported that the school in Baiqiao City was now sponsored by the Chongqing Corporation and that the foundation had already begun to be laid on site. Annette was shocked and immediately turned to her daughter-in-law, asking what was going on and why she had told them something completely different. In response, Rosalind's mother explained that this impudent guy Leon simply decided to remind her that he is not a weakling and knows how to fight back. Samvel, observing what was happening, noticed that he felt as if Leon was not treating her with much respect. Then the head of the family invited his daughter-in-law to sit down at the table and eat, adding that they should sort out all these issues among themselves. The next day, people began gathering early in the morning at the entrance to Jiangnanchun. Everyone wanted to get to the press conference. Cassandra wondered how many journalists her father had invited, whether the venue could handle the influx of people, and whether they would be able to bury Lunson. At that moment, a girl ran up to her and reported that preparations for the press conference were complete and everything was ready. Cassandra announced that the start was scheduled for 9 o'clock, noting that there were unusually many people today and that everything would probably go very smoothly. The assistant asked her to monitor the situation closely as she still had a lot of things to do, and then left. At the same time, Cassandra thought that it was pointless to fight Capital because the opponents didn't have a single chance. It was at this moment that Leon arrived at the Jiangnanchun Hotel. Cassandra noticed Leon at the hotel and asked in surprise what he was doing there. In response, the hero said that he simply decided to see what her family was doing, and also noted that he oversees the field of scientific and technological innovation. He added that he had come to assess changes in this area, after which he hinted that they would definitely meet again. Cassandra looked closely at Leon and decided that even if the protagonist supported Lunson, it would not be able to change the situation. Meanwhile, James's father was already in the hall with his son, both confident that nothing would stop them from carrying out their brilliant plan today. The father reminded his son that there were 10 minutes left before the start of the Lunson Company conference, and they should be extremely attentive. The man promised that once the issue with Lunson was resolved and the money arrived in the account, he would transfer control of the entire company to his son. Soon, host Lizzie announced the start of the conference and invited everyone present to get acquainted with the new product from the Lunson Company. She emphasized that this time a completely innovative product will be presented. She then added that this is a real technological breakthrough in the field of chips, the likes of which have never been seen before, and this is already a step into the future. However, James suddenly interrupted his speech, saying that he wanted to ask the presenter a few questions, and Leon, observing his behavior, chuckled. James claimed the presentation mentioned key technologies that Cisco had allegedly already developed and patented. He then asked whether this meant Lunson had brazenly stolen Cisco's patented designs. Lizzie was stunned by this accusation and realized that they were trying to publicly shame her. There was an immediate uproar in the hall, as Lunson's reputation had always been considered impeccable, and no one expected this. Lizzie offered a restrained apology and said that she could no longer answer this question, expressing hope for understanding. She then announced that the director of the Lunson Research Institute would be invited onto the stage to answer questions. After this, Leon went up on stage. James froze in place, frantically wondering why Leon was here. The father asked James if they knew this man. In response, the young man explained to his father that the man was in charge of Quechuang and was a lazy, gambling loser from whom he had taken the factory. Lizzie then introduced the man to everyone present, clarifying that he was Leon, the director of the Lunson Research Institute. Hearing this, Cassandra was confused and wondered when Leon had managed to take over the position of director of the Lunson Institute. At this moment, the main character picked up the microphone and addressed James, reminding him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. However, James coldly stated that he expected to hear an explanation for why Lunson allegedly stole Cisco's patented technology. The hero was genuinely surprised and asked again if he was really being accused of stealing Cisco technology. After this, Leon explained to everyone present that they had no intention of presenting the first series of chips at this conference. Then, after a pause, he suddenly announced that the company had already released the second series of chip technologies. The hero explained that his team developed the first series of chips several months ago, but it was Cisco that stole this technology. He emphasized that they would no longer be able to steal the second episode, since the whole world now knows about it thanks to the live broadcast of the conference. At that moment, James literally collapsed to the floor, his legs shaking. Cassandra covered her face with her hand and realized that Cisco was effectively destroyed. Meanwhile, Leon presented the second series of chips, after which he thanked everyone present. And with that, the conference concluded. James's father immediately went to Leon, who politely asked if he was okay. In response, the man stated that what was happening was blatant impudence and a conspiracy. However, the hero calmly reminded them that it was they who lured Liu and stole Lunson's technology, asking if he could be blamed in that case. Leon approached the man, patted him on the shoulder, and noted with irony that times were changing. He advised him to take his son and go home. He then reminded them of the 3 million contract, and that if the project is not guaranteed, the compensation will be 10 times the amount. Unable to bear what he heard, the man suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the floor. James rushed to his father, asking in panic what had happened to him. Cassandra also ran up and started calling for help. At the same time, Leon received a call from Rosalind. The protagonist answered the call, and Rosalind said that she had seen the live broadcast and wanted to know more about the Cisco crash. Leon admitted without hesitation that he was behind all of this and had been preparing for this outcome. Rosalind was shocked to see that Cisco had a huge amount of capital, and now there would soon be nothing left of the company. Then she invited him to her home, and the hero jokingly remarked that he would only come if she had some nice pajamas. Later, Leon actually came to Rosalind, and upon seeing her, the hero realized that his playful wish had come true. She appeared before him in his favorite pajamas, and Leon was sincerely pleased with this appearance. He noted that she looked very beautiful in this outfit, adding that she would have been even more beautiful without it. Leon then asked if she had anything to eat, as he had rushed straight from the press conference and had not eaten anything since the morning. The girl noted that he seemed to have completely lost track of the hours, immersed in work. Then she said that she would see what was in the house. Leon responded by noting that a well-fed person is much stronger. Rosalind supported him, noting that he hadn't had any particular difficulties and that he had handled Cisco brilliantly. However, she then added seriously that the main thing is to be careful, because behind Cisco there are influential and dangerous structures. While Rosalind was cutting a tomato, the juice suddenly splashed right on her. Then the main character immediately approached her and carefully wiped the stain from her body. Then the hero asked the girl to be more careful. After this, Leon told Rosalind that he had actually known for a long time that Cisco's main shareholder was the powerful Huayin Corporation. In response, the girl explained that the Zhao and Liang families were very closely related, and she knew very well how strong they were. The hero then said that he needed to wait for one person to appear. The project with the lithographic machine was supposed to force him to come out of the shadows. However, the girl immediately added that now is not the best time for a direct confrontation with the Huayin Corporation. Soon, the hero began receiving calls from James and his father. Leon asked if he was going to demand payment for medical bills. However, he still answered the call and realized that it was Mr. Zhao himself who was contacting him. At that moment, the girl froze in place and realized that this was a huge problem. Leon calmly noted that he had not expected Arlo to appear so quickly and realized that he had been too impatient. In response, the head of the corporation said that he realized that Cisco was never his real target, and all this time he was waiting for it. The protagonist agreed with this and added that he had prepared a welcome gift for him in advance, the meaning of which would soon become perfectly clear. Rosalind, still confused, asked if this whole big production was just for Arlo's sake. The hero then explained that while he might be able to mislead her, it would be impossible to deceive a person of Arlo's stature. The girl then asked what exactly he was going to do next. In response, Leon called his man and said that they could begin. Rosalind still didn't fully understand what exactly the protagonist was planning. Meanwhile, it became known that the man was in Huashan Hospital the previous night after the morning press conference. People gathered in the room where the old man lay and demanded an explanation from him, wanting to understand how they should proceed. The old man then admitted to Arlo that they had underestimated the problem, and now clearly realized that they had made a fatal mistake. The head of the Huayin Corporation, Arlo, said that he did not blame him since Leon managed to disguise himself well because he is really smart. When the old man asked if Cisco could still be saved, Arlo admitted that the chances were extremely slim and that bankruptcy was the only option. However, there are still a large number of chips in the warehouse that can be tried to be sold. These words shocked the old man, and he finally realized that the Cisco company no longer existed, and at that very second he lost consciousness. James then asked Arlo what their plan was now and if there was a chance to defeat Principal Leon. In a rage, Arlo declared that they would take Leon's company first. He had profited from the fall of Cisco and could not just get away with it. After this, he told the old man to have a good rest, said that he was leaving, and promised to contact them later. However, James soon received a call and angrily said that he was busy and would call back later. The next moment, he froze in shock, asking if it was true that their Quechuang warehouse was on fire. James confirmed the information and ordered the fire to be put out immediately. He then informed his father that all the goods in the warehouse had been destroyed and nothing could be saved. The man stated that this was definitely the work of Leon, who was trying to destroy Cisco. Then the guy asked in despair what could be done now, since they no longer had the strength to resist Leon. And then Arlo came to the conclusion that Leon had gone too far. Meanwhile, James's father was in intensive care and doctors were fighting for his life. James eventually called Leon, outraged that he had dared to burn their goods, and vowed that he would definitely take revenge for it. The protagonist informed James that an official agreement had been signed between them, after which the warehouse was handed over to him for safekeeping. Leon then coldly added that the other person should immediately start putting out the fire, otherwise absolutely everything would burn, after which he ended the call. At this time, Cassandra was thinking about the urgent need to revive Cisco, but she understood that this was now practically impossible. Meanwhile, Leon was still at Rosalind's house, the girl noticing with weariness that she was constantly helping him finish his work. But Leon sternly told her that under no circumstances should she interfere in what was happening. He would deal with everything himself. A little later, the hero got out of bed to get himself and his companion a glass of water. Rosalind was already lying on the sofa when her mother suddenly called her. The girl noted that her mother, as always, calls at the most inopportune moment. Despite this, she still decided to answer. The mother noticed with surprise that it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and her daughter was still not asleep. Charlize then asked her what she did and if she had heard about the Cisco situation. In response, Rosalind explained that Arlo had invested in Cisco, so there would inevitably be a lot of problems that could not be avoided. However, her mother hastened to reassure her, saying that Aunt Wang controlled the Huayin Corporation, and if Leon could survive this, then everything would be fine. At that moment, Leon opened the door of the room and walked inside. He asked how his dear girlfriend was feeling and admitted that he had begun to miss her. Rosalind was shocked to realize that she had been video chatting with her mother the entire time. Leon didn't understand what was going on, but Rosalind quickly said that everything was fine. Charlize soon reminded her daughter not to forget to put on her coat. At the same time, in Yanjing, Gregory and his wife were at Xinyu's house. The woman told her husband that she had just spoken to her daughter via video call, which is why she had ended the conversation. Gregory was surprised and asked if his daughter was still working at such a late hour, since she should have been resting long ago. In response, Charlize explained that the issue was not about work at all, but rather that their daughter was currently with Leon. Charlize merely noted that there was no point in interfering in the relationship between her daughter and Leon, since she wouldn't listen to her anyway. Then Gregory flared up and wondered who lives together before marriage, not understanding what today's youth are thinking. In response, his wife explained that modern young people are more open than before, and sooner or later they still start living together. She then reported that serious events had occurred in Shanghai. Leon had practically destroyed Cisco, which Arlo himself had previously invested in. Gregory stated that Dongqing always protects his people and will not stand idly by if Leon finally crushes Arlo. His wife agreed with his words, noting that she does not fully understand the decisions of today's youth. She also said that in such a situation it would be worthwhile to personally visit her mother-in-law and discuss what was happening, since all of this directly concerns Huayin. Then Gregory hugged his wife and noted that she was the true representative of the Liang family. The next morning, the main character arrived at the hospital. As soon as Leon entered, Sasha immediately stopped him. She said the patient was admitted last night in critical condition and required surgery to install a cardiac stent. The girl then reported that Liana had decided to undergo stenting and asked Leon to take on the operation. After this, Sasha handed Leon the patient's medical record, suggesting that he carefully study it before starting work. At that moment, the hero opened the documents and froze in surprise, since he did not expect to see this name at all. It turned out to be the medical record of Aiden, James's father. Sasha added that she had heard that this man was incredibly rich. She also conveyed Liana's words that without surgery, there is a high risk of myocardial infarction in the future. Leon thought about how there were so many hospitals in the city, yet Aiden had been sent here just yesterday. Then the main character announced that he would personally take on the operation. At the same time, Cassandra and her brother James were waiting outside the operating room. And it was at that moment that Leon appeared in the corridor with Sasha. James noticed him and literally couldn't believe his eyes. The young man rudely demanded to know what Leon was doing there, at which point Sasha sharply cut him off, asking how he dared to talk like that. Then Leon calmly asked if he had noticed that he was already wearing a white coat, and he said that he was their father's chief surgeon. Cassandra and her brother were stunned. They could not believe what they heard and asked if Leon was really the chief surgeon. The girl remembered that he had already spoken about this before. It seemed to her that the deal with Cisco was enough, but now it was as if he wanted to finish off their father. After this, the hero informed his brother and sister that the operation was extremely risky and there was a possibility of a fatal outcome. These words left them in real shock. James couldn't stand it any longer and declared that if something happened to his father, it would be murder due to the doctor's fault. Leon then coldly reminded him that the contract had been signed before the operation, and the patient's possible death had no legal bearing on it. The boy wanted to scream, but he remembered in time that this was the man who would operate on his father, and decided to restrain himself. But suddenly Cassandra felt ill. The girl staggered, fell to the floor and lost consciousness. James panicked and asked his sister what had happened to her. Leon immediately turned to the nurses, sharply asking why they were standing around doing nothing and not seeing that the man was unwell. He ordered that the girl be immediately placed under treatment, that only imported medications be used, and that no savings be made under any circumstances. At this time, Leon approached James and coldly told him to step aside. Then Leon and Sasha entered the operating room, and they were concentrating on how to successfully carry out the operation. The patient was unconscious and fully prepared for surgery. Looking at Aiden lying there, Leon wondered if he could save this man's life or if things would end differently. 2 hours later, the light above the operating room came on. The operation was completed. Cassandra and James did not leave the door the whole time. James quickly asked the doctors about his father's condition. Sasha replied that everything went well and the patient could soon be discharged. Leon then walked past James silently without saying a word. The boy sat down next to his sister and shared his fears with her, stating that if he was guilty, he would not let him go unpunished. However, the girl replied that it didn't matter anymore. The contract with Cisco had been signed, things were getting worse, and that was the end of it. And then James couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, calling himself a complete idiot. Later, Leon decided to visit his old friend Charlie. When the hero opened the door of the restaurant, he realized that all his friends had already gathered. Charlie called him to join them quickly, noticing that they had been waiting for him. He then introduced Leon to the others, declaring that he was the leader of the 4 young masters of Zhonghai. The girls immediately noted that the hero looked much more attractive than the typical spoiled sons of rich people. Charlie invited him to the table and promised that no one would leave sober today. Leon sat down, but first he told his friends that he had something important to say before the party started. The girls immediately realized that it was better for them not to hear this, and silently left the room, going about their business. Charlie asked his friend Leon what happened. Then the main character asked his friends if they knew anyone at the bank, and the hero explained that he would like to take out a loan. In response, one of the guys said that his father had known the director of Zhonghai Bank for a long time. They had studied together and maintained a good relationship. Charlie then asked if Leon really needed the money, suggesting that he might have a new project in mind. However, Leon calmly explained that he was not involved in any projects, and he also specified that the required amount exceeded 20 billion. These words alerted Charlie, and he asked directly what amounts were being discussed, and whether Leon really needed that kind of money because of Arlo. Then the main character told his friends that all of this was directly connected to Arlo, and that he was clearly plotting something against him after the story with Cisco. Upon hearing this, Charlie said he was ready to help. He asked how much money was needed and promised to talk to his father. Another guy added that he has several companies under his control, so he will be able to allocate 3 or 4 billion. Leon thanked everyone for their support, but immediately said that he did not intend to accept their financial assistance. He explained that he preferred to deal with Arlo on his own because otherwise there would be no interest in it for him. Charlie hesitantly asked if he was sure of his decision. In Yanjing and Zhonghai, they played by different rules, and Arlo was far from a harmless figure. Then Leon calmly finished his drink and told him that war had already been declared, and he was not going to retreat. Charlie said that he understood his position, but would still keep the money ready. He added that Leon could call him at any time. Another guy noted that if necessary, he could discuss the loan with his father and there would be no problem. Leon then said that the Bandau Hotel, Wangjiang Port, Moon Harbor Beach, and Ling Yun's assets could be used as collateral. Hearing this, Charlie was frankly amazed and asked what exactly his friend had in mind. The protagonist replied that he was going to start a big game, and he promised that he would eventually return all the money and everyone would be happy. Charlie noted that he had already done the calculations. The total amount was around 40 billion and could rise to 45 if necessary. Leon immediately emphasized that, regardless of the amount, the bank is obliged to maintain complete confidentiality. In response, one of the friends said that this was also not a problem and that the whole company would easily help if necessary. Then someone present asked why Leon didn't use Lunson as collateral. However, Leon replied that Lunson had an important trump card that he was not yet ready to reveal. After this, the friends clinked glasses, and at the end of the evening, Leon said that he would never forget their help. The next morning, the main character arrived at the hospital. Suddenly, he noticed an incoming call and wondered who could need it this morning. It turned out that the caller was Walker, who had already completed all of the protagonist's orders. He said that he had settled all the formalities with the bank and that with Lunson as collateral, he could receive up to 85 billion. However, Leon immediately refused. He explained that he needed Lunson and asked him to wait. The hero promised to call back later when he had clarified everything, and then he would let me know what decisions he had made. Sometime later, Leon arrived in Lingyun, and almost immediately Helga ran into his office, clearly excited and with important news. The girl was glad to see that the boss was there and suggested that they step aside to calmly discuss work issues. She reported that the company had serious problems with Baba. Someone started selling shares en masse, and the total volume had already exceeded 8 billion. The hero asked when exactly it had started, and the girl replied that, according to Sean, it all started this morning. She also suggested that sales volume could approach 10 billion within the next 2 hours. Leon asked her not to be nervous and leave everything as it was. He said that he would eat first, and then they would calmly discuss the situation and make a decision. Helga asked doubtfully if he was sure it was even possible to think about food now. Leon then advised her to just watch the market index and not panic. Helga noted to herself that her boss was striking in his composure. Even in such a tense situation, he managed to remain calm. Soon, Leon entered the office, where his employees were already hastily preparing reports on the current situation and all the changes that had occurred. The hero noticed that the team did not stop working for a minute. The staff said they were glad he had arrived because they wanted to ask him a few questions. So Leon turned to Tanya and asked what was going on. She explained that they were closely monitoring the market, but the shares continued to be actively sold. According to her, due to panic among some investors, the sales volume has already approached the 9.5 billion mark. After hearing this, the protagonist made a decision and declared to the entire team that the Lin Yun company must buy up absolutely everything that appears on the market. Helga asked in surprise if anyone was trying to get around them. Then Leon calmly told the employees that it was he who destroyed Cisco and that he did not regret anything. The hero added that this was precisely the reason why war was declared on them, and now they were obliged to defend themselves. Helga noted that they currently had about $20 billion on hand and that these funds would not last long. However, Leon asked everyone not to worry. He reported that he had managed to attract another 45 billion, which meant there was no reason to panic. The team froze in surprise, not understanding where he could have found so much money in such a short time. At the same time, in Yangjing, at the Huayin Corporation, tense negotiations were taking place in the office of the general director. One of the men noticed that Arlo was clearly playing a serious game with the Lin Yun Corporation from Zhonghai. The third of the 4 young masters of Yanjing, Sanez, declared that he would not rest until he achieved the desired result. The head of the 4 young masters of Yanina, Axel, asked Arlo to clarify how many shares he had already taken from the broker. Arlo replied that we were talking about 168 million shares. He also added that since Leon destroyed Cisco, now he would destroy Baba too. Axel noted that he saw his brother's determination and was impressed that he was able to borrow such a large amount of shares from the broker. He then warned that if Arlo forgot about the rope, he would act ruthlessly. Arlo, in turn, declared that he would leave nothing of Leon, otherwise he would be unworthy of his name. At that moment, the secretary entered the office and informed the director that she had the latest news from the stock market. The girl said that the Lin Yun Group had already begun buying back previously sold shares. There was a deathly silence in the room. Then Arlo demanded to know how much had already been purchased. The secretary reported that Ling Yun had already bought back nearly 10 billion shares, after which the prices had stabilized. Axel admitted that Ling Yun's financial reserves were much larger than they expected, and this was a serious mistake on their part. Sainz then suggested not wasting time and immediately going to the securities department to sort out the situation on the spot. They quickly got up and headed there, intending to find out what could be done next. At the department, they were met by employees who asked why they had come. However, suddenly one of the employees reported that the enemy had bought out all 10 billion shares and asked what the next steps would be. At that moment, Arlo made a decision. He ordered another 10 billion shares to be put on the market and continue this game. One of the subordinates noted that compensation from Cisco had not yet been received. However, Leon is already buying out Baba, so, in his opinion, the enemy simply does not have enough funds. Arlo added that if he put up another 10 billion, Leon would definitely not be able to cover them. The director then asked Sainz and Axel if they wanted to participate in this game and earn 70% of the balance. Axel replied that he was ready to support him in any decision, even if it was crazy. Sainz said the same thing and added that he would take on 84 million shares. Then Arlo told his friends that they would create a new program that would completely replace Baba and bring them much greater profit. He also added that all competitors should understand that he is not the kind of person to cross. Sanez laughed, noting that he could already imagine Leon crying after going bankrupt and losing his large company. After this, Arlo said that he would call Leon right now. He was interested in knowing his mood and current condition. He dialed the number and, with feigned concern, asked how he was doing. However, Leon responded by calling him an idiot and telling Arlo that he could continue in the same spirit and dump as many shares on the market as he wanted. Arlo was outraged because he thought that Leon was now in a deplorable state while everything was going well for him. At that moment, Sanez laughed, remembering Leon's words about how he was interested in seeing how many shares the opponent could throw onto the market. Meanwhile, Arlo finally lost his temper and demanded that his subordinates urgently report on the current situation on the market. One of the employees said that they had already dumped another 3 billion shares, but Ling Yun quickly intercepted them again. Despite this, Arlo ordered that all remaining shares, another 10 billion, be put on the market. The subordinate confirmed that he understood the order and would begin carrying it out immediately. Then Sains asked Arlo not to panic, reminding him that he still had 164 million shares in his hands, worth a total of about 40 billion. Then Axel walked up to Arlo, hugged him and supported him, saying that Sains was right and there was no need to worry. He was sure that they would win. However, Arlo himself told his friends that he had no right to lose to Leon. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely destroyed. Then Axel again suggested leaving and promised to take him to a good hot spring where he could calm his nerves a little. At the same time, Charlize was at the Zhongxing Corporation. The woman sat in thought, replaying in her head what was happening. Gregory then asked his wife what she was looking at so intently, and she explained that Arlo and Leon had started shorting the stock. She also noted that Arlo has already sold about 82 million shares worth over 20 billion. Gregory was shocked and immediately asked how Leon was doing. Charlize replied that the main character is holding up for now, but the question remains whether he has enough financial reserves to last. The man noticed that Leon had recently bought out Baba completely, meaning he had little free money left. He also suggested that the hero could have taken out a loan to continue buying up Arlo shares. He explained that Lunson's company is developing the chips of the future, and that by pledging them to a bank, it is quite possible to receive around 40 billion. However, he immediately added that if Leon spends this money and Arlo does not stop, the hero could lose everything. At that moment, Rosalind called her mother, but Charlize decided not to answer. The woman hung up and thought she had decided to stay out of it and see if Leon could reach his father's heights. Meanwhile, Leon himself decided to take a break and went for a swim in the pool. Elizabeth asked in surprise how he could swim calmly in such a situation. The hero replied that all they could do now was spend money, and there was no reason to worry. He was confident that he was in complete control of the situation. Then the girl flared up and demanded to know what exactly they should do next. Leon invited her to come closer, promising to show her how to quickly solve the problem. On the way home, Elizabeth noted that they had already bought back almost 22 billion worth of shares, and that the curve was beginning to stabilize a little. Leon added that Arlo was currently in a confused state, as he had mistakenly believed that his limit was limited to 10 billion. Elizabeth then asked how much more he thought Arlo was willing to throw on the market if he was willing to take such a risk. Leon replied that the amount could be between 30 and 50 billion, and much depended on the brokerage company of the Huayan Corporation. Elizabeth realized that this was why Leon had not pawned Lunson. The hero confirmed that the available funds were sufficient to cope with both Arlo and the investors, and the rest now depended on his next step. Meanwhile, Arlo and his friends arrived at the hot springs. However, soon the secretary informed the director that he was being called. When the young man answered the phone, he asked whether Ling Yun had already bought back their shares worth 22 billion. In response, he was informed that almost 20 billion had been thrown onto the market by themselves, and the remaining 2 billion by their investors. Then Arlo asked me to wait and said that he would contact me later. After this, Axel asked the director if it was true that Leon had managed to buy back shares for such a sum. Axel then looked around carefully and made sure that the girls could not hear their conversation. Sain suggested that Leon could have taken out a bank loan. Lunson was currently gaining momentum, meaning that getting a loan wouldn't be difficult. After this, Arlo decided to call Rosalind. He said that he was curious how she was feeling in Zhanghai. Saints noticed from the side that Arlo was starting to act too ingratiatingly. Then Arlo got to the point and asked if Leon had approached her or Lunson for a loan. However, Rosalind replied that Lunson had not asked her for any loans. Axel concluded that there was only one option left. Leon had mortgaged his own property. There was simply no other explanation. He added that Leon could not have so much free money because he was not that rich. Arlo agreed with this and admitted that what was happening looked extremely suspicious. He told his friends that Leon was far from stupid. If he had reached such a scale, then it would have been impossible to keep such sums in cash. Then Axel promised that tomorrow he would call his friends and find out all the information about Leon. However, Sain has objected, stating that there was nowhere left to retreat. In his opinion, all they could do was play until the bitter end. He noted that the four of them had almost 100 billion in shares at their disposal at the brokerage, and this was quite enough to bring down Leon. Axel added that if Leon really did pawn Lunson, they wouldn't even have to do anything. The price would quickly collapse on its own. Arlo said he was willing to endure for now, but he planned to use his boss's connections tomorrow to check out the situation in Shanghai. He also ordered his men to continue dumping shares onto the market without slowing down, wanting to see how many of them Leon could snatch up. But Sane suggested not to get worked up and continue resting. He believed that Leon was still far from their level. Then the friends poured themselves some wine, clinked their glasses, and decided to have a drink, considering what was happening not to be such a serious problem. The next morning, Leon arrived at the hospital. He soon noticed Rosalind, who came up to him and said she was glad to see him. The hero asked why she was looking for him and added that he was also glad to meet her. Then Rosalind looked around and said that Arlo had called her the day before and asked if Leon Lunson had been mortgaged for a loan. Unexpectedly, Leon took her hand and suggested that they go to lunch together, adding that Arlo was probably in complete shock right now. He then brought Rosalind to the hospital cafeteria. Rosalind looked at the dishes and noted that everything looked very appetizing. Leon then said that the pork ribs in their canteen were no worse than those prepared in the Bandau hotel. After trying the dish, the girl was satisfied. Then she asked him if he was worried at all. Leon glanced at his watch and noted that it was now 12:30, and he had already received almost 30 billion. Rosalind was surprised and asked where he got that kind of money. She also asked if he had pawned Lunson. In response, the hero asked her not to be nervous. He said that he was just waiting for Arlo to finish taking shares, watching his actions. The girl nodded and asked how she could help. Then the hero unexpectedly suggested that she announce to everyone that she was pregnant out of wedlock and was going to marry him. However, Rosalind abruptly refused, saying that she was not going to do it because he was just using her. After that, she changed the subject and asked if Leon had seen the news about a child with a rare disease, congenital transposition of the arteries. The girl noted that the child's chance of survival is extremely low and treatment is extremely expensive. She also added that the child's family is asking for help online, and it would be good if Leon tried to help. The hero immediately agreed and assured Rosalind that he would definitely try to help this child before leaving the hospital. Rosalind was genuinely surprised and asked Leon if he was really going to leave. In response, the main character said that he was already tired of the girls at the hospital and wanted something new, so he was going to look for women in other places. This answer greatly outraged the girl. She thought that he simply could not have had a more brilliant excuse. Then Charlie arrived at Leon's house and announced that Arlo had just dumped another 35 billion on the market. The hero calmly replied that everything was under control. He had intercepted all the shares, and the market had stabilized. After this, one of the guys noted that he expected the borrowed shares to be almost completely sold out by tomorrow morning. Leon told his friends that he was looking forward to this moment and wanted to see what else Arlo could do. Meanwhile, in the Huayin Corporation office, one of the subordinates reported to Director Arlo that 32 billion had already been dumped onto the market. He also said that the Linyan company had seized absolutely all the shares, and he did not understand what to do next. Arlo became furious, slamming his fist on the table and wondering where this guy got all that money. Sanes reported that Axel had found out that Lunson was still in Leon's hands. He had not pawned it, and Rosalind had not given him a loan either. Sanes admitted that he has absolutely no idea where Leon gets such funds and whether he has any other financial sources. Axel stated that he considered everything that was happening to be a dirty trick, and in his opinion, this money definitely did not belong to Leon. In response, Arlo said that if he lost to Leon, he would lose not only a huge amount of money, but also influence, authority, and respect. Axel noticed that the situation was getting more and more interesting, and now it only remained to be seen how long Leon could hold out. At the same time, Vicky finished her work at the Yanan TV channel. The girl was walking down the street, humming a song in a great mood. However, suddenly a man came up behind her and greeted her. Vicky turned around and asked in surprise who he was and why he had come over. The stranger said his name was Archer and he was pleased to meet him. Then the man explained that he was the head of the Asian office of the Hunshui company. The girl was surprised and clarified that she had never heard of such a company before and did not understand what it did. Archer replied that if she wanted, she could find all the information about them on the internet. Vicky became wary and thought that it all sounded strange. However, she noted that all the companies they targeted ended up going bankrupt, meaning they really do have a strong team. Then the girl asked him directly why he needed her. In response, the man took out a bank card. He said that there were 200,000 on the card, and he was ready to give it to him if Vicky agreed to give him some time. The girl was stunned, and thought that this amount was equal to her salary for almost 2 years. Realizing that such offers didn't come every day, she agreed to talk and pointed to a cafe nearby. They sat down at a table in the cafe, and Archer promised to explain everything and tell her why he was looking for her. He then handed the card to Vicky and asked if she knew Leon, adding that they were interested in the hero's negative sides. The girl began to slowly stir the coffee and asked whether Leon's promiscuous behavior was considered a negative. Archer replied that, as far as he knew, Leon was not married, but was very close to Elizabeth from the Kaoyang company, and there were clearly feelings between them. Then Vicky added that some time ago Leon flew to Yangchen with a girl named Liana, and after arriving he bought her a car. She also mentioned that she heard about the hero's conflict with the locals in Baikiao City, where he helped people. When the girl said that she had no more information and that she had not lied, the man thanked her and gave her the card. While putting the card away, the girl suddenly said that he looked like a mixed race and asked if it was true that his parents were of different nationalities. Archer confirmed that his father was Chinese, after which the man took Vicky's hand and noted that he had not expected such an interest in other cultures. He looked Vicky straight in the eye and said that they could talk quietly at the hotel where he was staying. Meanwhile, Jenny called Leon and reported that the results had become known. All 25 developed drugs had already passed the tests. The woman then added that Hojue and 6 other firms had expressed a desire to cooperate, and that they would send a representative to Zhanghai. The hero was surprised, but agreed to the meeting, and the plane took off almost immediately after that. Jenny soon arrived at the scene. She got off the plane with Alo's marketing director, Frey, and the deputy director of the international company ND, King. Frey immediately told Jenny that Leon was acting too arrogant. He then noted with irritation that no one had even met them at the airport, considering this to be an outright sign of disrespect on Leon's part. However, Jenny reminded that Leon had developed a formula that could replace ibuprofen and 25 other drugs, and that Leon didn't care about them. But Frey countered, saying that drugs like ibuprofen don't have a sophisticated technology base, although other medications are difficult to replace. He added that Leon might have gotten ahead, but there was no way that could have happened without a catch, which clearly angered Jenny. Frey continued to insist that he considered the whole thing a fake, since, in his opinion, it was impossible to develop 25 drugs in a month. However, Jenny did not want to listen to this reasoning any longer, deciding that he was speaking without evidence. She also thought that Chinese medicine should not be underestimated, as it flourished long before the advent of modern pharmacology. Meanwhile, Leon arrived at the Bandau hotel, where Helga called him and told him that the market had completely stabilized, which played into their hands. She also noted that Arlo appears to have stopped selling off his stocks, taking a break, but is sure to make his next move soon. The hero replied that Arlo's borrowed shares should disappear completely, and it was time for the Hun Shui company to enter the market. Leon then asked the manager if everyone had arrived at the hotel yet. The manager confirmed that everyone was in the conference room and there were no problems with the rooms. Entering the conference room, Leon looked around at those present and noted that everyone was already assembled and announced the start of the meeting. Jenny introduced Leon as the chief surgeon of Huashan Hospital and a specialist in medicine and pharmaceuticals. Then the hero got straight to the point, announcing that all 25 patented Chinese drugs would soon begin clinical trials. Then Leon asked whether the partners needed a reliable representative abroad, and the atmosphere in the room instantly changed. The guests fell silent. Jenny said that despite her foreign background, she has a good understanding of China's strategy and thinks Leon's countermeasures are excellent. And then Frey became wary and thought that he should be extremely careful in conversations with this man, since he was really smart. After this, King said that he had a proposal. His company would like to open a pharmaceutical research laboratory in Minsu. Leon noted that the clinic in Minsu was a good option, but asked why it was needed if the lab was not located in Zhanghai. Frey was stunned and realized that Leon had completely misinterpreted their intentions. He quickly stood up and explained that they didn't mean it that way. However, Leon coldly declared that he had understood them absolutely correctly, after which he demanded that they leave the hotel. Frey and King stood in shock, not understanding why the protagonist sent them away so abruptly. Then Jenny suggested going back and discussing the location choice again, as well as director Leon's requirements. In response, Leon stated that he was ready to participate in the development of their drugs, but on the condition that the price would not exceed half of the previous cost. He added that in other regions they can set prices at their own discretion and he will not interfere. Leon added that he hopes for their cooperation with other pharmaceutical companies in order to reduce the overall cost of drugs. King was shocked and asked again if Leon was really demanding lower prices for drugs to treat rare diseases. Jenny, in turn, asked Leon to provide a specific list of the rare diseases and drugs he was talking about. The hero then listed the names of the medications and emphasized that he expected their price to be reduced to 2/3 of the original cost. He then slammed his fist on the table and told the guests that he had told them everything they needed to know and that they could contact his manager if necessary. Then Jenny asked in surprise whether Leon personally knew the owner of the Bandau hotel. The protagonist calmly replied that the hotel belonged to him, and if they agreed to his terms, guests would be able to live there without restrictions. After this, Jenny noted that Leon's conditions were outlined and everyone could express their opinion. Frey said that given Zhonghai's international status, opening a research center there would not be difficult. He also acknowledged that there is room for negotiation on prices, but Leon's third condition remains the main problem. Jenny noted that Leon was banking on their capitalist ambitions and forcing corporations to put pressure on their own factories. King, on the contrary, stated that the situation had reached a dead end and Leon had driven them into a hopeless situation. But Jenny countered, saying she saw nothing wrong with Leon's approach. When it comes to money, morality often takes a back seat, and everyone chooses their own path for the sake of results, so Leon's method shouldn't come as a surprise. Frey then suggested discussing the terms with Leon again and then getting the opinion of the head department. Meanwhile, Leon was walking down the corridor. At that moment, Helga called him. The girl reported that Arlo had once again started dumping shares on the market en masse, and in just half an hour, about 2 billion had been sold. Leon was stunned and asked again if they had really dumped such a volume in such a short time, after which he announced that he was leaving immediately. The protagonist got into the car and within a few minutes arrived at the Linyun Company office. Upon entering, he noticed that the entire team was waiting for him. Leon immediately asked how so many shares had been sold in 2 hours. Helga explained that by this point another 500 million had already been added. The pace was too high, and what was happening looked extremely unusual. She suggested that investors might have begun to follow the trend en masse and sell off assets following their competitors. However, Sean noted that there is no serious negative news online, so such a large-scale panic seems doubtful. Leon noted grimly that if this continued, there was a high risk of running out of funds and losing the big game. Helga added that this is a much bigger game now, with about 26 billion left in the company's accounts, but that money won't last long. Silence reigned in the office. Everyone understood that a solution needed to be found urgently. After some time, Leon exhaled and stated that nothing terrible had happened and asked the team to continue buying back shares. After that, Leon went to rest, and Helga was surprised at how calm the boss remained even in such a tense moment. Later, the protagonist decided to call his friend. Leon asked him to contact the banks, as he intended to mortgage Lunson and go all in. That night, Leon arrived at Charlie's establishment, deciding that together with his friends they would definitely find a way to defeat Arlo. As the evening progressed, Walker informed Leon that someone else had intervened in the game and was now helping Arlo. He suggested that 4 young masters from Yanjing might be behind this. The hero was surprised and admitted that he had never heard of them. Charlie explained that Axel and Sanes were behind Arlo, but none of them were as wealthy as Arlo's clan. Leon then noted that now much becomes clear. Without their support, Arlo would not have been able to manage a sum of more than 40 billion. Another guy clarified that in this case, the financial limit of their opponents is in the range of 100 to 130 billion. He already has 72 billion, and after borrowing another 50, his capital has reached 122 billion, which should be enough for the fight. Charlie offered to add another 10 billion if necessary, but Leon thanked his friend and declared that he could handle it himself. Charlie was furious and harshly called him an idiot. He said that he considered it madness for him to try to play against 4 rich and respected people. He asked sarcastically if Leon imagined himself to be a god of war or a dragon king. However, at that moment, Elizabeth called the hero and asked where he was. Leon said that he was spending time in Megapolis with Charlie. Then she asked him not to drink and to wait for her there. Just a few minutes later, Elizabeth appeared at the establishment. The visitors began to whisper, paying attention to the girl, admiring her beauty. Suddenly, a man blocked her path. He asked if she was alone and suggested that they have some fun together. The stranger said that he was ready to treat her to anything and fulfill any desires. But the girl coldly said that she did not need treats. But the man did not back down, said that she should be less cold, started talking obscenely and tried to touch her. Elizabeth became furious and slapped the insolent man hard across the face, making it clear that he should behave decently. The man, in turn, flared up, not expecting such a blow, which turned out to be humiliating for him. At that moment, Leon appeared nearby. The protagonist and his friends stopped and said that if he dared to touch Elizabeth again, his family would be ruined. The stranger was shocked and recognized Charlie himself in the company. Realizing the trouble he had gotten himself into, the man became frightened and quickly apologized, claiming that he had not known who she was. However, Charlie abruptly pushed him away with his foot and ordered him to disappear immediately. After this, Leon's friends approached Elizabeth and greeted her joyfully. After making sure she was okay, Leon hugged her. Then the hero asked why she had arrived so suddenly. Elizabeth explained that Helga told her about the difficult situation and offered to help. She said that she could provide 3 billion. Leon was genuinely amazed and asked where she got so much money and whether she had mortgaged her own company. Elizabeth admitted that she considered this amount insufficient and was ready to look for additional funds to help him cope with the problem. The friends looked at each other and jokingly decided that Leon was a real scoundrel, since he had gathered around him all the most beautiful and worthy girls. The hero himself was dissatisfied and sternly told Elizabeth that she should not have acted alone. But Elizabeth could not stand it and declared that she would not allow his enemies and competitors to ruin his life. Leon looked at her silently and realized how worried and concerned she was about him. He gently touched her face and calmed her down, assuring her that he was in complete control of the situation and knew how to ultimately defeat the opponents. Walker also tried to calm her down, noting that they had already managed to collect more than 10 billion and that no enemies posed a serious threat. His friend supported his words and told Leon that it was time for him to stop thinking about business and just have a drink with everyone else. The next morning, Leon arrived at Huashan Hospital. Meanwhile, Liana reviewed the infection control protocol and noted that, despite the high chances of success, the plan had risks. She warned Leon that his family was currently being actively discussed on the internet, but the hero confidently stated that he was completely confident in his skills. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, at the Huayin Corporation, everyone involved had gathered since early morning, reflecting on the market situation. Axel, Sainz, and Arlo himself were also in the room. Everyone was silent and the atmosphere was oppressive. Soon, a subordinate came in and reported that up to 50 billion had been thrown onto the market in the second round. But Ling Yun had bought it all. Arlo, continuing to smoke, began to think about his next steps. Then he asked the others where Leon got so much money. Sainz suggested that Leon didn't have much money left and the gap between them no longer seemed critical. Axel agreed with Arlo and noted that there was no turning back now. Arlo then added that the Hun Shui company had already shown excellent results, and after the operation was completed, Leon's reputation would inevitably collapse. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to visit Ling Yun to personally monitor what was happening on the stock market. Helga soon informed Leon that the market had temporarily stabilized, and Arlo and his allies had apparently suspended sales. The hero assumed they had run out of resources and asked that the relevant information be passed on to the public relations department. Leon then reminded them that he had an operation scheduled for that day, so he asked them not to disturb him without a really serious reason. Arriving at Huashan Hospital, the hero noticed a large crowd of people. At the entrance, a blogger was broadcasting live, and he said that the child's condition had attracted enormous public attention. The assembled people discussed what they had learned from the internet about the disease vasospasm and considered it not so scary. Leon went into his office and began to change clothes, while Sasha asked his colleagues if he had seen reporters near the hospital. The hero immediately ordered that security be warned not to allow outsiders inside, otherwise they could interfere with the operation. Sasha was surprised by this decision and wondered whether it was really possible to keep all these people. She noted that many simply want to draw attention to the rare disease. However, Leon coldly explained that these people only care about popularity and collecting information, and that other people's grief is just a tool for them. He stressed that exploiting the misfortune of others for gain is a disgusting act. Sasha understood his position and promised to resolve the situation with the journalists by not allowing them inside. A few minutes later, the boy's parents arrived at the hospital with their son. They wanted to talk to the chief surgeon. Leon and Liana tried to calm them down, assuring them that everything would go well and the child would definitely recover. Leon, as a leading specialist, also confirmed that he takes the operation extremely seriously. He gently stroked the boy's head, letting him know that he was already expected in the operating room. And then his parents couldn't contain their emotions, fell to their knees and began to thank the doctors. Liana hastened to lift them up, asking them not to do this. Then the hero approached Liana and thought that now they needed to concentrate. However, he soon heard a noise and realized that strangers had finally broken inside. People were outraged, demanding an explanation as to why they were not being allowed in, and suspected that the doctors were hiding something. Then Leon lost his temper and sharply asked Sasha who allowed these people to enter and why the situation was still not under control. The girl tried to smooth over the conflict and promised to immediately remove all outsiders so that no one would interfere with the operation. Sasha demanded that they leave immediately, emphasizing that Dr. Leon did not have a very good-natured character. And then the blogger flared up and started shouting, threatening that they had enough influence and power. At that moment, Leon realized that he couldn't stand it any longer. Coming close, the hero grabbed one of the bloggers by the collar, and with his other hand, Leon stopped his companion. In a matter of seconds, he threw both of them out of the hospital. The blogger hysterically shouted that everything was live and viewers saw everything, threatening the police and serious problems for the hospital. Then Leon wearily ordered security to be called to get rid of these people who were only getting in the way. After this, Leon approached Liana and said that it was time for them to begin and prepare for the operation. The hero then asked Sasha about the patient's condition, and in response, he heard that the anesthesia was ready and the operation could begin at any moment. The protagonist announced to the team the start of the operation. After some time, he began to apply stitches, but suddenly the hero saw the boy's blood and immediately realized that the situation was extremely grave. The other doctors also froze in surprise and realized that things were bad. The patient had started bleeding internally. Leon then asked his colleagues to bring a clamp and an electric scalpel as quickly as possible. The other doctors watched as the girl performed the operation. However, Leon began to use his skill to see the source of the patient's wound. He noted that the bleeding area had already been clamped, and now there was no need to worry about this problem. At the same time, Liana could not understand how the hero was able to see the wound, because there was too much blood in the patient's body. Leon soon informed all the doctors that they could begin stitching up the patient, as the internal bleeding had been stopped. Meanwhile, Elizabeth came to Leon's company and asked what he was doing now and whether it was possible to contact him. The girl soon found out that the hero had an important operation today, which is why he wasn't answering his phone. Helga then pointed out that since Leon's corporation had not recently issued shares, their financial statements were of little interest. However, a young man suddenly ran into the room and told Elizabeth that there was a problem and the news had already been published on Weibo. Elizabeth and Helga were shocked because they did not understand how this could happen. After this, the girl sat down at the computer and decided to personally check the information by visiting the website. It was alleged that the director of the Lingyun Corporation had numerous indecent relationships with different women and did not even try to hide it. Helga was furious and told Elizabeth that this was beyond the scope of even fake news. Sean added that he would contact the legal department immediately, as this was already a personal attack. However, Elizabeth said that there was no point in making a fuss, but rather to act smarter than the enemy. She explained that she would instruct Chaoyang's PR department to clarify the situation as quickly as possible and dispel all rumors. Meanwhile, news continued to emerge, reporting that the director of the Lian Corporation allegedly beat up residents of the city of Beiqiao, injuring 2 people. Helga slammed the table with all her might and told Elizabeth that Arlo intended to completely destroy Leon. Then Elizabeth replied to Helga that the PR department would deal with the situation, but they needed to provide all the necessary documents and settle the formalities. After that, she told Helga that she was returning to the office and they would make the rest of the decisions themselves. Meanwhile, Jenny was at the Bandau hotel with her partners. They were negotiating and wanted to discuss cooperation with Leon again. The girl asked Frey if his company had sent the agreement. Frey replied that they could sign the contract on behalf of the company and prepare everything in advance. King soon signed the contract, but when the girl was about to leave, King said that, in his opinion, Leon was now in serious difficulties. Jenny was surprised and asked what problems exactly the main character was having. That was the first time he told her about it, after which the girl opened Weibo, read all the news, and asked what happened. King explained that this is how they always operate in Han Shui and never miss an opportunity to make money at such a time. Frey added that if Leon were destroyed, it would harm their interests and have a negative impact on the whole matter. Jenny thought for a moment, wondering how the hero could have allowed this to happen. The girl then said that she would not send the contract for now, and that they needed to discuss the situation with management and find out their opinion. 10 minutes later, Jenny told her partners that they all had essentially the same news. King nodded in agreement with her and suggested that they sign the contract first and decide the rest later. Jenny noted that it would be reasonable to send the contract now and that they could return home tomorrow. After this, Jenny came to the hospital, deciding to talk to Leon. The girl sat in the corridor, waiting for the main character to come out of the operating room. She then walked up to Rosalind and told the girl that she was glad to see her there. Jenny explained to Rosalind that she wanted to talk to Leon about an important matter, but he was in surgery, so she waited for him. Rosalind looked at the girl and thought to herself that Leon would hardly flirt with Jenny. Then she said that many people were worried about this child, so she came to visit him because his condition was extremely serious. At that very moment, the operating room doors opened and doctors began to walk out into the corridor. Leanna informed the family that the operation was successful and the child could be transferred to the ward. Then the patient's father asked where Leon was, and Leanna explained that the young man was too tired and remained in the operating room. At that moment, the hero was sitting on the floor of the operating room, completely exhausted after a complex operation. When Rosalind approached him, the hero, noticing the girl, was surprised and asked what she was doing there. Rosalind explained that she had been very worried about him and had come to make sure he was okay. In response, he admitted that he was very exhausted and considered the work of a surgeon to be beyond the capabilities of most people. But Rosaline objected that he was talking nonsense. She then asked if he could walk, but Leon replied that he couldn't feel his legs. The girl became concerned, asking how serious it was and how he was going to get home. After this, the girl helped Leon to get up, supported him, and said that they would go together. So they went out into the corridor, and the hero, leaning on Rosalind, noticed Jenny. Leon looked at her and wondered why she had come. In response, the girl said that all parties had agreed to his terms, and now he just needed to check whether everything suited him. Leon took the documents from her hands and decided that he would study them carefully later, when he had regained his strength. Then he said that he agreed and would soon sign the papers and send the contract. After this, the director sat down on a bench and handed the documents to Rosalind and asked her to sign the contract. Rosalind was surprised and asked what kind of papers these were. Leon then explained that several pharmaceutical companies wanted to partner with him to build a research center in Shanghai. He also added that prices for medicines on the Chinese market will not exceed 50% of the cost price. However, Rosalind replied that this was entirely his merit, and she did not consider it necessary to interfere in his affairs. Then Leon reminded her that he had promised to help her and intended to keep his word, emphasizing that with this contract her life would become much easier. However, the girl objected, saying that she didn't really need it and she didn't want him to sacrifice his interests for her sake. In response, Leon said that he himself did not need this contract and sincerely wanted to give it to her. But Rosalind asked Leon to get comfortable and offered to give him a massage. She soon informed Leon that a lot of bad news about him had appeared on the internet today, which greatly surprised him. She said she chose the most resonant ones, mentioning that Baba suspended cooperation due to a sharp drop in the company's shares. Leon also read a news story about the director of the Lingyun Corporation allegedly having indecent relationships with many women in the city. Hearing this, the hero stood up abruptly and tried to take the phone from Rosalind's hands in order to read everything written about it himself. At this point, Helga contacted Leon and told him that she had tried her best to deal with the rumors, but it hadn't worked. Leon then asked Helga to prepare a press conference at Lingyun Corporation for the next day as quickly as possible. After this, the protagonist began to take off his surgical gown and thought that he needed to go to Lingyun as soon as possible. Then Leon received an unexpected call from Ninel, who asked him to report that their mother had seen the news about him, after which she went to Shanghai. The hero was shocked and asked her if his mother had really gone to Shanghai. As it turned out, Vanessa had already arrived in the city and wanted to meet Elizabeth. The girl met the old woman and said that she would help her with her luggage, reminding her that at her age she shouldn't lift heavy things. Vanessa immediately objected, noting that the suitcase was too heavy, but the girl calmly replied that she was fine. Then Vanessa noted with a smile that modern young people are able to cope with any difficulties. Once home, Vanessa said that she was sure Leon couldn't have done what they were writing about in the news, because she had raised him completely differently. Then Elizabeth brought her some water. The girl gently said that the situation was not that serious, and emphasized that she continued to believe in Leon. Vanessa then unwrapped the package and explained that her mother-in-law had given her this piece of jewelry many years ago when she got married. The woman added that although she and Leon were not yet married, she still wanted to give this thing to Elizabeth, since she was saving it for the wedding. Vanessa immediately put the bracelet on her hand and said that she would be offended if the gift was not accepted. Then the girl asked in surprise why Vanessa decided to give such an unexpected gift. Late in the evening, Leon returned home and froze at the entrance, as he did not expect to see Vanessa there at all. The hero asked his mother what she was doing there and why she hadn't warned him about her visit in advance. Vanessa was outraged and demanded to know why he returned so late. The young man immediately collapsed on the sofa, thinking that he needed rest. He told Vanessa that he had just performed a very complex operation. However, his mother was furious at his behavior, and at that very moment she walked up to Leon and kicked him in the leg with all her might. Vanessa claimed that while his fiancée was waiting for him at home, he was allegedly having fun somewhere with other women. Leon objected, explaining that he had gone to build a school and a road, and stressed that he was not one to chase after every skirt. Vanessa then approached Elizabeth and told the girl that there was nothing between Leon and the other women, and everything written was just rumors. Elizabeth smiled and replied that she believed him. The next morning in Yanjin, Huayin employees gathered to celebrate what they thought was a major victory. Arlo raised his glass and said he was drinking to Archer, noting that he had been working especially hard in recent days. He then added that he was amazed at how much information they had managed to dig up about Leon. Archer responded by saying that in a couple of days there would be a new wave of negative news, after which Leon would not have a single chance. Arlo then offered Mr. Archer a drink, stating that the game was not over yet, but their enemies were doomed to fail. However, one of the employees noted that Leon is not stupid at all and will find a way to counter internet attacks at the press conference tomorrow. Axel added that 12 hours had passed since the post was published and Leon had still not appeared, calling him a coward who was awaiting his fate. Sainz, in turn, noted that the negative information needs to be refuted quickly, and the best time for PR has already been missed, making it difficult to salvage the situation. Arlo stated that even if he managed to fix the situation, his reputation would be destroyed, and cooperation with Baba would be pointless. He then suggested that Archer go to a nightclub in Yanjing, adding that local establishments were much more interesting than those abroad. However, Archer refused, explaining that he would not go with them because he needed to thoroughly prepare for the second stage of the plan. He called a taxi, said goodbye to his friends, and said that he would soon return with good news. On the way, Archer thought that there was nothing special about Leon, that he turned out to be a boring opponent. It was at that moment that he received a call. Archer accepted the call and was surprised to realize that he had not expected to hear such information at all. Then he told his interlocutor that he understood him and would try to meet with the right people. After this, the man told the driver not to go to the hotel and asked him to turn around towards the airport. On the way, Archer wondered who Leon really was. The next morning, Leon arrived at the Bandau hotel and immediately realized that reporters were already waiting for him at the entrance. One of the journalists stated that, judging by the published materials, he had many relationships with girls, and asked if this was true. The hero clarified what exactly she meant, after which he added that there were many women who sought inappropriate relationships with him. The reporters then said they had also discovered that Leon had treated the heirs of the Hong and Dongcheng companies unfairly. In response, Leon stated that he acted this way because he learned about the bad relationships these people had with their mothers and decided to punish them. All the reporters froze in surprise, as they were completely unexpected to hear such answers. At that moment, Charlie and his friends began to approach the hotel. Charlie and Walker were unhappy that journalists had surrounded their friend. Security began to push the reporters back, demanding that they not interfere with Leon. At this time, Helga and all the representatives of the Lingyun Corporation were already waiting for him inside. Helga announced that the press conference was about to start and asked if he had come up with a solution. Then the main character asked how much money was currently in their accounts. Helga replied that there were almost 20 billion left on the balance. Leon added that Charlie and the others had invested 13 billion, and Elizabeth had contributed another 3. After this, the hero ordered Helga and Sean to immediately start buying up all the fallen shares. Helga was shocked by this decision. Helga asked if he was sure, because spending all the funds was an extremely risky and dangerous step. However, Leon said that she must do everything exactly as he ordered. Helga replied that she understood him and, together with Sean, set off to carry out the task. Then Jenny informed Leon that everything was ready and that she had the contract in her hands. She also said that she wanted to introduce him to someone. The main character was surprised and asked Jenny who exactly she was going to introduce to him. At that moment, Archer approached them and introduced himself, explaining that he was the head of the regional branch of Hun Shui in Asia. Then Leon asked ironically if he had just come to have fun, adding that he could offer him a seat in the front row. However, Archer said he intends to clarify the false information on the internet and apologize for the negative impact. The hero was genuinely shocked and asked why he was apologizing. Leon then turned to Jenny and asked her to explain what was going on since he didn't understand anything. The girl said that they united, put pressure on their competitors, and they decided to back down and admit their mistakes. The protagonist asked Jenny if they were afraid that this incident would affect their collaboration. She explained that after reaching an agreement, the remaining pharmaceutical companies did not want to risk their interests. Leon thought that he had not yet managed to fully set the nets, but the prey was already in his hands. He then informed Archer and Jenny that he would not attend the press conference and asked them to work with his team to sort out the issues. Charlie asked if the hero was just going to leave and not waste his time here, and Leon replied that let people enjoy the intrigues so the effect would be stronger. Then Charlie remarked with a grin that he simply loved spectacular moves. Meanwhile, everyone gathered in the hall was waiting for the press conference to begin. Aiden sat next to his daughter and son and noted that he did not expect such an influx of guests. Cassandra assumed the invitation came from Arlo, and in the short-selling battle, it was a major move that would be seen by many. Soon the host, Tanya, came on stage and said that recently there had been a lot of negative reviews about Ling Yun and Baba on the internet. That's why they invited Mr. Archer from Hunshui Company to clarify the situation together. The entire Cow family was shocked by what was happening, and people were confused as to whether Archer was really working for Leon. Archer then told his journalist friends that they were the ones who had been spreading rumors about Leon recently. Now he wants to publicly apologize to the main character, because all the negative information on the internet was made up by them. Archer then bowed to the representatives of the Lin Yun Corporation and apologized. The Cow family was shocked and couldn't understand how this was even possible. They thought they had almost destroyed Leon's business. Aiden realized that after all this noise, Baba's stock price would inevitably skyrocket, and he wondered how the hero had managed to pull it all off. Cassandra was sure that this news would soon reach the ears of their enemy Arlo, and she was even curious how he would react. The next morning, Huayin employees decided to check all the news. Arlo and his men saw reports that Archer admitted that all the negative information on the internet was fabricated by him. A heavy, oppressive silence fell over the room, and no one present could find the right words. One of the employees recalled that they had discussed everything with Archer just yesterday, and he was supposed to finally put an end to Leon's career. Arlo was furious and decided to immediately call his company to find out what happened. The man tried to contact Archer's company. However, Arlo soon angrily informed his friends that the company's work phone was not answering. Axel then suggested ordering his people to buy back shares from retail investors and try to make money from it. However, at that moment, an employee ran into the room and announced that trading in shares had been suspended due to an excessively sharp rise in prices. Arlo and all his friends stood in shock, not knowing what to do now. Then the director demanded that what had been said be repeated, clarifying why exactly the bidding had been stopped and when this had happened. The employee explained that after the press conference, people began buying up shares en masse. The index was steadily rising, and it was impossible to stop the process. Then Arlo couldn't take it anymore and kicked the table with all his might, screaming that it was a conspiracy and he was being set up. Sainz told brother Arlo that they had simply been fooled. The employee then added that there were very few shares left in free float on the market, and they would no longer be able to buy back those shares. Arlo and his friends were completely confused. Sainz asked what they should do next. Meanwhile, Rosalind and her mother also watched Archer's press conference. The girl told her mother that the result was even better than they expected. Charlize noted that the hero had taken drastic measures, which is why the bearish game ended in Arlo's defeat. After this, Rosalind took out the documents and asked her mother to guess what kind of papers she had in her hands. She explained that it was an agreement between 6 companies and Leon to create a world-class research center for drug development. Charlize remarked that it was not surprising that the Hunshui company had changed its mind and asked if her daughter had discussed this with Uncle Chen. Rosalind said she spoke to him at work and he couldn't stop laughing, adding that he really liked Leon. The woman was extremely surprised and warned that if the situation went too far, even she would not be able to help. Then Rosalind was surprised and asked why her mother suddenly spoke so harshly. The woman replied that they would return to this conversation, after which she asked for Leon's number as she wanted to talk to him in person. She immediately called the hero, but he did not answer. Rosalind's mother became angry and demanded an explanation from her daughter, not understanding how that scoundrel Leon could not pick up the phone. At this time, The main character switched his phone to airplane mode so that no one would distract him from his work. Charlie suggested looking at the current prices, believing that they might still have a chance to buy out all the remaining shares on the market. But Leon calmly replied that the outcome was already clear. They would indeed lose a lot. The only question was how much. However, Charlie countered, saying that this was not enough and that they needed to further boost the stock price. According to the protagonist, everything went exactly according to plan, and soon they will finally complete the game. Then Helga asked the young man what decision he had made. In response, he instructed her to convey to everyone that they intended to cooperate with the Zhonghai circuit to launch the Baba sports car project. Following this, the partnership with Wangjiang Port and the opening of a restaurant in conjunction with the Bandau Hotel will be officially announced. Following this, Charlie announced that he would announce his intention to invest in the company, which would allow the three types of infrastructure to be combined. Leon listened to his friends, agreed with them, and said that it was time for him to go, since he still had important business at the hospital. After this, the main character arrived at the hospital. He went straight to the HR department, intending to discuss his decision. The hero sat down on a chair and asked the girl if she was free and said that he wanted to quit. The woman was extremely surprised and asked again if he really was going to quit. In response, the protagonist explained that he wanted to change his line of work because he was very tired of working in the hospital and the constant stress. The woman eventually promised to complete all the necessary documents, after which Leon signed the application. Then the hero walked down the corridor and realized that before leaving he needed to say goodbye to his colleagues. He asked the nurse where Liana was now, and she replied that the girl was probably in room 812. Leon headed to the indicated room, and when he entered, he saw that Liana and Sasha were standing next to the sick boy, and his parents were also there. Sasha noticed the hero and happily said that she was very glad to see him. The protagonist approached the child, took his temperature, and asked the girl how the boy was feeling. Sasha replied that the patient's condition had stabilized and all indicators had returned to normal. The boy's parents thanked the hero and admitted that without the operation they could have lost their son. In response, Leon said that there was nothing to thank him for since it was his job, and the most important thing was that the child was fine. At that moment, the head doctor, Matteo, hurriedly entered the room. He asked Leon why he had decided to leave, assuming that there was something he didn't like about their hospital. Then everyone present learned that Leon was leaving and they were shocked, considering it a real tragedy. The protagonist explained to his friends that he had other important matters to attend to, so his work at the hospital would have to be temporarily postponed. Sasha couldn't hold back her tears, asking her best friend why he was leaving them, because it was a complete surprise for everyone. Then the head doctor, Matteo, said that he would not sign the resignation letter because Leon was too valuable an employee. He then offered to arrange a long leave for the hero so that he could decide for himself when to return, while retaining his position and salary. Leon replied that a long vacation was possible, but that salary alone was not enough for him. Hearing this, the head physician agreed to act as the hero wished. After this, the boy's parents approached Leon again and repeated words of gratitude over and over again. The protagonist helped his parents up and calmly said that everything was fine, but it was time for him to go since he had a lot of things to do. Sasha admitted that she would miss him very much and added that Liana was also worried. All the doctors wished the hero to take care of himself and good luck in his new endeavors. Liana was silent, but it was obvious that the girl was very sad about his departure. It was at that moment that a nurse ran into the room and told Matteo that an anonymous person had donated $3 million to the boy patient. The head doctor was amazed and asked again if this was a joke. The boy's parents were overjoyed and couldn't believe they now had so much money. Leon then noted that the money had arrived just in time, and since the operation had already been completed, further treatment could begin immediately. The boy's parents couldn't hold back their tears, and the mother said that there are still many kind people in the world, and without this money they would not have been able to save the child. Leon then asked all his friends to return to their business, adding that it was time for him to go. Liana was genuinely happy at that moment and immediately realized that no one but Leon could have donated such a huge amount for this boy. After leaving the hospital, Leon realized that his medical career had come to an end. However, at that very moment, Rosalind appeared in front of him, and the protagonist asked the girl in surprise what she was doing there. Rosalind explained that she had heard about his dismissal and decided to come over to make sure he was okay. Then Leon asked her why she needed it. In response, the girl said that she just wanted to thank him for everything and emphasized that he was completely different from the others. After this, Rosalind opened the box, and inside was calligraphy with an inscription that only the master wears white clothes. Rosalind handed the gift to Leon, explaining that she was giving it from the bottom of her heart. The hero looked closely at the present and was glad that the girl had not forgotten about it. Then Lena suddenly appeared in front of Leon and congratulated him on successfully completing the task. His reward was 300,000 mastery points. The girl also added that he had gained E-level combat power. In response, the girl explained that there was a 5-tier combat power system on Blue Star and that his reward was at the entry level. She also added that if you translate this into a numerical value, then his strength is approximately 100 times greater than the current capabilities of an ordinary person. Leon was delighted to hear this and asked if this meant that he was now practically invincible. Lena replied that soon no master, not even special forces fighters, would be able to compare with him. However, she stressed that Blue Star is not big. It is more difficult than he thinks, and he needs to continue to develop his skills. Leon then asked Lena where they came from, suggesting that perhaps they were talking about Nebula M78 or even Cybertron. But Lena replied that all the secrets would be revealed only when he became strong enough. Immediately after these words, she disappeared. At this point, Rosalind asked Leon in confusion why he had suddenly frozen and added that her mother had been trying to contact him for a long time. Leon then called Mrs. Charlize back and apologized for not answering earlier, explaining that he had been busy. In response, Charlize warned him that his enemy Arlo had realized his mistake and would soon strike back. Leon was shocked by what she heard and asked what exactly she was worried about, Huayin or the Big Four. However, the interlocutor replied that Hin did not currently pose a threat. She reminded that in the business world, dangers lurk everywhere. But Leon assured Madame Charlize that he understood her warning. Meanwhile, the story moves to Yanjing, to the Chongqing company. Suddenly, the door to Director Charlize's office swung open and the vice president rushed to announce important news. The woman was surprised and asked what had happened, as she was sure that the situation was under control. Then the girl handed her the tablet and insisted that she immediately read the information. After reading the news that all 4 masters were defeated by upstarts and that someone was behind the scenes, Charlize became wary. She sharply asked who published this article, and the girl replied that the source was abroad and it was not yet possible to identify the author. The director then concluded that someone was deliberately trying to sink the Linyan Corporation, recalling that many companies had already suffered in this way. The girl then asked what action should be taken, and she added that she had already ordered the article to be temporarily blocked. Charlize said she would instruct HR to provide an official explanation for the story surrounding the stock market war. The vice president assured her boss that she understood the action plan and would begin implementing it immediately. At the same time, the manager told Arlo that a publication had appeared on the internet claiming that this stock market game was organized by them. He added that this had a direct impact on the company's shares. Arlo slammed his fist on the table in anger and demanded to know who had done all this. The manager responded that the post had already been deleted, but that Chongqing Corporation had already published an article detailing the incident. One of the partners told Arlo that Charlize was behind this. According to him, the woman was afraid that the situation could end badly. The man immediately added that Leon's shares were growing rapidly, and they would no longer be able to buy back the securities and return them to the broker in such a short time. Then Arlo urged everyone not to panic, assuring that he would definitely come up with something. But just at that moment, the secretary entered the office and announced that Mrs. Wang was calling Mr. Arlo to her office. The young man asked his people to wait for him and promised that everything would be decided soon. Upon entering the office, Arlo heard Mrs. Wang ask him what he was thinking of making such a fuss. In response, the man tried to shift the blame onto the PR company, claiming that it was they who had allowed the failure. Then the chairwoman of the Huayin group, Donatella, asked him if he had ever thought about why Hun Shui had sided with Leon in this conflict. These words shocked Arlo, and he realized that his interlocutor knew much more than he assumed. The woman then asked him what he would have done if he had been in their place. Donatella said she had just learned of Leon's alliance with 7 pharmaceutical companies to create a research center. She also added that the hero intends to produce drugs whose price will not exceed 50% of the market price. Arlo was stunned and admitted that he couldn't believe it. Then Donatella said that Director Leon had another trump card, a professor, about whom apparently Arlo also knew nothing. The man couldn't believe it and wondered how Leon had managed to attract such a scientist. Then he asked his mother directly what he should do now. Donatella said she would provide him with funds and demanded that he return all brokerage shares immediately while there was still time. She also reminded that many are expecting a change in power in Arlo's family, so this entire scandal needs to be hushed up as quickly and quietly as possible. Donatella insisted that her son act decisively. The assistant then reported that the case in Baiqiao City was already being investigated and that the Chaoyang company was handling the construction. Its director is a girl named Leona, but the main investor in all projects in this city is the Chongqing Corporation. This information shocked Donatella. She immediately wondered why Charlize contacted Leon. The woman decided to find out everything to the end and immediately called Charlize, asking if she was free. Meanwhile, Ling Yun and Helga reported to Leon that Cisco had contacted them to discuss the compensation plan and other matters. Leon noted that the enemies were smart enough to retreat in time, otherwise they would suffer even greater losses. It would be wiser to fully repay the debts to the bank. Helga assured him that she understood him and would follow all instructions. Sean, in turn, added that, judging by Cisco's loss calculations, their profit could amount to around 150 billion yuan. Leon then thanked his employees for their work and promised generous bonuses this month. The team was delighted, considering themselves incredibly lucky to have such a leader. After this, Leon decided to go to Rosalind. Arriving at the house, the hero did not find her in the living room and decided that she was in another room. Hearing footsteps, Rosalind thought it was most likely Leon. The girl told him that she was in the shower and would come out in a few minutes. Leon sat down on the sofa, and at that moment Rosalind's phone rang. He became curious about who was calling her. It turned out to be Arlo, who said he wanted to talk to her about the Ling Yun Corporation and asked if she had time to talk. Then the hero told Arlo that the girl was in the shower, so it would be better to call back tomorrow. He immediately asked who he was talking to. Leon, feigning offense, asked if he had really forgotten his voice so quickly, admitting that he even felt a little offended. Arlo was furious when he finally realized who he was talking to. He didn't expect to hear Leon's voice. In response, the hero calmly said that she was taking a shower, and after that she would have other things to do, so it would be better to postpone the conversation until tomorrow. At this point, Leon became distracted, deciding to test how much he could now develop his abilities through the system. Closing his eyes, the protagonist felt that he had become much stronger and wanted to test himself in battle as soon as possible. Then he came to the conclusion that in the world of ordinary people, there were no more worthy opponents, and no one could defeat him. At that very moment, Lena appeared in front of him and asked if he wanted to start a new career, and the hero agreed. Lena announced that Leon's new profession was that of a shop owner, and that he would receive a luxury rickshaw as a reward. The hero then asked whether there were any special requirements for the shopkeeper profession, or whether he could act at his own discretion. In response, Lena explained that the shopkeeper had to work on a pedicab and offered to go down to pick it up. However, the rickshaw turned out to be pink, and the hero immediately decided that it did not suit him at all. Then Leon noticed a folder of documents lying nearby. He was surprised, not understanding where it came from, and picked it up. Opening the folder, the young man was amazed to realize that he had a menu in front of him. He asked if he was really expected to sell fried rice for 189 yuan. It was at that moment that Rosalind appeared behind him. The girl was confused and asked where this rickshaw came from near her house. Leon calmly informed her that it was his new vehicle and asked if she thought it was fashionable. As he approached the rickshaw, Leon explained that he had decided to try a new profession, so he bought one and planned to work anywhere. The hero added that he could use the rickshaw for his store, and Rosalind would help him if she wanted. And then the girl laughed and doubted that pink would suit him. Then Leon hugged her and said with a smile that he was a real princess at heart. After that, they went into the house together. Leon told her that Arlo had called her and that he had already spoken to him. Rosalind then asked how much longer Leon was going to anger Arlo, admitting that the whole situation had been driving her crazy lately. The hero sat down next to her and offered to give her a massage, noting that she had worked hard and deserved a rest. The next day, Leon arrived at Ling Yun Corporation. He entered the office in an excellent mood. Helga, noticing him, admitted that she hadn't even heard him enter. Then Leon sat down in a chair and asked Helga if there was any news about Arlo. The officer reported that, as they expected, no action had taken place and the enemy appeared to have completely surrendered. Helga explained that after the loan was repaid, the bank would have more than 80 billion left over that could be returned. After hearing this, Leon concluded that the case of Arlo and the Huayin company could be considered closed, and there was no point in returning to this topic. However, the protagonist then unexpectedly added that at the current stage it was necessary to begin the merger of the Lunsen and Quechuang companies. They also need to organize a listing as soon as possible. and after entering the stock exchange, they should attract technology companies to invest. Soon, the young man went outside and thought that now that things were settled in the company, he could finally take up his new profession. Leon rode out into the street in a pedicab and noted to himself that this job did not seem difficult at all. The hero then reached Zhengyang Street and realized that he had not been there since he graduated. Stopping at house number 89, Leon realized that he had finally found the right place. Entering the building, the main character saw complete chaos. Then Leon turned to Lena, asking if it was too neglected, and also asked her to put up another sign. Lena agreed with his comments and asked if he had any other demands. Leon replied that it was necessary to come up with a memorable name so that people would want to try the dishes just by the name of the cafe. In response, the system informed him that he must complete the repairs within 24 hours, after which he would receive a reward. The hero asked if he could ask someone for help. Lena said that help was possible, but he was obliged to make all key decisions on his own. Realizing this, Leon agreed and decided that they would begin work immediately. Then he thought that he should write to his assistant and ask him to send someone from the hotel, since it would be difficult to cope alone. At that moment, someone called out to Leon from behind. Turning around, he was shocked to see Elizabeth. He did not expect to meet a girl in this place at all. Elizabeth explained that she had been to his work, where Helga had told her that he had gone to the shopping street, so she had decided to look for him. After looking around the room, the girl asked if this was really his new establishment. Leon confirmed that she was right, but assured her that after cleaning and preparation, it would be possible to open a business there. Elizabeth was delighted and offered to help, but Leon asked her not to do the dirty work and to take on the interior instead. The girl agreed, noting that she was great at decorating. Soon, Elizabeth went out for a short while and returned a few minutes later. She reported that she had acquired everything necessary for registration and was now ready to get down to business. Within a few hours, the establishment was literally shining. The premises were perfectly decorated. But when she looked at the list of dishes, Elizabeth was stunned and decided to discuss it with Leon. She pointed out that a plate of fried rice for $19 was too expensive, since even in Bandau the prices were lower. But Leon explained that this was precisely what made the place unique. She could eat there for free while everyone else had to pay. The girl noted that the price was still too high, especially considering that the main visitors would be students who didn't have much money. Leon agreed with this, but he understood that he could not change the price without breaking the rules of the system. Then the hero said ironically that if things didn't work out, he would sell her. The girl flushed with anger, deciding that Leon had become too insolent. Then the hero hastened to ask what he should do, since he could not change the price, and perhaps she would be the one to come up with a solution. Elizabeth suggested making the establishment upscale so that the high cost of the dishes would seem justified. Leon immediately admitted that it was a brilliant idea and wondered why he hadn't thought of it before. However, Elizabeth asked him to stop because he was ruining her makeup. At this moment, the protagonist's assistant arrived at the cafe. The manager froze in surprise when he saw what Leon was doing. The assistant quietly asked him if they should go in. In response, the manager sharply pulled him up and said that they had better wait until the boss finished his entertainment. Meanwhile, Elizabeth asked Leon to stop, noticing that her face was already wet from kisses. Leon turned on the light and thought that everything should now look normal. But he and Elizabeth froze in surprise. The hero noted to himself that he could still come to terms with the pink rickshaw, but it was unclear whether he was in a restaurant or a nightclub. Elizabeth tried to calm the young man down, noting that pink wasn't such a bad color, especially since everyone knew he liked girls. However, Leon asked the girl not to jump to conclusions, and she suggested checking the kitchen. The hero hurried after Elizabeth, explaining that she had misunderstood him. When they entered the kitchen, it became clear that nothing needed to be changed there. All the dishes were neatly in their places. Elizabeth added that she would like to put some cute collectible dolls at the entrance, since she had some like that. But Leon asked her to wait and remarked that the idea seemed strange, since this was a restaurant, not a kindergarten. Elizabeth asked if he was against it because the design had to suit the owner's tastes. However, an irritated Leon explained that the restaurant's style had nothing to do with his personal preferences. Then Elizabeth laughed and said that of course she agreed with him and he shouldn't be so nervous. At that moment, the front door opened and the manager and his assistants entered the room. The protagonist explained that this was his new establishment, and they had already decided on the style. The manager assured him that he would help bring all his ideas to life and that this place would soon become the best restaurant. Then Leon agreed and said that the conversation was over, after which he and Elizabeth stepped aside. The girl asked if he wanted to have an opening tomorrow with a ribbon and invited people. However, the hero replied that he did not want to waste time on this and preferred to get straight to business. Elizabeth noted that he had a very unusual approach to business, and with such a person, his business would only become more valuable. Leon thought for a moment, imagining how quickly he could open a restaurant. The girl looked at him carefully, not understanding what he was thinking about. Suddenly, Leon walked up to Elizabeth and pointed his finger at her, but the girl screamed that it wasn't funny at all. Nevertheless, they began to push and laugh. Later, the manager decided to report to Leon about all the work done. The hero said that his people had done a great job. He promised to pay each assistant 1,000 yen for the extra work, for which the manager sincerely thanked the boss. The establishment was completely ready to open, and the hero informed the manager that he was completely satisfied with the result. At that moment, a man entered the restaurant and asked if Leon could be found. The protagonist confirmed that it was him and asked what happened. The man explained that he represented the Hongda company and that they had delivered the sign that had been ordered a few days earlier. Leon removed the cover from the sign and saw the inscription, "Very tasty," which became the slogan of his future restaurant. He was surprised, wondering if the system was joking because such a name seemed too simple. However, immediately after this, the system reported that the task was 20% complete, and as a reward, he received a specialization in recipes. He noted that the establishment uses premium rice. Leon was confident that with such reserves, no establishment on Jianyan Street could compete with him. Soon, Helga and Elizabeth entered the restaurant. The hero was surprised why they came so early because the establishment was not yet fully ready. Helga explained that she herself did not want to come, but Elizabeth forced her, adding that some people work as directors and she has to carry dishes. But Elizabeth responded that this was a great chance to prove herself to management and suggested not to complain, but to get to work right away. On the street, a girl drew the young man's attention to the name of the restaurant, noting that it looked strange. Student Daniel agreed with Tiffany, noting that the name was unusual, then asked if they wanted to go inside. At first, the establishment seemed cozy to them, but after a moment, they thought that perhaps they were mistaken. Tiffany quietly suggested to Daniel that they look for another place, as she didn't want to stay there. At that moment, Elizabeth appeared in front of them, and the girl happily asked if they really had visitors. She invited the guests to sit down and promised that they would be served shortly. Daniel thought to himself that the place looked cool and wondered why such a pretty girl would work in such a place. However, Tiffany hastened to inform the hostess that they were simply lost and were about to leave. However, Daniel objected and stated that they would still eat there, since the place seemed worthy to him. Tiffany, in turn, tried to dissuade him, reminding him that the restaurant looked expensive and most likely they could not afford it. However, the young man calmly replied that sometimes it's worth trying something new. At that moment, Leon came out to them. The hero asked what the guests would like to order. The chef would fulfill any of their wishes. Tiffany was pleasantly surprised to find that the chef was very attractive. She then told Daniel that she was tired of walking and didn't want to go anywhere, suggesting that they have lunch there. The guests sat down at the table, and Helga, who worked as a waitress in the restaurant, approached them. The girl handed over the menu and said that they could choose any dish. Daniel glanced at the menu and was shocked to see that the regular egg fried rice cost 189 yuan. Elizabeth asked the guests what exactly they would like to order, and the student ultimately decided to order 2 servings of the signature fried rice with egg. As Elizabeth wrote down the order, Daniel realized he had made his choice almost without thinking. 10 minutes later, Helga brought the order, and it was clear that the dish was truly appetizing. The students looked at the plates with delight, amazed by the shine and aroma of the food. Daniel was the first to start eating and immediately realized that the taste of the fried rice with egg was unexpectedly rich. At first, the girl didn't believe it and decided that he was exaggerating. However, after trying the dish herself, she froze in surprise. Tiffany realized her boyfriend was right and admitted that she had never tasted such delicious food. The girl couldn't understand how ordinary rice could have such an amazing taste. They continued to eat with great pleasure, and after a few minutes, both plates were empty. Daniel thanked Leon, noting that the food was very tasty, although a little expensive, but the price-quality ratio was justified. The protagonist replied that he was glad that they liked everything and expressed hope that they would continue to visit his restaurant. At that moment, Lena appeared, threw confetti in Leon's direction, and congratulated the owner on his first satisfied customer. The system then informed the hero that his skill was already 50% full and the reward was a bone-strengthening pill. She explained that it significantly increases bone density, preparing his body for future battles. The hero happily noted that he liked the reward and immediately decided to test the effect. He immediately took the pill and his body was filled with powerful energy. He then came to the conclusion that his body was now at the level of a cultivator. 5 hours later, Helga told Elizabeth that she thought it was time for them to finish the work. The girl supported this idea, noting that it was already 7 in the evening. The lunch rush had ended and there would most likely be no new customers. However, at that moment, a man entered the restaurant and the girls immediately realized that they would not be able to leave for now. The visitor looked around and, having sat down, he asked the waitresses to tell him about all the dishes that could be ordered. The visitor looked at the waitresses with interest and noted to himself that very beautiful girls worked in this restaurant. But Helga was clearly dissatisfied and dryly informed the man that there were only 2 signature dishes here: fried rice with egg and vegetable noodles. The client decided to order fried rice with egg and also asked for something to drink, preferably a bottle. Although Helga was frankly dissatisfied, she fulfilled the client's request. The girl then asked if he would like a bottle of Ancient Castle from the 1982 vintage. There were only 2 bottles available, costing 280,000 yuan. The client was shocked by what he heard and asked again if he had understood her correctly. Helga calmly explained that he himself had asked for a recommendation, and that this wine was often ordered, so she had suggested it. The man coughed and replied that the girl didn't know much about wine, as such drinks were appropriate in Western restaurants. He then added that red wine was absolutely not suitable with fried rice and egg, and demanded that a glass of milk tea be brought to him immediately. After this, the client suddenly asked if Helga was from the village, since she was so beautiful and worked as a waitress. Helga coldly replied that it was none of his business. The man then introduced himself as Dobby and said that he taught at the directing department, adding that such an appearance was rare. Then Helga flared up and asked if he was too concerned about strange girls. But the guest noticed that she was too straightforward. He then turned to Helga, hinting that if they wanted to cooperate with him, this could be discussed in more detail. Helga was furious, holding back the urge to hit him. Suddenly, she pulled out her keys and said they were her car keys, then asked him how much he thought a date with her would cost. This question clearly caught Dobby off guard. He asked Helga in surprise where an ordinary waitress could get so much money. At that moment, Leon came into the hall. The main character immediately noticed that Helga looked irritated and asked what happened. After trying the food, Dobby was delighted and admitted that he could not find words to describe the taste. After a couple of minutes, he finished the dish and declared that the rice was excellent. The customer then handed over 100 yuan, but Helga calmly informed him that the total amount was 257 yuan. The visitor was shocked by the price and indignantly asked if he really had to pay that much for rice and tea. Helga replied that there was no point in making a scene, since the price was clearly stated on the menu. Then Dobby looked at the menu and thought the waitress had gone crazy. Then he asked what kind of establishment it was. He warned that they better set normal prices, otherwise he would file a complaint. However, the next moment Leon could not stand it and kicked the customer. The hero in a rage demanded that Dobby immediately pay the bill. However, Elizabeth hastened to approach Leon and asked him to stop. Then Dobby silently paid for all the food. Running out of the restaurant, the man told Leon that he and his team would soon answer for their insolence. At that moment, Lena appeared. She noticed that the special task was completed, and he received a reward, an essence for processing food. Leon asked what that meant, asking if he understood correctly that he could get energy from food simply by touching it. Lena smiled and replied that he almost guessed. Then Leon asked in surprise why he needed a mouth at all. Lena was amazed and asked if her master really only used his mouth for eating. After this, Lena said that this skill has another function. As an example, she explained that if Leon had 2 chestnuts in front of him, he would be able to transfer the energy from one to the other, doubling its amount. Leon thought that it would be just wonderful if his ability extended beyond food. At this moment, Elizabeth approached the hero and advised him not to pay attention to such people. However, almost immediately after this, the front door opened and 2 girls entered the restaurant. One of them turned out to be the teacher, Giselle. The teacher asked him what he was doing now, and the hero replied that he didn't have any special things to do right now, so he opened a small business. Then another girl approached Giselle's teacher and asked curiously if she knew this man. It was Ariel from Donglai Media, who was very curious to know who Leon was. The teacher introduced the young man, explaining that his name was Leon, and then identified her companion, adding that they had come in to have a bite to eat together. In response, the girl noted that her friend's friend looked very respectable. Ariel and Leon shook hands, and then she asked him if he wanted to start a career in the entertainment industry, offering him sponsorship. Leon looked embarrassed, and teacher Giselle noted that he didn't seem interested in this. Otherwise, he would hardly have opened the establishment. After this, the teacher suggested that we eat first, explaining that she had not eaten anything since the morning. Giselle then informed the protagonist that they would order vegetable noodles, pickled vegetable soup, and 2 cups of milk tea. Leon confirmed that he understood the order and asked them to wait a little. After this, Ariel whispered to the teacher if Leon was her young lover. Giselle replied that she was mistaken and asked if Ariel liked him, reminding him that there were plenty of handsome men in her company. After some time, Leon approached the table and asked if they liked the dishes. At that moment, Ariel pulled out a business card and invited Leon to call her, promising to help him advance his career significantly faster. Leon asked ironically whether this meant that he would have to pay with his own body for such help. Ariel said without hesitation that this was entirely possible, adding that her income was already at least 350 million. This behavior did not please Giselle's teacher, and she condemned the girl for being too straightforward. At that moment, the front door opened and Elizabeth entered the restaurant. Leon apologized to Giselle and her companion, explaining that they would have to wait. Ariel was shocked when Elizabeth told Leon that they were currently in the Lingyun district and had already withdrawn 80 billion from the account. Giselle noted with satisfaction that she knew about his wealth, but she had no idea that he was so rich. Ariel was so stunned by what she heard that she couldn't utter a word. Then Giselle stood up and asked Leon how much they owed for lunch, noting that she wanted to pay herself. The protagonist asked with a smile if they were leaving too quickly, and if her friend would like to support him and invest her money in him. But Giselle asked him not to say anything stupid, reminding him that he had a girlfriend, and suggested that they simply calculate the cost of the dishes. After that, teacher Giselle and Ariel left. The system then notified the hero that he had received a reward, a lucky card, which was valid for 10 minutes. Leon remembered that he had received a similar reward before, but back then it had only lasted for 5 minutes, and now he was pleased that the time had doubled. Elizabeth noted with a smile that he was so charming that there were even women willing to support him. Leon replied that he couldn't do anything about it because it was his gift, and his appearance had an infallible effect on women. However, Elizabeth, having started cleaning, asked him to stop dreaming and get down to work. The hero then reminded her that she was interested in an investment fund and was planning to invest in the high-tech automotive industry. Elizabeth said that she had already discussed this issue with the director, and they had found several promising companies. Leon clarified that this time they would start with 1 billion. Then he suggested calling everyone to a meeting and discussing investments. About an hour later, Leon's entire team began to gather in the hall. Then he informed all his colleagues that everyone had gathered in full force and that everyone could speak openly and honestly. Helga informed the hero that the director had compiled a list of companies suitable for investment, and it turned out to be quite interesting. The girl also noted that even in extremely difficult conditions, there is a very promising chance of success. Helga explained that some components for lithography machines are prohibited from export to China, and this is a serious problem for them. She added that all suppliers of these parts are located abroad, and their initial plan was aimed specifically at foreign markets. In response, Lizzie noted that the situation was not so hopeless, since there were companies among them that produced original components. Helga noted that Charlize is certainly very strong, but they have already been blocked by many countries, and their capital is not being used. Lizzie reminded them that they had already discussed this topic and came to the conclusion that if they were to invest in technology, it would be wiser to do so within the country. She also emphasized that Charlize knows foreign companies well and is able to limit them at certain stages of research. Elizabeth, after listening to all the arguments, thought that if they followed Lizzie's plan, the company would not receive any benefit. The consequences would be disastrous. Leon looked closely at the girls, noting that the current plan looked far from ideal. At this point, Tanya admitted that she had missed many points and had not really thought the situation through. The hero became angry and demanded that the plan be taken back for revision. If serious errors were discovered in it, both girls would be demoted. Helga immediately said that she understood him and promised to fix everything together with her colleague. Samuel then said that they were currently developing a completely environmentally friendly system and had already made some progress. However, he acknowledged that even an ideal system would be useless if no one developed software for it. Then Leon told him that he would handle the matter himself, but asked him to express his opinion. Samuel frankly admitted that even if the project is approved, it is unlikely to bring in any significant profit. Helga and Tanya felt disappointed when they realized how difficult it was to find the perfect solution. However, Elizabeth then pointed out that Samuel was right. If Ling Yun, Longsun, and Baba's development model was followed, everyone could succeed. She also emphasized that this approach should be used to offset the obvious risks of entering the mobile device market. Vivian admired how accurately Elizabeth had formulated the idea. She had managed to resolve the conflict between the directions. The employees perked up, agreed with Elizabeth, and noted that this could indeed be a new opportunity for business growth. Leon then allowed Samuel to continue working on the system and, in parallel, begin studying smart transportation solutions. After this, the hero instructed Vivian to handle the integration and registration of the companies Lunsen and Quechuang. The girl was shocked and anxiously asked if she really had to do all this. Vivian admitted that she was afraid of ruining everything. However, Lizzie gave her hand a subtle squeeze, making it clear that now was not the time to argue with Leon's orders. Vivian finally pulled herself together and told Leon that she could handle it, and he responded by advising her to be more confident if she wanted to succeed. After this, Director Leon announced that the meeting was over for today and allowed everyone to go about their business. After some time, Tiffany entered the restaurant, her friend standing next to her. The girl explained that she brought all her classmates to support Leon. She then turned to her friends, pointing to Leon, and reminded them that she had already told them about him, asking if they thought he was handsome. One of the girls immediately noticed that she was motivated to study hard so that she could buy rice here in the future. Helga then quietly told Elizabeth that it seemed like the girls clearly had their eye on Leon, but she replied that she wasn't too worried about that yet. 10 minutes later, Chef Leon prepared all the ordered dishes for the students and wished them bon appétit. Tiffany then asked if he was the only cook in the restaurant. Leon replied that sometimes his friends help him, and then together they quickly cope with all the orders. After this, the girl asked if they needed a part-time waiter, noting that her friend was also interested in such a job. The protagonist admitted that he hadn't thought about it yet, adding that they have very high demands. Tiffany was genuinely surprised and remarked that she didn't understand why such strict standards for washing dishes were needed in a restaurant. Then she turned around and asked the waitress, Lizzie, what her education was. Lizzie calmly told the student that she had a PhD in computer science. The students were shocked by what they heard. Then one of the girls noticed another waitress and asked her about her education, assuming that she definitely did not have a diploma. However, Helga explained that she had a background in international economics and trade and a PhD in economics. All the students were confused and wondered how they could achieve the same success. Leon then noted that he wouldn't mind them working for him too, but the establishment's logistical capabilities wouldn't allow it. Tiffany said that in that case they would go back to school, and she herself would definitely come here to work once she received her doctorate. The girls continued eating to get back to university as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Elizabeth asked Helga why she was interfering in the company's affairs, although she had previously claimed that she would not do so. Helga replied that she was speaking honestly and acting solely in the interests of the company, wishing no harm to her boss. Then Elizabeth said that this was not the issue at all, because Leon had enough funds, and every decision he made was a look into the future of the corporation. Helga responded that she understood her words and would now work even harder. After some time, the hero realized that everyone had really worked hard that day and decided to close the establishment. However, Lena suddenly appeared and informed Leon that he had completed the profession and received a solar-powered phone as a reward. Leon sat down on the couch and learned that his next profession was streamer, and he realized that he urgently needed to update the chip's program to the 3rd version. Realizing that it was too early to rest, the protagonist continued working on his laptop. However, Elizabeth told him that the problem with the phone could not be solved quickly and that they should go out for some fresh air. Soon, Leon and Elizabeth came to the campus. Elizabeth asked Leon in surprise if there was even a forest here, since she had not known about it before. Leon replied that there really was a forest here so that couples could have privacy and hide from prying eyes. Elizabeth noticed that there were indeed couples in love standing in the forest, and told Leon that they seemed very brave to her. She also admitted that every time she looks at these young people, she feels old. However, Leon said that she would always feel young next to him. At that moment, one of the students, Tiffany, noticed Leon recognized him and called out loudly. The girl asked if he walked here with his companion. Leon greeted the student politely and said that he was glad to see her. Suddenly, another student threw Leon a ball and invited him to join the game, asking if he could play basketball. Leon replied that it was not difficult for him at all and that he could easily beat any player. Then Leon jumped up and threw the ball into the hoop. A second later, the ball went into the basket, and the students realized he hadn't been exaggerating. Elizabeth was delighted and told Leon that he should definitely try the throw again. Then he told her that he was dedicating the next throw to her. The students doubted the distance, considering it too great, and decided that the ball would definitely not reach the target. One of them even said that if Leon hit the ball from that distance, he would eat it. However, the next moment the hero jumped high, confident in his throw, and the ball again accurately hit the basket. All the students froze in amazement, not understanding how this was even possible. Elizabeth told Leon that he was incredibly cool and that she had no idea he had so many hidden talents. In response, Leon noted that he was capable of much more and would be able to surprise her more than once. Then Elizabeth asked what could be even cooler, pointing out that all the students around him were clearly jealous of him. At this point, one of the students approached Leon and said that simply throwing a ball was boring and suggested playing something more interesting. Leon told the student that his girlfriend wanted to watch the throw, so he would finish the series first and then they could play together. After this, the main character jumped high into the air, heading straight towards the basket. He reached out to the hoop and sent the ball right into the target without any difficulty. The students were in complete shock and began to discuss among themselves that a person was hardly capable of such a thing. Elizabeth jumped up from her seat and hurried to Leon. The girl hugged the hero and said that she considered him the best. Leon then threw the ball to the student who had previously offered to play. After this, the hero asked if the guy had changed his mind. However, the student quickly began to leave, explaining that he felt ill and suggested playing another time. Leon replied that he agreed, but reminded him that he was still going to beat him. Later, he returned home with Elizabeth. He was sitting in the room playing a video game. At that moment, Elizabeth said that he was incredible and that the students were probably almost dying of envy watching him. Leon told the girl that these were just ordinary throws, adding that with age, she would probably judge him completely differently. Then Elizabeth declared that even if he ended up in a wheelchair, she would still consider him the best. The hero asked in surprise whether he would definitely become sick in old age. But Elizabeth explained that this was just a figurative way of expressing her feelings and that she meant her willingness to hire the best doctors for him. Leon gloomily remarked that if his life was to be supported solely by machines, he would rather prefer to leave for another world. Then Elizabeth got up from the sofa, thinking that Leon was taking everything he said too literally. After this, the girl approached the router, and Leon did not immediately understand why she was doing this. The next second, Elizabeth pulled out the cable and turned off the Wi-Fi, deciding to distract the hero from mobile games. The next morning, Leon arrived at Rosaline's house wanting to talk to her. Leon asked if she would like to take part in a promising project. The thing is, they are developing a personal mobile system and he could register it as the head of the department. But Rosalind replied that she was not interested, adding that if he needed help, he could just ask. Leon then stated that he was not going to lie and asked if it was possible to obtain certain benefits. At this point, Rosalind, who was sitting on the sofa, asked what exactly the benefits were. Leon explained that he meant exclusive rights to the event's name and noted that money was not an issue in this case. Rosalind recalled that last year the amount was around $1 billion and that he was planning to launch advertising on his device. Leon then clarified that it was not about the phone, but about the system. He explained that he does not intend to use traditional telephone advertising, but rather to sell the system as a standalone product. After this, Rosalind asked him to wait in the living room, saying that she would call her mother. While the girl was talking to her mother, Leon turned on the TV and began to change channels. After some time, Rosalind returned and said that her mother was ready to help contact several companies. She also added that Leon would later have to choose a partner to support software development. Rosalind reported that her mother also mentioned wanting to set up a manufacturing center and asked if he would be interested in one. Leon admitted that this was quite risky, since the project's lifespan was about 20 years and he could not handle it alone. However, Rosalind noted that this is a great opportunity and a serious privilege that is worth carefully considering. Leon eventually agreed with her and stated that he wanted to take a closer look at the list of all potential partners. After that, he went to the Lunson Science Center. Professor Samuel was sincerely glad to see the boss. Leon explained that the source code for the new system should not differ significantly from what is already on the market. Implementing this would not be easy. Then the professor asked the protagonist not to be nervous, and assured him that their project was essentially no different from existing solutions. He then added that the team had done everything possible to ensure that the system was fully compatible with all applications. Leon said that now they need to find some original manufacturers willing to enter the mobile industry. He also clarified that the price of the phone should remain within the 1,000 yuan range, and special attention should be paid to the quality of the camera. After this, Leon returned to his establishment and began to tidy up the kitchen, at which point Helga asked if he was ready to close. The protagonist replied that he wanted to try something new and asked the girl not to put the establishment up for sale. Soon, customers entered the restaurant and asked if anyone was there, but Leon apologized and said that the establishment was already closing. However, then he looked closely at the guest, froze in surprise, and realized that he had not expected to see these people at all. It turned out to be Gail, his classmate, who asked if it was really Leon, their classmate. Then another classmate asked if Leon worked as a cook, as she had previously thought he worked in real estate. Then Leon replied that he had not worked there for a long time. However, Gail noted that it was time for Leon to find a more decent job, since the profession of a chef, in his opinion, was not very prestigious. The protagonist calmly asked since when the job of a chef ceased to be respected. Gail asked Leon to pay attention to him and told him that after entering graduate school, he had been working on venture projects. At this point, another guy intervened and told Gail that he was talking too much. Holly added that she also doesn't think the chef's profession is bad, because with enough capital, you can always open your own restaurant. However, Gail countered, noting that in a city like Shanghai, competition was too high and the slightest mistake could mean losing everything. Holly then told Leon that if he decided to open his own restaurant, he should let her know and she was willing to invest. However, the hero replied that he did not think it was a good idea and did not intend to do it. Gail didn't understand his words and said that you can't just go with the flow and not achieve anything. Then Leon put his hand on his shoulder. He said that he understood what he wanted to say, but asked him to stop pretending. He then suggested that everyone stop talking and order food instead, as everyone was probably hungry. When he came into the kitchen, Helga was surprised and asked why he was there again if the establishment was already closing. Then Leon replied that it's not every day that you get to meet old friends. 2 hours later, the former classmates had eaten their fill and all their plates were empty. Holly asked how much they should pay and said she was willing to pay the whole bill, but Leon replied that he was treating. Gail, however, noted that it was too expensive and that Leon should be more careful with his spending in the future. Helga, watching what was happening, thought that Leon was a master at pretending. At that moment, Director Leon received a message from Rosalind on his phone. She wrote that they needed to discuss the community center project. Then Leon told Helga that they were closing and he needed to leave on business. The former students began to disperse, discussing how delicious the food was. Holly noticed that Leon had also come out and, apparently, was getting ready to go somewhere. She approached him and asked if his workday was over, adding that she had recently bought a car and could give him a ride. But Leon thanked the girl and replied that he had his own car. Then Helga told Director Leon that she was also going to work and would call him later. Gail was surprised to hear the girl call Leon the director and wondered how an ordinary cook could hold such a position. Holly asked if Helga was his subordinate, and Leon explained that she was an assistant director at his financial company. Finally, Leon told Holly that after she entered the doctoral program, she could apply for a job at their company. Leon said that he just started a company, made some money, and doesn't consider himself anything special. The protagonist then told Gail that he was leaving on business and added that they could talk next time. The former classmates were in complete shock when they realized that in front of them was an elite car worth about 30 million. They couldn't understand where the class president got so much money. Then they realized that their classmate was hiding his wealth. Holly noticed that some people study their whole lives and achieve nothing, while others eventually get hired by companies. Gail remained silent, unable to find the words to respond, and eventually realized that she was right. After that, Leon arrived at Rosalind's company. He looked at the tall building and noted that the place was really good. The hero then added that although this building was not comparable to Ling Yun, they were quite comparable. Soon, Leon noticed a large number of people at the entrance and was surprised, not understanding why such a crowd had gathered there. The girl explained that Shanghai has many entrepreneurs with excellent instincts who react instantly to any changes in the business world. She also added that there are people who work even harder than him. Leon then called the elevator and said that he did not agree that only hard work could bring big money. When the elevator arrived, Leon stepped inside, intending to go up and talk to the project's investors. At that moment, Someone announced that father had said that all the documents were ready and that this place should be turned into the best business center of the city. Leon realized that people were approaching them and could take them by surprise. The man added that they were currently looking for tenants, and the hero, noticing these people, quickly stepped aside. Rosalind quietly told Leon that they were lucky because of her quick reaction and asked what people would think if they saw them together. Soon, a wealthy student from Zhonghai University named Juno approached them and asked if they were planning to rent an office. Leon then asked Juno why he was interested in this. He replied that they also wanted to start a business here and that they would most likely cross paths again. However, Leon suddenly stated that he believed that they would not see each other again. He added that he liked the entire floor and suggested that they explore the other levels. Juno kept his eyes on Leon as he watched him leave, thinking that the man would regret his behavior. Meanwhile, Leon told Rosalind that the design here was excellent. All that was left was to buy office chairs and everything would be ready. Meanwhile, Juno was indignant, considering what was happening to be a show since renting an entire floor is not something everyone can afford. Emmy tried to calm him down by saying that the man was probably just having a bad day, but Juno pointed out that girls were too naive. He asked her if she noticed how Leon and Rosalind were adjusting their clothes as if they were doing something inappropriate. Emmy was shocked and asked if they could really do such things in such a place. Juno said that this made the situation even more exciting, and a brilliant plan was already beginning to form in his head. However, Emmy asked him to stop fantasizing and get back to business, suggesting that they go downstairs and look at other options. But Juno noted that it was mostly small businesses that gathered there and that few could afford an entire floor. And then he laughed. He then said that he would call his father and instruct him to sort out the rental issues and all the formalities. Afterwards, Leon went to Ling Yun Company to check on the progress of the company's employees. Leon met with Helga and the others in the meeting room. He asked those present about the listing of the company's Lunsen and Quechuang. Helga explained that they had received all the necessary approvals from regulators, meaning they would soon be able to officially enter the market. Leon then announced that a production center had recently been built in the city and that the company's legal address was planned to be located there. Helga asked if he was talking about the center at 190 South Street, since she had heard that was where the complex was located. However, she expressed doubt, noting that such places are usually occupied by small companies, and for them, it may not be profitable. Leon agreed that she was right, but they had to use all available resources, especially since he was the owner of this center. Hearing this, Helga was shocked and asked when he managed to acquire the building, since all the funds were in the corporation's accounts. Leon then explained that he had not formally purchased the center, but that the space would be extremely useful once they had completed all their plans with Lunsen. However, he clarified that his ownership rights were only for 20 years, after which the center would have to be returned. Helga, however, responded optimistically, noting that they would have time to accomplish a lot in 20 years, and that Lunsen's entry into the market would become easier. Then Leon stood up, agreeing with this, and decided that all that remained now was for them to do to speed up the work. Later, he arrived at Charlie's bar, hoping to meet some friends and relax a bit. He inquired about their plans, noting that he had not seen them for a long time. In response, the friends said that they were going to eat, drink, have fun, and, at the same time, discuss company business. Leon said he recently started working on a new phone system but ran into a number of problems and was counting on their help. Then Charlie asked doubtfully whether the hero was really going to produce his own smartphones, since the market was oversaturated. In response, Leon explained that he first intended to create his own operating system and then release the phone. One of my friends noted that it is especially important today to build an ecosystem, since it is the future of the entire industry. Leon then emphasized that this is precisely why this issue needs to be approached with the utmost seriousness. Walker noted that it is worth focusing on social and gaming applications, as this will attract users. Charlie, in turn, noted that if you take away the phone of any young man or woman, there will definitely be a dating app on it. His idea was supported, with the addition that it was also possible to create your own browser. Walker emphasized that in this case, websites would not be blocked, and support for online functions would be an additional advantage. Leon eventually approved of the idea, calling it an unconventional and clever way to do it. However, Charlie noted that this approach might seem unfair. He also said it was important to show people real benefits, such as discounts on yachts at Wangjiang Port. Leon noted that he liked his friend's way of thinking, and although such measures would require costs, they would definitely provide a competitive advantage. Then the friends raised their glasses, Declaring that they were confident of the success of the plan, the hero proposed to drink to success, and Charlie promised that they would help him. After this, Leon went out to the parking lot, getting ready to leave. But at that moment, Vivian called him and told him the latest news. She explained that the office equipment had already been delivered to the new company and asked if Leon would like to come and inspect everything. The hero immediately got ready and arrived at the Lunson Center a few minutes later, deciding to personally check the equipment. Meanwhile, Juno approached Emmy and said that he had to tell her some important information. He said he had managed to rent an office on the top floor and asked to pay attention to the name of the building. Emmy was surprised and asked if it was true that the building was now called Lunson. Juno explained that the top 3 floors were indeed occupied by the Lunson Company and added that he was not the fool they had met. Then Emmy suggested going there and saying hello to the staff. And then Juno remembered that the day before he had seen equipment being brought in there and decided that everything was already completely ready. He opened the trunk of the car, deciding that they should take the gifts with them. Looking at the contents, he noticed a toy and flowers. Juno then showed Emmy the Maneki Neko figurine, noting that it looked very cute and that it was unlikely that anyone would dislike it. Taking the gifts, they headed towards the entrance of the building, but suddenly a man appeared in front of them. It was Leon, who was walking straight towards them. They did not understand why he was heading towards them. Emmy noted to herself that this time he came alone, without the girl he was with earlier. Juno, however, stated that rich women never waste their time on people like him. Meanwhile, the students entered the building. Emmy explained that they represented the Chuntian Technology Company, located on the floor below. Tanya, to whom they brought a gift, thanked the students. Then the door to the manager's office opened and Leon suddenly came out of the office with Vivian. Emmy was shocked to see him and asked what he was doing there. Then Leon calmly stated that he was the owner of the company and asked in return where else he would be. The students were shocked and asked if he was really the owner of Lunson and if the company was a subsidiary of Ling Yun. In response, the hero explained that the entire Ling Yun Corporation also belonged to him. After these words, the students were speechless. They realized with whom they had previously entered into conflict. Emmy then cautiously asked Principal Leon who the girl he had come with earlier was. Leon advised them to follow the news more often and explained that this girl was a famous economist in Zhanghai City. Emmy was embarrassed and admitted that she didn't know about it. After this, the students bowed and greeted Leon, clarifying that Emmy was the manager of Chuntian Technology. The hero asked what exactly their company does. The girl then said that they were developing an online learning app that would soon be launched. In response, Leon wished the students good luck in their endeavors, adding that he had to go. Soon, Leon went outside, looked at the Lunson building, and told his assistant that it was time to take Lunson to market. After that, he got into the car and quickly drove away. A few minutes later, he arrived at Chaoyang Company, deciding to visit Elizabeth. Elizabeth herself was surprised by Leon's sudden visit and asked why he had arrived without warning. Leon told his beloved that tomorrow was a day off and asked if she would like to go to the orphanage with him. Elizabeth was very happy with this offer, said that she would be happy to go with him, and admitted that she missed Vanessa. The next day, Leon and Elizabeth arrived at the Lantian Social Institution. The children immediately recognized their brother Leon, were delighted and ran to him to hug him. Vanessa told the children that Leon had returned and asked them not to stand still as the food was ready. The uncle added that Ninel had also come to the shelter and they would soon be able to meet her. Ninel was very happy to see her brother Leon and his fiancée. She admitted that she missed him very much. The girl then noticed that Elizabeth was becoming more and more beautiful, jokingly adding that she envied her and would like to be like her. After this, Vanessa asked everyone to go inside so that the food would not get cold. Later, Elizabeth asked Ninel what she had been up to lately, and she explained that she had recently become a streamer. She also noted that in just half a month she was able to earn more than 2,000 yuan and is confident that her income will only continue to grow. Elizabeth warned her that the streamer's job was not very stable and suggested that, if she wanted, Ninel could work for her company. Ninel thanked them, but said that if people found out that Leon had gotten his sister a job, they would think that she was worthless on her own. Then Leon waved his hand and jokingly declared that he would now show her what it meant to be worthless. Vanessa, however, responded calmly, noting that they were already adults, and then asked when Ninel herself would bring her boyfriend. And then the girl suddenly announced that she had a boyfriend and that she would definitely introduce him to everyone soon. Vanessa was surprised and asked when she had managed to get a boyfriend and why she hadn't said anything about it before. She then reminded Ninel that although the orphanage was now prosperous thanks to Leon, it was still an orphanage. Uncle supported these words, adding that Ninel should not chase after the rich. It was much more important to have a kind and reliable man by her side. But Ninel asked everyone not to be nervous and explained that Leon already knew her whole situation. Then she added that she would definitely bring her boyfriend. The protagonist told the girl that he could stay, but Elizabeth was very busy, so everything needed to be discussed with her separately. Then Ninel turned to the girl and said that she understood how busy she was, but still asked her to stay at the shelter for another day. Then she hugged Elizabeth and added that tomorrow they could go for a walk together, and in the evening they would have dinner with her boyfriend and discuss everything. Elizabeth replied that she could stay, but Ninel had to make the decision about her boyfriend on her own, and they would only give advice. The girl agreed, noting that she would definitely listen to them, since last time she did not immediately understand her ex's character. Then Leon told Ninel that they had agreed and would definitely help her. Later in the evening, the hero arrived at the Bandau hotel. He sat down in the chair and told the system that he wanted to start a new career. In response, Lena informed him that the owner was launching a streaming career and that he needed to purchase a kit worth 10 million to get started. However, at that very moment, someone entered the room. The door opened and a stranger entered the room, telling the hero that she had come to personally deliver a parcel to him and ask him to sign for it. Leon was puzzled and thought that the courier service looked strange in this form. The girl, in turn, noticed that he was quite funny, after which she abruptly turned around and left. Leon threw the box on the floor and wondered what could be inside. At that moment, Elizabeth came up to him and asked what he was doing. Elizabeth became angry and asked who was delivering packages in the middle of the night, adding that she had heard a female voice in the bathroom. She asked to see what exactly he had ordered that night, and then Leon handed her the phone. Elizabeth noticed that his phone was not broken and wondered why he needed a new one, suggesting that he might have bought another one to communicate with someone. Then Leon grabbed Elizabeth's hand tightly, saying that he didn't understand how he could communicate with another woman if he had such a beauty next to him. The next morning, Leon woke up in the Bandau hotel, looked at the sleeping Elizabeth and realized how lucky he was. Then Leon informed her that it was already 8 in the morning and it was time for them to get up. However, the girl replied that he could get up himself and she would sleep a little longer. The hero went to the bathroom to wash himself, but at that moment there was a knock on the door. It was Ninel who asked her brother Leon where the bride was. He replied that she was still sleeping but would get up soon. Then Ninel joked, asking how long they were going to sleep, adding that they were acting like students who just wanted to rest. Leon explained that they were simply very comfortable in this hotel, so it was difficult to get up early. At that moment, Elizabeth came out to them and asked Ninel not to scold her brother. Then she added that she would now wash herself, tidy herself up, and after that they would all go to breakfast together. Then Ninel asked her daughter-in-law if she wanted to go for a walk since the weather was great. Leon replied that he was tired of Zhonghai and didn't want to go for a walk yet. He added that he would first return to the shelter, check if they needed help, and then join them and meet her boyfriend. Ninel agreed and told her brother that she would definitely call him in the evening to arrange a meeting place. Soon, Leon arrived at the Lantian Social Institution. At that moment, Vanessa was sitting in her office, working on her computer, filling out paperwork and thinking. The hero entered the office and told her that he was not busy today and had come to help. Then Leon asked if anyone had come for the children today, since he saw that she had been busy with paperwork since early morning. Vanessa replied that 3 families had already contacted them, all of them unable to have children and wanting to adopt a child from an orphanage, which was great news. Leon began looking through the documents, and Vanessa pointed out one family, noting that they had their own business, but the wife was infertile. Seeing the hero's gaze, the woman became worried and asked Leon if he noticed anything suspicious. Leon told Aunt Wang that he didn't trust the family and intended to contact them personally. Then the protagonist called Mr. Wu and realized that he could help him gather all the necessary information about these suspicious people. 10 minutes later, the hero was already sitting next to Vanessa and helping her sort through the documents, while simultaneously waiting for new information about Larry. At that moment, Mr. Wu called and said that this man was legally clean and moreover, he had a 1-year-old son. Leon was shocked to hear this and asked if Larry really had a child, as nothing had been known about it before. Vanessa was also surprised and asked how this was possible if the family claimed they could not have children. Then one of the employees reported that a certain Larry came to the shelter and announced his desire to adopt a child. The hero immediately realized that this was a vile deception and concluded that Larry had falsified the data in order to mislead everyone. Soon, Larry entered the office with his wife, the man smiling and asking Vanessa if they had passed the test. Then Leon calmly stated that, according to the documents, they had the right to adopt. But during the investigation, it turned out that Larry already had a son. Upon hearing this, the couple froze in shock, realizing that those around them were not supposed to know this information. Vanessa sternly stated that she expected a reasonable explanation and demanded that the man explain himself. She indignantly pointed out that information about the child had been deliberately concealed. In response, Larry admitted that they do indeed have a son, but he has vision problems and urgently needs a corneal transplant. The man added that this is why they decided to take another child to use his cornea to treat their son. Hearing this, Vanessa became furious and could hardly restrain herself from attacking them. However, Larry asked what the problem was, adding that $500,000 was a considerable sum and was quite enough to buy an orphan. The man's wife, in turn, asked whether the shelter was planning to demand even more money, calling what was happening an outright robbery. Then Vanessa finally lost her temper and ordered them to leave immediately. Larry said that he would go to other shelters, where there would definitely be people willing to sell the child for that amount. At that moment, Leon came closer and coldly remarked that they no longer had a chance. The hero added that he had recorded their words, and that they would have to answer to the police for such intentions. In response, Larry mockingly asked if Leon really thought he was afraid of him, since without connections he would never have decided on such a deal. Leon noted that they even seemed proud of it, and reminded them that he knew Mr. Wu from Yangcheng, emphasizing that they certainly had nothing to be proud of right now. Hearing this, Larry was stunned and asked how Leon knew Mr. Wu. Turning around, the man saw several police officers next to him. At that moment, they handcuffed him and took him away for questioning, and one of them approached Leon and conveyed greetings from Mr. Wu. The police officer said that the case would be handled with the utmost severity and that the culprit would be punished according to the law. In response, Leon thanked the officers for their honest work. After this, the hero returned to the shelter. Vanessa said that if it weren't for him, she couldn't even imagine how it would have ended. She admitted that she never thought that something like this was possible in a shelter and had no idea that such people existed. However, Leon asked her not to worry and assured her that everything was fine and no one was hurt. However, Vanessa said with concern that she is now afraid to trust her children to new families, knowing that such evil people exist. Then Leon calmed her down and reminded her that he had enough funds to support the shelter for as long as it was needed. At that moment, the hero's phone rang, and he immediately realized that it was Ninel, because they had agreed to meet in the evening. Leon then told Vanessa that Ninel had called and been waiting for him all day, so he was going to meet her. At this time, Ninel was waiting for her brother at the place where they had recently agreed to meet. Kay and his sister Blair were standing next to the girl. The girl asked Kay if this restaurant was expensive, but the young man replied that the prices there were reasonable. Then Ninel asked him not to order expensive dishes and to behave discreetly. Her brother and his fiancée were rich, and there was no point in pretending. However, Kay doubted this in his mind, remembering that Ninel's brother had grown up in an orphanage, so it was unclear to him where he could have gotten the money. At that moment, a taxi pulled up. Ninel immediately ran up to her brother and said that she was very glad that he came today. And then Blair quietly asked her brother what his girlfriend was trying to prove, because their family was in business, but they couldn't call themselves rich. But Kay stopped his sister, saying that now was not the time to discuss this, since the meeting was important. They were planning to get married. Then Ninel told her brother that she wanted to introduce him to her boyfriend, who turned out to be Kay, as well as to his cousin Blair. Kay greeted Leon and invited everyone to go inside. The main character agreed. Kay himself, observing Leon, noted his strong energy. He quietly asked his sister what she thought about Ninel's brother. Blair asked her brother not to fall for the deception, emphasizing that their family, although not super rich, had assets and would not allow themselves to be intimidated. Soon all the guys entered the restaurant, but suddenly a man approached them and asked Elizabeth if it was really her. The girl also recognized him. It turned out to be Mr. Sun. He asked if Elizabeth had come to Yangcheng to check on the branch and the work of the employees. Then San remarked that since this was a family gathering, he would, if necessary, organize a more dignified reception and a separate table for them. Leon asked if she knew this person, and she replied that their branch had ordered landscape design from him last year. After that, all the guys sat down at the table. Kay suggested that Leon choose the dishes first, since the restaurant was considered excellent. But the hero replied that Kay could order it himself, and he would look around and choose something for himself. The guy supported this decision, called the waiter and asked him to place an order. However, soon visitors began to approach Leon, who wanted to discuss business with the company owner. The hero asked if they knew each other, hoping not to attract unnecessary attention. The man introduced himself as a member of Bifeng Technology and said he was delighted with the second-generation chip conference. Then another person from Hongcheng Entertainment approached Leon and also expressed his joy at meeting him. Kay was shocked to hear that Leon had invested millions in stock trading. Blair was also shocked and wondered who Ninel's brother really was. Then Leon apologized to everyone and said that they were now having a family dinner, and they would discuss business matters another time. The businessmen were understanding, wished everyone a pleasant time, and walked away. Kay thought for a moment, realizing that although Ninel had spoken of his brother's wealth, he could not imagine the scale of his capabilities. There was silence at the table. Everyone realized that the director of a large corporation was sitting next to them. At that moment, a system task suddenly appeared in front of Leon. He needed to reward the streamer with 1 million yuan. After reading the task, the hero was surprised and did not understand what exactly was required of him and why he needed to pay for something like this. He took out his phone and decided that he would choose any streamer since the task did not specify who exactly should be chosen. Leon joined a streamer named Little Kitty, who was thanking her subscribers for their gifts. Leon then asked if she could move her butt, but the girl took it hostilely and demanded that he leave the broadcast. Leon went off the air, surprised by her sharp reaction. The hero then went to another broadcast and found himself on a stream with a girl named Demi. Demi told viewers that she had been thinking about live broadcasts for a long time, but did not expect so many people to come. Leon asked Demi to do the same thing as before, namely, to wiggle her butt. The girl then told her subscribers that if they sent her a reward, she would perform the movement 100 times. Then Leon started sending Demi all the awards she was supposed to receive, and the girl froze right during the live broadcast, not believing what was happening. She realized that she could not even imagine meeting such a rich viewer who turned out to be so generous. As a result, Demi received 500 super rockets and 1 million yuan, and within a few minutes she took first place in the overall ranking. Meanwhile, Leon had received his reward, a Bugatti car, and now he needed to go on air himself and gain popularity. The hero was shocked and thought that the system had actually rewarded him with a car for completing the task. However, Elizabeth reprimanded him, pointing out that he was reacting so violently to the streamer as if he had never seen anyone like that before. Leon then apologized to his friends, explaining that he was just nervous. At the same time, Demi thanked the mysterious viewer for the awards and asked if she could invite him to dinner. Sometime later, having finished dinner, the whole company went outside. Kay asked Leon if he would like to continue the evening and have a drink. However, Ninel said that she and Elizabeth were leaving because they were going to go shopping. Then Kay offered to take Leon to the shelter, but the hero refused, citing unfinished business. He then put his hand on Kay's shoulder and asked him to take care of his sister. Meanwhile, Demi's friend noticed that the girl was too tense and tried to calm her down, assuring her that everything would go well. The streamer admitted that she finds it difficult to relax because she's about to meet a stranger in a cafe. Her friend reminded her that this man was not just a stranger, but the very same viewer who awarded her 1 million, which meant he was clearly not a bad person. Soon the door of the cafe opened and Leon walked inside. The streamer's friend noticed that the man was very handsome. Leon explained that he was delayed by traffic and didn't want to keep them waiting for long. Demi and her friend were stunned when they realized that it was he who sent that million. Then the girl decided that they needed to talk and asked her friend to go out for a short walk. The friend, in turn, noted that Leon should teach her good manners, since in her opinion they lacked it. The streamer felt awkward when she realized that she and Leon were alone, and she offered him to order whatever he wanted at her expense. However, the hero said he hadn't come just for fun. He said he wanted to get into streaming and asked what he should pay attention to. Demi was genuinely surprised and asked if he really wanted to do live broadcasts. She noted that he is rich and can afford anything, so she does not understand why he needs this. The girl explained that the main difficulty is attracting viewers, and without interesting content, it is impossible to achieve success. Leon then said that he would like to gather an audience of 200,000 people and asked if this was realistic. Demi admitted that this was extremely difficult for a newbie, but promised to help him today. At that moment, a new car pulled up and they headed towards it together. Meanwhile, people began to gather in the area, wondering which blogger would be filming a story there. Top manager Ellen told brother Adian that he had seen the chosen streamer and that she was not very popular yet. Director Edian noted that the blogger has an interesting broadcasting style and a devoted audience, which is already excellent advertising. It was at that moment that an elite car stopped in front of them. As it turned out, it was Demi and Leon who arrived at the location for filming. When Demi got out of the car, she immediately went to the manager and informed him that she was now working on the platform with Leon. Ellen told her that the site for the event was already prepared and they could start at any moment. After this, everyone entered the building, and the main character immediately noticed that a new luxury car was already parked inside. Demi asked if Leon still had his old nickname, Invisible Chicken Wings. In response, the young man began to put on a mask and asked the girl to help him change his nickname to Masked Man, considering it more suitable. However, the streamer warned that without showing her face, they could lose a significant portion of their female audience. Despite this, the hero pulled his cap down lower and thought that he could handle any task. Leon confidently stated that he could conduct the broadcast without showing his appearance. In the end, Demi agreed. After which she launched a live broadcast, she announced that today she was taking a test drive live. The girl then added that they would be handing out gifts during the broadcast, so viewers should stay with them. Demi introduced viewers to the new host of today's show, a man in a black mask. These words caused confusion among the manager Edian and Ellen, as they assumed that Demi would be the one hosting the broadcast. The manager approached them and asked the streamer to wait, clarifying that they had not discussed changing the host. He said that they had agreed in advance that she would host the broadcast and asked why Leon was now at the controls. However, Demi asked the manager not to worry and explained that her friend knew much more about cars than she did. But Edian noted that this seemed unfair since she was originally supposed to be the host. Then the main character intervened and calmly asked the manager not to get nervous. Leon said that he guaranteed the sale of 10 cars, and if this did not happen, he would buy all the cars at his own expense. These words stunned the manager and Ellen, and they asked if he really intended to sell 10 cars. Ellen reminded him that the price of one car starts at $110,000 and asked if Leon was sure that he could afford such a step. The hero confidently confirmed that he was ready to resolve the issue in any case. In response, Ellen said that she understood his position, after which she wished him luck and walked away, leaving him to conduct the broadcast. Within minutes, the number of viewers exceeded 10,000, and the broadcast's popularity grew rapidly. The protagonist began to tell his followers that in front of them was an elite model of car with a manual transmission. He described the car's specifications in detail, emphasizing that other brands cannot compare with it, and its power is impressive. Edian and Ellen watched him and wondered how he could grasp such details. Leon continued, adding that the car is not only fuel-efficient, but also has excellent dynamic performance. Then Edian, it feels like Demi's assistant has been doing this for years. However, Ellen thought that there was nothing complicated in the streamer's words, and the manager was clearly overestimating his abilities. Later, the manager asked how things were going and received the answer that the broadcast was going well, and a discussion erupted in the comments. Demi then informed Leon that some of the audience doubted the car's claimed power and considered it an exaggeration. And then he confidently declared that this problem could be easily solved, offering to take a test drive right then and there. Demi agreed, noting that this was the only way to prove the truth of the words and dispel doubts. Leon approached manager Edian with a question about the possibility of a test drive, to which he received an affirmative answer. However, Ellen expressed doubt, stating that this model does not have the stated characteristics and that the deception would quickly be revealed during a test drive. Then the hero calmly asked to hand him the keys, emphasizing that the audience was expecting action, not talk. And then Demi announced that the number of viewers had already exceeded 200,000, and this became a new record. Edian thought that now the streamer would show all the shortcomings of the car, and it would become clear that his words were a lie. Leon soon hit the track, determined to prove to everyone that doubting his words was a mistake. Demi was very nervous and asked him if he was confident in his abilities. The protagonist confidently replied that he was completely confident in himself and that he would definitely convince the audience. He then asked the streamer how many people were currently watching the broadcast. Demi reported that the broadcast is already being watched by 220,000 people, and this is an excellent result. Leon gripped the steering wheel tightly and asked everyone in the car to hold on tight. At that moment, the car rushed forward with enormous acceleration. Demi sat in the car in horror and blamed herself for getting into the car. At this time, manager Edian remarked in surprise that he never thought that this model could have such sharp acceleration. Leon himself remained completely calm, The young man was absolutely confident in his skills. However, he soon realized that the current speed was still not enough, so he immediately pressed the gas pedal even harder. Leon informed the audience that they were now seeing the car in real motion and that there was no deception involved. Following this, Demi announced that discounts and gifts apply to purchases, and the promotion will last a whole week. After the test drive was completed, the girl told Edian that the broadcast was very successful, although she herself did not expect such a result. The man replied that the success had exceeded all expectations, adding that the sales department had already reported 15 orders placed. Meanwhile, Leon looked at the system task and realized that it was still not completed. Then he wondered if it was really that difficult to gain popularity. Demi soon told the main character that in the comments, viewers were suggesting that he'd do something that no one had ever done before. Leon immediately clarified what exactly the audience wanted, promising that he would definitely organize it in the next broadcast. The girl said that her subscribers want to see a sports car. This request surprised Leon, but he stated that he would be able to fulfill this wish and show a car that would delight the audience. Leon confidently stated that if viewers want to see a Bugatti, then they will see it. Demi was amazed and asked if she had understood correctly that he was indeed going to show off the Bugatti soon. She then asked with concern whether he personally knew the owner of such a car and whether it would have been worth discussing this beforehand. Leon was surprised by her reaction and asked why she was so nervous. He asked if she really thought he was not capable of this. In response, Demi reminded that only a few can afford a Bugatti, and then Leon turned to viewers, urging them to share the broadcast. He promised his subscribers that as soon as the number of viewers reached 600,000, he would definitely show off the Bugatti. A few minutes later, the hero, along with Demi, arrived at his home in the elite district of Juzhoga, intending to pick up the car from the garage. The girl froze in surprise and told her partner that only rich people lived here. Demi was puzzled why they weren't waiting for permission to enter, reminding them that it was impossible to enter a villa of this level without the owner's consent. However, at that moment, Leon turned around and calmly announced that this was his house. Then the hero opened the garage and thought that the audience would be shocked. In the garage of the elite villa, there was Leon's brand new Bugatti. Subscribers were delighted, confirming that it was a real Bugatti, admiring the masked man and noting that he kept his word. At that moment, Demi suddenly had an idea and announced to the audience that if the number of viewers reached 1 million, she would show the Bugatti up close. Immediately after this, the number of viewers began to grow rapidly. At this point, the system notified the owner that the task had been completed and the reward was a fortune card. But there were only 20 minutes left. Then he was distracted by Demi, who announced that the overall popularity of the live broadcast had already exceeded 1 million viewers. Then the main character asked her to follow him. Leon turned to his followers and began demonstrating the Bugatti bumper and fuel system. After some time, the broadcast ended, and Demi admitted that today's broadcast was the best in her career. Demi recalled that he had previously rewarded her with 500 rockets, so she felt she had to thank him somehow. Having collected her equipment, the girl thought that she was incredibly lucky to have met such a talented person. She soon informed Leon that it was time for her to leave and that he could call her any time if he needed help. Having said goodbye to her, the protagonist realized that he had completed the system's task surprisingly quickly. Sometime later, Helga called Leon and asked if he was busy, as she urgently needed to meet him. A few minutes later, the hero was already on his way to the office. Upon entering, Leon saw Sean and Helga. The hero immediately asked what happened. Sean explained that negotiations with the production companies he commissioned to find were initially very successful. However, they then called today and unexpectedly announced their refusal to cooperate, which seemed extremely strange to him. These words greatly surprised Leon, and he demanded to know why the partners had changed their minds so abruptly. The protagonist clarified what exactly the future allies were not happy with, suggesting that it could have been the price. But the employees responded that the partners had reviewed the contract and stated that there were no problems. But the very next day, they completely abandoned the deal. Leon began to think hard, realizing that such a situation could not have arisen just like that. Helga then suggested that perhaps someone had intervened, reminding her that someone had been actively interfering with Mr. Tien's investments recently. The hero asked if the team had any specific suspicions. Helga admitted that she had an idea, and she thought it could very well be Arlo's revenge for the share in the stock. Leon rose from his seat and ordered that other manufacturing companies be contacted immediately to find out how things were going with them. He stressed that he needed to know about all the problems and every step. Leon himself noted that chip technology will have a huge impact on this market, especially considering Taidan, the largest foundry company. He added that their opponents are calculating every step in advance, and the path will clearly not be easy. But this is precisely what inspires him. After this, the hero turned his attention to Sean's room, noting that it was perfect for streaming and that he was going to conduct a live broadcast there. Helga and Sean were amazed and did not hide their surprise, admitting that they did not expect their boss to ever become a streamer. Then Leon put on a black mask and explained that he was just passing the time. The hero noticed that he was ranked second and became interested in what this list was. Leon told viewers that they just need to write in the comments what exactly they want to see, and he will try to do it himself. At that moment, Helga entered the room, deciding to bring her boss something to eat. Meanwhile, Leon thanked his subscribers for the rocket and flowers. Helga, looking at what was happening, thought that it looked very strange to see her boss sitting like a teenager and hosting a live broadcast. She decided to take a photo, understanding, and sent it to her friend, asking her to find out what platform he streams on and under what account. It was at this moment that one of the subscribers began sending a huge number of missiles to the masked man, which greatly shocked Leon. He wondered who this wealthy viewer was, noting to himself that, despite the mask, his charisma was still palpable and his popularity was growing. The hero noticed that the number of subscribers and viewers on his broadcast was growing even faster. He appealed to the audience to continue in the same spirit, emphasizing that he wanted to come out on top among the newcomers. At the same time, other streamers were also broadcasting live in Weian's studio. Suddenly, a girl ran into one of the rooms and told her brother Mile that he had been pushed out of the first position and the man in the mask had already overtaken him. The most famous streamer under the nickname Provincial, named Mile, listened to this and noted that the man in the mask is indeed ambitious. The girl then added that it looked like he would have to fight with this guy for first place, but she believed that her brother would be able to regain the crown. Meanwhile, one of the subscribers named Rybka wrote to Leon that the second streamer was back on air and had already regained first place. The protagonist read the message and, noticing the sender's nickname, realized that it was none other than Elizabeth. Assistant Mela reported to him that the mysterious masked man had a very rich admirer who had already sent 40 missiles. Hearing this, the streamer put on his headphones and asked his assistant to support him, emphasizing that he was obliged to maintain first place. However, the assistant suddenly screamed in shock. The young man abruptly took off his headphones and asked what was going on and why she had scared him so much. Then the girl reported that one of the fans sent 500 missiles at once to the man in the mask. Mile froze, realizing that this was about 2 million. The assistant added that now all viewers are moving en masse to the masked man's broadcast to see these girls. Then Provincial declared that he was going to put the mysterious rival in his place and somehow put pressure on him to back down. At that moment, he sent Leon a request for a voice conference. The hero accepted the request, and Mile declared that he wanted to fight him for the title of king. He offered to play a game with him, promising that if he won, he would no longer argue, and if he lost, he would simply log offline. And then Helga intervened and reminded that her opponent had been in this business for a long time, while the man in the mask was a newbie. However, Leon calmly stated that he accepted the conditions. He added that they would hold the game tomorrow at 8 in the evening, and that today's broadcast would end there. After the broadcast ended, the protagonist began to eat the dish Helga had brought and asked why she had come to his room. Helga revealed that during his confrontation with Arlo, someone had secretly interfered with the process, and they discovered that the Taidan side was behind it. However, the hero remained calm. He said that he had long guessed who was behind this case. Soon, Leon received a call from Jenny. She said that the research center was already in operation and that it might interest him, and then asked him to come. A few minutes later, Jenny was already standing next to Leon's company. The hero remarked that she shouldn't have come in person, but the girl replied that the situation had gotten out of control and that an argument had broken out between the people. The protagonist asked to give him 5 minutes, promising to quickly calm everyone down and resolve the issue. In response, Jenny asked him not to treat the scientists as harshly as he had once treated her. These people were no longer young and might not be able to withstand it. Unexpectedly, Leon hugged her and thought that he didn't know how worried she was about him, and promised to be more gentle in the future. Then he and the girl went up to the required floor, intending to settle all the issues as quickly as possible. All the professors looked at each other with irritation and clearly wanted him to leave as soon as possible and not interfere with their work. At this point, pharmacologist Miller stated that, in his opinion, The active substance could be extracted from the plant using a solvent. However, pharmacist Vakun objected, saying that the sublimation method would be better and would increase the purity of the product. One of the scientists tried to stop the argument by noting that since Leon was there, they could get valuable advice from the leader. Miller smiled and said that he had read about Leon and believed that he was far from pharmacology and would hardly be able to give useful advice. He added that the hero had only read a couple of books on medicine, which meant his opinion was incapable of solving the problem. Vakun supported him, emphasizing that science is not a joke and it is impossible to become a genius just by reading a few books. However, at that moment, the front door suddenly opened and Jenny looked inside. The girl said that their screams could be heard even from outside. She then informed the scientists that Leon, a renowned pharmaceutical specialist with an excellent understanding of science, was with her. However, Miller responded sharply that he was currently in the laboratory and was obliged to obey the rules, which meant he could only be an assistant. Then the hero calmly asked Jenny if he could go home in that case. But the girl immediately asked him to wait, noting that they could still come to an agreement. She then addressed the scientists, emphasizing that Leon's status was beyond question, and without him, neither this center nor the company would exist. Miller objected, reminding them that he and Vakun were university professors, and Leon was a nobody, so he couldn't know more than them. Jenny replied that she respected his authority, but reminded him that they had been discussing the purification of the substance for more than 6 months and had still not achieved any results. The professor stated that they were faced with a scientific problem and that only with the development of science would it be possible to extract the required enzyme. Hearing this, Leon proposed a condition. If he solved this problem, he would have the final say in the research center. Jenny became alarmed when she realized that in that case, the opinions of the 6 largest companies would no longer matter. She immediately told Miller that he had no right to make such a bet and stated that she would explain the situation herself. However, Vakun sharply responded that it was none of her business and asked her not to interfere in their personal matters. Leon then announced that they had Sosurea cinquefoil on their hands and that he would only need 500 grams to solve the problem. Jenny was amazed and did not understand how such a complex issue could be solved with the help of ordinary grass. However, after a few minutes, the scientist brought the hero everything he needed. Miller informed Leon that he could use any experimental equipment and that the staff would assist him. The protagonist replied that he only needed a test tube and a separate room, and nothing more. The scientists were stunned and began to doubt his sanity, not believing that he could cope alone. Then Leon took the test tube and headed to a separate room, asking the scientists to wait a little. The hero remembered that one of his recent rewards was the ability to extract essence, and realized that he would be able to isolate the necessary enzymes. He began the extraction process, realizing that he had been out of practice for a long time, but was confident in his abilities. A few seconds later, Leon received the required enzyme and was once again amazed by the system's capabilities. Then the hero went out to the scientists and showed them the result. He reported that the extraction process was completed successfully. Leon added that now all that remains is to calculate the purity and mass of the resulting product. Miller didn't believe it and said it was impossible, since there should be no more than 4 grams of enzyme in the test tube. And then Jenny realized that she could no longer influence the situation. The hero calmly told the scientists that if they didn't believe him, they could check everything themselves. The laboratory technician began analyzing the purity of the substance, believing that it was impossible to obtain a pure product in such a short time. However, he suddenly froze and announced that the purity was 100%. He added that the test tube contained almost 5 grams of perfectly pure enzyme. Miller and Vakun were shocked, not believing that such a thing was even possible. The professor continued to insist that this was impossible. The lab technician then insisted that he personally look at the results, noting that he had checked them twice. After reviewing the data, Miller and his colleague acknowledged that the employee was right. Leon then reminded the professor of the agreement and expressed hope that the research center was now under his control. Miller immediately bowed before him, amazed by his genius, and apologized for his rude behavior. He then asked if Leon could tell them how he had managed to perform the extraction so they could move on to the next step. The hero replied that the lotus was not the best material for obtaining enzymes and advised finding an alternative in the future. After that, he took off his lab coat and headed for the exit. Remaining where he was, Miller told his colleague that this country amazes him every day. But Vakun wondered who this Leon really was and how he managed to do in a matter of minutes what they had been unable to do for years. They then went outside, and Jenny, with obvious remorse, told Leon that she was very sorry for dragging him into this situation. In response, the protagonist calmly noted that the girl was quite capable and then asked if she wanted to change jobs. Jenny thought about his words and admitted that he was right, because many prospects really did open up before her. After some time, Leon arrived in Jushoga. Elizabeth asked if he was ready for today's game, reminding him that he was facing that very streamer. The protagonist was surprised why he needed to prepare at all, since he was completely confident in his abilities. However, the girl insisted that preparation was necessary because they had to defeat the arrogant streamer. Then Leon turned on the laptop and began preparing for the game. Then the hero started the broadcast from his phone and realized that there would be a particularly large number of viewers, which meant he had no right to disappoint them. At the same time, Mile informed the masked man about the start of the game, wished him luck, and was confident that he would easily defeat him. Leon then opened the system and activated the luck card, deciding to use it to guarantee winning the match. The result was unexpected. Mile was shocked and did not understand how such a thing was even possible. He then confessed to his assistant that he had lost. Meanwhile, Leon was glad that he had quickly dealt with the streamer and that now he would no longer bother him. At the same time, in the platform office, employees stood and listened to their manager's report. The deputy head of the live broadcast platform, Dusya, asked what was going on. He asked to show him the new streamer. Operations Director Goshibo informed management that the streamer had only started broadcasting a week ago, but his popularity had already peaked. The CEO was shocked to learn that the newcomer had already attracted over 100,000 live viewers. Lillian reported that he had agreed with the main provincial streamer to have a duel, where the loser would have to leave the network. The boss noted that the statistics looked strange and ordered that the broadcast be opened immediately to see the streamer in person. Soon, the staff began to watch Leon and Provincial play. They all unanimously agreed that the performance was superb. The manager noticed that Provincial was clearly losing and ordered that Leon be contacted immediately. He then reminded Lillian that he forgot to tell her about the new Lunson technology. The company was developing a new mobile system. He said that after signing a contract with the masked man, they should discuss the investment with senior management. Meanwhile, subscribers asked the hero if he could take them with him to the party, and Leon promised that he would definitely invite everyone. After the stream, the system congratulated the protagonist on his growing subscriber count and awarded him a bonus, a muscle density potion. Leon noted that he had received another elixir and concluded that the system was literally arming him to the teeth so that no one could cope with him. He decided to try the potion, hoping that it would really help and make him the strongest in the world. After drinking the mixture, the hero felt a powerful surge of strength and noted that he would now become practically invincible. Soon, Lena informed him of a new task. If his broadcasts get more than 10 million views, he will receive a reward. The hero paused, realizing that the task was not an easy one, since even the platform's most popular streamer had around 8 million views. At that moment, he received a call from an unknown number. The girl introduced herself as Dus's marketing director, Lillian, and said that the company wanted to sign a contract with him. Leon replied that he was not planning to stay on the platform permanently for now, but he heard that they were ready to provide him with all the necessary conditions. Realizing that this was an excellent opportunity to further increase his popularity, the hero announced that he would send the girl his address. The next day, Demi reminded the masked man that he should be more mindful of his tone of voice during live broadcasts. The people he was about to meet were truly remarkable, and it took her months for them to notice her. The protagonist responded by saying that he would take this into account during the meeting. Then they walked up to the guard and stood waiting. Leon suddenly froze in surprise, realizing that he had not expected to see familiar people here at all. Austin stood before the hero, deciding to meet the internet's biggest star in person. Austin laughed and admitted that he had heard about the streamer's visit, but he had no idea it would be Leon himself. However, at that moment, someone sharply pushed the main character and asked him to step aside. The woman introduced herself as Ivy, host of Explore and Discover, and then addressed Mr. Austin. Austin greeted the TV channel's guests and asked why they had come. The presenter thanked him for his contribution and help, but he replied that there was nothing to thank him for. At that moment, Demi lightly nudged Leon with her shoulder, clearly hinting that he should intervene. But the hero did not immediately understand what she wanted from him. He asked the girl what she was waiting for and suggested that she say hello herself. Demi then walked up to Austin, thinking she was being asked to greet him personally. She bowed and called him Grandpa, wishing him a good day. At that moment, Leon decided that the girl had ruined everything. The protagonist asked in bewilderment when Austin had become Demi's grandfather, reminding him that they were not related at all. The girl was embarrassed, realizing her mistake, after which she bowed again and said that it was a great honor for her to meet him. In response, Austin laughed and asked her not to worry, allowing her to call him Grandpa, emphasizing that he didn't mind at all. Soon, an assistant approached them and informed them that the place for the interview had already been prepared and the guests could go there. Austin asked him to take the station staff on a tour, adding that he wanted to see how the two of them were broadcasting today. The assistant assured that everything would be organized properly. Ivy then asked if Austin would like to take part in the program. However, he replied that television representatives often visit them anyway, and today he prefers not to participate. After this, Austin informed Leon that there were no more strangers, so he could take off his mask and glasses, although he noted that he felt a little awkward. Demi was genuinely shocked to realize how close Leon and Austin were. Leon noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and was pleased to note that the man was feeling much better. In response, he admitted that it was thanks to Leon that his condition had improved significantly, and he would always be grateful to him. Austin then suggested they move on, and Demi asked if they could start streaming right now, and Leon agreed. Then the young man and woman turned on the cameras and started a live broadcast. Afterwards, Austin told the security guard to take them to the training grounds after the broadcast was over. He replied that it might not be easy. But Austin remarked that he had heard about Leon's fighting skills and that his bones were like steel, so he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, in the ring, people were sparring with each other. One of the fighters was fighting with the reporter's assistant, Ivy. Austin moved closer, wondering why this man was participating in the fight. The reporter explained that this was part of the program and a demonstration of skills through comparison. Austin then told the security guard to warn the fighter to be careful around the TV representative. The guard understood the order and headed towards the ring. He conveyed the order, and the fighter nodded. After this, Austin noted that Ivy's guy was quite good and asked if he had trained before. The reporter explained that her colleague graduated from a sports school. He specializes in boxing, and he would not have been allowed into the ring. Austin noted with satisfaction that the fight was turning out to be worthy. Austin then informed Leon that all the outsiders had already left and asked him not to stand around doing nothing, but to get into the ring and train. However, the protagonist replied that he was not sure about this idea since everything could end badly. Austin then asked him if he was afraid, but Leon calmly explained that it wasn't about fear at all. The hero then added that he did not want to seriously injure anyone. In response, Austin noted that if he was so confident in himself, then he should step into the ring himself. After these words, Leon headed towards the ring, thinking about the fact that it seemed like they were openly doubting his abilities there. At this point, Demi became very nervous and admitted that she doubted whether Leon could handle it. The hero asked the girl if she really thought he wanted this, reminding her that he had essentially been forced into the ring. Leon then watched the fight for a while, and soon Ivy noticed him. She asked where he was going. Leon explained that Austin simply asked him to stay and take part in the fight, and he had no option to refuse. Ivy skeptically noted that he was just a streamer and was unlikely to be able to compete with professional fighters. In response, Leon asked her what was wrong with streamers and why she looked down on them. The girl then suggested that he fight her colleague, and they would use this material for the program. However, the main character refused. In response, the reporter smiled and asked if he was afraid. But Leon explained that she was mistaken and it was not about fear at all. He then stated that the current fighter was not strong enough for him and that he needed a more serious opponent. These words shocked the fighters in the ring and made them very angry. Ivy confidently stated that if Leon defeated her fighter, she would immediately admit her mistake. The protagonist realized that these conditions suited him perfectly and decided to make her regret her words. Looking over the fighters, the hero announced that the show was beginning. Immediately, one of the fighters rushed towards Leon, shouting that he had gone crazy. The enemy delivered a powerful blow, but the hero easily dodged it. Leon then counterpunched, warning the fighter to be prepared for a counterattack. The powerful blow landed right in the opponent's stomach. Leon noted that this was how punches should be delivered. Leon then reminded those present that he had warned them of a bad outcome, but no one believed him. Ivy and Austin froze in shock as they realized that this man was truly incredibly strong. The man realized that he had underestimated Leon and that he turned out to be much stronger than he seemed at first glance. He then ordered his fighter van to try to fight the protagonist. He turned to Leon, asking if he was ready to start sparring, and the hero confirmed that he was ready. Having prepared himself, Leon suddenly rushed forward, and Van was frightened and did not expect that his opponent would be so fast. The protagonist grabbed him by the arm and tried to push him to the floor, depriving him of the opportunity to resist. The next moment, Leon forcefully threw Van onto the floor. The hero then locked his hand in a grip, leaving no chance for escape. Demi was in complete shock, realizing that she hadn't even had time to understand anything. Austin was also amazed and admitted that he had seriously underestimated the hero's abilities. After the fight, Leon extended his hand to his opponent and expressed gratitude for the fight, and Van admitted that he was impressed. The guard told Austin that they had seriously misjudged the hero and admitted that he had given a real masterclass. Then he ordered Gao himself to enter the ring. The man nodded and agreed, determined to prove that the hero was not the strongest opponent. He climbed into the ring and invited Leon to fight and exchange experiences. Standing opposite Leon, Gao prepared for the fight, confident of victory. The guard suddenly rushed towards Leon, intending to catch him off guard. Gao launched a powerful punch, but Leon managed to block it and the attack missed its target. Afterwards, Leon noted that the blow was placed well. However, Gao continued to attack, delivering a series of blows. Then Leon suddenly swung his leg, realizing that the guard was not expecting such a move. Gao managed to block the first powerful kick, surprised that the attack came from an unexpected direction. However, the next moment, Leon struck his opponent's leg, knocking him off balance. Austin watched the scene in complete confusion and couldn't understand how this was possible, since Gao was considered his strongest fighter. The guard dropped to one knee, after which Leon said that there was no point in shedding blood. Gao then thanked Leon with relief for saving his reputation. At that moment, Demi climbed into the ring and admiringly told Leon that he was incredibly cool. The girl then asked the hero to wipe away his sweat so that they could continue broadcasting to the viewers as quickly as possible. After that, Leon approached Austin and remarked that he was still lucky today. He, in turn, was amazed and asked where Leon learned to fight like that and who his teacher was. While getting dressed, Leon calmly explained that no one taught him. He grew up an orphan and taught himself everything. Austin chuckled and said that the hero was too cunning and clearly didn't want to reveal his secrets. Leon then announced that he was going to leave, adding that they would definitely meet again. Afterwards, Austin walked outside with security guard Gao, seeing their car off. He asked the fighter if he had sustained any serious injuries and if he needed to go to the hospital. Gao was even surprised by such attention from the boss. Austin admitted that Gao did his best, but he had no chance against a man like that, and he also noted that Leon voluntarily ended the fight. Gao then reported that there were no serious injuries, but the entire body was covered in bruises. An ordinary person could not have caused such damage. And then Austin finally became convinced that Leon was far from an ordinary person, since he possessed unreal physical strength. He then took out his phone and called his friend, telling him that Leon had recently visited him. In the conversation, Austin said that he had given him a fight, and he had not missed a single blow. Moreover, even his guard Gao had been defeated. The interlocutor was shocked and asked if Leon had studied an ancient martial art passed down from generation to generation. He also speculated whether it was possible that Mr. Lin had secretly returned and taught the young man these techniques. However, Austin replied that Lin could not be found unless he wanted to be found, as he possessed many ancient martial techniques. Furthermore, Austin suggested that Lin himself may not even know of his son's existence. Meanwhile, one man who was eavesdropping on the conversation asked if they were talking about Lina, but another man noticed that they were talking about his son, to whom Gao had lost in battle. Then Bachin said that if this was really Lin's son, there was nothing surprising about it, since the genes were making themselves known. Meanwhile, Leon returned to Lingyun Company, where he received a call from Lillian, an employee of the Duoxia Platform's marketing department. She informed the masked hero that she wanted to arrange a meeting and make every effort to sign the contract. However, Leon replied that he was busy now, but after finishing his business, they could meet and discuss everything calmly. At that moment, Sean entered the office wanting to report important news. The hero asked where Helga was, since she usually met him at the office. Sean explained that Helga was in charge of signing the contract because she had found a small factory and completely changed the production line. Leon then clarified how much money had been spent. The man reported that the costs amounted to 80 million, and the protagonist was surprised and asked if the factory really cost that much. He then noted that Helga was usually very frugal and would never have spent such a sum without a good reason. In response, Sean added that she also said that the company owner's son was so handsome that she had no desire to bargain. Leon was completely stunned when he heard Sean's words and couldn't help but wonder what exactly Helga was doing. The protagonist then picked up the documents regarding the listing plan for the Lunson Company. Sean informed the director that the listing plan was in its final stages and the first results would be visible in a couple of weeks. After this, Tanya entered the office, who also wanted to talk to Leon. The girl said that she wanted to report to him about the investments that had previously been discussed with Mr. Chi. Leon was surprised and asked if they were talking about investing in a live streaming platform. Tanya confidently stated that this was the future of the company and that such investments would significantly simplify the work of the marketing department. However, Leon suddenly rose from his seat and announced that he was not going to read this project. They could make such decisions on their own. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Lillian was telling her superiors that the representatives of the Linyon Company had easily made concessions. She added that with the capital of the Linyon Corporation, such investments are just a drop in the ocean, and they will not even notice such expenses. Goshibo noted that the investment had already been agreed upon. All that remained was to sign the contract, and if everything went smoothly, he could return today. He also added that Chen offered to sign a contract with the masked man for $5 million, but he believed that the streamer was not that outstanding. At that moment, the front door swung open. Leon entered the restaurant and began looking around in search of the people he was supposed to meet. Then Lillian stood up from her seat, began waving her hand, and told the masked man that they were there. But Goshibo noted to himself that this strange guy hadn't even changed his clothes and continued to pretend to be a mysterious person. Lillian invited the guest to sit down and said that they had long wanted to meet him. The girl then suggested that he take off his mask and glasses so that they could discuss everything in person and without unnecessary formalities. However, Leon refused, explaining that he did not want to spoil his image. Then Lillian began to take out documents and noted that she would not insist if he did not want to show his face. She handed over the contract, explaining that all the terms had already been prepared and that he could review them. Leon noted that his monthly broadcast time exceeded 100 hours and said that he could not be forced to go on air every day. In response, Lillian reminded him that the fee was a whole $5 million and suggested that he think carefully before making a decision. Then Leon asked if he really looked like a man who urgently needed money. In response, Goshibo asked a counter-question. Why did Leon become a streamer in the first place? Then the hero said that they had discussed investments, but immediately asked to forget about them. He immediately messaged Tanya asking her to cancel the live streaming platform's investment. Goshibo then lost his temper and called Leon an idiot, saying that he didn't believe that a large corporation like Lingyun could change its mind. Lillian immediately asked her colleague to speak more quietly and said that Ms. Tanya was calling her. She greeted her politely and expressed her joy at hearing her voice. However, the girl suddenly froze in place, asking why such a decision was made, since they had already agreed on everything earlier. Goshibo immediately asked what happened and why she reacted that way. Then Lillian reported that Tanya had just called and informed them of her decision to withdraw from the investment. The man was shocked and asked how this was possible, since the negotiations had been successful, and asked if she had explained the reason for her refusal. Then the protagonist declared that if this man immediately left and disappeared from his sight, the project would become a reality again. Lillian was shocked and only now realized that Leon's influence was much greater than they had imagined. But Goshibo got angry and sharply asked if he considered himself the director of Lingyun. He added that if it was true, he would leave immediately. It was at this point that Leon contacted Tanya and asked for a refund on his investment in the streaming platform. A minute later, Lillian's phone rang again, and Leon invited her to answer. Then Leon looked at Goshibo and reminded him that he had promised to leave if he became director. However, the man simply sat down on a chair and stated that he was not going to answer. Then Leon stood up and said that he was simply too lazy to continue the conversation and was going to leave. However, Lillian asked him to reconsider signing the contract and added that she was willing to change the terms and reduce the broadcast time. She immediately clarified that in this case the amount of the fee could change, but the hero said that he was not interested in the fee. Then Lillian reminded them that they had already reached an agreement and that in a few days there would be a charity stream in support of farmers. Leon replied that when the contract was finally prepared, she could contact him. After this, the hero got into the car and drove away. The girl who remained in place was shocked and wondered if Leon was really that rich. Soon, Goshibo approached her and asked what they had been talking about for so long. Lillian explained that at Leon's request, she was going to personally sign a short-term contract with him without a strict time frame. The man stated that it was not worth cooperating with Leon and that it was generally unclear who would want to sign a contract with such an unpleasant person. However, Lillian looked angrily at her partner, turned around and left, deciding that it was no longer his business. Meanwhile, Leon was still driving around the city in his luxurious Bugatti when Rosalind called him. The girl said that the official opening of the research university would take place the next day and asked him to come. The protagonist assured her that he would definitely be there, and then left. The next day, from early morning, people were preparing for the opening of the center. Rosalind, looking around the building, noted that it turned out to be impressive. Then she approached Leon and handed him the documents, asking him to study them carefully. The hero began to look through the papers and asked what exactly they contained. He was surprised to see that he had been given the position of head of the Secretariat of the Medical Society. Rosalind explained that Leon had done a lot for Zhanghai City, and this was her way of thanking him for his care and contribution. The protagonist then asked Rosalind if she really wanted him to go into the pharmaceutical industry. The girl replied that his abilities were obvious to everyone and he should not limit himself to one or two directions in life. Leon, in turn, said that he was in no hurry and wanted to first complete the project of an innovative lithographic machine. Rosalind was understanding of his words and noted that he had the right to decide for himself what to do, and she was only giving friendly advice. Then Leon entered the elevator and went to the desired floor. Once in the hall, he looked around and was surprised to notice the huge number of people. Leon soon noticed Liana and Sasha, and also saw that reporter Ivy was interviewing Miller. Miller soon announced that the introductory part of the laboratory presentation was complete, and that they could move on to discussion and question and answer sessions. Leon noticed that Liana was talking with her colleagues and decided to approach her. He came up from behind and jokingly asked the girl if he could borrow her WeChat. She replied that she didn't use it, but at that moment she turned around and was shocked to see Leon. The hero showed her his account and said that he wanted to keep in touch. One of his colleagues noted that Leon was too fond of dramatic appearances. Then Liana asked if Leon was free that evening, as she would like to have dinner with him. The protagonist agreed and noted that he was also bored. Some doctors were unhappy with what was happening, not understanding where this man came from. One of them approached Liana and tried to ask for her contact information. However, she responded sharply that she was too busy and could not communicate. Then a man approached Liana and asked if she was going to go with him. It was a doctor named Merlin, and he immediately asked the girl who the young man standing next to her was. Liana calmly explained that Leon was her former colleague, whom she had not seen for a long time. The doctor then asked if they had discussed the topic of rejection after a heart transplant, adding that he would like to continue this conversation together. However, the girl replied that there was no need for this, as she would simply ask Leon about it. Merlin looked at the protagonist with obvious disdain, considering him insolent, and asked where he was currently working. Leon immediately realized that the man was jealous of Liana, and then announced that he quit the hospital, became a streamer, and very quickly achieved his goal. All the doctors were stunned to hear this and started whispering among themselves, not believing that he could leave medicine for streaming. Merlin then stated that if Leon really was a streamer, then discussing such complex medical topics with him was pointless. And then the girl flared up and replied that Leon was an excellent cardiac surgeon, much more capable than many. But Merlin objected, saying that he had recently discussed this issue with Miller and believed that Liana should not communicate with Leon on such topics. Then the protagonist asked Merlin if he really considered himself his equal. Some doctors intervened, reminding him that Miller was a distinguished figure in medicine and expressing doubt that Leon would dare to go against him. At this moment, Miller himself heard their conversation and decided to intervene. The professor said that Leon is the head of research at their center, and his achievements in medicine far surpass those of many. Moreover, he emphasized that the research center itself was created thanks to Leon, and therefore his competence is beyond doubt. Merlin was shocked and asked Miller if he was joking and if he really wanted to say that Leon was smarter than him. Ivy was puzzled why Leon became a streamer with such abilities. Then the main character, hugging Liana, noted that Merlin was clearly not very smart and did not deserve their attention, after which he suggested that they leave. They went out into the corridor, and at that moment Miller ran out after them and asked why he was leaving. Then the hero took a piece of paper out of his pocket and said that they were working on a cure for thrombosis, and that this was the formula he had developed. Miller asked Leon not to worry and promised to make every effort and not let him down. After this, the professor immediately headed to the laboratory, declaring that now nothing would stop him. Soon, Vakun approached Leon and asked for a minute, saying that he wanted to discuss an important matter. The hero realized that the conversation could really be meaningful and decided to listen to it. He handed Liana the keys, explaining that the office on the top floor was his and she could wait there. The girl went upstairs, and Leon stayed, ready to listen to his interlocutor. Vacuum said that Leon might not yet know who he was, and introduced himself as a man from the Hua family's financial group. He explained that their family was planning to create a world-class laboratory and was interested in whether Leon would be interested in participating in this project. The hero smiled and asked if they really wanted to hire him. The man assured that they would provide him with all the resources and powers and guarantee the fulfillment of any desires. However, Leon asked if he considered it possible to seriously involve him in such a matter. He then said goodbye to Vakun and wished him good luck. However, the man asked him to wait and suddenly grabbed Leon's hand tightly. He added that Leon would receive additional privileges. But the hero irritably replied that he was not interested. The man let go of Leon's hand, realizing that the man was not backing down from his beliefs. However, looking after him, he grinned evilly, clearly thinking about some kind of plan. Meanwhile, Liana entered the office. She sat reading a book and waiting for the hero to come for her. At that moment, the door opened and Leon walked inside. Liana was happy and asked if he had finished all his work. Leon looked around the office and noted to himself that the room looked quite nice. However, at that very moment, Liana unexpectedly rushed towards him, hugged him, and kissed him. The girl admitted that she was very bored alone. A few minutes later, Demi called the main character and asked what time the plane was leaving tomorrow. Then the girl reminded them that they needed to broadcast on a yacht and suggested leaving early. Leon calmly explained that she could fly away at any time on a private jet, and she had nothing to worry about. The next day, Leon arrived at the airport and realized that Demi should already be waiting for him there. Demi was visibly excited about the upcoming trip. The main character put on his watch and mask and mentally prepared himself for a difficult day. Soon, one of the employees met the streamers and asked Leon to follow him. However, at that moment, Demi suddenly noticed familiar faces and was surprised, not expecting to see these people at the airport. It turned out that two streamers were broadcasting live nearby. The guy was saying that the airport was built according to a 5-star scheme. The girl next to them happily announced that their followers had guessed their plans. Today, they were heading to a beautiful coastline. Leon noticed that Demi was staring at something, and the girl explained that the streamer's name was Bronson, and his companion's was Bridget. At the same time, she immediately added that she felt uncomfortable being around such bloggers. Meanwhile, Bronson said he had originally booked a private jet, but problems arose, so they were now flying first class. At that moment, Bridget drew the guy's attention to someone nearby. The girl noticed a masked man next to Demi and began to wonder what they were doing at the airport. But Bronson grinned and decided to come closer. He told the masked man that the flight to Java Island was boarding in that direction and asked if he was avoiding him. The streamer added that they broadcast on the same platform and, when he is not broadcasting live, he will definitely give his rival a chance to gain an audience. But Leon calmly replied that the fact that they were flying to the same place did not mean that they would fly on the same plane. However, Bronson confidently stated that there was currently only one flight to Java and he knew the exact direction. The protagonist listened to him, responded with restraint, and noted that he was surprised by such awareness. The next second, he and Demi headed to the VIP area. Bronson was stunned and asked Bridget if this guy was really flying off with a girl on a private jet. She hurried him, reminding him that they also had to board and couldn't be late. Bronson was puzzled as to who this man was and where he got the money for a private jet. But his assistant Gwyneth said it was just a plane and most likely an attempt to create an image. The streamer smugly decided that viewers' interest would still remain on his side. Soon, the plane headed towards Java Island. Charlie met Leon on board and happily announced that he had finally arrived. One of the friends noticed Demi and asked if she was Leon's girlfriend. Leon's friends noted that he looked like a completely different person, and only now Demi realized that it really was a private jet. The protagonist hastened to explain that all this was nonsense, and that their flight to Java was connected exclusively with work and filming a broadcast. Charlie and the rest of his friends were stunned and asked him if he was really flying to the island to stream. Leon casually announced that he had closed the restaurant and was now streaming, inviting his friends to subscribe to his channel. One of them jokingly remarked that he had already drunk so much that he could barely see his phone, but he would still try to subscribe. Then Charlie added that he had almost finished everything Leon had asked for and asked when they could start. The protagonist replied that he could launch the project at any time and that he would transfer the funding in the near future. At this time, Demi was looking out the window, admiring the view. Demi told the masked man that the view outside the window was incredibly beautiful, and she couldn't take her eyes off the scenery. After some time, the plane landed safely at the airport on Java Island. Leon began to walk down the gangway with his friends. Charlie reminded them that the exhibition would start tomorrow, and that in the evening they were planning to go to the night show. Such events were especially interesting on the island. Leon then asked his friends to go without him, since Wangjiang Port was also participating in the exhibition, and he wanted to take a look around there first. After a short conversation, the hero headed to the port of Wangjiang. Arriving at the scene, Leon suddenly realized that in front of him stood the cruise liner Starfish, on which he had once spent 2.5 billion. The young man could not take his eyes off the vessel, amazed by its beauty and mentally convinced that the purchase was not made in vain. Demi pointed out the liner to the masked man, noting how big it was, and the hero calmly said that the ship belonged to him. The girl was stunned, and then the hero immediately offered to examine it closer. Coming closer, Demi asked again if it was really so luxurious and if the ship belonged to him. She even suggested doing a live broadcast right on the liner, believing that it would make excellent content. The protagonist agreed, and then the girl immediately took out her phone and started broadcasting, urging subscribers to join. Demi greeted the audience and announced that she and a mysterious masked man were going to inspect a toy for the rich. The girl then approached the ship and asked her followers to pay attention to the Starfish liner. However, Leon noticed that there were only about 200,000 viewers on air, since most people had gone to dinner, which surprised him. Then Demi showed him the statistics and informed him that Bronson had landed half an hour ago and was already broadcasting to Java. She suggested going inside the liner to attract even more spectators. At that moment, Bronson approached them and told the audience that they were looking at the second largest cruise liner. But ahead was the largest liner called the Starfish. But no one is allowed in there, and it can only be viewed from the outside. During the broadcast, Bronson suddenly noticed a masked man behind him and was very surprised, not expecting him to start streaming too. Leon asked him what he was doing there and whether he was really going to go up on deck. In response, Bronson stated that he himself was not going to board the ship, since they would not be allowed there anyway. The streamer smiled confidently and expressed absolute certainty that the masked man would also be denied entry. Bronson explained that he had already checked with the managers and was informed that the liner was closed to visitors today. Then Leon called him a smug fool. After that, he and Demi headed straight to the liner, intending to inspect it from the inside. The captain tried to stop them and said that he could not allow him to board. However, at that very moment, Leon took off his mask and revealed who he was, and the captain was shocked to recognize the owner of the ship. Eventually, the main character got on board. Almost immediately, viewers began writing to Bronson that the man in the mask had actually made it onto the liner. The man and his companion Bridget were stunned, not understanding why this man and Demi were allowed inside. Gwyneth worriedly reported that viewers were leaving in droves for competitors. Bronson began to panic, so he quickly announced a giveaway, promising to give away a large sum and double donations to retain the audience. Meanwhile, the Starfish liner set out to sea, and stunning landscapes opened up before the spectators. Demi enthusiastically said that this is a real level of luxury, not accessible to everyone. At that moment, the hero noticed a man walking towards him. He gestured that he would talk to him later. The interlocutor nodded and agreed not to interfere with the broadcast. Then Demi told Leon that the broadcast popularity would soon exceed 5 million and suggested holding a giveaway for active viewers. However, she reminded that Bronson is also holding a raffle and promises to double the amounts. Leon then asked not to think that such things are easy to do and suggested first finding out exactly what amounts the opponent is offering. Demi went on Bronson's broadcast and soon informed the protagonist that he had already sent 50,000, awaiting his further actions. Leon suggested that Demi send twice as many donations as Bronson and see who could last the longest. The girl asked whether they would really double the amounts and what would happen if the opponent started sending tens of millions. The protagonist was absolutely confident in himself and made it clear that they would accept any challenge. Demi then admitted that she liked strong and dominant people like him. The girl then announced to her subscribers that they were offering an amount twice the amount that Bronson and his girlfriend Bridget were raffling off. A few minutes later, Demi said that Bronson wanted to contact them, and Leon allowed the call to be connected. Demi took on a challenge from a streamer who asked if he was being bullied because he didn't understand what was going on. The masked hero clarified the problem, reminding them that it was Bronson who first suggested doubling the draw and he was just playing along with him. However, he stated that he saw no point in the competition and did not want to ruin its reputation. The protagonist was surprised by this statement and did not understand whether his opponent already considered himself a loser. Leon then told Demi to immediately start the 1 million raffle. Bronson was confused and asked again if it was really a million. At this point, Demi confirmed that the million had already been sent, and they were ready to take on any further challenge. Subscribers immediately informed Bronson that the mysterious streamer had launched a $1 million giveaway and began demanding that he double the amount. The streamer and his girlfriend Bridget were in complete shock, and viewers began to mock and ask if he had already given up and admitted defeat. Then Bronson asked the audience to wait, assuring them that he would send the entire amount and that money was no problem for him. However, Bridget screamed in panic that the audience was leaving en masse, and if they didn't quickly come up with a solution, they would completely fail. At that moment, Bronson realized that he was trapped. The masked man knew perfectly well that he couldn't handle 2 million and had driven him into a corner. But Bridget bluntly stated that they had no time for complaints, and if subscribers left, their careers would be over. Then the guy asked her to lend him $600,000 to save the situation. The girl was shocked and decided that he had gone crazy. Nevertheless, the streamer insisted that he would go for 2 million and destroy the reputation of the man in the black mask. He promised to return the money, and in the end, the girl reluctantly agreed. After this, Bronson announced to the audience that the money was ready and that the drawing for 2 million would take place in 5 minutes. Bridget was delighted with the growing audience and suggested contacting her rival again to teach him a lesson. Then Bronson told the masked man that he had prepared 2 million and asked if he could play 4 in return. In response, the protagonist unexpectedly announced that he was giving away 4 million to his beloved subscribers. Demi then announced to the audience that the giveaway was about to begin. Bronson and Bridget were at a loss to explain what was happening, unable to understand how Leon could even offer such a sum. Bronson soon apologized to his followers and said that his boss insisted on having dinner together, so he was forced to end the broadcast. Bridget noted gloomily that this was the end, and that the title of #1 streamer no longer belonged to him. Bronson himself admitted that he is now powerless and can no longer offer the audience anything to retain them. After this, he left the place along with the team, stating that they urgently needed to find the boss. Meanwhile, Demi happily told Leon that he was incredibly cool and literally destroyed his opponent. The hero replied that their broadcast was over since he still had things to do, and suggested that the girl take a walk around the island for now. Leon then asked one of the men to follow him so they could discuss the matter in a more appropriate setting. In the cabin, the main character inquired about how the preparations were going. The man assured him that everything was fine and that the main task remained promotion. Leon emphasized that he trusted him completely with this work and did not intend to interfere. In response, the assistant thanked him for his trust and asked if he knew anyone from the Wah family's financial group. The hero thought for a moment but replied that he didn't personally know anyone from there. The man then said that the Wah family had provided them with an exhibition stand for free and wanted to collaborate in the future. Then Leon suggested figuring out the best way to express gratitude, or sending them about 3 million. In conclusion, he asked that we be sure to contact him if the representatives contact us again. Soon, Leon began to disembark from the cruise ship, but suddenly a familiar girl appeared in front of him. It turned out to be reporter Ivy, who told the protagonist that she had just seen the broadcast from the liner and decided to say hello. Leon replied that he had not expected to meet her on Java Island at all. However, the reporter asked him not to joke, explaining that she had come on business. Then the hero clarified what exactly had happened. Ivy said their television company is planning to launch a show about wilderness survival and plans to invite experts from different countries. She then asked Leon if he would like to take part in the project next month. Ivy confidently stated that even then she saw the right qualities in him and considered his participation in the show more than appropriate. Leon eventually agreed, specifying that he would participate if his schedule permitted. Then the girl said that she would write down his name, after which she suggested that they take a walk along the pier and later stop by a reception at the bar. Soon, the two of them walked along the sea. Meanwhile, Bronson and Bridget arrived at the Empress Bar. The girl was the first to get out of the car and noted that the atmosphere in the establishment was excellent, and she wanted to get inside as soon as possible. The young man added that, although the exhibition would only begin tomorrow, the celebrations had already begun this evening. The couple soon headed to a bar, hoping to take their minds off the disastrous stream. However, once inside the establishment, Bridget immediately noticed that the music was too loud and tense, so they decided to leave the main hall. Eventually, they and Bronson headed to a separate room where people were already waiting for them. The platform's host, Hazel, was delighted to meet Sister Bridget and noted that she had been waiting for them for a long time. However, Bronson complained that the masked man had disrupted his broadcast and he feared that he would steal all the contracts. Then media mogul Denzel noted that this was not the first time that Bronson had been stripped of his title, and he did not expect that he would allow himself to be passed over. Bridget added that the streamer has several very devoted fans, all of whom are wealthy and actively support him. Bronson also mentioned that he heard about the masked man's contract with the platform and believes that he has no funds of his own. The girl worriedly asked Denzel what they should do next, because if they didn't solve the problem urgently, Bronson's career would be over. In response, the media mogul offered to invite the mysterious streamer to a conversation and find out which company he belongs to and who is behind him. Then Bronson said that he had already written to the man in the mask and invited him to the bar. Leon soon arrived at the Empress bar. He entered the establishment with Demi, deciding that the girl deserved a rest after a long stream. Everyone in the bar was dancing and having fun, not intending to leave until the morning. Demi, watching what was happening, noticed that these people had no self-respect at all and were behaving stupidly. But the main character calmly replied that this was simply the other side of the world, and everyone chooses their own path, and they chose exactly this one. Then Leon and Demi went up to the top floor. Having found the right room, he abruptly kicked the door open, shocking all the streamers present. Leon entered with Demi and made it clear that the strangers had very little time to explain the purpose of the meeting. He demanded to get straight to the point, emphasizing that he had no time for empty talk. Then Bronson said he wanted to discuss the broadcast with him and offered to sit down for a conversation. He pointed to Denzel, introducing him as the owner of a media company and someone looking to make a deal. Leon made it clear that he was listening and demanded that no time be wasted. Denzel then inquired about the hero's sources of funding and whether he could offer more favorable terms if he went to them. However, Leon abruptly stated that he no longer intended to cooperate with idiots like them. Denzel then put out his cigarette and warned Leon not to cross the line and to listen carefully to his advice. Demi quietly asked Leon what they should do next. Leon then replied that he didn't understand why they were even discussing it and said that they were just leaving. At this point, Hazel advised Denzel to be tougher and not let Leon go just like that. He eventually ordered his assistant to deal with the man. Immediately after this, the girl contacted the right person to report the problem. She clarified that this is exactly the couple she is talking about. Denzel, in turn, told the streamers to go downstairs, as he was most likely already there, and invited everyone to watch the show. Meanwhile, a man approached Leon and asked where he was going in such a hurry. It was Elvis from Binhe Media, the young man offering the hero a drink. Leon politely noted that it was very kind of them. However, Elvis insisted, saying that refusal would be impolite and he might even be offended. Denzel himself noted that Leon was too self-confident and said that Elvis should have given him a good scare. Bronson supported his boss, adding that in a separate room the hero behaved arrogantly. But now he suddenly became modest. Eventually, everyone around him began to convince Leon that he had to drink. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. Elvis said that he had brought this wine especially for him and that he should drink it before leaving. Then Leon asked whether he would drink alone, since without company it would look strange. At this point, Demi intervened and said that Elvis should drink the wine himself, as she feared that the drink could be dangerous. Elvis agreed that it would be strange to force a guest to drink alone and promised to join him a little later. However, Leon suddenly snatched the bottle from the man's hands, deciding that since everyone was insisting, he would actually drink it. The hero opened the wine, realizing that everyone around him was eagerly awaiting this moment. He then noted that the drink was ready and took a sip, causing Demi to look downright disgusted. Demi couldn't understand why the hero did this because he was perfectly aware of the situation. Finally, Leon finished his wine, exhaled, and noticed that the drink was very strong. But Elvis and Denzel stood frozen in anticipation, expecting the hero to become ill. However, Leon calmly stated that he was finished, and now it was Elvis's turn. But the man tried to avoid answering, saying that he knew how to drink and was not obliged to keep him company, since the main thing was for the guest to have fun. Then Leon sharply asked why he was refusing if he himself insisted on drinking. Elvis mockingly asked if the hero seriously believed that they would drink together, since it was just a joke. Then Leon coldly asked him if he was being honest now, assuming that he simply wanted to hush everything up. Elvis tried to justify himself by saying that it wasn't very fair to him, since Leon could have gotten drunk himself. However, the next second the hero hit him on the head with a bottle. Elvis was stunned and couldn't believe he had been hit, and blood was already starting to run down his face. Denzel froze in shock and thought it was too cruel, as he didn't expect such a thing from Leon. Then Hazel indignantly asked the hero if he understood where he was and whose territory he was violating. In response, Leon ordered her to step back, warning that otherwise she would share Elvis's fate. Then the main character again thrust the bottle into the hands of one man. He demanded that he drink it since it was his turn, adding that if Elvis refused, he could lose his arm. And then Elvis was horrified, realizing that he had no choice, and began to drink hastily just to stay alive. However, the bottle slipped from his hands and he began to choke from coughing, after which he vomited the drink he had drunk. After this, Leon told Demi that it was time for them to leave, as there was nothing more for them to do in this bar. He glanced at Denzel, deciding he had punished him enough for the day. When they got to the parking lot, Demi worriedly asked the hero if he had drunk too much and if everything was okay with him. Leon admitted that he felt a slight discomfort because he had drunk too much liquid, and the girl noticed that he drank wine like water. She then put him in the car, deciding that he should not drive in his condition. Demi smiled and said that he could rest since she would drive the car herself. Then Leon relaxed, deciding to rest a little. At that moment, Lena appeared and congratulated him on discovering a new profession, joking that if he wanted, he could start a career as a farmer. She said he received a 10 million Career Achievement Award, as well as additional bonuses. Lena also reminded the protagonist that there are no bad professions, and that he will be able to unlock additional rewards. In the end, the hero agreed with her and noted that she was right. Living among rivers and mountains was not so bad after all. The next morning, Leon and Demi quickly arrived at the airport on Java Island, as they were planning to fly back to their hometown together. At one point, Demi pointed forward and said that they were looking at a real star. In front of them stood Jacqueline, a rather popular actress. Then one of those present noticed that this seemed to be the same Jacqueline who had recently starred in a popular film and was now recognized everywhere. Demi said that she and this actress are very popular now and suggested starting a live broadcast. The girl then greeted her followers and said that today they would try to interview a big celebrity, Jacqueline. The young man approached the actress and politely conveyed that his friend would like to interview her, asking if she had at least a minute. However, she apologized and said that she first needed to sign up through her agent, and only after that would she agree to an interview. The guy then introduced himself as Walker from Luntang and asked if the name meant anything to her. However, the girl coldly replied that she did not care who he was and that she only gave interviews to official media, hoping that they would leave her alone. Then Leon noticed that Walker was only humiliating himself in vain by communicating with such an arrogant girl. After this, the main character apologized to the viewers and announced that they were ending the broadcast and would try to interview another star later. Immediately after this, the company turned around and left. Soon a woman approached them, recognized Walker, and happily said that she was glad to see him at the airport. He asked in surprise who she was because he did not recognize her. The woman then explained that she was Ethel and had once dined with his parents, and his father had saved her company in a difficult moment. Then Ethel suggested that they all have lunch together and called Jacqueline over. The woman said she wanted to introduce her little star to her friends. She added that the actress had recently starred in a film and would send them tickets later. Jacqueline greeted her new acquaintances politely, said she was glad to meet them, and expressed hope to become friends with everyone. And then Walker noted with irony that the actress suddenly became surprisingly polite. The girl was shocked to realize that in front of her was the very man whom she had recently rudely rejected. Walker soon said goodbye to Ethel, explaining that his friend was going to buy a plane, so it was time for them to leave. Jacqueline was perplexed as to who these people were and whether they were really so rich that they could simply go and buy a plane. Meanwhile, Ethel became angry and told the actress to return to the hotel. She then demanded that she immediately inform the agent about the termination of cooperation. The girl was shocked and tried to stop her, asking her to explain the reason for such a drastic decision. Meanwhile, Leon headed to the exhibition area. At that moment, Ivy approached him, wanting to talk to him. The protagonist was genuinely happy to meet her and admitted that he didn't expect to see her here. The girl said that her boyfriend was the deputy director and was responsible for the air show, so she came to supervise the process. Leon noted that this was a funny coincidence, since he was just thinking about buying a plane and would prefer to borrow it from friends. Then Ivy asked in surprise if he was really going to buy a plane, because he spoke about it so casually, as if he was going grocery shopping. But the hero suggested not to drag out the conversation and noted that the sooner he bought a plane, the sooner they could go for a walk together. In the demonstration area, they were shown 2 planes and asked which one he would like to purchase. Leon asked Demi to look at one of the options, noting that it seemed larger to him. The girl only said that she expected such a decision. Demi added with a smile that she knew the hero's love for plus sizes, for which he immediately asked her not to talk nonsense. The interior of the plane turned out to be spacious and comfortable, and the main character was completely satisfied with the model. He asked Walker's opinion, who noted that it was a completely ordinary plane, but even better than his brother Charlie's. Sitting down in the chair, Leon realized that he liked everything. At the end, he asked Ivy about the price, and she said that the plane costs about $50 million. Leon noted that this plane is already significantly cheaper than a cruise ship, so the price suits him completely. He then informed Ivy that he was taking this particular model and asked how the purchasing process worked. And then the girl thought for a bit, and then asked the young man not to buy a plane just for her because we are talking about a large sum of money. However, the hero calmly assured her that everything was fine. He emphasized that he trusted her completely. These words genuinely surprised the girl. She did not expect such respect. But at that moment, a man approached them and addressed Ivy, saying that he had been looking for her since the morning. It was Jamie, her boyfriend and the deputy director of business aviation marketing. The journalist told him that their friend was interested in the plane and was ready to discuss all the details of the deal right now. However, Jamie mentally doubted this, deciding that a man dressed like that was unlikely to be able to afford a plane. The man then grabbed Ivy's hand abruptly and asked her irritably what she was doing. He reminded her that the plane cost a lot of money, and she was still broadcasting, which he had no intention of participating in. In response, the girl calmly said that Leon was much richer than he thought, and that he definitely wouldn't cheat for the sake of a stream. However, Jamie said that he didn't understand her at all and didn't see the point in why the TV presenter needed such friends. Ivy was shocked by these words. She asked if he was joking, and warned that if he did not want to sell the plane, then they would simply leave. Jamie didn't understand why his girlfriend was acting so stupid. Nevertheless, he asked the protagonist to wait and promised to find a specialist who would tell him all the specifications and name the price. He called his assistant over and said that a client had arrived who wanted to buy an airplane, and then asked her to handle the matter. Sales specialist Esther asked if he was sure he didn't want to handle the deal himself. However, Jamie clearly didn't want to communicate with Leon anymore. The man irritably explained to her that his girlfriend had brought these clients, which meant he was forced to serve them. In response, the employee noted that the relationship between him and Ivy seemed strange, and that she did not deserve him. Jamie was flattered by these words, but he informed Esther that she should go, as he did not want to quarrel with Ivy. Soon, the girl approached Leon and greeted the customers. She introduced herself and promised to provide all the necessary information about the plane. Demi asked to tell everything during the live broadcast so that viewers could hear it too. At that moment, Esther wondered why she had gotten involved in this at all and why she had thought that these people were actually capable of buying a plane. She read out the specifications dryly, stating that it was one of the largest jets in the world and mentioning that maintenance would cost $10 million. Demi then asked ironically if this was really what elite service looked like, noting that ordinary people received much better service. Walker asked if that was all, as it seemed the employee simply didn't want to share the details. But Esther said her job was over and that if customers were unhappy with the service, they could complain to the hotline. She also advised Leon to contact other companies if he was not satisfied with something. Walker then responded sharply that such an attitude was unacceptable and said that they would indeed go to another place where the service would be better. After this, Leon and his friends headed towards the exit. Later, Esther approached Jamie and said that she had done everything as he asked and that she didn't care about the rest. He thanked her, but suddenly noticed Ivy leaving and froze in surprise. The girl directly told her boyfriend that she did not want to stay there anymore and would leave with Leon. Jamie didn't understand why she was doing this and couldn't accept that she was interacting with regular streamers and tolerating them. In response, the girl said that he was too cynical and mistakenly believed that a streamer could not afford a plane. The man stated that he considered these people to be scammers and that she should have realized long ago that they were no different from brazen beggars. And then Ivy realized that her boyfriend was too arrogant. She then said that they should clear things up right now because they were no longer right for each other and should break up. Jamie asked if she was really leaving him for some streamers, adding that she wouldn't get into high society with people like that. However, then Walker approached them and laughed loudly, finding what was happening extremely funny. The young man remarked to Jamie that this was the first time in his life that he had been so underestimated. Walker then picked up a vase from the nightstand, and Jamie asked him in fear why he was taking the vase, reminding him that it cost more than 1,000. However, Walker threw the vase onto the floor with all his might and invited Jamie to watch carefully as it shattered into pieces. Jamie panicked and asked him what he was doing and if he even knew where he was. Then Walker picked up the shard and, without hiding his irritation, said that it didn't bother him at all, but it was better to speak politely with his friends. After this, one of his companions took Walker aside and asked if that was all, and he replied that he was leaving because he just wanted to help Ivy. Meanwhile, Esther asked Jamie if he was okay and remarked that he had a terrible girlfriend since she didn't even stop them. Meanwhile, Ivy was already heading for the exit, and Esther added that Jamie didn't need a girl like that. Jamie thanked her for her help and noted that they urgently needed to clean everything up before the boss arrived. Esther, however, cautiously shared her doubts, noting that the relationship between his girlfriend and the stream host seemed strange. She said that if there really was no connection between them, then it was strange that his girlfriend tried so hard to help this streamer. However, Jamie coldly replied that he would sort it out himself. Esther supported him, noting that it was better to create some problems for them so that Ivy would realize her mistake. She suggested finding people who would teach them a lesson and explain who they shouldn't mess with. Meanwhile, Leon, his friends, and Ivy returned to the exhibition together. The protagonist apologized to the girl, explaining that he wanted to help. However, Ivy calmly replied that they had had problems for a long time, and without today's incident, they would not have been able to resolve them for a long time. Charlie supported her, saying that her boyfriend was a terrible person, and suggested going to a cozy place by the sea to unwind a bit. Soon the whole company found itself in a bar. Charlie decided that such an atmosphere would help the girl relieve stress. Everyone at the bar was dancing and having fun, but Ivy sat to the side, sipping a drink and feeling neither the strength nor the desire to dance. Walker remarked to Leon's friend that at such a moment the girl most needed understanding and support. Demi told Walker with a smile that this was indeed the perfect chance to flirt. Literally a few minutes later, Leon approached Ivy and suggested that she forget and not keep everything to herself. However, the girl replied that she is not one of those who try to drown their sorrows in alcohol. At this moment, the main character noticed that someone had approached him. The man introduced himself as Hugo and said that he was the head of the aviation department. Then Charlie introduced Leon as his friend and clarified that he was planning to buy an airplane. Hugo was delighted to meet them, took out the documents, and said that all the information about the plane was collected there. Leon then asked if the plane was available, as he was interested in the model. Hugo explained that the wait wouldn't be long, although processing in China would take some time, and he added that he was ready to share the specifications. However, the hero unexpectedly refused to explain and directly asked where the contract was, declaring that he was ready to sign it right now. The man was shocked and asked if Leon really intended to buy the plane immediately, admitting that he had not expected this at all. Walker noted with a grin that he himself hadn't imagined that Leon would already have the money to buy a private jet. Then Hugo said that he would immediately go to the office to get the contract so that they could quickly complete everything. After this, Walker hinted to his friends that a familiar face would soon appear here. At that moment, Leon noticed people entering the bar whom he did not expect to see there again. It was Arlo, a guy the protagonist had already dealt with. Leon asked Walker if he knew these people, and he explained that they were the so-called Four Masters of Yanjing. And then Leon suddenly remembered everything. The young man said that he recognized one of them. It was Arlo. Meanwhile, one of them was talking to a man and pointed his hand towards the upper floor. Arlo looked up, asked if Charlie was upstairs, and then said they would come up and say hello. Arlo said that they weren't going to fight, but such a meeting would definitely cause a stir. Charlie, seeing him, said that he had not seen him for only a couple of days, but was glad to meet him unexpectedly, and asked why he had come. Then Arlo glanced at Leon, didn't recognize him, and decided that this impudent guy didn't even bother to say hello. He asked Charlie what was wrong with his friend and why he didn't get up to greet the guests, assuming that he was either crippled or disabled. However, Charlie calmly said that it was Leon. It was because of him that he lost 100 billion. He added that this man was a real genius. These words came as a shock to Arlo. He froze in surprise, realizing that in front of him was indeed that same Leon. At that moment, one of Arlo's friends grabbed Leon by the shoulder and accused him of swindling them out of a huge amount of money. Then he asked if the hero really thought they would just forget everything. Demi then turned to Charlie with concern, noticing that things were clearly heading towards a fight, and asked what they should do. However, Charlie replied that his friend had a bad character and it was better not to touch him, otherwise he would greatly regret it. Then Sains chuckled and said that he considered this a threat and added that he would put him in his place and would definitely punish him. However, at that very moment, Leon grabbed his hand and abruptly threw Sains over the table. He then held a fork to his eye and coldly asked who he was about to put in his place. In response, Sains threatened that if Leon touched him, the family would immediately take revenge and would not leave him alone. But Leon calmly replied that if he still counted on his family, then he had nothing to worry about at all. Arlo then intervened, demanding an explanation and asking for his friend to be released. However, the hero chuckled and asked if Arlo really thought he could get away with it that easily. After this, Leon kicked him with all his might, calling him an idiot. Then one girl quietly asked her friends if Leon was really going to fight right there. And then Axel suggested letting Sains go and agreeing on a duel in the arena during tomorrow's reception, so that everything could be resolved fairly. Leon let him go and said that he agreed. He added that he would fight to the end and everyone would regret that they had ever attacked him. After this, Leon informed Charlie that their business here was finished and it was time to leave. Arlo asked Axel irritably why he didn't do anything and just watched as Leon beat them. He replied that there were too few people and he saw no point in interfering, after which he asked if everything was okay. Sains admitted that he underestimated Leon, noting that he is indeed very strong. Axel added that he was obviously well prepared, so nothing could be done with him now, but he would definitely deal with him tomorrow. Meanwhile, Leon and his friends left the bar. Walker told him that he had acted too impulsively, reminding him that one of their opponents, Axel, was talented and had been involved in sports since childhood. Charlie also warned that despite Leon's skills, he should be especially careful this time, as the enemy was really strong. At that moment, the hero's phone rang. The girl introduced herself as the eldest daughter of the Hua family and said that she knew about his stay on the island. She invited him to a meeting, specifying that she was in room 1616 of their hotel. Then Leon told Charlie that he had urgent business to attend to and asked his friend to look after Ivy and Demi. The hero then got into the car and his friend reminded him to be careful. Meanwhile, Chala sat in the hotel room with his sister and told her that he didn't think Leon would agree to cooperate so easily. He noted that if the hero refused, it could negatively impact their business, and emphasized that they were not lying. His sister Dana calmly replied that Leon would arrive soon and asked her brother to leave, stating that she would discuss all the issues with him herself. Chala agreed with his sister and began to rise. At the same time, the girl was sure that everything was not so simple, because it was almost impossible to intimidate a person who had achieved such heights. Then there was a knock on the door. The girl bowed and introduced herself. She admitted that she admired him and considered it an honor to meet Leon. After that, she poured Leon some tea and explained that she had brought it especially from her hometown, offering him to try it. Dana added that Lunson's company is engaged in chip development, and their financial group is already working in this area, and they wanted to collaborate. The protagonist calmly replied that the scale of the Ling Yun Corporation, although not bad, was still incomparable with the capabilities of their financial firm. Then the girl said that their family had long been planning to open a biological laboratory and was ready to offer him a 50% share. However, Leon again emphasized that he had already said that he was not the person in charge. Dana looked at him and decided that he was lying. Then the girl carefully touched his hand, deciding to try to convince the man to accept the offer, being confident that he would definitely not regret it. She added that he makes all the decisions personally, and in return, their side is ready to satisfy any of his demands. Leon was surprised and asked what exactly she meant. Dana said that she could offer something that many of his partners could not, and that her boss would definitely like it. Moreover, she hinted that she could give him pleasure that he had never experienced before. The protagonist coldly remarked that she did indeed have a beautiful face and a slender figure, but he was not attracted to her at all. After this, Leon headed for the exit, adding that his girlfriend was much more beautiful. However, Dana did not let him just leave. She grabbed his hand tightly and asked if he was really that indifferent to her. The girl stood in front of him, deciding that she would not let him go just like that. Then she hugged Leon and confessed that she wanted him to forget about all his women. However, Leon sharply pushed her away and advised her to see a doctor, suggesting that she had serious hearing problems. Dana was left upset. She thought that she had not expected such a reaction at all. Then the girl called her grandfather and said that they had a serious problem. Leon refused the offer and left. In response, the grandfather calmly noted that it was not critical. The main thing was to extract benefit from it. Dana assured that she understood everything and promised that she would now make every effort. Meanwhile, Leon walked down the corridor and thought about how this woman was ready to sell her own body for him. The hero then wondered whether this project was so important that it was already influencing the fate of the Va family's financial group. As Leon approached his room, he decided that they were unlikely to back down so easily. At the same time, Jamie appeared in the corridor with a friend. The men were clearly drunk. Private entrepreneur Lenny asked his friend where the guy was now, noting that this was a great opportunity to teach him a lesson. But Jamie replied that he himself did not know where Leon was, and suggested that they first find his girlfriend to find out where this scoundrel was now. Then Lenny sarcastically remarked that his girlfriend had such a nice guy, but she got involved with some unknown person. Jamie then told his friend that he would first deal with this scumbag, and then he would make his ex, Ivy, deeply regret it. His friend burst out laughing and said that it was time for revenge and there would be no mercy. The men soon found Ivy's room. Jamie entered the door code he had obtained from the hotel receptionist, and they were able to get inside. Once in the room, the men started looking for the girl, but there was no one in the room, so Lenny asked if they had the wrong number. But Jamie replied that he was the one who booked the room and would have received notice if Ivy moved out. He suggested that she might be in that guy's room. At that moment, Ivy herself appeared behind them. The girl coldly asked who they were and what they were doing in her room. Then Jamie demanded to know where the guy was. Ivy asked irritably if he was talking about Leon, and she sat down on the couch and asked Jamie why they needed him at all. Jamie responded by claiming he had hit him and asking if she thought he would just let it go. Then Ivy asked in surprise why he was saying that, since it wasn't Leon himself who hit him, but his friend. And then Jamie sharply asked her how she dared to defend Leon in such a situation, considering that he was wrong. In response, the girl explained that despite the separation, they had no reason to become enemies. She acted, among other things, for his good. However, Lenny said that if Ivy didn't give her friend Leon's room number, they wouldn't go anywhere. Lenny added that no one wants to make her life difficult, but she must immediately tell him where the main character is. The girl noted with tired irony that she was sometimes amazed at how reckless people could be. After this, Ivy got up from the couch and told Jamie and his friends that they could follow her. She would take them to Leon. A few minutes later, she found the right room number and knocked on the door. Leon opened it and immediately noticed Ivy, and behind her, her ex. Jamie, Lenny, and the rest of the people started to enter the room. Then Leon closed the door and asked why they had come to him in the middle of the night. Ivy awkwardly explained that they had come for revenge and that she had no choice since they had all threatened her. Soon, Lenny told Leon that he should come out to him, after which he raised his hand, intending to start a fight. Jamie's friends were fully prepared to beat up Leon. In response, he mockingly noted that too many people had gathered against him, and it would be difficult for him to choose whom to hit first. Then Lenny threatened that they would attack him and beat him so badly that he would forget his own name. At that moment, one of them rushed forward, deciding to attack the hero without delay. Ivy watched what was happening with interest. However, everything happened instantly. The main character struck the attacker straight in the face. The man collapsed to the floor in severe pain. Lenny tensed up when he saw this, as this man was considered his strongest fighter. The hero then coldly remarked that their fighter had no skills and expressed a desire to see the next opponent. The defeated man immediately began to apologize to brother Lenny, admitting that they definitely couldn't handle Leon. After this, he admitted that they were also to blame for what happened, adding that they had hidden their man, which meant that they were now even. However, the next moment Leon walked up to him and kicked him hard in the stomach, deciding that he was talking too much. Then the hero coldly asked who they took him for, if they first burst into his room and now tried to escape like cowards. Lenny quickly began to apologize to Leon, assuring him that it was just a small misunderstanding and that he should forgive them. In response, Leon reminded them that their friend Jamie had been extremely rude to him earlier in the day. Immediately after this, the hero literally threw Jamie and his friends out the door of the room, ordering them to get out. Having closed the door, Leon realized that now no one would disturb him anymore. He then confessed to Ivy that he had absolutely no idea what could have attracted her to such an idiot, since he wasn't even close to him. Then Ivy hugged Leon and sincerely said that for her, there was no one better than him. The hero noted that he really liked the way she said it. The girl, in turn, admitted that she was happy to be with him and could not even think of a reason why she would leave. In response, Leon replied that he was always glad to see her. At that moment, he kissed her, realizing that he had wanted to do this for a long time. After that, they moved into the bedroom together and spent the whole night together. The next day, the main character woke up only at noon. Suddenly, he noticed the money left nearby. Looking at the bills, the hero grinned, thinking that this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Soon, the front door opened. Charlie noticed his friend standing in a robe and asked in surprise why he had woken up so late. Walker then noticed the red liquid on the sofa and asked Leon what it was and why there was blood everywhere. He was completely shocked to see the same marks at the entrance. The friends started to smile slyly, and Demi said that Leon had simply had a great night, which is why he woke up so late. Then Charlie added that he saw red marks even on the bed and came to the conclusion that his friend was a real bandit. Demi remarked with admiration that Leon looked incredibly cool. These words instantly angered Leon, and he told his friends that such jokes were enough. However, the hero then calmed down and informed the company that there was enough fun for today, and therefore it was time to go to lunch. After some time, the whole company headed to the restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. Leon and Charlie were dressed very stylishly, so people around them looked at them with interest. The friends went into a restaurant, planning to order food and discuss all the important matters at the same time. Soon, beautiful girls approached them and asked Charlie if they could sit next to him, but the young man refused. Then the girls left him their contact information, letting him know that he could call them when he was bored, and they would be happy to keep him company. After that, Demi told Leon that she wanted to ask him one question. The girl asked why the women around her were looking at her so strangely, and whether they really liked her too. But Walker laughed and noted that the ladies were simply jealous of Demi, not understanding what was so special about her since she was sitting next to them. In response, Leon lightly tapped her on the cap and asked if she had slept well enough to ask such strange questions. Then the protagonist remembered about business and asked Charlie when exactly the evening banquet on the cruise liner would take place. After this, Demi asked if they would continue the live broadcast today to attract even more viewers. The hero agreed, noting that they had nothing else to do during the day anyway, and a joint stream would be a great idea. The group soon reached the coastline, and Demi noticed that it provided a great backdrop for the broadcast, making it the perfect location for the broadcast. However, at that moment, Leon received a call from an unknown number, and the person on the other end introduced himself as Luther, Kwai Kiao's operations director. Luther said that he knew about the contract Leon had signed with another company, but offered to switch to them, promising to pay the penalty. However, Leon politely declined, explaining that he was no longer interested in the fine. At that moment, Luther was in the van, and he angrily told his colleagues that Leon turned out to be an extremely unpleasant person. Then another man expressed the opinion that they had no chance of dealing with this mysterious masked man. However, the company director suggested the only remaining option: to file a complaint. Meanwhile, Leon was relaxing on the beach, and Demi was enjoying the sight of the yachts. Suddenly, Demi's phone screen went black and turned off, making it impossible to continue the live broadcast. The hero then explained that their stream had apparently been blocked, but the girl admitted that this was the first time she had encountered this. Then Leon contacted Lillian and asked what was going on, why their broadcast was blocked. But Lillian asked him not to worry, promising to find out everything and call back later. Demi worriedly asked Leon if she had said anything unnecessary during the broadcast and whether this had caused the blocking. The hero responded that even if the platform's rules were violated, they should have been warned first, rather than having the broadcast blocked without explanation. The girl was shocked and asked Leon if he really thought they were set up and that someone deliberately didn't want the broadcast to continue. Lillian soon reported that they had received numerous complaints, which led the platform to block the broadcast indefinitely. Leon was shocked by what he heard and asked who exactly could have filed these complaints, realizing that it was clearly done intentionally. The girl suggested that it could have been one of the streamers who, seeing Leon's popularity, decided to eliminate the competitor. The hero immediately understood what the problem was and who was behind it, after which he immediately called Luther, intending to find out everything. But Luther, with feigned surprise, said that he had not expected a call so soon. In response, the protagonist coldly informed him that his broadcast had already been blocked and that responsibility for this lay solely with him. However, Luther pretended not to understand the accusations, but added that he was always ready to help. He then invited Leon to meet and talk in person, telling him that he was waiting for him in room 1807 of the Yunshui Hotel. Then Leon was finally convinced that Luther was behind all this, and he firmly decided that this vile act would not go unpunished. He asked Demi to return to Charlie and the rest of his friends, explaining that he urgently needed to take care of something. After that, Leon quickly went to the Yunshui Hotel. Leon found the number Luther had left earlier and then knocked on the door. Soon the door opened, and Luther invited the hero into the room, emphasizing that he had been waiting for him for quite some time. Leon walked inside without hesitation and immediately asked why Luther had decided to create additional difficulties for him. The main character sat down on the sofa and asked directly what all this meant. Luther tried to justify himself by saying that Leon had misunderstood him, that he had only arrived on Java Island that afternoon and had no intention of causing harm. However, the hero abruptly interrupted him, demanding that he not waste time and get to the point. Then Luther offered Leon a contract for 20 million. He assured that there was no need to worry about losses, all expenses would be compensated. However, Leon said that what he heard was not at all what he was interested in, and demanded to know the name of the person who filed a complaint about his live broadcast. In response, Luther stated that if the contract was signed, he would help the hero in any matter. At this point, Leon's patience finally snapped and he kicked the documents and contracts away. Then the hero asked him directly if he seriously expected him to trust someone who used such pathetic methods of pressure. Luther simply stated that since Leon was not in the mood for negotiations, he would have to deal with all his problems on his own. After this, Bronson entered the room, thinking mockingly that the familiar man in the mask was probably glad to see him. Denzel followed him in, sat down in a chair, and remarked that even public figures sometimes had serious financial difficulties. Leon, without losing his composure, directly asked Denzel if he was behind all his problems. In response, he suggested that he simply take the money, move to another platform, and thereby make everyone happy. Luther then asked if Leon believed in his sincerity and offered to sign the contract, forgetting all previous grievances. However, the hero asked a counter-question, wondering what would happen if he simply refused the deal. Luther pretended that such an option was impossible and claimed that he was acting in Leon's interests, not wanting his career to end so sadly. Then the main character calmly informed everyone present that he had not come here for a contract at all. Leon explained that he just wanted to see who dared to act behind his back. Hearing this, Denzel suddenly jumped up from his seat, fearfully asking what exactly the masked man was going to do. However, Leon only coldly remarked that their parents had clearly raised them poorly since they were now behaving so disgustingly. Immediately after this, the hero got down to business and began beating everyone in the room. Soon all his enemies were lying unconscious on the floor. He then grabbed Denzel by the hair and told his brother that he better not repeat such games again if he doesn't want to lose his life. Meanwhile, Luther sat on the floor, looking at Leon with pure horror, realizing that he had greatly underestimated him. After removing his mask, Leon called Lillian and informed her that the problem had been resolved and the broadcast could be unblocked. After some time, the hero arrived at Phoenix Pier, where he was supposed to meet his friends. It was at this moment that a man and his companion unexpectedly approached him and said that this meeting was completely unexpected. Esther noted with obvious displeasure that the meeting had turned out to be unpleasant, adding that Leon would do well to stay out of Jamie's sight. In response, the hero suggested that she first ask Jamie what exactly happened to him last night, and only then give advice. Esther immediately began screaming, demanding an explanation from him, but he hastened to assure her that nothing special had happened. Jamie then declared that the ability to fight in itself meant nothing, and without money, a person had neither status nor influence in high circles. Leon just laughed, noticing that his interlocutor looked funny, and asked where he got the idea that he no longer had money. In response, Esther asked why Leon was doing live broadcasts if he was really rich. The protagonist asked them to wait a bit, explaining that he needed to make an important call. However, at that moment, Hugo ran up to them, declaring that he had brought all the documents with him. Esther happily told Mr. Ma that she was very glad to see him. However, Hugo didn't even pay attention to her, immediately greeting Leon. Coming closer, he explained that he had brought the contract today, since last time he had carelessly left it in the office. Then Jamie, with obvious disbelief, asked Hugo if it was true that Leon was going to buy a plane, since he was just a streamer. In response, Hugo irritably noted that she was talking complete nonsense, since the protagonist had already made the decision to sign the contract. Then Hugo turned to Leon himself and asked where it would be more convenient for him to sign the documents. The hero calmly replied that this could be done right here. After this, Leon said that he would soon contact the finance department, after which the money would be transferred. Hugo, in turn, noted that with Leon's reputation, they could even hand over the goods first without worrying about payment. Hearing this, Jamie and Esther were stunned, suddenly realizing that Leon was actually incredibly rich. Then Leon glanced at Jamie and asked ironically if he thought a streamer couldn't have money. After this, the hero headed towards the liner, and the female flight attendants joyfully greeted him. Leon then calmly asked the staff not to let the two on board, explaining that the place was too prestigious for them. Jamie tried to object, saying that they couldn't be treated like this because of one mistake, and asked to give them another chance. However, Leon coldly asked who had said that he had the right to dictate terms to him, emphasizing that it was his ship. Jamie and Esther were shocked and confused, asking if the ship really belonged to Leon. Without further explanation, the protagonist turned around and left. Meanwhile, on the cruise ship, the fun was already in full swing. The girls were laughing, dancing, and enjoying themselves. Demi was sitting next to Leon's friends and immediately noticed him, noting that he had finally shown up at the party. She then asked the hero if he had managed to solve the problem with the live broadcast, and Leon confirmed that everything had been sorted out. Walker soon announced that they had other plans and that an even more grandiose show was awaiting the guests. Leon was surprised and asked again if there would be another party. Walker explained that every year they have a competition. Arlo's people hold the celebration at the stern, and they at the bow of the ship. He then added that in the end, the side with the most girls wins. However, Walker admitted that Charlie didn't show up last time, which is why they lost, and expressed hope for Leon's help this year. The protagonist turned to Charlie and asked what entertainment programs were planned for today. He explained that after going out to sea, there would be a dance party, then an auction, and after that, the arena and the duel between Leon and Axel. Then Leon noted that there wasn't much time left and asked if everything was ready for the pool party. At this point, Walker raised his glass and noted that they had wine, a good mood, and nothing else was needed. Then Leon called Hugo and said that the money had already arrived in the account, adding that he would need help and everything had to be sorted out before 6 o'clock. As the liner continued moving, Leon watched the dancing girls with satisfaction. Arlo soon approached him and asked why Leon was standing aside, suggesting that he found the pool party boring. But the hero calmly replied that there was still more than an hour until the start, and even this part of the holiday hadn't really started yet. Arlo noticed that they had almost no one left on their side, since all the girls had gone to his party. Leon responded by asking him not to worry, and assured him that a real celebration awaited them ahead. After this, Arlo announced that the liner would soon sail and it was time to continue the fun, inviting Leon to move to their part of the ship. Laughing, he left with Axel. Then Charlie asked if they had just come to show off, and Leon replied that they had. Walker then asked why the hero remained so calm. It would be more logical to look for a way to win, considering that Arlo now had more people. However, Leon only mysteriously said that he had a surprise, and his friends just had to wait a little while. At the same time, Arlo pointed out to Axel that Leon was being overly confident, suggesting that he was clearly up to something. Axel, in turn, expressed doubt that the hero would have enough time to do anything. The only chance would be to deliver everything by helicopter. However, at that very moment, helicopters appeared in the sky in front of Arlo and Axel, carrying luxury sports cars on suspension. The young people were completely stunned and could not understand whether they really had helicopters and sports cars in front of them. Meanwhile, all the guests on the liner pointed at the cars, enthusiastically discussing what they saw. Then Leon, the main character, asked his friends not to stand around doing nothing, but to urgently ask that the cars be carefully lowered onto the deck. Soon, Charlie approached the hero and asked if he had really organized all of this, noting that it looked incredible. Quite quickly, the sports cars were lowered onto the board. After this, the hero took the microphone and announced that a drawing would take place later, the main prize of which would be these 3 sports cars. Almost immediately, they began throwing money from the helicopter, which was a small gift for the guests from Leon. The girls on the liner were truly delighted and collected the bills. At this time, Arlo tensely told Axel that people were gradually leaving for their rivals, and if nothing was done, they would lose. Arlo stated that revenge on Leon would only be possible in the arena, and his companion said that he understood this perfectly well. And then suddenly Walker invited him not to stand aside and come to them to have fun, reminding him that they were always happy to see him. However, Arlo and Axel were clearly outraged and demonstratively walked away. Walker then jokingly told Leon to imagine the looks on their faces if they found out the plane belonged to him. Soon, the protagonist received a call from Elizabeth, who wanted to know how he was doing. Leon calmly inquired, informing her that an investment of 280 million from the VA family had been deposited into his account. He then explained that he could be bothered less often with investment matters, as Tianyan was quite capable of handling everything on his own. Demi then announced that their live stream had reached over 9 million viewers and would soon reach 10 million. Leon was genuinely surprised and asked her where such a figure came from. The girl asked if he was really surprised by this, reminding him that it was a pool party, and such events always attract spectators. Meanwhile, guests in evening dress danced in the center of the deck. However, Demi noticed that some people were dressed too formally and looked a little out of place. At that moment, Leon noticed that Arlo, Axel, and their company were sitting nearby, watching him closely. And then Walker noticed that Axel was not at all popular with girls. Then he asked if this young man was only capable of fighting. And then suddenly a woman approached Arlo. It was Dana. Arlo immediately invited her to sit down next to him, emphasizing that they were glad to have such a visit. Dana noted his politeness, deciding that he was a true gentleman. After this, Arlo extended his hand to her, inviting her to dance with him. However, the girl looked around since she came here with a different purpose, to find Leon. Soon, Dana approached the hero and asked if she could invite him to dance, admitting that she had wanted to do this for a long time. Walker and his friends laughed, thinking it looked like a slap in the face to Arlo. Demi then gave Leon a little nudge, hinting that he should agree. Dana took his hand and was delighted by his consent, noting that this was exactly what she wanted most of all. The musicians began playing the piano, inviting couples to take to the dance floor. The girl asked why Leon was resisting, since she just wanted to dance and wasn't going to hide anything. In response, the hero said that she shouldn't even think about involving him in her affairs. Nothing had changed regarding the research results. After these words, Dana admitted that she was tired, asked to stop, and wanted to rest. However, Leon did not let her go. He hugged the girl and noticed that the music was wonderful and they had a great opportunity to dance. Dana realized that she couldn't leave anymore, and now she would have to dance with Leon until the end of the composition. She admitted that it was a great honor for her to dance with him today and expressed hope that they would have such an opportunity again. But Leon reassured her, assuring her that the chance would definitely appear with the next song. Then he squeezed her hand tightly, whirled her around in a dance, and said that he did not intend to stop. Dana was very tired and gradually realized that she had been wrong to offer the main character a dance. Leon, in turn, noted that the composition was magnificent, after which he asked the musician to play it again. Then Dana realized that the young man was acting deliberately and, in fact, was taking revenge on her for his previous offer of cooperation. However, she soon confessed to the protagonist that she felt ill, asked for forgiveness, and explained that she could no longer dance. At the same time, her brother Chala thought that his sister was clearly unable to cope with this man, which meant that now he himself had to intervene. Suddenly, Arlo approached Leon and noticed that the hero surprised him, since, as it turned out, he even had connections with the financial group of the Va family. The protagonist calmly replied that Dana's legs hurt and added that Arlo could have shown her some respect before the auction began. Arlo then demanded that Leon show at least minimal politeness, emphasizing that the absence of an open quarrel did not at all mean fear. After this, the young man said that they would meet again at the auction, where he would definitely get everything that Leon had his eye on. The protagonist was genuinely surprised and asked if Arlo really thought he needed this auction. Leon then explained that he was not going to buy anything and that his opponent could take whatever he wanted. However, Arlo objected, reminding them of the confidentiality of the auction before it began and stating that it was absurd to claim such a thing. Then the hero smiled and noted that this was his ship, which meant he knew perfectly well what exactly would be on display today. These words confused Arlo, and he asked if the liner really belonged to Leon. The protagonist replied that they had known him for a long time, but still did not understand what he did. He then added that this is not how things are done. If they want to defeat the enemy, they need to know everything about him. At that moment, Axel approached the company and stated that there was nothing interesting at the auction, suggesting that they go down to the arena. He added that, despite the fact that the ship belonged to Leon, he did not want to be here with him, and the loser must leave the ship. The protagonist thought this was a great idea and thought that this way he could get rid of Arlo and his friends. However, Arlo noticed that the liner was already at sea and it was impossible to leave it. Then Axel explained to his brother that there were enough spare boats on board, after which he demanded that the host begin the duel. Soon the host addressed the ladies and gentlemen, announcing the warm-up and introducing the fighters. One was Axel, the other was Leon. The man then invited both of them to enter the arena. Many spectators supported Axel, considering him an incredibly strong fighter. He himself told Leon that they had gathered for fun. There would be few rules and the fight would begin immediately if the hero was not afraid. In response, Leon said that he would not stand on ceremony and would finish everything quickly. At that very moment, the hero rushed forward and delivered a sharp blow to the enemy's nose. Axel was thrown back and realized that he had seriously underestimated Leon. The spectators were shocked and did not understand how this could happen, because Axel was considered the best fighter. The enemy admitted that it was now clear to him where Leon got his self-confidence from, since he really did have fighting skills. Then Axel quickly rushed into the attack, not allowing the hero to relax. Arlo noted that he hadn't seen him this serious in several years, which meant that a spectacular fight was ahead of everyone. Axel swung, intending to hit Leon in the face. However, at that very moment, the hero kicked him in the stomach, completely canceling his attack. Axel was in great pain and couldn't understand how Leon had been so fast. Then he collapsed into the arena, and the hero thought that he had expected more from his opponent. Arlo ran up to Axel and asked about his condition. However, he assured that he was fine and would find a way to win the next round. After this, Axel rushed towards Leon again, declaring that he was irritating him too much and that the fight needed to be ended immediately. He swung his fist, deciding that this time he would succeed. However, the hero responded with a powerful blow right to the opponent's chin. Then the judge came up to him and announced that time was up and that Leon was the winner, while Axel lay unconscious. Arlo approached his comrade again and asked if he could get up. But Axel assured him that he would be fine and that his friends had nothing to worry about. Then the main character ordered his people to prepare a boat for these people. However, Arlo was indignant and asked how Leon dared to say such a thing. But in the end, he still picked up Axel and began to lead him out of the arena. Meanwhile, Demi was absolutely delighted and noted with admiration that the main character turned out to be incredibly cool. A little later, Walker added that Axel had suffered such a serious defeat that he was unlikely to recover quickly. Sometime later, Leon was resting at the hotel after a hard day, but soon Sean called him. He reported that serious problems had suddenly arisen at the plant they had acquired, which they urgently needed to report. The main character just woke up and immediately asked what exactly happened. Sean then reported that since Leon's departure, a huge number of employees had left the company, and now the plant was practically empty. Leon calmly replied that there was nothing critical about it and that they could simply hire new workers, spending some time on it. However, his interlocutor objected and explained that everything was more complicated, since other factories in the industrial zone were actively poaching their staff. He then added that the company had already raised salaries for new employees, but competitors immediately did the same. Then the hero quickly began to get ready and asked Sean to wait for him in the office. On the way, Leon realized that he should first talk to Charlie to decide together what the best course of action would be. Charlie opened the door and asked in surprise why Leon wasn't sleeping at such an early hour. Looking around the room, the main character realized that his friend had not gone to bed at all. Then he noticed the girls lying on his bed. Leon then asked if he could use his plane, as he urgently needed to fly to Zhonghai and his own had not yet arrived. Charlie immediately became worried and asked what had happened. In response, the protagonist explained that there were problems in the company. Then Charlie asked if something serious had happened and if help was needed. However, Leon asked him not to worry, assured him that he could handle it himself, and asked him only to tell the others that he had left. A few hours later, Leon was already in the office. Sean was relieved to be back, and Helga added that there had been some problems with the phones at the same time. But Leon replied that he already knew which plant their former employees had gone to, and asked if they had managed to find out any details. The girl explained that most of the employees moved to new technology and key electronics, which are leaders in this field. Leon admitted that the opponent was indeed strong, and wondered which of the employees was free, suggesting that they go for a walk together. Helga agreed to go with him, noting that Sean was needed in the office right now. Then Leon noticed that she didn't seem to be very keen on working. Arriving at the industrial area, Leon and Helga began to look around. The girl pointed to the building and the factory they had acquired, explaining that it was now clear where their main rivals were. The hero noted that their factory is located right between competitors. Leon added that the scale of these enterprises was previously much larger and then they would not have been able to buy any of them. At the entrance to new technology, there were employees taking a break and smoking, while they looked strangely at the guests. Leon noticed this and asked Helga why these people were looking like that. The girl explained that she knew them as they had worked for them before and gave their names, Lionel and Nico. The protagonist asked whether they had left of their own free will or had been lured away. He then decided to talk to them, as the return of these workers would allow production to be restored more quickly. Lionel and Nico recognized Leon and Helga and were surprised by their appearance. The girl greeted them politely and said that she was glad to see them in her dreams. She didn't expect to meet him at this plant, recalling that they had previously discussed the purchase of the enterprise and its future work. Lionel explained that the factory had changed hands and everyone had families, so they had to look for a new place. Helga agreed, noting that everyone is trying to survive, but added that the company plans to resume phone production soon. She then said that this is why management wants to bring them back by offering higher wages and better conditions. However, Lionel replied that they did not want to return because they paid more here, and the previous promises were only misleading people. Then Helga pointed out that she had come with the leader himself and doubted that they could simply deceive them. However, Lionel coldly stated that they did not care at all who she came with, after which he asked them to leave and not interfere with the work. Then Leon and Helga decided to go to the KE Electronics plant and personally find out why their people were so brazenly switching to competitors. There were many employees on the factory premises, and the hero immediately realized that the company was truly huge. At that moment, Helga pointed her finger at the group of people and asked Leon to look more closely. The girl then explained that it was Rudy, who had also worked for them before. Helga greeted Rudy politely, noting that she had not expected to see him at this plant either. The man was surprised and asked why they were looking for him and what they wanted from him. Helga then explained that the company was planning to restart production and wanted to invite him back, offering a higher salary. However, Rudy refused, demanding that they stop misleading people, saying that such companies only suck the blood of workers. However, one of his colleagues stopped him and suggested that he should not rush into refusing, suggesting that perhaps they could be offered better terms. In response, Rudy confidently said that they were living more peacefully here. They could work without any unnecessary problems, and therefore everyone should get back to work. The other workers supported him, deciding that he was probably right and that it was indeed better to continue working, after which everyone dispersed. Helga, staying with Leon, admitted that the situation looked extremely difficult because they were offering people very high salaries. Then the hero explained that competitors pay large sums of money only to managers so that they can mislead ordinary workers. The girl asked in surprise whether, with so many employees, the plant was not making a loss. In response, the hero explained that not everyone is paid well, and only those who are luckier than others receive decent money. Leon then added that once they drove the competition out of the market, the goal would be achieved and then workers' compensation would simply stop. If they played by someone else's rules, their entire business plan would have to be put on hold, and then he asked them to send him the contacts of all the department heads. After this, Director Leon called Mr. Wang from New Technology and introduced himself as the new owner of Tong Electronics. In response, Mr. Wang said that he was on a business trip and did not know when he would be able to return. Leon politely replied that he understood the situation and would wait for the call, hoping to discuss important issues later. Helga noted that this behavior looked rather rude because she expected more respect for the hero. Leon then called Mr. Kefnu from KE Electronics, introduced himself as the head of Tong Electronics, and invited him to dinner. He replied that it was a great honor for him, but his fiancée had recently given birth to her second child, and he had already left for his hometown. Leon took the refusal calmly, saying that he completely understood the situation, and Helga noted that it didn't seem that rude. She then suggested returning to the plant and inspecting it again, but the hero refused, saying that there was nothing more to see there. At that moment, Leon suddenly realized something. He then asked Helga to contact Elizabeth and find a team of engineers to build the road, but Helga did not immediately understand his plan. The hero replied that he treats people the same way they treat him, and to implement his plans, he needs a strong team of professionals. Helga promised to take care of the matter the next day, and Leon thanked her, noting that he urgently needed to take care of other matters. After that, he quickly left. The protagonist went to Rosalind's house, deciding to discuss business with her. The girl opened the door and was very surprised by the unexpected visit. Leon smiled and handed her some tea, trying to lift her spirits. Rosalind asked in surprise why he had come, as she was not expecting guests. Then the hero explained that he brought her milk tea, knowing that she loved this drink, after which the girl directly asked what he wanted from her. Leon replied that the road in the industrial park was in poor condition and he wanted to get it repaired. He asked Rosalind to help him with the application, emphasizing that he was doing it for charitable reasons. However, the girl doubted his plan, saying that she did not understand why he needed to go that far and suggested that he simply had too much money. However, at that moment, Leon unexpectedly took the tea from her, looked at her carefully, and noticed that she seemed to have gained a little weight. The girl flushed with indignation and demanded to know where exactly he saw the extra weight. Then Leon got back to business, saying that he had already given orders to find suitable companies and that money was not a problem. A week later, construction of a new road actually began near the plant. An engineer from Chaoyang Company explained to Mr. Sun that Chuanxing and Feihui roads needed to be dug up to prevent any vehicles from passing. Sun asked whether it was necessary to close all 3 roads at once, as this would completely paralyze traffic near the factories. The engineer confidently stated that this was the plan, after which the man agreed with this plan and gave the command to begin work. At the same time, at the corporation, the protagonist was discussing current affairs with Helga, and soon the girl left the office. However, suddenly in the corridor, a man roughly pushed her with his shoulder. Helga fell to the floor, all her documents scattered, and the man who knocked her down didn't even try to help. This man turned out to be the head of the new technology company, Trevor, and with him was the head of Key Electronics, Herman. Leon was furious. The hero declared that these people had lured away his employees. Upon hearing this, Herman and Trevor were shocked, as they realized that the young man was extremely determined. They helped Helga up, after which Trevor noted that he considered Leon a reasonable and far-sighted person. He then added that they had no intention of acting secretly and hoped to resolve the situation peacefully, without any unnecessary problems. However, the protagonist told Trevor not to try to force friendship on him, then ordered the guards to throw the two out immediately. Almost immediately, security officers burst into the office, and one of the guards asked Leon what to do with these people. Then the hero coldly ordered them to be sent to the police station, claiming that they had beaten a woman. Trevor became furious and demanded to know what kind of absurdity was going on and when exactly they allegedly beat the girl. At this point, Helga was still lying on the floor, complaining that she had a severe headache, was seeing double, and was about to lose consciousness. The police looked at her doubtfully, trying to figure out whether this was really the deputy director of the Lingyun Corporation. Leon pointed to the lying girl to the guards, indignantly asking if they couldn't see how badly she had been beaten. The staff immediately apologized to the hero and quickly grabbed Trevor and Herman. In desperation, Herman asked the protagonist to tell these people to let them go so that they could settle everything in a civilized manner. However, Leon stated that he had nothing to discuss with those who attacked the deputy director of his company. The man shouted, insisting that they hadn't touched her, that she was fine, and Leon asked ironically if they really thought so. At that moment, the girl screamed in pain again, declaring that she urgently needed medical help. Trevor and Herman were shocked, because just a minute ago she was standing confidently on her feet. Then Helga rose with difficulty and announced that she was now demanding compensation for moral and physical damages. Leon calmly stated that she would receive about 500,000 yuan, and that she need not worry because he would take care of everything. Hearing this, the girl was genuinely amazed and thought with gratitude that she did not expect to receive such a sum. Trevor asked, confused, if the hero was joking and what exactly they had to pay so much money for. Leon then calmly explained that this amount was intended for one person, and if they refused, they could meet him in court. In response, the man became indignant, doubting that the judge would so easily believe Leon's words, and stated that they were not going to pay. Then the main character said that he no longer intended to listen to them. Security had already started to escort Trevor and Herman out, but they panicked and asked them to wait, saying they were ready to pay and wanted a chance to discuss everything. Leon then coldly remarked that they should have thought of this earlier. After this, Helga showed them her bank card, saying that they could transfer the money there, and then she would forget about what happened. Having received confirmation of the transfer, the guards left the office, leaving Leon alone with Trevor and Herman. Trevor reported that all the roads in their industrial area were dug up, preventing cars from getting in or out. He expressed hope that Leon would stop the roadworks and clear the way, emphasizing that they were peaceful. In response, Leon reminded them that just a couple of days ago they allegedly didn't have time to talk, but now they suddenly found it. The man tried to steer the conversation towards business, suggesting they continue working and wait for the goods to be shipped. However, the hero stated that this project is of paramount importance to him, so he does not intend to delay. An enraged Herman slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know why they were even starting to repair such a road. Leon calmly replied that his time was very valuable and from now on every minute of conversation would cost them 20,000. Then Trevor told Leon not to think that they were afraid of him. Although their company was not so large, they were not so easily intimidated. But Leon told the directors that they were wasting their time on these conversations and that he no longer wanted to discuss anything with them. Trevor was angry and asked Leon who he was and that everything he had was achieved through his own hard work. So Leon was no better than him. Then the men stood up and began to leave the room, intending to take revenge on Leon for his actions. At this time, Helga asked Leon what they should do now since the negotiations had clearly failed. But Leon remained calm and told her not to worry. He assured her that they would come back and that he had done everything right and they knew who their boss was. Helga told him that this had calmed her down and that she would now return to work. But Leon asked her to wait and asked if she really wanted to keep the million for herself, since there were 700,000 of his there. Then Helga asked the hero what kind of person he was, because she risked her life pretending to be a victim, and he still wanted his share. At that moment, a button on Helga's shirt flew off to the side. Leon was very surprised and asked her if she really wanted to pay with her body. It turned out that Helga wanted to call Elizabeth and show her how her boss was stalking her. Leon ended up asking her to keep the money for herself, and Helga thanked her boss for the generous reward. At that moment, the hero thought that Helga was a very cunning girl. Leon then decided to call Ivy to discuss a matter, hoping that she could help him with the matter. At this time, Trevor and Herman were driving and thinking that this guy does not understand what is good and what is bad. However, Trevor asked Herman not to be nervous, because they were about to call Mr. Zhang. In the end, it's all because of him. Trevor started talking to Mr. Zhang, and after listening to his words, he said that he understood everything. He told Herman that they had been in this business for many years, but no one took them seriously. Then he asked him who did not respect them, adding that if they did not receive respect, they would respond in kind. But Trevor said they would make anyone who disagreed with them regret ever getting involved with them. Meanwhile, workers continued to dig roads. The builder got off the excavator and asked the engineer how much more they had to dig. The engineer then informed the foreman that he believed they had done enough and that the goal was to block traffic. The foreman said that the workers should then be given a little rest, since they had been working all morning. Soon, Trevor and his Herman arrived at the construction site, and Herman immediately ordered the workers to leave and stop work. The engineer asked him who they were to tell him what to do, since they were doing road work on their own road. Trevor then told the engineer that if they didn't repair the road surface today, they wouldn't be treated so politely anymore. However, the engineer replied that they had permission and asked them to leave and not interfere with the work. Then Trevor told him that they would regret it and immediately called his friend. He asked his man to send all his people here. A few minutes later, people arrived there, and Trevor realized that now the engineer would regret arguing with him. The engineer, seeing the people, became indignant and asked if they were really going to use force because of their refusal. Trevor replied that this was their last chance. If they didn't bury the road, they would regret it. But the engineer was adamant and stated that the work would continue until he received an order from his superiors. However, at that moment, Trevor walked up to the engineer and kicked him in the stomach. The man immediately fell to the ground, not expecting a blow. He told the scoundrel that he would be held responsible for this, since their work was legal. But at that moment, someone intervened and asked them to stop the conflict. It was Ivy and the cameraman who was filming everything that was happening. And then suddenly the engineer asked his team to lie down on the ground. The builders were surprised and thought that the engineer seemed to have come up with something clever. Then all the builders lay down on the ground and began to pretend that they had been hurt and beaten. Ivy informed Trevor that the two of them had gathered so many people and wanted to beat people up to stop the charity building project. The man thought that this was exactly what they were afraid of. Then Herman said that they had understood everything wrong and that they were just discussing. But in fact, it was not what they thought. Then Ivy asked why he was lying when there were about 30 workers lying on the ground, beaten, and he was calling it a conversation. Trevor started covering the camera with his hand and told the presenter that this was not true at all and asked her to stop filming. He promised to explain everything. The presenter approached the engineer and asked him, as one of the victims, to describe what happened at the construction site. The engineer replied that they had been doing the work legally, but that these people had beaten them up, he had a concussion, and his wife was pregnant. Then Trevor got very angry and ordered his men to take the camera away from the reporters so that they would stop filming everything. But Ivy stood in the camera's path and asked if Trevor really wanted to break the camera, as it was illegal. He replied that it was illegal. That's what she was doing, since he had already broken the law many times and she shouldn't tell him what to do. At that moment, police cars began to arrive at the scene. Ivy had called them in advance, knowing that a fight could break out. The police surrounded Trevor's men and they realized they were trapped. And then Herman realized that this was Leon's doing, and that they were trying to take revenge on him. The police officer then asked Trevor if it was too bold to attack people openly. The police officer said they dared to threaten the reporter by trying to break her camera. He didn't understand where they got such courage from. Trevor immediately explained that it was a misunderstanding. He simply asked them to listen to him. However, the policeman grabbed him and his men, saying that they would all talk at the headquarters where they would give their statements. After some time, Trevor and his entire gang were taken to the police station for questioning. At that moment, someone entered the cell and the men, seeing him, froze in surprise. It was Leon. He came to visit his enemies to find out what happened to them. Trevor told him that they realized their mistake and asked him to give them a second chance. But Leon replied that if they behaved like that all day, there would be no problems. Trevor begged Leon to give them another chance, offering to repair the road the way he wanted and compensate for the damage. Then Leon said that one of them was engaged in the production of screens, and the other in the production of components for phones, and he himself wanted to start his own business. He said that if they could supply him with goods for free, they could drop the matter. Realizing that the men disagreed, Leon wished them luck and began to leave the room. Then Trevor thought and said that he agreed with all of Leon's demands, and immediately after that, Herman also agreed. Leon then told them that he needed to find out who was guarding them. He was sure that there was a more powerful figure behind them. Trevor thought for a moment and reported that the day after they bought the factory, a man named Waylon approached them. Waylon wanted them to already poach their factory workers to disrupt their business. Leon then asked what this man's official position was in Taidan. However, Herman said that all the people from Taidan are people who are best not to mess with because they have enormous power. Trevor informed Leon that the deputy director had promised to provide them with mobile phone screens and components. Leon then asked Trevor if he had Waylon's contact information and told him to put his number in his phone. The man immediately began to write down the man's number in the hero's phone. He then told Leon that they had told him all they could and asked if they could now go home. Leon took the phone and said that they could go, but he was not finished with them yet. The hero thought that he hadn't expected Taidan to act so quickly and that he was ready to play this game. Meanwhile, Helga was waiting for Leon outside and asked why everything ended so quickly. The hero replied that construction needed to be stopped and that recruitment for the factory needed to be organized. Wages, workload, and insurance should remain the same. Then Helga told Leon that Tanya had come to tell him about the Va Financial Group. Tanya explained that a few days ago she received a call from Bank Wa, which expressed its desire to invest 40 million in Lunson. When Tanya offered to discuss the details, they refused, simply sending the money. Tanya admitted that she didn't know what they wanted to spend the money on. In response, Leon suggested simply investing the entire amount into Tong Electronics and not spending it on other projects. Then Tanya said that she understood him and added that she and Helga would return to the company. After this, Leon returned home to Elizabeth. It was at this moment that she approached the hero and asked if his problems had been solved. He reassured her, saying that everything was fine. He also added that although he had only been away for a couple of days, she had already lost weight and asked how this was possible. But Elizabeth replied that she had decided to lose a few kilos herself. Then Leon, smiling tenderly, promised that he would feed her. In response, Elizabeth smiled and admitted that he could be an ideal husband. When night fell, the girl hugged him and said that in the future he would take care of the children and she would earn money for the family. Leon agreed with her words, adding that the main thing for him was that she was happy. Elizabeth herself was surprised at how quickly Leon agreed. She couldn't believe that a man like him would compromise so easily. The next morning, when the director woke up, he realized that he had to prepare a hearty breakfast for Elizabeth. When she came to the kitchen, she asked if he had made dessert for her and asked for something light to snack on. Leon, smiling, asked if she liked the dish he had prepared, since he had prepared it specifically to impress her. Elizabeth, however, replied that the food was too high in calories, and that if she continued like this, she would soon gain back all the lost kilograms. Then Leon said that she should gain some weight to be healthier. Elizabeth, in turn, objected that he was doing this not for her sake, but for himself. She realized that he was simply selfish. After that, she asked when he would be free because her mother would like to invite him to dinner. Leon replied that he had some free time and that they could meet her parents that evening. Elizabeth agreed and promised to inform her parents so that they would be aware. But suddenly Demi called the hero, asking when he was going to go on air so that she could be ready. Leon explained that he wanted to do a broadcast on social support and help farmers, but he didn't know how and when exactly he would do it. Meanwhile, Elizabeth assured Leon that everything was ready and asked him to go. She said that she would take him to work. At this time, workers continued construction. Then the engineer noticed the director and said that he was glad to meet him that morning. Leon thanked the man, talked to him about the incident, and asked how he felt after they were beaten yesterday. The engineer thanked Leon in response for his concern for his health, clarifying that nothing serious had happened. Leon then asked him to try to make the road as good as possible without skimping on materials. At this time, Vivian wanted to settle matters at Leon's factory with his competitors. Then Lionel of the plant asked her why she was interfering with their work. Rudy said she looked too calm and couldn't be angry, adding that no one was happy about her presence. Vivian replied that they published information about recruitment, and when people come, they are lied to that everything is much better at their plant. Meanwhile, Leon watched as Vivian got into a conflict with the workers. He was pleased with how this girl had developed and was now independently resolving important issues of the company. Lionel told Vivian that despite her words, they had not broken the law and the factory did not belong to her. He added that there was no one else there and suggested that the employees move to a neighboring plant where they would be treated better. Then one of the workers asked if they provided food and if they paid extra for their work. Rudy confirmed that this was true and that they were a large company that could afford such conditions. The worker agreed with this and said that he would now work with them. Lionel told the man that it was an excellent decision and he would definitely not regret his choice. He asked him to follow him. Vivian watched as all the candidates moved to the competitor's plant and thought that they would never be able to hire people for their plant. The girl was very upset and realized that she needed to come up with a way to bring people back. At that moment, Leon appeared behind her, and she realized that she had not seen him for a long time. Vivian bowed and told him she was glad to see him. The hero told the girl that she was doing a good job and that everything would gradually get better, so she shouldn't worry. Suddenly, Lionel heard Leon's voice and turned around. He told Rudy that it was her boss and asked why he came. Then Leon said that these people have no conscience because they do not understand that stealing other people's employees is wrong. Then Lionel asked if they could really live with them peacefully, since they had blocked the road yesterday. Rudy told him to remember his words. As long as their two factories were next to each other, they would not hire a single person for this plant. Leon then asked the former employees again if they had thought about it carefully, as they could come back if they wanted. However, Lionel said that no matter how much money Leon offered them, they still would not return. He told everyone that he used to work for Tong Electronics, but their factory didn't pay, and asked why he should work for them at all. People started discussing it among themselves and realized that this Tong Electronics plant was evil and that it was good that they did not go to work there. Vivian started yelling at Lionel and asking how he could tell such nonsense, knowing that he was lying to everyone. However, Leon told her not to be nervous. He added that he understands, and if they don't want to work with them, he won't force them. After that, they began to leave together with Vivian. Once they left the competitor's territory, Rudy and his colleague realized that everything was much better now. Vivian asked Leon what they should do now, because if they can't hire people, their factory won't start working, and that's a problem. But Leon again asked her not to worry, promising that they would soon resolve everything. But first, they had to go with her to the factory. Soon, the two of them entered their factory. Vivian reported that they had 6 production lines and it took 12 minutes to assemble one phone. With that many people per shift, she estimates it will be possible to produce almost 10,000 mobile phones per day. Leon then told Vivian that the staffing issue would be resolved soon and instructed her to be on site in the next few days. At this time, Trevor and Herman arrived at their plant. Rudy and Lionel were already standing there, and Trevor wondered where so many people were coming from and what they wanted. Lionel said that Tong Electronics was not giving up and had posted a recruitment ad again. Rudy said they were very good at poaching workers and could be sure that those people would no longer be in their plant. However, Trevor and Herman were shocked to hear this information. Suddenly, Trevor hit Lionel and said that they were doing them harm, not good, and asked who gave them the right to do this. Lionel asked in bewilderment if he hadn't assigned him this task earlier. Then Trevor told those idiots that they were useless. He told the men that they had no further business at the plant, and that everyone they had lured away from Tong Electronics had been fired. Lionel asked what that meant and why he fired them if they were doing such a good job. Trevor yelled at them again, while the workers surrounded the men and asked what they should do now. The workers said they had originally wanted to go to another plant, but they had been persuaded otherwise, and now it was entirely their fault. However, Rudy told the workers that these were internal problems of the factories and they could not blame them. Lionel said that they had worked for Tong Electronics and that with their qualifications they would be happy to take them back. A minute later, they were all standing in front of the Tong Electronics factory, shouting to Leon that they were ready to continue production. Vivian realized that the staff had apparently actually returned and asked if the protagonist was going to take them back. Then Leon asked her what she thought about it. Vivian explained that from the company's point of view, they should be returned. However, she then added that she would not want to work with them again, since people who once left for competitors are not known for their reliability. After listening to her, the hero said that in that case she could recruit staff as she saw fit. Then Lionel, who had promised to return them to work and even raise their salaries, added that this factory suited him better. However, Leon asked him to wait and reminded him that he had previously claimed that this project had no future and that they were not paying salaries there. In response, the man tried to justify himself, saying that under the leadership of director Leon, Tong Electronics would definitely take off. However, the protagonist coldly advised him to look for work elsewhere and not disgrace himself, after which he demanded that he clear the way. However, Lionel blocked the road and declared that until they were taken back, they would not allow Leon to leave. In response, the hero ordered the security service to remove this man and told the others that they could enter the plant. The guards immediately grabbed the troublemaker and led him to the exit. Shortly after, Leon received a call informing him that the live broadcast in support of farmers had been finalized for the following Friday. The girl added that they have several processed products and will send him samples soon. Then Leon noted that if a company is engaged in recycling, then it should not be poor. Then Lillian explained that low-cost lands would be selected for the production. She also said that there are many parties involved in this project, so the final decision must be made by the head of the company personally. Later, Leon told Vivian that they were going to a family dinner that evening and he needed to pick up some groceries for the table. The girl asked him not to be nervous, noting that she could handle everything herself. Then the young man went into a jewelry store and realized that he couldn't come home empty-handed. Leon explained to the consultant that he was looking for a gift for his future mother-in-law. The seller asked him about his budget, promising to find the most suitable option. However, the hero replied that the price did not matter. He needed a worthy gift. Then the consultant suggested a bracelet made of ice jade, noting that the item looked impressive. Without further ado, Leon asked to have the bracelet packed and asked the price of another one that was lying nearby. The seller stated that the jewelry costs $320,000, emphasizing that it is a rare bracelet made from pineapple blossom. At that moment, an adult woman approached them and said that she noticed how the young man became interested in the bracelet. Leon replied that the decoration was indeed good. Then the stranger said that if she wanted, she could give him this bracelet and suggested going somewhere together. However, the hero sarcastically asked if she was too old to flirt with young men and added that he was definitely not a gigolo. The woman was outraged, and Leon, having taken his purchases, quickly left the store, noting to himself how many strange people there are in this world. Later, he and Elizabeth arrived at her parents' house. The father, seeing his daughter, noted that they arrived on time. Then Leon gave everyone gifts, and the man remarked that it was not worth spending money since they were almost like a family now. Then he said directly that since the hero had won his daughter's heart, it was time to think about marriage. However, Leon replied that he had a lot of work to do now, but they would definitely return to this topic later. Suddenly, Elizabeth's mother appeared from the kitchen, invited the guests to sit down, and announced that the food would soon be ready. Leon sat down on the sofa and asked Elizabeth to sit next to him and not to be shy, reminding her that she was at home. In response, the girl noted that he was not at all shy and behaved too freely, which seemed strange to her. Then Leon jokingly complained to her mother, asking her to look at her daughter and saying that she was teasing him. Elizabeth responded by pinching his cheek and warning him not to think that his mother's protection meant she couldn't deal with him alone. Soon, the girl's mother called everyone to the table, asking them to stop talking and try the food. At the table, Zachary turned to Leon and said that Elizabeth had talked about his work on live broadcasts. Leon told Elizabeth's father that streaming helps kill time when there's nothing else to do. The hero then asked his uncle if he was interested in this platform and if he needed help topping up his balance. After this, Elizabeth's mother offered Leon some fish and then, with obvious curiosity, asked when he and her daughter were planning to get married. The girl immediately replied that they were both focused on their careers right now, and she didn't understand why they were raising the topic of marriage. However, the mother noted that Elizabeth and Leon were a very beautiful couple, and therefore it was quite logical that everything should lead to a wedding. At that moment, the girl suddenly stood up and announced that it was time for them to leave, as they had important plans. Then Leon told Elizabeth that he had drunk a little and asked her to rest first before driving, since he had to be driving. The girl was very surprised by his words and felt something strange in them. Then Elizabeth showed him a can of orange soda and said that was what he had been drinking. But the hero said that even soda can contain alcohol, added that he felt dizzy, and suggested taking a break. Elizabeth's mother immediately said that they had free rooms and they could spend the night and go home in peace in the morning. Leon winked at the hostess, but noted that he felt awkward and did not want to cause inconvenience. However, the woman told him not to talk nonsense, adding that they did not cause any inconvenience. Then Elizabeth realized that they wouldn't be able to leave and they would have to stay overnight at her parents' house. A few minutes later, everything was ready, and Leon and Elizabeth could go and rest in one room. Elizabeth hugged the hero and said that he had deliberately arranged all this so that they would stay together for the night. However, the young man replied that this was complete nonsense and that there were many free rooms in the house, so she could choose any other one. Then the girl kissed the hero and said that this was her house and her room, and if someone didn't like something, he could look for another place for himself. The next morning, Leon arrived at Ling Yun Corporation. He entered the meeting room, and immediately Sean and Helga stood up and greeted Leon. The hero asked everyone to sit down and announced that he wanted to hold a general meeting of the staff. He asked them not to be nervous and explained that he had come on personal business and asked how many poor areas they had counted according to the fund's data. The employee replied that there were 52 such districts, and almost all of them lived off agriculture, although living conditions there were extremely poor. Leon then asked whether this was due to poor harvests, or whether the reason lay in something else. The girl explained that the issue is not only this, but also the lack of a favorable investment environment. Then the main character said that he wanted to tell something, and added that he was now broadcasting live and, in fact, was a streamer. The employees were shocked, not expecting this from the boss. Leon was surprised by their reaction and asked if they really didn't know about it. The employee replied that if he hadn't said so himself, they would never have guessed. Then Leon asked why no one had notified him of such an important matter. He explained that he wanted to conduct broadcasts and help poor farmers, find areas in need and help them sell their products. The man then said that in a county near Yancheng, residents make money by growing peaches, but the purchase price is too low. He also mentioned a village where tea is grown and roasted by hand, but due to technological advances, this tea is hardly sold anymore. Leon then asked to send him all the materials and contact these people so that he could conduct a broadcast and advertise their products. After this, the hero asked everyone to hurry, declared the meeting over, and allowed them to return to work. Later, Leon came to Demi to inform her that a live broadcast in support of farmers would soon take place. The girl opened the door and was glad to see him and invited him not to stand on the threshold but to come inside. Leon sat down on the sofa and told Demi that the staff had prepared the materials and she could choose the appropriate options herself. The girl carefully examined the offers and noticed that they included fruits, flowers, and rice, but the platform promoted fast-moving goods. Demi then added that these were items that would be quickly eaten, which could cause Leon to lose his reputation and sales to be far from ideal. Leon told Demi that her words sounded reasonable, but if they could get the products recycled, people would no longer suffer from poverty. She then told Leon that he was wealthy enough to find factories to process the fruit, thereby actually helping the farmers. The protagonist supported this idea and told Demi that the offer was very good. Then they decided to go to the place immediately. The girl then added that for variety, something like rice tea could be made to interest as many people as possible. Leon again praised Demi, noting that she was very smart. The girl, in turn, said that they were both great, after which she reminded them that it was time for them to leave. Soon, Leon and Demi got into the car and headed to where the farmers had gathered. At this time, life in the village flowed monotonously. People went about their usual business. Demi noticed that the gloomy faces of these people immediately showed how badly sales were going for the poor farmers. Leon then told the girl that he had heard that yellow peaches would soon be removed from the market, but the harvest had not been sold, which was making people very nervous. Leon approached the seller and asked the price of 500 grams. The man replied that he sold wholesale and the price was 4 yuan per 500 grams. Leon noted that the peaches looked good and asked how many kilograms there were in total and what condition they were in. The seller assured that the quality was fine. All goods were stored in the warehouse, and the total volume was about 5,000 kilograms. Demi then suggested that Leon go and talk to other sellers to compare terms and then choose several suppliers. The protagonist agreed with this proposal and added that he would contact the plant. Leon then told his people that he planned to host charity streams to help farmers. He also said that he wants to process peaches and make preserves from them, since this way the produce can be stored for much longer. At that moment, a woman unexpectedly approached the car. Leon asked what had happened and if she needed help. The woman replied that she had heard about his intention to buy yellow peaches and offered to go to her, assuring him that her price would be significantly lower. The hero was surprised and looked at Demi, but the girl remained silent, so they decided it was worth finding out the price. Demi asked how much 500 grams cost, and the woman replied that it was almost 3 yuan, and for a larger quantity the price could be even lower. The girl noted that this was a really good price. However, Leon became wary and asked what this trick was, stating that he did not even want to discuss such proposals. The woman was confused and indignantly asked why this impudent young man was saying such things. She explained that she was simply offering yellow peaches at a good price and did not understand the catch. Leon replied that, in his opinion, she was trying to sell low-quality goods at a lower price in order to avoid losses. But the woman was indignant, saying that he was insulting her and stressing that her peaches were the best and he could personally check each one. Demi noticed that the price was indeed lower than other sellers and suggested that they look at the product anyway. In the end, Leon agreed, and together with the girl, went to find the woman. In the warehouse, she showed him boxes of yellow peaches. Demi noted the good condition of the goods and asked if the saleswoman was sure that all the peaches were of the same quality. In response, the woman irritably asked Demi why she doubted it and suggested that she take the fruit and try it to make sure of its taste. The girl immediately took a bite and began chewing, checking whether the saleswoman was telling the truth. In the end, she was satisfied and told Leon that the peach was very sweet and he should try it. However, the hero noticed that the quality of these peaches was no different from others and did not understand why they were so cheap. The woman explained that the fruit had been picked a long time ago, and if they were not sold, they would simply disappear, which would be a great loss. At that moment, someone loudly called out to the woman and began accusing her of behaving meanly. The other sellers said that everyone was selling for 4 yuan, but she was lowering the price to 3, deliberately going against everyone else. However, the woman sharply responded that the sale price was none of their business and demanded that they not interfere with her business. However, one of the men reproached her for not thinking at all about the other villagers and in fact harming them. But the saleswoman's husband said that no one would buy peaches at that price and that in 10 days they would simply rot. The other seller still got angry and said that even if the fruit went bad, they would not allow it to be sold this way. The woman added that they needed to pay for their son's education, so all the talk was pointless and their decision would not change. Leon then asked everyone to stop arguing and stop yelling at each other. The protagonist explained that he had come to buy their products, not to pick them up for next to nothing, and emphasized that the price of 3.2 yuan was optimal. The salesman in the hat was surprised and asked if Leon was really willing to buy peaches at that price. Leon confirmed that they were planning to hold a charity broadcast, so he considered the price of 3.2 yuan quite reasonable and was willing to buy everything. Hearing this, the sellers were delighted, realizing that they would finally be able to make money. One of them asked when Leon would pick up the goods, adding that all the peaches were stored in the warehouse and their quality was beyond doubt. The hero replied that he would send people to get the products later, but now he just needed to inform his partner of the delivery volumes. After this, Demi began recording the number of deliveries from each seller. The sellers assured the hero that they would begin preparing the goods immediately and would not change their decision, and Leon asked them not to worry about anything. Demi then said that she estimated the total volume of peaches would be around 1,000,000 kilograms, which seemed like a lot. However, Leon calmly replied that it was not a problem, and if the produce did not sell out, they would either eat it themselves or give it to those in need. In response, Demi said that he is an incredible person. Then Leon jokingly remarked to Demi that he could handle any task. Afterwards, he and Demi returned to the corporation together to inform the employees of the agreements reached. Helga told Leon that the cannery owner had calculated that if one can contain 500 grams, there would be about 1,000,000 cans. The cost price of one can is approximately 5 yuan, and they can be sold for 6 yuan each. Leon calculated that 6 cans would cost almost 30 yuan, but Demi noted that this price did not seem cheap. According to her, The usual price for 6 cans is about 20 yuan, which is significantly cheaper than their offer. Leon then admitted that the situation was getting more complicated and that he had not taken this into account in advance. Demi reminded that streaming platform audiences are extremely price-sensitive, and even a small difference can impact sales. Then the protagonist suggested focusing on quality so that customers would be willing to pay more for a good product. Demi supported the idea and said that she would take it upon herself. She also added that they would be able to film the harvesting process the very next day. Soon, Leon and Demi arrived in Shuanghong City. There they were supposed to inspect the canning factory and talk to its director. The director of the Dingshan cannery, Leroy, was glad to see Leon. Then the hero apologized for being late, blaming it on traffic jams. Meanwhile, Demi started her live broadcast and asked viewers to pay attention to the beautiful yellow peaches. The factory employees began inspecting the goods and quickly became convinced that the fruit was indeed of high quality. At the same time, an influential man was driving along the road. He wanted to find out what was happening in the city and who dared to interfere with local business. The director of the fruit processing plant, Ryan, demanded an explanation of the situation and was outraged by whoever dared to encroach on his territory. He was told that they were rumored to be people from Shanghai and that the two streamers were buying fruit for canning. Hearing this, the man wondered where they got such courage from and said that he wanted to personally see those who dared to do business on his land. Meanwhile, Leon and Demi continued their live broadcast, talking about the taste of peaches. Suddenly, people approached them and ordered them to stop. Ryan demanded to know who had given them permission to trade here and why they had come to his city to do business. Then Leon calmly asked what exactly the problem was. The man then stated that in Shuanghong, only they had the right to do business. He then ordered Leon to be quiet and added that they used to go to the villages themselves to buy yellow peaches, offering farmers low prices. And at that moment, the hero realized what was going on, and one of the sellers also said that although these people look strong, in fact, they are naive. He advised Leon not to act impulsively, to explain everything calmly to people, and if that didn't work, to call the police. The man then told Ryan that the village had already agreed not to sell the peaches and hoped that they would understand the situation. However, at that moment, the bandit kicked the man in the stomach. He then declared that all the produce of the village belonged to him. In the end, he threatened that if the farmers dared to sell the yellow peaches to anyone else, they would face severe punishment. However, at that moment, Leon unexpectedly gave him a strong slap in the face. The men from Ryan's gang were shocked because they couldn't believe that someone would dare to hit their boss. Ryan, enraged, asked Leon if he really wanted to die and how dare he hit him. In response, the hero kicked him in the face again, wanting him to finally shut up. After this, Ryan fell to the ground, and his people suddenly realized that their leader was not as strong and invincible as they thought. Having come to his senses, he began to shout at his subordinates, demanding that they immediately seize the insolent man who dared to raise his hand against him. Leon then calmly warned them that they should think carefully before acting, otherwise the consequences would be serious. He stated that he would guarantee serious problems for everyone if they decided to attack. But still, several people rushed towards Leon, shouting that he was alone and could not scare them. However, the protagonist instantly delivered a powerful blow to the face of one of the attackers. The man collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness, and Leon, filled with determination, looked around at the others and asked who would be next. He also sarcastically asked why the others were standing still. Perhaps they were waiting for a special invitation. Then one of the men quickly explained that there had been a misunderstanding, after which he announced that they were already leaving. The next minute, Ryan and his men quickly got into the car and drove away. After this, Leon turned to Demi and said that they would continue the live broadcast. The girl said with a smile that his popularity is growing rapidly, and in the comments, many girls are already writing that they want to marry him. Leon then told Demi that since the problem was solved, he would return to Shanghai and she would stay behind to control the people. The girl agreed, noting that she would not let him down. Then Leon headed to the car. At that moment, Vivian called him. The girl immediately reported that the situation was bad. The equipment had broken down, and it was impossible to start production at the Tong electronics plant. However, the protagonist asked Vivian not to panic and said that he was leaving immediately. Leon soon arrived at the Tong electronics workshop, intending to personally find out the reason for the work stoppage. He asked Vivian what exactly had happened and why the factory could not start production. The girl explained that problems arose with the soldering equipment, the reflow oven, and the surface mount line. She added that the mechanic considered the breakdown to be extremely complex, and believed that purchasing new equipment would be necessary. Leon then asked who exactly had identified the problem. Vivian pointed to the man and said that he was a technician who could explain exactly where the problem was found. The man greeted Leon and introduced himself as the new technical director of the Tong Electronics plant, named Rupert. He reported that repairing these devices is virtually impossible, would be too expensive, and would significantly reduce their service life. Rupert explained that the problem was likely due to an unstable power supply, which caused the electronic components to burn out. He also added that the equipment could simply have been outdated, and hidden defects could have revealed themselves. Vivian also noted that there were too many breakdowns, and replacing the equipment would take a month, while launching production would be delayed for a long time. Leon then asked the mechanic to continue checking all the machines to make sure there were no other problems, and invited Vivian into the office. In the office, the girl said that he could scold and punish her, and she would accept any decision. However, Leon was surprised and asked why he should scold her, emphasizing that she was not guilty of anything. The girl, sobbing, replied that it was her responsibility, and in such situations she was obliged to take the blame. However, Leon wiped away her tears and thought that she was still quite naive. He asked Vivian not to blame herself, adding that someone had clearly set everything up, otherwise so many breakdowns would not have happened at once. However, the girl continued to cry and said that it was her fault because she did not notice the breakdown. Then Leon stroked her head and gently told her that it was not her fault at all and that she should not take responsibility for everything. At that moment, Vivian suddenly kissed Leon, thinking about what a caring leader he was. However, at that very moment, there was a knock on the door and someone called Leon. Vivian quickly hid under the table, and the hero loudly said that they could come in. The girl hid behind the table, trying not to make a sound so that no one would know about her presence. Rupert informed the protagonist that he had systematized the information on these devices and offered the manager to review the documents. The man then began to examine the room and asked where Vivian's manager was, as she had entered the office with Leon. The young man pointed his finger and explained to the master that she had gone to the toilet and would be back soon. Meanwhile, Vivian, hiding under the table, fell silent, and the hero carefully kicked her. In response, the girl lightly pinched Leon on the leg. The protagonist cried out in pain, and Rupert asked in surprise what had happened. Leon explained that everything was under control and suggested that the master leave the materials and leave. Rupert left the office, and then the hero extended his hand to Vivian and told her that she could crawl out from under the table. The protagonist added that she smelled so nice. The girl admitted that she applied the perfume especially for her boss. Then Leon told Vivian that someone had clearly set everything up, and that the problem with the other factories had already been resolved. However, they are all just pawns, and the real player is Waylon of Taidan, who is deliberately creating problems. Vivian noted that Taidan and this company are known all over the world, but the difference between their enterprises is huge. However, the protagonist stated that if Waylon was a bad person, it didn't matter to him, and asked how well Vivian wrote articles. Vivian explained that she used to work on the school newspaper. Leon then asked the girl to read the materials and write an article in the third person, emphasizing that the incidents were caused by the Taidan company. However, Vivian was surprised and noted that this could be the start of a war with Taidan and harm their company. The protagonist reassured her, saying that they did not want to compete with the company now and asked her to prepare a publication. After this, Leon went to the bar, hoping to meet an old friend who once helped him defeat Arlo in the game. Cassandra was sitting at the bar, relaxing after a day of work. She was surprised to see a familiar young man standing nearby. The protagonist told Cassandra that he had destroyed Cisco and was pleasantly surprised that she continued to communicate with him. The girl reminded him that he was her investor and shareholder, and therefore should not create problems for his business partner. She invited him to sit down and promised to buy him a drink, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Cassandra remembered that the last time he had sought her out, he had been looking for a way to bypass the pharmaceutical companies. Then the hero explained that this time she should help him with the Taidan company. She clarified whether this was referring to Taidan, which had almost monopolized chip production in the country. Then Leon told her in detail about his plan. He then asked Helga to transfer all the money invested by the WA family to Tong Electronics account, and also to prepare an article on behalf of Lunson. After this, the main character left the club and returned home. Early in the morning, he was awakened by a phone call, and he was surprised who could call so early. It turned out it was Charlize. She said she had seen news that he was planning a war with the Taidan company, and wanted to make sure he understood the consequences. The protagonist explained that he does not want conflict, but Taidan himself is provoking it, so he has already begun to act. Charlize then warned that any joint work was now impossible, and Taidan might attack Ling Yun. But Leon reassured her, saying that he would not involve Ling Yun and would find another way to frighten the enemy. The woman agreed with his plan and said that he could act at his own discretion, and if he needed advice, he could call her. Later, the protagonist came to the office to check whether the employees had carried out all his instructions. Leon asked if Taidan had received any feedback after the article was published. The employees responded that few people believed Vivian's article, and since the Tong electronics plant is small, many took it as a joke. But the protagonist advised against paying attention to the comments and asked about the reaction of industry representatives. The girl reported that the reaction was weak. The article was also perceived as a joke and was ignored. Helga added that she believed Leon had fallen into a trap and that problems had arisen at the plant, for which he immediately blamed Taidan. Then the main character calmly sat down in a chair and said that this was exactly what he was trying to achieve, and now he would tell everyone what he had started a few days ago. Then Waylon called him and asked if the hero thought he had gone too far and why it was necessary to bring it out into the public eye. In response, Leon calmly said that he shouldn't fuss, since everything that was happening was quite normal, and the truth would soon come out. However, Waylon, in turn, advised against wasting money and time on PR, since, in his opinion, bankruptcy was just around the corner. These words greatly angered the hero. Leon sharply declared that his interlocutor would have to answer for what he said, after which he cut off the conversation. After this, the protagonist approached the employee, asking if all the documents he had requested the day before were ready. The girl confidently replied that everything had been prepared in advance. The main focus was on investments, and that the materials did not concern Taidan in any way. Then Leon added that in addition to this, it was necessary to write another article, this time on behalf of the company, where their emotions and positions should be expressed. The employees were surprised and asked if they really should talk about their own experiences. The hero explained that such a move would draw attention to Tong Electronics, especially given that the BA Financial Group is investing in the company. Sean supported the young man and noted that this was a brilliant idea, in which case the Hua Group and Taidan would find themselves on opposite sides of the barricades. At this point, Helga asked in surprise where Leon was going, reminding him that not all issues had been discussed yet. But the hero asked the team to continue working, explaining that he urgently needed to leave on business. Meanwhile, Rosalind was in her office with her mother. The girl asked her mother if she had seen the news about Tong Electronics and Taidanyi. Charlize replied that she had read everything that morning. Rosalind noticed that after the fuss he had made, what was happening could well be considered the beginning of a war, and she wondered if he had a real chance. The mother then reminded her daughter that Leon was a strong strategist who had already dealt with Arlo, so she should trust him. The girl admitted that she had no doubt in the hero's abilities. But now he was faced with Waylon. In response, Charlize said that she was not afraid of Leon's failure, but of how devastating a possible failure could be for him. Rosalind added that she was concerned about her friend's excessive pride, as such a blow could be fatal for him. To change the subject, Charlize pulled a dress out of her bag and asked her daughter to check it out. She was planning to wear it to a charity dinner. However, Rosalind asked her mother not to avoid the conversation. She again asked the question about how everything could end if something happened to Leon. In response, Charlize said that she could not know the future. She added that the hero was not stupid and would definitely cope, calling on Rosalind to calm down. Then the girl thought for a moment and admitted that she didn't know which side public opinion would take and how people would perceive what was happening. Then she noticed that the situation was becoming more and more difficult, and her mother asked what exactly was bothering her so much. Rosalind explained that there are currently two big sensations, and Tong Electronics has already become an enterprise in which a financial group is investing. Charlize considered this a good move and noted that even if Waylon was defeated, Leon would be able to retreat without serious consequences. Then the girl asked with admiration how her friend managed to be so smart. Meanwhile, late at night, Dana was at the Shangri-La Hotel. Sitting in front of the computer, the girl thought about how to distract herself, since everything she did was falling apart. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Dana allowed the guest to enter. It turned out to be her brother Chala. He asked his sister to urgently look at the news on the internet and said that he realized Leon had deceived them. But Dana asked her brother not to be angry, noting that given the position of their financial group in the world, They had nothing to lose. However, Chala said that the family is already aware of what is happening and that the problem needs to be resolved as quickly as possible to avoid any further questions. In response, Dana assured that she would take personal control of the situation, asked her brother not to worry, and promised that everything would soon be sorted out. Hearing this, Chala headed towards the exit. He decided to himself that he would not miss the chance. It was his sister herself who gave him the opportunity to realize his plans. Later that night, Leon was at home when Charlize informed him that there was a lot of activity in Taidan and that a certain Wayland had been fired. She noted that no action has yet been observed from the Va group, suggesting that they are still preparing their move. The hero thanked her for the information she provided about the enemies and ended the conversation. The next morning, Leon arrived at Tong Electronics with the intention of tidying things up. In the office, Vivian was sorting through documents, and the main character quietly and slowly approached her from behind, trying to remain unnoticed. At that moment, the main character hugged her and asked what she was doing. In response, the employee informed Director Leon that Master Rupert had quit unexpectedly, which she said seemed strange. Hearing this, the hero was surprised and asked again if he had really left. The girl then suggested that Rupert might have been involved in the equipment failure, but admitted that she had no evidence. Leon immediately said that there was no point in drawing conclusions without evidence, and then added that in such a case the police should be contacted. After this, the girl informed the boss that she had already ordered new equipment and installed cameras in all the rooms. The protagonist praised Vivian, noting that she acted very competently and coped with all the tasks. Hearing this, the girl was delighted and thanked her boss for the high praise for her work. Then Leon's phone rang, and he was surprised because he wasn't expecting any calls. However, seeing the unfamiliar number, the young man became even more wary. The caller introduced himself as Otto and said he was the CEO of Taidan, and explained that he wanted to discuss the events of the last few days. However, Leon confidently said that he was not going to discuss anything. Then the interlocutor noticed that they had a lot in common in business, and wondered why they shouldn't shake hands and make peace. In response, the hero reminded him that if reconciliation was truly the issue, there was no point in getting in his way and provoking conflict. After this, Otto introduced himself again and clarified that his father was Nestor, adding that Leon should know this name. He explained that he was calling in the hope that the protagonist would retract the false statements made by his colleagues on the internet. Leon coldly replied that he had already made his decision and stated that he did not intend to communicate with him directly, suggesting that he contact his father. These words hurt Otto, and he abruptly ended the conversation. Meanwhile, one of the employees went to Leon to report on current affairs. She reported that all the goods for the upcoming live broadcast had already been prepared: a box of canned yellow peaches and a package of tea. In addition, the girl added that Demi included several more items on the list, and the total cost of the purchase amounted to about 100 million. Hearing this, the hero was surprised and doubted whether such a price was reasonable, noting that the amount seemed excessive to him. The girl agreed with his doubts and said that the price was indeed unfavorable. Leon asked whether this price was justified and received confirmation that it was inflated. She then added that she sometimes watches live broadcasts and notices that popular streamers sell similar products for 20% less. However, the protagonist objected that the product had its advantages, and after some thought, he came to the conclusion that the price could be justified. The girl, in turn, noted that most buyers do not think about quality, but are guided primarily by the low price. Hearing this, Leon noted with irony that then all that remained was to hope that there would be buyers willing to purchase all the goods. Then the girl asked worriedly if she had upset him with her words. In response, the hero calmly explained that if some of the products were not sold, the employees would be able to take the remainder as a bonus. This proposal made the girl very happy, and she sincerely said that Leon was the best leader. The protagonist, however, emphasized that they would not reduce the price, as this would negatively impact the company's reputation. He also added that since they are helping farmers, they should allow them to earn money by strictly adhering to the terms of the agreement. The girl assured him that she fully understood this position and promised to support him during the live broadcast. When the girl was about to leave the office, she ran into Tanya on the way. Then Tanya herself turned to the protagonist and reminded him that Lunson's listing would take place tomorrow, and a ceremony was planned for the occasion. Leon leafed through the documents and asked if the task had really been completed so quickly. The girl explained that the work had not been progressing so quickly, but the decision had been made today because he had not had time to discuss such matters. The hero noted that he did not like public events and suggested inviting Mr. Gregory or someone else. Then Tanya said that she understood him, and then added with a smile that she had heard about his upcoming live broadcast selling products. Leon was surprised that the information had spread so widely, and then Tanya asked if she could find girls for his joint broadcast. The hero thought for a moment and noted that he had expected a more serious format. In response, Tanya lifted the hem of her dress and asked his opinion. Leon noted that according to the rules, such behavior by employees is unacceptable, but he decided that this time he could deviate from the rules. In the end, the main character agreed with her idea and allowed her to leave everything to her discretion. After this, Leon went to the cafe, and right at the entrance, a man approached him and asked if he was the man in the mask. The stranger introduced himself as Tony, Nicholas's agent, but the hero replied that he did not need hairdressing services. In response, the man stated that it was not funny at all. Tony noted that it didn't matter whether Leon knew him personally, because what was more important was that he understood who Nicholas was. However, the hero calmly replied that he had no idea who Nicholas was. This reaction infuriated Tony, who declared that Nicholas was the best representative of the entertainment industry. The protagonist calmly sat down on a chair and apologized to Tony, explaining that he really didn't know Nicholas. However, the interlocutor noted that, despite Leon's popularity as a streamer, he should know his place and cannot compare to Nicholas. In response, the hero dryly reminded him that he had not invited him and asked why he had come. Tony quickly realized that Leon was stubborn and there was no point in arguing with him. The man stood up from his seat and declared that the hero had a disgusting character, after which he added that he did not intend to cooperate with him. He then warned that he was going to contact the platform's management and that Leon should expect consequences. After this, Tony left the cafe. Almost immediately after he left, Leon received a call from Helga. The hero assumed that the girl wanted to talk about the listing. Helga eventually reported that the listing was successful, but then a serious problem arose. Immediately after the IPO, a large amount of negative information about Lunson appeared, causing the shares to become volatile. According to the girl, online rumors have already begun that the company could go down in history as a disgrace to the exchange and go bankrupt before it even begins operations. Helga reported that there was a targeted attack behind what was happening, but she was confident that her boss would handle everything. Leon noted her composure with irony and asked her to immediately send him all the news on his phone. He was going to urgently go to the company. The news claimed that Lunson's products were of dubious quality and that the company was stealing research results from competitors. Elizabeth was outraged and stated that all the accusations were completely false and meaningless. She did not understand how anyone could even believe it. Then Helga suggested paying attention to news sources, most of which are regular media outlets which are clearly backed by someone. Leon agreed and noted that this man had only lit the spark, and the rest of the ill-wishers happily took up the fire. Elizabeth confidently stated that these rumors had nothing to do with reality and that the truth would soon become clear. Helga then said that she was going to actively respond to what was happening because she couldn't just sit back. But Elizabeth began asking questions in the comments and demanding an explanation of how they could allow themselves to slander a bona fide company. However, Leon asked her to calm down, gently noting that there was no point in being so nervous and that they would definitely sort out this situation. The hero added that she should learn some endurance from Helga, who calmly ate her porridge in the midst of the scandal and did not give in to panic. In response, Elizabeth admitted that she was angry that her family could lose money since she was directly connected to his company. But Leon assured the girl that stock price fluctuations were normal and that all research and development funds were financed by the company. Moreover, the protagonist noted that the goal of the person behind this attack is much more complex than it seems, and very soon he himself will get in touch. Leon was determined to find out who exactly was behind this, and asked Elizabeth not to read the news for now. Sometime later, Director Leon and the girl arrived at the appointed meeting place, where Charlie and Walker were already waiting for them. Charlie was genuinely delighted to see them and remarked that he was glad to see them together. He then said with a smile that his friend was incredibly lucky, and Leon handed him the bags, remarking that he did not know what was best to take with him. Walker remembered that Leon had previously worked as a cardiac surgeon and wondered if there was a way to prolong human life, even just a little. The hero replied that one could only do what was humanly possible, and they had already found the best doctors and medicines. After this, the company entered the hospital. Charlie went to the elevator and began to call it to go up to the desired floor. He pressed the button for the 18th floor, but the elevator did not move. So he asked in surprise what was happening and why the elevator was not responding. Then Leon suggested trying to call another floor and press the 17th. Charlie followed his advice, but the elevator still didn't move. So he realized that the elevator was indeed broken. At that moment, he noticed that the entrance to the landing was locked. Charlie noted that the elevator was not going up. The stairs were closed, and the whole situation looked extremely strange. Then Elizabeth mentioned that she had recently read a horror novel that said that the 18th floor of every hospital hides some secrets. But the main character hugged her and asked the girl not to talk nonsense. He suggested finding someone from the staff and finding out what was going on. Soon, a nurse approached them and asked what they were doing there. She explained that only relatives of the hospital's management were allowed on this floor and asked why they had decided to come here. Elizabeth replied that they had come to visit a patient on the 18th floor and were surprised that access was closed even during the day. The nurse explained that the intensive care unit was located on this level and entry to outsiders was strictly prohibited. The girl tried to clarify whether it would be possible to get inside by contacting a patient's relative, as this was allowed in other hospitals. However, the nurse abruptly refused and demanded that they leave the area. At that moment, a doctor ran up to them and asked the nurse to stop. He was clearly unhappy with her behavior. The doctor then shook Leon's hand and admitted that he had not expected to meet him there, adding that he was glad to see such a respected man again. The hero was surprised and honestly admitted that he did not remember him. The man introduced himself as the head of the orthopedic department, whose surname was Liu. He asked why Leon and his companions had come to the hospital. Hearing that they had come to visit a patient, the doctor immediately offered to help and promised to call the elevator. Then Charlie asked in surprise if this was against the rules, since they had been told the opposite before. In response, the head of the department smiled and noted that it was the hospital staff who set the rules and could change them if necessary. Soon, the elevator descended and Liu allowed everyone to go up to the patient. After this, the nurse asked in surprise whether the doctor really knew this man. The director calmly explained that Leon had previously headed the cardiac surgery department at Huashan Hospital and was considered a master of surgery. He added that the hospital's chairman still has great respect for the former surgeon. The nurse was amazed and admitted that she had no idea how serious this figure was. Soon, the whole company found the room where the patient was located. The woman cordially invited everyone in, surprised that she had not been warned about the visit, and offered to sit down. She asked Charlie how things were going in the family business, and the young man replied that everything was going well. He then asked Aunt Fan to introduce Leon, adding that the doctor had probably already told him about him, and also introduced Elizabeth as the director. The man greeted the guests, after which Aunt Fan invited the hero and the girl to sit down and chat a little. At that moment, the elderly woman began to slowly open her eyes. Aunt Fan was delighted and told her mother that she had woken up and could now talk to her family. Then she invited the old woman to see who had come to visit. The elderly woman noticed that many people had gathered around her and immediately began telling the children stories from her childhood. After some time, Aunt Fan reminded Charlie and Leon that they had been sitting for too long and it was time for them to go to dinner. Charlie asked her not to worry, explaining that they were not strangers. They had things to do, but they would definitely visit them later. Then Aunt Fan noted with regret that the guests were still hungry, as they had not yet had dinner. Leon calmly replied that everything was fine and that he would definitely treat them later, asking her to stay with her grandmother and not see them off. Then he called Tanya and inquired about the situation. The girl reported that Lunson shares fell by 5% due to the news. She added that trading may be suspended after the market closes. But Leon calmly asked her not to worry and continue working, emphasizing that the situation was not that critical. Then Charlie asked his friend what had happened, and the hero explained that the Lunson project had entered the market, but someone had tried to bring down the shares. Hearing this, Charlie laughed and noted ironically that a drop in shares during a listing was a rare event, and that it could only happen to Leon. Charlie asked Leon's friend what he was going to do next, noting that what was happening was not critical for the hero. The protagonist calmly replied that he first wanted to understand the true purpose of the person behind this attack. Walker then asked Leon doubtfully if he was so confident, since in just a few days the losses could amount to at least 20 billion. In response, the young man indifferently remarked that this was a trifle. The stocks would definitely rise, and now it was important to simply wait for the enemy to appear. Elizabeth confidently stated that only the Taidan company could be behind all of this. Charlie supported her opinion and noted that this option was entirely possible, but added that Taidan was far from an ordinary company. He emphasized that it would be difficult for Leon to deal with Taidan alone, and therefore joining forces might not be such a bad solution. Elizabeth, in turn, urged the hero not to act impulsively and to carefully think through the entire plan together with the team. The girl recalled that the specifics of Taidan's business are very different from those of ordinary companies, and that many of their investors are foreign corporations. Walker agreed that there was some truth in the girl's words. Charlie, however, asked in bewilderment if they were really going to leave everything as it was. In response, Leon asked everyone not to worry and emphasized that they were currently in a defensive position and there was no need to rush. He added that it was first necessary to find out the enemy's motives, and Charlie asked the protagonist to let him know if he needed help. When the hero got into the car, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. He immediately realized that it was a representative of Taidan. The caller introduced himself as Nigel and noted that Leon's company had recently entered the market but was facing some difficulties. He asked if the hero would like to meet, adding that he might know how to help solve these problems. Leon then informed Elizabeth that the enemy had finally made contact and admitted that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The man then suggested meeting in an hour at the June tea shop. Suddenly, Elizabeth noticed with alarm that these people were clearly up to no good. Otherwise, they would have contacted him much earlier. Then Leon asked if she had anything else to do and if he needed a ride. After some time, the main character arrived at June's tea house. He was met by the establishment's staff and informed that Mr. Zhang was waiting for him inside, and Leon then realized that his opponent was fully prepared for the meeting. The man sitting at the desk commented on Leon's punctuality, then introduced himself as Nigel and said that it was he who had called earlier. He added that Mr. Chala was next to him and was also pleased to meet him and would like to discuss several issues. Leon coldly remarked that their family was being overly persistent, emphasizing that he had already explained everything clearly, but they did not intend to back down. In response, Chala said that the hero had what they needed and understood perfectly well that Leon did not want to cooperate with their group. Chala then added that this is why they are left with only one option and expressed hope that the protagonist will seriously consider it. Leon took the cup of tea they poured for him and calmly asked what exactly they were offering. Chala said he expected to receive the results of Leon's research and was willing to allow him to put forward any conditions. These words surprised the hero. The interlocutor then explained that Leon is an expert in the pharmaceutical field and a true genius, especially in the field of biological purification. After hearing this, Leon noted that he realized how cunning his opponent was, but he stated that he was not at all interested in such a proposal. Chala asked if this meant Leon no longer needed Lunson, as the project was a key part of his business. In response, the hero noted that over the past 2 days, his opponents had done nothing, which merely demonstrated their own helplessness. Nigel then quietly told Chala that if Leon was starting to make threats, perhaps they should resort to extreme measures. In response, he expressed his willingness to listen to any ideas. However, Nigel noted that their revenge would be limited to certain actions, adding that there was a time for everything and there was no need to rush. He explained that it was just a matter of teaching Leon a little lesson and showing him the true strength of his opponent. He added that even if they fail, nothing terrible will happen, and expressed a faint hope that they will be able to develop chips no worse than the previous ones. However, Chala noted with disappointment that he did not expect such caution and cowardice from Nigel, after which he refused to see him off. He thought to himself that Taidan apparently still didn't know that Lunson had already released the second series of chips and had the potential for a third. At that moment, Chala's bodyguard and assistant, Miles, entered the room and asked his superior what his orders were. Chala asked Miles to gather a group of people, go to their home and company and find the information he needed. He explained that this could not simply be their own development, which meant that there were partners behind it, so it was necessary to check all the details. Meanwhile, Leon arrived at Lingyun Corporation. Soon Demi approached him and informed him that a live broadcast was planned for the next day, and she asked if the venue was ready. The hero replied that he was capable of organizing everything himself, but the company still sent someone to take control of the process. Demi then asked Leon if they could choose the broadcast location themselves, and she suggested going to the pier and looking for a boat. However, the young man asked the girl if the Bandau hotel was suitable for filming. Upon hearing this, Demi was delighted and said that the hotel was suitable. However, she reminded Leon that the hotel was very popular and that reservations were usually required in advance. Leon then confidently stated that the Bandau hotel actually belonged to him, so no reservation was required. Hearing this, the girl was stunned and confessed to Leon's friend that she did not know what to say. Meanwhile, the streamers gathered at the hotel and discussed what they needed to do to become even more popular. Luther asked Goshibo how this masked man managed to sell absolutely all the goods. However, he admitted that he himself does not know the answer. Less than a month has passed since the first broadcast, and it is still unclear whether he will be able to come up with new tricks. Bridget, in turn, noted that they had nothing to worry about. They already had a lot of cheap goods prepared, and it was impossible to find lower prices. Luther then replied that he trusted her, but asked her not to underestimate Leon, reminding her that he had recently reached an audience of 10 million viewers. Goshibo supported his words and added that he heard that the location of the upcoming broadcast was that very Bandau hotel. However, Bridget thought that this did not pose a threat to her. Luther then noticed that this mysterious streamer seemed to be practically invulnerable, and that they would have to act carefully to succeed. Goshibo agreed and stated that such weaknesses certainly existed, and if they were found and exploited correctly, everything would definitely work. He asked if he found it strange that Leon always wore a mask. Luther hinted that he was beginning to understand where he was going with this, suggesting that the streamer was simply very ugly and was hiding his face. Then Goshibo added that it could cause a scandal, since many girls watch the stream precisely because of their appearance. The next morning, the boys arrived at the Bandau hotel. Suddenly, a girl ran up to the hero and said that a serious problem had arisen. The girl explained that many videos began appearing on the platform claiming that he was ugly. Leon choked on his drink in surprise and asked Demi in shock what kind of nonsense this was. Demi responded that some people believe this. Some write about his ex who allegedly disfigured him, and others claim that he was born this way. Leon then noted that these rumors appeared just before the broadcast, and he is sure that the whole thing was set up by competitors from another platform. Demi agreed with him, but emphasized that they couldn't sit back, otherwise they simply wouldn't be able to sell the goods. Leon noticed that her hands were itching, but he realized that she was driven more by a desire to humiliate her opponents than to restore justice. The girl tried to object, reminding him that they had known each other for a long time and that she was not capable of meanness. However, Leon interrupted her, told her to stop talking and get back to work. He reminded that the broadcast would begin this evening and there was still a lot of work ahead. Soon, Leon began to put on his black mask and black glasses. At that moment, the manager approached him from behind. Leon was genuinely surprised and asked if he really recognized him even in this form. The manager just smiled and replied that despite the mask and glasses, the hero's energy was undeniable. Leon then said that he immediately saw potential in him and realized that he had made the right choice. The man noted that he had not been to the Bandau hotel for a long time and was going to give instructions to the staff, as they were already bored with nothing to do. However, Leon stated that all this could wait, because he had an extremely important task for him. The protagonist explained that he wants to issue special membership cards in the near future that will confirm the status of the owners. His goal was to create a unique card that would allow its holders to visit any place without queues or prior reservations. After hearing this, the manager replied that this would not be a problem, since in essence it was a VIP card with maximum privileges. In conclusion, Leon praised him and added that he would contact him later and give him a list of the first owners of the unique card. After listening to him, the protagonist realized that this man was ideal for the job. After this, Leon decided to ask Demi how the preparations for the broadcast were going. Upon entering the room, the hero saw that the girl was standing next to Lillian. The presenter asked Leon if he had any news and whether he would like to take off his mask during the broadcast to refute the rumors. The young man responded by saying that he was afraid that the audience would not be able to resist his charm. Then Lillian carefully asked if he noticed how people behind his back were watching him closely. Leon wondered why everyone was looking at him. Women's interest was understandable, but he was surprised why men behaved this way. The presenter explained that everyone is trying to guess what he really looks like, because now the viewers desperately want to see his face. Lillian then advised the hero to think about showing himself to the public, as this could dramatically increase his popularity. However, Leon replied that his girlfriend would not allow him to take off his mask because he had to maintain a sense of mystery around himself. After this, the host noted that, as far as she knew, the director of the Ling Yun Corporation and the Bandau Hotel also bears the name Leon. The protagonist asked if she had guessed about it. Then Lillian thought about it, and then it became clear to her where the young man got so much influence from. At the same time, competing streamers tried to ruin the life of the man in the mask. Luther approached his men and asked what was going on with their plan and whether they had succeeded in creating a scandal and stirring up the audience. Goshibo said they've filmed a ton of videos, hired people, and are actively writing comments with the results expected to be visible this evening. Hearing this, Luther was pleased and said that he was now at peace. Bridget added that their products have serious advantages, while the masked man's products are not so cheap. Then Luther noticed that he was now even calmer, and today he was going to show this fool who was the real boss here. About an hour before the broadcast began, Leon continued to walk around the Bandau hotel and discuss the details of the broadcast with an employee. At this moment, the hero suddenly saw Elizabeth in front of him. Helga and Tanya were also next to her, and Leon asked his colleagues in surprise what they were doing there. Elizabeth explained that this would be Leon's first time selling merchandise on air, so they decided to come and support him. Then the main character invited everyone to sit down and noted that the broadcast would start soon, and if they wanted to talk, they should wait a little. The girl agreed and said that she and her colleagues would wait here and watch him broadcast. Later, Demi asked Leon if this mysterious girl in the mask was his lover. But Leon only smiled and replied that Elizabeth never took off her mask, so it was unclear how anyone knew she was beautiful. But Demi objected that she didn't need to see the face, because the figure of this woman alone was enough to make all the girls envy her. Soon, Lillian interrupted Leon and Demi's conversation, reminding them that the broadcast was about to begin and everything was ready. She then asked everyone to take their seats and confirmed that they could begin broadcasting. After that, she gave the command to get ready, began the countdown to 5 and announced the start of the live broadcast. Demi greeted her followers and announced that today was their first broadcast, during which they would be selling merchandise to viewers. Watching the proceedings, Elizabeth quietly told her colleagues to look at Leon and acknowledge his professionalism. Then Helga jokingly asked Elizabeth to come to her senses and not to be in the clouds. Tanya noted that if Leon revealed his identity, all the goods would be instantly sold out by those who wanted to please him. However, Elizabeth countered that if he did, he wouldn't have any real experience in the profession, but his mystery made it all special. Meanwhile, at the Bandau Hotel studio, Leon and Demi continued selling goods. Demi presented the first product, fresh yellow peaches from Shuanghong City, which were sent to the factory for processing. However, the chat discussion continued to focus on Leon's appearance, so Lillian asked the moderator to immediately remove all haters. She replied that negative comments are deleted, but there are too many of them, and the team simply cannot cope with them all. And then the presenter came to the conclusion that these people were hired by competitors from another platform to undermine the hero's popularity. Helga then told Elizabeth that the comments would not stop until Leon took off his mask. Elizabeth admitted that at first she thought the mask was just his whim, but she didn't expect that he would become a real star. But people are too cruel now, and it doesn't matter what he looks like because appearance has nothing to do with what he sells. In turn, Tanya calmly noted that there was no need to worry, because their boss knew how to find a way out of any situation. Leon then addressed the audience and noted that he was pleased to see how attentively they sincerely worried about him. However, he explained that all of this actually has almost nothing to do with today's broadcast, and that we will just have to come to terms with it. He added that viewers may find him ugly and think they look much better themselves, but it doesn't matter at all. After this, the hero showed the audience the keys to a car worth $26 million and declared that even haters would eventually buy his product. Then Leon decided to surprise his followers by pointing the camera at Elizabeth. The masked man said that this beauty was his girlfriend, which meant he already had everything everyone else dreamed of. He allowed his detractors to continue writing malicious comments and earning pennies from it, while he himself remained happy with his life. Lillian was delighted and realized that Leon had truly amazing abilities. Tanya noted that she had said earlier that the hero would be able to save the situation. However, Elizabeth expressed the opinion that this lull was only temporary. She then noted that as long as the haters could make money, they would continue to do so, without any concern for Leon's reputation. Helga agreed with Elizabeth and emphasized that these people have no conscience and are ready to ruin the hero's reputation as much as they want. Meanwhile, Demi introduced the first product and told the audience that one can contain 6 peaches worth almost 30 yuan. However, subscribers began writing that the price seemed too high, and although they really liked the man in the mask, they were not ready to spend that kind of money. Then Helga told Tanya that now it was her turn to act. Tanya announced that she was the vice president of the Baba Company, was present in person, and wanted to please customers with bonuses. The girl explained the rules of the special promotion. Everyone who places an order will receive a 10 yuan taxi coupon in support of the broadcast. Despite this, Lillian noticed a drop in sales and realized that viewers were not rushing to buy yellow peaches. She suggested bringing other goods, as she saw no point in continuing to insist on selling peaches. After this, Demi announced the second product of the broadcast, rice from the northeastern region, which can only be purchased from them. She emphasized that the color of the rice is noticeably different from the usual one, and the price for 5 kilograms is 30 yuan. Lillian glanced at the sales chart and noted with alarm that volumes were significantly lower than expected. The hero was then given a report indicating current sales volumes and the effectiveness of product sales. After studying the document, Leon realized that if the situation did not change, they would have to end the broadcast with virtually no buyers. Meanwhile, in the Four Seasons Hotel broadcast room, Bridget began her own broadcast, while Goshibo and Luther sat in the corner. Luther asked Goshibo how the competitors' sales were doing, assuming that they must be significantly ahead of the newcomer. Goshibo replied that sales of the masked man were going extremely poorly, and that they were literally destroying him, leaving him no chance. Hearing this, the man was pleased and noted that this was exactly the result he had expected, and he ordered them to continue in the same spirit. Goshibo added that the high price of Leon's products could be emphasized, as this is also an important point. But Luther said his goal was to completely disrupt his opponent's broadcast and humiliate him so much that he would not want to return. He emphasized that in an era when only appearance matters, this is the surest way to break a person. Meanwhile, Demi addressed the audience and swore on her reputation that the man behind the mask was more beautiful than anyone they had ever seen. Lillian realized that the situation was close to collapse, and at that moment her boss called her. He demanded to know why the goods were not selling, and the atmosphere on the air was reminiscent of mourning. Lillian replied that the masked man had already paid for all the goods for the broadcast, so there would be no financial losses. However, she began to frantically think about what else she could do as the numbers continued to fall. At this time, Elizabeth asked Helga the name of the girl sitting next to Leon and learned that it was Demi. She then asked Helga to write her message asking for help in removing Leon's mask, as the viewers could no longer be persuaded. Helga agreed, noting that this plan would definitely work, and immediately sent a message. Demi was surprised when she received it. She asked whether she could really do this, and in response she learned that the issue had already been discussed with management and permission had been received. Then the girl addressed the haters and said that they only know how to throw mud, but now she will show what the streamer really looks like. Demi reached for Leon's mask, determined to act before he realized what was happening. At that very moment, she tore the mask from his face. Viewers saw the hero's face and realized that he was incredibly handsome, and the chat instantly filled with enthusiastic messages. Lillian was also genuinely amazed, and only now realized how handsome Leon really was. Demi then explained that Leon only went on air wearing a mask because his appearance was too dazzling and viewers wouldn't be able to handle it. Elizabeth watched what was happening and thought about how superficial people were, because just a minute ago they were humiliating Leon. Then a girl from the team informed Lillian that the number of orders had increased sharply and was already exceeding 1,000 per second, and the audience was literally going crazy. The presenter delightedly told her assistant that it was incredible. Meanwhile, one of the employees burst into Luther's room and informed his boss that the situation was getting extremely bad. The masked man showed his face, and now everyone saw that Leon was not ugly at all, but on the contrary, incredibly handsome. Goshibo asked if this was really true and demanded to see the broadcast. The employee immediately handed him the tablet. The men stared at the screen and froze in shock, realizing they had made a serious mistake. Luther then asked how sales were going and was told that the store was selling at breakneck speed, with hundreds of orders per second. Hearing this, Luther literally collapsed to the floor, not understanding how the masked man was able to turn the whole situation around. However, the employee added that there is even worse news. He reported that the haters they hired suddenly went live and started demanding the return of the goods, which is why the situation got out of control. Luther was shocked and couldn't believe that their plan to ruin the hero's career had completely failed. Meanwhile, in the evening, Demi thanked viewers for their purchases and announced the end of the broadcast. The girl happily reported that in just 2 hours, more than 2 million units of the product had been sold, and there was nothing left in the warehouse. Then Leon remarked that it was good that he didn't have back problems. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit for more than 3 hours. Demi replied that she had sat there for the same amount of time, to which the hero remarked that it was because she was special. The girl then told Leon that the broadcast had been incredibly successful and suggested celebrating the event sometime in the evening. Then Lillian told Leon that they had already calculated the results. The sales volume was 280 million, and the net profit was hundreds of thousands. At this point, the system notified the hero that the task had been completed, that he had done an excellent job with his new profession, and would now receive a reward. Lena then offered him an additional task, to become the best at surviving in the wild, designating it as a new mission. Leon noted that Ivy had already told him about surviving in the wild, and he found it surprising that Lena could sense his thoughts. The presenter asked if he was okay, noticing that he seemed distracted. The hero then apologized and explained that he had heard her, and added that he was very happy about the successful completion of the broadcast. He then told Demi that she could now take her share of the profits minus the cost price. Hearing this, Demi was delighted and asked him not to be so kind, noting that he was too generous. Then Leon lightly pinched the girl on the cheek and asked her to come to her senses. After this, the hero thanked Elizabeth and Helga for sitting next to him for so long and suggested that they all go out to dinner together. Elizabeth remarked that they would not have had to suffer for so long if he had removed the mask earlier, but it was still good that he did it that way. Helga agreed with her and added that he should have revealed his face from the very beginning. At that moment, Leon received a call from Charlie, who asked if they had finished the broadcast and admitted that he had bought over 1 million yellow peaches. Leon then replied that the broadcast was over and everyone was going to find a place to eat, after which he asked where his friends were. Charlie said that they were already in Megapolis, had booked a table and would be waiting for them. Then Leon asked Elizabeth and Helga to get ready, saying that they were going to celebrate in Megapolis and promised to treat them. After some time, the hero and his friends arrived at a restaurant where they wanted to relax after a hard day. The company raised its glasses to celebrate the success. However, at that moment, Leon unexpectedly received a message. He did not expect at all that it would be Liana who would write to him. The girl asked the hero to come to her house urgently, and Leon responded, promising to come as soon as possible. After that, he told Elizabeth that he had urgent business and needed to leave. The girl asked worriedly if it was really so urgent that he was ready to leave the celebratory dinner in his honor. Leon explained to Elizabeth that this girl didn't usually write to him like that, so something serious must have happened. Hearing this, Elizabeth told the hero that then he could go calmly, and she and Helga would also go home since it was already late. She then said goodbye to her friends, noting that she was glad to see them today. Charlie asked with a smile if they were really leaving so early, as the evening had been fun, but he reminded them that they must not forget about work. Meanwhile, Leon took a taxi to Liana's house and was surprised to notice that the girl was sitting right on the street. The protagonist got out of the car and asked why she was there. He asked why she wasn't home at such a late hour, as her father and brother were probably very worried. Liana replied that she didn't think they were worried and admitted that she felt like someone was in her house. Leon became wary and asked if she suspected thieves. The girl explained that nothing had disappeared, but she had the feeling that someone had touched her things, and that was what scared her. She added that before leaving, she specially marked the doors of all the rooms, and upon returning, she noticed that the marks had shifted. Leon precisely asked if she was sure that nothing was missing, and received confirmation that everything was in place. Then the hero suggested going with Liana and checking out her house. After examining the front door, Leon noted that the lock showed no signs of being forced and asked if anyone else had keys. Liana admitted that Sasha sometimes comes here to study, and she gave her a spare key. After this, Leon opened the door and warned the girl that they would go inside. The hero asked what the thieves might have touched, and Liana replied that her dresses and underwear remained untouched. However, she gets the feeling that someone has been rummaging through the papers, although nothing has disappeared from the office. Then Leon asked to show him this place. Once in the office, Liana thought that what was happening looked strange. The unknown persons had not stolen anything. The girl said that papers and lab reports had been moved and the computer mouse was out of place. Then Leon decided to examine the computer and asked if there was anything important there. Liana admitted that the computer contained 6 unpublished scientific articles that could be of interest to the intruders. Hearing this, the hero declared that the situation was becoming serious and asked to inform him if articles similar to her work appeared anywhere. However, Liana still found what was happening strange, since even plagiarists would hardly dare to steal several of her studies at once. Leon agreed, noting that it was already mysterious that someone had entered the house but had not given themselves away and had not taken anything. The girl sat down next to him and asked what they should do next. However, Leon put the glass on the table and said that she was too tired and needed to go to bed, and that they would continue the investigation tomorrow. He added that it was almost dawn and she had hardly slept, so she should at least rest a little. Then the girl asked to be taken to the bedroom, as she did not want to sleep in this room. After this, the hero picked her up in his arms and carried her to the bedroom, deciding to put her to rest. The next morning, Leon opened his eyes and was surprised to see no one around. Then he noticed that the appliances in the kitchen were turned on. The girl asked if she had woken him up and said that she had tried to be as quiet as possible. Then Leon hugged her and admitted that he was very hungry and asked if Sasha would be working today. Leanna replied that Sasha had worked the night shift yesterday and that today was her day off. Then Leon decided to call her and ask her to come. About an hour later, there was a knock on Leanna's door. Sasha immediately reported that the night shift had gone smoothly and without incident. Leon told the girl that he invited her to have breakfast together. He noted that Leanna was good not only at the operating table but also in the kitchen. Then the hero asked the girl if she had noticed anyone following her on her way home, and if anyone had come to her with questions. However, Sasha, not paying any attention to this, said that the sausages were very tasty. At that moment, Leon thought that even if someone was following her, this naive girl still wouldn't notice anything. He was absolutely sure of this, after which the hero asked if Sasha had a key to Leanna's house. The girl showed him the key and asked what had happened. Then Leanna said that she had recently felt as if someone had been in her house. Unknown people were clearly looking for something and rummaging through documents. In response, Sasha said that she saw cameras in the hallway of the building. The building should be under security and video surveillance. Hearing this, Leon slammed his fist down on the table and wondered how he himself could have failed to think of such an obvious solution. A minute later, all three were already in the office of the management company, where it turned out that all the recordings from the cameras were stored there. The office employee greeted the guests, and Leon explained that they needed a manager. Then the girl clarified the reason for the visit in order to convey it to the management. Then the main character said that they wanted to watch the footage from the cameras together, and the woman responded by asking what had happened. Leanna explained that she suspected a robbery and wanted to check whether any strangers had appeared near the house. After listening to them, the employee asked them to wait and said that she would call the manager. A couple of minutes later, a man entered the office and asked Leon what had happened. The hero greeted them politely and said that their house had been robbed and they needed to look at the footage from the surveillance cameras. However, the man doubted Leon's words and asked whether he was sure it was a robbery, as this was a serious accusation. Leon then assured him that he had no doubt about what had happened and simply wanted to look at the recordings. In response, the manager stated that it was necessary to first contact the police, and only then would they be able to request video footage. Sasha immediately flared up and began to get indignant, asking why create so many problems if she could just look at the recordings. She added that they were doctors from Huashan Hospital and decent people. However, the manager firmly replied that he could not break the rules. Then Leon calmed Sasha down and told the man that he fully understood the importance of following the rules. At that moment, he quietly handed him an envelope with money, thinking that this could solve the problem. He explained that it was just a small token of attention and asked if he had changed his mind about helping them. After this, the manager invited them to follow him, saying that he would try to help the residents, although he formally had no right to do so. He asked which building they were interested in, and Leanna clarified that they were talking about Building 14 and the third entrance. Upon hearing this, the man became noticeably nervous and said that there were problems with the building. He then explained that the CCTV system in Building number 14 had failed 4 days ago. Leon immediately realized that the matter was much more complicated than it seemed, because such a coincidence was too strange. Then the manager returned the envelope and said he couldn't help. However, Leon insisted that he leave the money, adding that the amount was small. But he still asked me to look after the house in the future, since his girlfriend lives there. Later, everyone gathered at Leanna's house. Then the main character realized that finding the thief would not be easy, and apparently, a professional was operating in the apartment. He told his friends that although the attempt had been unsuccessful, it had nevertheless confirmed his rightness. The hero then reminded Sasha that the day before yesterday someone had broken into Leanna's house, but had not taken any valuables, which seemed very strange. He clarified that the only things that outsiders touched were research materials and the girl's work computer. Then Sasha assumed that this was exactly the data that the attackers needed. Leon agreed that this was possible, but pointed out that there were no signs of forced entry on the locks and windows, which meant that the unknown person had entered the house with a key. Then the main character looked at Sasha and asked if she understood what he meant. The girl was shocked and asked in disbelief if he really suspected her and hastened to say that she had nothing to do with it. Leon calmly explained that if he really suspected her, he would not have revealed all the details of what was happening now. Then Sasha asked Liana if she always had the key with her, and the girl replied that she never left the keys unattended. Liana then added that her phone, wallet, and keys were always in her bag. However, the girl suddenly became thoughtful and unexpectedly realized that she was beginning to guess what was happening. Leon immediately noticed her reaction and asked her to explain what exactly she understood. Then the woman said that she had recently been in a store and was choosing a dress. Two ladies approached her in the fitting room, and a conversation started between them. Her bag remained in the same booth, and after some time she returned and discovered that nothing was missing. Sasha immediately noticed that there was clearly something suspicious about this situation, and suggested that someone might have made a copy of the key. However, the girl did not understand how this was even possible. Leon then explained that there was a special device that could take a mold and make a duplicate in a matter of minutes. After this, Sasha thoughtfully noted that someone had secretly entered the house of a famous Chinese cardiac surgeon, but had not stolen anything. At that moment, Leon suddenly kicked the girl's chair and asked her to stop pretending to be a detective. However, Sasha calmly stated that he had misunderstood her, since it was she who had already begun to guess the thief's intentions. A second later, she confidently said that the attacker's real target was not Liana at all. However, the conversation was interrupted by a sudden call. Samuel called Leon and told him that someone was trying to hack his computer. Leon immediately jumped up and clarified whether it was really an attempted break-in, after which he asked Samuel to wait for him at the institute. Sasha asked worriedly if the main character's computer had been hacked too. However, Leon quickly put on his shoes and told Sasha that that was not the issue. He explained that he was talking about the computer of the Lunsen Institute, where the most important documents were stored. Then Sasha confidently stated that she was now finally convinced that the attacker's target was Leon. The protagonist said that the girls would stay here for now, but they couldn't stay in Liana's house for long. He then added that he would rent 2 rooms for them in the Bandau hotel, where they could live together temporarily. In response, Sasha and Liana smiled and assured him that he need not worry. Leon soon arrived at the Lunsen Research Institute. There he met with Samuel and stated that the problem needed to be dealt with urgently. The hero asked to see the security data, and the professor noted that the discovered set of codes was completely unfamiliar to him. He explained that the file resembled a Trojan program that scanned the entire disk, but the security system managed to block it. Leon then praised the professor, but emphasized that it was now necessary to monitor the system, and then he announced that he was heading to Santiago. The hero went to the laboratory and asked the professor for a favor. He asked him to urgently check whether the Lunsen Institute system had been hacked. The scientist assured him that everything was fine, but Leon asked if he was sure about that, and then the professor added that he had checked the system twice. Then Leon calmed down noticeably and admitted that this was indeed very important. Then Santiago asked what was going on, since there weren't many people in the country who were capable of something like that. Leon admitted that he himself does not fully understand the situation, but he feels that he is being watched, and now he needs to strengthen information security. In response, the professor assured him that there was nothing to worry about and promised to ensure complete safety. After thanking him, Leon said that he was leaving, adding that he was ready to provide funding if necessary. Then the professor suddenly asked if Leon had checked the security at his home, at which point the hero realized that he had completely missed the point. He quickly ran out of the office, saying that he was urgently going home. Leon quickly reached his apartment and remembered that he had completely forgotten about his personal laptop. It soon became clear that the laptop had the same Trojan installed as Lunsen. At this point, the system offered to launch security software to prevent data leakage. Having settled in more comfortably, the hero was finally convinced that the Va family was behind all of this. At the same time, Chala was relaxing peacefully in his Shangri-La hotel room, confident that he had come up with a brilliant plan. However, Miles reported that Leon's men were clean and no useful information could be obtained. Experts tried twice to hack their computer system, but without success, even professional hackers were powerless. After listening to him, Chala noted that their company was developing chips, and in his opinion, the target should be Leon's personal computer. In response, the bodyguard said that he had already sent people to Joje to copy the contents of the protagonist's laptop. In addition, Chala ordered that attention be paid to Liana, as she was likely involved in Leon's research. At this point, Miles added that there was another person who was very close to director Leon. He said that this girl's name was Rosalind. She had a great relationship with the hero and offered to check her out too. Hearing the name Rosalind, Chala was genuinely surprised. He wondered if they were really talking about that same woman. However, he then firmly stated that they could not touch her, since this woman was far from simple and was capable of causing them serious problems. Chala added that her mother Charlize's anger could cause them great harm, and the risk in this case is too great. The security guard assured the boss that he understood everything and said that they would not take any action against her then. Meanwhile, Leon arrived in Ju's Hoga, but he headed not to the first villa, but to house number 9. On the way, the hero reflected that he already guessed the next steps of his rivals. He thought that he usually lived in the first villa and rarely visited the others, which meant that his presence here at night was unlikely to be noticed by anyone. The hero realized that he didn't know whether the trap would work, but he simply didn't see any other way out. On the 5th day, Leon decided to check what was happening in the first villa through the surveillance cameras. At that moment, he noticed a masked man who entered the house through the window. Then the hero realized that he had not waited so long in vain, and now the time had come to act. In Director Leon's office stood 2 men in black masks. One of them began to study the computer, trying to find and copy all the information. Then the second man told his partner that they only had 5 minutes left and they needed to hurry. He assured that in 3 minutes everything would be ready and the data would be able to be copied. However, suddenly the man at the computer froze in horror and realized that they were trapped. He jumped up abruptly and told his partner that they needed to leave immediately. The intruders began to climb out the window, hoping that Leon had not noticed their visit. But at that very moment, the main character forcefully kicked one of them in the face. The masked man collapsed to the floor in pain, realizing that there was no longer any chance of escape. The hero entered the room and stopped in front of the intruders. He asked them what they were thinking when they decided to break into his villa and hoped to escape. One of the attackers asked how Leon managed to find them. The hero then explained that he understood everything the moment they turned on his computer, and admitted that they both surprised and amused him. After this, the masked men pulled out knives. One of them stated that they were ready to settle the matter and asked to let them go, promising not to return. Leon responded by asking if they were still going to fight him and threaten him with a knife. One of them tried to hit him, but the hero instantly intercepted his hand. Then he hit his opponent in the stomach with his knee. As the man fell, Leon rushed towards his partner and punched him hard in the face. After this, the hero demanded to know who sent them and that they had already managed to collect information about him and his friends. However, the attackers stated that they would not say anything, and even if Leon called the police, their arrest would not help him. Then Leon coolly remarked that apparently they hadn't found anything. Then the hero opened the drawer, took out a scalpel, and decided to scare the attackers. He asked if they knew how sharp a scalpel could be, especially if it was a black dahlia. Hearing this, the men were horrified and called Leon crazy. In response, Leon coldly advised them to call him master and suggested that they think carefully, since he had already started the countdown. Frightened, one of the men admitted that they had been sent by Chala, and that their goal was to obtain all of Leon's research and materials. After hearing this, Leon concluded that Chala's position in the Va family was clearly not as high as Dana's, and perhaps she was the one who initiated it. However, one of the mercenaries informed Leon that the relationship between Dana and Chala was far from good, and that it all started on Chala's initiative. Then Leon asked where Chala was now. In response, the man admitted that he did not know his whereabouts, adding that Chala's bodyguard, named Miles, had contacted them. After this, the protagonist pointed a scalpel at the mercenary and said that he was stalling for time. He demanded that he immediately contact the client. The frightened man promised to contact him right away and asked Leon not to be nervous. He then took out his walkie-talkie and pretended that they had succeeded in completing the task. He then informed his boss that they would meet at Zhonghai Wharf in 30 minutes. However, the next moment, Leon suddenly struck and knocked out both attackers, realizing that he had already received all the necessary information. Both mercenaries lay unconscious on the floor, and Leon coldly noted that they would be dealt with later. After this, the hero headed to the Yanshui Pier, where he saw Chala's bodyguard, Miles, whom he had already heard about earlier. The bodyguard was clearly surprised and admitted that he did not expect Leon to be able to figure him out so quickly. In response, the hero calmly stated that he had known about them for a long time and was only waiting for them to reveal themselves. Leon then said that the mercenaries that Miles had sent were now in his hands, and it was the bodyguard's turn to answer for what he had done. Miles asked what exactly Leon was going to do. The protagonist offered a deal. If the bodyguard told where Chala was now, he would let him go. However, the man stated that he was not afraid of death and that threats had no effect on him. After this, Miles went on the attack, declaring that if Leon handed over all the research results, he would be allowed to live. The bodyguard tried to kick the hero, but Leon had already blocked and easily stopped the attack. Miles admitted that he was much stronger than he expected. He also noted that he now understands how the hero managed to defeat his people. The bodyguard then launched a powerful blow, but Leon dodged it thanks to his excellent reflexes. The protagonist immediately went on the offensive, instantly assessing the weak spot in the enemy's defense. He distracted Miles with a feint and then kicked him hard in the stomach. He collapsed to the ground, realizing that he had been seriously injured and could no longer continue the fight. Lying on the ground, Miles declared that Leon could do whatever he wanted to him because he wasn't afraid of death. Leon then noticed that Dana didn't know about Chala's actions. The hero added that if he told Dana about everything that happened, she would not remain indifferent. However, the bodyguard did not understand what exactly Leon was trying to achieve and why he was putting so much pressure on him. At that moment, the hero grabbed his arm tightly, using a painful hold, and informed him that despite his defeat, it was not the end for Miles. In response, the bodyguard angrily called Leon an inhuman bastard. Then Leon reminded him that he also had loved ones and asked how long they would last if he started negotiations with Dana. Hearing this, Miles tensed up and accused the hero of shamelessness. Finally, the bodyguard pleaded, asking not to touch his relatives, and promised to tell everything. He admitted that Chala was in room 244 of the Shangri-La Hotel, and upon hearing this, Leon let him go and noted that Miles was smarter than he looked. At that moment, someone called him and Sasha's name appeared on the screen. The girl was very excited and asked if Liana was next to him. Leon replied that she was not with him and asked in surprise what had happened, since they were planning to go to the hotel together. Then Sasha said that Liana was talking on the phone, after which her facial expression suddenly changed. She left and no longer answered calls. However, Leon asked Sasha not to panic and assured her that he would definitely find the girl. After this, the hero sharply kicked Miles and demanded to know if Liana was with them and what they had done to her. The bodyguard replied that perhaps the girl had gone to the hotel before them and he did not know what had happened to her. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Leon immediately jumped up and ran to save Liana. At this time, Chala was in his room at the Shangri-La Hotel. He sat in the room with Liana and thought that, having learned about this, Leon would definitely come to him. Then Chala offered her to drink a specialty tea that is hard to get in China. However, the girl refused and said that she was only interested in the reason why her house was broken into and she was waiting for a clear explanation. In response, Chala stated that she was Leon's friend, and therefore they were interested in some of the results of his research. Chala added that Liana herself has an idea of what is happening, and they hope that Leon will agree to cooperate with them. However, the girl firmly stated that Leon independently created patented Chinese medicines, and she had no involvement in this. Then Chala stated that she had misunderstood them, since they were not interested in drug formulas. He explained that he was much more attracted to the innovative biopurification technology developed by Leon. Liana asked what technology exactly was being discussed. She apologized and said that she knew nothing about it, which meant they had chosen the wrong person. However, at that moment, Chala's people stopped the girl, and he himself coldly asked if she really thought that they would just let her go. He said that he was not going to let her go, advised her to think everything over calmly, and added that she would have enough time. It was then that the people of Chala turned around and realized they had a serious problem. Behind them stood Leon, furious that Chala had kidnapped Liana. Then the man said that Leon had come after all. The main character asked Liana not to be afraid and promised to take her home soon. And then suddenly Chala shouted to his people, ordering them not to let Leon and the girl out. He also asked in surprise how Leon managed to find them, since no one knew that he had already settled into the Shangri-La Hotel. In response, the hero asked whether Chala really thought that with all his connections he could escape so easily. At the same moment, Leon kicked the chair towards the villain. The chair hit Chalu, who didn't have time to dodge, falling to the floor. The man threatened that Leon would regret what he had done, stated that he was not afraid of him at all, and added that he was simply too lazy to fight. However, Leon had already rushed towards his men, realizing that they expected to overcome him with numbers. The hero hit one of the guards hard in the back. Then Chala's men grabbed sticks and tried to attack Leon as a crowd, hoping that they would be able to overcome him. However, the young man was stronger, and soon all of Chala's people were lying unconscious on the floor. After that, he stated that he only wanted to get Leon's research and had no intention of harming the people around him. However, Leon was furious and thought that this scoundrel would bitterly regret having gotten involved with him. Then Chala fell on his knees and swore not to interfere again and begged to be let go. In response, Leon hit him hard in the face, making it clear that after everything that had happened, this was out of the question. Chala lay on the floor, begging them not to hit him anymore and assuring them that he had not intended to keep Liana and that she had ended up there by accident. However, Leon hit him on the leg, and the Chala screamed and began to beg for mercy, claiming that he was only joking. However, the hero coldly remarked that he did not have time to listen to this nonsense. Leon was about to break Chala's leg when Dana ran into the room and asked him to stop. She apologized to Leon and admitted that it was her fault because she had not kept an eye on her brother's actions. And then Chala burst into tears and began to beg his sister to save him. Then Dana turned to Leon with the hope that he would show mercy and let her brother go, and the hero replied that he would let her brother go out of respect for her. He also reminded that she had already invested $300 million in their project, which meant that he essentially had no choice. However, at that very moment, the hero pressed his foot hard against Chala's knee, and he screamed in pain. Dana was shocked and asked what he was doing since they had already agreed. In response, Leon calmly explained that he needed to let off steam. He was calm now, and they would deal with everything else later. Finally, Leon warned the girl that this man would still cause her problems and she would regret it if she didn't deal with him today. The assistant asked Dana if she was going to let Leon and his girlfriend leave the hotel that easily. Then Dana sat down on a chair and asked her subordinates if any of them were capable of stopping Leon now. At that moment, Chala turned to his sister and demanded revenge for everything Leon had done to him. However, Dana was furious and sharply asked her brother if she had not warned him not to interfere in this matter anymore. However, Chala justified himself, explaining that he wanted to help. Then Dana noted with bitterness that it turned out she had such a caring younger brother who had been thinking about his sister all this time and wanted to help her. Then the girl asked her brother not to worry, because she had a way to relieve him of pain, and if there was an afterlife, he would visit her. At that very second, the woman took out a gun and put it to her brother's head, after which she fired. A moment later, Dana ordered her people to carefully remove the body, wash away all the blood, and tidy up the room. The subordinates immediately began cleaning as ordered by the mistress. About an hour later, the assistant approached Dana and reported that everything was ready, there were no traces left, and the room was brought to perfect condition. The woman calmly stated that invitations would be sent out tomorrow, informing them that her brother had tragically fallen into the sea and died. The assistant carefully noted that when the family was told the news, they might blame Leon for everything to clear themselves of suspicion. But Dana replied that if the family found out exactly what Chala had done, there was a high chance they would rebel against Leon. However, her plan has not yet been put into action, and her brother has proven useless to the family's interests, so his death does not bother her at all. After some time, Leon arrived at the Bandau hotel with Leanne. The girl hugged the main character and thought with relief that he had not abandoned her in trouble. In the morning, the hero woke up early and thought with relief that the issue with Chala was finally resolved. The young man then noted that Leanna had been very tired in recent days, so she needed to get a good night's sleep and regain her strength. He quietly left the room on tiptoe so as not to wake the girl. When Leon went down to the restaurant, he realized that he hadn't had time to eat yesterday. Suddenly, the manager approached him and remarked that he hadn't expected to meet him. The manager reported that he had carried out his instructions and that over the past few days, 20 sites interested in cooperation had contacted him. Leon was surprised by such speed and invited the manager to sit at the table. The man reminded that it was Leon who gave him this order. The protagonist advised him to continue in the same spirit, confidently stating that he would be able to reach even greater heights. Soon, Ivy called Leon and told him that registration for the Wilderness Survival Program had already opened. The girl explained that to participate, all you need to do is pass a physical fitness test and sign an agreement. Half an hour later, Leon arrived at the television center. He noticed that a lot of people had gathered and almost everyone wanted to get into this show. The hero was surprised by the popularity of the program and how many people were willing to test their courage. At this point, Ivy came out to the participants. One of the men whispered to Orlando's boss that the rumors were true. The show's director really was incredibly beautiful. At that moment, Ivy approached Leon and said with a smile that she was glad to see him and was pleased that he had decided to take part in the program. The man immediately informed Orlando that there was a problem because someone had approached the director. The blonde noted with irritation that they were standing too close to each other and that flirting would now be difficult. Meanwhile, Ivy told Leon that they needed to move on and led him to the registration area. When they got to the counter, Leon wanted to settle things as quickly as possible. At that moment, the program director asked Ivy who the person next to her was. The presenter explained that it was Leon, who possessed outstanding abilities, and that she had personally invited him. However, the man skeptically noted that the guy's physique was not suitable for participation. Then Ivy abruptly said that she did not intend to discuss this. The decision had already been made. She reminded that she would prepare the contract herself. At this time, Leon was sitting in the registration area and reading a newspaper. Ivy asked Leon to come with her. She was going to take the protagonist to sign the contract and explain the security measures along the way. However, at that moment, Orlando unexpectedly approached them from behind and asked them to wait a little. Then Ivy asked what was going on. The young man stated that, in his opinion, only those participants who passed the test should sign the contract. Orlando was extremely indignant and directly asked the presenter why this guy was signing a contract before the tests even started. Ivy explained that the program includes special guests, and Leon is already on a special list, so he might miss the challenge. Hearing this, Orlando asked why, in that case, he himself had not received a special invitation. At this point, the presenter flared up and sharply responded that the lack of an invitation meant only one thing: he did not meet the requirements. The irritated participant stated that he then wanted to know on what basis this special list was formed. Ivy explained that all candidates are tested for physical fitness in advance, and this is the basis for selection. Orlando then pointed to Leon's body and asked if he didn't look like a man who could withstand physical exertion. However, at that moment, another man approached them and asked them to stop arguing. He then stated that the presence of skills can be tested in practice. Ivy was surprised and wondered what the director was planning. Meanwhile, one of the guys in the hall asked what they were talking about and said that he was ready to fight anyone. Others present supported him, noting that they also wanted to try, since it was possible that after the fight they would also be exempt from testing. At that moment, Ivy realized that Leon would now have to prove that he was worthy of participation. The host agreed with the proposal and announced that anyone who proved stronger than the hero would receive an invitation and proceed further without trials. As soon as one of the guys heard this, he immediately rushed towards Leon, realizing that this was his chance. He tried to hit Leon, but the hero easily dodged and noted to himself that the enemy was too slow and weak. Leon then lightly hit him, noticing that he had no strength at all. As a result, the man collapsed to the floor, and the spectators were puzzled as to how this was possible, since the participant lying on the floor looked much stronger. The assistant quietly told Orlando that this guy seemed to have excellent fighting skills and should be careful with him. However, he dismissed the matter, claiming that Leon had simply hit a vulnerable spot and that his victory was nothing more than luck. Then the second man rushed towards Leon, announcing that it was his turn. However, the main character only took a step to the side, and the enemy, without having time to react, flew past. Ivy thought that all these people were just disgracing themselves. And then the director realized that Leon had received a special invitation for a reason, and if a person is not confident in his abilities, it is better for them not to attack. The presenter then invited Leon to leave with her, declaring that she was no longer going to waste her time on these people. Soon, the hero and Ivy headed towards the exit. Then Leon turned around and asked if the director wanted to test himself right now since he didn't have any real power. However, he replied that he would not fight. After this, the protagonist told Ivy that it was time for them to go. Then Leon and the presenter entered the hall. The girl wanted to show her friend everything around. At this time, Linda was sitting in the hall and noticed something interesting. The girl asked her sister to pay attention to the guy, noting that he, apparently, also received a special invitation. Blogger Leah explained to her sister that he was an experienced wilderness survivalist and was not like them at all. Then Linda asked if it wasn't great, because if he joined their team, he would be able to compensate for all their weaknesses. Suddenly, another popular blogger, Theodore, entered the room and told Linda that she was too serious, and with their skills, they didn't need anyone's help at all. He then added that if she teamed up with her sister, no one would be able to defeat them and they would be guaranteed first place. Meanwhile, Leon sat down next to Ivy and asked if everyone in the room had also received special invitations. The girl explained that these people came from other programs, so they should not be underestimated. They are all professionals. Leon noted with surprise that he thought it was a regular television show and did not expect such a serious approach. Ivy explained that they are collaborating with other television channels, and the show itself will take place on an isolated island in the middle of the sea. Hearing this, Leon opened the information booklet and asked the girl if it was really that serious. Then Ivy asked the protagonist not to worry and assured him that the organizers had taken all safety measures into account. After some thought, Leon signed, after which Ivy replied that all participants were free for now. She then added that if Leon took first place, she would become his escort. In response, the protagonist noted that it would be an honor for him if such a beautiful girl became his companion. After that, he headed towards the exit. Once outside, Leon saw a lot of people and thought about how many people who wanted to register had not been allowed to do so. However, suddenly he was called out and asked to stop. Turning around, the hero saw Linda. The girl was glad that he had not left and expressed a desire to talk. She then asked if Leon had received a special invitation. The young man looked at her and noted to himself that with such a fragile physique, she would hardly be able to reach the final. Then Linda explained that she herself was not a participant, but that her sister Leah would be performing in the program, after which the girl introduced her sister. Then Leah extended her hand to Leon and said that she would like to be on the same team with him. However, the main character unexpectedly declared that he was not going to unite with her. At that moment, Leon quickly got into the car. He pressed the gas pedal and drove away quickly. Leah froze in place, not understanding such a reaction, and Linda told her sister that she thought this guy was incredibly cool. At the same time, Leah still couldn't believe that she had been rejected, but the girl decided that she didn't care and she would find another ally. Meanwhile, Leon returned home. At the entrance to the villa, a guard handed him the mail. The protagonist thanked him and allowed him to go about his business. Leon froze in place after opening the envelope. The document stated that his friend Chala had drowned and that the memorial ceremony was scheduled for Sunday. Leon thought about it and realized that Dana was much more cruel than he had expected, and apparently was not going to back down. He decided that he needed to complete the development of the third series chip as quickly as possible, and at that moment the main character received a call from Helga. The girl reported that the company was in serious trouble. Inger had filed a lawsuit against them for monopolizing the market, and a summons had already arrived. She added that they urgently needed to discuss everything, and then Leon immediately headed to the corporation. Later, he told Helga not to dwell on the agenda for now and to continue working as usual. She asked if they should do nothing, but the hero replied that this was not an ordinary commercial lawsuit, but someone's game, which he could handle himself. Leon then went to the Lunsen Science Institute. He walked into Santiago's laboratory and was glad that he was there. The professor said that he was already aware of the agenda and asked what had happened to the company. He added that Inger is an industry giant and such news could seriously impact the stock. But Leon calmly thought that his employees were panicking in vain. He had expected this kind of development, and it didn't seem like anything serious to him. In response, the professor noted that this was only the beginning of a war in the industry. Then Leon asked Santiago if he had any idea why he had come today. The interested professor said that he was listening to him. After this, Leon took an object out of his pocket and asked to look at it and express his opinion. He explained that this is the most advanced third series chip technology in the world, and that they are several months ahead of their British competitors. Santiago was amazed and declared that Leon was a real genius, because now they could start the full process. In response, the protagonist admitted that he would have given the chip back earlier, but due to accumulated problems, he completely forgot about it. Then Santiago chuckled and said that Inger's company would simply go crazy. Santiago informed Leon that such a move could lead to a drop in Inger's market share by at least 30%. Upon hearing this, Leon admitted that since the founding of his business, he had never participated in such a large-scale war. In response, Santiago only smiled and noted that Leon might not be fully versed in these technologies. Then Leon said that he considered him the best specialist in his field and asked him to check the system for errors. Soon, Leon started receiving calls from Sean, and he told his boss that Inger's representatives had called him and offered to meet for a conversation. Leon remembered the Zunyu estate, found the proposal appropriate, and agreed to meet with the people from Inger. By evening, Inger's representatives were already at the mansion and awaiting his arrival. At this time, there were girls sitting in the hall. One of them was Jenny. Inger's deputy general manager and the company president's daughter, Andy Alice, asked her friend why she was silent. Jenny replied that she had already said everything she wanted and did not intend to participate in the conversation. asking not to be drawn into the negotiations. Then Alice asked why she was so afraid of this man and if he was really that scary. Then Jenny admitted that she had encountered him in pharmaceutical companies and had come to the conclusion that he was not the devil, but something more frightening. But Alice noticed that Leon was strong and had a unique medical talent. But their field was technology, and in this he did not pose a threat. However, Jenny doubted the woman's words and decided that she could only hope that Leon did not take his anger out on her. At that very moment, the protagonist entered Zunyu's mansion. However, upon entering the hall, Leon noticed a familiar person and did not understand why she was sitting there. The hero was genuinely surprised to see Jenny and asked what she was doing there and how long she had known this woman. The girl explained that they were simply studying together, and she had come only as an escort. Then Alice extended her hand to Leon, expressing her joy at his arrival. However, the protagonist ignored her, immediately sat down at the table and invited Alice to have dinner first, explaining that he had been busy with work all day. The girl handed him the mansion's menu and told him that he could order whatever he wanted. Then the hero asked to simply tell the waiter to bring any dishes. At this point, Alice began to get nervous, but agreed to fulfill his request and conveyed the instructions to the staff. After some time, the table was filled with a variety of dishes. Leon silently began to eat, pretending that he hadn't eaten since morning and intended to eat everything on the table. Watching this, Alice asked if he was going to talk about anything else other than his hunger. Leon replied that she was right, and it was good that she reminded him of it. At that very moment, he suddenly began to read a prayer, thanking God for the food. Then Alice clarified that they had come to discuss business. They were ready to withdraw the monopoly claim, but in exchange, they expected to receive a share in Lunson. Hearing this, the protagonist asked if she was in her right mind to make such a bold statement. Alice replied that it was a win-win situation and emphasized that Inger was a giant in the industry and Leon should understand that. Leon agreed that Inger was indeed strong, but added that Family A was not so weak either, and the gap between them had already become noticeable. He noted with satisfaction that this was already enough to overthrow them from the throne. At that moment, Alice saw Leon take out a flash drive and quickly moved to catch it. The girl immediately inserted the flash drive into the laptop, and a folder labeled Review Materials appeared on the screen. Then the woman decided to open it to understand what the main character was up to. However, inside the folder was a completely different video, clearly not the one she was supposed to see. Alice was shocked. She expected to see anything but this. At that moment, the protagonist immediately pulled out the flash drive and hurried to explain that there had been a mistake. He had mixed up the drives. Leon then took another flash drive out of his pocket and told Alice that it was the one that contained the necessary information. However, the girl had already begun to doubt his words. Then the hero assured her that he was not lying and asked her to believe him. After this, Leon explained that the flash drive contains the basic and similar code of their third series chip. The patent has already been filed, and this closes the matter. The protagonist then asked with interest if Alice understood what would happen to Inger if he sold this data to the A family. Jenny was stunned and asked if they had really succeeded in developing the third chip technology. Alice admitted that their company had been working on this for over 2 years, but had still not been able to create the third generation. She did not understand how he had managed to do it. Leon then asked the deputy president if she really thought he spent his days lazing around in his company. Hearing this, Alice was even more surprised and asked if he had developed the innovative technology of the third chip on his own. The hero replied that it didn't matter and emphasized that only one thing was important to them. The code for the new third-generation chip was in front of them. Jenny immediately realized that this was as important as a nuclear weapon. If Leon sold the technology to Family A, the balance of power would change. Alice then pointed out that he should realize that such technology was not suitable for the Lunson company, as they would not be able to withstand such pressure. Alice added that he didn't need this third-generation chip at all and that it would be better to sell it to them. But the hero replied that he wasn't interested in money. The surprised girl asked what a person who already has everything could want. Leon then explained that since Inger was working on lithographic machines, he wanted a share in their company. However, Alice reacted sharply and stated that this would not happen and that cooperation in such a case was out of the question. Hearing this, Leon took the flash drive out of his laptop and thought that he could now confidently put forward his conditions to Inger's company. The hero then told Alice that they could continue the conversation another day, since he had a meeting with A's family ahead. After saying goodbye, the hero added that in the future, the A family will be able to be several generations ahead of Inger. After he left, Jenny told Alice that she should have listened to her words earlier, and Alice admitted that she had underestimated him. However, she added that Leon could no longer threaten her. Alice then admitted that she had secretly copied the code while Leon was distracted. However, at that very moment, a message from Leon appeared on the screen, in which he pointed out that she had acted stupidly by trying to steal his code. Alice was shocked and didn't understand how this was possible, because the laptop wasn't connected to the network. Jenny then suggested that at the moment Alice inserted the first flash drive, a virus had already been launched into the computer. She then added that, in addition to this, Leon could have stolen the contents of her computer. Alice tried to check the corporate data, but it turned out that the files were missing. All the information had been completely deleted. The girl was at a loss, not understanding how all the data could have disappeared. Meanwhile, Leon was walking down the street and thought that Christmas was coming and he should prepare gifts for his loved ones. On his way home, Leon decided to stop by a jewelry store to pick out a beautiful piece of jewelry for his beloved. The saleswoman was delighted to see the customer and asked if he wanted to choose a gift for his girlfriend, offering her help. Then she told him that they had a new product and asked if the gentleman would like to look at it. The girl showed him the bracelet and explained that it was a special Christmas offer from the store. She also added that there are only 20 such decorations in the city of Shanghai, and 8 have already been sold. Leon noted that the price of 18 million seemed high, but he liked the style. The next moment, he suddenly asked to immediately pack the bracelet, and all the customers and employees in the store froze. The main character smiled at the saleswoman and said that he would take the jewelry. Leon asked the girl why everyone was looking at him so strangely, and suggested that perhaps the order should have been placed in advance. However, the saleswoman hastened to explain that he was mistaken. The price of the jewelry was not 18 million, but 1,800,000. Then the main character realized what was going on and admitted that he had accidentally noticed an extra zero on the price tag. The girl then asked how he intended to pay for the purchase, by card or in cash. But Leon replied that he would like to get another bracelet like this one and asked if there was a second one available. The saleswoman was surprised and asked again whether the young man really intended to buy another piece of the same jewelry. She noticed that at Christmas they usually give one bracelet. However, Leon explained that he was going to give a gift to each of his girls. After these words, the saleswoman was completely stunned. The people in the store were also at a loss, looking at each other and wondering if it was really possible to date several people at once. Then the store employees said that they had a new pendant from the Genji series, the latest model of which costs almost 2 million. When Leon saw the decoration, he immediately realized that he liked it too and that his lady would definitely like it. He decided that he would pamper all his chosen ones and announced that he would take this pendant as well, after which he asked to select 2 more pieces of jewelry. One of the men in the store said with admiration that Leon apparently had 4 girlfriends, calling him his idol. Then the hero calmly replied that it was all about charisma, and the man asked how he managed to get along with 4 girls. According to him, women are like cats and are ready to cling to each other at any moment. Then Leon came up to him, patted him on the shoulder and said that not everyone is equally lucky in life, and someone has to bear this burden. After this, he left the jewelry store, and the man remained standing, not fully understanding the meaning of what he had heard. Then Leon decided to stop by Hannah's place since he hadn't spoken to her for a long time. He knocked on the door, and Hannah asked who had come. Then the hero, in a rough voice, introduced himself as a water delivery man. The girl opened the door, seeing Leon. She was even more surprised and asked why he was here and not with Elizabeth. Leon then explained that Elizabeth was busy, so he decided to visit Hannah. He then asked her why she opened the door so easily. But the girl smiled in response and said that she immediately recognized his voice. Then the girl, a little embarrassed, admitted that she didn't have any cash and carefully asked if she could pay in another way. Leon asked if she was sure about this. Hannah replied that she was completely sure, after which she extended the man's hand towards herself. However, suddenly the girl began to hit Leon and indignantly ask why he appeared so unexpectedly. And then suddenly she remembered something important and realized that Leon had appeared just in time. She decided to surprise him before the holiday, quickly ran into the room and asked him to wait a little. A minute later, the girl returned with a package and said that she had also prepared a Christmas surprise for him and offered to open it. She added that she didn't spend that much money and wouldn't be upset if he didn't like the gift. Leon opened the box and saw the belt, after which he remarked that she had absolutely nothing to worry about because he really liked such a gift. Then the main character said that he also had a gift for her and handed over a small box. Hannah was very happy, said that she absolutely loved the bracelet and guessed that it was very expensive. The girl admitted that she had guessed that he would visit with a gift, but she had not expected to see such a beautiful decoration. Early the next morning, Leon decided to stop by his old place of work, the hospital. All the nurses were genuinely happy to see him back. Leon told the nurses that he had also come to visit them and admitted that he had missed them too. The girls smiled and noted that they understood his true purpose and informed him that Liana was currently in the break room. Then the main character asked her not to tell anyone about his visit, as he wanted to surprise her. At this time, Liana got out of the elevator, opened the door to the break room, and was about to go inside to sit quietly. Then Liana heard some sounds and didn't understand who could have entered her room. Suddenly, the hero came up to her, covered her eyes with his hands so that she could not see who it was, and she asked if Leon had come to visit her. Leon was surprised and couldn't understand how Liana knew it was him, since he approached silently. The girl explained that she could recognize him even by touch. Leon just laughed and thought she was a bore, as he was hoping to surprise her, but she had already guessed everything. However, he quickly reassured her, saying that he was not offended and that she should not worry. He added that since the holiday was approaching, he brought her a gift and wanted to see if she would like it. Liana, however, replied that there was no need to buy her a Christmas present, since her happiness already lay in the fact that he came to visit her. But Leon didn't pay attention to her words and began to hug her, thinking about how modest Liana was. He hugged her tightly and noted that this was not enough and that she deserved more. Then Leon took a gift out of the box, a beautiful necklace. He began to put it on Liana and said that it was important to him that she liked the gift. When the necklace was on Liana, Leon noticed that she started to cry. He was immediately surprised and wondered what he could have done wrong. In response, the girl hugged him tightly and expressed her gratitude for having such a caring friend like him. She said that no one had ever treated her like that except her mother, and that Leon always made her happy and protected her. Then Leon, a little shocked, said that she was a stupid girl because she was already an adult, but still cried. Liana, wiping away her tears, realized that he was right. Then she asked Leon to wait, and she hurried to get something from the closet. After a while, Liana returned with a bag and said that she also had a Christmas present for him. Leon wondered if it could be a belt, and when he opened the gift, he indeed saw a belt. Liana explained that she had spent a long time choosing a gift, and Leon replied with a smile that a belt was exactly what he needed. Hearing this, the girl hugged the hero, and he only laughed unnaturally. Late at night, Leon returned to his villa. Suddenly, Elizabeth quietly entered the room, trying not to wake Leon, and placed the box on the nightstand. However, upon entering the room, she noticed that Leon was no longer sleeping, and he asked if she was going to leave. At that moment, he grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. The girl then asked if he was asleep and was surprised when he suddenly caught her. Leon explained that just because the light was off didn't mean he was asleep, and asked why she had come into his room so late. However, Elizabeth asked him to be quiet and said that she had not come of her own free will, but that Santa Claus had sent her with a gift for him. Then the girl turned on the light. The hero noticed the box and asked what kind of huge gift it was. Elizabeth replied that she would open it herself and said that these were her childhood photos. She explained that no one had seen these photos yet, and he would be the first to see them. Elizabeth scattered the photographs on the floor so they could look at them together. Leon started looking at the photographs and said that it was obvious from them that she would become such a beauty. Elizabeth replied that she always knew it. She also said that she graduated from school with honors and was the best student, and her parents were proud of her. Then Leon asked what kind of jar with stars it was, and wondered if some boy had given her this gift as a child. But Elizabeth explained that she did not receive this gift, but on the contrary, she herself once wanted to give it to someone at one time. Leon was surprised and asked how this boy could refuse such a gift. Then Elizabeth pointed to one of the photographs and asked Leon to pay attention to that boy. The hero was indignant, saying that this boy was clearly not as good as he was, to which Elizabeth replied that otherwise she would not have even given him a chance. Then the girl asked Leon to tell a funny story from his childhood. Leon said that when he lived in the Lantan orphanage, they would compete to see who could relieve themselves the fastest, and he always won. Then Elizabeth asked if he thought about finding his real parents or if he hated them, because with his money he could easily find his family. Leon replied that he doesn't hate his parents. It's like with his ex-girlfriend, he doesn't care, and they are strangers to him now. Elizabeth, a little surprised, asked if he was sure of his answer since he spoke about it so easily. Then Leon replied that he was sure of his words, and told how his mother cried when she left him in the orphanage and thought for a long time whether it was worth doing. He said they left him money, and if his parents were rich, they must have had their own special reasons for leaving him. Then Elizabeth told Leon that he had grown up to be a worthy man, and then hugged him tightly and added that she did not want to raise this topic anymore. Then Leon also hugged her and said that he didn't want to sleep alone. The next morning, Elizabeth woke up and realized that they had both gone to bed late and now she had to hurry to work. But Leon replied that he had not woken her up and that she should not blame him for her laziness because she did not want to get up. Elizabeth said that she was going to work, but that she would like to go to the cinema. She added that they had been together for a long time but had never gone to the cinema. The hero smiled and replied that in that case he would buy tickets if she wanted to go to the cinema. Soon, Leon began to get dressed, thinking that he had a lot of tasks today. He looked at his watch and thought that he still had 4 hours to give her one more gift. Soon, he arrived at the company, drove up to the security guard and asked if he was going to spend Christmas with his wife. But the guard replied that he didn't care about various foreign holidays and asked if Leon had come to see Rosalind. Leon confirmed this and asked if she was at work. The guard said that she hadn't left and that Leon had arrived just in time for lunch. At this time, Rosalind entered the cafe. All the people there greeted her and said that they were glad to see her. She smiled and wished everyone bon appetit and a good day. Rosalind ordered a small portion of rice with omelet, tomatoes, spinach, and nuts, and a cup of soup. But suddenly Leon came up from behind and said that vegetables would not be enough and advised her to eat meat. Rosalind became angry and asked what kind of impudence this was and who dared to give her advice. Then Leon took off his mask and smiled. Rosalind smiled back and said that she was very glad that Leon came to visit her. Then the girl said that they could go to the office and have lunch there. They went to her office. Leon closed the door, and Rosalind said that he was so brave that he decided to come to her like this, without fear of what others would say. In response, the hero said that the holiday would soon come, and he came to make her happy. Rosalind asked if it was a gift, and Leon confirmed that she had guessed correctly. He had come to wish her a Merry Christmas. He started to take the gift out of the box and said that she should try it on because it was not a cheap thing. Rosalind opened the box and saw a beautiful bracelet. She was happy and immediately knew she wanted to try it on. Leon asked if she liked the bracelet, and she asked him to wait because she also had a gift for him. Then Rosalind took a bag out of the closet, and Leon immediately realized that this was no coincidence. The girl said that she chose this gift for him yesterday because she thought it would be suitable. However, she asked him what that expression was on his face, but he said that he was very happy because his belt was broken and he was just about to buy a new one. Then Rosalind smiled and said she was glad he liked the gift. Leon began to unpack the gift and, looking at the belt, wondered how much longer he could tolerate such gifts. But in the evening, as he promised, he went to the cinema with Elizabeth, and the girl asked Leon if he would buy her popcorn. Then he replied that he would buy whatever she wanted, asking her to wait a little. After a while, he came up to her with a huge portion of popcorn. Elizabeth was surprised and asked if he would burst from such a quantity. But Leon said that in addition, he would eat her portion too, leaving nothing for her. However, Elizabeth slapped him on the shoulder, calling him a fool, and after that they headed into the hall together. The film began, and Elizabeth and Leon watched the events unfolding on the screen with interest. When the touching moment appeared on screen, Elizabeth could not hold back her tears. Then Leon asked why she was crying. Elizabeth replied that it was very touching, but if she started crying, she would ruin her makeup. At that moment, a man stood up in the cinema with a bouquet of flowers and walked towards his beloved, wanting to surprise her. Elizabeth, noticing this, told Leon that this man seemed to be about to propose to his lady, and it was so romantic. The hero then said that Christmas is a time when people often propose, and it is a great time for an engagement. Elizabeth said that it was true romance, and if someone gave such a gift, the woman would be very happy. But suddenly the girl told the guy that she could not accept his proposal, saying that just because he had money did not mean that she would agree. Then suddenly the girl started to leave the cinema, and the man stood there, confused. All the people started laughing at him, and he started apologizing, saying that he was so ashamed of that scene. He said that he didn't try to court the girl that hard, and it's not scary. The man then walked up to Leon, handed him a bouquet of roses, and said that Leon could keep them. Leon, in turn, took out the box and told Elizabeth that he wanted to wish her a Merry Christmas. The girl was shocked and asked if he was going to propose to her. But Leon said it was just a pendant, and he knew she wasn't ready for marriage yet. Then Elizabeth kissed him and thanked him for the gift, saying that his attention was more important to her than the gifts themselves. The girl started crying again, and Leon said that she was stupid because she was already an adult, but she still cried like a little girl. And then Elizabeth said that she had forgotten something, and now she would also give him something, hoping that Leon would like her gift. She opened her bag and started to take out the gift and said that besides the box with the gift, she had another gift for him. Leon opened the box and saw the belt. He wondered if the four girls had conspired together. However, he thanked Elizabeth and said that it was time for them to go home. After that, they went outside and Elizabeth said that the new year was coming soon. She asked if Leon was going to go to Yangchen. The hero replied that he was indeed planning to go to Yangcheng on the 29th. And besides, it was Chinese New Year and he needed to prepare. Elizabeth was happy and said that then she would go with him and they would help them organize the holiday. Leon agreed with her proposal and added that he would ask his mother to prepare a large red envelope for her. The next morning, Leon woke up and thought that yesterday was a successful day. He got up quietly so as not to wake Elizabeth, who was fast asleep. He thought that this Christmas had been very tiring and he needed to gather strength and energy to get back to work again. Then Leon sat down on a chair and thought that he had not worked with the system for a long time. A second later, Lena appeared in front of him and announced that she was ready to listen to him. The first thing Leon said was that she had a beautiful dress. He also said that he had time and offered to have a heart-to-heart talk. However, Lena replied that she was a machine without emotions and could not trust her owner. And then suddenly Leon asked the system what would happen to it if he died. Lena replied that she would simply disappear with him. Leon then asked her if this meant that he would not know her origins, and if there were aliens on Earth. Then Lena said that this was a civilization of prehistoric times, but now people have begun to notice the existence of other civilizations and are looking for them. Leon was shocked. It seemed to him that he had already touched upon some big secret, and this greatly intrigued him. However, he said that that was all and she could go. After which he thought about Lena's words and prepared himself for what awaited him next.